Once a household stripped to its bare essentials, a serendipitous encounter with a trial space propelled an extraordinary transformation, leading to the pinnacle of existence. A mechanical enterprise was established, heralding a technological future, negotiating with subterranean civilizations, engaging in strategic games with lunar entities, unearthing prehistoric secrets, and rewriting the annals of history. Adventuring through a steampunk realm, witnessing the unification of the Qin Dynasty across the globe, inadvertently triggering cataclysmic events in island nations, embodying a capitalistic vigilante, traversing fantastical realms aboard starships, amidst apocalyptic zombie hordes, and experiencing the ebb and flow of the spiritual network over countless millennia spanning 60 million years, from the late Cretaceous period of the dinosaurs, through 200,000 years hence, into the era of four-dimensional matrices within the vast expanse of the primordial universe, where mysteries abound in pure, unfathomable depths across 12 tiers of the cosmos, 15 dimensions of the arcane, infinite celestial realms, and myriad interstellar races. Today, I shall briefly expound upon a few elements, with more enthralling tales to follow. Chapter 1. The Trial Space. I cannot falter. My younger siblings require education. My mother's hospital expenses are dwindling, and my father's cough has grown more severe during the late hours. Emo-chun, for the sake of your siblings and parents, you must not succumb. You need the funds. It was a sweltering afternoon in mid-July in the land of xianxia, with the sun blazing high in the sky, casting an oppressive heat upon the earth. On a construction site, atop a 6-meter-high wall under construction, a slender, dark-skinned youth stood precariously on a steel frame, bracing himself against the wall. He gazed upward at the scorching sun, his youthful visage etched with determination and resolve. Yet, under the relentless summer sun, his frail body, weakened by prolonged exposure and malnutrition, had reached its limits. Had it not been for his indomitable spirit, he would have surely collapsed long before. After a moment of disorientation, the boy could no longer withstand the encroaching fatigue and succumbed, sliding down the wall into unconsciousness. Emo-chun, hey young man, oh no! As he fell, he faintly heard the alarmed shouts of his fellow workers surrounding him. Fortunately, the scaffolding was wide enough that as he collapsed, he instinctively leaned toward the wall. Thus, despite falling from a height, he merely lay sprawled on the scaffolding. Shortly thereafter, his colleagues lifted him from the 6-meter height and carried him to the blue dormitory on site for rest. Within the low, stifling room, permeated with the acrid scent of sweat, a dozen workers gathered around the unconscious youth, pointing and conversing animatedly. This lad is truly remarkable at his age. To endure working on a construction site in the sweltering heat for months is quite rare. Sigh, my own child is of similar age, yet during the summer break he remains indoors, playing video games in the comfort of air conditioning. Ultimately, he is a child of misfortune. Let him toil for a living, for life is arduous for the impoverished. Before long, the foreman procured a bottle of cooling tonic for the boy, and upon observing his temperature returning to normal, he contacted the youth's family and then busied himself with other matters, leaving the situation to unfold. The remaining workers, heeding the foreman's call, dispersed from the cramped quarters, returning to their posts to endure the oppressive heat of 30 to 40 degrees Celsius outdoors, resuming their labor. In the dim and stifling dormitory, a profound silence envelopes the space after the workers have departed. In stark contrast to the tranquility within the confines of the room, a tumultuous event unfolds within the mind of the youth, stirring a sense of unrest. Congratulations, you have been selected by the Trial Space to become the host of Trial Space number 004. In a state of unconsciousness, Emo-chan found his consciousness transported to an abyss of impenetrable darkness. While he grappled with confusion, believing he was merely dreaming, an enigmatic voice resonated within the void of voice whose gender and linguistic origin were indiscernible, yet curiously comprehensible to him. Who are you? Where is this? Was the Trial Space? Instinctively, Emo-chan posed a trio of quintessential inquiries upon hearing the voice. I am the guiding spirit of Trial Space number 004. You may refer to me as 004. This is Trial Space number 004. The Trial Space is a vessel endowed with the ability to traverse time and space, assisting the host in their trials across myriad realms and endless dimensions. In simplistic terms, the Trial Space can be understood as a time-traveling vehicle according to the host's worldview. Of course, this vehicle represents merely one of the core capabilities of the Trial Space. I believe you'll come to understand this in due course. Though the peculiar voice remained unsettling, The content resonated within Mo Chen's ears with an eerie clarity. Suppressing his discomfort with the strange voice, he furrowed his brow, absorbing 004's explanation. What purpose do you serve? What should I do next? Having been exposed to the information explosion of the 21st century and influenced by diverse entertainment cultures, Mo Chen gradually regained his composure after the initial shock and fear of the unknown. First and foremost, you must decide whether to authorize your first trial task. Trial task? What will happen if I grant authorization? What are the consequences? He inquired cautiously. Kind reminder, all trial tasks experienced by the host in the trial space during the initial phase occur within parallel timelines. Regardless of how much time the host spends in the trial world, upon returning to the real world, only a minute will have passed. Kind reminder, the realms of existence are boundless, traversing time, and space requires caution. It is advisable to plan and prepare thoroughly before trials. Failure in trials may result in a decrease in vitality and lifespan, while non-compliance could lead to tears among loved ones. What preparations do I need to make now? With the weight of the ominous phrase tears among loved ones echoing in his mind, Mo Chen inquired with a serious and solemn demeanor, fully aware of the gravity of his situation. The host merely needs to prepare mentally. Each trial unfolds within a randomly generated world, and the host's consciousness will shift in accordance with the varying rules of each realm. Upon hearing 004's response, Mo Chen felt an unsettling sensation akin to striking air with a clenched fist. If I agree to participate in the trial, will there be any rewards for success? Taking a deep breath, Mo Chen reminded himself to remain calm as he posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. From his years of exposure to such phenomena, he knew that encounters with systems, spatial anomalies, or legacies from extraterrestrial civilizations typically came with some form of reward. With each successful trial, the host will receive 3 rewards. 1. An enhancement of life quality by 11 degrees. 2. Corresponding technological data from the 21-degree trial world. 3. A variable amount of trial points. Will this make me wealthy? After processing 004's response, Mo Chen furrowed his brow once more, his primary concern being the acquisition of tangible benefits, specifically money as he understood it. The completion of the trial will not directly reward the host with currency from their world, however. The host can utilize the 3 rewards obtained to indirectly acquire wealth from their realm. According to simulations, the probability of success with this method is 100%. Very well, I agree to undertake the trial. After a lengthy deliberation, Mo Chen finally received a piece of useful information. Given the prospect of earning money upon successful completion of the trial, he felt no hesitation and promptly nodded in agreement to embark on his first trial. Please prepare yourself, the trial commences. The disconcerting voice of 004 gradually faded, and the encroaching darkness receded, revealing a scene reminiscent of a medieval Western steampunk aesthetic before Mo Chen's eyes. Trial objective: destroy the celestial divine realm. Chapter 2: The Sky City. Not far off, a bustling street thrived with pedestrians, with a steady flow of comings and goings. Occasionally, a steam-belching vintage automobile would traverse the thoroughfare. As Mo Chen's gaze returned from the surrounding buildings adorned with domes and spires, he recalled a vivid passage that had recently flickered through his mind, pondering aloud. The Sky City? Laputa? Why does that sound so familiar? Could be the one with the levitating stones? After contemplating his current predicament in solitude for a while, he found himself at a loss for direction. Attempting to reach out to 004 in his mind yielded no results, leading Mo Chen to realize that he would have to rely solely on himself moving forward. At this vantage point, wait, am I still a child? As he began to untangle his thoughts, Mo Chen discovered that his current state was, indeed, that of a mere child. My clothes are tattered, and my stomach growls with hunger. Could it be that not only am I a child, but a beggar as well? If I am so small and reduced to wandering the streets, it is highly likely that I am an orphan. With his innate ability for logical reasoning, Mo Chen swiftly grasped the essence of his character's background in this world. Being a beggar has its merits. It allows for a carefree existence and mitigates various troubles. After several hours, Mo Chen began to acclimate to his identity as an orphan street urchin. First, I must find something to sate my hunger. With his thought in mind, he crouched down and picked up what might very well be the only legacy this body had left for him, a rusty, battered iron bowl. Being a beggar is indeed an art and a skill. Recalling snippets from news reports on beggars he had occasionally seen on television, Mo Chen clutched the tarnished bowl and murmured to himself as he made his way toward a bustling thoroughfare. At this moment, Mo Chen appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, holding a bowl marred by rust, dressed in tattered clothes that emanated a foul odor. In terms of appearance, he epitomized the quintessential young beggar. Thus, he did not bother to embellish his attire instead. He composed himself emotionally and, without warning, collapsed in a dramatic manner at a crowded intersection. Dear gentlemen and ladies passing by, kind souls and beautiful faces, I have not eaten in 3 days and nights. I implore your generosity. Lying on the ground, he cried out with heartfelt sincerity, managing to squeeze out a few tears as he raised the battered iron bowl in a seemingly pitiful manner, invoking sympathy. However, just as some compassionate passersby were about to donate coins into his bowl, 3 burly men, exuding an intimidating presence, pushed through the crowd and blocked Mo Chen's path. Bang! Clang! Without a word of explanation, 2 of the men bent down and callously lifted the prone Mo Chen, unceremoniously tossing him into a nearby alley. The remaining man mercilessly stomped on the already deformed iron bowl, leaving it even more mangled. Finally, he forcefully kicked the misshapen bowl back toward Mo Chen. You little brat, do you even know whose territory this is? Do you dare to cause trouble in Lord Tianju's domain? Have you paid your protection fee? The leading brute approached Mo Chen, who was now bloodied and bewildered, and delivered several disdainful kicks as a warning before turning away with his companions. Once the 3 men had departed, Mo Chen, still in a daze, gradually comprehended the gravity of his situation. This was a miscalculation. I did not foresee that there would be extortionists here. Enduring the searing pain coursing through his body, he managed a wry smile, muttering to himself, "Here, take this to buy some medicine and food." At that moment, a brown-haired man, sporting a holster resembling a handgun, approached the fallen Mo Chen and tossed a few copper coins into his deformed bowl. After this brief act of kindness, the man hurried off. Shortly after his departure, several others, both men and women, came forth, each hastily placing copper and even silver coins into Mo Chen's bowl, leaving him in a state of perplexity. After completing their tasks, these individuals, much like the first man, hurriedly turned and departed. It was not until several minutes had elapsed that the situation finally subsided. Truly, one may tend to flowers with care, yet find them unyielding, while neglecting the willows leads them to flourish. With a wry smile, he gazed at the iron bowl, now half filled with coins of copper and silver. After resting for a brief period, Mo Chen felt his strength gradually returning. He bent down to gather the coins into the fabric pouch nestled within his cloak. Then, with one hand clutching the misshapen iron bowl and the other supporting himself against the wall, he limped towards the end of the street. Days later, Mo Chen utilized the funds acquired from that day of begging to procure some healing ointments and indulge in a few hearty meals. His health had begun to restore itself considerably. Simultaneously, through diligent inquiries over the past few days, Mo Chen discovered that the city in which he currently resided was none other than the capital of the great terrestrial nation of the Airy Empire, Victoria City. Moreover, whether from the film he had once watched about the Sky City or the experiences he had accumulated in this world, Mo Chen understood that this realm was characterized by its reliance on steam as the primary source of energy, with steam engines driving its mechanical industry. In the surface nations of this world, electricity, jet propulsion, coal, and oil represented advanced technologies yet to be democratized among the populace. In truth, the common folk in this world largely lived in an agrarian era. Short distance travel relied predominantly on horse-drawn carriages, while long journeys necessitated steam trains. The aerial steam-powered passenger aircrafts were luxurious modes of transport, reserved solely for the upper echelons of society. For the commoners aspiring to airborne travel, their options were often limited to large, perilous hot air balloons or single-person gliders for brief flights. In terms of weaponry, firearms and cannons were the norm. I wonder what time it is now. It would be beneficial to have a point of reference, he mused. Having healed his superficial wounds and satiated his hunger, Mo Chen began to ponder the trial he faced on this journey. If I wish to alter the fate of Laputa from destruction, it seems my only avenue lies with the 2 royal members of Laputa, Sheeta and Muska. The path to Sheeta appears difficult to navigate, for although she is the rightful heir to the Laputan throne, possessing the levitating stone, she has not disclosed her whereabouts prior to encountering Patsu, merely stating that she is an orphan residing on a mountain. The expanse of the Sky City world is not smaller than that of Earth, and Mo Chen did not believe he could randomly stumble upon Sheeta's residence among the vast landscapes without assistance. If the route to Sheeta is unfeasible, then I must pursue Muska. By locating Muska, I may one day also find Sheeta. Finding Muska, however, is not overly complicated. He belongs to the Empire's intelligence department. To discover him, I must first locate the department and then devise a means to inquire about the existence of a person named Muska. With clarity of thought, Mo Chun promptly set his plans into motion. Chapter 3 Approaching Muska. The first step was to inquire about the location of the government intelligence agency, which proved to be as straightforward as asking for the FBI headquarters in the United States. After some inquiries, Mo Chen learned that the Imperial Intelligence Agency was situated at the heart of Victoria City, within a complex of government office buildings. Upon arriving at the central government building in Victoria City, Mo Chen spent over 2 weeks navigating through various challenges, ultimately resorting to the most rudimentary method of waiting for an opportunity, and finally located Muska, who was still a fledgling employee at the Imperial Intelligence Agency. At this moment, Muska did not resemble the stereotypical image of an agent from the movies, complete with glasses and a neatly styled short haircut. Instead, Mo Chun observed a young man dressed in an ordinary black suit, sporting a natural and tidy crew cut. The stark contrast in appearance was a significant factor in why it took Mo Chun so long to find him. It seemed that events were unfolding far better than anticipated. Through careful and discreet observation, Mo Chun concluded that Muska had not yet succumbed to corruption. How to approach Muska? Remaining a stranger held little promise for development or narrative. Concluding this, Mo Chun resolved to attempt contact with Muska. With no prior connection between them, how could one party draw near to the other? The answer lay in creating conditions and opportunities. At the very least, if they encountered each other frequently, it would only be natural to establish a basic friendship when the time was right. This method was applicable to both genders. Excuse me, sir, could you spare me something? I haven't eaten in days. To facilitate his endeavors, Mo Chun maintained his beggar disguise, continuing to subsist by begging in the streets and alleys of Victoria City. When Mo Chun, with his diminutive stature, blocked Muska's path, Muska, after an initial moment of surprise, smiled and retrieved a few copper coins from his pocket, placing them into Mo Chun's makeshift rusty bowl. After this act of kindness, Muska circumvented Mo Chun and resumed his journey home. Gazing at the coins in his bowl, a triumphant smile crept across Mo Chun's grimy face. The following day, Mo Chun repeated his act, positioning himself once more in Muska's path on his way home. Sir, please have mercy. The coins you gave me yesterday were taken by a group of thuggish ruffians, and I am on the brink of starvation. I implore you to spare me a little more. Mo Chun poured his heart into the performance, sobbing softly as he recounted his misfortunes. Oh, you are truly unfortunate. Here, take these, but do ensure they are not taken from you again. Upon hearing the tragic tale of the young beggar, Muska shook his head in sympathy. As a member of the Imperial Intelligence Agency, he was acutely aware of the poor security in certain areas of Victoria City. Without further thought, Muska generously bestowed upon Mo Chun a greater sum of copper coins than the previous day, then continued on his way home. What a kind-hearted individual he was. On the third day, Mo Chun once again obstructed Muska's path home, adorned in the same guise. Upon seeing the small beggar, head bowed and fidgeting with the corner of his clothing, Muska reacted immediately. This time, Mo Chun stood silently, his head lowered, embodying a visage of shyness and embarrassment, rooted to the spot without motion. Did someone rob you again? Ultimately, after a tense silence lasting several seconds, it was Muska who broke the awkwardness. Mo Chun replied softly, "Mm." Muska continued, "Here is a silver coin. Keep it safe. Next time." "No, there won't be a next time." In resignation, Muska pulled a silver coin from his pocket and placed it in Mo Chun's hand, leaving with a look of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. "Mr. Mu, I shall see you tomorrow," Mo Chun said, tucking the silver coin into his pocket, a slight smile gracing his lips as he spoke softly to himself. On the fourth day, the same route, the same attire, and the same two individuals crossed paths once more. "Come, let us seek out those ruffians who accosted you. I am eager to see who dares to shamelessly bully a child of the streets repeatedly." To Mo Chun's surprise, Muska seized the sleeve of his garment, seething with anger as he prepared to confront those who had wronged him. "Oh, no, sir, you seem to have misunderstood. I have come today to return the money you gave me yesterday." Witnessing Muska's intense reaction, Mo Chun felt a flicker of amusement and hastily explained while retrieving a handful of copper coins from his pocket. "What? You wish to return my money?" Muska was taken aback, momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, realization dawned upon him. "Are you saying you intend to return this money to me? Are you certain?" Understanding the situation fully, Muska's eyes brimmed with incredulity as he sought confirmation from Mo Chun once more. "Indeed, sir. I wish to return this money to you. After indulging in a hearty meal with your funds yesterday, I felt compelled to repay you for your kindness over the past few days." which has left me feeling quite unsettled. Please, accept these remaining coins. Gathering his courage, Imogen finally lifted his face, which had not seen a wash in some time. His eyes resolute and defiant as they met Muska's gaze. You, my dear child, are rather intriguing. How about this? I happen to need a servant at home to assist with laundry, cooking, and other chores. If you find this suitable, come with me. The arrangement includes 3 meals a day, room and board, and a monthly wage of 1 silver coin. Should your performance prove commendable, your pay will increase accordingly. 100 copper coins equate to 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins to 1 gold coin. In a typical household of 3 working-class citizens, the annual income amounts to 3 to 5 gold coins. To put it into perspective with Earth's purchasing power, 1 copper coin is equivalent to 1 yuan. 1 silver coin to 100 yuan, and 1 gold coin to 10,000 yuan. After listening to Muska's words, it was now Imogen's turn to be taken aback. This time, Imogen was not merely feigning surprise, he was genuinely astonished. While he had anticipated that his plan might succeed, he had not foreseen that it would land him directly in Muska's home as a servant. Although this outcome was beyond Imogen's expectations, it was precisely what he desired at this moment. Therefore, after a brief pause of several seconds, he nodded eagerly in agreement. Seeing Imogen respond as anticipated, agreeing to serve in his home, Muska discreetly nodded in approval. His decision today was largely influenced by the sight of this young beggar, who, despite having his money stolen repeatedly over the past few days, had resolutely returned the remaining funds to him. In Muska's eyes, a child possessing such character, if nurtured properly, would undoubtedly grow into a loyal subordinate. This thought led Muska to reminisce about the tales his parents had shared regarding the sky city of Laputa and the astonishing lineage he hailed from. Perhaps, in the future, he might truly uncover the fabled sky city. When that day arrives, reclaiming his rightful throne and power would necessitate the presence of 1 or 2 utterly loyal and trustworthy subordinates to assist him. He hoped that this young beggar would not disappoint him in the times to come. With these reflections in mind, Muska guided Imogen back towards his home. The initial encounter had concluded splendidly, and now the focus shifted to building rapport and trust with Muska. Following closely behind him, Imogen contemplated these thoughts. Chapter 4. A Decade, a Reminder from the Fourth Judge. After reading, please remember to bookmark for easier access later. 2 figures, 1 tall and 1 short, moved in tandem, each harboring their own secret plans. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived at a quaint 2-story villa. Here we are, this is my home, and it will be yours as well, Muska remarked, retrieving his keys to unlock the door, while dutifully explaining to Imogen beside him. Oh, very well, Imogen replied promptly. Pushing open the grand entrance, they stepped into a spacious living room. To the south, a fireplace exuded warmth, while a large, tidy kitchen occupied the west side. Adjacent to the kitchen, on the north, lay the dining area. To the east, a wooden spiral staircase led to the second floor, which housed numerous rooms including guest rooms, a study, a storage room, and bedrooms. Sir, do you usually reside in such a large house all by yourself? Imogen inquired curiously, having followed Muska on a brief tour of the villa. Indeed. Is there a problem with that? Muska countered, a hint of surprise in his voice. No, I merely thought, with such a vast space, maintaining it alone must be quite a chore, Imogen candidly remarked. Ahem, it can be a bit of a hassle, Muska admitted, momentarily taken aback by Imogen's straightforwardness, his face flushing as if recalling an awkward memory. Rest assured, Mr. Muska, let me take care of the cleaning from now on. I will ensure it is kept immaculate. Imogen suddenly looked up at Muska, his tone earnest and serious. Very well, I entrust this task to you, Muska responded, slightly stunned by Imogen's unexpected declaration. Yet, upon witnessing the determination in the young beggar's eyes, he could not help but smile gently. As seasons changed, Imogen had unknowingly spent 10 years serving as a housekeeper for Muska. Throughout this decade, through unwavering effort and exemplary performance, he had earned Muska's complete trust. Simultaneously, he witnessed Muska's transformation from a relatively kind-hearted individual into a cunning and ruthless figure. This shift in character paralleled Muska's ascension within the intelligence department, rising from a fledgling operative to the rank of colonel. Such a significant elevation in status over a decade is difficult for outsiders to fathom. Few could comprehend the trials Muska endured to achieve such advancement. However, as Muska's sole confidant, Imogen was privy to some insights. Over these 10 years, Muska had commenced his journey from the lowest echelons of the intelligence department, enduring the scorn and humiliation from superiors in pursuit of his aspiration to return to the Sky City. Through cunning and skill, he navigated the treacherous waters of intrigue and rivalry, ultimately securing his current position. This journey began with his initial experience of nausea and vomiting after his first kill. which lingered for nearly a week. Eventually, in pursuit of his objectives, Muska occasionally harmed the innocent, yet he still retained a flicker of compassion. However, as he ascended the ranks and his power grew, Muska gradually became utterly lost in the abyss of desire and ambition, unable to find a path back to his former self. Now, as a colonel in the intelligence department, Muska had become so ruthless that, during a recent mission, fearing that the local villagers might leak information and jeopardize this crucial task, which could, in turn, affect his career, he issued the brutal command to annihilate the entire village. Even more appalling, after slaughtering hundreds of defenseless young men, women, and children, Muska ordered his subordinates to reduce the village to ashes. Ultimately, he commanded his men to unleash the military dogs fed by the intelligence department to devour the remaining bones or to gather them for burial. Faced with such madness, Mo Chun had long since lost any semblance of goodwill towards Muska. Mo Jean, join me for a couple of drinks tonight. Tomorrow, I shall take you to capture someone. Muska called out to Mo Chun, his face betraying an unmistakable joy as he entered his home. Mo Jean was the name Muska had given to Mo Chin's current body, a designation that Mo Chin barely regarded. What is the matter? What has you so elated, Colonel? Mo Chin inquired. His heart stirred, yet maintaining an impassive facade as he descended the stairs. Ha ha ha, that is a secret. You shall know when the matter is successfully accomplished. Muska, having become increasingly cautious and meticulous over the years, did not provide a direct answer but instead left an air of mystery. Recognizing that he could not extract further information at this moment, Mo Chun resolved to prepare a splendid meal that evening as instructed by Muska, accompanying him in a toast. The following morning, Mo Chun arrived at Victoria City's airport in Muska's military vehicle. There, a dozen agents clad in black suits awaited Muska's arrival. Upon reaching the airport, Muska scanned the crowd, turned, and simply stated, "Let us depart," as he boarded the military steam passenger aircraft ahead of the others. For Mo Chun, this was the first time he had such close contact with a steam passenger airplane. He was awestruck by the sight of the two large propellers at both the front and rear of the aircraft slowly rotating, producing a thunderous sound. In Mo Chun's eyes, this steam aircraft surpassed the jetliners of Earth in grandeur. After all, the steam engine, composed of robust mechanical components, was widely regarded as the epitome of rugged machinery in the metallic world. However, in terms of functionality, it paled in comparison to other power sources such as electricity or nuclear energy. Boarding the steam passenger aircraft, the group embarked on a journey lasting over 4 hours through the skies. Why does the steam passenger aircraft evoke such a sense of familiarity? As I followed the procession into the opulent interior of the steam passenger plane, my brow furrowed in concern. Could it be? Is this the very aircraft? After sifting through my memories of Earth, I finally recalled something. At the beginning of the film Castle in the Sky, Shida and Muska traveled on a luxurious steam passenger aircraft as well. Upon this realization, and after comparing the exterior of the aircraft I had just seen with the one in the film, I quickly concluded that the steam passenger plane I was currently aboard was indeed the same one depicted in the movie. If this were true, then it was highly probable that the person Muska intended to capture was none other than Shida. Should that be the case, things were about to become quite interesting. No, I must take action. Otherwise, if events unfold as they typically do, Shida would go missing along the way, and Laputa would ultimately face destruction. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, I promptly turned towards Muska. Muska, is this true? I inquired, regarding the man who had once been my confidant for a decade. Muska narrowed his eyes. After enduring countless hardships to ascend from the bottom ranks of the Empire's intelligence bureau to his current position, Muska aimed to leverage the bureau's formidable intelligence-gathering capabilities, combined with his own knowledge, to capture a legitimate member of the Laputian royal family who had fallen to the surface. Only by locating this royal heir and obtaining the flying stone and corresponding incantations that could unlock the Sky City of Laputa could he finally realize his grand ambition of returning to the Sky City and wielding boundless power. At this crucial juncture in his plan, he was taken aback when his confidant suddenly informed him that their operation had drawn the attention of the notorious Dora pirate clan. They were merely waiting for Muska to capture their target before launching an assault on this steam passenger aircraft, which lacked adequate defenses, thus reaping the benefits effortlessly. Though unsure of the veracity of his confidant's claims, the scenario he described indeed posed a credible threat. After preparing for this plan for so long, Muska was unwilling to allow any mistakes on this pivotal day. Thus, he turned to request support from the military via the radio. "Colonel, are you intending to send a telegram?" At that moment, I called out to Muska, who had already turned away. "Yes," he replied, somewhat surprised by my intervention. "I have heard that the leader of the Dora clan is adept at deciphering codes. Perhaps the military's radio communication has already been compromised and is under surveillance. Otherwise, they could not possibly know our whereabouts, I speculated, noticing Muska glance back at me. You present a valid point. What do you suggest we do now? After listening to Mo Qin's analytical suggestions, Muska felt a sudden jolt in his heart. This vulnerability had indeed eluded his notice previously. I proposed that the colonel utilize radio encryption for communication with the military headquarters. Without further ado, Mo Qin promptly offered his counsel. Indeed, how had I not considered this? Ha ha ha, mused Zhong. Upon my return, I shall treat you to a drink. After hearing Mo Qin's words, Muska chuckled heartily, uttering a couple of remarks before swiftly making his way to the communication room. Chapter 5 The First Encounter with Hitta. Soon, Muska, with a beaming smile, sat beside Mo Qin. I have applied to the military for the latest imperial warship, the Goliath. Additionally, I have summoned dozens of small airships. Should the pirates of the Dora clan dare to come, we shall ensure they do not return. Pouring himself a glass of red wine, Muska spoke with an air of confidence as if victory were assured. Upon hearing that Muska had indeed secured the Goliath, Mo Qin was momentarily taken aback. But a smile soon graced his lips. He understood that as long as the Goliath was present, the Dora clan would be unable to conjure any tricks. Hours swiftly passed, and Mo Qin followed Muska to their destination, where they encountered Hitta, a young girl washing dishes in a rather humble wooden house. At last, I have found you. Seeing Hitta's face and the chain-like object faintly hanging from her neck, Mo Qin felt a weight lifted from his heart after 10 years of searching. After Hitta was subdued by Muska's men, she displayed a demeanor of coldness and disdain towards everyone. Rather than departing immediately, Muska commanded some agents to return via the steam passenger plane they had arrived in. Naturally, the agents did not dare to defy their superiors' orders, and the civilian aircraft soon ascended once more, heading towards Victoria City. Not long after the civilian aircraft departed, a larger warship appeared overhead. Hearing the sounds above, Mo Qin looked up to behold a colossal vessel, over 300 meters long, 80 meters high and wide, adorned with 24 massive propellers, and equipped with an arsenal of artillery and machine guns. Before he could even marvel at the imposing sight above, Mo Qin, at Muska's signal, boarded the deck of the steam warship known as the Goliath, alongside the others. Muska, is this the important lead you have found? Upon entering the Goliath's cabin, they were met by a squad of armed soldiers, who stood in formation before a short, rotund middle-aged man clad in a general's uniform, sporting a prominent belly. Indeed, General Moro. Muska maintained a demeanor of sufficient respect and reverence towards his superior. General Moro? This name and appearance must belong to the commander responsible for the search for the floating city of Laputa. Mo Qin silently pondered, observing everything alongside Muska. Proceed with the interrogation of her immediately. Discover the whereabouts of Laputa as swiftly as possible. Moro scrutinized Hitta from head to toe, then turned to Muska, offering a brief instruction before striding away with a general's gait, hands clasped behind his back. That dim-witted, portly fool. Watching General Moro depart, Muska's eyes, concealed behind dark glasses, glimmered with a hint of coldness as he muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear. Upon boarding the Goliath, approximately 2 hours later, a telegram arrived reporting that the civilian steam passenger vessel had fallen victim to a pirate attack. Upon hearing this news, Muska sought out Mo Qin. Mo Zhong, how did you foresee that the Dora clan would strike us today? And how did you come to learn of the telegram's code? The two inquiries were sufficient to convey Muska's bewilderment regarding Mo Qin's extraordinary performance that day. If I were to claim that I possess the ability to predict the future, would you believe me, Colonel? Mo Qin, naturally prepared for Muska's arrival and his two questions, lowered his head in silence for a moment. Suddenly, with a serious gaze, as if he had resolved to make a significant confession, he looked up at Muska and countered, predict the future? This response took Muska by surprise. Indeed, this ability unexpectedly manifested itself in me 3 years ago. Ever since acquiring it, I have been consumed by trepidation, fearing that others would regard me as an outcast, and worried that you, Colonel, would no longer wish to harbor me. Thus, for the past 3 years, I have carefully concealed this gift, terrified of exposure. However, just this morning, upon seeing that civilian aircraft, I had a fleeting vision of it being attacked by pirates. The image of the young girl falling from the plane haunting me. It was for your safety and the success of our plans that I reluctantly offered those strategies to you. After explaining, Mo Qin lowered his head in guilt, now gambling on whether the rapport he had built with Muska over the past decade would suffice. Prophets and seers, though shrouded in mystery, undeniably exist in this world. Mo Zhong, you should have revealed this ability to me sooner. It could have spared us considerable trouble. Muska evidently believed a significant portion of Mo Qin's words. Realizing Muska's response, Imo-chan understood that he had gambled correctly. His decade-long efforts to earn Muska's trust had not been in vain. My apologies. I was unaware that this ability could alleviate your burdens, Colonel, Imo-chan lamented. It's quite all right. Come, let us meet that young girl together. Observing his most trusted subordinate, who had indeed acted rightly, but now bore guilt for concealing his ability, Muska's expression softened in consolation. With that, he led Imo-chan toward the chamber where Hida was confined. Who are you? Why have you captured me? Upon seeing Muska again, Hida could no longer maintain her initial composure. The sheer enormity of the steam warship had left her unsettled, and the power of the force that possessed such a vessel filled her with apprehension. We are agents of the intelligence department of the Apex Eagle Empire. My name is Muska. As for why we have taken you, you ought to be more aware than we are, Your Highness, the Princess of Laputa. When uttering the final words, Muska deliberately emphasized the syllables. You have captured me for Laputa? What do you intend to do? Upon hearing Muska mention Laputa, Hida's previously furrowed brow suddenly unfurled, revealing a visage of shock. The Emperor, uninterested in any pursuits, was merely intrigued by the tales of the fabled Laputa, rumored to harbor vast treasures. Our sovereign's singular desire was to uncover these riches and bring them back into the world. Observing Hida's reaction, Muska's lips curled into a knowing smile. You dream in vain. I shall divulge nothing. Hida promptly rebuffed the notion of Muska's intent to seize the treasures of Laputa, resolutely closing the matter. I trust you will eventually reveal what you know, Muska remarked, unfazed by Hida's obstinate demeanor. After this cryptic statement, he turned and departed the chamber with Imo-chan. After parting ways with Muska, Imo-chan retreated to his designated temporary quarters aboard the airship. Now that Hida had been located, he appeared to be more manageable and agreeable compared to Muska. For this trial, my only objective is to ensure that the sky city of Laputa remains unscathed. Should I contemplate discarding Muska as a pawn at this juncture? According to the established lore, activating and controlling Laputa requires merely a flying stone and a descendant of the Laputan royal lineage. The only remaining value Muska possesses lies in his possession of a notebook that details various secrets of Laputa, including translations of its language. Therefore, if I can acquire that notebook, I could cast aside Muska and embark on a quest with Hida to locate the Sky City. Once we arrive at Laputa, I can devise further plans based on the circumstances. When I initially decided to approach Muska, I had prepared several contingencies. Should Muska be amenable to change, I would not hesitate to intervene in shaping his destiny, even facilitating his ascension to the throne of Laputa. Alas, the decade of acquaintance has cemented a master-servant dynamic that hindered my ability to influence Muska's personal growth. Throughout these 10 years, my only recourse was to silently observe as Muska descended into an abyss of irredeemable sin. Fortunately, I had also prepared a backup plan. Should Muska prove resistant to change, I could still leverage his influence to find Hida and seek an opportunity to eliminate Muska, thereby gaining access to the Sky City alongside Hida, who possesses the Flying Stone. Muska's notebook is typically kept close at hand, so acquiring it discreetly will require careful strategizing. Lying on my bed, I gazed out the window at the drifting clouds outside the airship and fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 6. The glider hours passed, and the Goliath successfully returned to the military station outside Victoria City. Upon disembarking from the warship, Muska commanded his subordinates to escort Hida into an antique vehicle. Subsequently, several cars lined up, heading towards the urban center of Victoria. Colonel, will you be dining at home, or do you have other arrangements? On board, Imo-chan respectfully inquired of Muska, who sat beside him. Well, let us dine at home. Allow me to accompany you for a few more drinks. As a token of gratitude for your assistance today, Muska pondered briefly before arriving at his decision. Splendid. It is truly an honor for me. Hearing Muska's response, Imo-chan smiled inwardly and spoke with deference. Before long, Muska escorted Hida to the intelligence department for interrogation. After more than half an hour, he returned home. By the time Muska arrived, Imo-chan had prepared an extravagant feast, standing by in anticipation. Muska, why have you prepared such an abundance of dishes? There are only the two of us. How could we possibly finish all this? Muska looked up in surprise at Imo-chan, glancing at the table laden with food. Today, Colonel, you accomplished your mission. I merely wished to celebrate your joy, hence I prepared a bit more so you could indulge. Imo-chan explained with a smile, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Very well, ha ha ha. You are indeed thoughtful. Come, no need to stand, let us eat. After hearing the explanation, Muska could not contain his laughter. After 10 years of enduring humiliation, today he finally reaped the rewards. It would be impossible to say that Muska was not delighted. Minutes later, the two men exchanged toasts at the dining table, each relishing the moment. However, as the evening wore on, Muska suddenly felt a growing heaviness in his head. He shook it, striving to rise from his seat. Strange, could it be that I've drunk too much? With a thud, Muska collapsed from his chair to the floor, swiftly losing consciousness. Observing Muska lying unconscious, Imo-chun raised his wine glass but did not drink. Instead, he poured its contents onto the ground and sighed softly, farewell. This meal was a farewell banquet prepared by Imo-chun for Muska. Within the food and drink, he had discreetly infused a colorless and tasteless slow-acting poison. The more one consumed, the quicker the onset of its effects. Imo-chun had previously ingested an antidote and, during the meal, had carefully limited his own intake, consuming only the wine that had been left untouched by poison. After Muska succumbed to the poison, Imo-chun stood, frowning as he gazed down at Muska, who appeared to be merely asleep. He murmured, "Muska, do not blame me for my heartlessness. I too must fulfill the trial's demands. You are, apart from Hida, the individual who knows the most about the sky city of Laputa. Allowing you to live would only obstruct my quest, so I am truly sorry, but you must die." After murmuring those words, Imo-chun searched through Muska's belongings and successfully uncovered a small notebook that contained the secrets of the symbols within the sky city, as well as a major's insignia representing Muska's identity. He tucked these items into his pocket. Imo-chun then dragged Muska's lifeless body to the basement. Just as he was about to turn and lock the basement door, he caught a glimpse of the revolver attached to Muska's side. Staring at the revolver, encased in rich brown leather, Imo-chun's body froze in place. His expression wavered with inner turmoil for a few seconds before he took a few steps back to Muska's body, trembling hands drawing the revolver from its holster. Afterward, Imo-chun slowly rose, gazing at Muska's corpse, and retreated step by step until he reached the entrance of the basement. He disengaged the safety on the revolver. Holding it firmly with both hands, the trembling barrel aimed at the vital points of Muska's body and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. After firing several shots, Imo-chun cast a brief glance at the gruesome aftermath before his legs weakened, and he turned to brace himself against the wall, violently retching. After a considerable time had passed, he rose, pale-faced, and locked the basement door. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, he took half an hour to regain his composure. After taking a few deep breaths, Imo-chun stood and returned to his room to change into a clean set of clothes, then set out towards the Imperial Intelligence Department. Upon arriving, he navigated with ease to the prison where Hida was held. Along the way, when questioned by soldiers, he presented Muska's major's insignia, claiming it was Muska's directive for a private interrogation of the prisoner. The guards, seeing the insignia in Imo-chun's hand and recognizing him as Muska's most trusted aide, did not hesitate to grant him passage. "Are you in league with that man named Muska?" Hida suddenly asked as they exited the Imperial Intelligence Department, having maintained silence until then. "An hour ago, I killed Muska," was Imo-chun's indifferent reply, without turning back. "You? Why would you do that? Are you saving me?" Hida stammered, taken aback by Imo-chun's statement. "We share common interests and goals. Once we leave the city, I will assist you in finding your homeland, the sky city of Laputa, and help you regain control over it." Again, Imo-chun responded without directly addressing her question, his demeanor remaining aloof. "Who are you really? Why are you helping me?" Hida, slightly irritated by Imo-chun's evasive replies, halted in her tracks. "If you wish to be captured by the Empire, you might as well stand here. Don't say I didn't warn you. By tomorrow at the latest, the military will learn of Muska's death, and we will have to flee in haste. Every second you linger here increases your risk of capture." As Hida stood still, paused and turned to her, calmly stating, "Then let us be on our way." Upon hearing this, Hida's expression shifted, hesitating for a moment before hastily taking a few steps to join, urging him to move swiftly. Observing her demeanor, S lips subtly curved into a smile. Under the cover of night, the two departed Victoria City. "Where are we heading now?" As dawn broke, Hida turned to glance back at the direction of Victoria City, relieved to see that the massive city was no longer in sight. She looked to retrieve our equipment. Noticing the lightening sky, found a slightly elevated knoll, surveyed the terrain, and pointed southwest. "Equipment? What equipment?" Hida inquired, intrigued by his words. "You will understand when we arrive." Without further elaboration, continued forward without looking back. "Humph, not again." Frustrated by his attitude, Hida stamped her foot in annoyance before blushing and hastily following him. Over the past decade, while serving as a servant to Muska, had not been idle. Utilizing the resources provided by Muska, he purchased a modest estate several dozen kilometers away from Victoria City. The funds for this acquisition came from the wages he earned during his years of servitude. After approximately half a day's journey, led Hida to his little estate. "Wow, what is this?" Upon entering the courtyard and seeing open the door, Hida could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This is a foldable, two-winged amphibious glider, equipped with anti-aircraft machine guns and an ammunition supply compartment, capable of carrying 2 individuals at most. Hearing Hida's gasp behind him, felt a sense of pride. This flying machine, which he had secretly crafted over 7 or 8 years, was the result of countless failures. The glider measures approximately 6 meters in length, 1 meter in width, and stands about 1.8 to 1.9 meters high. The entire structure utilizes a wooden frame covered in metal sheeting, reducing the overall weight while ensuring a degree of sturdiness and fire resistance. The wings are constructed of oil-treated black Oxford cloth, providing commendable waterproof capabilities. The wings can be folded and secured with clasps when not in use. When fully extended, the wings reach a span of 10 meters. In terms of design, added drag brake auxiliary wings and control levers for the directional tail to the cockpit, ensuring that the glider could decelerate and change direction while soaring at high altitudes. On the ground, once the wings are retracted, the pilot can utilize several gear sets, employing the principles of a geared bicycle to provide propulsion by pedaling the glider along the surface. In summary, S invention is a sophisticated amalgamation of a geared bicycle and a glider. Is this the tool you were referring to? Hida asked, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she watched struggle to push the glider out of the house. Well, hurry up and come help me, he called out, wiping the perspiration from his brow. Oh, all right. With that, Hida quickened his pace, moving to assist Imo-chun in maneuvering the glider towards the entrance of the yard. After a flurry of activity from both, the glider was finally pushed into the open space outside the yard. Stay here and keep watch. I'll head inside to gather a few things. We'll set off as soon as I return. After pausing to catch his breath, Imo-chun dashed back into the yard. Moments later, he emerged carrying a bundle on his back and 2 boxes in his hands. What are these? Hida inquired in astonishment at the sight of them. The bundle contains provisions and clothing, while the 2 boxes hold weaponry and ammunition. After explaining, Imo-chun set the boxes down and removed the bundle from his back. He then opened the boxes, retrieving 2 machine guns and securing them into the slots on either side of the glider. Behind these slots were 2 makeshift iron plates. Once the machine guns were affixed, Imo-chun organized the ammunition from the boxes, threading the belt through the designated opening at the top of the box and connecting it to the clips of the machine guns. Subsequently, he placed the 2 boxes atop the iron plates and secured them in place. Thus, the dual anti-aircraft machine guns and ammunition compartments were successfully installed. Chapter 7. Embarking on a journey, do you recall the incantation your grandmother once shared with you? With everything prepared, Imo-chun turned to Shida and asked earnestly, Incantation? My grandmother never taught me any such thing, Shida replied, initially bewildered by Imo-chun's inquiry before shaking her head. I almost forgot. It wasn't referred to as an incantation. It was something about light aiding you, right? The beginning seemed to be Li Di, La Duo Ba Li Lien. Something like that. You should have some recollection. Observing Shida's expression, which appeared genuine, Imo-chun pondered and soon recalled that in the film, Shida's grandmother imparted the incantation without explicitly labeling it as such, conveying a different meaning instead. Are you referring to that phrase uttered in times of peril? I know it. It's Li Di, La Duo Ba Li Lien. Niao Lu Fu. Ali Niic. Ba Lu. Ni Duo Li. As Shida clumsily recited the incantation, the flying stone around her neck suddenly burst forth with a dazzling radiance. However, with a mental preparedness, Imo-chun swiftly retreated to a distance of 3 to 4 meters from Shida, jokingly aware that in the movie, Muska was blinded by the brilliance of the flying stone. After patiently waiting for the light from the flying stone to subside, Imo-chun approached Shida once more. At that moment, the flying stone, akin to its depiction in the film, emitted a concentrated beam of light directed toward the sky. I understand. This beam signifies the aerial location of the Sky City, Laputa. Let us proceed to the Sky City. Imo-chun opened the cockpit door and took his seat. Not fully grasping the situation, Shida hurriedly opened the co-pilot's door and settled in beside him. With a series of mechanical clicks, Imo-chun skillfully maneuvered the glider to a commendable speed, aided by multiple sets of amplifying gears. Once he deemed it sufficient, he released the clasps securing the glider's wings. With a whoosh and a bang, the enormous wings unfurled, and with the boost of acceleration, the glider began to ascend into the air. During the takeoff, Imo-chun remained tense, refusing to relax. He deftly adjusted the angle of the wings using the cockpit's control stick to adapt to the shifting winds, striving to soar higher with the aid of the breeze. Once stabilized in the air, they found themselves several thousand meters above ground. Incredible! Having kept her eyes shut throughout the ascent, Shida finally opened them, feeling the glider's stability. Upon witnessing the minuscule scenery below, she could not help but exclaim in awe, "Take out your flying stone and direct me toward that beam of light. I will follow its path." Without indulging in Shida's admiration, Imogen focused intently on piloting the glider while instructing her. Oh, all right. In response, Shida hurriedly retrieved the flying stone dangling from her neck and began to provide Imo-chun with verbal navigation based on the direction of the light beam projected by the stone. Every few hours of flight, the two would descend to rest, partake in some sustenance, and address their physiological needs. Thus, the duo embarked on their quest for the fabled city in the sky, alternating between soaring and pausing. After several days, a beam emitted by the flight stone unexpectedly directed itself towards the skies above them. Witnessing this, Imo-chun and Shida could not suppress their smiles. They understood that the city in the sky was likely within their reach. After making final preparations on the ground, they set forth on their journey once more. Imo-chan, what should we do? The beam is still above us, and we haven't reached sufficient altitude. Through their days of companionship, they had grown familiar with one another. And Imo-chun had revealed his true name to Shida. Let me try again. Without Shida's prompting, Imo-chun recognized the issue at hand. The current altitude of their glider was still nearly 1,000 meters shy of the city in the sky. This distance was one that he needed to find a way to overcome. As he was deep in thought about how to elevate the glider's altitude, an unforeseen gale erupted in the sky. This sudden tempest sent the glider they piloted into a tumultuous spin, nearly spiraling out of control. Before they could react, a more ferocious storm descended upon them. The wind howled in fury, torrential rain poured down, and lightning crackled across the heavens in an instant. It felt as though the sky was heralding the apocalypse. Oh no, I completely forgot about the terrifying, colossal low-pressure dragon's nest that protects the city in the sky. If this continued, the glider would surely disintegrate. Observing the rapidly changing environment around them, Imo-chan's expression darkened as he muttered to himself. We have to take a risk. Shida, tie us together with the rope. With thoughts racing through his mind, he gazed up at the now increasingly visible, massive tornado, a wild glint in his eyes. Though uncertain of Imo-chan's intentions, Shida, driven by the trust built during their time together, promptly used the rope from their supplies to bind them together. Feeling the pressure of the rope around his waist, Imo-chun felt a sense of reassurance and concentrated fully as he ascended toward the tornado's pull. Throughout this ordeal, he exerted every effort to maintain control of the glider. However, against the might of nature, individual strength often proves insignificant. As the glider neared the tornado, a sudden crack echoed in the air. It lost control and disintegrated in the next moment. Bound by the rope, Imo-chun and Shida were hurled into a chaotic spin around the tornado. Shida, quickly, recite the incantation. In the instant the glider went awry, Imo-chun realized the gravity of their situation. Battling the overwhelming wind pressure, he summoned all his strength to pull Shida into his embrace, merely wrapping his arms around her. Once this was accomplished, he leaned his head close to hers, shouting the aforementioned words. With that, he tightened his hold on her arms. At that moment, Shida was securely held in Imo-chan's embrace. With his body shielding her, the wind pressure momentarily lost its potency against her. Upon hearing Imo-chan's call, the disheveled Hida buried her head in his embrace, instinctively reciting the incantation for the light's assistance. Li Di, La Duo, Ba Li Lien, Niao Lu Fu, Ali A, Neic, Ba Lu, and I, Duo Li. As the final words of the spell left her lips, a radiant blue light erupted from the flying stone, swiftly enveloping Hida entirely. As for Imo-chun, he was immediately repelled by the blue glow. However, the bindings of the rope prevented him from being cast away to another location. Enveloped in the luminous embrace, Hida effortlessly penetrated the eye of the tornado. In that instant, as she entered the heart of the vortex, it was as if the storm had lifted, the tempestuous winds ceased. The torrential rain vanished, and the claps of thunder faded away. Apart from the vast expanse of white clouds, all traces of adverse weather phenomena dissipated. Chapter 8. Mastering Laputa bound by ropes. Hida and Mukin plummeted onto the verdant lawns of the Sky City, Laputa. Perhaps due to the overwhelming force of the tornado, both Mukin and Hida fell unconscious upon impact with the ground. Is this Laputa? Have we succeeded? Mukin was the first to regain consciousness, shaking his head as if it had been struck by a hammer, a lingering ache present. As he lifted his gaze to behold the lush grass nearby, the fragrant blossoms in the distance, and the azure sky above, realization dawned upon him. A smile slowly blossomed on his face. A gentle whimper arose from behind him. Hearing the sound, Mukin withdrew his gaze from the horizon and turned to look at Hida sprawled on the ground. We did it. Upon seeing Hida open her eyes and gaze at him with a hint of confusion, Mukin said with a smile, "We succeeded. You mean, we have arrived at Laputa?" After a brief delay in comprehension, Hida's eyes widened in shock as she surveyed her surroundings. When she beheld the ancient architecture and the breathtaking scenery resembling paradise, an expression of sheer ecstasy gradually emerged on her face. "Let us explore." As he spoke, Mukin took a step forward, only to halt abruptly. It turned out that the ropes binding them had yet to be untied. Observing the predicament, Mukin smiled slightly, producing a dagger from his pant leg and deftly severing the ropes. Witnessing Mukin's swift and clean action, Hida felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. Though this feeling was quickly overshadowed by other emotions, the two wandered through the lawns of Laputa, soon encountering the renowned garden robot of the Sky City. Towering and non-aggressive, the robot bore patches of flowers upon its form, with various small creatures joyfully leaping about its head and shoulders. As Mukin and Hida watched this magnificent being gradually move away, the tranquil surroundings evoked an indescribable beauty within them. They exchanged glances and, in unison, erupted in laughter. According to the records etched in his memory, Mukin knew that the Sky City of Laputa was characterized by its multi-tiered circular architecture. The uppermost layer housed gardens and residential areas. The middle layer comprised the royal palace and city streets, while the lowest layer formed a hemisphere constructed of black cubic stones. Within this hemisphere lay the control center of Laputa and the sacred city. After meandering through the upper gardens and the central palace, Mukin finally led Hida to the entrance of the lower hemisphere structure. "Step inside. There are things that belong to you within." Gazing at the entrance, Mukin turned to the young girl with a smile before slipping into the passageway. Once inside the hemisphere, Mukin retrieved a small notebook that Muska always carried with him. During moments of leisure, Mukin had taken to studying this little book. Now, as we arrive at the control center of Laputa, it is the moment for the contents of this little notebook to come into play. Hida gently touched the flying stone to this pattern. Following the route depicted in the notebook, Machin guided Hida to a smooth wall. Observing the wall's design, identical to that on the flying stone, Hida quickly understood and, following Machin's instructions, tapped the flying stone against the wall. In the next instant, a grand door silently emerged from the smooth surface. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, both Hida and Machin were momentarily taken aback. The visual impact of such a supernatural phenomenon, when it manifests before one's eyes, is nothing short of breathtaking. However, after regaining his composure, Machin continued to lead Hida forward. As they proceeded, thick tree roots intertwined and spread throughout the central corridor. Machin recognized that these were the roots of the colossal tree of life. In due time, to expand the Sky City and restore its function, these roots must be cleared away. While making their way to the control room of the sacred city, Machin busily used his dagger to clear the roots, muttering to himself. After traversing several doors and taking a magical stone elevator, the two finally reached the Laputa control room and encountered the stone tablet analogous to the Pran control console. "Hida, take the flying stone and touch this inscription." Machin leaned over the tablet, diligently comparing and translating the meaning of the characters inscribed upon it. Following Machin's command, Hida placed her hand upon the directive. Soon after, a projection screen appeared in the center of the control room, displaying in real time the emergence of 7 black stone pillars from beneath the black hemispherical structure. Once the pillars rose, they began to gather energy, and in a swift moment, a circle of white lightning formed, detaching from the 7 pillars and striking the ground with increasing velocity. Mere seconds later, a mushroom cloud, reminiscent of a small nuclear explosion on Earth, billowed into view on the projection screen. "This is terrifying." Hida, at this moment, was utterly aghast at the images displayed in the projection. The power is quite formidable." Hida continued to use the flying stone to touch this directive. Although it was also Machin's first encounter with the might of such a thunderstorm weapon, he had been deeply influenced by Earth's culture, having frequently viewed simulations of laser weapons, nuclear arms, and even interstellar weaponry on television and the internet. Thus, the scene he observed through the projection screen did not significantly impact him. On the contrary, he earnestly compared this display and its power with the explosive effects of other weapons on Earth. "Aren't you afraid?" Seeing Machin's unperturbed and relaxed demeanor, Hida inquired with curiosity. "Afraid? Why should I be afraid? This is a weapon designed to protect us and strike our enemies. If fear were to be felt, it should be the enemies who experience it. Enough with the delays. We must swiftly familiarize ourselves with the functionalities of this control panel. The entire Sky City awaits our restoration." When Hida posed this question, Emo-chan cast a surprised glance in her direction. "Indeed, this is our own weapon, designed to safeguard us. Why should I fear something meant to protect us?" Upon hearing this, Hida seemed to have an epiphany, nodding in agreement with Emo-chan's reasoning. Following his guidance, Hida, filled with a mix of excitement and anticipation for the unknown, activated another command. In the next instant, A multitude of combat robots erupted from the dark hemispherical structure onto the projection screen. However, as there were no detected targets to engage, these robots merely hovered silently in the air, awaiting further commands. Touch this command once more, Imo-chun instructed, observing the effects. Hida complied without hesitation. As Imo-chun had surmised, upon activating the command again, the deployed robots returned to the central cockpit. In the ensuing moments, Imo-chun and Hida diligently executed the remaining commands in the same manner. Chapter 9. The Destruction of the Mu-Luo Fleet. We have arrived at Laputa and witnessed its formidable power. What shall we do next? As night fell, the two of them found some food to satiate their hunger and lay on the rooftop of Laputa, gazing at the star-studded Milky Way. Shida, do you wish to become a queen? After a moment of silence in response to Shida's question, suddenly posed a light-hearted counter-question. A queen? I suppose not. I hold no interest in power. If given a choice, I would prefer a life tending to cattle in a secluded mountain. After a brief hesitation, as if lost in thought, Shida replied with a playful tone unique to her youth. You have no choice, Shida. You must be crowned as queen. As he spoke, turned to face her, his eyes shining with earnest intensity. Why don't you become the king yourself? Feeling the weight of his gaze and the sincerity therein, Shida felt her cheeks flush and averted her eyes, unsure of her own thoughts as she countered. I cannot be king, chuckled softly at her response. Why not? His question left Shida puzzled. Because this world does not belong to me. After a few moments of silence, spoke. He had intended to say, I do not belong to this world, but the words felt inappropriate, so he altered his statement. This world does not belong to you, but it does not belong to me either. You cannot be king, nor can I. The girl's eyes twinkled mischievously as she spoke. I believe this world ought to belong to you. You are the heir to the royal lineage of Laputa, possessing the power that drives the floating city. Moreover, you are kind-hearted, with a potential for great compassion. You are mature and rational, well suited to be a queen. Noticing Shida's inclination to steer the conversation away, wiped the smile from his face and spoke earnestly. Yet, I do not wish to be a king. Upon seeing serious demeanor, Shida immediately donned a sorrowful expression. Even if you do not think of yourself, desiring to follow your own will, have you considered your ancestors, your grandmother and mother? Why did they insist on imparting the incantation to activate the flight stone when you were young? Why reveal to you your full royal name? If they had no fondness for the floating city, no pride in the glory of the ancient royal lineage of Laputa, how could such a legacy have been passed down through generations? Now, the guardian dragoness den outside Laputa has been lifted since our entrance. This means that the floating city is now exposed to the eyes of humanity. As for the nature of those human military and political figures, I believe I need not elaborate. You are well aware. Do you wish to witness, shortly, those avaricious humans descending upon the beautiful Laputa in their ships, plundering and wreaking havoc upon the entire city? Do you truly possess the heart to consign the once proud Laputa people and their skyward city to oblivion in your generation? Hida, you must contemplate this. Once the ethereal city of Laputa ceases to exist, it signifies the extinction of your Laputan lineage. Your family will vanish into the annals of human history, becoming mere dust of the past. After much deliberation, Imo-chun solemnly elucidated the gravity of the situation to Hida. Very well, I shall accept the role of queen, she declared. Yet, what purpose does my promise to be queen serve? I am utterly ignorant. In light of Imo-chun's words, the young Hida found it impossible to refuse. It matters not if you feel unprepared. I shall patiently teach you how to reign as a queen, Imo-chun reassured, a gentle smile gracing his face upon Hida's reluctant agreement. With her consent, Imo-chun felt that the subsequent matters would be easily managed, particularly with the control over the Sky City now in his grasp. As Imo-chun and Hida lay upon the rooftop of Laputa, engaged in profound conversation, the intelligence department of the human empire below received reports of a possible sighting of the legendary Sky City. This information swiftly reached the emperor, and, shortly thereafter, an edict was dispatched to the military headquarters. Before long, an Air Force vanguard, led by a Goliath-class ship and accompanied by numerous smaller military aircraft, set forth towards the location of the Sky City. Ha ha ha, the legendary Sky City is said to harbor countless treasures and advanced technologies. This time, having been entrusted by the Emperor, I, General Moro, shall not disappoint and will seize the Sky City swiftly. In the control room of the Goliath, General Moro, his belly protruding, laughed heartily as he gazed at the immense floating city ahead. They arrived rather swiftly. Now, let them meet their demise. Meanwhile, the central control room of the Sky City was spotless, having been tidied by cleaning robots. Imo-chun and Hida stood beside the stone tablet in the control room. observing the Imperial fleet on the projection screen. Imo-chan, is it wise to attack them so recklessly? Should we not first communicate? Perhaps they harbor no ill intentions. Hida suggested, frowning at the thought of an immediate assault. Very well, let us heed your counsel and attempt to communicate first, Imo-chan replied, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he acquiesced to Hida's proposal. Greetings, we are the royal family of the Sky City. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit today? Imo-chan's figure was soon projected into the air, scaled appropriately to appear before the Goliath. Ha. Is this fool really asking why we are here? Of course, we have come to take you down. Artillery units, heed my command. Obliterate this imbecile before us. Do not allow him to obstruct our path. General Muro bellowed with arrogance upon witnessing Imo-chan's presence and hearing his words, issuing the command to attack. Boom. The sound of cannon fire echoed, yet Imo-chan remained composed, suspended in midair. It appears that you all did not come with benevolent intentions. If that were the case, it would indeed be regrettable. With the projection deactivated, Imo-chan turned to his companion, Hida. As you wish, let us eliminate them. Hida had naturally witnessed the preceding dialogue. Observing the brutal demeanor of the Imperial fleet, she too had relinquished any feelings of compassion, her finger gently tapping the flight stone to activate the thunderstorm command. 7 black stone pillars emerged beneath the hemisphere, energy coalescing as a white electric ring swiftly took form. In the next moment, the electric ring surged towards the nearby Imperial fleet. A blinding light flashed, and when tranquility was restored, the area once teeming with ships had transformed into a pristine void, as if nothing had ever existed there. See? Clean and efficient. It's beneficial for everyone, saving us all the trouble, Imo-chan remarked with a resigned shrug. Observing the immaculate projection, Imo-chan, I feel a bit cold. Hida, gazing at the now vanished Imperial fleet, appeared drained of strength, collapsing onto the ground with a pallid complexion. It's all right. You simply frightened yourself by doing this for the first time. With more practice, you will grow accustomed to it. Seeing Hida in such a vulnerable state, Imo-chan crouched down, gently enveloping her in his embrace to provide warmth and softly reassure her. Is that truly the case? Hida murmured, feeling the comforting warmth of Imo-chan's broad chest. Yes, I assure you, Imo-chan responded with certainty. Chapter 10. The Dora clan. A few hours later. The news of the mysterious disappearance of the fleet led by the Goliath ship reached the Emperor of the Empire amidst a blinding flash of light. Damn it, a sudden flash of light, and the fleet vanishes? Immediately dispatched 10 more capital ships and 1,000 smaller warships to ascertain the situation. I refuse to believe this. Under the Emperor's furious command, 10 more Goliath-class battleships and 1,000 smaller warships swiftly took to the skies once again. Wow, quite a number this time. Having just rested for a few hours, Imo-chan and Shida were roused by the alarm in the Laputa control room. Upon witnessing the multitude of warships filling the sky, Imo-chan was taken aback. Imo-chan, are we to eliminate them this time? Shida asked, her voice trembling as she gazed at the alarming sight of warships displayed on the projection screen. Let us observe their behavior first. Imo-chan replied nonchalantly after a brief glance at the screen. General, should we initiate an attack on the target now? An officer on a Goliath-class battleship respectfully inquired of the tall, stern-faced middle-aged man before him. First, let us attempt to communicate with them, the general ordered. Displaying no hint of emotional fluctuation. Well, isn't that interesting? This group seems to understand the importance of communication, far more intelligent than the previous lot, Imo-chan mused, raising an eyebrow as he listened to the high-decibel announcements echoing from the projection screen. Greetings, I am a member of the royal family of Laputa. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit today? As the other party showed a willingness to communicate, Imo-chan was more than willing to engage in conversation. Esteemed member of the Laputa royal family, I am General Qin of the Pinnacle Eagle Empire. May I ask if you have encountered a small squadron of Imperial ships that recently passed through this area? Our intelligence department informed me that a blinding flash occurred here shortly before the Imperial fleet disappeared. If the Imperial fleet has offended you, I kindly request that you release them for the sake of the Pinnacle Eagle Empire, which will undoubtedly repay your kindness in the future. Upon witnessing Imo-chan's sudden and stealthy appearance in front of the Imperial fleet, General Kane's expression grew serious. He quickly took the communication device to converse personally. Hearing Kane's words, Imo-chan couldn't help but smirk internally. I wouldn't trust you for a moment, you cunning old man. Oh, you must be referring to that fleet that not long ago threatened to reduce me to ashes, correct? If that is the case, I must apologize. For that fleet is no longer in our Laputa. They have been utterly annihilated by my thunderstorm weapon. Despite the internal mockery of Kane's words, Imo-chan maintained a facade of courtesy. Did you not consider the consequences of your actions? You are declaring war against the pinnacle Eagle Empire. Upon hearing Mo Chen's response, Kane's expression instantly turned frigid. Oh, and then what? Ignoring Kane's threat, Mo Chen remained unfazed. You all, open fire. The entire fleet, fire. Reduce to rubble those who dare challenge the dignity of the Empire. Without warning, Kane issued a command for a full-scale assault. Deceit is a soldier's art, striking when least expected. How unfortunate. I had anticipated this move. Observing the barrage of artillery raining down on the projection screen, Mo Chen calmly glanced at Saida. Fortunately, thanks to your earlier suggestion to activate the Laputa's sealed shield, had those shells struck the upper structures of Laputa, it would have been catastrophic. Feeling Mo Chen's gaze upon her, Saida lowered her head, slightly embarrassed. After 2 battles, she had come to understand that exercising her kindness without boundaries in warfare could potentially lead to her own demise. We must retreat, quickly. Upon witnessing the Imperial fleet's artillery being thwarted by an invisible barrier, Kane promptly commanded a withdrawal. His earlier order to fire indiscriminately was a gamble, banking on the assumption that the opposition, emboldened by their advanced technology and overwhelming power, would become arrogant and unguarded. Under such conditions, perhaps his full-scale assault could catch them off guard. However, it became evident that he had gravely underestimated their level of caution. Not only did the enemy possess the technological prowess to crush the Imperial fleet, but they also exhibited strategic acumen, avoiding any egregious errors born of arrogance. Thus, it was only prudent for Kane to retreat after failing to land a decisive blow. Firing a shot and then attempting to flee irresponsibly? Such fortune does not exist in this world. Since you have come, you shall remain. With that, Mo Chen tapped a command on the control console of the stone tablet. Observing this, Saida hesitated for a moment before using the flight stone to activate the command. Attack drones surged forth from the hemispherical structure, executing combat with unparalleled efficiency. In under a minute, the Imperial fleet was utterly annihilated once more. Unlike General Moro's squadron, however, this fleet left behind a considerable amount of debris, and some soldiers and officers even managed to survive, drifting in the sea. This outcome was a result of Mo Chen's careful deliberation. With the almost mythical display of effects from the first battle, the second conflict, embellished by the tales of these survivors, would soon elevate the reputation of the Sky City, Laputa, to global acclaim. As his gaze shifted from the projection screen, where survivors were being rescued by the ships of the Apex Eagle Empire, Mo Chen murmured to himself. Mo Chen. At that moment, Saida suddenly called out his name. In response, Mo Chen turned, puzzled. You are truly remarkable. Saida gazed at Mo Chen with wide, starry eyes, speaking with admiration. After 2 probing assaults by the fleet, the Emperor of the Pinnacle Eagle Empire finally regained his composure. As the leader of the most formidable empire in this world, His Majesty possesses considerable cunning and strategy. Everything unfolded precisely as had anticipated. Merely a month had elapsed since the 2 catastrophic naval battles. The legendary Sky City of Laputa re-emerged, its arrival resonating across every nation in the world. Consequently, a wave of fervor swept through the globe. For some, there was a palpable sense of threat and pressure regarding the technological supremacy of Laputa over other contemporary nations. For others, there existed a pure yearning to behold the fabled Sky City. And still, there were those who coveted the astonishing treasures and vast knowledge purportedly housed within its walls. However, regardless of their motivations, upon hearing the accounts of the 2 conflicts between the Pinnacle Eagle Empire and Laputa, each individual chose to suppress their desires. After all, when weighed against such ambitions, the preservation of one's own life remained paramount. Under the influence of this mindset, a peculiar tranquility enveloped the vicinity of the Sky City as the 2nd month commenced. This serene state persisted until, 6 months later, a renowned pirate crew successfully approached the Sky City, bringing with them news that would astonish the world. This crew was known as the Dora clan. Chapter 11. The selection match. It is rather intriguing that the pirate crew belongs to the Dora clan. Perhaps they could be of some use. On that day, when Mo Chen beheld the uniquely designed ship, the Tiger Moth, on the projection screen, he was quite astonished. Those who have watched the film Castle in the Sky understand that the pirates aboard the Tiger Moth are fundamentally not malicious. And they are indeed the pirate crew of Dora's family. In Mo Chen's eyes, such a pirate crew could easily be swayed to change their ways. Moreover, since the emergence of Castle in the Sky over 6 months ago, apart from Mo Chen and Shida, no other humans have resided in the entire floating city. Thus, Mo Chen entertained the notion of recruiting them. In the face of overwhelming strength, the Dora clan's pirate crew unsurprisingly chose to submit. In fact, when a few members of the Dora clan's pirate crew learned that they had received the endorsement of the guardian spirit of Laputa, allowing them to become residents of Castle in the Sky. Their initial reaction was disbelief, followed by the notion that they were merely dreaming, and finally, they were overwhelmed with joy. This pirate crew, consisting of 10 members, soon revealed its subtleties to Mo Chun after his initial intrigue. The entire Dora clan's pirate crew is composed of 10 individuals. At the core are the pirate leader Dora, along with her 3 sons, Charles, Louis, and Henry, and the ship's engineer, Halamadoro. Their relationships are either familial or rooted in deep personal friendships. The remaining 5 members of the Tiger Moth are lower-tier members, primarily responsible for piloting the ship, maintaining cleanliness, and performing physical tasks that do not involve combat. In contrast, the core members of the Dora clan actively engage in battles and possess mastery over the ship's core technologies. In terms of combat prowess, the 5 lower-tier members are significantly inferior to their core counterparts and are relatively easy to control. However, the core members of the Dora clan require more thoughtful handling. After gaining some understanding of the Dora clan's pirate crew, Mo Chun devised a plan. According to his strategy, the 5 former lower-tier members would remain in the upper garden district of the castle, responsible for pruning flowers and planting crops alongside robots. The 5 core members, particularly the engineer Halamadoro, would stay in the lowest central area to study mechanical knowledge, tasked with repairing the robots within the floating city and inventing new mechanical products. Meanwhile, the brothers Charles and Louis, accompanied by a combat robot, would be dispatched to the northern hemisphere of the surface world to promote the upcoming competitions in various fields to select outstanding candidates as permanent residents of Castle in the Sky. Under the guise of emissaries from Laputa, Dora and Henry, accompanied by another combat robot, were dispatched to the southern hemisphere of the surface world. Assuming the role of emissaries from the Sky City of Laputa, their mission was to announce the forthcoming competitions, set to take place in a year, aimed at selecting exceptional candidates to become permanent residents of the Sky City. Through relentless efforts and promotion by Dora and her 3 sons, news of the impending resident selection soon spread across all human nations. The criteria for permanent residency in the Sky City proved to be immensely appealing to the vast majority of individuals in this world. The prospect of residing in the lofty clouds, under the absolute military protection that surpasses all other nations, amidst an elegant and mysterious environment replete with astonishing treasures and knowledge. With such an abundance of enticing conditions, a fervent preparation for a global skills competition commenced. Uninterested in the commotion triggered by the Sky City's forthcoming selection of permanent residents, Mo Chun arrived at a mining town, accompanied by 2 combat robots. "Are you Baru?" Shortly thereafter, a youth named Baru was brought before Mo Chun. "Yes, I am Baru. If you have something to say, it is to me and has nothing to do with the townsfolk." The boy glanced back at the residents gathered at the foot of the mountain, intimidated by a combat robot. "You are quite impressive. From this day forth, you shall be my apprentice." Mo Chun discerned the boy's thoughts with ease. "You wish to take me as your apprentice? What can you teach me?" Baru inquired, initially taken aback and then filled with curiosity. "I will teach you how to become a man who stands above all others." Observing the confusion in Baru's eyes, Mo Chun replied with a smile. "Oh, by the way, is there an old miner named Palm in your vicinity? If I am not mistaken, you should be well acquainted with him. Please take me to him." Without waiting for Baru to respond, Mo Chun shifted the conversation. "Grandpa Palm, why do you want to see him? He is quite elderly now." Upon hearing that the young man intended to visit Grandpa Palm, Baru feared that something unfortunate might transpire and attempted to dissuade him. "I do not like to repeat myself." Noticing Baru's response, Mo Chun's gaze hardened as he delivered a cold warning. "Very well, I shall take you there." Stung by Mo Chun's tone, Baru quickly composed himself and led the way deeper into the mine. After an hour or so, Mo Chun encountered the elderly man named Palm. "You have half an hour to return home and say your goodbyes. Do not even think of fleeing or entertaining any dangerous thoughts, for I cannot guarantee that the townsfolk will see the sun rise tomorrow. Do you understand my meaning?" Mo Chun spoke in a calm yet firm tone, addressing Baru and Palm. "Understood. Understood." Upon hearing Mo Chun's words, the 2 individuals who had been harboring their own thoughts turned pale and fell silent. Half an hour later, Mo Chun sat atop a robotic contraption, while Baru and Palm occupied another, as the 2 machines swiftly soared towards the Sky City. Upon their return to the Sky City, Mo Chun assigned the 2 to reside in the middle tier of the living quarters. Over the course of the following year, under Mo Chun's careful orchestration, Baru met with Hida daily. The 2 youths, comparable in age, soon became close friends. A year later, the Sky City officially held a selection competition in a flatland area, encompassing various fields. To demonstrate strength and safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, Qin deliberately brought 100 battle robots to oversee the event. As this was the inaugural competition of its kind, and given the limited manpower in the Sky City, Qin chose to personally oversee the proceedings, stipulating that only one field of competition would take place each day. As for the rules of the contests, he entrusted the participants from each field to establish their own guidelines. The first day's competition featured marksmanship, commonly referred to as the sharpshooter contest. The process was straightforward. The competitors faced off in open terrain, and the first to down their opponent was declared the victor. This efficient format allowed the selection of the finest sharpshooters within mere hours. Observing that there was still ample daylight, Qin announced a subsequent contest for melee weapon skills. The rules dictated that the first to fall would lose. The melee contest unfolded at a slower pace, and by the time the final champion was determined, night had fallen. The following day was dedicated to mechanical engineering. The rules were established with input from numerous engineers present, with the Sky City providing standardized mechanical components. Competitors were tasked with assembling the most intricate mechanical devices within a specified time frame, with the most skillful assembly winning. This contest consumed a significant portion of the day. And once the results were revealed, Qin, relying on his keen eye and intuition, selected several engineers with commendable designs for permanent residency in the Sky City. The rationale for choosing multiple candidates stemmed from the current scarcity of exceptional engineers in the city. Since Qin personally supervised and adjudicated the event, the inaugural selection for long-term residents of the Sky City concluded nearly 2 months later. Although he felt profoundly fatigued by the end of the selection process, a satisfied smile graced his face as he beheld the fruits of his labor over the past 2 months. Chapter 12. Farewell. In the past 2 months, a total of 147 elites from various fields have been selected, according to the regulations set forth by the Sky City, presided over by Qin. These individuals are permitted to bring their families to reside within the celestial abode. This implies that the Sky City is soon to welcome over 100 families, although the total number of occupants remains under 1,000, which seems scant in comparison to the vast expanse of the Sky City, barely filling 1/10 of the uppermost tier. It nonetheless marks the inception of a prosperous era for the Sky City. Among these individuals, could there be undercover agents from certain nations? Seated in the newly renovated hemispherical control room, Qin gazed at the surveillance images displayed on the projection screen, pondering aloud. The presence of spies matters little. For as long as they do not gain access to this sacred city, everything else is inconsequential. My sole concern lies in ensuring the safety of Hida and the flight stones, he concluded after a moment of contemplation. A year had elapsed since the conclusion of the inaugural selection for permanent residents of the Sky City. According to Qin's guidelines, the time for this year's selection was quickly approaching, with the successful procedures and favorable feedback from last year's chosen residents serving as a foundation. This year's selection was poised to be even grander and more fervent. However, Qin would not serve as a judge for this year's event. Instead, the roles of judges would be filled by the champions from the previous selection. Even the rules of the competition would be established by these newly appointed judges. Borrowing Qin's words, "I am indifferent to whom you select for the Sky City. I only require that these individuals maintain absolute loyalty to the Sky City. Should I discover any instances of favoritism, corruption, or other unethical conduct during the selection process, I shall execute the offending individual and their family in accordance with the laws of the Sky City." These two straightforward demands instilled a profound sense of trepidation in the judges of the selection. Qin, there is one thing I have never quite understood. Can you enlighten me? As many busied themselves with the selection for permanent residents of the Sky City, Qin stood alongside Hida on the highest terrace. What is it that you do not comprehend? Qin inquired, gazing into the distance. Why do you recruit so many elites from various fields each year? Our Laputa possesses formidable thunderstorm weaponry and an army of robotic legions capable of overpowering surface nations. In terms of defense, we have sealed shields and stealth coatings. Laputa is already sufficiently powerful. We have no need to expand our talent pool in this manner. Hida expressed her long-standing confusion. Your perspective remains rather superficial. The Sky City is currently immensely powerful, to the extent that for at least several centuries, the technological advancements of surface-dwelling humanity will be unable to compete with it. However, what of the centuries to come? It is crucial to acknowledge that the technology of surface nations continues to evolve, while the Sky City remains stagnant. As others strive to catch up, your inertia becomes a relative regression. Thus, it is only a matter of time before they surpass you. The recruitment of these elite humans may not yield immediate results, yet, in 3 to 5 years, they will gradually develop a sense of belonging to the Sky City. At that juncture, we can leverage the weaponry within the Sky City to assertively claim vital mineral resources from surface nations. Utilizing these resources, along with the expertise of various elites residing in the Sky City, we can swiftly establish our own industrial resource chain. With these industries and resources, we will manufacture a variety of goods for global trade, integrating the development of the Sky City into the broader world. Ideally, we could issue a currency exclusive to the Sky City, aiming for it to evolve into a universally recognized global currency. At that point, we will be able to engage in trade wars, exerting economic pressures on various nations. Once we can dominate economically, militarily overpower nations, and attract talent with substantial welfare incentives, the entire trajectory of global development will, unwittingly, fall under our influence. Of course, our intentions are not to pursue hegemony or dictatorship. On the contrary, the paramount objective of the Sky City should be to navigate the development of all humanity, paving the way for a brighter future for everyone. We aspire to transform Laputa into a beacon of progress across all fields in this world. Retracting his gaze from the distance, Imo-chun observed the spark of understanding in Hida's eyes, and he inquired, "Do you mean to let the Sky City flourish?" After spending considerable time learning alongside Imo-chun, Hida had begun to grasp concepts that were relatively advanced for this world. Yes, we must enable the Sky City to thrive. We cannot cling to outdated technologies. To ensure the eternal existence of the Sky City, we must infuse it with fresh vitality, allowing it to remain perpetually dynamic. Only by rooting the Sky City within the soil of the entire world can it truly achieve everlasting resilience and longevity. Hearing Hida articulate such thoughts stirred something within Imo-chun, prompting a smile to grace his face. In his view, Hida's current level of understanding was already commendable. If this plan were to come to fruition, it would indeed be formidable. Following Imo-chun's explanation, Hida gazed into the distance, lost in a reverie of hopeful aspirations. 6 years later, Imo-chun fabricated a spurious rationale to relocate the floating city of Laputa to a resource-rich mountain range. Subsequently, after enduring repeated provocations and protests from the original nation's fleet, Imo-chun could no longer restrain himself and ordered a robotic assault squad to annihilate all intruders. Not content with merely vanquishing his foes, he commanded the robotic fleet to advance relentlessly into the territory of the original nation. Following a swift and decisive campaign of destruction and aggression, the populace of nations across the globe once again succumbed to fear of the Sky City, Laputa. However, such concerns were far from Imo-chun's mind. In the wake of this show of military might, he secured ownership of the mountain range and, for the time being, refrained from deploying the city's weaponry. Instead, he summoned the elite residents of Laputa to explore methods for extracting and processing the resources of this mountain, ultimately transforming them into viable products. 2 years later, diligent efforts bore fruit as products manufactured in Laputa began to enter the markets of numerous nations on the surface. With the participation of various elite experts, the standards of quality were rigorously upheld, resulting in products of exceptional reliability and safety. 3 years hence, the diverse offerings of the Laputa brand had established themselves as symbols of high quality and trustworthiness in the global marketplace. By the end of that year, seeing the brand's effect reaching its zenith, Imo-chun initiated a limited release of Laputa currency. The advantageous brand perception, coupled with the convenience of using this currency to purchase Laputa products, led to an unprecedented circulation speed of Laputa currency, surpassing Imo-chun's expectations. In less than 4 years, the currency of Laputa had become one of the most widely circulated forms of money worldwide, influenced by brand recognition, political dynamics, and Imo-chun's strategic use of the city's military capabilities to deter rival nations. On the 28th anniversary of Imo-chun's arrival in this world, a voice both unfamiliar and familiar resonated in his mind. Trial task objective completed. The trial will conclude in 1 day, followed by final evaluation and reward settlement. Please prepare accordingly. Would you like to end the trial immediately? Time remaining until forced settlement, 23:59:37. Imo-chun, covertly surveying a prominent armament store of the Laputa brand on the surface, found himself momentarily stunned by this announcement. Is this truly the conclusion? Gazing at the prompt in his mind and the countdown timer pulsating at the text's end, Imo-chun understood that his inaugural trial was drawing to a close. Standing amidst the bustling patrons of the largest armament store on the surface, an inexplicable sense of melancholy washed over him. Having traversed this world for 28 years, from a nameless, faceless orphan beggar at the tender age of 7 or 8 to the influential decision-maker behind the illustrious Laputa Empire, my journey has been shaped by both relentless effort and fortuitous serendipity. As I prepare to depart from this realm, it is only natural for me to bid farewell. I ascend aboard the latest jet aircraft, reverse-engineered by the elite engineers of Laputa, a marvel of their advanced technology, back to the Sky City. It appears that there are not many farewells to make. During my journey home, I reflect on my past 2 decades, realizing that my deliberate habit of maintaining distance from the people of this world has left me with no one to say goodbye to, aside from Hida and Baru, with whom I have interacted extensively due to necessity. It is rather serene. This revelation eases the melancholy that had begun to weigh on my heart. I am not of this world. Thus, the fewer attachments I have, the better it is as I depart. What? You're leaving Mukin? Hida's eyes instantly brimmed with tears upon hearing the news. Over the past 18 years, under my guidance, Hida has grown into a competent queen. Influenced by my advanced theories from the 21st century, she now thinks quite differently from the majority of this world. You possess the capability to govern the Sky City. With you at the helm, I have great faith in Laputa's future. I recall when we first arrived in the Sky City, facing an onslaught from the Eagle Empire's fleet. She had merely unleashed a thunderstorm attack and was left utterly exhausted on the ground. The transformation from that vulnerable girl to the formidable woman before me today, adept in political maneuvering, military instinct, and economic strategy, is nothing short of remarkable. A smile of satisfaction graces my face at this thought. What meaning does this Sky City hold without you? Hida suddenly embraced me, her voice trembling with emotion. If an outsider were to witness her small frame in such a moment, they would surely be taken aback. After you leave, Baru will look after you. I gently caress her dark tresses, inhaling her unique fragrance. You know that I have always regarded Baru as my closest friend. At my words, Hida's weeping intensified. Baru is a man worth relying on. You are no longer a child. After I depart, you should find a suitable day to marry. Hearing this, a bittersweet comfort flickers at the corners of my mouth. I won't. Mukin, please don't leave. How about this? I will renounce my title as queen and forsake the glory of Laputa. Will you take me with you? As if seizing a lifeline. Hida raised her tear-streaked face, laughing through her sobs, hope shimmering in her red-rimmed eyes as she gazed at me. Do not utter foolishness. Live well. If you truly care for me, promise me that the floating castle of Laputa will be forever preserved, that it shall become an eternal city in this world, never to sink. Upon hearing Shida utter such words, and witnessing the sorrowful smile upon her tear-streaked face, a pang of inexplicable pain shot through Emochen's heart, stirring his emotions. Yet, he understood all too well that, as a trial participant, he could offer her no assurances. Thus, after forcibly maintaining a smile and uttering his final words, Emochen resolutely invoked the option to conclude the trial prematurely within his mind. Chapter 13. Trial rewards. After a bewildering sequence of celestial transformations, the surroundings that once embodied the opulent palace of the Sky City of Laputa faded into an impenetrable void of darkness. Congratulations to the trialist, Emochen, on successfully completing the initial trial. The disconcerting voice of 004 resonated within the shadowy expanse. Trial evaluation level. S grade trial points reward. 8 points quantum technology reward. Comprehensive documentation of steam-powered technology life quality reward. 1 quantum vessel enhancement. Please confirm the acceptance of all rewards. With the trial concluded, Emochen pondered how to extricate himself from this oppressive darkness. The multitude of rewards mentioned by 004 held little significance to him at that moment. He merely yearned to escape this suffocating realm and return to reality. Should the host wish to depart the trial space, a mere thought of leaving within one's consciousness suffices. Upon hearing 004's explanation, Emochen hesitated not, silently urging his mind to depart. In an instant, his consciousness surged back into his corporeal form. As his awareness awakened, his physical senses gradually relayed their signals to his brain. Weakness, pain, dizziness, and parched lips. Where am I? Opening his eyes, he beheld the familiar, disheveled surroundings of a construction site dormitory, the air thick with the pungent odor of sweat and grime. Surprisingly, the weight upon his heart began to lift, offering a sense of relief. It felt as though it were merely a dream. Perhaps all of this was but a figment of his imagination. Reclining on the wooden bed, and with the sweltering heat of midsummer bearing down upon him, Emochen quickly became drenched in perspiration due to heat exhaustion. Had only a minute truly passed? Glancing at the time displayed on his inexpensive electronic watch, he found clarity returning to his dazed mind. Work commenced at the site at 2 p.m. The current time read 2:24. Discounting the time he spent unconscious at the construction site before being carried back to the dormitory, it was conceivable that everything he experienced in the Sky City realm transpired in what was, in reality, just a minute. Does the trial space truly exist? And what of 004? Greetings, host. How may I assist you? Detecting Mo Chen's call, 004's voice erupted unexpectedly in his mind. No. Wait, what about those rewards? Are they still available? Still present. Please confirm the acceptance of the rewards. As soon as the words left 004's voice, a translucent confirmation interface materialized before Mo Chen's eyes. Instinctively, he selected to confirm acceptance within his mind. Points have been credited to the host account. Quantum technology documentation successfully integrated into the host's database. Shall we proceed with the enhancement of the host's vessel? A series of standardized notifications echoed, culminating in a pause as the screen before Mo Chen lingered on the selection interface. Yes. Without further deliberation, he granted his consent. A fleeting sensation of tingling and mild numbness coursed through Mu Chen's entire being. Once this feeling dissipated, Mu Chen was astonished to discover that his previously weakened body, afflicted by heat stroke, had miraculously regained its vitality. Not only that, but he was also overcome by an overwhelming sense of strength, as if he could effortlessly topple a mighty elephant. The surplus energy coursing through him led to an impulsive moment in which he casually bent the iron railing of his bed with ease. Such immense power. Gazing at the half-section of the railing in his hand, Mu Chen was taken aback by his own newfound strength. Chen. At that moment, a middle-aged man's voice echoed from outside the collective dormitory at the construction site. Huh? Dad? Upon hearing that voice, Mu Chen hastily shoved the railing beneath his bed and sat back down, feigning a state of unconsciousness. As the sound of hurried footsteps approached and halted beside his bed, Mu Chen, pretending to awaken, blinked his eyes open in a daze. Father, what brings you here? Turning to see his father's weary, sunken face etched with concern, Mu Chen felt a pang in his heart. The foreman informed me that you fainted from heat stroke. I rushed over, fearing the worst. His father, Mu Tianju, said, visibly relieved to see Mu Chen awake. I'm fine. Please, Dad, return to work. My day has been wasted, but yours must not be delayed, Mu Chen urged. Noting the lines of worry deepening on his father's face, which seemed to age him further, I took half a day off from work. Let us go home. We're not working anymore, Mu Tianju insisted, his emotions conflicted upon seeing his son still concerned about financial matters despite his condition. Home. Dad. I assure you I am well enough to work, Mu Chen exclaimed, nearly forgetting his weakened state in his desire to prove his health. Fortunately, before he could act on that impulse, he recalled the existence of the trial space he had acquired. Perhaps, with the aid of the trial space, he would no longer need to rush into labor for income. Bolstered by this thought, Mu Chen maintained his insistence verbally, yet his body succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing back onto the bed as if drained of all strength. Sigh, Chen, you needn't push yourself. I understand your feelings, but your health is paramount. Neglecting your well-being could lead to dire consequences. If anything were to happen to you, your mother and I would lose all hope, Mu Tianju said, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Reflecting on his own life, filled with struggles and disappointments, he felt a profound sense of frustration. Dad, your heart isn't strong. Please, do not become agitated. I will go home with you, Mu Chen replied, feeling a deep ache in his heart at the sight of his nearly 50-year-old father displaying such distress. 2 hours after Mo Chen promised his father to return home for a rest, the father and son rode the second-hand motorcycle they had purchased 3 years prior, arriving home. After dropping Mo Chen off, his father, Mo Tianju, seized the opportunity to visit Mo Chen's mother at the town hospital. Intending to buy some meat on his way back to nourish his son, I must change all of this as soon as possible. Gazing through the bedroom window at his father's slender figure pushing the motorcycle away, Mo Chen clenched his fists tightly. 004, what is the purpose of these points? Are they for redeeming items? Retracting his gaze from the window, Mo Chen adjusted his emotions and began to examine the rewards from his first trial meticulously. Indeed, the trial points could be exchanged for various items. Can they be exchanged for money? He inquired eagerly. Yes. How much money can they be exchanged for? Upon hearing that points could be converted into currency, Mo Chen's joy was palpable. One trial point can be exchanged for 10 billion RMB. You cannot be joking, right? At this revelation, Mo Chen's entire body stiffened. With a smile he struggled to maintain, he asked with a trembling voice. All data regarding trial rewards has undergone rigorous verification by the trial space, leaving no room for jest. There is hope. There is hope after 004 confirmed once more. Mo Chen could no longer contain his composure. His breath became heavy, and his body trembled with excitement. Regardless of the hardships he had faced, he was still merely 17 years old. A 17-year-old boy, confronted with such overwhelming surprises in life, clearly could not restrain himself. 1 point equals 10 billion. I currently possess 8 points, which means I now have 800 billion. Just as Mo Chen's emotions began to stabilize, He became exhilarated once more upon seeing the balance of points displayed on his account panel. 004. How are trial points calculated? After several minutes, his excitement finally subsided. He gazed at the point balance on the panel, contemplating his next move. Each time the host completes a trial, a comprehensive assessment is conducted, resulting in a final evaluation of the trial level. There are 10 levels of success: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, corresponding to a point reward system ranging from high to low: 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In other words, the higher the comprehensive assessment level achieved after each successful trial, the greater the points awarded. Why do I suddenly feel as though I am in an online game? Where did this system of points and levels originate? Listening to 004's explanation, Mo Chun inquired with a perplexed expression. This setting is tailored by the trial space based on the world in which the host resides and the host's cognitive understanding, optimizing the results to be most comprehensible and calculable for the host. The host may simply regard this configuration as a simplified translation of surface-level settings. The deeper analytical and evaluative mechanisms of the trial space are beyond the host's current capacity for understanding and knowledge. Oh, then please exchange 100 billion for me. Having grasped the fundamental principles linking points and trial evaluations, Mo Chun contemplated that obtaining tangible assets might be a more reliable course of action. The system detected that the surrounding environment could not accommodate the storage of 100 billion in cash, and thus automatically optimized to the best exchange solution. Meanwhile, at the Data Monitoring Center of the Xianxia Heavenly Kingdom Bank headquarters, numerous international transfer instructions, ranging from tens of thousands to billions, traversed the banking operation systems and were executed in mere seconds, right under the watchful eyes of the monitoring personnel. Moreover, once the 100 billion was transferred from various foreign accounts to a single account within the Heavenly Kingdom Bank, this account, now boasting a balance of 100 billion, was concealed through an inexplicable technological means, rendering it invisible to the bank's data system while still existing objectively within the financial framework of the Heavenly Kingdom Bank. This. 004, you have been quite thorough. Just as Mo Chun began to decipher the implications of the prompts in his mind, he glanced down to discover. Unbeknownst to him, a black and gold bank card had appeared in his hand. The card's front bore the inscription Supreme Card of the Heavenly Kingdom Bank. By the way, aside from being exchangeable for money, what else can points be redeemed for? After scrutinizing the card for several minutes, Mo Chun inquired once more. Points primarily have 4 purposes for redemption. 1. To exchange for items in the host's real world. 2. To exchange for items acquired upon successfully navigating through the trial world. 3. To exchange for a one-time inquiry opportunity. 4. To exchange for a chance to mitigate the penalties of trial failures. I can grasp the first 2 and the last redemption purposes you've mentioned, but what does the third, the one-time inquiry opportunity, entail? Mo Chun asked, puzzled. The one-time inquiry opportunity predominantly refers to guidance and advisory assistance. For instance, if the host is perplexed by a particular issue, they may spend a certain number of points to seek help and answers from 004. Is it possible to do that as well? It seems the utility of these points is quite extensive. Mo Chun nodded in understanding after hearing the explanation. The convenience of being able to access a database of information with merely a thought is remarkable. It would be splendid to have access to the advanced technological data from the Sky City world. After engaging in dialogue with 004 for a while, Mo Chun turned his attention to exploring other trial rewards. The third type of enhancement, perhaps, is intended to strengthen my physical form, he mused. After researching the first 2 trial rewards, Mo Chun searched for any trace of the mysterious enhancement, but found none, leading him to speculate aloud. Brother, brother. Suddenly, 2 youthful voices echoed from outside the small courtyard. Upon hearing the sound, Mo Chun turned his gaze towards the window, discovering that his younger brother and sister had returned home from their tutoring class. Mo Chun's siblings, a pair of fraternal twins named Mo Xingyun and Mo Shiwu, were both merely 10 years old. The sharp-eyed little ones, upon entering the house, immediately spotted their elder brother reclining in the bedroom and joyfully greeted him. Has the tutoring class concluded? A tender smile graced Mo Chun's face at the sight of his siblings. They nodded enthusiastically, akin to chicks pecking at grains. All right, you two, go on and attend to your own matters. Mo Chun chuckled, unable to suppress his amusement at their adorable demeanor. Due to the 7-year age gap, communication between Mo Chun and the twins had been minimal. Consequently, whenever they encountered him at home, they appeared somewhat shy yet attentive to his words. The reason for their obedience stemmed from Mo Chun's tempestuous teenage years, during which he exhibited impulsive and aggressive behavior. At that time, The little ones were still too young to comprehend. Thus he often prepared meals like stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat for them. In the evening, their father, Tianju, returned home bearing meat and vegetables. Father, has mother's condition improved? At the dining table, the twins eagerly vied for the rare meat dishes, while Mo Chun engaged in conversation with his father. Don't mention it. I visited the hospital today, and the doctor warned that if your mother's surgery is postponed any longer, her condition could deteriorate significantly. Mo Tianju replied, his brow furrowed with concern. How much is the surgery? Mo Chun inquired with a calm demeanor, concealing his emotions. Given that he possessed a substantial sum of 1 billion, he felt it impossible to disclose this to his parents or anyone else, as he could not explain the source of such wealth. Instead, he planned to assist his family through alternative means, such as online fundraising. Of course, he intended to use the fundraising merely as a facade. The true donation would come from himself, albeit under a different identity. About 180,000, Mo Tianju said, furrowing his brow as he lowered his head. How much do we have left at home? Mo Chun probed further upon observing his father's troubled expression. There's less than 40,000 left. Sigh, Mo Tianju lamented, his voice laden with despair. Less than 40,000. We still need 60,000 for the surgery. Mo Chun murmured unconsciously. Sigh, Chun. Tomorrow you and I will visit your aunts and uncles to see if we can gather the funds, Mo Tianju suggested after a moment of silence. His eyes filled with anxiety. Mo Chun nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. Although he now possessed money, explaining its origins in a credible manner proved to be a daunting challenge. Chapter 14. The harsh reality. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast, the father and son mounted their motorcycle, embarking on a quest to visit relatives in search of financial assistance. As 4 aunts and 3 uncles, their first stop was at the home of the second aunt, the closest relative to's residence. I sincerely apologize, but we are currently unable to lend any money, she declared. As you know, we purchased a house last year and are burdened with debts exceeding 100,000. Upon hearing their intent to borrow money, the initially warm demeanor of the second aunt shifted dramatically. Her household comprised 2 children, both having dropped out of school to work, and her husband was also a laborer, alongside another relative who was perpetually employed. Do not worry, I understand your difficulties. My father and I shall seek assistance elsewhere, replied politely. Momentarily taken aback by the unexpected response from the aunt he had considered the closest in the past decade. Their next destination was the home of the third aunt, who had 2 daughters. I regret to inform you, brother-in-law, that my daughter is preparing for her college entrance examination next year, which requires significant financial resources. We, too, are unable to offer any assistance at this time. Observing the third aunt's flushed face and resolute tone, maintained his courteous smile as he and his father took their leave. The third visit was to the fourth aunt, who had a son, younger than by a year, and a daughter the same age as sister. The fourth aunt worked long hours in a factory, while her husband toiled abroad. I am truly sorry, but we recently secured a house and have already made a down payment, planning to apply for a loan next week. The burden of over 400,000 in debt is considerable. I hope you can understand. Upon hearing's request, the fourth uncle, who was polishing their newly purchased vehicle, adjusted his glasses and offered an apologetic smile, explaining his own predicament. After departing from the fourth aunt's home, they visited the youngest aunt, who had a son and a daughter, both under the age of 10. The youngest aunt also worked in a factory, while her husband was employed in the capital. Brother-in-law, my father-in-law is not in good health and is scheduled for an examination tomorrow. We are unable to spare any money at the moment. It is perfectly understandable. Every family faces its own challenges, replied, striving to maintain a polite smile. However, after enduring years of trials and hardships, he found it increasingly difficult to mask his disappointment. These aunts, once regarded fondly in his memory, who had previously exchanged gifts and shared meals with warmth, now turned their backs when his mother, their sister, urgently required funds for surgery. To his dismay, they presented various excuses to decline, unwilling to lend even a single penny. Perhaps it is best to distance oneself from such relatives. Emerging from his aunt's residence, Mo Chun tucked his hands into his pockets, tightening his grip on the bank card concealed within. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. On the asphalt road, Mo Tianju and his son rode steadily on their motorcycle, the engine humming a rhythmic tune. It was truly unexpected to witness how decades of kinship had devolved into this state. On the motorcycle, Mo Tianju bore a pained expression. The man nearing 50 spoke with an unmistakable tremor of suppressed tears. Father, your heart is not well. Do not let this matter upset you. The act of borrowing money is a matter of goodwill, while not lending is a matter of principle. We cannot force it. Observing his father's agitation, Mo Chun sighed internally, offering words of comfort. Everyone understands this, yet the actions of your aunts are profoundly disheartening. Perhaps the speed of their ride contributed to the tears that streamed down Imo Tianju's cheeks. At this, Imo Chun fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. After inquiring about a few aunts, they proceeded to the home of Imo Chin's eldest aunt. Regarding his eldest aunt and the others, Imo Chun had never held them in high regard since childhood. This disdain stemmed from his mother's cerebrovascular ailment, which was, to some extent, a consequence of his father's reckless financial assistance to his aunts and uncles during his youth. In recent years, I haven't earned much, and the 50 to 60,000 I lent to friends remains unreturned. Currently, I have only around 10,000 in hand, so third uncle, I can only lend you this amount. His eldest aunt's household had 2 children, both older than Imo Chun by a decade or more. Now, both had established families of their own. Additionally, his aunt's husband had perished early in an accident while working as an electrician, leaving her to raise their 2 children alone without remarrying. After speaking, Zhao Jinxiong, buoyed by the effects of alcohol, promptly handed Imo Chun 10,000 in cash. Thank you, brother. Gazing at the 10,000 in his hand, Imo Chun felt a wave of irony wash over him. The relatives he held in the least esteem had surprisingly offered him a loan of 10,000, hosting the destitute father and son with fine food and drink. Upon departing his eldest aunt's home, Imo Chun, having consumed alcohol, instructed his father to sit in the back of the motorcycle while he continued toward his second aunt's residence. Thoughts of his second aunt cast a shadow over his expression. She had passed away 2 years prior from a sudden heart attack. Fortunately, her 2 sons were now married and employed. I have been busy ensuring my 2 sons could purchase homes and marry, and my savings have dwindled to less than 20,000. Here is my bank card and password. You may withdraw 10,000. Leave me some. As I have an elderly mother in her 80s at home, and should anything happen, it would be prudent to have some funds available. Observing his ailing mother on the bed, his second aunt's husband sighed and spoke to Imo Chun's father. As Imo Chun beheld the bank card being extended to him, a bitter taste lingered in his mouth. The relatives he least anticipated had also managed to lend him 10,000. Indeed, this world is filled with unexpected twists and surprises. Their final destination was the home of his youngest aunt, who had 2 daughters. The elder daughter had been accepted into an undergraduate program last year and was studying in another city, while the younger, disinterested in academic pursuits, had dropped out to learn a trade elsewhere. Upon leaving the youngest aunt's home, they successfully borrowed another 10,000. After a day of wandering, Imo Chun returned home, where he and his father sat on the bed, silently contemplating the 30,000 yuan in their hands. Dad, I have come across an online crowdfunding platform. Tonight, I will share our situation and see if it proves viable. Although his spirits were low, Imo Chun mustered a forced smile to break the oppressive silence. Mindful of his father's health. Online? Is that reliable? I've heard there are many scams, Imo Tianju replied, his initially despondent eyes flickering with a glimmer of hope, soon clouded by concern. Rest assured, leave it to me. Upon hearing these words, a confident smile graced Imo Chun's face. Sighing, Imo Tianju realized he had no other options and could only place his hopes in his son. That evening, after dinner with his father, younger brother, and sister, Imo Chun busied himself with his father's smartphone. Though it was merely a formality, appearances had to be maintained. Is it safe to put our bank account number out there? Imo Tianju hesitated once more upon hearing Imo Chun mention the need to provide their bank details. Don't worry, it will be fine, Imo Chun reassured him with a smile, patiently explaining to ease his father's worries. After about an hour of diligent effort, they finally completed the basic setup. Now, they merely awaited the opportunity to transfer funds at the bank the following day. As he lay in bed, a smile lingered on Imo Chun's lips as he drifted into slumber. Chapter 15. The turnaround after a night of silence. Upon rising early the next day, Imo Chun's father informed him of his intention to visit the construction site in hopes of borrowing some money. Watching his father depart, Imo Chun lingered at home for several minutes, estimating that his father had ventured far enough away, before he mounted the family's electric scooter and set off towards the town bank. Upon arriving at the bank and waiting in line, Imo Chun approached the counter, presenting his bank card to the attendant. The attendant inquired, "What transaction would you like to perform?" "Transfer," Imo Chun replied. "Your card belongs to a different bank. A fee will apply for interbank transfers," the attendant informed him. "Understood," Imo Chun acknowledged. "And how much would you like to transfer?" 200,000. Very well, the attendant's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the digit 1 followed by a long line of zeros on the card. Soon after, Imo Chun departed the bank. Warmly seen off by the staff, he mused to himself on the way home, considering whether he should buy a lottery ticket in the near future. Winning was inconsequential. At least it would provide a pretext for acquiring some funds. At noon, while While preparing lunch and awaiting the return of his younger siblings from school, Imo-chan was suddenly startled by the familiar sound of a motorcycle. "Dad, why are you back at this hour?" he questioned, stepping into the yard upon confirming it was indeed his father. "Someone transferred 20,000 into my account this morning," his father, Imo-tianju, said, barely able to contain his excitement. "Oh, you found out. I was hoping to surprise you," Imo-chan replied, concocting a fabricated story. "Last night, the crowdfunding project we participated in online yielded results today, raising 200,000 in mere hours, which was then deposited into your account." Realizing his father had SMS alerts for his bank account, Imo-chan quickly crafted a lie. Fortunately, his father, caught up in his elation, did not probe further. "There are still many good people in this world," Imo-tanju remarked as he sat in the waiting area outside the operating room after transferring Imo-chan's mother from the town hospital to the city hospital and settling the hospitalization and surgery fees. "Indeed," Imo-chan replied with a smile, though a chill lingered in his eyes. Had it not been for his unexpected acquisition of the trial space, a tragedy could have unfolded. The surgery on his mother was a success, according to the doctors. She would only need to recuperate in the hospital for over 10 days before being discharged. A few days later, Imo-chan indeed purchased a lottery ticket and, in a simplistic manner, informed his father that he had won 5 million. "Imo-chan, are you certain you're not jesting with me?" Imo-tianju exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and joy washing over him. "Absolutely true. If you don't believe me, look, I just withdrew 30,000. The father's reaction was entirely within Imo-chan's expectations. As he spoke, he pulled out 3 stacks of cash from his briefcase and handed them over. "Ha ha ha, splendid." With 30,000 in hand, Imo-tianju's hands trembled with excitement. Having endured a life of poverty and disdain for the better part of his existence, how could he not feel a sense of pride upon learning that his son had won 5 million? "Father, I wish to construct a 3-story villa on the land in the south, and then demolish our current home to rebuild it," Imo-chan suggested, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he saw his father's joy. "Now that we have the funds, I have no objections to the construction. However, where shall we reside during this period?" Imo-tianju furrowed his brow in response to Imo-chan's proposal. "That's easily resolved. We can purchase a well-decorated house in the county, and then transfer Xingyun and Shuawu to a good primary school there. You and mother can stay in the county during the construction phase," Imo-chan calculated aloud. "That sounds feasible, but building 2 houses and buying an apartment. Will 5 million be sufficient? I wouldn't want to squander this hard-earned money." Imo-tianju expressed his concerns. Imo-tianju found Imo-chan's suggestion reasonable, especially given that rural primary education cannot compare to that of urban schools. Previously, their financial constraints had forced Xingyun and Shuawu to attend a village school. Now, with newfound wealth, sending them to better institutions seemed entirely justified. "I conducted some research over the past few days. The total cost for 2 houses and an elevator apartment over 100 square meters will not exceed 2 million, even accounting for all furnishings and appliances," Imo-chan replied. His expression relaxed in light of his father's worries. Internally, he mused, "Spending 5 million? There's still 100 billion waiting for you to spend." 2 million. Upon hearing this figure, Imo-tianju felt as though he were dreaming. After a lifetime of hardship, even 1 million had once seemed a distant fantasy, yet now he was contemplating the allocation of 2 million in mere moments. A rather dramatic twist of fate. Imo-chan, known for his decisive nature, promptly took his father to the county after they had settled the plans for building and purchasing. Seeking a move-in ready elevator apartment, they headed directly to a prominent real estate agency. Through the diligent efforts of the sales personnel, by around 4 in the afternoon, Imo-chan had successfully signed the contract and transferred the property title. That evening, Imo-chan and his father, seated on the sofa of their newly acquired apartment, which exceeded 100 square meters, exchanged glances and smiled as they surveyed their surroundings. "Father, let us go tomorrow to arrange the transfer of Xingyun and Shuawu," Imo-chan said, feeling uplifted in their new living environment. "Absolutely," Imo-tianju replied, thoroughly satisfied with their current situation, without any objections. In the ensuing period, Imo-chan and his father busied themselves, diligently completing the transfer procedures for his younger siblings. They also managed matters concerning the construction teams and materials for the 2 houses on their homestead. After these tasks were accomplished, a few days later, Imo-chan's mother was discharged from the hospital. Upon her release, the family promptly took a taxi back to the county town. A gentle reminder: the second trial mission within the trial space has been activated and is ready. The host is requested to decide whether to authorize an immediate commencement of the trial. On this particular day, having settled family affairs, Imo-chan lay idly on his bedroom bed, perusing the technical materials regarding steam engines that he had received as rewards in his mind. Suddenly, The distinctive voice of 004 resonated within his consciousness. Shall we begin now? Can I prepare a bit longer? After a moment of silent contemplation, Imo-chun posed his query. A gentle reminder. Once the trial mission prompt has been activated, the host is granted a maximum of 1 month in the real world to prepare. As soon as Imo-chun's words fell, 004's response swiftly followed. That is agreeable. Relieved by the considerate nature of the trial, Imo-chun exhaled deeply. It appeared imperative for him to swiftly acquire some fundamental knowledge of wilderness survival and other essential skills. Exiting the trial space's database, Imo-chun rose, muttering to himself. In his eyes, regardless of the world he might traverse for the trial, mastering some of the most basic skills and knowledge was essential, such as cooking, medical understanding of human meridians, simple survival tactics in the wild, and methods for creating practical tools. Chapter 16. The Wretched Dog Egg. More than 20 days later, Imo-chun felt that he was adequately prepared and entered the trial space, notifying 004 that he was ready for the second trial. Please prepare yourself. The trial commences. The voice of 004 gradually faded away, and the darkness before him was slowly replaced by a tapestry of colors. In a clearing surrounded by trees, numerous coffins lay scattered haphazardly. Most of these coffins were in a state of disrepair, with many corpses exposed due to cracked caskets. This place was littered with small mounds of earth, marking the graves of the departed. Some bodies had been carelessly discarded upon the ground, lacking even the dignity of burial. It was evident that this was a modest yet chaotic graveyard. Cough, cough, where am I? Imo-chun struggled to open his eyes. As he sat up and surveyed his surroundings, he murmured to himself, still dazed. What is this soft, cool sensation beneath me? Suddenly, he exclaimed, oh no. As he acclimated to his body, Imo-chun quickly realized he was seated upon something rather peculiar. Naturally, he reached out to touch and squeeze it, only to glance down in bewilderment. Upon seeing the grotesque remains of a decaying corpse beneath him, he let out a startled cry and leapt to his feet, sprinting away for several dozen meters in sheer panic. Finally, he stopped to catch his breath against a large tree at the edge of the graveyard. Trial objective: alter the fate of the Qin Empire, which perished under the reign of the second emperor. The Qin Empire? Yingzheng, the first emperor? Just then, the details of the trial mission flashed vividly in his mind. Leaning against the tree, still shaken and gasping for air, Imo-chun gradually regained his composure and muttered to himself, regardless of anything else, I need to leave this cursed place. Having mentally reviewed the trial task, he glanced around at the increasingly sinister surroundings and made a decision. Given that it was an overcast day and the sun was obscured, he chose a random direction and set off resolutely. Approximately an hour later, he emerged from the forest, discovering that he was on a mountain. Gazing down at a village faintly visible at the foot of the hill, a look of realization crossed his face. Now aware of his location and seeing the signs of life nearby, Imo-chun felt a sense of reassurance. As he descended from the mountainside and approached within a few dozen meters of the village, wisps of smoke began to rise from the modest homes. The dimming light of the overcast sky made it increasingly difficult to see the path ahead. With nightfall imminent, he knew he must find shelter for the night and gather information about the current situation in the area. Observing the earthen structures and thatched roofs nearby, Imo-chun pondered aloud, oh, isn't that the son of the old carpenter, Guzi? What has happened to you? You look filthy and unwell. Just as Imo-chun was about to enter the village, an elderly farmer clad in tattered clothing suddenly appeared on the street ahead. Who might you be, sir? Upon hearing the greeting, Imo-chun's expression initially stiffened, but he soon forced a smile as he addressed the elderly man approaching him, who appeared to be at least 70 years old. What is this? You don't recognize me, old Longstaff? Noticing the genuine confusion in Imo-chun's eyes, the old man curiously scrutinized him from head to toe. Old Longstaff? What a peculiar name. Imo-chun was taken aback by the old man's remark. However, eager to comprehend the situation swiftly, he quickly corrected himself. So it is you, old Longstaff. Alas, where have you been these past few days? Your father went out searching for you and was gravely injured by a wild animal. He was buried just yesterday. Furrowing his brow, old Longstaff sighed. Observing Imo-chun's demeanor, Imo-chun felt indifferent regarding the fate of the body known as Guzi's father. Nevertheless, he managed to adopt a suitably pained expression. How about this? Come to my home for a meal and fill your belly. Mistaking Imo-chun's sudden sorrow for genuine grief over his father's demise, old Longstaff, feeling sympathetic, kindly suggested. All right. Upon hearing old Longstaff's proposal, Imo-chun, who had just moments ago appeared stricken with anguish, nodded decisively as if nothing had transpired. Let us go? Taken aback by Imo-chun's rapid change in demeanor, Old Longstaff didn't dwell on it, turning to lead Imogen towards the village. Although bricks and tiles were available during the Warring States period, they were primarily used by nobles and the wealthy. In rural areas, the common folk primarily resided in rudimentary structures made of mud and thatch, merely serving the purpose of sheltering them from the elements. Furthermore, commoners typically lacked surnames, with surnames being a privilege reserved for the nobility. The elderly man Imogen encountered, known simply as Longstaff, bore no surname, which might sound peculiar today, but was entirely normal in the Warring States era. Erguzi, can you truly not recall where you've been these past few days? At the dining table, old Longstaff watched Imogen sip porridge and eat vegetables, still somewhat unwilling to give up on his inquiry. I can't remember. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a forest on the mountain, surrounded by trees, and I have no idea how I ended up there. Holding a dark ceramic bowl filled with porridge, Imogen replied vaguely. Ah, very well. Observing Imogen's appearance, reminiscent of a starving ghost who hadn't eaten in ages, old Longstaff ultimately decided to abandon his questioning. As for the past and the cause of this body's demise, it was wise to avoid delving into those matters. This trial was meant to alter the fate of the Qin Dynasty, and everything else paled in comparison to this objective. Noticing that old Longstaff had ceased his inquiries, Imogen buried his face in the bowl, sipping his porridge while quietly contemplating in his mind. After dinner, Imogen, citing his intermittent amnesia, requested old Longstaff to assist him in finding his way home. As the sun set on the desolate landscape, the boy, Muchun, found himself alone in a world that had stripped him of his parents, his mother having departed early from this life, and his father following suit just days ago. A sigh escaped him as he contemplated the solitude that enveloped him. Should any matters arise that he cannot handle, he was encouraged to seek assistance from an old man who had brought him to this dilapidated earthen house. The old man, with his long staff, surveyed the forlorn structure before casting a sympathetic glance at the 13-year-old boy. After offering a few comforting words, he turned and departed, leaving Muchun pondering the simplicity and goodness of ancient souls. As he watched the old man fade into the distance, Muchun quietly mused to himself, his expression calm, yet contemplative. He wondered about the relationship between this trial world and his own. Was this realm akin to a virtual landscape, reminiscent of a network game? Or did it exist as an authentic parallel universe? With a gentle push, he opened the creaking wooden door, revealing a courtyard steeped in darkness, devoid of light, which imparted an eerie ambience. Surely, there are no tales of ghosts in this world, he whispered, his thoughts drifting back to the chaotic burial grounds he had encountered mere hours prior. As the dilapidated door creaked open, Muchun hesitated briefly before stepping into the darkened interior. I shall endure the night here, and with the dawn, I will devise a meticulous plan for my trials, he resolved. In the darkness, he groped his way to a makeshift earthen bed, adorned with a thin quilt. Once settled, he closed his eyes, firm in his decision. Chapter 17. Lin's village. The dawn broke quietly, and as the first light of day filtered through, Imogen emerged from his earthen abode, stifling a yawn. The incessant squeaking of mice throughout the night had been unbearable. Rubbing the yellowish residue from the corners of his eyes, he stretched languidly in the courtyard, twisting his neck while murmuring his grievances. Ugh, is there anything to eat? He pondered, patting his hollow stomach with a furrowed brow. I smell something cooking. Perhaps I can scrounge a meal. The aroma of firewood wafted through the air, stirring not only his hunger, but also igniting other thoughts. With a sly smile, his eyes sparkled in the morning light as he scanned his surroundings. This must be the place. He meandered through the village streets, keenly following the scent of food, until he finally stopped before a wooden door. Knock, knock, knock. Dog egg, when did you return? A young man in his 20s, clad in simple garments, opened the door. Upon seeing Imogen, he expressed surprise. I returned last night. I'm out of rice at home. May I share a meal with you? Recognizing that the young man indeed knew him, Imogen feigned embarrassment in his inquiry. Oh, no problem. Come in. We have porridge cooking. The young man replied with a smile, stepping aside to allow Imogen entry. The simplicity and hospitality of the ancient Huaxia people shone through. Familiar villagers often extended a helping hand in times of need. Through their conversation, Imogen learned that the young man's name was Lin Chong, and he lived with his wife, raising a son and daughter. At the tender age of 13 or 14, Imogen also discovered another name for himself, Lin Qin, besides his childhood nickname, Dog Egg. He came to understand that he was presently in Lin's village. According to Lin Chong, the ancestors of Lin's village had migrated from a branch of the Lin clan in the state of Lu, establishing their settlement here. Now, Lin's village fell under the jurisdiction of the Wei Kingdom, one of the 7 warring states, specifically governed by the Dama township of Ruyang County. During the 20th year of King Wei Only, the 20th year of King Wei only. Lin Chong further informed him that the Battle of Chongping between Qin and Zhao had concluded 3 years prior. If memory served him correctly, the Battle of Chongping occurred in 262 BC and ended in 260 BC. Thus, if Lin Chong's account held true, the current year would be 257 BC. Moreover, Qin Shi Huang, Yingzheng, was born in 259 BC. It appeared that the future emperor had already taken his first breaths 2 years prior. After departing from Lin Chong's home, Imo Chun returned to his own courtyard. Sitting on a stone stool, he contemplated the strategy for his upcoming trial. Had I known this trial would take place in the era of Qin Shi Huang, I should have prepared by studying more historical records of this period beforehand. At present, one can only rely on the fragments of knowledge gleaned from past dramas and the scant content of history textbooks to deduce the situation. Once this trial concludes, I must seize the opportunity to thoroughly explore the annals of ancient Chinese history. No, it would be wiser to immerse myself in the ancient histories of all nations. Sitting on a stone pedestal, Imo Chun gazed up at the cerulean sky, expressing his helplessness with a sigh. The objective of this trial is to alter the fate of the Qin Dynasty, which fell during the reign of the second emperor. Given that Qin Shi Huang has only been alive for 2 years, I can easily position myself alongside him in Handan, accumulating trust. During the process of Qin Shi Huang unifying the 6 states and becoming the first emperor of China, I need not intervene significantly. The natural course of history, combined with Qin Shi Huang's strategic acumen and the prowess of his renowned ministers, alongside the comprehensive strength of the Qin Empire, is more than sufficient to conquer the 6 states. In this trial, the critical period I must influence is after the unification of the 6 states and the establishment of the unified Qin Empire. First and foremost, there is the matter of Qin Shi Huang's health. I must seek methods of nurturing vitality to ensure he does not perish in his 30s or 40s. Furthermore, if it proves impossible to save Qin Shi Huang, I must diligently cultivate Prince Fusu, proactively guarding against Hu Hai and Zhao Gao, ideally devising several strategies specifically targeting these two. Beyond that, the details can be adjusted as circumstances arise. The primary concern remains ensuring that several pivotal historical figures do not encounter unforeseen misfortune. After an hour of intense recollection of relevant knowledge, Imo Chun finally formulated a preliminary execution plan for the trial. He decided to visit a villager's home for a meal and to gather information about the general direction of Zhao's Handan before embarking on his journey. With his plan in mind, Imo Chun glanced at the sun's position in the sky, realizing it was nearing noon, and thus made his decision with a sense of satisfaction. What? Is it shameful to seek a meal? No, no, no. For Imo Chun, who has experienced over 20 years in the world of Sky City, adhering to the core strategic principle of accepting meals without resorting to begging, and begging rather than cooking, is paramount. The notion of struggling for sustenance within this trial world is utterly inconceivable. At noon, Imo Chun arrived at the home of Old Longzhong, located at the village entrance. Upon understanding Imo Chun's intentions and his plans to leave Lin's village for adventures in Handan, Old Longzhong, after futile persuasion, ceased further discussion, simply advising Imo Chun to take care of himself while away. Following a farewell meal specially prepared by Old Longzhong, Imo Chun rummaged through his home, packed 2 pieces of linen clothing into a bundle, and departed Lin's village, embarking on his journey to Handan. It remains uncertain how long it will take to reach Handan. How wonderful it would be to have a bicycle at this moment. Oh, a bicycle. How could I have overlooked such a thought? Prior to my arrival, I specifically studied the principles and processes of bicycle manufacturing. However, in this remote wilderness, lacking any tools, even crafting the simplest wooden bicycle would be arduous. It would be prudent to return to Lin's village and consult with the others. Piecing together resources to create the most basic bicycle should not pose too great a challenge. After departing from Lin's village, Imo Chun, who had been walking for over 3 hours, wiped the sweat from his brow and paused to rest. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. The more he pondered, the more feasible his idea appeared, prompting him to turn back and race towards the village. By the time Imo Chun returned to Lin's village, night had fallen. After much contemplation, he gathered his courage and knocked on the door of the elderly man known as Old Longzhong. When Old Longzhong saw Imo Chun, who had earlier departed with a resolute demeanor reminiscent of the chilling winds of the Yishui River, reappear before him, he stood at the threshold in stunned silence for nearly a minute. Ah, dear Old Longzhong, please do not misunderstand. I merely ventured partway and suddenly remembered a task I had neglected, which compelled me to return to the village. I intend to complete it before setting off for Handan City in a few days. Even for someone as brazen as Imo Chun, repeatedly imposing on the hospitality of an elderly man, coupled with his change of heart, was enough to redden his cheeks with embarrassment. "Oh, is that so? No worries at all. As it happens, we have some leftover food from lunch. You are welcome to join us for another meal," old Longzhong said, smiling understandingly at Mo Qin's flustered visage. Despite old Longzhong's unwavering warmth and hospitality, Mo Qin felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. "Once I establish a good rapport with Emperor Qin, I must return to express my gratitude to old Longzhong properly," he vowed silently, while sipping porridge from a coarse ceramic bowl, observing the genial and hearty demeanor of old Longzhong and his wife. Chapter 18. The wooden unicycle. After bidding farewell to the Longstaff family in the evening, Mo Qin lay in his bed, enveloped by darkness, and began to contemplate the construction and principles of modern bicycles. The bicycle's framework comprises a frame, a front wheel, a rear wheel, and a pair of pedals. Considering the industrial manufacturing capabilities of the Warring States period, it is almost impossible to create these components from iron or alloys. Tomorrow, I shall attempt to craft them from wood. If that proves ineffective, I will explore alternative methods. As he pondered the structure of the bicycle and feasible manufacturing processes, Mo Qin soon drifted into slumber. The night passed silently, and the following day, before dawn, Missouri Qin's eagerness to construct the bicycle became palpable, prompting him to rise and search his home for items that might aid in the bicycle's creation. A saw, a square, a drill, a chalk line, a plane, a chisel, a hammer. How is it that I possess so many carpentry tools? Yes, I recall the Longstaff elder mentioning that my body's father was a carpenter in his lifetime, which explains the presence of these tools. Groping his way to several wooden cabinets within the house, Mo Qin opened the first one, revealing a collection of items. As he lifted them and held them toward the faint light filtering through the window, he was astonished. "At last, I have all the tools necessary for constructing the bicycle. All that remains is to procure wood materials and commence the crafting and polishing." Speaking of wood materials, I believe there is quite a bit in the courtyard. After rummaging through the various cabinets, Mo Qin discovered several additional carpentry tools. He arranged these tools in the courtyard, a smile gracing his face as he made his way toward the eastern corner of the yard. In that corner lay a considerable heap of semi-finished wooden materials left by his father during his lifetime. "Excellent. Now I have ample wood as well." Upon seeing the neatly squared and prepared timber in the corner, Mo Qin could not suppress a chuckle. In this trial-laden world, it was the first time Mo Qin felt a pang of regret for his late carpenter father. Had he still been alive, perhaps his carpentry skills could have expedited the construction of the wooden bicycle. Let the work commence. After relocating all the tools from the center of the courtyard to the corner piled with wood, Mo Qin gazed at the sun rising in the eastern sky, clenched his fist, and declared with gusto. 2 hours passed. The gears can be fashioned from wood, but how should I construct the chain? Even if carved from wood, it would likely fracture due to the wear from the gears and the stress from the pedals. Mo Qin, holding a wooden file, was smoothing the edges of the wooden wheel while frowning and muttering to himself. If the chain cannot be made, then I must resort to a front-wheel drive. I will pierce the front axle with a circular wooden rod and secure it firmly with wooden pegs coated in oil. Subsequently, 2 wooden footrests were crafted, directly fitted onto the wooden rod that was firmly lodged at the center of the front wheel and secured in place. As for the rear wheel, if the chain connection were to be eliminated, it could be entirely discarded, relying solely on the front wheel for propulsion, while merely affixing a seat atop the wheel would suffice. Thus, I shall embark on this endeavor as a trial. Several hours passed. To my astonishment, I found myself having created a unicycle. Upon completing the initial prototype, Mo Qin scrutinized his creation from all angles, and the more he examined it, the more peculiar his expression became, ultimately leading him to a state of bemused exasperation. With the unicycle constructed, the next logical step was to test it out. Alas, clatter, plop. Lacking any experience with unicycling, Mo Qin, after having mounted the unicycle, managed only a few meters before losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. Remarkably, the vehicle remained intact, indicating a commendable quality in its construction. Embracing the philosophy that failure is the mother of success, Missouri Qin mounted the unicycle once more to practice. With a series of falls, 4 or 5 in total, Mo Qin gradually grasped the riding techniques required for the unicycle. However, just as he was becoming adept, the unicycle unexpectedly separated, with the wheel rolling away from the seat and frame. Focused intently on perfecting his skills, Mo Qin was momentarily perplexed as he watched the wheel roll away, gradually distancing itself from him, unable to fully comprehend the situation. It was only when he felt a sharp pain from the sudden impact with the seat that his face contorted in a grimace of realization. Goodness, this contraption is utterly unreliable. Clutching his injured self, Imo-chun gasped in pain and looked down at the frame beneath him, then up at the wheel that lay a few meters away on the ground, tears welling in his eyes. After several minutes, as the pain began to subside, Imo-chun rose, limping slightly, one hand grasping the unicycle frame while the other held the wooden wheel, returning to the center of the yard to tinker once more. The wooden structure, serving as the support and transmission components of the vehicle, posed considerable risks and unreliability. It would be far more prudent to seek iron or copper for the unicycle's axle and seat fittings. After repairing and refining the broken wheel axle and seat, Imo-chun did not immediately reassemble them. Instead, he furrowed his brow, contemplating the various parts of the unicycle scattered on the ground, muttering to himself. I should inquire at old Longstaff as about where in the village one might find copper or iron. Ultimately, Imo-chun did not complete the assembly of the unicycle. Instead, after pondering over the components for another hour, he stood up and headed outside. Copper and iron? What do you need those for? Old Longstaff inquired with curiosity upon hearing Imo-chun's intentions. Come with me, Old Longstaff, Imo-chun replied. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to show Old Longstaff his unicycle. Following the young man with a sense of intrigue, Old Longstaff soon found himself examining the various components of the unicycle. What exactly are you trying to create? He asked, his confusion growing upon seeing the peculiar arrangement of parts. Just a moment. Upon witnessing this, Imo-chun smiled slightly and then skillfully assembled the unicycle. What is this contraption? What purpose does it serve? Inquisitively, the old staff member asked upon seeing the peculiar design of the unicycle that Imo-chun had put together. Do not rush. Please continue to observe. Imo-chun replied as he seated himself upon the unicycle. With a firm push of his feet against the pedals, the unicycle propelled him forward several meters. Oh, this is a miraculous invention. The old staff member exclaimed in astonishment as he witnessed Imo-chun swiftly glide several meters on the unicycle. Ha ha ha, dear elder. Do not be overly excited. This is merely a small invention of mine. Imo-chun chuckled, bringing the unicycle to a halt with his feet and smiling as he explained. Did you create this yourself? The old staff member inquired, now even more astonished. His eyes darted between Imo-chun and the unicycle, utterly incredulous. Indeed, it is but a trifling gadget. Elder, the copper and iron I sought your counsel about are intended for this device. As you can see, it is currently constructed entirely of wood, which makes certain components prone to damage and breakage. I wish to utilize copper or iron to enhance and upgrade it, thereby improving its overall performance. Imo-chun articulated his intentions, unfazed by whether the elder comprehended the modern terminology. Very well, I shall take this matter upon myself. I will inquire at various places and provide you with news by tomorrow. Although the elder did not fully grasp some of the terms Imo-chun used, he comprehended the essence of his statement. Having witnessed the marvel of the unicycle, he immediately pledged his assistance. I am truly grateful for your help, dear elder. The elder's assurance was precisely what Imo-chun had been longing for. Chapter 19. Yunming Mountain with the intervention of the elder with the long staff. The task of collecting copper and iron in Lin's village was accomplished by noon the following day. Moreover, due to the elder's exaggerated praises of the remarkable unicycle crafted by Imo-chun, many villagers came personally the next day, carrying their own copper or iron. Eager to witness the marvel of the unicycle as described by the elder, Imo-chun expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the villagers, assuring them that should Lin Qingru achieve success in the future, he would not forget the kindness they had shown today. As he observed the dilapidated courtyard crowded with around 50 villagers of all ages, their expressions ranging from curiosity to benevolence, and from scrutiny to anticipation, Imo-chun was touched. He promptly displayed his respect by bowing deeply to these kind-hearted villagers as a gesture of thanks. After exchanging pleasantries with the onlookers, he concealed his smile and, taking a deep breath to compose himself, began upgrading certain components of the unicycle using the copper and iron. By 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Imo-chun had replaced numerous parts of the unicycle with metal components. For those parts that could not be replaced or for which suitable metal specifications were unavailable, he reinforced them using iron sheets and copper nails. Dear neighbors, does anyone have some hemp rope and oil that I could borrow? He politely inquired, turning to the villagers still gathered around him. I have some. In my house. I do. Echoed a chorus of responses from the crowd. Witnessing this, Imo-chun was once again moved by the villagers' simplicity and kindness during this era. Soon, the hemp rope and oil were gathered together. With the materials at hand, Imo-chun wasted no time. He swiftly tied the unicycle with the hemp rope. Once the frame was securely bound, he fetched a large water vat from his home, pouring the oil provided by the villagers into it. Seeing that there was enough oil to submerge the unicycle, he carefully placed it into the vat. Now, The unicycle needs to soak in the oil for a while before it can be used. There is no need for you all to linger here. The sky is darkening. Perhaps it is best for you to return home and prepare dinner, he said, covering the vat with a lid. Noting the dismissal, the villagers did not linger but dispersed promptly, each returning to their own homes. As the crowd dissipated, the modest courtyard, framed by the setting sun, acquired a touch of beauty. Having not eaten all day, Imo-chun felt a pang of hunger and ruefully patted his empty stomach. Lin Qing, after a long day of toil, you must be famished. Here is a freshly cooked porridge and some vegetables. Do indulge while it is still warm. Just as Imo-chun contemplated whose home he might visit for a meal, the elderly man with a long staff entered the courtyard, accompanied by a little girl of about 8 or 9 years. Ah, esteemed elder, your kindness is truly remarkable. Imo-chun feigned ignorance regarding the elder's change in address, awkwardly scratching his head. Indeed, it is quite proper, quite proper. The elder observed Imo-chun's demeanor, a broader smile spreading across his face, with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Who might this be? Feeling somewhat uneasy under the elder's gaze, Imo-chun turned his attention to the little girl clad in a light red garment, trailing behind the elder. This is my granddaughter, just 9 years old. Lin Qing, your parents have passed, leaving you all alone. I believe it would be best for you not to venture to Handan City, but rather to live well here in our Lin family village. If memory serves me right, you are now 13, correct? My granddaughter is 9, if you have no objections. I could arrange for her to be wed to you. This way, you may continue the lineage of the Lin family and bring solace to your parents' spirits. As Imo-chun shifted the topic towards his granddaughter, the elder's smile grew even more pronounced as he cheerfully articulated his intentions. I fear that may not be appropriate. I am merely 13, and your granddaughter is only 9. They are both quite young. Moreover, I have pressing matters to attend to in Handan. The elder's proposition left Imo-chun utterly bewildered. In modern times, 13 and 9 are still considered minors. Setting aside his lack of romantic inclinations in the trial world, even if he did, he would not set his sights on a girl who was otherwise unremarkable. Oh, why do you not heed my advice? The world is so tumultuous now. It is perilous for you to venture out alone. Would it not be safer to remain in our village? If you find my granddaughter too young, she will grow in a few years, will she not? Witnessing Imo-chun's rejection of his good intentions, the elder's expression morphed into one of frustration. Esteemed elder, I appreciate your kindness, but my mind is not set on such matters at present. Seeing that the elder was determined to persuade him further, Imo-chun's smile vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. Alas, since you have made up your mind, I shall respect your wishes. Here is your meal, do eat while it is warm. We shall take our leave now. The elder noted the change in Imo-chun's expression, and having lived for many years, he understood that further discussion would be futile. After his granddaughter placed the wooden lunchbox on the table in the hall, they turned and departed. Sighing as he watched the elder and his granddaughter leave, Imo-chun let out a quiet breath. Later that evening, after dinner and approximately 5 hours had passed, Imo-chun lifted the lid off the water tank and retrieved the unicycle from the oil. A few more days of drying, and it would be ready for riding. He carried the unicycle to the bedside, lying down and exhaling softly as he spoke to himself. Having spent the day tinkering with the unicycle, it was not long before the faint sound of snoring emanated from him as he drifted into slumber. 4 days later, the oil on the unicycle had completely dried. In the small courtyard, Imo-chun gazed at his rugged, entirely black unicycle and nodded in satisfaction. After tidying up, he resolved to set off the following day. Cycling a few laps around the courtyard on the unicycle, Imo-chun came to a decision. That evening, he visited old Longzhang's home, shared a meal, and bid farewell once more. On the following morning, as dawn broke, Imo-chun shouldered a bundle containing 2 sets of clothing, some provisions gifted by old Longzhang, and a sharp kitchen knife. With his burden secured, he set off on his unicycle towards Handan City. Where had he arrived? Handan City lies to the north of Ru County, thus Imo-chun had been pedaling northward since the early hours. By this time, he had been riding for over 5 consecutive hours when he spotted a village ahead and decided to inquire within. Yunming Mountain. It felt familiar. After gathering some information from the villagers and enjoying a meal, Imo-chun pondered to himself on his unicycle. Giguzi. Giguzi had once secluded himself in Yunming Mountain, imparting knowledge and teachings. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Imo-chun, his expression shifting from clarity to sheer delight as he grasped the significance of his discovery. Chapter 20. Giguzi. When it comes to Giguzi, anyone with a modicum of cultural knowledge in the Huaxia nation is undoubtedly familiar with him. Giguzi, whose surname is Wang and given name is Su, is also known as Wang Chan and is titled Zuanwizi. In later generations, military strategists revere him as a sage, while the practitioners of diplomacy regard him as their progenitor. Those who delve into divination and the I Ching honor him as a patriarch, tacticians exalt him as the sage of strategy, and the philosophers consider him their master. If one is unaware of Giguzi, even a person of illiteracy in Huaxiao would certainly have heard of some of his over 500 distinguished disciples, such as Su Qin, Zhang Yi, Sun Bin, Pang Wan, Shan Yang, Li Si, El Buwei, Bai Qi, Li Mu, Wang Jian, Gan Mao, Lu Yi, Mao Sui, Zhao Shi, and Su Fu. Upon reflection, it dawns on me that this is indeed the famed retreat of Giguzi. I cannot help but wonder whether this legendary figure, who is said to have been born in the late spring and autumn period, is still alive in these tumultuous times of the late Warring States. Surely, he has long since departed, hasn't he? The Warring States period spanned over 200 years. If Giguzi had lived from the end of the spring and autumn period to now, he would be at least over 200 years old. I shudder at the thought. As I meandered aimlessly on my unicycle, observing the surrounding terrain, I inadvertently frightened myself with such musings. Since realizing that I was traversing the region where Giguzi once dwelled, I spent the subsequent days journeying while intentionally and unintentionally gathering information pertaining to him, including his life and potential places of seclusion. Thus, after several days of this inquiry, I arrived at the fabled Gigu. Although I may not have the fortune to meet the legendary Giguzi, merely exploring the site where he once sought refuge would render my journey worthwhile. With this conviction, I confirmed the precise location of Gigu and set forth on my unicycle toward my destination. The mountain path became increasingly narrow, the once dense underbrush yielding to towering trees. Suddenly, a small, unidentified gray creature curiously observed me from a branch, calling out twice before nimbly bounding away into the forest. Ahead lay the steep mountain path, proving difficult to navigate on my unicycle, prompting me to seek a suitable hiding place for my vehicle. Dismounting, I wiped the perspiration from my brow and gazed up at the nearby Yiming Mountain, which loomed closer in my field of vision. After a moment of deliberation, I resolved to act. I found a secluded ravine nearby, concealed my unicycle within it, and camouflaged it with grasses and branches. Once satisfied with the disguise, having adjusted it from various angles to ensure it blended harmoniously with the surrounding environment, I nodded in approval and, with a sense of relief, slung my pack over my shoulder and set off toward Yunming Mountain. According to the villagers, Giguzi's place of retreat is said to be a cave located halfway up Yunming Mountain. Having ascended a considerable distance from the foot of Yunming Mountain, Imochen found a flat stone to sit upon, taking a moment to rest and reflect. "Greetings. Might you be from a village near Ruyang County at the mountain's base?" A youthful yet melodious voice, somewhat innocent in tone, emanated from the mountain behind him as he settled on the stone. "Indeed, I hail from a village near Ruyang County. And who might you be?" The unexpected voice startled Imochen, prompting him to swiftly turn and gaze in the direction of the sound. To his astonishment, he beheld a young Taoist boy, dressed in ancient blue robes, approximately 7 or 8 years in age, who responded with a polite demeanor. "I have been sent by my master to await your arrival." "Who is your master?" Imochen inquired, intrigued. "My master is known as Xuanwizi, commonly referred to in the secular world as Master Gigu." A hint of pride illuminated the boy's face as he spoke of his mentor. "Master Gigu. He is still alive?" The mention of Gigu's name solidified Imochen's previously absurd musings, stirring tumultuous waves of astonishment within him. "Though you are a distinguished guest, as instructed by my master, I must ask that you refrain from making unguarded remarks about him. My master is well versed in Taoist sorcery and is as vigorous as a young man. There is no reason for him to have perished." Despite Imochen's murmured apology, the boy's countenance darkened, and his tone shifted from courteous to stern. My apologies, I spoke thoughtlessly. Please forgive my indiscretion." Imochen recognized his faux pas upon witnessing the boy's altered expression. "My master wishes to invite you to his residence for a discussion. Please follow me." Although Imochen quickly acknowledged his mistake, the young Taoist clearly had not entirely forgiven his earlier impertinence. Without waiting for a response, the boy turned and ascended the mountain path. Observing this, Imochen chuckled softly, not allowing the matter to weigh heavily on his mind, as it was indeed his own indiscretion that had led to the misunderstanding. The journey continued in silence, with both the boy and Imochen lost in their thoughts. After approximately 40 minutes, they arrived before a natural cave dwelling, which opened into the mountainside. From the outside, the depths of the cave were shrouded in mystery, hinting at vastness beyond mere meters. In front of the cave was a relatively flat expanse, adorned with 7 or 8 wooden huts constructed of thatch and timber. The boy guided Imochen past the huts without pause, directly into the cave's interior. "Esteemed guest, welcome to the humble abode of Xuanwizi." As Imochen followed the boy further inside, his curiosity piqued by the cave's environment, a robust male voice resonated from ahead. "Ah, Master Gigu, it is an honor to finally meet you." Upon hearing the voice, Imo-chun felt a jolt of excitement and immediately focused his gaze towards the source. Upon witnessing that the source of the sound was an elderly figure clad in a robe, with hair graying and 4 moles adorning his forehead, the first thought that crossed his mind was that of Giguzi. "Might I inquire from whence you have come and to where you are destined?" After exchanging pleasantries, Giguzi and Imo-chun found themselves seated opposite one another at a stone table within the cave dwelling. Shortly thereafter, a young acolyte brought forth tea, and as they sipped, their conversation flowed. "Surely, Mr. Gigu, you must have some inkling of my origins, for otherwise, you would not have instructed your disciple to await my arrival upon the mountain." Imo-chun took a delicate sip from the porcelain cup, relishing the fragrant notes that blossomed upon his palate. Despite the exhaustion that had accumulated in his body from his travels, he felt an inexplicable sense of ease. "The enigma that is you, my young friend, eludes my comprehension," Giguzi remarked with a gentle smile, his tone languid. "To confess, it amuses me to share that in anticipation of your visit, I consulted the divination 3 or 4 times. Yet, the most I could ascertain was that you hailed from a village near Riyang County. Any further details regarding your person remained shrouded in chaos, beyond my reach to discern." Observing Imo-chun's enjoyment as he savored his tea, a smile graced Giguzi's countenance. Chapter 21. Enigmatic Layers. Is it truly that mysterious? I find myself somewhat perplexed by your words, Master Gigu. The information woven into what Giguzi said instilled a subtle sense of caution in Imo-chun, who was currently savoring the extraordinary effects of the mystical tea. From the moment Imo-chun arrived at Yunming Mountain, greeted by the young acolyte, to the present moment, every utterance from Giguzi hinted at the profound depths of his character. Reflecting upon historical records that suggest Giguzi may have been born at the end of the spring and autumn period and lived into the late Warring States period, thus exceeding 2 centuries in age, one could even encounter dubious ancient texts claiming he was an ancient sage who ultimately ascended to immortality. In any case, from Imo-chun's perspective, Giguzi appeared to be an enigma, extraordinarily uncanny and a living, breathing supernatural mystery. Therefore, for the sake of his safety and the paramount importance of the trial task, Imo-chun instinctively began to feign ignorance. "Ah, my young friend, there is no need for such pretense. Since you are reluctant to speak openly about your origins, I shall not press you further. However, might I inquire about your future plans?" Imo-chun's intentions did not escape the keen perception of Giguzi, a man who had lived for over 2 centuries and possessed inscrutable abilities and knowledge. "What plans could I possibly have? I merely wish to venture out while I am still young, to explore and experience the world." At this moment, Imo-chun had firmly resolved to maintain his act of feigned ignorance, regardless of Giguzi's probing. "Ah, young friend, your aspirations are indeed intriguing. In this tumultuous era, the 7 kingdoms, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, Wei, and Qin, are perpetually at war, and most young men are too preoccupied with hiding at home to avoid being conscripted. To see someone of your age daring to navigate this chaotic world alone is truly commendable." Giguzi did not express anger at Imo-chun's evasive remarks. Instead, he nodded in appreciation. "Master Gigu, I often hear others say that you are well versed in astrology and divination, possessing profound knowledge of ancient and modern principles, along with the 6 strategies and 3 tactics, capable of unfathomable military maneuvers. I wonder, what insights do you, a sage of such unparalleled wisdom, have regarding the current geopolitical landscape?" Seizing the opportunity to divert the conversation, Imo-chun shifted the topic. "Ah, young friend, you flatter me. My studies are merely trivial skills, and I do not deserve the title of sage. However, I do have some observations about the state of the world." It seemed that Giguzi either did not notice Imo-chun's change of subject or was indifferent to the topic at hand. "Oh, what are your thoughts on the current world situation, Master Gigu? Might you share a few insights?" Ignoring Giguzi's humility, Imo-chun focused intently on the question regarding the state of the world. Though the world is vast and comprises 7 nations, the relationships among them may appear intricate, yet, from my perspective, they are merely superficial. Stroking his beard, Giguzi smiled as he spoke. "Oh, why do you say it is merely superficial?" At his words, while Imo-chun's expression remained relatively unchanged, his heart was already racing with anticipation. According to the analysis of modern historians thousands of years hence, by the end of the Warring States period, the comprehensive strength of the Qin state had far surpassed that of the other 6 states. At that time, Qin was not only affluent and strong, but also possessed advanced weaponry and a disciplined army. However, this conclusion is the result of extensive research conducted by historians millennia later. for the warring states, a time characterized by severe technological and informational deficiencies, accurately discerning the strengths and weaknesses of each state, as well as the broader situation across the Huaxia region, required extraordinary judgment and military strategic intuition. After the Battle of Chongping, the Zhao state, which once had the capability to contend with Qin, began its decline, while the other 5 states gradually waned over the past century for various reasons. Now, the remaining 6 states could only unite in alliance, pooling their resources to stand against Qin. Yet, this alliance was merely a desperate reaction to the overwhelming pressure exerted by Qin. Should the allied forces of the 6 states achieve victory in their conflict with Qin, the inevitable disputes over the spoils of victory would likely lead to the collapse of their alliance once more. Given the individual strengths of the 6 states today, facing Qin alone would only result in their inevitable demise. Thus, in the current world, although it appears that there are still 7 states, in truth, only the formidable Qin remains. The conversation was quiet, almost resembling casual banter, yet the content revealed Giguzi's astute grasp of the evolving circumstances of the realm. If we were to interpret Mr. Gigu's words, does it imply that in the future, only the Qin state will endure? While harboring admiration for Giguzi's insights, Imochen pondered thoughtfully. The land of Huaxia has been divided for far too long. It is indeed time for someone to unify it. Considering the current state of affairs among the nations, I hold a favorable view of Qin's potential to undertake this monumental task. Lifting his teacup for a sip, Giguzi's gaze suddenly deepened. To witness in one's lifetime the grand event of Qin sweeping across the 6 states and unifying Huaxia is truly exhilarating to contemplate. In agreement, Imochen expressed his sentiments aloud. To be candid, my young friend, I had dispatched my latest group of students to descend from the mountains several years ago, directing them towards Qin, awaiting the opportune moment to act. These students will assist the king of Qin in accomplishing the great enterprise of unifying Huaxia. With a gentle stroke of his beard, Giguzi revealed a faint smile. Oh, Mr. Gigu has made such arrangements. May I inquire who your students are? It would be a pleasure to meet them in the future, Imochen remarked, his interest piqued. I have many students, among whom are Bai Qi, Li Si, Wang Jian, Elbawei, and Su Fu. Some have already gained renown across the land, while others remain obscure, mere humble retainers. Giguzi smiled and replied, Mr. Gigu, what are your thoughts on the matters following Qin's unification of Huaxia? Imochen cautiously inquired after a brief silence. This trial aims to alter the fate of Qin, which succumbed under the second emperor. Gaining Giguzi's insights would undoubtedly prove beneficial in the future. While Qin may sweep through the 6 states and unify Huaxia, I am not optimistic about the development that will follow this unification. Giguzi articulated his perspective candidly. Why is that? Imochen asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Although the Qin dynasty could sweep through the 6 states with its formidable military might and unify the realm of Huaxia, the populace and nobility of the 6 states would not find solace under Qin's dominion. The citizens, haunted by the specter of their fallen states, would inevitably harbor a longing for their former homelands. During this period, should the Qin fail to comprehend the art of pacifying the hearts of the people and resort to oppressive governance, even with their overwhelming power, they would ultimately face retribution from the remnants of the 6 states. In such turbulent times, only those who win the hearts of the populace can forge a dynasty that endures through the ages. As he spoke, Giguzi's gaze suddenly deepened, as if he had glimpsed the future. Truly, Mr. Gigu was a sage. After hearing this explanation, even Imochen, who had intended to feign ignorance, could not help but feel admiration. In truth, the retribution from the remnants of the 6 states would not pose a significant threat to the Qin. These remnants could not fundamentally shake the foundation of the Qin dynasty. Ultimately, it would be those mysterious beings that would lead to Qin's downfall. Upon mentioning these enigmatic beings, Giguzi's expression subtly shifted, and he fell silent. Mysterious beings? What are these beings that Mr. Gigu speaks of? Could you elaborate? Seeing Giguzi's abrupt cessation of words, Imochen felt compelled to inquire. I must refrain from discussing it, Giguzi replied apologetically. The abilities of these mysterious beings are vast. I intended to share some insights about them with you, young friend, but I sensed an overwhelming sense of danger. If I were to continue speaking on this subject, it could jeopardize my very life. After hearing Giguzi's cryptic explanation, Imochen's curiosity about these mysterious beings intensified. However, Giguzi did not broach the subject again. After discussing various matters and sharing a meal, Imochen bade farewell to Giguzi and descended the mountain with the Taoist boy the following morning. Once Imochen and the Taoist boy departed, Giguzi remained alone in his cave. The amiable expression he had maintained during his interactions with Imochen vanished. This young man truly embodied the mysterious nature foretold earlier. Even by employing the ancient sages' esoteric techniques to conduct a close divination, no precise information could be gleaned about him. Yet, the more enigmatic he appeared, the more it underscored the recent chaotic upheaval of the celestial constellations, which was inextricably linked to his arrival. Nevertheless, this twist of fate was intriguing. After centuries of scheming, from the chaotic wars among feudal lords to the fragmentation of great states, culminating in the formidable Qin nearing the unification of xianxia, one had anticipated a seamless progression of events, only to be surprised by the emergence of such a mysterious figure. A wry smile crept upon his lips as Giguzi sat by the stone table, gazing into the void before him, engaging in a peculiar soliloquy filled with anticipation for how this young man would respond to the interventions of the mysterious beings. Chapter 22. Zhao Zheng of Handan. In the early autumn, the air was tinged with a refreshing chill. Descending from Yunming Mountain, Imochen located a spot where he had concealed his unicycle beneath branches and leaves. After unearthing it, he proceeded northward towards Handan City as planned. One could only wonder what manner of divine being, feared even by Giguzi, truly awaited him. He hoped that this so-called deity would not conflict with his trial objectives, otherwise, whether divine or demonic, he would ensure their demise without hesitation. As Imochen rode his unicycle, boredom often led him to replay the conversation he had with Giguzi atop Yunming Mountain. Naturally, this included reflections on the nature of the divine being. However, given his current level of understanding, he found it exceedingly difficult to fathom the true identity of this so-called deity. Even if this divine figure possessed some supernatural abilities, what was there to fear? I refuse to believe that, with the might of Qin Shi Huang having unified the 6 states, there are many such divine beings to back them. As long as there are comparable divine beings on Qin Shi Huang's side, there remains room for negotiation. Evidently, Imochen took the matter of the divine being quite seriously. Consequently, for the next month and more, during his travels, he devoted most of his time to contemplating various possibilities regarding the divine being. On one particular day, after an early rise, Imochen foraged for some wild vegetables and consumed them with the dry rations he had begged for days prior, thus having his breakfast. Once tidied up, he had barely ridden his unicycle on the official road for a short while when he encountered a throng of people, laden with families and pushing wooden carts, approaching from the opposite direction. Upon witnessing this scene, Imochen halted his unicycle and, upon nearing the group of seemingly displaced individuals, casually engaged in conversation with a man dressed in simple garments. "Ah, we are people who have fled from Handan City in Zhao, seeking refuge in the surrounding areas," replied the young man, casting a few glances at the unicycle upon which Imochen sat, his voice tinged with despondency. "You fled from Handan City? What has transpired there?" Imochen inquired, startled by the response. Since the catastrophic battle of Chongping years ago, when the Zhao kingdom suffered the slaughter of hundreds of thousands of able-bodied soldiers at the hands of the ruthless Qin general Bai Qi, King Zhao had initially surrendered 6 cities to Qin in pursuit of peace. However, he soon reneged on this decision, unwilling to cede the cities. Consequently, Qin dispatched troops to besiege Handan City, yet they had failed to capture it after an extended siege. Now, Handan had been surrounded by Qin forces for 2 to 3 years, and the citizens had endured countless hardships due to the ongoing warfare between the 2 states. Living in constant trepidation, individuals like us, who managed to escape during the temporary lulls in the conflict, were not uncommon. Wiping the sweat from his brow with the sleeve of his simple garment, the young man continued, "Qin has encircled Handan." "Oh, thank you, fellow traveler." After listening to the youth's explanation, Imochen pondered for a few moments, recalling that historically, following the Battle of Chongping, the Qin dispatched numerous troops to besiege the capital of Zhao, Handan, due to Zhao's breach of promise regarding the surrender of cities. However, according to historical records, in the 20th year of King Wei Only, around December 257 BC, Zhao would unite with Wei and Chu to launch a counter-offensive against the Qin forces both inside and outside Handan. Ultimately, as anticipated, the coalition of the 3 states would triumph, thus breaking the siege of Handan. Presently, it was late August, and with several months still until December, the prospect of venturing to Handan seemed rather perilous. After parting ways with the group of refugees, Imochen rode his unicycle while deep in thought. Yet, if memory served him right, during the siege of Handan, due to the deteriorating relations between Qin and Zhao, Zhao sought to eliminate the Qin hostage, Zichu, who was none other than the father of Qin Shi Huang. However, Zichu had previously escaped to Qin, aided by Lu Buwei's substantial bribes to the guards at the city gate. This meant that at this juncture, the young Qin Shi Huang, merely 2 or 3 years of age, remained in Handan, relying on his mother, Zhao Ji. Furthermore, due to the animosity between the 2 states, The mother and son were still direct relatives of the hostage Zichu, placing them in an extremely precarious situation. If Imo-chan could seize this opportunity and offer his assistance during their time of utmost vulnerability, then in 5 or 6 years, when Qin and Zhao reconciled, he could return to Qin as their companion. As he contemplated this, a glimmer of determination sparked in Imo-chan's eyes, soon accompanied by a faint smile. 2 days later, he arrived near Handan, riding his unicycle. The siege was indeed fierce. Being aware of the ongoing conflict between Qin and Zhao, Imo-chan did not approach Handan directly, but instead cautiously ascended a nearby high ground. By chance, he witnessed a confrontation between the attacking and defending forces of Qin and Zhao, observing the Qin soldiers, reckless and roaring, charging towards the towering city walls only to be met with a barrage of arrows, stones, and stakes from the Zhao defenders. He could not help but marvel at the grim spectacle. He resolved to observe for a few days, to discern the rhythm and habits of the ongoing warfare, and to wait for an opportune moment during a lull in hostilities to enter the city. As the Qin soldiers began their large-scale retreat, Imo-chan stood atop the high ground, stroking his smooth chin and murmuring to himself. After another 2 days of studying the patterns and characteristics of the conflict, under the cover of night, he buried his unicycle and cautiously made his way into Handan. All that remained was to locate the residences of Qin Shi Huang and Zhao Ji the following day. Upon entering Handan, Imo-chan traversed over 1,000 meters, finally curling up in a sheltered corner of an unfamiliar building. The night passed in silence, but at dawn, he was roused by the sound of galloping hooves. Zhao soldiers, perhaps? It seemed they were heading towards the city wall. Gazing at the departing soldiers, Imo-chan withdrew his eyes and began to survey his surroundings. In the waning days of the Warring States period, the state of Zhao, despite its diminishing power, had its capital, Handan, which still retained a semblance of prosperity. The Handan city before him stood in stark contrast to the villages and small towns he had traversed, most notably in the density of its structures and the diversity of their adornments. In the villages, brick and tile houses were a rare sight. In the county towns, while such buildings existed, their decorative carvings and patterns were predominantly simplistic, if not entirely absent. However, what Imo-chan beheld in Handan was a city replete with brick and tile constructions, many of which were intricately embellished with exquisite and intricate patterns. Furthermore, the streets of Handan were meticulously planned with symmetry at their core, imparting a sense of orderliness that starkly contrasted with the haphazard layouts of the rural villages and county towns. To locate Qin Shi Huang, one must first find Zhao Ji, and to find Zhao Ji, one must inquire about the whereabouts of the Qin prince, Zichu. As he walked along the somber and desolate streets, Imo-chan's mind began to formulate his subsequent plans. "Old sir, may I ask you something?" He adeptly knocked on the door of a courtyard nestled in a narrow alley, which was opened by an elderly man appearing to be in his 70s. However, drawing from his observations of the generally premature aging of people in the Warring States period, Imo-chan estimated the man's actual age to be around 50. Leaning on his acting skills, Imo-chan first managed to beg for a bowl of hot porridge. As he savored the porridge, he engaged the elder in conversation. "What is it?" the old man inquired, his tone weary as he observed Imo-chan. "Do you happen to know where the hostages from the Qin state are residing in our warring states?" Upon hearing the question, the elder responded, and Imo-chan quickly expressed his politeness. "Ah, I thought it was something significant. It turns out to be this. Are you too wishing to vent your frustrations at the hostages' residence like others have been doing lately? If that is your intention, I advise you against it. I have heard that not long ago, the grandson of the Qin king, who was held as a hostage in Handan, has been secretly escorted back to Qin. Now, all that remains in Handan is that poor Zhao mother and her child." The elder's voice trailed off, indicating his evident fatigue. "Old sir, you misunderstand. I am merely curious about the Qin hostages and wish to see them. Nothing more," Imo-chan clarified. From the elder's response, he quickly gleaned several pieces of valuable information. Firstly, it was evident that Zichu had been rescued by El Buwei. Secondly, Zhao Ji and Qin Shi Huang had not been executed immediately due to their Zhao lineage. Lastly, numerous individuals from Zhao had sought out the residences of Zhao Ji and Qin Shi Huang, largely driven by the animosity between the Qin and Zhao states, intending to humiliate and vent their frustrations upon them. After contemplating these matters, Imo-chan consumed the kanji in one gulp, expressed his gratitude to the elder, and turned to depart. Following a series of inquiries, he soon located the residence of Zhao Ji and Qin Shi Huang in the city of Handan. With so many soldiers present, infiltrating their ranks posed quite a challenge. Positioned beside the wall of a tea house, Imo-chan scrutinized a grand mansion a few dozen meters away, which stood in stark contrast to the surrounding structures. At that moment, The entrance and vicinity of this residence were surrounded by dozens of soldiers wielding long spears. What do you intend to do? My son's surname is Zhao, given name Zheng, known as Zhao Zheng. He is a citizen of Zhao and has no ties to Qin. Just then, a woman's anguished cry echoed from within the mansion's gates. Chapter 23, Self-Recommendation for a Servant. As the sun ascended in the morning sky, the once desolate streets began to pulse with life. Pedestrians emerged in small clusters, while groups of soldiers patrolled the thoroughfare. Amidst the newfound bustle of the marketplace, a woman's piercing scream pierced the air, compelling many onlookers to pause and seek the source of the commotion. Following the gaze of the crowd, a strikingly beautiful woman, her figure elegantly curvaceous, was being escorted out of an opulent mansion by two soldiers. The cries emanated from her lips, and despite being firmly restrained by her captors, she continued to shout defiantly, struggling to break free. Trailing closely behind her, a soldier held a child of 2 or 3 years aloft with one hand. The child, suspended in the grip of the imposing soldier, was wide-eyed with panic and fear, yet curiously, he remained silent, tightly pursing his lips in an effort to quell his trembling. Zhao Ji and the young Zheng, the future Qin Shi Huang? Upon recognizing these two figures, along with the murmurs of the surrounding crowd, Imochen swiftly deduced that the woman and child were indeed the individuals he sought. Should I rush forward to make my presence known? No, that would be too reckless at this moment. Given the course of history, Qin Shi Huang would not perish in the Zhao state. My intervention now would only introduce further variables. It would be wiser to gather more intelligence about the internal situation in Handan before seeking a discreet method to approach Zheng. Observing as the soldiers escorted Zhao Ji and Zheng to the entrance, Imochen noted a few others arriving shortly thereafter, who exchanged words with the soldiers before they departed. With the soldiers gone, Zhao Ji and her son were subsequently escorted back to their residence by the newcomers. As the spectacle dissipated, the crowd in the marketplace gradually dispersed. Imochen, positioned against the wall, merged with the flowing throng and vanished from sight. After more than 2 weeks of diligent observation, Imochen had amassed a wealth of information regarding Zhao Ji and Zheng. Recently, with the ongoing conflict between the Qin and Zhao states, the identities of the pair had become exceedingly precarious, leading to their virtual seclusion within the confines of their home. This situation was untenable. With both of them remaining indoors, my continued waiting outside serves no purpose. It appears that I must take the initiative and create an opportunity for myself. In a narrow alley, clad in tattered garments, Imochen curled into a corner, deep in contemplation. As the war raged on, Zhao Ji and Zheng's standing in Zhao had diminished considerably, with servants being dismissed or departing on their own accord each week. I wonder if they would consider employing me if I were to directly apply for a position as a servant. While observing from the shadows, Imochen noticed 3 individuals dressed in servant attire exiting Zheng's residence, burdened with their belongings. Without hesitation, he made his way toward the grand entrance of Zhao Ji and Zheng's mansion, eager to test his fate. Thud, thud. The expansive mansion stood guard without any sentinels, the imposing black door devoid of any sign. Imochen raised his hand and knocked upon it a few times. Who are you? The door was opened by a venerable elder, his hair and beard as white as snow, and his figure slightly stooped. Might I inquire if your household is in need of additional help? Upon seeing the door ajar, Imochen promptly conveyed his intention. Additional help? The elder appeared somewhat perplexed. During the Warring States period, the term additional help was not in use. I mean servants, laborers, do you seek such? Upon noticing the elder's confusion, Imochen felt compelled to elaborate further. Ah, you refer to servants. As for our current situation, you likely have an inkling. There is no salary, merely a place to eat and rest. If you find this acceptable, step inside to meet our master and discuss further. Should he consent to your stay, you may remain. Once the elder grasped the young man's intent, he regarded Imochen, dressed in tattered garments, with an odd expression, before methodically outlining the household's regulations. A place to eat and rest suffices for me. I dare not aspire to more. At this, a fleeting smile graced Imochen's face, obscured by his long locks. Moments later, the elder guided Imochen to the residential quarters within the estate. Madam, there is a destitute young man seeking to serve as a servant in the household. Do you think we should accept him? The elder respectfully inquired through a closed door. Decide as you see fit. For such trifling matters, Subo, you need not consult me, came a crisp, languid voice from within, tinged with impatience. Yes, madam. Responding affirmatively, Subo led Imochen away. It seemed that the person within was Zhao Ji, the mother of Zheng. Imochen had overheard their exchange and followed the elder, deep in contemplation. Who is Subo? Why is he dressed so poorly, lacking in the slightest decorum? Just as Imochen pondered this, a youthful voice echoed ahead, filled with curiosity. Young master, he is a destitute wanderer, having arrived at the estate seeking a servant's position to fill his belly. Su Bo. Noticing the inquiry came from the young master Zhao Zheng, promptly donned a smile and explained respectfully. I see now. It appears he is indeed a desperate individual seeking a position as a servant. Zhao Zheng nodded in understanding, casting a few glances at Imo Chun before passing by. Departing from the two, Ing Zheng must be merely 2 or 3 years old, yet his thoughts are so lucid. He is indeed no ordinary child. As Imo Chun observed Ing Zheng receding in the distance, he resumed his following of Su Bo. Over an hour later, under Su Bo's direction, Imo Chun had refreshed himself and donned clean servant attire. For the subsequent month, to avoid raising suspicions, Imo Chun diligently performed the tasks befitting a servant within the estate. Good morning, young master. During this time, the household servants had dwindled in number, necessitating Imo Chun to undertake multiple tasks each day. However, this situation allowed him to roam throughout the entire residence daily. Although it was somewhat taxing and arduous, it enabled him to quickly become acquainted with the layout of the estate. He also became quite familiar with the 2 masters of the residence, Zhao Ji and Ing Zheng. Why are you the one cleaning again today? Where are the others? The sight of Imo Chun diligently performing the same task at the same time for several consecutive days piqued the curiosity of the still youthful Ing Zheng. My lord may not be aware, but as the conflict between the states of Qin and Zhao intensifies, many servants in the residence, fearing that the wrath of King Zhao might be unjustly directed at the lady and you, have fled to avoid causing trouble for themselves. Consequently, with a shortage of hands in the estate, I naturally have to take on more tasks. Surprised that Ing Zheng had spoken to him for the first time in many days, Imo Chun seized the opportunity to respond respectfully yet assertively. Then why don't you leave as well? Are you not afraid of being implicated? Upon hearing this, Ing Zheng nodded non-committally, continuing to inquire with curiosity. I am not afraid. I believe that the lady and your current predicament will not last indefinitely. Seeing Ing Zheng's continued interest, Imo Chun smiled and replied, Oh? What leads you to such a conclusion? It was evident that Ing Zheng was intrigued by Imo Chun's response. What I am about to say may not sit well with you, my lord, and I ask for your understanding in advance. With a sudden resolve, Imo Chun clasped his fists and spoke earnestly. How fascinating. Speak freely. I shall not hold it against you. Taken aback by Imo Chun's unexpected seriousness, the playful child, Ing Zheng, was keen to see what this young servant had to say. I believe that the current conflict between Qin and Zhao will reveal a victor within 2 to 3 months. Moreover, based on my understanding, the outcome of this war will likely culminate in a significant defeat for Qin. Bold. Utter nonsense. It is well known that my Qin is presently powerful and strong, with the mightiest national strength among all states. How dare you, a mere servant, utter such absurd statements? You ought to be punished. Before Imo Chun could finish his statement, Ing Zheng suddenly retorted, filled with indignation. My lord, please do not be angry. Allow me to complete my thoughts before you draw a conclusion. Imo Chun, somewhat at a loss for words, respectfully urged. Continue. But if you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall certainly have Su Bo expel you. Clearly, as a hostage of the Qin state and a member of the royal family, Ing Zheng was quite sensitive to any remarks that insulted Qin. My lord, I deeply understand your sense of loyalty and belonging to Qin, but have you considered what the outcome would be if Zhao were to fail in this conflict? Currently, with hundreds of thousands of troops besieging the capital of Zhao, Handan, should Zhao fail to defend the city, it would signify the end of the state. As the kingdom of Zhao has met its demise, how could the prince and the lady, held as hostages within its borders, expect to be spared by a desperate Zhao king? Consequently, should Zhao's defense falter, it is highly likely that the prince and the lady would face immediate execution in a fit of rage. Yet, what of such an execution? Should one prioritize their own survival at the expense of engaging in frivolous discourse regarding a war with a seemingly predetermined outcome? After Imo Chun elucidated his perspective, Ing Zheng's ire had somewhat abated, though disdain still lingered in his words. The subordinate had merely remarked on the potential repercussions for the prince following the victories and defeats of the Qin and Zhao nations. What was to follow was an analysis of the true outcome of this conflict. It is well known among the populace that the Qin state is formidable, beyond the capability of 1 or 2 nations to withstand. Presently, Qin has amassed a substantial force besieging the Zhao capital of Handan. Should the Qin army succeed in breaching the city, Zhao's annihilation would be inevitable. In light of such a perilous situation, Zhao is understandably reluctant to resign to fate. My sources indicate that the Zhao king has discreetly dispatched envoys to Wei and Shu, persuading their respective rulers to send troops to relieve the siege of Handan. Given the strategic acumen of Wei's Lord Xinling and Chu's Lord Chunshin, they would undoubtedly comprehend the grave implications that Zhao's fall would hold for the other states. Thus, I boldly predict that within a month or two, or at most 3, the conflict between Qin and Zhao will reach a conclusion, with a significant likelihood of Qin facing a devastating defeat at the hands of a coalition formed by Zhao, Wei, and Chu. In response to Ing Zheng's scorn, Mo Qin merely smiled, unperturbed, and proceeded to articulate his views with careful consideration, drawing upon the historical records he was privy to from future accounts. Chapter 24. Return to the Qin state in the courtyard. The afternoon sun cast its warm glow upon the ground, while the birds and insects in the garden reveled in the rare tranquility, occasionally filling the air with their delicate chirps and calls. How could the states of Wei and Chu dare to risk retaliation from Qin by joining forces with Zhao to assault it? On the steps of the courtyard, the young Ing Zheng gazed at Mo Chun, who stood in the garden, and hesitantly inquired. The principle of mutual dependence was straightforward. Even if Qin were to retaliate against Wei and Chu in the future, it paled in comparison to the risk posed by Qin's further expansion after its annexation of Zhao, leaving the other states to face Qin alone. Observing the wavering resolve of Ing Zheng, Mo Qin calmly continued to elucidate. I still do not believe that Qin will be defeated, since you have asserted that the outcome of this war will be evident in no more than 2 or 3 months. Let us await the final result. If you are mistaken, I shall still expel you from my residence. With Mo Qin's words hanging in the air, even the young Ing Zheng, who was accustomed to reading ancient texts, began to comprehend that the war might indeed unfold, as Mo Qin suggested. Speaking thus now was merely a means for him to save face. To converse about future developments with someone from over 2,000 years hence. Even the illustrious Qin Shi Huang must concede defeat. Now, all that remained was to await December for news of the coalition forces of Wei, Chu, and Zhao besieging the Qin army and alleviating the siege of Handan. As Ing Zheng departed, Mo Qin resumed tending to the garden, all the while silently contemplating. Ever since their previous intense discussion, Ing Zheng had begun to pay a modicum of attention to Mo Qin in his daily life. This newfound attention, while not altering Mo Qin's status as a mere servant, was still an unexpected gain for him, for this marked the initial stage of their interaction, where trust and goodwill must be cultivated. The foundation of such goodwill and trust was the concern and regard of the other party. Had Mo Qin been merely an inconsequential servant, how could the proud Ing Zheng possibly develop any affection or trust towards him? Moreover, Ing Zheng was historically known for his sensitivity and suspicion. To foster both trust and goodwill without arousing doubt would require considerable effort. Thus, it was entirely appropriate for Mo Qin to leverage his predictions regarding the outcome of the war between Qin and Zhao to enhance his image and standing in Ing Zheng's eyes. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, December arrived, and the foliage began to wither and turn yellow as the temperature shifted from the heat of summer to the coolness of winter. On a particular day, the foremost of the 4 sons of the warring states, Lord Xinling Wei Wuji, heeding the counsel of the recluse Ho Sheng, accompanied by the mighty warrior Zhu Hai and armed with a military token stolen from the king of Wei, arrived at the encampment of General Jin Bai in Yi City. After a fruitless discussion, Lord Xinling signaled Zhu Hai to slay Jin Bai with an iron spike and subsequently selected 8,000 elite troops from Wei to head towards Handan City. Meanwhile, under Lord Xinling's call and persuasion, the state of Chu also dispatched troops to the capital of Zhao, Handan. Thus, the armies of the 3 kingdoms engaged in a decisive battle against the Qin forces beneath the city of Handan. Ultimately, the vast Qin army, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, was unable to withstand the coalition of the 3 kingdoms and suffered a resounding defeat. The news of the Qin army's rout and the successful relief of Handan swiftly reached the city, prompting the young Ing Zheng to spring into action, his heart racing with both shock and realization. He hurriedly exited his quarters and made his way toward the quarters of the household servants. Is there an urgent matter that requires my subordinate's attention? He inquired, his demeanor reflecting haste. Upon entering, Mo Qin looked at the breathless young Ing Zheng in surprise and, after a moment's contemplation, surmised the purpose of his visit. The Qin army has been defeated, Ing Zheng declared, catching his breath. Indeed, I am aware of that. Mo Qin replied, his expression unperturbed. The coalition of Wei, Chu, and Zhao has successfully encircled us, Ing Zheng continued, noticing Mo Qin's calm demeanor. This was to be expected. If my predictions hold true, we shall soon witness the involvement of other nations joining the coalition against Qin. At that juncture, Qin will inevitably suffer further defeats and lose control over certain territories. Mo Qin responded with a shrug and a smile. What shall we do then? I beseech you. Why, sir, to enlighten us on how to avert the peril facing our great Qin. Ing Zheng implored earnestly, his countenance shifting as he absorbed Imo Qin's seemingly casual remarks. Do not be overly troubled by this matter, my lord. In recent decades, Qin has developed at an extraordinary pace, and a measured setback may not be entirely detrimental. Imo Qin assured him. What you ought to concern yourself with, however, is your own position. Why do you say that? Ing Zheng's heart sank at this revelation. With the cessation of hostilities between Qin and Zhao, and given the current circumstances, the prospects for Qin appeared bleak, suggesting a trend of continued military defeats. Hence, Qin's temporary weakness would likely embolden the other states, resulting in an increase in their power. During this period of Qin's vulnerability, your standing in Zhao may not be particularly favorable. You may encounter some indignities and verbal scorn. I hope you can endure this phase. Once it has passed, and you return to Qin, you will be free to act as you wish. Imo Qin shared his thoughts as he observed Ing Zheng's changing expression. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. I acknowledge my previous transgressions against you, and I kindly ask for your forgiveness. Ing Zheng contemplated for several moments before conceding the validity of Imo Qin's insights, bowing deeply in acknowledgement of his sincerity. Do not be so formal. It is my honor and duty to alleviate your burdens, Imo Qin replied, stepping forward to assist Ing Zheng to his feet. By the way, I do not yet know how to address you. My name is Imo Qin, he responded respectfully. Imo Qin, are you affiliated with the Imo family? Ing Zheng inquired, intrigued by this revelation. Upon hearing Imo Qin announce his name, Ing Zheng inquired with astonishment. My subordinate has no connection with the Imo family faction. I merely chose the name Imo Qin. In response, Imo Qin shook his head in denial. Very well, Mr. Imo, would you consider becoming my mentor? With your exceptional talents, it is a waste for you to serve as a mere retainer in my residence. Without lingering on the implications of his name, Ing Zheng directly articulated his true intention. To be the teacher of the young master is indeed an honor for Qin. I naturally cannot refuse. After a brief moment of surprise, Imo Qin, eschewing humility, readily agreed. It would have been peculiar for him to decline. After all, he had exerted considerable effort to arrive in Handan, seeking to establish a close relationship with Ing Zheng. Given the opportunity before him, Imo Qin was not foolish enough to let it slip away. Ah, very well. I shall instruct Su Bo to arrange a new residence for you, my teacher. Imo Qin's swift and enthusiastic acceptance left Ing Zheng somewhat taken aback. In these times, the more talented individuals tended to reject the overtures of those in power. Typically, one would need to extend an invitation multiple times before being deemed worthy of the title of a sage. Yet, Imo Qin, who had previously given Ing Zheng a modest yet impressive impression, was expected to require several invitations before yielding to his request. However, to Ing Zheng's astonishment, a singular invitation sufficed, an outcome that felt almost excessively fortuitous. Once settled in his new abode, Imo Qin maintained a low profile within the residence. Aside from engaging in discussions on ancient and modern history with Ing Zheng, he devoted much of his time to reading. Although the texts from the pre-Qin spring and autumn period were challenging to decipher, Imo Qin found them worthy of study. This challenge did not deter him. Through relentless reading of ancient tomes, he gradually unearthed intriguing accounts of antiquity, which included tales of immortals and supernatural beings. Thus, 3 years swiftly passed. During this time, Zhao Ji and Ing Zheng's circumstances unfolded as Imo Qin had anticipated, growing increasingly dire. Meanwhile, the originally designated residence for the guardianship of Ing Zheng and Zhao Ji was further burdened by the presence of the young Prince Dan of Yin, who had been sent as a hostage by King Wei. However, due to their similar ages and shared status as hostages in Zhao, the two boys fostered a harmonious friendship. Enjoying each other's company, Imo Qin observed their playful interactions without imposing any alterations. For he believed that the renowned assassination plot orchestrated by Prince Dan against King Qin would not result in the monarch's demise, rendering intervention unnecessary. Instead, he assumed the role of a mentor, subtly guiding their thoughts and worldviews. As another year elapsed, the year 250 BCE arrived. In this year, Ing Zheng's grandfather, King Xiaowen of Qin, ascended to the throne of the Qin state. As the legitimate descendant, Ing Zheng, due to his paternal connection to Ing Yiran, also known as Ing Zichu, concluded his life as a hostage in the Zhao kingdom. Shortly thereafter, he and his mother, Zhao Ji, accompanied by a select group of trusted servants, embarked on their journey back to the Qin kingdom. Chapter 25. The Crown Prince in the Grand Thoroughfare of Xianxia. The capital of the Qin state, soldiers stood in formation on either side, while behind them gathered a multitude of Qin citizens. Amidst this sea of soldiers and spectators, a carriage, accompanied by a retinue of attendants, proceeded slowly along the street. Little did I expect that my grandfather, King Xiaowen of Qin, would pass away merely 3 days after ascending the throne. Inside the carriage, the young Zheng gazed through the curtains at the welcoming crowd outside, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. Now that the crown prince had returned to Qin, it was time to prepare for the future. As Zheng's mentor, Chen suddenly spoke up from within the carriage. "Oh, what do you mean, Mr. Emo?" Zhao Ji, who was also in the carriage, inquired, her tone tinged with skepticism. Over the years, she had harbored reservations about her son's youthful tutor, viewing Chen as a mere interloper who had gained favor with the young Zheng through superficial knowledge and flattery. With Zheng's father, King Xianxia, having ascended to the throne, and her son now holding the esteemed title of crown prince, she had resolved to secure the most renowned and respected educators for her son to ensure his prosperous future and noble status. As for this inexperienced youth before her, she planned to find an excuse to dismiss him when the time came. Now that my son is the crown prince of Qin, he must prepare for the responsibilities of succession, Zhao Ji declared, her disdain evident. Chen, discerning her concealed thoughts, remained unperturbed, responding with a languid smile. Isn't that merely stating the obvious? If the crown prince does not prepare for his ascension, what else could he possibly do? At this, Zhao Ji scoffed in amusement. Indeed, your ladyship speaks truthfully. I must have been overly concerned, Chen replied, acknowledging her pointed remarks. Observing Zhao Ji's repeated verbal jabs, Zheng remained unfazed. And Chen suddenly grasped the underlying dynamics, offering perfunctory replies before lapsing into silence. The entourage arrived at the royal palace of Qin, where King Xianxia had already instructed his aides to prepare a banquet to welcome his son and daughter-in-law. Chen held little interest in such festivities, though he was pleasantly surprised by the esteemed figures he encountered at the banquet, including the illustrious Wang Jin and El Buwei, both renowned figures in history. Once the banquet concluded, Chen was assigned to a secluded residence within the crown prince's palace complex. Knock, knock, knock. After a long day, just as Chen was about to retire for the night, he was startled by a knock at the door. "Who is it?" he inquired, furrowing his brow. "It is I, Prince Zheng," came the youthful voice of Zheng from outside. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Chen asked, hastily donning his garments and opening the door. "I have come regarding the preparations you mentioned earlier," Zheng replied. As the door swung open, Zheng, who was already well acquainted with Chen, wasted no time with pleasantries and directly stated his purpose. "Why were you unwilling to discuss this matter during the day in the carriage?" Upon hearing Zheng's intent, Chen felt no surprise. "I prefer not to engage in such discussions in my mother's presence. Perhaps we should focus on preparations for the future instead. I am quite curious about your insights, master." To this, Zheng offered no elaborate explanation but urged Chen to address the main topic promptly. "My suggestion is quite straightforward. Although your highness has been named the son of heaven and the heir apparent, there are several significant obstacles you must navigate in your path to the throne." "What obstacles? Are you referring to my father?" Zheng inquired hastily upon hearing this. "Not at all. Your father, King Xianxia of Qin, is not considered a hindrance." Chen replied with a smile, dismissing the notion. King Xianxia had passed away after only 3 years of reign, which Chen deemed inconsequential. "Then what obstacles are you referring to?" Zheng asked, perplexed by Chen's denial of his assumption. "Firstly, the first obstacle is the Chancellor, El Buwei. He is a shrewd man who, originally a merchant from Wei, rose to prominence through investments in your father, King Xianxia. As you are still young, El Buwei has become Chancellor. After he has developed his influence in the Qin court for a few years, should you ascend to the throne and wish to consolidate power, you will inevitably need to overcome the interference of El Buwei. Secondly, the second obstacle is your mother. As for the reasons, I cannot disclose them at this moment. In due time, you will understand." Regarding Zhao Ji's infidelity and the subsequent rebellion, Chen refrained from elaborating, mindful of Zheng's dignity and the propriety of their relationship. "According to your guidance, master, what preparations should I be making now?" After a moment of silence concerning his mother Zhao Ji, Zheng respectfully asked, "Align yourself with the mandate of heaven and patiently await the opportune moment. Gather talented individuals from across the realm to establish your own influence. Observe the movements of various factions within the court discreetly. This will enable you to grasp significant changes in the state of Qin." Having organized his thoughts, Chen offered his counsel. "What do you mean by the opportune moment?" Zheng's expression shifted as he pondered Chen's words, delicately inquiring. "The throne," Chen replied with a subtle smile, uttering those 2 words. "Oh, then it seems this opportune moment may be a long time coming." Zheng sighed in response. "Ah, your highness, you are mistaken. One must understand that the mandate of heaven is unpredictable. Perhaps this opportune moment will arrive within a few years. If that is the case, the time left for your preparations is indeed quite limited," Emo Chun remarked, his face adorned with a mysterious smile. King Xianxia had reigned for 3 years before his untimely death, and Yingzheng ascended at the age of 13. This historical fact was one Emo Chun could not misremember. Presently, King Xianxia had only just taken the throne, and Yingzheng was 10 years old. Thus, in 3 years, Yingzheng would officially step onto the grand stage of history, embarking on the journey to become a timeless emperor. Haha, dear teacher. You truly possess a remarkable sense of humor. My father is in the prime of his life. How could such an event possibly occur? Although I laugh, there is an unmistakable glimmer of ambition in Yingzheng's eyes. As a hostage, born in the state of Zhao, he endured humiliation in a foreign land from a tender age. He harbors little memory of this so-called father, let alone any fondness. Upon hearing Yingzheng's words, Emo Chun chose not to elaborate further, instead offering a profound smile directed at Yingzheng. The hour is late. It is indeed inappropriate for Zheng to disturb his teacher's rest at such a time. Please, dear teacher, continue your slumber. It is time for Zheng to take his leave. Noticing Emo Chun's persistent smile and his silence, and recalling some of the extraordinary prophetic statements Emo Chun had previously made, a bold idea began to ignite fervently within Yingzheng's heart. Consequently, he felt compelled to excuse himself prematurely to conceal his emotions, lest he display any indiscretion in front of Emo Chun. Having returned to the Qin state, what remains is the unification of the 6 kingdoms and the fall of the Qin under the reign of the second. The timeline of Qin Shi Huang remains within a manageable scope. To mitigate the likelihood of certain events occurring at the end of the Qin Dynasty, it is imperative to begin differentiating some pivotal historical figures, whether to recruit or eliminate them. After Yingzheng's departure, Emo Chun lay upon his bed, his expression serene as he meticulously organized his thoughts. Chapter 26. Wandering the world. Emo Chun accompanied Yingzheng back to the Qin kingdom. 3 years later, in 247 BC, Yingzheng's father, King Xianxia of Qin, passed away. At the tender age of 13, Yingzheng ascended the throne. Master, is it truly necessary for you to undertake this journey in person? In the grand hall of the royal palace in Xianxia, the young Yingzheng, draped in a black robe, held a bronze cup, sipping lightly while expressing his reluctance. It is indeed essential. The king is now the sovereign of the Qin. As your teacher, I must lay the groundwork for your future campaigns to conquer the 6 states and unify the realm. Otherwise, at my age, how could I possibly bear the title of your mentor? Opposite him, a young man clad in a black brocade robe raised his cup with a serene smile, joining in the toast. Alas, without your strategic counsel, my actions in the Qin will become increasingly challenging, Yingzheng lamented. Having urged Emo Chun repeatedly, he realized that the latter's resolve was firm, and thus, he ceased his pleas. There is no need for your concern, my king. Although Prime Minister El Bouet currently wields considerable power over the Qin court, he lacks the audacity to rebel in the near future. Simply adhere to the plans I previously laid out for you. Observe the shifts in court politics with diligence, discreetly cultivate relationships with the influential ministers, and prepare to seize power when the time is ripe. The day I return to Xianxia will mark the moment I assist you in conquering the 6 states and establishing a unified realm. Seeing Yingzheng's earnestness, Emo Chun assured him sincerely, very well, I shall await your good news in Xianxia. Upon hearing this, Yingzheng raised his cup and shared a drink with Emo Chun. The next day, Emo Chun departed from Xianxia, accompanied by a dozen skilled warriors and a sum of gold, traveling in a horse-drawn carriage. Yingzheng had already inherited the Qin throne. Even without my intervention, he could fulfill his destiny of uniting the 6 states and consolidating China under normal historical progression. Now, at the onset of his reign, I leveraged his trust built over the years to acquire these warriors and wealth, enabling me to tackle the trial of preventing the fall of Qin under the second sovereign. This course of action not only allows me to temporarily distance myself from the impending power struggle among Yingzheng, El Bouet, and Zhao Ji, but also grants me the freedom to engage in independent endeavors, as I am away from Xianxia and devoid of Yingzheng's presence. In essence, this journey serves a dual purpose. Now, where to first? In the carriage, Emo Chun closed his eyes to meditate while mapping out the path ahead. Our first destination will be Pei County, Zhongyangli, although this name only emerged during the Qin Han period following unification. It seems this place does not yet exist, but I recall it is located within the territory of Chu. As the group paused to rest in a small town within the Qin, Emo Chun established their first objective. Reporting to you, my lord, I have followed your instructions and inquired about our next destination. There is only one Pei in the Chu kingdom, situated in its northern region. A discreetly dressed warrior approached Emo Chun, whispering the update. Very well. Inform the others that we shall proceed to Pei in the Chu kingdom. Upon hearing these words, Imochen nodded. The information acquired by this subordinate resonated with his prior recollections. After 3 months of numerous trials and tribulations, Imochen and his entourage finally arrived within the borders of Pei, a region in the Chu kingdom. Alas, in such an expansive territory, locating a few individuals proved to be quite the challenge. Upon reaching Pei, Imochen disembarked from the carriage, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the county city of Pei in the distance. Liu Bang was born a couple of years after Qin Shi. He was likely around 11 years old now. The immediate goal was to find Liu Bang and subtly exert control over him. Subsequently, the likes of Xiao He, Zhang Liang, and Han Xian would naturally gravitate toward Liu Bang, following the course of history. Thus, it was imperative to locate Liu Bang, keep a close watch on him, and, when the opportune moment arose, address the assembly of renowned figures of the early Han Dynasty. With these thoughts in mind, Imochen instructed his subordinates to venture into the city in search of news regarding Liu Bang. Over a month elapsed in this pursuit, and one day, a youth named Liu Bang was brought before Imochen. "Are you Liu Ji?" Imochen inquired with a smile, observing the uniquely striking young man before him, whose hair framed his forehead. "Indeed, I am Liu Ji," the boy replied, undaunted by the presence of the elegantly attired young man before him, exhibiting the audacity of youth. "Very well, allow me to ask you, does your father go by the name Liu Tuan, your mother by the surname Wan, and do you have a brother named Liu Zhong?" Seeing Liu Bang's bewildered expression, Imochen couldn't help but chuckle, continuing his inquiries. "Liu Tuan is my father, Wan is my mother, and my brother is Liu Zhong. Why do you ask these questions?" Though young and brash, Liu Bang was not foolish. Hearing Imochen name his family members sparked a flicker of vigilance and curiosity within him. "Oh, nothing of consequence. You are quite impressive, young man. I have high hopes for you," Imochen remarked with a smile, choosing not to press further. Instead, he gestured for a subordinate to present a gold coin to Liu Bang, then dismissed him. "Sir, the individual you instructed us to investigate, Liu Wan, has also been located. He is likewise a youth, born on the same day as Liu Ji." Shortly after Liu Bang's departure, another subordinate entered the room. "Excellent. Select 2 capable individuals to remain here and monitor this Liu Bang. Remember, they must not intervene in Liu Ji's actions. They are to simply observe. I require a report on Liu Ji's circumstances every month. If no report is received within 10 days, they are to be replaced immediately." Having received further corroborative information from his subordinates, Imochen was now certain of Liu Bang's identity. Days later, after finalizing plans concerning Liu Bang, Imochen embarked on his journey once more. "Master, where shall we head next?" After leaving the county city of Pei, a leader of the assassins approached Imochen's carriage, inquiring through the window. "To the lower reaches of xianxia, to seek out the renowned General Xianxia of the Chu kingdom," Imochen replied after a moment of contemplation. In the tumultuous era of the late Qin Dynasty, amidst the uprising forces, alongside the ultimately victorious Liu Bang, the Han king, there existed a figure shrouded in tragedy, the renowned Xianxia, the hegemon king of Western Chu. Yet, in Imochen's meager repository of historical recollections, he could scarcely unearth a singular piece of information regarding Xianxia, that his grandfather was the esteemed general, Xianxia of Chu. Beyond this, his early understanding of Xianxia was virtually non-existent. Now that Imochen and his companions found themselves within the borders of Chu, and with their quest focused on a notable general from the same region, it did not take long for them to locate the county where Xianxia resided. At present, Xianxia had but 2 young sons, Xiang Liang and Xiang Chao. After securing a place to rest within the city, Imochen began to sift through the information gathered by his subordinates, feeling a sense of perplexity wash over him. It appeared that Xianxia had yet to be born. Thus he decided to set this matter aside for the time being. This predicament was quite vexing. It was only the year 247 BCE, and many individuals who would later play pivotal roles during the late Qin period had not yet come into existence. If he continued down this path, he likely would uncover very few leads. Perhaps it would be prudent to alter his strategy and directly seek an audience with the living luminaries of the various philosophical schools. Moreover, he could dispatch emissaries along the way to gather tidings of the so-called sages. In his chamber, Imochen paced thoughtfully, hands clasped behind his back, murmuring softly to himself, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Chapter 27. The Traces of the Divine. After altering his strategy and temporarily abandoning the search for the leader of the Qin rebellion, Imochen devoted nearly 2 years to traversing renowned mountains and rivers, seeking the remnants of the various schools of thought. Alas, the illustrious founders of these esteemed sects had largely passed away by the end of the Warring States period. Although he encountered several notable inheritors and disciples during this time, Discussions with them revealed that their intellectual prowess was rather commonplace. On a certain official road in the Zhao state, a horse-drawn carriage ambled forward, accompanied by dozens of armed riders. Inside the carriage, Imochen reflected on his recent experiences, hoping that his forthcoming visit to Xianxia would yield some unique insights. After silently rummaging through his mind for information about Xianxia, Imochen murmured to himself. Xianxia, also known as Sun Qing, was one of the prominent figures of Confucianism, historically revered as a posthumous sage. Among his disciples were renowned individuals such as Han Fei and Li Si. "My lord, we are approaching Longling," a subordinate reported a few days later as he approached the carriage. "Have any of our prior envoys encountered Xianxia?" Imochen inquired, opening his eyes from a meditative state. "Reporting to you, my lord, the envoys returned this morning with confirmed news that Xianxia is currently serving as the magistrate of Longling," the subordinate replied promptly. The magistrate of Longling. After hearing the report, Imochen signaled for the caravan to proceed towards Longling County. Soon, they entered the bustling city of Longling. The magistrate of Longling bore a position akin to that of a mayor in later times, and it seemed that Xianxia had fared quite well in his later years. As Imochen gazed through the carriage window at the vibrant hustle and bustle within the city, he nodded to himself. After navigating through the lively streets, guided by his attendants, Imochen arrived at the residence of the magistrate of Longling shortly thereafter. "Please wait outside." A middle-aged man dressed as a steward emerged from the magistrate's residence after a brief exchange. Imochen briefly instructed his attendants before following the middle-aged man inside. "Please wait here for a moment. My master will be with you shortly," the steward said, leading Imochen to the parlor before departing. "Very well," Imochen replied with a smile and a nod, refraining from further inquiries. Approximately 20 minutes later, a frail, stooped elder with graying hair, appearing to be at least 70, entered the parlor, supported by two young maidservants. "You must be Xianxia," Imochen said, rising from his seat to greet him. "Indeed, I am Xianxia. Young friend, you have traveled a great distance from the Qin state to the Chu state. What brings you to seek me?" Xianxia inquired, scrutinizing Imochen as he took his seat in the main chair. "To be candid, I have come here with a few inquiries I wish to discuss with you." "Master Xianxia, seeing the legendary Xianxia at such an advanced age, I prefer to be forthright about my intentions." "Oh, what do you wish to know?" Xianxia inquired, his demeanor remaining unperturbed and calm. "I have often heard of your profound knowledge, and I wonder if you are familiar with the matters concerning the ancient divine beings?" After a moment's contemplation, I posed the questions that I have asked many so-called wise individuals over the past 2 years. "Divine beings? Which kind do you refer to? Are you speaking of the primordial deities such as Fuxi and Nuwa, who shaped the heavens and created all things? Or perhaps Yao and Shan, revered for their contributions to humanity? Alternatively, are you alluding to the legendary ascetics of folklore who achieved transcendence?" Upon hearing this, Xianxia smiled gently and responded in a warm tone. Are you aware of a certain class of divine beings that intervene in human affairs and are not particularly benevolent towards mankind? I had the fortune to converse with Mr. Gigu on Yunming Mountain, and he mentioned this matter. However, it seems he harbored some unspoken reservations regarding these so-called divine beings and was reluctant to elaborate further. After a moment's reflection, I offered further clarification. "You have exchanged words with Mr. Gigu? In my youth, I too held great admiration for Mr. Gigu's esteemed reputation and visited Yuming Mountain. Alas, at that time, he was away, journeying through the world, and I could not fulfill my desire to meet him." Upon learning of my conversation with Gigu, Xianxia's calm demeanor finally exhibited a hint of turbulence. "That is indeed a pity." I smiled in acknowledgement. "The type of divine beings you mentioned, I have indeed heard whispers of." With a sense of calm restored, Xianxia continued in a measured tone, "Please, do enlighten me further." At this, my eyes brightened, and I promptly responded, "Years ago, during my travels in the state of Qi, I heard local fishermen along the coast recount tales. They spoke of mysterious luminous vessels emerging from the sea, ascending into the sky and vanishing every few decades. There were even fishermen who claimed to have seen figures of immense stature, clad in unusual garments, floating in the air as they descended from these radiant ships. Furthermore, there are local legends suggesting that in ancient times, a certain monarch dispatched a formidable army to assault a luminous vessel that appeared in the sea, only to have the monarch and his soldiers tragically transformed into mere bones after a blinding flash of light. From my understanding during those years, these enigmatic vessels and the extraordinary beings aboard were not regarded kindly by the local fishermen. After a brief pause, Xianxia began recounting similar tales as though narrating a story. Luminous vessels emerging from the depths of the sea, beings adorned in peculiar attire, capable of hovering in the sky. The descriptions from Xianxia left me a person from over 2 millennia later, filled with skepticism. For, according to Xianxia's portrayal, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary incidents of unidentified submerged objects. After hearing the words of the old man, the young friend appeared perplexed rather than astonished. Has the young friend discovered something from the old man's descriptions? Observing the expression on Mo Chen's face, Xianxia inquired. There is indeed some enlightenment. Mo Chen replied without much contemplation. What insights have you gained? Might you share them with me for further discussion? Xianxia asked with curiosity. I wonder how you perceive the concept of divine beings. Mo Chen hesitated, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. For an individual from ancient times, if he were to utter terms such as UFO, the other might very well consider him to be speaking in riddles or nonsense. Thus, after a few moments of deliberation, he cautiously posed the question. I have lived long enough to understand the will of heaven, so I do not concern myself too much with such matters. To me, divine beings are merely individuals who, due to their unique circumstances, have acquired certain extraordinary attributes that set them apart from the ordinary populace. However, I believe that if common folk were to attain the same exceptional qualities possessed by these divine beings, they too could be considered divine. In essence, I perceive that it is not the beings themselves that are extraordinary, but rather the unique attributes they possess, such as luminous vessels and peculiar garments. In response to Mo Chen's counterargument, Xianxia candidly expressed his perspective. I never anticipated that individuals like yourself exist in this world. I am truly in admiration. To be frank, my views on divine beings are quite similar to yours. In my understanding, divine beings are simply those who have mastered certain unique practices or possess knowledge that transcends common comprehension, rendering them mysterious and elevated above the ordinary populace. However, I firmly believe that if the general public were to acquire these practices and knowledge, they too could one day ascend to the status of divine beings. Xianxia's reply left Mo Chen utterly astonished. Initially, he had presumed that an ancient figure like Xianxia would be steeped in superstition regarding the supernatural, resistant to alternative interpretations. Yet, unexpectedly, the Xianxia before him articulated thoughts that were refreshingly original and distinct, thereby reshaping Mo Chen's preconceived notions of ancient individuals. This misunderstanding cannot entirely be placed on Mo Chen, for in the country 2 millennia later, mainstream media often depicted ancient Chinese figures as uniformly superstitious and mired in feudal beliefs. Consequently, many modern citizens of China harbor significant misconceptions about the philosophies of their ancient sages. For instance, Xianxia, who advocated the notion of inherent human malevolence and the idea that water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it, as well as the belief that humanity learns from and governs the way of heaven, exemplifies a rational and scientific approach that remains relevant even after 2,000 years. Chapter 28. The world changes in the elegantly antiquated dining hall of the mansion. Mo Chen and Xianxia sat cross-legged across from one another, occasionally sipping tea and savoring dishes. Their conversation filled with laughter and camaraderie, creating a harmonious atmosphere. The old man has always believed that the wondrous phenomena of yin and yang, wind and rain in this world are the true manifestations of divinity. The natural world, composed of such phenomena, is heaven. However, the emergence of the universe is not the work of a deity, but the result of the intrinsic movement of all things. The operations of heaven follow a constant, not existing for the sake of Yao or perishing for the sake of Jia. When aligned with order, it brings fortune. When met with chaos, it brings calamity. The way of heaven does not alter due to human emotions or will, remaining indifferent to the morality or immorality of humankind. Heaven can give birth to life but cannot discern between them. The earth can support humanity but cannot govern it. Heaven has its seasons, the earth its talents, and humanity its governance. All beings who comprehend the way of heaven and decipher its laws do so to gain mastery over it and govern the natural world. At the dining table, Xianxia and Mo Chen engaged in deep conversation, and despite their advanced years, the elder could not help but elaborate on his theories. The master's philosophy is indeed profound and benevolent. However, one wonders whether in his understanding, the true deity precedes natural movement or vice versa. Having transitioned from the living room to the dining hall, their dialogue had already spanned much of the day. Mo Chen had developed a certain grasp of Xianxia's thoughts. The old man posited that initially, there existed only natural movement, which, over time, gave rise to phenomena such as wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, divine manifestations governed by laws. Upon hearing Mo Chen pose this question, Xianxia's murky eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. As a renowned philosopher whose understanding transcended the limitations of his era, he had seldom encountered anyone like Mo Chen, capable of discussing profound conjectures regarding the essence of the universe. Throughout his life, he had mostly encountered the struggles of ordinary people, their grievances against fate, their relentless pursuit of wealth and fame, and their repeated expressions of human desire. In the world, there are far too many mundane individuals. A glance around reveals that few are capable of engaging him in meaningful discourse within his area of expertise. After spending 4 days in Lanling City, Qin, despite Xuanzi's persistent entreaties, embarked once more on his journey to seek out the teachings of various schools of thought and the grandeur of mountains and rivers. More than a month later, Qin arrived in a familiar place via carriage. "Where's this?" Observing the surroundings that felt strikingly familiar, Qin inquired of his attendant outside the carriage. "My lord, we have entered the state of Wei, specifically within the borders of Ruyao County," the attendant promptly replied. "Ruyao, Linshikan, Yumen Mountain, Giguzi." Upon hearing the attendant's response, Qin affirmed the faint notion that had been stirring within him. "To Yumen Mountain," he commanded after a few moments of contemplation. The master descended from the mountain to wander 4 years ago, stating he would return after a full cycle of 60 years, the attendant explained. Upon reaching Yumen Mountain, Qin encountered the young Taoist once more. 60 years? Qin was taken aback, processing the Taoist's explanation, his expression shifting to one of shock. Indeed. Observing Qin's astonishment, the young Taoist smiled knowingly. "Well, if I am still alive after a century, I shall once again ascend the mountains to pay my respects to Master Gigu. Though it is indeed astonishing, considering that Gigu has lived for at least 2 centuries. An additional 60 years of wandering does not seem particularly extraordinary." As I descended from Yunming Mountain, Qin resolved to visit Lin's village, the first place he had set foot in this world, to see how it fared. After 12 years, I wonder how the old Longzhang and his family are faring? In the carriage, Qin observed the surroundings while guiding his companions along the right path, reflecting on the passage of time. As dusk settled, he arrived at the outskirts of Lin's village. It appeared that there had been little change in the village over the past 12 years. From several dozen meters away, he gazed towards Lin's village, where wisps of smoke rose gently, depicting a quintessential scene of traditional Chinese rural life. Upon reaching the village entrance, Qin disembarked from the carriage, accompanied by 2 shadowy figures, and made his way towards the home of the old Longzhang, etched in his memory. "Knock, knock, creak. Who are you?" A woman in simple attire, appearing to be in her 20s, opened the door. "I am Lin Xing, and 12 years ago, I received the care of the old Longzhang. How is he faring now?" Upon seeing the unfamiliar woman, Qin's brow furrowed slightly. "Lin Xing. Oh, it is you. My grandfather passed away 5 years ago due to a cold." The woman, upon hearing Qin's introduction, paused momentarily before sighing in response. She stepped aside to invite him in. "And what of your grandmother?" Qin inquired, a mixture of sorrow and anticipation filling his voice upon learning of Longzhang's passing. "She met her end 2 years ago after falling while gathering firewood at the village entrance," the woman replied, her voice heavy with grief. "Are you the granddaughter of Longzhang?" Upon receiving the news of both Longzhang and his partner's demise, Qin fell silent. Several minutes passed before he spoke again. "Yes, I am called Jiangji," the woman answered. "And what of your parents? I recall there were others in your family before." Qin queried further upon learning her name. "My father was conscripted 10 years ago, and my mother disappeared 6 years ago along with my brother when they went to the city in search of them." The woman replied, her expression shadowed by sorrow. "You must be over 20 now. Are you still unmarried?" Having grasped the situation, Qin cautiously broached the subject. "After my mother and brother went missing, I was left all alone. The villagers say my fate is ill, that marrying me would bring misfortune, hence I remain unwed," Jiangji said, her cheeks flushing at the inquiry regarding her marital status, reflecting her relatively conservative views. "Sigh, the old Longzhang showed me kindness, and as the last descendant of his lineage, I cannot turn a blind eye to your plight. Thus, you shall accompany me from now on. Once we have settled, you may seek a worthy partner for marriage." In that moment, I felt I had repaid the kindness bestowed upon me by the old staff. Although I was aware that this was a world of trials, I, Qin, steadfastly adhered to the principle of not owing anyone a debt of gratitude. Ultimately, I resolved to extend my assistance to the unfortunate woman before me. After discussing the situation regarding the old staff with Jiangji, I did not immediately depart from Linshire village. Instead, I instructed my people to tidy up my former residence, deciding to stay temporarily in the Lin family village. It had been over 2 years since I first sought out Liu Bang and Xianxia, and subsequently visited the various schools of thought among the 100 schools of philosophy. The plan to prevent the uprising against the Qin at the end of the dynasty had yet to be initiated on a large scale. The endeavor to gather the scholars and renowned figures for the benefit of the Qin was still an arduous journey. Was all of this truly necessary? Lying on the wooden bed crafted anew by my attendants, I felt a serene calm envelop me. Yet a rare sense of confusion flickered in my eyes as I absorbed the surrounding darkness and tranquility. In the normal course of history, Yingzheng's actions during the early to mid-period were commendable, whether it was quelling the turmoil caused by Zhao Ji and Lao Ai, undermining El Buwei, or later, decisively conquering the Six States over a decade to unify China. His abilities were remarkable, and there was no need for me to engage in superfluous actions alongside him. The essence of the trial was to alter the fate of the Qin Dynasty, which fell during the reign of the second emperor. In theory, I merely needed to ensure that after Yingzheng's death, the empire would not be usurped by Zhao Gao and Li Si, preventing what was rightfully Crown Prince Fusu's inheritance from being seized by Hu Hai. Thus, the focus of my current task should be on how to avert threats from Zhao Gao, Li Si, and Hu Hai, rather than scattering my efforts aimlessly across the land. As I lay on the bed, my brows furrowed, I contemplated these thoughts aloud. Through more than 2 years of experience, I had observed a significant decline in the efficiency of my plans, prompting me to pause and reflect on whether my previous decisions were flawed. My current actions seemed to offer little aid to the original historical progression, unless I could intervene on a grand scale to accelerate or dramatically alter the course of history. However, considering the territorial extent of the 7 warring states, the conflicts over such limited lands did not require substantial interference from me. Yet, what if I were to illustrate the vast expanse of the more than 9 million square kilometers of the future map of China to Yingzheng? Would that not be intriguing? By extension, what if I were to depict a larger scope, presenting the map of Asia or even the entire world? Given Yingzheng's temperament, would he not be tempted to pursue the ambition of conquering the globe, extending his rule beyond all boundaries? My thoughts were continuously reshaped and reconstructed, and the original confusion in my eyes gradually dissipated under the dawn of new possibilities. This hypothesis theoretically possessed the potential for practical application, especially considering that Yingzheng was merely around 15 years of age, the first emperor. With my unwavering support and the elite scholars from the late Warring States period at his disposal, could feasibly challenge the prospect of world conquest. The concept of China versus the globe sparked a sense of exhilaration within me. The more I pondered, the more excitement surged through me, and I abruptly sat up from the bed. However, the purpose of my action seems rather misaligned with the core of the trial mission. Moreover, by expanding the territorial conquests of the Qin Empire, it is highly probable that I may inadvertently destabilize the empire even further. A single misstep could exacerbate its downfall, rendering my interference tragically counterproductive. A compelling justification must be established to lend value to the endeavor of conquering the world. What justification could there be? A trial? Points? Could such an approach potentially elevate the rank assessment upon the completion of the trial? If an increase is indeed possible, it would subsequently imply that the trial points to be gained would also rise. Each increment in trial points equates to a staggering 10 billion in cash revenue. This plan is certainly worth pursuing. In the end, as the analysis unfolded, the spark in Mo Qin's eyes grew increasingly radiant, compelling him to rise and pace restlessly within the confines of the room. Chapter 29. The World Map. The fourth judge reminds you. After reading, please consider bookmarking for convenience. Since that night of newfound inspiration, Mo Qin has resided in Lin's village for nearly 10 days, diligently expanding and refining this new plan. This naturally encompasses the creation of maps of Xianxia, Asia, and the world. Regrettably, due to his limited geographical knowledge, Mo Qin could only painstakingly produce a rudimentary map of Xianxia, encompassing all provinces of the future. As for the maps of Asia and the world, he ultimately rendered only the rough outlines of the 4 oceans and 7 continents, indicating their general positions on Earth. After completing several maps, Mo Qin resolved to return to the state of Qin. This return was destined to be fraught with tumult and bloodshed. Exiting the state of Wei and entering Qin territory, as he traveled along the official road towards Xianxia, Mo Qin gazed through the carriage window at the tangerine sun setting on the distant western horizon, murmuring to himself. Days later, Mo Qin arrived in Xianxia and was graciously received by Yingzheng. Teacher, during your travels over the past 2 years, what insights have you gained? Upon learning of Mo Qin's return, Yingzheng could hardly contain his joy, setting aside all other matters to await Mo Qin's arrival outside the city gates. As he saw Mo Qin disembark, he hurriedly approached to engage him in conversation. I have gained much. Mo Qin was somewhat taken aback by Yingzheng's personal welcome. Upon reflection, he surmised that Yingzheng's enthusiasm stemmed from the promise he had made 2 years prior. that the day of his return would coincide with Ying Zhang's quest to unify Huaxia. It seemed Ying Zhang had not forgotten this commitment. As a myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind, Imo Chun maintained a smiling demeanor as he approached Ying Zhang. He halted about 2 meters in front of Ying Zhang, revealing a mysterious smile in response. "Ah, there are many eyes and ears here. I kindly suggest we retire to the royal palace." Seeing the enigmatic expression on Imo Chen's face only heightened Ying Zhang's delight. However, as the sovereign of Qin for over 2 years, he was well aware of the various spies operating both domestically and abroad. To prevent the leakage of crucial information, Ying Zhang suppressed his urge to learn immediately and signaled to Imo Chen with a glance. Understanding Ying Zhang's intent, Imo Chen nodded in agreement, choosing not to pursue the matter further. While Ying Zhang welcomed Imo Chen outside the city of Xianxia, within the state chancellor's residence, El Bouet was similarly receiving reports from his subordinates regarding this event. Aged around 24 or 25, a native of Wei, and a descendant of humble carpenters, he had become Ying Zhang's teacher. "Imo Chen, is this all we have regarding him? No further information?" Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, El Bouet's expression darkened as he inquired once more. In response to the chancellor, "We have thoroughly scoured all leads related to this individual, and indeed, these are the only details we have uncovered." A man, kneeling with his head bowed, replied in a cold, subdued voice. Given Ying Zhang's arrogant character, if the individual were truly just a descendant of an ordinary carpenter, he would undoubtedly fail to earn Ying Zhang's favor, let alone be acknowledged by the proud monarch as a teacher. This young man, whose seemingly mundane background has been uncovered by your investigation, paradoxically highlights his extraordinary nature. Relay my command. Let Jian Lu track this young man named Imo Chun day and night. Should he present any threat to us, eliminate him. After mentally reviewing the information concerning Imo Chun multiple times, El Bouet's expression shifted several times before he resolutely issued the command. Meanwhile, in the Qin Palace, within the chambers of Ying Zhang's mother, Zhao Ji, who was clad in revealing attire, had just finished an intimate encounter with a handsome, well-endowed man and lay resting upon the bed. "I heard this morning that Ying Zhang's teacher is returning today. Do you know anything about this mysterious figure?" The bare-chested man inquired, embracing the Empress Dowager with a soft voice. "It is merely a beggar who served as a servant during Zhang Er's childhood in Zhao." Zhao Ji replied, twisting her fair body and playfully caressing the man beside her, her expression betraying her disdain. "A servant?" At her words, Miao Ai grasped Zhao Ji's right hand, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. 12 years ago, when Zheng and I were hostages in Handan Zhao, our household was severely lacking in servants. Coincidentally, this young man named Imo Chun begged at our doorstep. To secure food and shelter, he became a servant in our home. Later, I know not what tricks he played, but he managed to persuade the young and naive Zheng into accepting him as a teacher. Feeling Miao Ai's grip on her hand, Zhao Ji blushed, attempting to maintain her composure as she responded. "So, you are suggesting that Ying Zhang's teacher is merely a smooth-talking charlatan?" Releasing Zhao Ji's right hand, Miao Ai gently lifted her chin, sniffing her before inquiring. "More than just a charlatan, he is but a callow youth. In his 20s, not much older than Zheng, yet he dares to assume the role of a teacher. Truly, ignorance breeds audacity." Amused by Miao Ai's teasing, Zhao Ji recoiled slightly, her disdain evident. "A callow youth? That renders him even less interesting." Unbeknownst to Imo Chun, he was oblivious to the reactions and dialogues of El Bouet and Miao Ai. At present, he found himself at a banquet specially prepared for him by Ying Zhang, engaging in light conversation while watching the dancers perform. As the festivities concluded and they had dined to their satisfaction, it was already past 5 or 6 in the evening. In the Qin royal chambers, Imo Chun sat cross-legged opposite Ying Zhang. "Your Majesty, this is my greatest achievement over the past 2 years." With that, Imo Chun produced 3 scrolls from behind him. "What is this?" Upon seeing the scrolls placed on the table, Ying Zhang did not open them, but instead looked up with an inquisitive gaze directed at Imo Chun. "In an obscure cave, I encountered a mysterious sage who imparted to me 3 maps. The sage, utilizing extraordinary celestial techniques, manifested these illustrations in the air before me. In a state of urgency, I could only rely on my memory to hastily procure paper and ink, swiftly sketching the supplementary maps." As I spoke, Imo Chun unfurled the 3 scrolls. "What are these maps? Why have I never seen them before?" Ying Zhang furrowed his brow as he examined the rudimentary lines depicted on the scrolls. According to the sage's words, these 3 maps represented the entirety of Huaxia, the complete realm of Shenzhou, and the map of the world. Upon hearing this inquiry, Imo Chen conveyed his prepared explanation to Ying Zhang. "Which of these 3 maps pertains to our Huaxia clan?" Ying Zhang asked. His brow knitted as he scrutinized the 3 maps, unable to discern their significance. "Your Majesty, please observe this map of Huaxia, which encompasses the territories of the 7 nations of our clan. Moreover, beyond the current lands of the 7 Huaxia nations. This map also marks names and regions of larger areas." The sage indicated that the reason this map is termed the map of Huaxia is that true supremacy over Huaxia can only be claimed when all regions depicted are unified under one banner. Now, if you examine this Xinzhou map, it represents an even larger area beyond the complete map of Huaxia, referred to as a continent, Imochen explained, gesturing to the markings on both maps. Regrettably, the so-called Xinzhou map was rather abstract and rudimentary, without further elucidation. Even the most astute Yingzheng might find it akin to deciphering a cryptic script. If the scale of the maps drawn by the sage is accurate, does it not imply that the vast expanse of our Qin and the combined territories of the 7 nations are but a mere speck within this so-called continent? Through Imochen's repeated explanations and gestures, Yingzheng gradually comprehended the vastness of the territory occupied by the Qin and the 7 Huaxia nations. By the end of the Warring States period, the total land area inhabited by the Huaxia people was approximately 1 million square kilometers. In later times, Huaxia's area expanded to around 6 million square kilometers, more than 4 times its size during the Warring States. Asia's area is approximately 5 million square kilometers, over 21 times larger than during that era. When these proportions are laid out on a map, the disparity becomes glaringly evident. This is the map of our world. And here lies Huaxia, Imochen concluded as he elucidated the global map to Yingzheng. Gazing at the nearly imperceptible location of the 7 Huaxia nations within the vast world, Yingzheng's face reflected astonishment, while a certain brilliance within his eyes began to intensify. Chapter 30. Scheming expand, for it is precisely this reaction that I desire. As Imochen observed the growing ambition in Yingzheng's eyes, he thought to himself, "Teacher, 2 years ago when you departed from Xianxia, you mentioned your intent to assist me in unifying the land of Huaxia upon your return. Might I inquire if you have devised a strategy for uniting the remaining 6 kingdoms?" With his gaze shifting from the world map, Yingzheng's eyes sparkled as he looked towards Imochen seated across from him. "Indeed, I have a plan. However, before that, Your Majesty must first address certain internal matters within Qin. Otherwise, there is a grave risk of turmoil within the palace." Upon hearing Yingzheng finally voice this inquiry, Imochen's lips curled slightly as he responded with a smile. "Oh, what do you mean, teacher?" Yingzheng's expression momentarily froze, his slender eyes narrowing in contemplation. Although Yingzheng is nominally the ruler of the Qin state, his power and prestige within the realm are not the highest. The former chancellor, Elbawei, who has rendered great service to the previous king and possesses both wisdom and martial prowess, currently oversees most of the state affairs as the chancellor. Due to Yingzheng's youth, he wields little actual power in Qin. If he wishes for his edicts to be executed without obstruction, Elbawei must be removed. Noticing the glint of cold resolve in Yingzheng's eyes, Imochen understood that the latter had begun to grasp the implications and thus did not hold back, directly naming the urgent issue at hand. "Your words are indeed insightful. While Elbawei is a venerable figure with a legacy in 2 dynasties and has contributed to Qin, he has taken advantage of my youth following my father's passing, wielding excessive influence in the court and repeatedly causing me embarrassment. Such a figure cannot remain, otherwise, he will undoubtedly become a great threat to Qin." With Imochen's reminder, Yingzheng concluded that it was time to undermine Elbawei's authority. As Imochen finished speaking, Yingzheng rose from the ground, pacing the chamber with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice chilling as he declared, "Plans concerning Elbawei should be approached with caution and executed steadily. For if we fail, he may gather troops and develop rebellious intentions." Seeing Yingzheng's determination to eliminate Elbawei, Imochen pondered briefly before offering his advice. "Has teacher devised a reliable strategy?" Upon hearing Imochen's inquiry, Yingzheng halted his pacing and turned to face the composed figure of Imochen. "I do have some strategies in mind, but I am lacking in evidence and require your Majesty's cooperation," he replied. "Evidence? Do you possess unfavorable information regarding Elbawei?" Yingzheng's eyes brightened at the prospect, and he eagerly inquired. "Indeed, there are certain tidings, though their content may tarnish your Majesty's reputation," Imochen continued to respond with a smile, noting Yingzheng's persistent curiosity regarding the plans. "Oh, is it related to me? I am keen to know what you refer to, teacher," Yingzheng pondered, a hint of confusion evident in his voice. "By chance, I overheard that Elbawei had engaged in an illicit affair with the Empress Dowager after the demise of the former king. As the young sovereign matured, Elbawei grew apprehensive that the prince might uncover this scandal, prompting him to present a eunuch, the uncastrated impostor Lao Ai, to the Empress Dowager. Such clandestine relations with the dowager constitute a heinous crime of treachery against the sovereign and an affront to the royal lineage. Should the king discreetly investigate the matter, the irrefutable evidence would undoubtedly lead to El Buwei's disgrace and the eradication of his influence. Aware of the risks involved in confiding such sensitive information to Yingzheng, I resolved to proceed with this new plan, considering the urgency of the situation. Master, this is no trifling matter. You must take responsibility for your words. Upon hearing my statement, Yingzheng's countenance darkened considerably. Clenching his fists, his body trembled slightly as he spoke in a low voice. Let the king send someone to investigate. If the facts deviate from your account, I shall accept any punishment. Observing Yingzheng's intense demeanor, my smile faded, and I rose to face him earnestly. Very well. I shall promptly dispatch someone to look into this matter. If your words prove true, El Buwei shall not escape judgment this time. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Yingzheng's eyes narrowed again, his voice cold. In addition to this pressing issue, the king must consider other plans. Once Yingzheng's agitation had lessened somewhat, I ventured to speak again. What else is there? Irritated by my previous remarks, Yingzheng, still ruminating on the matter, asked with a hint of confusion. If El Buwei were to be removed, a vacancy would arise in his position within the Qin state. To prevent any adverse effects following El Buwei's departure, I believe it is imperative for the king to swiftly promote capable individuals to assume his responsibilities during this interval. Unfazed by Yingzheng's impatience, I continued to articulate my suggestions with clarity. Indeed, this matter must be expedited. It is my proposal that, once El Buwei is dealt with, you appoint me as the chancellor of the Qin state, Yingzheng stated after a few moments of contemplation, his agitation gradually subsiding. Though I possess the requisite capabilities, I must decline this position. Unlike the role of a teacher to the king, which requires no specific accomplishments, the chancellorship is the most powerful position in the Qin state outside of the king himself, without any prior experience. To assume such a role would invite criticism from other ministers and nobles. Moreover, my ambitions do not lie within this office. After resolving the internal power struggles within Qin, I must prepare for the king's forthcoming unification of the Huaxia, the conquest of Shenzhou, and the ascendance to global dominance. To confine myself to this position would severely limit my operational capacity, which would be detrimental to the overarching strategy of Qin. Upon learning that Yingzheng intended to appoint me as chancellor, I felt deeply moved, yet resolutely declined. A tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be beset by the wind. The greater the power, the more one must consider the consequences. Moreover, to serve a sovereign akin to a tiger is indeed a perilous endeavor, particularly when one finds oneself in the company of the notoriously suspicious monarch, Yingzheng. Oh, might the esteemed teacher possess a suitable candidate? Upon witnessing Mo Qin's unexpected refusal, Yingzheng, initially taken aback, soon grasped the rationale behind it. He smiled gently and turned to Mo Qin with an inquisitive glance. During the past 2 years, I have ventured to the land of Lanling in the state of Chu, engaging in profound discussions on various scholarly subjects with Xuanzi. In my humble opinion, Xuanzi is a masterful talent overshadowed by obscurity. Should we succeed in inviting him to serve as chancellor in the Qin state, it would undoubtedly expedite His Majesty's quest to unify the 6 kingdoms. Upon hearing this, Mo Qin revealed the candidate he had long considered. His recommendation of Xuanzi was the culmination of thoughtful deliberation. In the absence of Mo Qin's intervention in history, after eliminating El Buwei, Emperor Qin Shi Huang appointed the strategist Li Si, who was, in fact, a disciple of Xuanzi. A scholar of Xuanzi's imperial strategies, Li Si was capable of assisting Qin Shi Huang in his unification efforts. Thus, if we could persuade the great Xuanzi to emerge from his seclusion, his extraordinary abilities might render the unification of the world a feasible endeavor. In truth, in Mo Qin's heart, the most suitable candidate for the chancellorship of the Qin state would be the enigmatic Giguzi. Regrettably, Giguzi has descended from the mountain to wander the world, rendering him elusive and unattainable. Xuanzi? I have indeed heard of his esteemed reputation, yet I have also been informed that he is well over 70 years of age. It raises concerns as to whether he remains capable of fulfilling such a demanding role. Furthermore, given Xuanzi's stature, there is no certainty that he would consent to serve in the Qin state. Upon hearing Mo Qin's recommendation of Xuanzi, Yingzheng articulated his apprehensions after a moment of contemplation. Fear not regarding Xuanzi. I shall take it upon myself to persuade him to re-emerge. Tomorrow, I will personally journey to Lanling to advocate for Xuanzi. Reassured by the prospect of Yingzheng's commitment, Mo Qin expressed his relief. Yet, I cannot help but feel somewhat uneasy that you, esteemed teacher, have just returned and are already preparing for another departure. At this, Yingzheng paused momentarily. feeling a twinge of guilt. Do not trouble yourself, my liege. This is a duty I must undertake. Observing this, Imo-chun hastened to offer words of comfort. After engaging in extensive discussions with Ingzheng regarding the future of the Qin state within the confines of the royal palace, Missouri, Chun returned to his quarters. Strangely, a sense of being observed suddenly enveloped him. As he traversed the dimly lit path back to his abode, he furtively surveyed his surroundings, pondering in quiet confusion. The current situation in the Qin state is intricately complex. It is imperative that I arrange for some personal bodyguards. Should I fall victim to an assassination before completing my trials, it would indeed be a tragic fate. As the sensation of being watched intensified along his spine, Imo-chan approached his quarters, discreetly opening the door while his heart grew increasingly heavy with trepidation. Chapter 31. Persuading Xuanzi. The day after his discussion with Ingzheng, Imo-chan, as he had promised, departed once again from the city of Xianxia, journeying towards Lanling. After a tumultuous ride, he arrived at Lanling County and met with Xuanzi. Old man is now advanced in age, struggling even with self-care. I beseech you, young friend, to convey my gratitude to the Qin king for his kind intentions. My strength wanes, and I hope for your understanding, Xuanzi stated. Upon learning that Imo-chan's visit was to invite him to serve as chancellor in the Qin state, Xuanzi waved his hand, expressing his concerns. Jiang Taigong, in his 80s, encountered King Wu of Zhou and only then assisted him in overthrowing the tyrant Zhou, establishing the Zhou dynasty. Now, at over 70, why should you not seek a late encounter with a wise ruler to conquer the 6 states and unify xianxia? Should you aid the Qin king in this monumental endeavor, you would undoubtedly etch a tale in history comparable to that of Taigong. Upon hearing Xuanzi's sentiments, Imo-chan pondered briefly and earnestly implored him. How could I, an old man nearing the grave, be worthy of such an honor? I have a disciple who has mastered the art of kingship and has already entered Qin in recent years. With his talents, once favored by the Qin king, he will undoubtedly assist in the conquest of the 6 states and the unification of our land. Seeing Imo-chan persist, Xuanzi shifted his approach to dissuade him from this path. Oh, is this disciple you speak of named Li Si? At this, Imo-chan smiled. Indeed, it is he. Upon hearing the name, Xuanzi nodded in acknowledgement. I have previously sent someone to investigate this individual. To speak candidly, what do you think of his temperament and character? With Xuanzi's affirmation, Imo-chan continued with a smile. Li Si is astute and eager to learn. He can draw inferences from one example to another. He possesses unique talents in the art of kingship and Confucian thought, making him a capable strategist to alleviate the king's burdens and govern the state. Xuanzi appeared satisfied with the praise. Is that so? I did not expect you to hold Li Si in such high regard. However, in my view, he is overly cautious and excessively seeks power and fame. Although he possesses certain talents and strategies, should such a person gain control over the core power of the state, jealousy may incite him to engage in dishonorable actions, harming loyal subjects and eliminating dissenters. Such individuals often live to see their names besmirched and frequently meet untimely ends. Seeing Xuanzi's proud demeanor, Imo-chan did not hold back in his rebuttal. As a figure from over 2 millennia ago, Li Si's actions throughout his life are well known to Imo-chan. Out of jealousy for his fellow disciple Han Fei's talent, he not only failed to rescue him when he was wrongfully imprisoned but ultimately poisoned him, resulting in Han Fei's tragic demise within the confines of his cell. By the end of the Qin Dynasty, Li Si conspired with Zhao Gao to surreptitiously alter the Edict of Succession issued by Emperor Qin Shi Huang, leading to the coerced suicide of Fu Su and the elevation of Hu Hai as the second emperor of Qin, thereby hastening the downfall of the Qin Empire. Such malevolent deeds have left Imo-chan with a profound distaste for Li Si. Alas, it appears that my young friend has not only conducted thorough research on Li Si, but has also undertaken a meticulous analysis of his temperament. Indeed, my disciple possesses considerable talent, yet his flaws are equally conspicuous. Once he attains power, he tends to become erratic and lose his composure. Furthermore, his mindset is rather narrow, lacking the breadth of character one might expect. Imo-chan's assessment of Li Si left Xuanzi greatly astonished. After a deep sigh, he expressed his candid thoughts regarding Li Si. During this visit, I also wish to share with you a few maps, my dear friend. Upon hearing Xuanzi's honest opinion, Imo-chan smiled and, seeking to dissolve any potential awkwardness, redirected the conversation. Maps? Xuanzi inquired with curiosity. Please have a look, esteemed sir, Imo-chan replied, gesturing for his attendant to present the maps to Xuanzi. Upon opening the maps, Xuanzi's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he examined the intricate lines depicted. After discussing 3 maps with Ingzheng that evening, Imo-chan, during his journey to Lanling, utilized his spare time to enhance these maps in accordance with the historical context of the Warring States period. For instance, he incorporated the approximate locations of the 7 states of the Warring States into a contemporary map of xianxia, providing detailed comparative markings. These modifications would enable individuals from the Warring States era to swiftly comprehend the content represented on these maps. Where did you acquire these 3 maps, my young friend? After a considerable pause to regain his composure, Xianxia turned to Imo-chun with a question. They were obtained from a divine being. A copy has also been provided to the king of Qin. I wonder, given the esteemed abilities of your revered disciple Li Si, how significant a role he could play on these maps? Imo-chun inquired, his gaze fixed on Xianxia, a playful smile gracing his lips. Li Si's capabilities are, at best, suited to the realm of the 7 states. In such a vast world, he is ill-equipped and may find himself powerless, Xianxia responded, taking a deep breath before answering truthfully. If Li Si is so unworthy of trust, why does Mr. Xianxia not step forward to assist the king of Qin in achieving this timeless hegemony? Imo-chun, seizing the opportunity, posed a serious question in response to Xianxia's remarks. The king of Qin does not shy away from entrusting me, despite my age and frailty, with the significant responsibility of the chancellor. You have often urged me, young friend, not to retreat from the world merely due to my years. The king's and your sincere invitations are indeed difficult to decline. Therefore, if it is to be as such, I, lacking in talent, shall embark with you tomorrow to the Qin state, to aid the king of Qin in unifying xianxia and establishing dominion over the world. Under the persistent invitations and persuasive words of Imo-chun, Xianxia finally relinquished his original intentions and consented to travel to the Qin state to assume the position of prime minister. The decision made by the esteemed sage is indeed a blessing for both the Qin Dynasty and the xianxia civilization. Upon hearing this, Imo-chun's face radiated joy, and while he smiled outwardly, he also felt a profound sense of relief within. When he presented the 3 maps, he had already made up his mind. Had Xianxia remained obstinate, considering the significance of the information contained within those maps, Imo-chun would not have hesitated to have his loyal assassins ensure that Xianxia met an untimely fate once he departed. Chapter 32. Excluding El Buey, the gentle spring breeze of March wafted through the air as Imo-chun and Xianxia sat side by side in the carriage. Sir, how confident are you in persuading Han Fei to join Qin? Imo-chun inquired, his gaze drawn to the blooming flowers and vibrant greenery along the roadside, filling him with a sense of joy as he turned to Xianxia. 10 out of 10, Xianxia replied, eyes still closed, maintaining a serene composure within the carriage. Such confidence from you, esteemed teacher, is truly admirable. I shall eagerly await the outcome, Imo-chun remarked, a smile of anticipation lighting up his face. The talents of Han Fei, if properly harnessed, could undoubtedly yield immeasurable benefits for the growth and prosperity of the Qin state. Days later, Imo-chun and Xianxia arrived in Hangua, where they encountered the underappreciated Han Fei. Oh, old teacher, you. How come here? Han Fei, afflicted by a stutter, was overjoyed to learn of Xianxia's arrival from Chu and had been waiting outside his residence to greet him. Indeed, Han Fei is quite the stammerer. Imo-chun mused inwardly as he observed the interaction between Han Fei and Xianxia. Upon realizing that Xianxia had come to persuade him to leave Hangua for Qin, Han Fei, a member of the royal family, initially displayed a resolute resistance. However, with Xianxia's esteemed connection and eloquent persuasion, Han Fei's steadfastness began to waver within half a day. After another couple of days, Han Fei ultimately acquiesced to Xianxia's invitation, deciding to accompany Imo-chun and Xianxia to serve in Qin. The journey that took Imo-chun from Qin to Chu to invite Xianxia, and then to Hangua to retrieve Han Fei, finally returned him to Qin, an expedition that spanned over 2 months. During this time, the whispers regarding the Queen Dowager Zhao Ji's illicit affair with the Chancellor El Buey and the eunuch Lao Ai were thoroughly investigated by Ying, who had dispatched agents to uncover the truth. Had it not been for his promise to Imo-chun to wait for his return before dealing with El Buey, Ying, true to his character, would have acted decisively once the evidence was irrefutable. Nevertheless, upon receiving news of Imo-chun's return to Xianying, the first order of business for Ying was to summon General Wang Jian to the royal palace, instructing him to mobilize 30,000 elite troops to stand by outside the city. Following these arrangements, he set out to welcome Imo-chun home. Your Majesty, this is Master Xianxia, and this is his disciple Han Fei. Imo-chun introduced his companions to Ying after exchanging pleasantries outside the city of Xianying. Xianxia and Han Fei, well versed in the decorum of court, respectfully acknowledged Ying in response to Imo-chun's introduction. Escorted by guards, The group returned to the Qin royal palace to celebrate the arrival of Mo Chun, Xianxia, and Han Fei. Ying ordered a grand banquet to be held that very night. Teacher, as you previously stated, El Bouet indeed engaged in disgraceful conduct with the Queen Mother. Moreover, the audacious Lao AI has also partaken in vile acts with her. Once the banquet concluded, Mo Chun and Ying made their way to the royal chambers of Qin. Settling cross-legged in contemplation, it appears that the king has gathered sufficient evidence regarding this matter. I wonder what his next course of action may be? Observing Ying Zhang's countenance, filled with a dark fury as he spoke, Mo Chun pondered momentarily before cautiously inquiring. I have commanded General Wang Jian to mobilize 30,000 elite troops to await outside the city of Xianyang prior to your arrival today, revered teacher. If you have no other suggestions, I intend to proceed with the apprehension and punishment of El Bouet, Lao AI, and my shameless mother under the cover of night. As he mentioned the Queen Mother, Ying Zheng's tone faltered momentarily, thereafter becoming cold and indifferent. I empathize with your sentiments, my lord. With Xianxia now in Xianyang, it is indeed time to eradicate El Bouet and his ilk. However, whilst apprehending them, I implore you to promptly disclose their transgressions to the public, to avert any unforeseen upheavals from the noble factions that support El Bouet. After hearing Ying Zhang's urgent intentions, Mo Chun judiciously offered additional counsel. Very well, let us commence. Seeing Mo Chun offer no opposition, Ying Zhang narrowed his eyes, his voice chillingly resolute. As Ying Zhang communicated with Wang Jian regarding the plan to apprehend El Bouet and the others, within the walls of the state minister's residence in Xianyang, El Bouet, clad in black, stood before the window, hands clasped behind him, quietly listening to a report from one of his subordinates. Bring Xianxia and Han Fei to the Qin state. What exactly does this young man named Mo Chun aspire to achieve? Upon concluding the report from his covert observer following Mo Chun, El Bouet waved his hand dismissively, signaling the subordinate to retreat, while gazing at the crescent moon in the night sky, lost in perplexity. In the Queen Mother's chamber within the Qin palace, Zhao Ji was entwined in passionate embrace with Lao AI, both glistening with sweat. General Wang, have you thoroughly committed to memory the instructions I just imparted? In the royal chambers, the coldly garbed Ying Zhang inquired sternly of a middle-aged man clad in armor before him. In response, the elder replied, My lord, I have retained your orders with utmost clarity. Although somewhat taken aback by Ying Zhang's command, Wang Jian, well versed in the dynamics of imperial authority, refrained from further questioning and solemnly acknowledged the directive. Very well, General Wang, set forth immediately and bring the traitor El Bouet and others to justice. Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flashed in Ying Zheng's eyes. Understood. After exchanging the formalities of a sovereign and his minister, Wang Jian turned and strode purposefully out of the royal chambers to mobilize the soldiers. Should the night unfold favorably, it is optimistic to anticipate the commencement of the plan to unify the 6 states by autumn. Standing behind Ying Zhang, Mo Chun quietly observed the exchange, his gaze deepening as he watched Wang Jian depart. For many in Xianyang, this night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. As the clock struck midnight, Wang Jian, accompanied by 30,000 elite soldiers from Qin, split his forces into 2 routes, heading towards the state chancellor's residence and the Empress Dowager's palace. In the stillness of the night, El Bouet, deep in slumber, was abruptly awakened by the sounds of combat echoing from within the courtyard. Yet, confronted by the elite warriors of Qin, akin to special forces in the age of cold weapons, the meager resistance from the state chancellor's residence posed little impediment. Within a mere 10 minutes, all foes had been vanquished. Bold Wang Jian, who has emboldened you to launch a nocturnal assault on the state chancellor's residence? Do you comprehend the severity of this crime, one that warrants the annihilation of 9 clans? Clad only in a white nightgown, El Bouet was escorted before Wang Jian by 2 soldiers. Upon recognizing the commander, his face contorted with fury, he demanded answers in a sharp tone. I, Wang Jian, act upon the orders of the Qin king, arriving under the cover of night to apprehend the traitor El Bouet. Should you have grievances, present them in the court, where you may debate with his majesty. Do not seek to engage me in verbal sparring here. Aware that El Bouet's fate was sealed, Wang Jian dismissed further dialogue and departed from the state chancellor's residence. Simultaneously, another contingent of elite Qin warriors, led by Meng Tian, arrived at the Empress Dowager's palace, where they apprehended the treacherous Lao AI, who was found in bed with Zhao Ji. Chapter 33. Aiming at the 6 kingdoms in a single night. The Prime Minister of Qin, El Bouet, was arrested and imprisoned, while the Empress Dowager Zhao Ji was placed under house arrest. The news of the execution of the 3 clans of the eunuch, Lao AI, sent shockwaves through both the nobility and the common folk of Xianyang. Within days, This news spread throughout the Qin realm and beyond, causing upheaval in the state of Qin and panic among the 6 other kingdoms. Soon after, the scandalous affair between El Buwei and Empress Dowager Zhaoji was made public. In an instant, the Qin officials who had previously sought to intercede on behalf of El Buwei, believing the young and impetuous king to be discontented with his actions, fell silent. Those esteemed guests from various states who had flocked to El Buwei's side, drawn by his reputation, quickly dispersed. However, they did not leave the state of Qin entirely. Instead, they were recruited by Mo-Qin, who had long laid the groundwork, under the auspices of xianxia. With the greatest impediment of El Buwei removed, Yingzheng found himself unencumbered in Qin, brimming with vigor. One day, as he strolled through the royal garden with Mo-Chun, admiring the flowers, he turned to inquire about the state of affairs. Having just eliminated El Buwei, the current power dynamics within Qin are in a phase of reshuffling. Mo-Chun replied after a moment of contemplation. Given that the various noble factions have yet to stabilize, I believe it is not the appropriate moment to mobilize against the other 6 kingdoms. Yingzheng nodded thoughtfully, eager to learn. Then, according to your wisdom, when would be the right time for our great Qin to take military action? Mo-Chun, having anticipated this question, responded promptly, after the autumn harvest. When our forces are robust and our supplies are ample, will be the most fitting time to instigate war. After the autumn harvest, you say? That would place us at least in mid-August, Yingzheng mused aloud, reflecting on Mo-Chin's counsel. However, your majesty still has several matters to prepare before that time. Mo-Chin added as he observed Yingzheng deep in thought. Oh, what matters do you refer to? Yingzheng inquired, intrigued as he returned to the present. Among the 6 nations beyond Qin, there are Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, and Wei. Of these, Zhao possesses the most formidable overall strength, with the renowned Pingyuan Jun Zhaosheng and the exceptional General Lian Pu, as well as the adept siege commanders Li Mu, Lu Cheng, and Pang Yuan. Furthermore, Zhao excels in cavalry tactics and boasts a martial populace, making it the greatest adversary to Qin's ambition of unification. Following Zhao is Chu, which, while slightly less powerful in terms of overall strength, is home to the capable Chunshin Jun Xianxia, yet he alone does not pose a significant threat. In terms of military prowess, only Xiang Yin stands out in Chu, while other generals merit little concern. Similar to Chu in overall strength is Qi, a state with a long history, having been a vassal of the Zhou dynasty under Jiang Taigong. However, Qi has long since lost the grandeur it once held in those ancient times. Currently, within the realm of Qi, there exists neither a renowned statesman nor a formidable general. The ruling monarch, King Jian of Qi, has entrusted the chancellorship to Hoxing, whose inherent greed is a truth well known to you. My king, during the campaign against the remaining 5 nations, you could easily employ substantial riches to corrupt Hoxing, thereby ensnaring King Jian and preventing Qi from intervening in Qin's quest to vanquish the other states. Aside from these 3 nations, the decline of Wei, Yan, and Han is unmistakable. Han, sharing borders with both our Qin and Wei, has been significantly eroded through years of warfare against these 2 states, leaving it in a state of near ruin. Among its notable figures, only Xin Buhai is worthy of mention, rendering Han hardly noteworthy. Moreover, Han's nobleman Han Fei has already joined his mentor in Qin, and given the current state of affairs, it is likely that King Han is also contemplating submission to Qin. Viewed from this perspective, when Qin seeks to obliterate the 6 states, Han may very well willingly surrender as a nation. As for Wei, apart from the need for vigilance against the esteemed Lord Xinling, Wei Wujia, there are no other figures of significance. Lastly, the state of Yan, strategically distanced from Qin, possesses a relatively middling power among the 6 states and would be utterly incapable of withstanding Qin's might. I wish for you to prepare for the impending war of annihilation against the 6 states post-harvest. The crux of this strategy lies in sowing discord, assassination, and defamation against the renowned strategists and generals of Zhao. Similarly, a concerted effort should be made to devise plans targeting other key figures in the remaining states. By employing these clandestine methods to eliminate several influential individuals before the autumn harvest, we can spare our great Qin numerous unnecessary troubles and expedite the war's progress. After a brief pause to mentally review the intelligence gathered recently, Mo-Chin clearly articulated his proposals to Yingzheng. The notion of undermining the 6 states through bribery and assassination to achieve an indirect weakening of their power is undoubtedly a commendable strategy. Upon absorbing Mo-Chin's analyses of the 6 nations, Yingzheng quickly recognized the pivotal aspects, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Indeed, the methods of sowing discord, bribery, and assassination are merely underhanded tactics unworthy of the grand stage. If the king wishes to annihilate the 6 states and swiftly unify the diverse tribes of Huaxia, he must also focus on the Qin army. Noticing Ing Zheng's agreement with his suggestion, Chen continued. The Qin army is universally acknowledged among the feudal states as a formidable force, renowned for its martial prowess. Is there any flaw in that? At the mention of the Qin military, Ing Zheng furrowed his brow. I am well aware of the Qin army's valor and fearsome reputation. However, my concern does not lie with the soldiers' quality, but rather with their weaponry and equipment. Should the Qin army achieve breakthroughs in armament, it would possess a distinct advantage when confronting the armies of the other 6 states. In such a case, the superiority in weaponry would serve to augment our strength, rendering us invincible in battle. Upon observing Ing Zheng furrow his brow, Chen revealed a subtle smile, promptly redirecting Ing Zheng's train of thought. The term military equipment, introduced by Chen, initially left Ing Zheng momentarily perplexed. However, after a period of contemplation, he grasped the essence of Chen's reference. The current arsenal of the Qin army, crossbows, halberds, swords, chariots, and cavalry, seemed insufficient to secure a decisive advantage in battles against the armies of the 6 states. If the Qin army were significantly ahead in terms of weaponry, the remaining 6 states should be utterly overwhelmed and mercilessly slaughtered in confrontations, rather than experiencing the ambiguous outcomes characteristic of evenly matched conflicts. Noticing Ing Zheng's understanding of his point, Chen continued to elaborate on his proposition. Chapter 34. Black gunpowder. In comparison to the other 6 nations, the weaponry of my Qin army boasts a significant advantage. However, according to my teacher's perspective, there remains considerable progress to be made in our armaments. I wonder what suggestions my teacher might have in this regard. Understanding the implication in Chen's words, Ing Zheng inquired with curiosity, since I have broached this topic with the king today, I must be well prepared. He continued, Your Majesty, please take a look at this. As he spoke, Chen produced a small, blue cloth bundle, resembling a handkerchief, from his bosom. Upon unfolding the bundle, 3 irregular objects were revealed. Is this coal? And what are the other 2 items? Ing Zheng scrutinized the 3 stones, which were black, yellow, and white, each the size of a finger. After careful examination, he recognized the black substance as coal, used for kindling. However, he was unfamiliar with the yellow and white stones. The black substance is coal, which I refer to as wood charcoal, known for its combustible properties. Since Your Majesty is familiar with this, I shall refrain from further elaboration. The yellow stone is sulfur, which emits a pungent odor when burned. The white one is called saltpeter, which can be obtained by mixing soil from mountain caves with ash from burned vegetation and heating them in water until cooled. Additionally, it can be scraped from the surface of bricks that have white fuzz. Noting that Ing Zheng only recognized the wood charcoal, Chen smiled and elucidated the names of the other 2 substances. What purpose do these serve? Ing Zheng inquired with curiosity after hearing Chen's introduction. These 3 materials, when used separately, can serve as easily ignitable fuel for fire, and they can also be employed in medicinal treatments for certain ailments. However, their most significant application lies in grinding them into a powder and combining them in a specific ratio to create the wondrous substance known as black gunpowder. Chen had deliberately studied the formula and historical development of gunpowder in the month leading up to this trial. In fact, his preparations extended beyond mere knowledge of gunpowder. He had also researched the folk manufacturing methods of China's 4 great inventions, as well as basic principles of medicine and engineering, including those of the unicycle and bicycle. Black gunpowder? What is that? Upon hearing this unfamiliar term from his remarkable teacher, Ing Zheng's curiosity intensified. Black gunpowder is a potent explosive created by mixing sulfur, saltpeter, and wood charcoal in the ratio of 1 to 2 to 3 by chemical quantity. Chen explained patiently, as Ing Zheng appeared perplexed, struggling to grasp the depth of his teacher's words. The modern vocabulary employed by Chen rendered his explanation somewhat esoteric to Ing Zheng, akin to deciphering a foreign script, leaving him visibly confused. Well then, Your Majesty, allow me to demonstrate the potency of gunpowder for you. Given the communication barrier regarding such knowledge, Chen pondered for a moment before deciding to let facts speak for themselves. Please, my teacher. Hearing this, Ing Zheng, feeling momentarily foolish, exhibited a rare humility. After a brief interval, the 2 arrived at a spacious area. Chen then summoned individuals to bring forth a balance scale, a sealable ceramic jar the size of a teacup, and a fire starter. With all the materials at hand, Chen meticulously ground sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal into fine powders using a pestle. Upon completing this task, he weighed the components according to the chemical formula, ensuring a precise ratio of 75 saltpeter, 10 sulfur, and 15 charcoal. After several measurements to confirm the accuracy of the proportions, he cautiously combined the 3 powders into the ceramic jar. Finally, Mo Chun inserted an oil-soaked hemp wick into the jar as a fuse. Everyone, please take 7 steps back, Mo Chun instructed. After blowing on the fire starter to ignite it, he glanced around and noted that Zheng and others remained close by, prompting him to smile and remind them. Though uncertain of Mo Chun's intentions, Zheng complied and stepped back as instructed. Once everyone had retreated to a safe distance, Mo Chun lit the oil-soaked wick with the fire starter. Swiftly, he rose and, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, took off running. Boom. Just as the crowd was puzzled by Mo Chun's actions, a sudden, thunderous explosion erupted from the ground. What on earth? The deafening noise plunged those still trying to comprehend the situation into immediate chaos. Everyone, remain calm. This is merely a small experiment, Mo Chun reassured, completely unfazed by the fact that he had already distanced himself by several meters from the explosion's epicenter. Is this what you refer to as gunpowder, my teacher? Zheng, flanked by his guards and only 6 or 7 meters from the blast, was startled yet unharmed. He gazed at the small crater and scattered ceramic shards where the jar had once rested, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Indeed, Your Majesty. What do you think of its power? Mo Chun inquired with a smile as he approached, observing Zheng's mixture of astonishment and delight. The sound rivals that of celestial thunder, and its force could take a life. Zheng unabashedly praised the explosive capabilities of gunpowder. This was merely a small charge. Your Majesty, imagine if we were to create a charge as large as a water tank. What might the resulting explosion entail? At that time, in conjunction with the catapults of the Qin state, it would suffice to launch a few explosive packages toward the gates of the enemy's city to obliterate them. If these explosive packages were fashioned into elongated forms and affixed to the bolts of gigantic crossbows, releasing them simultaneously towards the enemy forces would undoubtedly cause devastation among the armies of the 6 states. Should our Qin army be fully equipped with such black powder weaponry, sweeping across the 6 states and unifying Huaxia within a year would hardly be an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, black powder is but one of the treasures I intend to present to His Majesty. I possess other remarkable artifacts to showcase as well. As this thought crossed his mind, Mo Chun's face lit up with a mysterious smile. Truly, the teacher is a remarkable figure. Black powder alone is a marvel. I wonder what other treasures the teacher has to reveal. Initially delighted by the methods of employing black powder that Mo Chun had mentioned, Zheng became even more astonished upon hearing that Mo Chun had additional inventions to present. Your Majesty, behold. This is a glider capable of carrying a person aloft. In the realm of Castle in the Sky, Missouri Chun had spent several years crafting gliders independently. Now, having arrived in the Warring States period, although the existing level of productivity was insufficient for Mo Chun to create the more complex glider aircraft capable of long-distance flight seen in Castle in the Sky, he had, after becoming Zheng's teacher and acquiring some resources, successfully developed a simple fixed-wing, short-range single-person glider. Chapter 35. The Steam Engine in the Courtyard of the Qin Palace. Under the watchful eyes of a throng of palace maids and guards, Zheng raised his voice, calling out to Mo Chun, who was inspecting the glider atop the palace roof. Teacher, do be cautious. Rest assured, my king, I shall be fine. Mo Chun responded, turning his gaze away from the triangular support structure designed to carry passengers, and waved a reassuring hand towards Zheng. Soon, having completed his pre-flight inspections, Mo Chun stood before the modest, single-person fixed-wing aircraft, its canvas soaked in oil, giving it a dark hue. His expression shifted to one of seriousness. The glider's components were constructed from oiled cloth and hollow bamboo, rendering it surprisingly lightweight. Bending down, Mo Chun lifted the glider and positioned himself beneath the fixed support rods of the wings. Taking a deep breath, he began his run atop the interconnected palace rooftops, holding the glider aloft. As his speed increased, the lift provided by the air beneath the wings grew stronger. At the moment, he sensed the glider's buoyancy nearly elevating him. He leapt from the rooftop. Wow. Oh, he is flying. How impressive. Under the gaze of an awestruck crowd, Mo Chun maneuvered the glider in a series of graceful loops above the Qin Palace. To have met such a teacher is truly a blessing for our great Qin. Zheng, like the others, watched in rapture as Mo Chun soared freely in the sky. As a sovereign endowed with grand ambitions and aspirations, Zheng perceived more than mere visual astonishment in Mo Chun's earlier demonstration of black powder and now, the glider. He envisioned the future hopes of the Qin state in its confrontation with the 6 kingdoms. My king, what are your thoughts on this glider? Mo Chun inquired. Having successfully landed in an open space and returned to the Qin Palace, this contraption allows one to soar like a bird, akin to black powder. It is indeed a divine artifact, Zheng remarked, his spirits lifted by the acquisition of 2 formidable tools. The warfare between Qin and the other 6 kingdoms was fundamentally terrestrial. With the assistance of black powder and the glider, the Qin army now possessed the potential to dominate both land and air, particularly regarding air superiority. If the king could dispatch individuals to manufacture a substantial number of gliders before the autumn harvest and expedite the training of soldiers adept in aerial combat, the ability to deploy explosive packages from the sky would undoubtedly yield a decisive advantage on the battlefield. Smiling at Ing Zheng's assessment, Imochen replied, "Your insights are truly brilliant, my teacher. In the air, the deployment of explosive packages leaves those on the ground utterly helpless, resigned to their fate. How delightful it is to contemplate." As Imochen's proposal unfolded, Ing Zheng's eyes sparkled with increasing excitement, culminating in an uncontrollable burst of laughter. The black powder and gliding wings would amply assist the king in navigating the ongoing conflict among the 6 nations. What I am about to present to His Majesty will, in the future, aid him in achieving dominion over the entire world. Once Ing Zheng's laughter subsided, Imochen leisurely unveiled yet another piece of information. "What, do you, my esteemed teacher, have another treasure to reveal?" Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment graced Ing Zheng's face. "Indeed, I request your Majesty's attention." With that, Imochen signaled for those nearby to bring forth an object. A copper pot, nearly a meter in diameter, was brought forth, sealed tightly with a wooden lid. At the center of the lid, a hollow bamboo tube, measuring over 10 centimeters in diameter and 30 centimeters in length, was inserted. Symmetrically, 2 holes were bored into the sides of the bamboo's top. A slender wooden stick was threaded through these holes, and within the bamboo, a pair of fixed, symmetrical wings was secured to this stick. "Teacher, what is this peculiar object?" Ing Zheng inquired humbly, gazing at the strange contraption being presented. "Your Majesty may refer to it as the prototype steam engine. As for its purpose, I ask for your patience in observing." Upon completing the trial task of Sky City, Imochen had acquired a comprehensive set of technological data from the steam engine era. This information was promptly copied into his database, akin to a mobile library. By the trial space, this database, much like his account, could only be accessed in the real world for research, data retrieval, and point utilization. It remained inaccessible within the trial realm. Nevertheless, even under such constraints, Imochen had conducted a preliminary study of the relevant materials, aided by the database's rapid retrieval capabilities. This included, of course, the principles and models for constructing the earliest steam engine. As humanity's first mechanical power device, the advent of the steam engine sparked the first industrial revolution, facilitating the transition of civilization from the agricultural to the industrial age. "Very well, I shall observe," Ing Zheng replied. Given Imochen's air of mystery, the young monarch, merely 15 or 16, had no choice but to exercise patience. After positioning the prototype steam engine, Imochen instructed his assistants to fill the copper pot with water. Once filled, he had them ignite a fire beneath it. As the flames roared to life, wisps of white steam began to escape through the hollow bamboo tube atop the sealed pot. With the increasing volume of steam, the symmetrical wings secured within the bamboo began to rotate slowly under the influence of the steam's forceful outflow. After several minutes, as the water within the copper pot reached a boiling point, the solitary bamboo opening on the sealed lid emitted a resonant whistling sound, amplified by the surge of steam escaping. As I gazed upon the double-winged fan blades atop the hollow bamboo, they began to whirl madly under the relentless force of steam. Teacher, is this what you wish for me to see?" "It appears to be merely an ordinary copper pot used for cooking, lacking any particular uniqueness," remarked Ing Zheng, who had been patiently observing but was now growing restless. "Your Majesty, please remain calm. Allow me to continue with the demonstration," replied Imochen, a smile gracing his lips. He rose and approached the steam engine, gesturing for his subordinates to replace the hollow bamboo along with the wooden lid. Once the hollow bamboo and lid were changed, he instructed them to bring forth a new hollow bamboo and lid. The new lid was identical to the previous one, yet the hollow bamboo was conspicuously larger, measuring a diameter of 20 centimeters and standing half a meter tall. Additionally, at the apex of the hollow bamboo, 2 larger symmetrical openings had been carved. Within these openings resided a more robust circular wooden rod, to which a pair of fan blades was affixed at its center. Unlike before, this wooden rod extended through the openings of the hollow bamboo, protruding 6 to 7 centimeters on either side. Once the new hollow bamboo was installed, Imochen retrieved 2 slender hollow bamboo pieces and fitted them onto the exposed ends of the wooden rod. After securing them with wooden pegs, he stoked the fire further. Glancing at the flames beneath the pot, he directed a nearby servant, "Rekindle the flames." With the fire rekindled, steam erupted once more in abundance. Concurrently, The symmetrical double-winged fan blades at the top of the hollow bamboo began to rotate vigorously. The slender hollow bamboos, fixed to both ends of the wooden rod, also began to spin rapidly. "Your Majesty, you must observe closely," Imo-chun warned as he turned to Yingzheng, who was now intently watching the spinning hollow bamboos. He then retrieved 2 circular wooden wheels, each over 10 centimeters in diameter, and fitted them onto the slender hollow bamboos. Once secured, the wheels commenced their own rotation, driven by the motion of the hollow bamboos. With that, Imo-chun concluded his demonstration. Stepping aside, Yingzheng gazed at the copper pot, now sealed with a wooden lid, through which a hollow bamboo protruded. Atop the bamboo rested a wooden rod, with a symmetrical pair of fan blades affixed at its center. 2 slender hollow bamboos were fitted to either end of the rod, each bearing a wooden wheel at their tips. From a distance, it resembled a pair of miniature automobile wheels spinning freely in midair. "Is this a carriage?" Yingzheng finally uttered after a prolonged silence. This is a model of a steam-powered vehicle," Imo-chun responded, momentarily taken aback by Yingzheng's summary, before offering a resigned smile and further explanation. "What exactly is a steam-powered vehicle model?" Confronted with an array of novel artifacts presented by Imo-chun, Yingzheng experienced, for the first time in his life, a sense of intellectual inadequacy. "To illustrate, Your Majesty, envision if these 2 wooden wheels were to be magnified several-fold, roughly equivalent to the size of the wheels on the carriages you typically ride. Should these wheels attain such proportions, and if the copper pot and the internal mechanisms were similarly enlarged, what then?" In an attempt to bridge the considerable knowledge gap of their era, Imo-chun endeavored to elucidate the concept to Yingzheng, hoping for his comprehension. "What might that entail? I fail to discern its implications." Under Imo-chun's guidance, Yingzheng gazed dryly at the copper pot and the 2 wooden wheels, which spun in midair like toys. Even after envisioning their magnification, he still perceived them as an unattractive and peculiar assemblage. This did not lead him to envision the possibility of the wheels touching the ground, transforming into a miraculous machine capable of traversing without the aid of horses, propelled by the immense force of steam. "Very well, Your Majesty, let us adopt a different perspective. You are aware that the carriages we ride are typically drawn by several horses harnessed to a wheeled structure, correct?" Imo-chun observed the confusion on Yingzheng's face and furrowed his brow. If he could not adequately convey the significance of the steam engine to Yingzheng, persuading him to allocate substantial human and material resources towards its research and manufacture would be futile, thereby complicating the groundwork for future developments in steam vehicles and steamships. Thus, for the sake of forthcoming endeavors, Imo-chun patiently strained his intellect to elucidate the steam engine's importance to Yingzheng. Indeed, the instructor was correct. This is precisely how carriages function. Yingzheng acknowledged Imo-chun's assertion. "Now, Your Majesty, can you conceive of a carriage devoid of horses, merely a structure with 2 wheels?" Seeing this, Imo-chun continued to guide him with questions. "Naturally, I can envision it." Upon hearing this, Yingzheng nodded. "Do you believe, Your Majesty, that if a carriage were without horses, it could move on its own?" Imo-chun inquired progressively. "A carriage without horses? How could it possibly move by itself?" "That is impossible." Yingzheng shook his head at Imo-chun's query. "Let us turn our attention back to the steam engine. Your Majesty, imagine if we were to add a canopy to this model with the 2 floating wheels. What might occur?" At this juncture, Imo-chun redirected the conversation toward the steam engine. "Adding a canopy? Would that not resemble a carriage without horses?" Are you suggesting, instructor?" With Imo-chun's gentle prodding, a flicker of realization finally crossed Yingzheng's previously perplexed visage. "You are indeed correct, Your Majesty. If we were to add a canopy to this model, it would essentially transform into a carriage shelter without the horses. However, as you can see, these wheels are not being drawn by horses, yet are still in motion. If we were to refine this device by placing the boiler on one side of the wheels, allowing both wheels to touch the ground, wouldn't that create a vehicle capable of moving independently without the need for a horse?" Observing Yingzheng's growing comprehension of the steam engine, Imo-chun seized the moment to further elucidate. "Without a horse, it can still run. All it requires is boiling water. Exquisite. Truly exquisite." Once the essence of the steam engine was grasped, the subsequent concepts flowed effortlessly, as was the case with Yingzheng. Under Imo-chun's continuous guidance, he ultimately understood the profound implications that the advent of the steam engine would entail. At present, the primary focus for the king should be on black powder and gliders, while the research and enhancement of the steam engine, which will play a significant role, should coincide with your conquest of the 6 states and the unification of xianxia, followed by an expansion across the globe. When that time comes, Your Majesty, vessels powered by the steam engine will carry the elite troops of Qin to distant lands, showcasing your grandeur. After a day of deliberation, Imochen shared his thoughts with Yingzheng over dinner at an opportune moment. Chapter 36. Before the autumn harvest in the vast hall, the melodious strains of silk and bamboo instruments resonated as dancers adorned in vibrant garments gracefully swayed, their figures both enchanting and elegant. Laughter and lively conversation occasionally punctuated the banquet. The proposal from my esteemed teacher is indeed splendid. I shall promptly summon skilled artisans to expedite the production of black powder and gliders. After hearing Imochen's suggestion, Yingzheng nodded in agreement. Observing Yingzheng's cooperation brought relief to Imochen, who thereafter smiled and echoed the sentiments of the king. Once the banquet concluded, he returned to his quarters. With the initial prototypes of black powder, gliders, and steam engines in the possession of the Qin state, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the skilled craftsman would undoubtedly refine and enhance these innovations swiftly, driven by the pressing need for external warfare. Once the derivatives of black powder, gliders, and steam engines gained widespread adoption among the populace, the industrial productivity of this world would undergo a significant transformation. Furthermore, as the audience for these products expands, it would concurrently foster technological advancements in the three aforementioned domains. Thus, a virtuous cycle would be established. Reclining on his bed, Imochen calmly contemplated his strategic plans. With the support of these three innovations, the Qin army would almost certainly achieve an invincible position on the battlefield. However, to safeguard against any uncertainties and to save time, it would be prudent to eliminate certain key figures from the six nations before the autumn harvest. After delineating the functions and potential impacts of black powder, steam engines, and gliders, Imochen began to devise a targeted strategy for the core figures of the six nations. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, shortly after breakfast, Imochen was summoned to the grand hall of the Qin palace for a meeting with Yingzheng. These artisans have been summoned at my behest overnight. They are among the most exceptional talents in our realm, Yingzheng remarked, gesturing towards the group of adeptly dressed individuals standing in the hall as he introduced them to Imochen. The abundance of skilled craftsmen in the Qin state is indeed commendable. However, I have heard of a disciple named Xianxia under the tutelage of xianxia. Despite his tender age of 11 or 12, he possesses a profound passion for literature and a keen interest in mathematics and astronomy. I hope that your majesty might summon Xianxia to join me in the study of black powder, gliders, and steam engines. After surveying the assembly, Imochen offered his praises before advocating for the inclusion of Xianxia. Xianxia, a renowned scientist and politician of the Qin and Han dynasties, was known for his revisions of the 9 chapters on the mathematical art. I shall defer to your esteemed guidance, he concluded. Prior to this, Yingzheng had not been acquainted with the name Xianxia, but given that his remarkable teacher had mentioned him, he surmised that the individual must possess extraordinary qualities. Thus, he readily acquiesced. Witnessing Yingzheng's consent, a subtle smile graced Imochen's face. For every additional skilled artisan pales in comparison to a master endowed with immense research and inventive potential, coupled with a clear scientific mindset. The skilled artisans primarily engage in improvements and applications based on existing foundations, whereas the scientific masters are capable of far greater feats, innovating, and even venturing into cross-disciplinary inventions. In the ensuing months, Imochen, leading Xianxia and a group of craftsmen from the Qin state, commenced the refinement of black powder, glider wings, and steam engines. To facilitate Mochen's research, Yingzheng soon established a specialized engineering workshop. This workshop, directly overseen by the Qin king Yingzheng, was beyond the reach of any external interference. This decree conferred substantial authority upon the arms factory under Imochen's stewardship, greatly simplifying the allocation of various human and material resources during the enhancement of black powder and other projects, thereby saving him a significant amount of unnecessary time. While Imochen and his team fervently explored and improved upon black powder, he had previously conferred with Yingzheng to secretly appoint Di and Ru and Yao Jia to carry out assassination and discord strategies targeting key figures across the 6 states. Good news soon followed regarding their efforts. First, the sudden demise of Wei Wuj, the Duke of Xinling, occurred, which, given the historical tensions between him and King Wei Onli, created a palpable atmosphere of distrust between their courts. Exploiting this relationship, Qin dispatched envoys bearing substantial riches to Wei, simultaneously spreading the news of Duke Xinling's ascension to the throne of Wei. Given Duke Xinling's esteemed reputation as the foremost among the 4 young masters of the warring states, his influence in Wei surpassed that of King Wei Onli. This propaganda ultimately unsettled King Wei Onli, who, driven by jealousy, unjustly stripped Duke Xinling of his military authority, rendering him idle and relegated to a life of indulgence. Disheartened by King Wei Only's actions, Duke Xinling succumbed to a hedonistic lifestyle, withdrawing from worldly affairs. However, as Mo Chun and Ing Zheng had set the date for their plan to eradicate the 6 states during the autumn harvest, the rift between Duke Xinling and King Wei Only was far from concluded. Upon learning of Duke Xinling's loss of military command and his subsequent debauchery, Dian Ru and Yao Jia unanimously resolved to send assassins into the now vulnerable Duke's residence, employing a covert method of poisoning to eliminate him and preempt any future threats. The assassination plan proved successful. Duke Xinling ultimately perished at the hands of a courtesan bribed by Qin spies, succumbing to the effects of poison after 10 days of continuous consumption. Simultaneously, Qin's espionage operations against the Qi state were intensifying. Substantial sums were expended to secure the allegiance of Qi's chancellor, Ho Sheng, leveraging Ho Sheng's unique position, which placed him just below the monarch in authority. Qin's intelligence network exerted considerable resources to assist Ho Sheng in establishing his own web of spies within Qi. Unbeknownst to all, many of the ministers surrounding King Jian of Qi gradually transformed into agents of the Qin state under Ho Sheng's meticulous orchestration. Amidst the web of espionage, the ministers of both the court and the realm were predominantly aligned with the Qin state, resulting in King Jian of Qi gradually losing his grip on governance. The discussions and implementations of various policies were deftly swayed by these treacherous ministers surrounding him. After successfully eliminating key figures from both Wei and Qi through cunning strategies, the chief spies, Dun Ruo and Yao Jia, turned their focus toward Zhao, the most formidable adversary of Qin, to execute their intelligence operations. However, a shocking announcement reverberated across the 7 states. In 245 BC, King Zhao Xiaoqing of Zhao passed away, and Zhao Daoxiang ascended to the throne. The new monarch, eager to assert his authority, soon succumbed to the deceitful counsel of treacherous advisors. Fearing the long-standing influence of the esteemed General Lien Pe, who had loyally served King Zhao Xiaoqing and wielded considerable military power, Zhao Daoxiang swiftly issued a decree to appoint another prominent general, Lu Cheng, as the commander of Zhao's forces, while dismissing Lien Pe under the pretext of his advanced age. Upon hearing the edict, the battle-hardened Lien Pe was consumed by rage. In a fit of fury, he led his loyal troops to confront Lu Cheng's forces. Naturally, Lu Cheng proved no match for the seasoned Lien Pe, and after a brief skirmish, he fled Zhao. After expelling Lu Cheng, Lien Pe, realizing the gravity of his actions, made the difficult decision to leave Zhao and sought refuge in Wei. This upheaval resulted in Zhao losing 2 formidable generals. Nonetheless, Zhao Daoxiang quickly sought a replacement in the capable Li Mu. Yet, without Lien Pe, Zhao's military strength waned significantly. And even with the support of Li Mu and Pang Yuan, the threat they posed was diminished in the eyes of Ing Zheng and Mo Chun. The new king's ascension, coupled with the loss of the venerable Lien Pe, created an environment of instability within Zhao. With the death of the esteemed General Xinling of Wei, there emerged no leader capable of uniting the 6 states in a cohesive front against the might of Qin. Although Qi possessed substantial resources, it had been thoroughly infiltrated by Qin's spies. A headless warrior, regardless of his imposing stature, would falter in battle. The remaining states of Chu, Han, and Yin had little left to offer, with Chu being the only one retaining some semblance of military strength. Yet even they would soon succumb to the innovative weaponry of their adversary. The day of my reign over the world is nigh. In mid-July, within the grand hall of the Qin royal palace, Ing Zheng could not contain his elation upon hearing the intelligence gathered by Dun Ruo and Yao Jia from the various states, and he rose from his throne, laughing heartily. Chapter 37. The destruction of Korea. In the grand hall of the Qin palace, Ing Zheng sat upon the exalted throne, his gaze laden with aggression as he directed a penetrating look at the somber-faced man in the center of the hall. Han Fei, what are your thoughts on my decree? Why, your majesty, I have the qualification to oppose. Han Fei stammered, his anxiety exacerbating his speech impediment. Since you harbor no objections, I shall assign you to return to Korea and persuade the Korean king to surrender. I have always held your talents in high regard and hope you will not disappoint me, Ing Zheng declared, his tone laced with a subtle yet palpable threat. Indifferent to Han Fei's stutter, which he had grown accustomed to over time. Cognizant of Ing Zheng's implications, the astute Han Fei understood well the current military prowess of the Qin state. Should they desire to obliterate Korea, it would be a mere trifling task. Recently, while in Xianyang, he had often been startled by thunderous sounds and tremors, which his mentor Xuanzi's old acquaintance, Mo Chun, had informed him were the latest secret weapons of Qin, with power akin to divine thunder. To prevent the citizens of Korea from engaging in futile resistance and unnecessary bloodshed, Han Fei, under Ing Zheng's command, embarked on a journey back to Korea accompanied by a contingent of Qin soldiers. On the very day Han Fei set forth, Yingzheng summoned the Korean defector Nashi Tong, appointing him as the Grand General for the campaign against Korea, commanding an army of 150,000 to stand ready at the Qin-Korea border, poised to launch a devastating war. My king, I believe Han Fei's efforts will yield little fruit. It would be far more effective to have Nashi Tong lead the troops directly into Korea, Imo Chun proposed after deliberating at his residence. Concerned that the Korean king might act out of desperation and eliminate Han Fei in a fit of rage amidst the impending doom of his kingdom, he approached Yingzheng with a remedy. Why do you hold such a pessimistic view regarding Han Fei's mission? Yingzheng queried, intrigued by Imo Chen's perspective. Han Fei's father is the brother of the current Korean king, and he once vied for the throne against him, but after an successful ascension, Han Fei's father fell into obscurity in the state of Chu, living a life of hardship. Had it not been for a prominent Korean minister who espoused Confucian benevolence, rescuing Han Fei from Chu and restoring him to noble status, the policies of King and would have left Han Fei to fend for himself. Even after his return to Korea, despite holding a certain rank, Han Fei's sagacious counsel has remained unheeded by King and for years, let alone being utilized to any significant extent. Given the nature of Han Fei's relationship with the current Korean king, sending him to persuade King and to yield to Qin is indeed a perilous undertaking. I lament the exceptional talents of Han Fei in matters of law, unable to bear the thought of his life being forfeited due to these circumstances. Thus, I present this counsel to the great king, hoping that he will swiftly make a decision grounded in the broader future of the Qin state, lest we suffer the irreparable loss of Han Fei. Upon hearing Yingzheng's counterargument, Imo Chun elucidated the rationale behind his suggestion. What the master proposed is indeed sensible. I shall dispatch a message to Minister Tong, instructing him to lead his forces into Han immediately and strike at the heart of the Han capital, Xinjiang. After listening to Imo Chen's explanation, Yingzheng nodded thoughtfully and promptly expressed his stance. The king is indeed wise. Upon hearing this, Imo Chen offered a flattering remark. Receiving the royal decree from the Qin king, Minister Tong immediately commanded 150,000 troops to cross the borders of Qin and Han, marching towards the Han capital, Xinjiang. Having once served as an official in Han, Minister Tong was a native of the region, intimately familiar with the local routes and the defensive capabilities of the Han forces. This knowledge was one of the principal reasons for Yingzheng's decision to appoint him as the general for the campaign against Han. With ample provisions and well-equipped, the 150,000 Qin soldiers advanced in formation, encountering little to no significant resistance as they approached the vicinity of the Han capital, Xinjiang. Here, the last remnants of the Han resistance. A makeshift army of 30,000 composed of the old, weak, and inexperienced, had assembled and resolved to engage in a desperate battle against the vastly superior Qin forces. Although the courage displayed by the Han troops was commendable, it was ultimately insufficient. On the battlefield, no sympathy is afforded to the weak, nor is there any folly in showing leniency to the enemy. The Qin commander, Minister Tong, felt no compassion upon witnessing the feeble state of the Han forces. Instead, a cold smile crept upon his lips as he commanded the infantry to advance, the cavalry to charge, and the archers to unleash a barrage of fire upon the enemy's positions. The outcome was never in doubt. The 150,000 well-equipped Qin soldiers effortlessly overran the 30,000 hastily assembled Han troops. The remnants of Han resistance were ruthlessly crushed, and the Qin army gathered at the gates of Xinjiang, poised to launch a full-scale assault at the command of their leader. At this moment, Han Fei had just arrived in Xinjiang, having not yet met with King An. Upon learning that the Qin forces were already at the gates of the city, he was struck with astonishment. What scheme was the Qin king pursuing? If I have been sent to persuade King An to surrender, why would the Qin army follow so closely behind, laying siege to the city? Could it be that the Qin king has prepared for both outcomes? Yet, this urgency is rather stark. I have barely set foot in the capital as an envoy of surrender, and the Qin army has already arrived. As his thoughts settled, Han Fei began to analyze the situation internally, quickly arriving at a possible conclusion. Regardless of his musings, the matter had reached a critical juncture, and he must urgently send word to the palace to contact King and otherwise. He feared that he might delay too long and find the Qin army breaching the city walls. Should that come to pass, his predicament would become quite awkward, having been sent by the Qin king to negotiate a surrender, only to find King and a prisoner beneath the Qin forces. At that time, faced with the now captive King Han Fei realized that if he were to approach with words of persuasion for surrender, he would inevitably become a subject of ridicule in the eyes of others. Yet, should he refrain from urging surrender, he would be deemed unfit for duty due to his failure to fulfill the king's mandate. Thus, despite having learned that the Qin army was at the gates, Han Fei steeled himself to meet King Hanan. With 150,000 Qin soldiers encamped outside the city, do you believe this king still possesses the right to oppose? King Hanan replied with a desolate smile after hearing the purpose of Han Fei's visit. And no, Han Fei answered, his sincerity tinged with guilt. In the name of the king of Han, I pledge allegiance to the Qin king, and from this moment forth, the kingdom of Han shall be subsumed into the Qin, becoming part of its territory. After a moment of silence, King Hanan, filled with melancholy, rose and with trembling hands, lifted the imperial bronze seal from the table before him. He approached Han Fei, raising the seal above his head and presenting it to him. Shortly thereafter, Han Fei, accompanied by King Hanan and a retinue of guards, opened the gates of Xinjiang, where they encountered the commander of the Qin army, Neixitung. Days later, news of the fall of Han reached Xianxia city. The following day, King Yingzheng of Qin personally drafted an edict, proclaiming to the world, the kingdom of Han has been extinguished, its king captured, and the entire territory of Han shall henceforth be renamed Yingchuan Commandery. From now on, Yingchuan Commandery will be an inseparable part of the Great Qin. Should anyone dare to transgress against Yingchuan Commandery, they shall face death. Chapter 38, Thunderstorm Bomb Xianxia. Qin Royal Palace Hall. Master, now that Korea has been vanquished, which of the remaining 5 states, Qi, Shu, Yan, Zhao, and Wei, do you believe should be our next target for attack? Yingzheng seated himself at the head of the hall. While Mo Chun occupied the honored position to his right, the two engaged in what appeared to be light conversation over cups of tea. The king likely has already devised a strategy in his mind. Why else would he seek my counsel? Upon hearing Yingzheng's inquiry, Mo Chun set down his teacup and responded with a smile. Indeed, I have contemplated a plan, yet I wish to hear your esteemed opinion for reference. Upon hearing Mo Chun's words, Yingzheng smiled and offered an explanation. 9 days ago, Qin obliterated Korea. In the campaign against Korea, the king employed the traditional tactics of infantry, cavalry, and chariotry, refraining from revealing the new weaponry, such as black powder. It seems the king deemed Korea's frailty insufficient for deploying such formidable instruments of destruction. However, the remaining 5 states, in terms of both national strength and territory, are far beyond the humble Korea. If the king desires to swiftly annihilate the remaining 5 states and achieve the unification of Xianxia, the introduction of black powder and glider wings among other modern weaponry will be essential in the forthcoming conflicts. Yet, Your Majesty must also recognize that these new weapons, with their immense power, can yield extraordinary results on the battlefield if utilized appropriately, particularly for the first army and nation to be struck by black powder and glider wings. The profound fear of the unknown will undoubtedly accelerate the collapse of the enemy's forces when faced with weaponry so vastly different from traditional cold steel. In light of this, I propose that the next nation to be attacked should be Zhao, as the most formidable of the remaining 5 states. Zhao will undoubtedly pose the greatest obstacle on Qin's path to subjugate the 5 states. Thus, it is imperative that the king accords this formidable adversary the utmost attention by deploying superior forces, assigning distinguished generals, and employing modern weaponry to deliver a decisive blow to Zhao. Moreover, regardless of which of the 5 states the king chooses to assault next, it is likely that the other 4 will not remain passive, since confrontation with the coalition of the 5 states is unavoidable. The king should concentrate his superior forces to first eliminate the greatest enemy. Once Zhao is vanquished, the demise of the remaining 4 states will merely be a matter of time. After taking a sip from his teacup, Mo Chun articulated his thoughts. The Master's reasoning aligns with the discussions I had yesterday with Xianxia. The initial deployment of black powder and other weaponry on the battlefield will indeed yield remarkable results. Given this, we should leverage our advantages to strike at the enemy's weaknesses, with Zhao being our primary target. After hearing Mo Chun's perspective, Yingzheng nodded in agreement. A month following the annihilation of Korea, Yingzheng adopted the strategies of Xianxia and Mo Chun, appointing Wang Jian as the Grand General for the Zhao campaign, commanding 600,000 Qin troops to cross the borders of Zhao and march towards the capital, Handan. Initially, the Qin army faced only a slight resistance from Zhao's scattered forces, continuing to employ traditional methods of combat with cold weapons, until the formidable army of 600,000 Qin soldiers ventured into the territory of Zhao, still nearly halfway from Handan city. They were suddenly ambushed by the main commander of Zhao, Li Mu, leading over 100,000 Zhao troops. After suffering the loss of approximately 30,000 of their vanguard forces, the Qin general Wang Jian could no longer remain restrained. He commanded his men to bring forth the black powder weaponry, and under the cover of night, ignited the sealed wooden barrels of black powder. each with a standard diameter of 1 meter, 1 by 1. Utilizing large catapults, they hurled these explosive barrels towards the direction of Li Mu's main encampment. With a thunderous roar, the explosions of the powder barrels reverberated through the darkness as bursts of fleeting flames erupted densely across the ground, only to vanish moments later. These explosive barrels, meticulously designed and improved by Mo Qin, were named thunderstorm bombs. Not only did these bombs contain a mixture of sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal, but Mo Qin also added a significant amount of irregularly sized copper nails and iron spikes. When the black powder detonated, the resulting force would propel these nails and spikes outward at a remarkable velocity, causing secondary damage to the assailants akin to being swept by a machine gun, leaving their bodies riddled with wounds and almost no chance of survival. After a quarter of an hour of relentless bombardment from the thunderstorm bombs, Wang Jian wasted no time in giving the Zhao army an opportunity to regroup. He promptly dispatched over 100,000 elite cavalrymen to charge towards the Zhao troops' encampment. Following closely behind were more than 300,000 infantry armed with long spears. Given that warfare in ancient times primarily involved cold weapons, the camps were densely packed, resulting in the Zhao encampment being left in ruins under the dual assault of explosions and fire after the thunderstorm bomb struck. By the following day, as the Qin forces accounted for the surviving Zhao soldiers, they discovered that from over 100,000 Zhao troops, only 300 to 400 remained relatively unscathed. The majority had either been obliterated by the explosive barrels, mangled by the copper nails and iron spikes, or burned beyond recognition. As for the Zhao commander Li Mu, he was tragically torn asunder by one of the explosive barrels during the night raid, meeting an instantaneous demise. The thunderstorm bombs truly proved to be a divine weapon. Even for Wang Jian, who had engaged in countless battles throughout his life, the sight of such overwhelming success the next morning left him in awe. With the main force of Zhao annihilated, the Qin army took a brief respite before charging straight towards the Zhao capital of Handan. Along the way, the garrisons of the remaining Zhao cities, upon witnessing the vast scale of the 600,000 Qin soldiers, mostly refrained from futile resistance, willingly opening their city gates to surrender. Only a handful of stubborn defenders remained, but even they succumbed swiftly under the relentless bombardment of the thunderstorm bombs, as their city walls were breached, allowing the Qin forces to surge in and swiftly execute them. 12 days later, the 600,000 Qin soldiers surrounded the city of Handan. Prepared with thunderstorm bombs, Wang Jian, recognizing the fierce spirit and tenacity of the Zhao people, wisely refrained from uttering foolish demands for surrender to the city of Handan. Instead, with a serious demeanor, he awaited the positioning of the Qin siege engines before issuing the command to attack the city. Having completed these orders, he promptly commanded a special airborne force of 50,000 elite soldiers to mobilize. As Wang Jian issued his directives, the resounding explosion echoed against the towering walls of Handan City. Subsequently, a swarm of dark, single-wing gliders emerged from the eastern skies, heading towards the city. These soldiers, all hailing from the ranks of the Qin elite before their training in glider flight, each possessed the prowess of special forces. Due to weight constraints of the gliders, each soldier was armed solely with a standard Qin bronze sword, a personal crossbow, and several grenades. Look at the sky. What is that? How can it be? They are flying. Amidst the fierce onslaught of thunderous projectiles, the beleaguered Zhao defenders, trembling with terror, spotted the ominous dark shapes soaring from the eastern horizon. As these formidable figures, resembling great birds, reached the skies above Handan, the soldiers of Zhao were astonished to realize that they were a battalion clad in Qin armor. This shocking revelation shattered the already crumbling morale of the Zhao forces. In a battle where cold weapons faced off against advanced firearms, the disparity was glaring. Zhao was thoroughly defeated. With 50,000 elite Qin pilots maneuvering their gliders over Handan, they indiscriminately unleashed their payload of approximately 500,000 grenades, leaving the city's inhabitants in utter disarray. Consequently, as the Qin elite descended upon Handan, they encountered little resistance, successfully reaching the gates and ultimately opening them from within, allowing the hundreds of thousands of Qin soldiers outside to surge in. Shortly thereafter, Wang Jian confronted Zhao Daoxiang Wang, the newly crowned king of Zhao, in the royal palace. Zhao Wang, if you wish to spare Handan from a massacre, swiftly surrender the imperial bronze seal. Gazing down upon the Zhao king, who was restrained by 2 Qin soldiers, Wang Jian's voice was icy and commanding. Alas, I never anticipated that Zhao would fall to my hands. I feel unworthy before the ancestors of Zhao. Upon hearing Wang Jian's harsh inquiry, Zhao Daoxiang Wang sighed heavily and, in a sudden act of defiance, charged towards the bronze sword held by the Qin soldiers. The blade pierced his abdomen, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth to the ground. With a soft thud, the newly anointed monarch fell, perishing alongside his kingdom. Humph. Having witnessed countless deaths on the battlefield, Wang Jin remained largely unmoved by Zhao Daoxiang Wang's tragic end. Historically, the victor claims the spoils, and the fate of a deposed king is to perish with his fallen realm. Days later, news of the conquest of Handan and the Zhao king's suicide reached Xianxia. The following day, Qin Wang Yingzheng issued a decree proclaiming to the world, "Today, the state of Zhao is annexed into the Qin realm. The former territories of Zhao shall be divided into Yinmen, Yichong, and Handan counties, now recognized as inherent territories of Qin. Should anyone dare to infringe upon these 3 counties, Qin shall mobilize its entire might to retaliate." Chapter 39. Decimating the 3 Kingdoms. The prompt from the 4th judge. After reading, please remember to bookmark Xinjianpan Novel Network Xinjianpan.com for more convenient access. The swift annihilation of the Han and Zhao states by the Qin within merely a month sent shockwaves through the remaining sovereigns of Qi, Chu, Yan, and Wei. Their unease escalated into sleepless nights upon receiving intelligence from their spies stationed in Zhao regarding the formidable black powder weaponry and the enigmatic flying troops. The Qin had already established itself as a formidable force among the 7 kingdoms, and the acquisition of such powerful, arcane weaponry instilled a profound sense of impending doom among the rulers of the remaining 4 states. Consequently, mere days after Zhao's fall, the sovereigns of the 4 states convened to sign a treaty of alliance, thereby forming a coalition army. News of this alliance quickly reached Yingzheng, prompting him to summon Mo Chen for strategic discussions. "The alliance of the 4 states is indeed a positive development, Your Majesty, and there is no cause for concern." Mo Chen replied with a relaxed demeanor upon hearing the news. "Why do you say that, master?" Yingzheng inquired, taken aback. Had it been anyone else making such a statement, he would have surely been incensed, but he was accustomed to his teacher's peculiar insights. "What does this alliance signify in your understanding, Your Majesty?" Mo Chen posed, clearly observing the displeasure etched upon Yingzheng's face, yet choosing to press on with his inquiry. "It signifies that the 4 states have set aside their historical conflicts to consolidate their military forces against our Grand Qin. It implies that our army's endeavor to eradicate the remaining 4 states has become significantly more arduous, undermining the previously assured victory." Yingzheng articulated after pacing thoughtfully in the hall. "I concur with your initial assessment, Your Majesty," Mo Chen acknowledged. "However, I must respectfully disagree with your conclusion that the alliance of the 4 states complicates our conquest of them." With a soft chuckle and a shake of his head, Mo Chen poured himself another cup of tea and continued, "Oh, what insights do you possess, master?" At this, the previously grave Yingzheng, who had been contemplating the impending confrontation with the coalition forces, brightened with curiosity and pressed for elaboration. "While the alliance may appear to consolidate the strengths of each state, seemingly positioning them to retaliate against Qin's expansion, has Your Majesty overlooked a crucial factor? The current Qin is not the Qin of yore. With the advent of black powder and other widespread destructive weaponry, we possess a crushing advantage over the coalition, which remains entrenched in the era of cold weapons and traditional combat strategies. Moreover, even without the aid of black powder, the Qin's comprehensive national strength and military prowess is more than sufficient to contend with the coalition. The introduction of black powder merely disrupts the previously balanced power dynamics between Qin and the coalition, positioning us for potential dominance and military might. Thus, the coalition of the 4 nations concentrated their superior military forces in a singular location, harboring the naive hope of decisively vanquishing the Qin army in one fell swoop. However, in the face of the Qin army, equipped with extensive and lethal weaponry, this strategy unwittingly played into Qin's hands. Had the 4 nations instead dispersed their forces across their vast territories and engaged in guerrilla warfare, utilizing the agility of smaller contingents to disrupt the Qin army's campaign against them, they might have exhausted Qin's resources or even thwarted its ambitions to unify China. Yet, the current traditional alliance, which seeks a decisive victory through a grand military engagement, is evidently both immature and perilous. Raising his teacup and blowing gently to cool the steam, Mo Chen set it down, his eyes sparkling with confidence as he smiled and elucidated. "Truly, the talents of our teacher are remarkable." Upon hearing Mo Chen's explanation, Yingzheng felt a mix of admiration and an inexplicable tightening in his chest. He pondered how fortunate it was that Mo Chen was his mentor and not an adversary of the Qin state. For if such a formidable figure were to stand against Qin and gain the favor of rival states, even an exponentially stronger Qin might find itself manipulated with ease. Just 10 days after the formation of the alliance, the 3-pronged coalition would converge upon the borders of Qin and Chu. Why 3 armies rather than 4? This can be attributed to the cunning of the Qin spies, Dun Ruo and Yao Jia, who covertly influenced the prime minister of Qi, Hosheng. After the Qi king Jian signed the alliance treaty, they incited him to delay the Qi army's rendezvous with the other three nations under various pretenses. According to Hosheng's persuasion, for the strength of Qi, Your Majesty should command our forces to delay their march, allowing the Qin army and the three allied armies to exhaust each other. At that moment, our Qi army can then descend upon the battlefield and reap the benefits. This strategy would ensure Qi's growing power among the feudal states, even if it did not elevate Qi to the status of a superpower akin to Qin. It would undoubtedly position Qi as the second strongest nation among the remaining five. Under the influence of Hosheng and his faction, the Qi king Jian ultimately succumbed to temptation, adopting Hosheng's counsel and deliberately slowing the march of the Qi forces. Consequently, while the other three nations' armies assembled early at the Qinshu border, the Qi troops had yet to cover half the distance to the meeting point. The commanders of the early arriving armies, wary of the formidable Qin forces, opted to camp in place, waiting for the Qi army to join them before launching a unified assault on Qin. However, the Qin forces did not afford them this opportunity. Upon receiving intelligence from the spy network regarding Qi's movements and the activities of the coalition at the Qinshu border, Yingzheng decisively commanded General Wang Jian to lead 700,000 Qin troops to swiftly advance towards the border and initiate an attack on the allied armies of Chu, Yan, and Wei. Simultaneously, Yingzheng judiciously adopted Mo Chen strategies, commanding the arsenal to produce and transport all the thunderstorm projectiles manufactured over the past few months along with the 700,000 troops of Qin to the border of Qin and Chu. In addition, the Qin army was equipped with 30 fire dragon cannons. These cannons were conceived by Mo Chen, drawing from memories of the future, and were collaboratively researched, invented, and manufactured by Zhang Cong and a host of skilled artisans from the Qin state. The 30 fire dragon cannons were transported on specially reinforced four-wheeled carts, each drawn by 2 warhorses. By the time the 700,000 strong Qin army arrived at the Qinshu border, the Qi army had barely traversed half of their total journey. At this juncture, the commanders of the other three states could no longer be oblivious to Qi's intentions. However, the Qin army was already pressing forward, and the allied forces of the three states had amassed over 600,000 troops, commanded by the Chu general Xianxia. Despite the absence of the Qi army preventing the allied forces from holding a numerical advantage over the Qin, General Xianxia believed that the allies still possessed the capability to engage the Qin army in battle. Given the scale of the allied forces, the Qin army would find it challenging to secure victory in a short span of time. During this process, the allies could engage in a protracted war of attrition, focusing on defense while awaiting the arrival of the Qi troops. Once the Qi forces successfully joined ranks with the allies, they would then hold a numerical superiority, allowing the allied forces to unveil their fangs and counterattack the Qin army. As a general, Xianxia's battle strategy was undeniably clear. This approach would be sound if merely contending with conventional cold weapon warfare. However, the allied forces now faced a Qin army of 700,000, equipped with tens of thousands of standard thunderstorm projectiles and 30 fire dragon cannons. Employing a defensive strategy while waiting for the Qi army's arrival would render them mere targets for the thunderstorm projectiles and fire dragon cannons of the Qin. Prepare the thunderstorm projectiles, fire. Upon discerning the tactical formation of the allied forces, the Qin general Wang Jian, after analysis with his strategists, swiftly grasped the allies' defensive strategy. Understanding the devastating power of the thunderstorm projectiles, Wang Jian was more than pleased. With a cold smile, he issued a series of commands, directing the 700,000 Qin troops to deploy their attack formation. Standing on a hillside, he gazed at the distant outline of the allied forces and issued the final order for a general assault. Boom, 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 boom. The thunderstorm projectiles, launched by large catapults, were hurled in waves towards the encampment of the allied forces. The Qin army's crossbows, boasting a range exceeding that of the catapults, were lined up in long rows, continuously firing poisoned arrows bound with explosive packages towards the enemy's position. The fire dragon cannons, employed for the first time on the battlefield, were operated by skilled craftsmen from the arsenal, protected by a contingent of elite Qin soldiers, unleashing deafening roars and projectiles towards the encampment of the allied forces. The range of the fire dragon cannons was similar to that of the crossbows, both reaching several hundred meters. But the fire dragon cannons outperformed the crossbows significantly in terms of mobility. As the thunderous projectiles, fire dragon cannons, and crossbow bolts were expended, the Qin army dispatched a squadron of glider pilots, armed with bombs the size of hand grenades, to indiscriminately bombard the encampment of the Three Kingdoms alliance from the skies. Once the aerial assault reached its conclusion, the traditional forces of the Qin, cavalry, infantry, charioteers, and archers, launched a final onslaught against the already decimated and demoralized Three Kingdoms troops, who lay in disarray, their spirits shattered. The monumental clash between over 600,000 soldiers of the Three Kingdoms alliance and 700,000 Qin warriors stretched over 4 days and 5 nights. The initial barrage of black powder weaponry from the Qin had left the alliance in psychological disarray, rendering their resistance feeble when faced with the relentless charge of the Qin forces. The so-called war concluded not merely due to the passage of time, but because the sheer number of combatants necessitated a prolonged engagement, even if one side merely stood to be struck down. Ultimately, the Three Kingdoms alliance, numbering over 600,000, suffered over 200,000 deaths at the hands of the Qin, with more than 300,000 taken captive, including their commander, Xianxia, who chose to end his own life. These captives eventually defected to the Qin, swelling their ranks to nearly 1 million. Days later, upon receiving news of this victory, Yingzheng commanded Wang Jian to lead a grand army across the borders into Chu, targeting the capital city of Shangyin. Within a fortnight, the Qin forces breached the walls of Shangyin, resulting in the suicide of the Chu monarch, King Kaili, within the palace, marking the fall of the Chu state. The Qin army, having obliterated Chu, did not pause but advanced towards Wei. After more than a month, they captured the Wei capital of Dalian, taking King Onli of Wei prisoner, leading to the annihilation of the Wei state. Following the defeat of Wei, the Qin forces took a brief respite before marching towards Yan. In just over 20 days, the Qin army seized the Yan capital of Jiqing, capturing King Shi of Yan alive, thus extinguishing the Yan state. Consequently, after the fall of Han and Zhao, the states of Chu, Yan, and Wei were systematically eradicated by Qin. Following these conquests, Yingzheng established the commanderies of Zhejiang, Changsha, Dang, Dai, and Liaodong in these regions. Chapter 40. The unification of Huaxia. In just over 2 months, the mighty Qin had obliterated the states of Chu, Wei, and Yan. The name of Qin now struck fear into the hearts of people across the realm. Initially, after the fall of Han and Zhao, 5 of the 6 eastern states had succumbed to Qin's might, leaving only the state of Qi, which remained in existence due to Qin's early policy of engaging in distant warfare while fostering alliances with neighboring powers. However, with 5 of the 6 eastern states already fallen, it was merely a matter of time before Qi would meet the same fate. Duanru and Yaojia, my esteemed ministers, how do you fare in your endeavors regarding Qi? In less than 5 months, we have absorbed 5 eastern states, and even the ambitious Yingzheng finds it somewhat overwhelming. It has been over a month since the fall of Yan, and following the sage advice of Han Fei, who possesses exceptional talents in governance, we have implemented a strategy of rule by law in the newly acquired territories, emphasizing the importance of legal statutes among the populace, ensuring that every individual develops a profound understanding of the law. After a month of such governance, the initial resistance among the newly subjugated citizens has been gradually quelled to a more manageable level. With stability established in the rear, Yingzheng summoned Duanru and Yaojia to the palace today to inquire about the situation in Qi. In response to the king, Duanru confidently reported, "Every move of King Qi is now under our surveillance. At your command, our spies within Qi will coordinate with the Qin army to seize the state without shedding a drop of blood." Pleased with Duanru's assurance, Yingzheng's eyes narrowed, and a smile graced his lips. 3 days later, Yingzheng dispatched General Wang Jian, leading an army of 300,000 across the border from the southern region of the former Yan, marching directly towards the capital of Qi, Linzi. Misled by the counsel of the treacherous Xianxia Hosheng, the king of Qi, having severed ties with Qin after the fall of the 5 states, remained oblivious to the shifting tides, blindly augmenting his forces along the western border adjacent to Qin. Unaware that the 6 eastern states had already fallen, Qi's borders, once merely to the west of Qin, were now enveloped on all sides. Under such misguided influence, Qi allowed Wang Jian's 300,000 troops to rampage through its lands. Along the way, the garrisons of various Qi cities, intimidated by the might of the Qin army, opened their gates, refraining from resistance. When the Qin forces finally encircled Linzi, King Jian, still bewildered, turned to his trusted advisor Hosheng and inquired how the Qin army had managed to approach the capital so silently. Ultimately, Yingzheng heeded the counsel of Duanru and dispatched an eloquent envoy to the city of Linzi, the capital of Qi, to meet with King Jian of Qi. Through the envoy's arguments and the numerous exhortations from the pro-peace faction, King Jian ultimately acquiesced to not resist with arms and pledged fealty to the king of Qin. With the fall of Qi, Yingzheng established the districts of Qi and Langia in the former territories of Qi. At this juncture, All 6 states of the East had succumbed to the might of Qin. The demise of Qi also signified Qin's successful transition from a fragmented aristocratic realm to a unified imperial state under autocratic rule. Teacher, with the 6 states now vanquished and unified under our great Qin, what are your thoughts? Following the fall of Qi, Qin engaged in a period of recuperation lasting over 6 months. Half a year later, in 244 BC, Yingzheng summoned Mo Chun, and as they strolled through the royal garden, Yingzheng suddenly posed a question to him. The king has unified the fragmented lands of the xianxia, achieving greatness that rivals the legendary 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. However, gazing at the blooming flowers in the garden, Mo Chun, lost in contemplation regarding the optimization of the steam engine, paused at Yingzheng's query. However, what? He replied, carefully choosing his words. Is there any need for such hesitation in our relationship, teacher? Your earlier praises brought comfort to my heart, yet upon hearing the subsequent however, my expression faltered, and my brow furrowed. However, the xianxia, comprised of the 7 states, is merely a small corner of this world. Now that the king has unified xianxia, while his achievements may be comparable to those of our forebears, if he dwells contentedly in this modest triumph, complacent and stagnant, he may find himself no different from a commoner who is solely preoccupied with his own patch of land. Yingzheng's changing countenance did not escape Mo Chun's notice, bringing him internal delight. As he spoke these words without reservation, he also mused, even if you are an emperor of unparalleled repute, attaining what your predecessors could not at the tender age of 16 or 17, it is only natural for one to become somewhat inflated with pride. Yet, such youthful exuberance is not without merit. After all, without that spark of ambition, how could one muster the drive to conquer the world? Indeed, an emperor who does not aspire to dominate the world is not a worthy sovereign. Teacher speaks the truth. I have been somewhat prideful of late. Yingzheng's expression darkened at Mo Chun's words. Yet as he contemplated their meaning, he felt a flush of embarrassment, recognizing his own arrogance. Fortunately, having been with Mo Chun since his early years, Yingzheng regarded him as the highest authority beside himself, with their relationship embodying both mentorship and friendship. Thus, it was most fitting for Mo Chun to gently point out his inflated sense of self-worth, as acknowledging one's faults is the first step towards improvement. After unifying the 6 states, the king has indeed taken a well-deserved 6-month respite. Uncertain of where the king intends to plant the banner of the Qin, Mo Chun smiled and nodded at Yingzheng's humble demeanor. Following the downfall of the Chu kingdom, the southern Baiwei had mounted fierce resistance against our great Qin army. I believe that our next target for conquest should be the lands of the Baiwei. After pondering for a moment, Yingzheng provided his response. In ancient times, the territory of the Baiwei referred to the region stretching from Jiaoji to Kuaiji, encompassing 7,000 to 8,000 miles, populated by various clans. In simpler terms, this corresponds to several provinces and regions along the southern coastal areas of the later Xia kingdom. The Baiwei, indeed, presents a viable option. By conquering their lands, we would establish a terrestrial route to the sea. With these coastal regions serving as maritime ports, once steamships are constructed, the Qin army would be able to extend its reach across the globe from these locations. When Yingzheng mentioned the lands of the Baiwei, Mo Chun's immediate thought revolved around the coastal ports. Compared to land transport, maritime shipping incurs lower costs, although it may be slower. The convenience of oceanic routes is well suited for an empire to exploit resources globally through naval power. Chapter 41. The people of Wansu concerning the warfare in the lands of Baiwei. It commenced merely 2 weeks after the conversation between Mo Chun and Yingzheng. Confronted by the formidable armies of the Qin state, the tribal leaders of Baiwei initially engaged in individual skirmishes, but soon united in a solemn blood oath to collectively resist Qin. Ultimately, after a tumultuous struggle, all dissenters were ruthlessly vanquished by the Qin forces. The conflict between Qin and the lands of Baiwei endured for over 3 months. The sluggish pace of the campaign was not due to the prowess of Baiwei's military, but rather the unfamiliarity of the Qin generals with the terrain, unlike their knowledge of the 6 eastern states. Nevertheless, before the overwhelming military might of Qin, no matter how resilient the tribes of Baiwei were in leveraging their natural defenses, they were ultimately crushed. As autumn deepened, the lands of Baiwei succumbed to Qin's dominion. The coastal ports had been sufficiently opened, and with continuous improvements, steamships now possessed a certain navigational capability. Anticipation grew for the arrival of spring, when the first fleet of 50 steamships would set sail to chart new waters. In a 2-story tea house in Xianxia, Mo Chun sat by the window, observing the lively scene on the streets while murmuring to himself. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Qin, Yingzheng lay napping in his chamber when he was suddenly swept into a peculiar dream. In this dream, he found himself standing by a vast ocean. As he pondered the reason for his presence in such a place, an enormous, unidentified flying object suddenly emerged from the sea before him, hovering in midair. The lower half of this enigmatic craft resembled a conch shell, tapering from a wide base to a narrow point, spiraling gracefully. The upper half appeared akin to an inverted hemisphere, resembling a metal pot. The entire structure shimmered in a pale blue hue, surrounded by an ethereal, dreamlike luminescence. What is this? Zheng stood in shock, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this colossal entity. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, he began to speak curiously. Greetings, King of Qin. I apologize for the intrusion. I hope you can forgive me. Before Zheng could finish his thought, a robust male voice resonated within his mind. Instantly, a small shadow emerged from the distant unidentified flying object, floating toward him with uncanny speed. As the shadow approached, it greeted Zheng and, in an instant, materialized before him in midair. Who are you? Zheng inquired, recognizing the shadow's rapid approach. I am a member of the people of Wanxiu, the shadow replied politely. As it descended gracefully to the ground before Zheng, I have come aboard the Luanbua vessel for a conscious dialogue with the king of the Great Qin. The people of Wanxiu? Why have I never heard of this place? Furthermore, why have I inexplicably appeared here? Where's this? Gazing up at the towering figure before him. Approximately 2 meters tall, clad in an indeterminate material of deep blue, and possessing a robust physique accompanied by a crimson beard, Zheng endeavored to suppress the fear that surged within him, questioning with a voice of unwavering steadiness. Might I request that you remain calm? This realm is but a manifestation of your own dreams. What you behold is merely an illusion conjured by my utilization of spiritual field technology within your subconscious. The giant cast his gaze down upon Zheng, yet without uttering a word, his voice resonated within the recesses of Zheng's mind. An illusion? Is everything here a mere fabrication? Do you harbor intentions against me? Upon realizing that he was ensnared in a dream, the terror on Zheng's face morphed into a grim countenance as he scrutinized the giant with suspicion. There is no need for alarm. I merely wish to establish preliminary communication with you, the King of Qin, through this dreamscape. Once this exchange concludes, I shall return and confer with my kin. Should they unanimously agree to visit your esteemed nation, we shall soon traverse the realms in a vessel to your city. Conversely, if it is deemed inappropriate, we shall refrain from intruding upon your world and your people. Noticing Zheng's unwavering vigilance, the giant's initially frosty demeanor softened into a gentle smile. What is it you wish to discuss with me? The giant maintained a patient, calm, and courteous tone, which somewhat eased Zheng's trepidation. Finally relaxing his outward wariness after absorbing the giant's explanation, he responded with a more conventional inquiry. Let us commence from here. Subsequently, in the dream, Zheng and the giant engaged in increasingly harmonious dialogue. Time slipped away unnoticed until Zheng awoke from his slumber. How long have I been asleep? Upon awakening and surveying the familiar surroundings of his chamber, a flicker of disappointment crossed his features, yet he casually inquired of the attendant beside him. Your Majesty, you have rested for 1 hour and 15 minutes, the attendant promptly replied without hesitation. Very well. Hearing this, Zheng displayed no overt change in expression as he nodded and strolled out of the royal chamber. Knock, knock, knock. Who is at the door? Upon hearing the knocking, Qin, who had just returned to his quarters after a period of relaxation outside the palace, rose with a puzzled demeanor to answer. Your Majesty, what brings you to my humble abode? Upon opening the door and finding Zheng before him, Qin inquired with surprise. Master, I experienced a peculiar dream this afternoon. Entering the room, Zheng furrowed his brow and stated directly. A dream? What sort of dream did you have, Your Majesty? Qin raised an eyebrow at the inquiry. For historically, emperors have often been suspicious of dreams, and a dream deemed strange by a sovereign undoubtedly held significant implications, whether true or otherwise. In a dream, the prince encountered an individual who claimed to hail from Wanxiu. Without hesitation, before the teacher he held in the highest regard, Zheng felt no need to withhold anything. Thus, he recounted to Qin the events of his dream from noon, detailing his experiences with the people of Wanxiu and the topics they had subsequently discussed. The figure from Wanxiu, towering over 2 meters, with a robust build and a red beard, emerged from the sea, accompanied by a floating vessel of Luanbua. Upon hearing Zheng's account of this dream, Qin feigned calmness, furrowing his brow in contemplation, yet within him, a tempest of astonishment raged. This was, without a doubt, an ancient version of a UFO encounter. Chapter 42. Contact. Upon hearing Zheng's recounting of his experiences during the midday rest, Qin feigned contemplation. while a tumult of thoughts surged within him for several minutes before he gradually attained a state of calm. According to the king's description, the people of Wansu had mastered remarkably advanced technology. They possessed wondrous vessels capable of submerging beneath the ocean and soaring through the skies without reliance on any external apparatus for aerial movement. Furthermore, they demonstrated the unsettling ability to infiltrate the king's dreams, conjuring such extraordinary scenes as vast oceans and flying ships without his awareness. Analyzing these 3 points alone, it became evident that the Wansu people were not adversaries we could contend with at our current stage. Should the Qin state find itself at odds with them, it would likely require the full might of the Qin nation to inflict even the slightest harm upon them. Thus, I believe it would be prudent for His Majesty to maintain a safe distance from these enigmatic Wansu people, avoiding any form of contact. Although Mo Chun felt a shiver run down his spine at the thought of such seemingly fantastical UFO encounters, he soon found his trepidation waning when considering his own trial tasks and the even more mysterious trial space. Nevertheless, reflecting upon the considerable risks and uncontrollable factors associated with unwarranted contact with extraterrestrial intelligence that may have already mastered cosmic navigation during the era of cold weapons, Mo Chun thoughtfully presented his rational advice to Ing Zheng. Familiar with Ing Zheng's temperament, Mo Chun was aware that his counsel would likely be disregarded. Yet he spoke out of a glimmer of hope. Could it be that my teacher is overly cautious? During my conversation with the Wansu people in the dream, they maintained a tone of calm and politeness, their voices quite pleasant to hear. This suggests that their nation may indeed be one characterized by noble morals and decorum. Engaging in diplomatic relations with such a cultured society could prove to be an invaluable opportunity for the future development of our Qin. As Mo Chun anticipated, Ing Zheng's countenance darkened with displeasure upon hearing his suggestion. I merely offered an analysis of the potential benefits and drawbacks of further communication with the Wansu people from an observer's perspective. Ultimately, the decision rests with you, Your Majesty. Mo Chun noted Ing Zheng's reaction, smiling slightly to convey his stance. I understand your concerns, teacher. However, the Wansu individual in my dream did indicate an intention to make further contact with me in reality. Mo Chun explained with a tranquil expression, prompting Ing Zheng to fall into silence for several seconds. During this time, he reflected on Mo Chun's words, recognizing their merit, and thus inhaled deeply, furrowing his brow as he spoke. The Wansu people have expressed an intention to visit the Qin state. Alas, it seems that we must simply wait and observe how events unfold. Ing Zheng's words momentarily stunned Mo Chun, and as he composed himself, a rare hint of worry appeared on his face. There is no need for such concern, my teacher. The people of Wansu were brought here by me, and I shall bear all consequences. Moreover, as I previously mentioned, they might be a civilized nation. Otherwise, with the means at their disposal, if they truly wished harm upon me, I might still be lost in slumber, unable to awaken. Observing Mo Chun's unease, Ing Zheng could not help but smile. In his recollection, his extraordinary teacher maintained an unwavering confidence in all situations, yet now, a mere citizen of Wansu seemed to unsettle him, which struck Ing Zheng as quite amusing. Your Majesty speaks truly. I have indeed been remiss in my considerations. Given the capabilities of the Wansu people, if they wish to harm you, it would surely be a trivial endeavor. Ing Zheng's reassurance jolted Mo Chun into clarity. An extraterrestrial civilization possessing interstellar travel technology could undoubtedly devise countless methods to eliminate a planet's indigenous life still entrenched in the age of cold weapons. Since the Wansu people had proactively engaged with Ing Zheng in a notably amicable manner through dreams, it indicated that they were a rational civilization. Furthermore, even if their interaction with Ing Zheng was driven by ulterior motives, as Ing Zheng posited, encountering an advanced civilization was, in itself, a tremendous opportunity. Thus, with this understanding, Mo Chun's countenance shifted from worry to a smile. After a lengthy discussion regarding the Wansu people, Ing Zheng took his leave. As the sovereign of a vast empire, he was invariably occupied. With such an uncontrollable variable emerging, he hoped the Wansu people would not adversely affect his trial tasks. Otherwise, even if they were an extraterrestrial civilization, he would not hesitate to eradicate them. Once Ing Zheng departed, Mo Chun sat in his chair, massaging his temples, and after organizing his thoughts, he spoke to himself in a grave tone. 13 days had passed since that peculiar dream Ing Zheng experienced one afternoon. On this day, while discussing various matters concerning the Qin Empire with his ministers in the Grand Hall, a voice both familiar and strange echoed in his mind once more. King of Qin, I am a citizen of Wansu. Our Luanbo vessel is currently hovering high above your city. We kindly request that you arrange a meeting place for our exchange. so that the Qin kingdom and Wanxiu may swiftly establish a fruitful collaboration. This voice caused Zhang, seated upon the throne, to change countenance in an instant. My esteemed ministers, our discussions conclude for today. Any matters shall be postponed until tomorrow. Realizing that the Wanxiu people had arrived, Zhang suppressed his inner excitement and dismissed the court. He then summoned Prime Minister Xianxia, General Wang Jian, and his teacher Mo Qin. After completing these tasks, he did not venture elsewhere but instead instructed all the servants and guards in the grand hall of the Qin king to leave, remaining alone in the chamber. Shortly thereafter, the venerable Xianxia, along with Wang Jian and Mo Qin, arrived at the Qin king's grand hall, summoned urgently by Zhang. Your Majesty, you have summoned this old minister for some pressing matter? Xianxia, in his advanced years, typically spent his time in repose at his residence. Even during the recent conflict when Qin annihilated the Six States and the Bayou, Zhang had sought Xianxia's counsel by visiting him personally, rather than summoning him in such an urgent manner to the royal palace. Your Majesty, could it be that the people of Wanxiu have arrived? Upon entering the grand hall of the Qin palace, Missouri Qin keenly observed that the atmosphere was markedly more desolate than usual. The servants and guards, who typically filled the hall, had been dismissed, leaving only 4 individuals present, including Zhang on the throne. Sensing this unusual situation and considering the identities of those present, Mo Qin quickly deduced the circumstances and thus inquired. Indeed, the Luanbo boat from the state of Wanxiu is now hovering high above the city of Xianyang, awaiting our arrangements for the meeting place before they descend to meet with us. In response to Mo Qin's inquiry, Zhang did not conceal the truth and replied with a smile. Chapter 43. The Burning Stone. Rumors and reports regarding UFOs are not uncommon in the realm of humanity. As Mo Qin, who traversed from a future marked by an explosion of information and the vast internet, never imagined that one day he would find himself in such close proximity to extraterrestrial beings, which he had only believed existed on television screens. The delegation sent by the Wanxiu nation to meet with Zhang consists of 5 individuals. Judging by their appearance, they are all tall, robust men, standing over 2 meters in height. Clad in light, deep blue attire, they sport red beards and short black hair. Greetings, King of Qin. I am Troy, representing the Wanxiu nation in our forthcoming discussions regarding the cooperation between our 2 countries. Within the grand hall of the Qin palace, the 5 towering individuals from Wanxiu appeared silently. Clearly, these individuals had conducted thorough investigations into the leadership of Qin prior to this encounter. Upon entering the hall, Troy, the representative from Wanxiu, took a few steps forward with a smile, lowered his head slightly, and placed his right hand over his chest, performing a gesture of courtesy. There is no need for excessive formality. Since our last parting in dreams, I have missed you dearly. It brings me great joy to see you again today. Zhang replied politely, engaging in cordial exchange with Troy. After the initial pleasantries, Zhang and Troy introduced their respective entourages briefly, and amidst their light-hearted conversation, they exited the hall, making their way to the banquet hall designated for hosting guests, intending to discuss matters of cooperation while dining. Lord Qin, have you encountered any individuals from the Wanxiu nation before? Mo Qin, Xianxia, and Wang Jian, esteemed officials of Qin, followed closely behind Zhang. Xianxia, observing the animated interaction between Zhang and Troy, quietly inquired of Mo Qin. No, I too have only heard His Majesty mention the possibility of a visit from the Wanxiu nation recently. Beyond that, I know nothing of their affairs. Mo Qin replied with a wry smile, shaking his head gently. Indeed, it is remarkable how these Wanxiu individuals have grown to such towering heights. They are truly born warriors. If only the men of our Qin could possess such stature, we would have had little to fear from the 6 eastern states. Wang Jian, the Grand General of Qin, mused, gazing at the 5 Wanxiu individuals, whose broad and towering figures resembled walls. As the 3 officials from Qin engaged in hushed discussions at the rear of the procession, one member from the Wanxiu delegation suddenly turned his head slightly to glance in their direction before quickly reverting his gaze. This seemingly casual action did not escape the notice of Mo Qin, who, while appearing to engage in quiet conversation with Xianxia and Wang Jian, was discreetly observing the Wanxiu individuals. The hearing of these Wanxiu individuals is remarkably acute, Mo Qin thought, as he, Xianxia, and Wang Jian deliberately positioned themselves at the back of the group, maintaining a distance of at least 4 to 5 meters from Zhang and his entourage. Simultaneously, the voices of the 3 individuals were deliberately subdued, and given the vastness of the Qin palace's corridors, their words would naturally diminish in volume as they traveled. In such circumstances, it is remarkable that the 5 denizens of Wanxiu could still discern the intermittent whispers of Mo Qin and his companions. indicating that these people from the Wansu kingdom possess superior auditory capabilities compared to ordinary humans. Along the way, the guards and servants of the Qin palace observed this group from a distance, some intentionally and others inadvertently. Particularly, the 5 tall individuals clad in peculiar attire from Wansu attracted considerable attention. Esteemed guests, having traveled great distances to reach our Qin, I have prepared a banquet to honor you, proclaimed Yingzheng. Upon entering the banquet hall, Yingzheng and Troy, as the negotiation representatives of their respective nations, took their seats at the forefront. The remaining attendees were arranged alongside their national representatives, serving as accompanying personnel. Your hospitality is greatly appreciated, replied Troy politely as he settled into his seat. Shortly thereafter, the dishes prepared by the royal chefs were successively presented at the table. According to the traditions of xianxia, the commencement of the meal signified that the discussions should now turn to serious matters. Troy, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the Qin kingdom? After partaking in some of the dishes, Yingzheng finally broached the subject of the Wansu people's intentions. Respected Qin king, I have come under the orders of my sovereign to seek cooperation with your esteemed nation. Our king has recently learned of the emergence of the great Qin Empire in the east, which has unified the previously chaotic territories. This glorious achievement has garnered immense respect for you, my lord. Hence, our king has dispatched us as envoys to your court. Our primary objective on this journey is to establish amicable diplomatic relations with the Qin and to seek harmonious cooperation in mutually recognized areas. Upon hearing Yingzheng's inquiry, Troy articulated the purpose of their visit with a calm and courteous demeanor. If I may be so bold, could you enlighten me on the precise location of your Wansu kingdom? After considering Troy's response, Yingzheng reflected on the conversation and realized that despite their lengthy dialogue, he remained unaware of the exact location of Wansu, which was rather inadequate. Thus, he posed the question, My lord, the Wansu kingdom lies 90,000 miles from the side of the setting sun as recorded in ancient xianxia texts, and 100,000 miles from Xinyuan Hill. In Wansu, we measure time with each decade as a single day. The weather is predominantly overcast and foggy, but when the skies clear, they appear as if torn open, reminiscent of the Jianghan River. At such times, black dragons and phoenixes soar through the heavens. By night, we utilize luminescent burning stones to simulate sunlight. These stones, sourced from the burning mountain, emit a clear white light. A mere touch can shatter these stones, which resemble grains of millet. A single burning stone is sufficient to illuminate an entire room. In fact, it was with such stones that our ancient ancestors, the Yin Emperor, first kindled fire to cook raw food. When ignited, the stone releases an abundance of bubbles that can extend for several miles. On this diplomatic mission to the Qin kingdom, our sovereign has graciously instructed us to present some of these stones as a token of goodwill from the Wansu country to the king of Qin. As he spoke, without any visible movement from Troy, a delicately crafted box, measuring 10 centimeters on each side, suddenly materialized on the dining table before him. Ignoring the astonishment that flickered across Yingzheng's face at this display, he smiled and proceeded to unveil the box. Upon opening it, a brilliant flash of white light momentarily dazzled the assembly, and as the brilliance faded, the guests beheld the serene sight of hundreds of small, white stones, each resembling a grain of rice, resting quietly within the box. In the dim lighting of the banquet hall, these stones emitted a gentle, soft glow. Chapter 44. Collaboration. As the fourth judge reminded you, after reading, please remember to collect it for easier reference. Sitting beside Yingzheng, savoring the delicacies of the banquet, Imochen silently listened to the discussions between both parties, meticulously observing the demeanor and conduct of the members from the Wansu nation. The smile on his face grew increasingly rigid. At that moment, his mind was rife with complaints, as he had yet to fully digest the extensive information conveyed by Troy regarding the Wansu nation. Now, Troy had conjured something out of thin air. Not just any ordinary item, but the highly versatile fuel stone. Under the barrage of information from Troy, Missouri-chan, feeling overwhelmed, abandoned his initial plan to analyze the other party's intentions on the spot, opting instead for a one-sided reception of information to memorize. After the banquet concluded, he intended to return and ponder the relevant information revealed by the Wansu people at his leisure. My dear minister, presenting such a precious rarity as a gift truly astonishes me, Yingzheng remarked, delicately pinching a grain-sized fuel stone from its wooden box, observing it with curiosity before shifting his gaze back to Troy. Although the fuel stone was valuable, it paled in comparison to the significance of the diplomatic relations being established between the Wansu nation and the Qin state. In response, Troy sincerely replied, Ha ha. You are indeed correct, my dear minister. The most pressing matter at hand is the establishment of diplomatic relations between our two nations. Everything else pales in comparison. After hearing Troy's response, Yingzheng laughed heartily. Beyond the establishment of diplomatic ties, the Wansu nation also sought to engage in amicable cooperation with the Qin state in various fields. Seizing the opportunity presented by Yingzheng's jovial demeanor, Troy introduced a new topic. I wonder in what areas the Wansu nation wishes to collaborate with our great Qin? Upon hearing this, Yingzheng's smile gradually faded as he turned to Troy with a questioning gaze. Before my mission to the Qin state, I specifically researched the distribution of mineral resources within the land of Huaxia at our domestic library, Troy explained. From what I understand, beneath certain mountains and lands in the Great Qin territory lie metallic mineral resources of immense value for the Wansu nation. My mission here, under the command of our king, is to discuss potential cooperation in the extraction of these mineral resources with you, the Qin king. Seeing that Yingzheng was not taken aback and was following the conversation's direction, Troy smiled and elaborated. Are you suggesting that I leverage the minerals within the Great Qin territory as a bargaining chip for collaboration with your nation? I am curious to know what conditions your esteemed nation can offer in exchange for these minerals. Upon realizing that Troy had set his sights on Qin's metallic resources, a contemplative expression emerged on Yingzheng's face. By the end of the Warring States period, the rulers of the various states in Huaxia had already recognized the significance of extracting and utilizing copper, iron, and other metallic ores for the prosperity of their nations and military. Now that the Wansu nation had turned its attention to these resources critical to national security, Yingzheng could not afford to take this matter lightly. Similarly, at the side of Yingzheng, Qin, upon hearing Troy's words, displayed a contemplative expression. Drawing from his experiences in later generations, he understood that for an extraterrestrial civilization possessing interstellar travel technology, the foremost objective upon arriving at another planet would likely be the exploration of its various exploitable resources. However, what perplexed Qin was the question: if the citizens of Wansu were indeed an advanced technological alien race, why would they expend such effort negotiating with a nation like Qin, which existed in a primitive agricultural era dominated by cold weapons? Though Qin had not witnessed the technological marvels of the cosmic age of exploration, the myriad of science fiction films and entertainment that graced the screens of humanity in later years had revealed an abundance of possibilities. The most basic individual energy weapons, super materials for spacecraft construction, high-tech engines providing robust and enduring power, and concentrated energy sources, all of these, if presented, would far surpass the capabilities of a mere agricultural civilization reliant on cold weaponry. As the saying goes, extraordinary circumstances often indicate underlying anomalies. The excessive politeness exhibited by the Wansu people, coupled with their willingness to negotiate with a nation significantly inferior in all aspects, was indeed peculiar. Qin was not one to dismiss the existence of benevolent civilizations in the universe. Rather, he found it hard to believe that a race prioritizing the interests of other civilizations over its own developmental benefits could successfully venture beyond its home planet. Realistically speaking, in a context where multiple civilizations coexist, a civilization that continually makes concessions and overtures to others would only hasten its own demise. The universe operates under unyielding laws, where survival of the fittest prevails, and no one can escape this truth. Thus, the series of actions undertaken by Troy since his arrival seemed exceedingly abnormal to Qin. In light of this, the more courteous and polite the Wansu individuals appeared, the more his wariness intensified. Whether their intentions were genuine in seeking diplomatic relations and cooperation with Qin, or if they harbored ulterior motives for greater gain, he could not afford to lower his guard until he fully comprehended their true objectives. Observing Yingzheng engaging in what he believed to be an elevated dialogue with Troy, Qin maintained a courteous smile, all the while silently reminding himself, having come to the Qin state, I must, of course, bring sufficient sincerity. Our king of Wansu seeks to acquire the mining rights of mineral resources within your realm, contingent upon assisting your state in developing formidable military technology. I wonder, Your Majesty, what are your thoughts on this proposal? After listening to Yingzheng's words, Troy presented his own terms. To aid the Qin state in military development, I wonder how you intend to assist. Yingzheng pondered for a moment before cautiously inquiring. Your Majesty, please take a look. What do you think of these items? As Troy stood before the table, a deep blue, ping-pong ball-sized, flat spherical object materialized without warning. Upon its sudden appearance, the surface of the object radiated a ring of luminous lights reminiscent of a running marquee. To everyone's astonishment, this flat sphere began to levitate effortlessly into the air. Almost instantaneously, a three-dimensional holographic image, measuring approximately 2 cubic meters, manifested above the object, showcasing an array of artifacts from the era of cold weapons. including bronze swords and crossbows. A collective gasp echoed throughout the banquet hall as witnesses absorbed this extraordinary spectacle. Among the astonished murmurs, a particularly low, suppressed exclamation, brimming with disbelief, emerged from none other than Imo Chun. Faced with such a profoundly sci-fi scene, Imo Chun found himself at a loss for words, and thus, a classic expression of awe escaped his lips. Chapter 45. Presentation. The three-dimensional projection technology was employed through independent terminal devices the size of a ping-pong ball, facilitating radiative displays. Alarmingly, these diminutive devices possessed anti-gravity suspension technology, which, in Imo Chun's understanding, belonged entirely to the realm of science fiction. The minister's skills were indeed remarkable, opening the eyes of the king. However, should the military assistance mentioned by the minister refer to the weapons displayed upon this miraculous object, such as swords and crossbows, the Qin state had already possessed them for some time. As he regained composure from the visual impact of the holographic projector, even Yingzheng, with all his arrogance, no longer felt superior to the people of Wanxiu as he had upon first encountering them. The items produced by Troy, including the luminous stones and the projector itself, had far exceeded Yingzheng's previous understanding. Thus, upon witnessing the conventional weapons like bronze swords showcased by Troy, though he harbored some disdain, his words inadvertently became more courteous. Do not be anxious, my king. Although these weapons may appear similar to those currently in the Qin state, their metallic properties far surpass those of equivalent armaments. The insinuation in Yingzheng's words was readily understood by Troy, who smiled and offered an explanation. It is not a matter of distrust, my lord. However, words alone are insufficient. If you could present some tangible items for my examination, I would be able to render a more intuitive judgment. Expressing skepticism towards Troy's claims, Yingzheng asserted his position. My apologies, my lord. I came prepared with several weapon samples for your evaluation. Please have a look. As he spoke, Troy glanced around and conjured a number of items from thin air. These included bronze swords, crossbows, halberds, and various individual weapons. Due to their abundance, Troy placed these weapons upon the ground behind him. By comparing these with the equivalent weapons of the Qin state, one can discern their merits and deficiencies. He bent down to retrieve a bronze sword and presented it to Yingzheng. Since you possess such confidence in these weapons, they must indeed possess unique qualities. Bring forth a bronze sword at once. Upon hearing Troy's assertion, Yingzheng, no longer astonished by his conjuring abilities, accepted the bronze sword and remarked, My king, allow me to handle the evaluation of these weapons. At that moment, General Wang Jian suddenly stood and bowed to Yingzheng, volunteering for the task. Very well, General Wang, being well-versed in warfare, must surely have insights into the merits of these weapons. Seeing Wang Jian step forward, Yingzheng's interest was immediately piqued. Receiving the king's permission, Wang Jian rose from his seat. He meticulously examined the bronze sword presented by Troy, inspecting it from various angles. A fine sword, indeed, a truly remarkable weapon. Originally bearing a solemn expression, Wang Jian's demeanor gradually transformed into one of excitement and astonishment as he meticulously examined the bronze sword in his grasp. The general contemplated conducting extensive bending tests on the sword to ascertain its true capabilities. Observing Wang Jian's fervent reaction after merely a few inspections of the bronze sword, Troy beamed with understanding and offered a gentle reminder. With a resonant clang, Wang Jian nodded in acknowledgement and skillfully drew a Qin-style bronze sword from the hands of a nearby guard. Upon comparing the two blades side by side, the stark disparities became immediately apparent. Firstly, the length of the Qin-style bronze sword measured a mere 70 centimeters, whereas the sword presented by Troy stretched to an impressive 95 centimeters, nearly a meter in length. This significant difference in length afforded the longer sword a distinct advantage in thrusting attacks against the shorter one. Furthermore, the surface texture of the Qin-style bronze sword was markedly coarser when juxtaposed with Troy's exquisite blade. The visual contrast was akin to that between a poorly crafted imitation and a high-end, genuine product, strikingly evident. After conducting a preliminary comparison, Wang Jian summoned 6 guards to perform rigorous bending tests on the Qin-style bronze sword. With a sharp crack, the Qin sword snapped in two when bent beyond 30 degrees. Next, the guards exerted all their strength to bend the sword Troy had provided, managing to flex it to an astonishing angle of nearly 90 degrees without it breaking. Witnessing this, Wang Jian was visibly moved. Such resilience was a rarity in his experience. However, the most astonishing aspect was yet to come. Once the bending force diminished and the guards reluctantly released the sword, it astonishingly sprang back from their grasp. When the sword struck the ground, onlookers were astounded to find that it had suffered no ill effects from its previous extreme deformation, returning effortlessly to its original straight form. Remarkable. Faced with this spectacle, Wang Jian could only stare in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. The weaponry from Troy's homeland was indeed extraordinary. He pondered the complexity of its fabrication. Meanwhile, Ying, witnessing Wang Jian's experiments with the bronze sword, also recognized the unique qualities of Troy's weapon. Taking a moment to compose himself, he inquired with a smile about the manufacturing techniques behind such a remarkable sword. The production process utilized micron-level chemical element treatments, endowing the finished blade with exceptional characteristics such as rust resistance, remarkable toughness, impressive elasticity, and formidable hardness. The manufacturing process of this sword, though intricate, is not a cause for concern for King Qin, as I shall arrange for the artisans of the Wansu kingdom to collaborate with our own craftsmen in the production of this weapon. Sensing Ying Zhang's apprehension, Troy, with great understanding, provided an explanation. Very well. With such extraordinary weaponry at our disposal, when the formidable forces of our Qin Dynasty sweep across the world, we shall be invincible in battle, conquering all who stand before us. Upon hearing Troy's assurance, Ying Zhang was filled with immense joy. It seems my previous worries may have been unfounded. The people of Wansu, after all their politeness, were merely employing this advanced alloy weaponry technique to deceive our Qin. Clearly, they are not entirely benevolent and are aware of how to exploit technological superiority to reap high returns from a less developed civilization with minimal investment. Observing all of this patiently, Mo Chun found his previous perceptions of the Wansu people evolving into a new understanding. Chapter 46. Speculation. The banquet between Ying Zhang and the representatives of the Wansu nation lasted for over an hour before coming to a close. Following this, Troy graciously declined the Qin king's invitation for them to remain in Xianxia for an extended period. He expressed the necessity for his party to return swiftly to the Wansu nation to report the details of their diplomatic mission to the Qin state to their king. However, Troy also indicated that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would likely be the representative returning to Qin for future cooperation regarding mineral resources. Thus, before taking his leave, he reassured Ying Zhang that their paths might cross again in the near future. The diplomatic mission from Wansu to Qin was shrouded in mystery, and the king hoped that the esteemed ministers present would maintain confidentiality and refrain from disseminating any information. After watching Troy and his companions vanish from the Qin royal hall, Ying Zhang stood in contemplation for a moment before turning to Xuanzi, Wang Jian, and Mo Chun to impart his instructions. Acknowledging with a nod, the three exchanged glances and bowed in understanding. As for other witnesses, such as servants and guards, whom Ying Zhang did not mention, it was likely, given his iron-willed nature, that they would not survive. What manner of organization were the people of Wansu? Could it truly be a nation as the giant named Troy suggested? Perhaps not. If they were indeed a nation, why would they remain hidden in some remote corner of the earth, allowing humanity to advance into the 21st century? However, if Wansu were not a nation with a substantial population, what then could explain the presence of these 5 individuals in Qin? Were they, perhaps, akin to characters in some cinematic narrative, mere travelers from outer space whose vessel had malfunctioned, causing them to make an ill-fated landing on Earth? This notion, while far-fetched, bore some plausibility. If these Wansu individuals were indeed just unfortunate castaways from a spacecraft, it would explain why they, despite possessing technology far superior to agricultural civilization, expended considerable effort to engage in dialogue and collaboration with Ying Zhang. For a spacecraft that had broken down en route, resources would be limited, and the number of occupants might not be substantial. Under such constraints, it might be conceivable for these extraterrestrials to leverage their advanced technology to conquer a small nation. Yet, to confront an empire of Qin's magnitude without reinforcements would pose significant challenges. While they might achieve localized victories, attaining a comprehensive and enduring triumph would likely prove elusive. If we were to pursue the hypothesis that they were indeed stranded extraterrestrials, the genuine purpose behind the Wansu's pursuit of cooperation with Ying Zhang for the development of mineral resources on Chinese soil could very well be to gather materials necessary for repairing their spacecraft, enabling them to depart once their vessel was restored. This would also elucidate why, assuming these extraterrestrials had long existed, human civilization could still progress over the course of 2 millennia. With Ying Zhang's assistance, the Wansu ship could be repaired, allowing them to leave Earth once restored. Upon returning to his residence from the Qin Palace, Mo Chun began to meticulously organize the proceedings of the meeting between Ying Zhang and the delegation from the Wansu nation. Once he had mapped out the entire sequence of events, he engaged in a cerebral exploration of the peculiar and suspicious behaviors exhibited by the Wansu people throughout the encounter. While immersed in contemplation, pondering the potential intentions and true backgrounds of the Wansu delegation, 5 individuals, including Troy, who had just taken their leave of Yingzheng and exited the city of Xianyang, were conversing aboard a floating vessel. "Troy, I must say, you performed rather well." One of the Wanchu individuals jested, noting Troy's remarkable restraint in not laughing out loud at the rustic inquiries posed by that provincial fool. In the expansive, sci-fi-inspired control room of the vessel, the 5 towering figures of the Wanchu people settled into their reclining chairs. Alas, we find ourselves in a position of limited resources. If we do not enlist the aid of these forsaken humans, our subsequent plans stand little chance of success, Troy replied with a resigned shrug, a wry smile adorning his face. "Speaking of plans, what do you think are our chances of success this time?" "To be frank, I remain rather pessimistic," another Wanchu individual remarked, glancing toward his companions with a mix of jest and seriousness. "We have been in this world for at least 300,000 to 400,000 years, and some of us for over 100,000. We have witnessed the resplendent age of the deities and the rebellions of slaves, as well as the fall of the gods themselves. Many dear friends have perished in the numerous revival campaigns over the past millennia, paying the ultimate price as our plans faltered. Thousands of years ago, when it became clear that the revival of the divine age was hopeless, our compatriots on this planet chose to enter slumber, minimizing the consumption of resources at their respective bases, awaiting the summons of the gods' return. The 5 of us, during the twilight of the divine era, collectively opted for slumber and have now chosen to awaken together in this age. Why do we not return to slumber? It is to fulfill the promises made before the gods, to demonstrate through our combined strength that we are not inferior to the supreme deities. 500,000 years ago, the supreme gods traversed the vast galaxy aboard war stars, arriving on this planet to eradicate its primitive civilizations and sow the seeds of new species. If the supreme gods could once govern this world for 500,000 years, why can we not achieve the same? With the resources and technology at our disposal across the 5 bases we control, provided we devise a suitable plan to elevate surface nations as our puppets, it is entirely feasible to develop and consolidate power, ultimately unifying the world above. Upon hearing the words of the third Wanchu individual, the 4th, who had been resting with closed eyes, opened them to offer his perspective. "Philsa, you are indeed quite optimistic. At present, the human settlements upon this planet's surface, whether they be tribal city-states or nations, are but remnants left behind from the cataclysmic wars of the age of the gods. Unifying them would indeed require little effort. Yet, what lies beyond that? Let us not forget who our true adversaries are, those enslaved, ever elusive. The former deities ruled this world for 500 millennia, and ultimately, it was their excessive delegation of power and misplaced trust in their subjugates that precipitated their downfall, culminating in the tragic end of a resplendent era. To be frank, I find myself in agreement with Mises' perspective. Our current endeavor is likely to culminate in failure. We must come to terms with this reality. The age of the gods has concluded, and remaining in slumber is our most prudent course of action." In response to Fierce's assertions, the 5th representative of the Wanchu people spoke earnestly after he finished. Chapter 47. The annihilation of the Xiongnu. There is no need for further debate. Our plan has already embarked on its first step. Continuing to deliberate on whether it will succeed serves little purpose. What lies ahead of us is singular: to expedite the seduction of the king of Qin, guiding him gradually into a state of trust and dependence upon us. At that juncture, he shall become our most loyal puppet. With this puppet, alongside the human empire he governs, and supplemented by the military technologies we impart to him, the unification of this planet's surface world will be merely a matter of time. As for the reactions of the slaves above and below, that is a concern for another day. We need not burden ourselves with such distant worries. Should this plan falter, we could simply choose to retreat into slumber once more. Troy, observing his companions embroiled in debate over the plan's potential success, intervened to quell their disputes, offering a definitive conclusion. His words calmed the discordant voices, for as he pointed out, they had already taken the crucial first step of their plan, rendering further argument about its success entirely unnecessary. Barely a week after the incident involving the Wanchu people, an urgent battle report from the northern frontier of the Great Qin Empire reached Yingzheng within the Grand Palace of Xianyang. Humph! How dare these barbarous tribes repeatedly invade our borders? Such transgressions are utterly unforgivable. Upon reading the contents of the report, Yingzheng's countenance darkened, and he struck the table in frustration. The report detailed how several nomadic tribes at the northern frontier, namely the Xiongnu Kingdom, the Donghu, and the Yuezhi, who traditionally harbored animosity towards one another, had inexplicably united. They crossed the borders of the Great Qin Empire multiple times, committing atrocities against the populace and plundering grain from the northern regions. This encroachment upon our territory constitutes a grave matter. Although Zhang seethed with anger upon learning of this affront, he ultimately restrained his temper and summoned Mo Chen for counsel. Individually, the Xiongnu, Donghu, and Yuezhi do not pose a significant threat to our great Qin. However, their alliance against us raises the stakes considerably. I advise that the king first dispatch scouts to investigate the motives behind this coalition. Once we understand their intentions, it would not be too late for the king to mobilize the Qin army to confront these tribes. To act impulsively without sufficient knowledge of these adversaries could lead to unnecessary losses among our soldiers. It would be exceedingly unwise to suffer unwarranted casualties in a campaign against mere barbarous tribes. Upon hearing Zhang's account of the northern border conflicts, Mo Chen pondered for a moment, carefully choosing his words to respond. Alas, I comprehend your thoughts, esteemed teacher. However, it took our Qin merely a few months to vanquish the 6 eastern states. It is indeed disheartening to witness these border savages displaying such arrogance and entitlement. Very well. I shall heed your counsel and send envoys to investigate the 3 tribes. Once we ascertain the reasons behind their alliance, I shall ensure that these barbarians are utterly eradicated. After Mo Chen's proposal, Zhang let out a heavy sigh. Nearly 2 months later, the spies dispatched to the 3 tribes began to relay their findings. The cause of the sudden alliance among the tribes was soon unveiled. It transpired that upon learning of the demise of the 6 eastern states at the hands of the western Qin, the tribes believed that the newly established Qin Empire must be significantly weakened by the conflict. They surmised that the Qin, though seemingly formidable, was internally exhausted, with its populace and national strength in decline. Consequently, these 3 nomadic tribes, each coveting the fertile lands of the eastern states, swiftly united upon sharing their intelligence. The leaders of the tribes reached a consensus to form an alliance, intending to probe the Qin Empire through incremental incursions, ultimately aspiring to its annihilation. The intelligence reports previously received by Zhang regarding the northern border skirmishes were merely preliminary tests of strength conducted by the allied tribes, aimed at gauging the Qin's true resilience. As nearly 2 months elapsed, the 3 tribes observed that the Qin Empire remained on the defensive, refraining from offensive maneuvers. This only reinforced their original suspicions that the Qin was a mere fade of power. Thus, the leaders of the 3 tribes intensified their recruitment of young warriors capable of mounted combat. Presently, they had assembled a coalition force of 500 cavalry, a formidable threat to the northern borders of Qin, equipped with the finest steeds and armor. I shall ensure that all our new weaponry is deployed. These savages must learn that those who dare to encroach upon the borders of Qin shall face dire consequences. Upon grasping the overall situation of the 3 tribes, Zhang felt fortunate that he had heeded Mo Chen's counsel and refrained from prematurely dispatching troops against them. Yet, the fire of determination within him ignited fiercely. In the face of a well-prepared Qin army, he believed that this so-called alliance of nomadic tribes was nothing more than a farcical jest. While the open plains favored the cavalry charges of the nomadic tribes, the very same terrain was also ideally suited for practical testing of the firearm battalions. Upon learning of Zhang's military orders concerning the Xiongnu, Donghu, and Yuezhi tribes, Mo Chen mused to himself. The firearm battalion, as its name suggests, comprised troops armed with firearms. The firearms themselves were the initial prototypes of guns, crafted by skilled artisans recruited from across the unified lands of Qin. Inspired by Mo Chen's recollections of future innovations. During the development of the firearm, what astonished Mo Chen the most was the participation of members from the Mo school, who offered a plethora of scientific suggestions. Indeed, the influx of these scholars into the armory allowed Mo Chen to take a step back and refrain from manual labor. Each member of the Mo school proved to be an exceptionally skilled mechanic. With their expertise and Mo Chen's insights from future weaponry, the prototype of the firearm, the earliest form of the fire gun, was swiftly conceived. The first firearm, simple in principle, was crafted under the direct supervision of Mo Chen. It involved selecting a hollow bamboo tube, sealing one end, filling it with a precise quantity of gunpowder, and compacting it firmly. Subsequently, a small stone was inserted, and through a reserved ignition hole, the gunpowder was ignited. The explosion within the bamboo generated pressure, propelling the stone rapidly from the open end, thus inflicting damage upon targets ahead. Inspired by this rudimentary model, the cadre of mechanics from the Mo school soon fashioned fire guns from copper and iron pipes, achieving greater range and power. As Mo Chen recalled the characteristics of mature firearms from the future, he guided the Mo school's members in continually refining the initial fire gun. After several months and numerous modifications, the current firearm now included a trigger, flint, sight, and stock, bringing it remarkably close to the firearms of later generations. despite limitations in sealing the ammunition and projectile trajectory due to contemporary craftsmanship. In addition to the handheld fire guns, Qin and the members of the school collaboratively invented a larger cannon, which he dubbed the Little Steel Cannon. This cannon, characterized by its thick copper barrel and considerable length of over 2 meters, surpassed the range of the individual fire gun. Together, they also developed the Fire Dragon Cannon No. 1, a cannon with a bore as wide as a water barrel, named for its origins from the original design of the Fire Dragon Cannon. This super-caliber firearm was modified to replace the original vehicle-mounted version. Upon its creation, like the Fire Dragon Cannon, it was designed for transport on a four-wheeled carriage, intended for heavy artillery bombardment in warfare. Beyond the enhancements of these firearms and cannons, the originally single-passenger glider was also upgraded by the members of the school. The revamped glider resembled the early fixed-wing aircraft, yet it still relied on human power for propulsion, as it lacked a portable engine for movement. The most distinctive feature of this improved glider aircraft lies in its capacity to accommodate 2 individuals simultaneously, with the capability for one person to pilot the aircraft while the other engages in various actions such as dropping bombs or shooting with a crossbow. Furthermore, the enlarged design of the modified glider enables it to carry at least 4 to 5 times the payload compared to a single-passenger glider, undoubtedly enhancing its ammunition capacity. With the introduction of such advanced equipment, the 800,000-strong Qin army, under the command of Wang Jian, boldly crossed the northern frontier, sweeping through the allied forces of 3 tribes. The 500,000 allied cavalry from the nomadic tribes, robust and formidable, were primarily composed of powerful horsemen. Tragically, they found themselves confronted by the Qin forces, which were equipped with an array of explosive weaponry, even the most vigorous steed. Upon encountering the thunderous explosions of heavy artillery such as thunder bombs, would become startled and disoriented. As the cavalry of the 3 tribes fell into disarray, the tens of thousands of firearmed troops began to unleash their firepower. They employed a staggered shooting technique, where the first line would reload while the second line immediately took their place. Simultaneously, the renowned crossbowmen of the Qin were relentless, launching arrows affixed with strips of explosives indiscriminately towards the enemy cavalry formations. The remaining artillery, including fire dragon cannons, small steel cannons, and catapults, continued their relentless bombardment without pause. Under this relentless barrage, the 500,000 cavalry were utterly routed on the first day of engagement with the Qin army. Over the subsequent 3 months, Wang Jian led the Qin forces deep into the territories of the Xiongnu, Donghu, and Yuezhi tribes, capturing the leaders of all 3 tribes in swift succession. However, after dispatching a letter to Xianxia to report the victory, he was met not with the anticipated command to return home, but rather with a terse, chilling message from Zhang: exterminate the northern barbarians. Leave not a single one alive. Chapter 48. Setting sail for distant oceans. As many of the barbarous nations surrounding the Great Qin Empire presumed that the military campaigns against the northern borders, specifically targeting the Xiongnu, Donghu, and Yuezhi tribes, would conclude upon their complete annihilation, King Zhang made yet another audacious decision. Regardless of previous relations with the Great Qin Empire, every tribe or nation bordering its territory would be compelled to engage in warfare until they either willingly became a part of Qin or faced total extermination. Upon the issuance of this decree, the court officials of Qin were left astounded. However, after hearing the subsequent remarks from King Zhang, some ministers who initially felt reluctant to support such an initiative chose to remain silent. Among the barbarous tribes, although there were innocents who bore no transgressions against the Great Qin, they failed to comprehend that the gravest sin lay in their very proximity to Qin's borders. To exist adjacent to the Great Qin Empire was a monumental error, for throughout the realm, all land is the king's. Should any dare to resist or refuse submission to the Great Qin, this king shall not hesitate to strike them down. After a brief analysis of Zhang's seemingly reckless course of action, Qin refrained from offering counsel. His insights, gleaned from the intelligence reports of Qin, indicated that following the successive eradication of the Xiongnu, Donghu, and Yuezhi, there remained no tribes or nations capable of contending with the might of Qin's forces in the surrounding barbarous territories. Thus, what appeared to be a reckless decision by Zhang was, in truth, a strategic alignment with the current state of affairs surrounding the Great Qin Empire. 2 months later, at the current rate of the Great Qin army's conquests, all of East Asia would soon find itself under Qin's dominion. Within the grand hall of the Qin royal palace, Missouri Chun stood alongside Zhang. Before them lay several large hand-drawn maps, meticulously crafted and continually refined by military scholars specializing in geographical exploration, depicting the terrain of the nations and tribes that Qin had annexed, along with detailed annotations of mountains, rivers, and local administrative divisions. Master, according to the reports from the front lines, our valiant soldiers are encountering various formidable environmental challenges on all four fronts of the empire. In the north, the vast grasslands formerly occupied by the Xiongnu are inhospitable for long-term habitation, resulting in a slew of rare ailments and mysterious deaths among the advancing troops. In the northeast, the reports describe severe blizzards, with temperatures so frigid that water thrown from a basin freezes instantly upon contact with the air. Such extreme conditions have led to numerous frostbite cases among our soldiers. Meanwhile, the forces to the east and south have met the boundless expanse of the ocean, while those to the west and southwest confront towering, treacherous mountain ranges. What insights do you have regarding these phenomena faced by our troops? Hearing Mo Chen's murmurs, Ying Zheng recalled the recent reports from the frontier troops and spoke with a weighty tone. My lord need not overly concern himself with these matters. The land we, the Huaxia clan, inhabit is characterized by a geography of high terrain in the west and lower elevations in the east. In the western part of the Qin state lies the highest peak in the world, where the mountains stretch endlessly, making it a formidable challenge to traverse. If my lord can lead the army successfully over that mountain range, what awaits beyond is a new world, rivaling the fertile and bountiful central plains. In the northern border regions, it is not merely an expanse of endless grasslands. There exists arable land, rivers, and forests suitable for cultivation. I urge my lord to encourage the frontline soldiers to exercise patience and continue expanding northward. The northeastern region does indeed experience severe cold during winter. Yet once the harsh season passes and spring, summer, and autumn arrive, temperatures will warm. Furthermore, the soil in that area is highly conducive to agriculture. My lord might consider relocating some of the populace there to gradually improve the environment and stabilize the borders. Additionally, military efforts in the northeast should not cease, but instead advance further northward, for there lies a vast peninsula, ideal for establishing a seaport and military outpost. As for the eastern and southern territories, they are encompassed by the ocean. Further development in these directions must await the completion of the maiden voyage of the first steamships in half a month. Subsequently, these steamships can transport the Empire's soldiers and equipment to explore and colonize new lands in those directions. Upon concluding Ying Zheng's words, Mo Chen pondered for a moment, drawing from his memories of later times, and offered solace to Ying Zheng. Is what you say truly the case? In response, Ying Zheng's slightly gloomy expression brightened a touch. Every word is true. However, I believe it would be prudent for my lord to slightly adjust the strategy for expanding the frontier. Retracting his gaze from the map, Mo Chen turned to Ying Zheng and said, "What does my teacher suggest?" With a raised brow, Ying Zheng squinted his eyes, assuming a posture of earnest attentiveness. With each territory occupied, my lord might allow the soldiers to strategically win the hearts of the local populace. It is essential to recognize that, despite the frontline troops' valiant combat prowess, they will inevitably face disadvantages in an unfamiliar land. Conversely, while the local civilians may lack military advantage, their familiarity with the local environment and terrain will far surpass that of the frontline soldiers. Moreover, relying solely on oppressive military force in each newly occupied territory may yield short-term results, but will breed resentment among the local populace in the long run. In such instances, should an opportunity arise, these border regions may see the local civilians rise in rebellion, swiftly reclaiming their lands. In my opinion, the most effective approach should involve a strategy that combines the threat of advanced military force with the cultivation of goodwill among the local populace. The aim is to ensure that these frontier citizens harbor no resentment towards the Qin Empire, while simultaneously instilling a sense of fear and respect for its military might, ultimately eroding their rebellious spirit bit by bit. Observing Ying Zheng's attentive demeanor, Mo Chen smiled as he provided his insights. Indeed, the teacher's strategy is quite sound. I shall instruct the frontline soldiers from all quarters to implement your method. Upon hearing Mo Chen's response, Ying Zheng nodded thoughtfully. 15 days later, at the eastern seaport of the Qin Empire, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, emanating from the machines by the sea. The maiden voyage of the first 50 steamships was set to take place that day. Lord Shun, are these vessels truly as miraculous as you claim? Capable of navigating the vast ocean without oarsmen? An official clad in the attire of the Qin Dynasty gazed curiously at the 50 ships, which appeared no different from ordinary wooden boats, yet each emitted a tremendous roar and had a chimney puffing black smoke. Whether they are or not, you shall see for yourself shortly, Mo Chen replied with a smile. These steamships utilized an improved steam engine as their core power source, fueled by coal sourced from the natural mines within the Qin territory. Accompanied by the resounding roar of the large steam engines, the 50 vessels departed from the port. gradually sailing into the deep sea until they eventually vanished beyond the horizon where the sky met the ocean. 13 days later, Qin personally composed the report detailing the successful trials of the steamships and returned to Xianxia. Since there are no issues, we shall proceed as per the teacher's plan and expedite the assembly of carpenters from various regions to mass-produce these steamships. After reviewing the performance parameters of the steamships, Qin expressed his satisfaction. Your Majesty, I have a modest request that I hope you will grant. Following Qin's remarks, Qin suddenly knelt on one knee, bowing his head and clasping his fists with utmost seriousness. What are you doing, my teacher? If you have something to discuss, you may speak freely. There is no need for such formalities, Qin exclaimed, startled by Qin's gesture. I hope your Majesty will grant me command of the 50 steamships that have successfully completed their trials. Qin declared earnestly. What is this? Such a trivial matter. Since you desire command of these vessels, I shall grant it without hesitation. Qin chuckled, amused by Qin's solemnity over what he deemed a minor issue. Please allow me to finish, your Majesty. If these are merely 50 empty vessels, they hold little value for me. I request permission to mobilize a contingent of 20,000 elite Qin soldiers, equipped with the full array of weaponry currently available to the Qin. And I wish to command this elite force as well. Seeing that Qin had yet to hear him out, he readily acquiesced, prompting Qin to continue. My esteemed teacher, you require not only a vessel but also the elite troops of Qin and a complete array of equipment. What, pray tell, do you intend to accomplish? Upon hearing Qin's subsequent requests, the smile on Qin's face vanished. Despite Qin being Qin's most trusted confidant, the notion of entrusting a battalion of 20,000 elite Qin troops along with a full set of equipment without understanding the rationale was simply unfathomable for him. My lord, you need not worry. The reason I seek these resources is to venture into the ocean on your behalf, in search of a viable route, Qin explained earnestly. You are aware, my lord, that during my travels across the realm, I encountered a sage who imparted wondrous knowledge regarding the complete geography of this world. Alas, due to my own limitations, I could only produce rudimentary hand-drawn maps for you. The more intricate details of the terrain can only be recalled from the fragmented information lodged in my mind. Thus, my request is to personally lead this fleet of 20,000 into the sea, hoping to piece together the scattered knowledge I possess to uncover a safe passage for the great Qin Empire that can connect us to the world at large. Only then can I honor the teachings bestowed upon me by the sage and alleviate the guilt I harbor for being unable to repay your kindness over the years. As he concluded, Qin's tone had grown resolute. Teacher, the great Qin is home to countless talents. Why must you personally undertake such a perilous endeavor? You know, without you by my side, many matters would become exceedingly complicated. Upon hearing the reasoning articulated by Qin was moved. He smiled wryly and shook his head, wishing to dissuade him further. Please, my lord, grant my request. Qin implored once more, his determination unmistakable. Very well, I shall honor your request. Hoping you will return triumphantly to Xianxia and reunite with me. Qin sighed, resigned to Qin's unwavering decision. 10 days later, 50 colossal steamships, laden with various supplies and the elite troops of Qin, set sail from the port of the East China Sea, venturing into the depths of the Eastern Ocean. Chapter 49. The island nation of the East. The azure sea roiled with tumultuous waves, while flocks of seabirds soared gracefully through the equally blue sky. The distant rumble of colossal engines grew closer, startling the birds into disarray. As the thunderous sound approached, a fleet of grand steamships emerged, gliding in formation across the cerulean waters. The sight of this orderly armada, with its billowing black smoke rising from numerous chimneys, presented a striking tableau amid the vast ocean expanse. Lord Qin, according to the fishermen we encountered on the island a few days ago, we should be nearing a significant landmass, reported a military officer clad in the standard armor of the Qin state, addressing a young man draped in a black brocade robe on the deck of one of the steamships. Is it the Eastern barbarians? Ensure that the accompanying geologists meticulously document the variations in the compass readings along our route and draw up a nautical chart, replied Qin, retrieving his gaze from the mesmerizing horizon and turning to the officer with an air of command. The officer acquiesced with a nod before departing to fulfill the orders. The Eastern barbarians, the island nation of the East. If my memory serves me correctly, during the late Warring States period, the East was still in a state of fragmented kingdoms. Upon our arrival at the island nation, I shall send scouts to conduct a preliminary exploration and compile notes on the maritime chart. Once we have circumnavigated the globe and returned to the Qin state, I will propose a plan for colonization of the island nation. Standing on the deck, Imo-chun gazed pensively at the distant sea and muttered to himself, "Alas. I wonder if the people of Wansu will have returned to Qin since my departure." Logically, these extraterrestrial beings, who declared themselves as the Wansu people, possessed advanced aviation technology and utilized what they called the Luanbo vessel for transportation. In a matter of months, they could easily traverse the globe multiple times. I cannot fathom their intentions. They have not reappeared since my last departure from Qin. Staring at the tranquil azure surface of the sea, Imo-chun sighed, his expression tinged with concern. I hope that no unforeseen calamities arise. Otherwise, the completion of our trial mission would render all our efforts futile. The unpredictable presence of the Wansu people had long plagued Imo-chun, a burden and a ticking time bomb. Their lack of control represented tremendous uncertainty, a matter that warranted his grave concern. Yet, the immense technological disparity between the nascent agricultural and industrial civilizations and the more advanced era of cosmic exploration left Imo-chun feeling powerless, regardless of how meticulously he planned for contingencies. In such an unequal contest, the overwhelming strength could easily crush the strategies of the weaker side. Even the most brilliant genius might find themselves thwarted in the face of such formidable power. For days later, an outline of land emerged on the horizon before the fleet, led by Imo-chun. Mobilize all soldiers aboard the warships to a state of heightened readiness, with the shipborne cannons fully loaded and all personnel prepared for disembarkation. Gazing at the silhouette of the dark landmass emerging on the distant horizon, a smile graced Imo-chun's face as he promptly issued commands to the officers at his side. Soon after, 50 colossal steam vessels anchored off the coastal waters of this land. Subsequently, each steamship released 10 small wooden boats, each carrying a squad of 15 elite Qin soldiers, steering towards the shoreline. Thus, a total of 7,500 elite Qin soldiers rowed ashore to this uncharted land. Meanwhile, the remaining 10,000 elite Qin soldiers were ordered by Imo-chun to remain at their respective steam vessels on standby. Several hours later, the first report describing this new territory arrived from the shores occupied by the Qin soldiers. The average height of the inhabitants, both male and female, was approximately 1 meter and 40 centimeters. It was evident that this was indeed the island nation of the East Japan. After perusing the contents of the report, Imo-chun calculated the ancient Qin measurement units against those of later periods, arriving at a conclusion. Convey my orders. The disembarked soldiers are to proceed in their designated divisions towards various directions to conduct intelligence reconnaissance across this continent. Simultaneously, should they discover any edible local specialties or rare resources, they are to document their findings for concentrated collection upon our departure, thus replenishing the variety of usable resources aboard the fleet. After a moment of contemplation, Imo-chun issued a new command to the signal officer. Lord Chun, should we also explore this continent? Inquired a Qin officer, carefully weighing his words. Given previous accounts from fishermen on nearby islands, this land is expansive and hosts numerous nations. Having issued his commands, Imo-chun considered the suggestion of venturing ashore. It would be well. Prolonged life aboard the ship could render one weary and monotonous. Relay my orders. The remaining personnel on the fleet shall be divided into 3 groups, taking turns to maintain watch aboard the vessels, while those off duty shall establish a camp on land. Until the fleet decides to set sail again, the personnel on watch shall be rotated every 5 days. Upon hearing the officer's proposal, Imo-chun pondered briefly before nodding and issuing a new command. The officer was momentarily taken aback. His initial intention had merely been to suggest that Imo-chun himself explore the land, never anticipating that Imo-chun would interpret it as a directive for all soldiers to camp ashore for rest. Nevertheless, this command evidently resonated well with the elite Qin soldiers, garnering favorable reviews from all aboard the ships. After spending a night aboard the steam vessel, the following day, once the disembarked soldiers had thoroughly assessed the coastal region and confirmed its safety, Imo-chun, under the protection of numerous soldiers, also set foot upon the land of East Japan. My lord, we find it exceedingly difficult to communicate with the indigenous people, the Yamato. Reluctantly, we have had to resort to the use of force, as per your directive, to compel them to assist us in locating some local edible specialties. As Imo-chun disembarked from the vessel and set foot upon the shore, he discovered that the elite soldiers of Qin, who had received orders to land first the previous day, had already constructed a series of interconnected wooden houses along the coastal terrain. Upon entering a room that had been meticulously prepared for him by the soldiers, and as he took his seat, an officer in charge of leading the first wave of soldiers who had landed approached him to deliver a report. While speaking, he received a cloth pouch from a soldier standing behind him and handed it to Imo-chun. What is this? Imo-chun inquired as he accepted the pouch and opened it, revealing an assortment of dark, unidentifiable objects emitting a pungent fishy odor, causing him to furrow his brow. Sir, according to repeated confirmations from myself and several soldiers yesterday, these should be the sun-dried fish prepared by the indigenous Wokou, the officer promptly replied upon noticing Imo-chen's inquiry. Very well, I understand. You may leave now, Imo-chen responded, a look of exasperation crossing his face. The Wokou on the island of Dongying were, for the most part, still in the Bronze Age, subsisting on foraged shellfish and wild game, residing in rudimentary wooden structures. In terms of cultural and civilizational development, they bore little comparison to the various ethnic groups of Huaxia during the late Warring States period. Chapter 50. The slaughter of the Wokou city. The elite fleet, led by Imo-chen, had been stationed on the eastern island for over half a month. During this time, the Qin elite squads, dispatched by Imo-chen to various depths of the island, began to return to the shore encampment with the intelligence they had gathered. Gong Sunqing, what is the situation regarding the return of the troops? Imo-chen inquired, his gaze fixed on the documents summarizing the various aspects of the eastern island. Without lifting his head, Gong Sunqing, the commander of the 20,000 elite Qin troops assigned by Yingzheng to Imo-chen, had since risen to the position of deputy commander of the entire fleet after boarding. Reporting to you, Lord Chen, 200-man squads have yet to return as scheduled. A middle-aged man in simple attire, standing respectfully beside Imo-chen, replied. What direction did these two squads head towards? Imo-chen, upon hearing this, withdrew his gaze from the documents and furrowed his brow as he inquired of Gong Sunqing. According to his orders to the first batch of soldiers who landed on the eastern island, all squad members were to return to the landing point after 14 days, regardless of any encounters they faced on the island. Today marked the 13th day, and the absence of 200-man squads suggested to Imo-chen that they had likely encountered some unforeseen circumstances. Both squads ventured to the northeast, Gong Sunqing responded, aware of the potential dire implications of this news. Noticing Imo-chen's furrowed brow, he spoke with earnest concern. If they have not returned by tonight, immediately dispatch a 3,000-man elite force to swiftly pursue and ascertain their situation, Imo-chen commanded decisively after reflecting on Gong Sunqing's reply. Once Gong Sunqing left the room to rally the soldiers, Imo-chen rose from his wooden bed, hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave. These soldiers were under his command, and as the leader of the fleet, he harbored a deep desire to avoid casualties due to unforeseen events. Around 8 in the evening, Imo-chen, having fallen asleep due to the absence of electricity in ancient times, was stirred awake by a commotion outside the encampment. What is happening? He donned his attire, grasped the bronze sword at his bedside, and stepped outside. Approaching the open area not far from the encampment, he observed numerous soldiers brandishing torches amidst a scene of chaos and disorder, his demeanor darkening as he advanced towards them. My lord Chen, the two squads that had yet to return this afternoon have just arrived. However, upon observing the soldiers, one could see that their armor was mostly battered and tattered, with many of them bearing the stains of dried dark red blood, indicating a rather grim situation. At this moment, a common soldier standing beside Imo-chen, who recognized his identity, hurriedly responded to Imo-chen's inquiry. Who is your captain? Upon hearing the soldier's reply, a piercing cold light flickered in Imo-chen's eyes. His greatest fear had indeed materialized. With a solemn expression, he made his way through the path that the soldiers had cleared for him. Illuminated by the flickering torches around, Imo-chen gazed at the remaining 2 small squads of soldiers, roughly 100 in number, and solemnly questioned them. Report to me, my lord. Our respective squad leaders perished during the breakout against the overwhelming enemy forces, the soldier reported with a quivering voice. We have only returned here after a harrowing retreat. Hearing Imo-chen's inquiry, the demoralized remnants exchanged glances, and then a soldier, appearing no older than 18 or 19, choked as he recounted their ordeal to Imo-chen. Convey my orders to promptly arrange for the accompanying medics to examine and treat the wounds of these soldiers. Additionally, double the sentry strength at the camp tonight. As for you, follow me. I require a detailed account of your experiences. By the end of his command, Imo-chen's tone had turned icy to the core. Minutes later, within Imo-chen's quarters, Gong Sunqing stood beside him while the previously mentioned young soldier stood before them. My lord, the experiences of our 2 squads were essentially identical. Over a week ago, upon receiving your reconnaissance assignment for this land, we proceeded northeast, meticulously searching for the indigenous resources. For the first 7 days, our tasks went remarkably smoothly. However, on the 8th day, both squads encountered a large gathering of the enemy's tribe. The chieftain of this tribe welcomed us with open arms, providing us with temporary accommodations and a lavish feast. Initially, we believed this tribe was an anomaly of hospitality and decorum among the enemy. Yet, To our astonishment, those who had been so cordial during the day launched a frenzied night assault on both our squads without warning while we were resting at midnight. Fortunately, both squads had alternating sentries on watch. Although the soldiers on the front line were ambushed, those stationed in the shadows alerted all warriors at the first sign of danger. Nonetheless, facing thousands of enemies armed with bronze weapons and bows, even though our squads were seasoned fighters and our weapons were superior, the sheer number of adversaries proved overwhelming. Were it not for the 3 thunderous explosive devices each of us carried, which provided a semblance of deterrence, we would not have been able to escape the encirclement. Otherwise, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Nevertheless, during the breakout, 2 captains tragically lost their lives. After we breached the encirclement and departed from the settlement of the Japanese, we faced relentless pursuit by numerous Japanese who utilized the local terrain to their advantage. It was only a day ago that we finally managed to elude them completely. When summoned by Imo-chin for questioning in a private room, the soldier felt a sense of unease. However, as he recounted the harrowing experiences of the past few days, his initial discomfort gradually transformed into a profound sense of anger and sorrow. Well done, you may return and rest, Imo-chin stated after a lengthy silence following the soldier's detailed account of the events. My lord, how do you intend to address this matter? Gu Songqing, who had been standing beside Imo-chin and listening intently, cautiously inquired after the soldier's departure. How to address it? Imo-chin replied with a slight, cold smile. Tomorrow, we shall assemble 5,000 soldiers, armed with 40 small cannons, 50 gliders, and 100 thunderstorm bombs, and we will annihilate that Japanese settlement. Of course, it would be preferable to ascertain the reason behind their unprovoked attack on our soldiers prior to the assault. If we cannot, it matters little. After all, there is no point in reasoning with the dead. Understood. I shall follow your command, Gu Songqing responded, though somewhat taken aback by Imo-chin's decision to annihilate the settlement. Having experienced the Qin unification wars, he felt no particular aversion to the notion of raising a city. The following day, in accordance with Imo-chin's orders, 5,000 elite soldiers of Qin, guided by the 5 soldiers who had returned to the base the previous night, set forth in a northeasterly direction. 6 days later, these 5,000 elite soldiers returned to the coastal base of the fleet, reporting to Lord Shun. We have executed all 723 individuals in the Japanese settlement, as per your command. Additionally, we have identified the instigator of this incident. Upon returning to the base, Gu Songqing reported the outcome of the city-sacking mission to Imo-chin. Oh, the instigator? What prompted these Japanese to attack the reconnaissance team? Imo-chin inquired with curiosity. According to the leader of the Japanese we ultimately captured, they were incited to attack the reconnaissance team by several individuals claiming to be nobles from the kingdom of Chu and Huaxia. These nobles promised the Japanese that if they could kill everyone in the 2 reconnaissance teams, they would speak favorably of the Japanese settlement before the king of Chu upon their return to Huaxia, thereby facilitating diplomatic relations between the settlement and Chu. Gu Songqing explained, having meticulously organized the details of the matter. But did not the kingdom of Chu fall to our great Qin long ago? Where could these nobles possibly come from? Imo-chin asked, a look of confusion crossing his face upon hearing Gu Songqing's explanation. At the time, the subordinates could not comprehend the response from the leader of the Japanese, and it was only later that they grasped the situation. Those individuals, who were purportedly nobles from the state of Chu, might indeed have been such in the past. However, following the fall of Chu, they had migrated to this land. It is likely that these nobles from Chu, upon encountering the 2 reconnaissance squads of the Qin army, incited the leader of the Japanese out of a desire for vengeance against their fallen state. The Japanese, often lacking foresight and being poorly informed, were unaware that the state of Chu had been annihilated by Qin, and thus they fell prey to the deceptive schemes of the Chu nobles. Observing Imo-chin's befuddlement, Gong Sun-qing carefully considered his words and articulated the conclusions he had drawn over the past few days. It turned out that the remnants of the 6 noble houses were at play. It seems that once our fleet returns to Great Qin, it is imperative to propose to the king that we eradicate all remnants of the 6 noble families. After Gong Sun-qing's explanation, Imo-chin pondered for a moment and began to understand the underlying causes of the situation. However, there was one matter for which he requested to be punished. Noticing the look of realization on Imo-chin's face, Gong Sun-qing suddenly knelt on one knee and spoke. What is it? Rise and speak, Imo-chin replied, furrowing his brow at Gong Sun-qing's demeanor. Lord Shun, my subordinate has failed in his duties. Although we decimated the Japanese settlement, in the end, I could not locate the noble from Chu mentioned by the leader of the Japanese. Upon hearing this, Gong Sun-qing stood up, his head bowed in shame. They were merely a few lost souls. There is no need for concern. If they were not found, then so be it. With this revelation, Mo Chun felt a weight lifted from his heart. Deep down, he harbored little notion or concern regarding the so-called remnants of the old nobility of the Six States. In truth, as long as it did not impact his grand strategy, these minor figures would soon fade from his memory. The reason he had previously mobilized forces to annihilate the Japanese tribe was primarily due to concerns for the morale of the fleet as soldiers. Chapter 51. The Southern Expedition to the East Asian Islands. After vanquishing the settlements of the Japanese, the troops took a moment to recuperate. During this interlude, they extracted some coal from open-pit mines to replenish the steamship's fuel supply. Subsequently, Mo Chun began organizing the soldiers to board the wooden boats, returning in an orderly fashion to the grand fleet of steamships. Lord Chen, where shall we proceed next? After all the soldiers and the supplies collected from the islands of the east were loaded onto the steamships, Gong Sun Qing reported to Mo Chun and inquired about the next command. Dispatch orders to all ships. Set course southwest and proceed at full speed. In response, Mo Chun, having meticulously planned ahead, spoke without hesitation. The fleet led by Mo Chun had embarked from the East China Sea and landed on the southwestern coast of the East Asian Islands. Through his repeated reflections on world maps, Mo Chun could ascertain at least one certainty. Navigating southwest from the East Asian Islands was far more prudent than heading eastward. If the fleet continued eastward, it would have to traverse a vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean before reaching the American continent. Considering the fleet's supplies, the morale of the crew, and the myriad challenges of their inaugural ocean voyage, Mo Chun ultimately resolved to direct the fleet southwest. This course offered a greater likelihood of encountering numerous island nations in the South China Sea, situated in the Asian region. As long as the fleet maintained communication with the coastal indigenous peoples, their feedback could help continuously refine the navigation, significantly increasing the chances of crossing the southern seas of China and successfully landing on the coast of the Indian subcontinent. Should fortune favor them further, a slight deviation southward might even lead the fleet to inadvertently land in Oceania, specifically Australia, where they could behold kangaroos. Months later, the fleet passed by Dongman Island once again, known in later times as Taiwan. Previously, while en route from the Chinese mainland to the East Asian Islands, the fleet had visited Taiwan and, thanks to the friendly guidance of the island's inhabitants, had recalibrated their course, ultimately reaching the East Asian Islands. Upon passing Taiwan once more, Mo Chun commanded the fleet to take a brief respite along the island's coast and dispatched personnel to inquire with local fishermen about the potential islands they might encounter further southwest. Lord Chun, according to the local fishermen, if we continue south from here, we will encounter a substantial landmass. In the lounge of one of the steamships, Gong Sun Qing conveyed the latest intelligence to Mo Chun. Did the locals mention any distinctive features of that landmass? Mo Chun inquired, putting down the book he was holding and looking up. Yes, according to an elder fisherman, the land is home to many indigenous tribes, among which the Sulu tribe is the most powerful and renowned. After a moment of contemplation, Gong Sun Qing replied, Sulu. Ah, I see. Go and instruct the others to prepare. The fleet shall set sail southward at dawn tomorrow. As the term Sulu danced through his mind, and in conjunction with the maps of Asia from later eras, Mo Chun swiftly deduced that the so-called Sulu likely referred to what would eventually be known as the Philippines. After departing from Beiwan Island, the fleet sailed the seas for about a month before finally glimpsing the outline of a substantial landmass. Following the established pattern for landing on eastern Japan, Mo Chun dispatched a portion of the soldiers from the fleet to commence an exploration of the entire island. Utilizing their experiences from eastern Japan, all reconnaissance teams returned successfully within a fortnight. In general, the indigenous tribes of Sulu Island appeared markedly less advanced than those on eastern Japan. The tribes were reminiscent of primitive treehouse communities, with a lamentably scant presence of metal weaponry, relying predominantly on wooden or even stone implements. Observing the compiled intelligence on Sulu Island, Mo Chun furrowed his brow. It was evident that this place remained in a state of semi-civilization. After a 2-day respite on Sulu Island, during which they managed to gather some edible provisions, Mo Chun commanded the fleet to continue its southerly voyage. Months later, the fleet arrived at an unknown land. Employing the same strategy of landing and reconnaissance, they established a coastal presence. After considerable effort, information regarding this island was gathered and presented to Mo Chun within half a month. Java. It seemed that conditions here were not significantly better than those on Sulu Island. Java would come to be recognized as part of the Indonesian archipelago in later times. Alas, it should have been anticipated. At the end of the Warring States period, the majority of island nations in Asia, constrained by navigational technologies, had little to no interaction with the more advanced continental nations nearby. Given the developmental characteristics of island nations, lacking external influences from powerful countries, they remained largely in a state of semi-civilization, lagging behind in various aspects. Strolling along a beach on Java, with the sea breeze caressing him and the sun setting majestically on the horizon, Chen sighed. From the East China Sea to eastern Japan, and now to Sulu and Java, he had unknowingly been away from the Qin state for over half a year. Throughout the journey, despite encountering numerous islands and various indigenous tribes, Chen had yet to meet any truly intriguing nations or peoples. What he observed was predominantly ignorant and uncivilized island tribes. Their sustenance and belongings, in comparison to those of the Huaxiao mainland, could barely satisfy basic needs, let alone higher aspirations or purposes. Resolutely, he decided to continue westward, as he had not yet ventured beyond the confines of Asia. At this rate, to complete a circumnavigation and return to the Qin state would require no less than 7 to 8 years. 7 to 8 years. Considering Ying Zhang's strategic brilliance and his current age, should not pose a significant challenge for him to maintain dominion over the existing territories of the Qin state, provided no unforeseen circumstances arose. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stood contemplatively by the shore, allowing the warmth of the setting sun to mingle with the sea breeze on his face and body, lost in introspection. A few days later, observing that the soldiers had sufficiently rested on land, Chen commanded the fleet to adjust its course and sail westward from their current position. Months passed, and once again, at the horizon where the sky met the sea, the fleet beheld the majestic outline of a vast landmass. Upon landing, establishing a base, and dispatching troops for reconnaissance, the information regarding this island territory was meticulously gathered. This land was identified as Pulau Tengah, the future region of the island nation of Singapore. The area was desolate and impoverished, utterly barren. As Chen perused the reports returned by his subordinates, he found himself at a loss for words. A reconnaissance team sent to explore the island encountered an astonishing phenomenon. They traversed for 4 to 5 days without sighting a single soul. Even more alarming was the fact that this was not an isolated occurrence, but rather a widespread issue faced by nearly 90% of the teams conducting investigations on this island. Had it not been for the eventual discovery of sporadic fishing villages by some team members, Chen would have believed he had stumbled upon a medium-sized island untouched by humanity. After departing from Pulau Tengah, Chen, after careful deliberation, commanded the fleet to sail southward. Continuing westward would likely lead them into the Indian Ocean, which would signify an imminent arrival at the Indian subcontinent. Landing on the Indian mainland would open pathways to Africa and Europe. Both Africa and Europe, like Asia, are lands suitable for human habitation, teeming with abundant resources ripe for exploitation. The level of civilization present there, while perhaps slightly inferior to that of the Qin state, would likely not fall far short. Faced with the exploratory tasks concerning these two great continents, it was evident that they would be incomparable to the island nations such as Japan or Sulu, which are encircled by seas. Therefore, Chen deemed it prudent to first venture south, land in Australia. And once the maritime routes were established and sufficient data gathered about Australia, he would then concentrate efforts on traversing westward along the Indian continent, completing the exploration of several interconnected continents. Chapter 52, The Qin Dynasty. After nearly half a year, the fleet led by Chen successfully arrived at the shores of Australia. Upon setting foot on the Australian continent, Chen did not dispatch his men to extensively explore this vast land, which, despite being smaller than the future territory of China, held its own significance. Similar to his approach with the islands of the East, he spent a fortnight observing the local wildlife, including kangaroos and koalas. Following this, he engaged in brief interactions with some of the Australian fishermen and pastoralists, gaining a preliminary understanding of the indigenous people. Subsequently, Chen guided the fleet back along the recorded route to Pulazong, retracing their steps to and from Australia, which consumed nearly a year. Upon their return to Pulazong Island, Chen allowed the soldiers a month-long respite on land before once again setting sail, this time towards the northwestern expanse of the Indian subcontinent. Thud, thud, thud. My lord, a landmass has appeared on the horizon. On this day, Chen was reclining in the ship's lounge, lost in thought. Suddenly, a frantic knocking at the door interrupted him, accompanied by the urgent report from Gong Sun Qing. Understood. Why do you appear so distressed? Chen inquired, opening the door to find Gong Sun Qing's worried expression. My lord, it seems that the land ahead is not to be underestimated. Upon hearing Chen's question, Gong Sun Qing did not hold back and responded promptly. Not to be underestimated? What leads you to that conclusion? Chen's curiosity was piqued. The Indian subcontinent held a special position in his global voyage, serving as a crucial stepping stone from Asia to Africa, Europe, and the Americas. However, He had never disclosed this information to any members of his fleet. Thus, Gong Sun Qing's remarks intrigued him further. I was at the bow observing the distant land when I noticed dozens of vessels of various sizes anchored near the coastline. The scene resembled the bustling ports of the Qin Kingdom's coastal cities. Furthermore, in recent days, I have observed an increasing frequency of medium-sized fishing boats in our vicinity as our fleet approaches this distant shore, a stark contrast to the scarcity of such vessels near the islands we previously landed upon. Given these observations, I boldly speculate that the land ahead may harbor an exceptionally powerful nation. Therefore, I believe it prudent for you, my lord, to make thorough preparations before our fleet fully approaches that territory, just in case. After organizing his thoughts, Gong Sun Qing expressed his concerns and recommendations. Indeed, you are correct. It is wise to prepare for the worst. Let us proceed thus. Upon nearing the coastal regions of the distant continent, there shall be no need to dispatch soldiers for reconnaissance. I shall take on the role of a diplomatic envoy from the Qin state, venturing into the nations that inhabit this far-off land. Of course, this course of action is predicated on the existence of a formidable nation within that continent, one worthy of our attention and perhaps even comparable to the Great Qin itself. Otherwise, we shall adhere to our original plan of conducting reconnaissance missions. After considering Gong Sun Qing's counsel, Mo Chun found merit in his reasoning. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he devised a preliminary strategy. My lord, the nature of the entities ahead, whether friend or foe, remains an uncertainty, and it would be unwise to take such risks. I propose that we first dispatch a small contingent of 100 men to the land to gather intelligence. Should there indeed be a nation there, one that adheres to decorum and possesses a strict legal framework, then this 100-man team, as a delegation, would neither be excessive nor insufficient. This approach would ensure that our presence does not instill undue anxiety in the locals due to our numbers. Once this team has established a preliminary understanding of the situation and confirmed safety, it would be prudent for you to make your landing thereafter. Upon hearing Mo Chin's impromptu plan, Gong Sun Qing expressed immediate disapproval. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Mo Chin, acknowledging Gong Sun Qing's concerns, nodded in agreement. In truth, Mo Chun believed that if the inhabitants were indeed comparable to the Qin, they would likely possess a system akin to our household registration. Should that be the case, it would be most prudent to meet the king of this land as an envoy of the overseas Qin Empire. Nonetheless, given Gong Sun Qing's more cautious proposal, Mo Chun found no reason to oppose it. Should the other party, driven by brute force, refuse to engage in dialogue, Mo Chen would not hesitate to command the fleet to retaliate against the coastal regions of this continent. Following such actions, he would send individuals to forcibly apprehend some of the local natives for interrogation. Once sufficient information about this land had been gathered, he would depart with the fleet. Upon returning to Qin, he would utilize navigational charts to guide the main fleet of Qin in launching a campaign of annexation against the nations of this continent. With this plan in mind, a day later, the fleet arrived at the coastal areas of the Indian continent. In accordance with the strategy, Mo Chun first dispatched a 100-man team to disembark on the shores of India and initiate contact with the indigenous people. The remainder of the fleet entered a state of heightened readiness, with the ship's cannons and weaponry adjusted to optimal angles and loaded with ammunition, while all operational personnel took their respective positions, awaiting orders. As the 100-man reconnaissance team landed and ventured not far inland, they were swiftly encircled by a well-equipped force of approximately 500 ancient Indian warriors, just as Mo Chun had anticipated. Each of these native soldiers was clad in fine armor, wielding a spear in one hand and a shield in the other. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, the captain of the 100-man squad recalled the orders given by Mo Chun prior to their landing. If surrounded on shore, they should refrain from engaging in fierce resistance and first attempt to communicate with the adversaries. Should communication prove fruitful, it would be ideal. However, if efforts were to yield no results, they were to take decisive action, employing thunderous means to eliminate the opposition, and then return to the fleet with utmost haste. Adhering to Mo Chin's directive of prioritizing communication, the captain surveyed the encircling indigenous soldiers and gradually placed his weapon upon the ground. He then respectfully addressed them in ancient xianxia dialect. Greetings, we are envoys from the Qin kingdom. Evidently, upon observing the captain's gesture, the indigenous soldiers appeared to comprehend the situation. They exchanged glances, and subsequently, a soldier wielding a sharp iron sword stepped forward from the throng, blabbering away. This apparent leader of the indigenous soldiers, upon emerging from the crowd, exchanged a few words akin to those of the 100-man squad's captain. Unfortunately, the captain's use of ancient xianxia dialect contrasted sharply with the soldier's ancient Indian tongue. Consequently, both parties were left in a state of bewilderment. akin to a confused monk struggling to grasp the essence of the exchange. Ultimately, after a series of challenging attempts at communication involving gestures and signs from both leaders, they relinquished their desire to explain further. Instead, they endeavored to convey the intention of escorting one another to meet their respective superiors. Following another round of awkward yet earnest attempts at dialogue, the indigenous leader, under the impression that they were on Indian soil and had little to fear, commanded 3 of his soldiers to return to the local city to report the situation. Simultaneously, he led several hundred indigenous soldiers to follow the Qin 100-man squad toward the coastline. When Mo Chun learned that the captain of the 100-man squad had arrived at the coastal edge accompanied by hundreds of indigenous soldiers, he could not help but smile. The reason was simple. These indigenous soldiers, despite having a numerical advantage over the Qin squad, demonstrated patience and effort in their attempts to communicate, even going so far as to accompany them to the coast. This alone indicated that the people of this land possessed a relatively sound diplomatic understanding and a high degree of civility. As long as rational discourse and communication were possible, everything would be manageable for Mo Chun. For days later, through the relentless analytical efforts of the military scholars regarding ancient Indian language, Mo Chun successfully established a rudimentary communication with a noble from the coastal city. From this interaction, he learned that the name of the kingdom in which he currently resided was the Qin Dynasty. Chapter 53. Ashoka on a relatively flat and wide official road. A chariot drawn by 2 horses galloped forward, flanked by dozens of cavalry soldiers on horseback for protection. During the era of the Maurya dynasty in ancient India, under the reign of the legendary Ashoka, the situation was indeed complex. Within the chariot, Mo Chun gazed through the window at the lush, primitive banyan trees speeding by, furrowing his brow as he murmured to himself. Having arrived on the Indian subcontinent nearly a month ago, Mo Chun had diligently studied ancient Indian languages, allowing him to engage in simple conversations with the locals. This linguistic endeavor granted him a rudimentary understanding of the existing nations on this vast continent. At this moment, India was experiencing a particularly unique period in its historical timeline. The Maurya dynasty was under the rule of Ashoka, a figure of immense legend. To grasp the essence of Ashoka, one might consider the significance of Qin Shi Huang in the annals of ancient Chinese history, as well as his notoriety among the Chinese people. Ashoka was an emperor who rivaled Qin Shi Huang, achieving the unification of the Indian subcontinent and engaging in wars that resulted in the slaughter of hundreds of thousands. However, what set Ashoka apart was his profound connection to Buddhism, second only to the founder, Siddhartha Gautama. In his earlier years, Ashoka was ruthless and bloodthirsty, a formidable warrior who subdued nations through iron-fisted tactics. Yet, in the latter half of his life, he embraced Buddhism, dedicating himself to its propagation and utilizing the vast resources of his empire to lay the groundwork for Buddhism's future splendor across the world. His life can be divided into 2 distinct halves, the first marked by demonic fervor, the latter by divine enlightenment, perhaps a true reflection of Ashoka's existence. Faced with such a legendary figure and the vast empire he commanded, even Mo Chun felt a sense of trepidation. Historically, comparisons have been drawn between Ashoka's reign over the Maurya dynasty and Qin Shi Huang's rule over the Qin dynasty. Ultimately, both dynasties possessed their strengths and weaknesses. A confrontation between them could have been evenly matched. Fortunately, having previously watched a television series about Ashoka, Mo Chun recalled that at this juncture, Ashoka was in the twilight of his years, leaning towards Buddhist ideals. Given the compassionate and universal tenets of Buddhism, coupled with Ashoka's advanced age, dealing with him might not prove as daunting as initially perceived. Additionally, the advantage of modern weaponry, such as gunpowder arms, steam fleets, and glider aircraft, would greatly tip the scales in favor of the Maurya dynasty. As his thoughts continued to unfold, the tension etched on Mo Chun's face gradually eased. With a newfound sense of confidence, he resolved to follow the guidance of the coastal city's lord, accompanied by the cavalry escort, to the capital of the Maurya dynasty, Pataliputra, to meet the fabled Ashoka. After a tumultuous journey spanning several weeks, Mo Chun finally arrived at Huasher City, a truly magnificent and bustling metropolis. Seated in the carriage, he gazed at the meticulously planned architecture lining the streets and the vibrant, exotic throngs of people surrounding him, lost in his own musings. Shortly thereafter, guided by a cavalry escort, Mo Chun reached the grand palace at the heart of Huasher City. After a brief wait, a soldier returned from the palace to inform him that he could proceed to meet King Ashoka. Following the soldier, Mo Chun inhaled deeply, a gentle smile gracing his face as he entered. In stark contrast to the expansive Chinese architectural style of the Qin dynasty's capital, Xianxia, The palace of Huasher City leaned towards a robust European dome design. Unbeknownst to him, Mo Chun followed the soldier into a building that was even more magnificent than the others. Observing his surroundings closely, he discerned this change and surmised that it might be a place akin to the Qin King's Council Hall, designated for receiving foreign envoys and discussing state affairs. Upon entering the building, he found it quite spacious. At the far end, against the backdrop of the grand entrance, sat a throne occupied by an elderly man clad in resplendent robes, his visage aged yet benevolent. The guard addressed him, inquiring, "You are the envoy from the Qin Kingdom? What kind of place is Qin?" As Mo Chun stepped forward, the elderly monarch welcomed him with a warm smile and a calm voice. "Esteemed King Ashoka, I come as an envoy from the Qin Kingdom," Mo Chun replied respectfully. "Qin is a neighboring nation to the Peacock Dynasty, comparable in prosperity." "What do you mean by neighboring the Peacock Dynasty? I have never heard of Qin before," King Ashoka remarked with an inquisitive smile. "Qin lies to the northeast of the Peacock Dynasty, shielded by the insurmountable snowy plateau," Mo Chun explained earnestly. "Due to this natural barrier, interactions between the peoples on either side are rare, which is why your majesty may not have heard of Qin. However, if you were to send someone across the snowy plateau, they would reach Qin." "Ah, so Qin is on the other side of the snowy plateau? No wonder I have dispatched envoys to the snowy region before, but alas, the bitter cold there is lethal to livestock and soldiers," King Ashoka mused, then added with curiosity, "I am intrigued, given the harshness of the snowy plateau. How did you manage to travel from Qin to the Peacock Dynasty?" "I did not traverse the snowy plateau," Mo Chun clarified. "Rather, I arrived by sea, navigating through numerous islands before finally reaching your majesty's realm." "By sea? Fascinating. Surely, you must have spent quite a considerable time at sea," King Ashoka remarked, his interest piqued. Upon hearing that Mo Chun had arrived by sea, Ashoka's expression revealed a hint of surprise, though it was soon masked by his ever-present cordial smile. "Indeed, we have traversed the seas and endured numerous trials, spending a total of 5 to 6 years to journey from the Qin Kingdom to your esteemed realm." In responding to this inquiry, Mo Chun told a white lie. In truth, traveling directly from the Qin Kingdom to India by sea, guided by the correct navigational routes, would have taken merely a few months. The reason for stating 5 to 6 years was primarily to assuage any potentially unfriendly notions Ashoka might have harbored. Chapter 54, Bridging Asia, Africa, and Europe within the regal hall of the royal palace in Huasher City. The dialogue between Ashoka and Mo Chun persisted. The prospect of embarking on a maritime journey lasting 5 to 6 years was indeed considerable. "However, I am genuinely curious about the purpose behind your arduous journey across vast oceans to the Maurya dynasty." After a brief silence following Mo Chun's response, Ashoka resumed his inquiries. "Our king of Qin is a sovereign imbued with a profound desire for exploration in this world. The decision to dispatch us from Qin to venture into the boundless seas was driven by the aspiration to behold broader lands and to encounter more illustrious kings and nations." Upon hearing this, Mo Chun offered a respectful reply. "Alas, were it not for my advancing age and declining health, I would have personally led a delegation from the Maurya dynasty to accompany you to Qin to witness the greatness of your esteemed king." With a sigh, Ashoka expressed a hint of regret. "A king of your stature, like yourself, I am certain our Qin king would also wish to engage in discourse with you." Mo Chun, in a tone of consolation, conveyed his camaraderie. Given that Ashoka was already 60 years of age, maintaining the ability to walk and speak under the primitive medical conditions of antiquity was a remarkable feat. Thus, after several minutes of conversation, Ashoka concluded their meeting, citing health concerns. Subsequently, Mo Chun took residence in the quarters established by the Maurya dynasty in Huasher City, designated for hosting foreign envoys. Months later, while seated at a table in his temporary abode, Mo Chun meticulously reviewed the intelligence he had gathered regarding the Maurya dynasty. From the collated information, it appeared that the Maurya dynasty boasted a cavalry force of no less than 30,000, an infantry force of 600,000, and over 9,000 professionally trained war elephants. Additionally, the Maurya naval fleet surpassed that of Qin, comprising at least 1,000 vessels of various sizes. Moreover, apart from its formidable standing army, the Maurya dynasty had access to mercenaries driven by economic incentives, such as the Brigido mercenaries, the Amido alliance forces, the Shalini militia, and the Adivasi forest troops. Accurately quantifying these military forces, external to the Maurya professional soldiers, within a short time frame was essentially impractical. Thus, the exploration of the Indian subcontinent has reached a suitable conclusion, Mo Chun mused. In light of this, I shall seek an opportune moment to bid farewell to Ashoka and return to the fleet to continue our journey westward. Reflecting on the pertinent details in his mind, Mo Chun ultimately arrived at a decision. Several days later, he took his leave from Ashoka, and under the protection of the elite soldiers of Qin, retraced his steps back to the maritime fleet. After another tumultuous journey, Qin successfully returned to the fleet and conveyed his considered decisions to the soldiers aboard each vessel. Lord Qin, during your absence from the fleet, I engaged in modest trade with the local lord of a nearby city. Utilizing the metallic and ceramic goods carried by our vessels, I procured essential charcoal and a few local delicacies for our reserves. After Master Qin issued his orders, Gongsun Qing reported certain matters concerning Qin's departure from the fleet. You have performed admirably. Our fleet has been in a perpetual state of charcoal shortage. Were it not for the steamships equipped with sails, capable of both human-powered rowing and steam engine propulsion, we would remain adrift upon the ocean indefinitely. Throughout our years of circumnavigation, the charcoal stored on the steamships has proven insufficient. To address this issue, Qin had, during the development of the steamships in the Qin state, integrated traditional coastal rowing techniques with steam engine modules, allowing for a flexible transition between the two modes of navigation as per the fleet's needs. This innovative approach has been repeatedly refined over the past few years, garnering the approval of our elite soldiers. For instance, over the course of a week, the steamships operate under human and sail power for 5 days, switching to steam engine propulsion for the remaining 2 days. This strategy not only provides our soldiers with tasks to occupy their time during the lengthy voyage, but also creates opportunities for rest and relaxation. Thanks to this hybrid mode of propulsion, while our charcoal reserves may appear limited, they have proven sufficient. Moreover, certain islands possess natural resources, including trees and charcoal, which we harvest upon landing to supply the steamships with fuel. Lord Qin, based on the information I have gathered in recent days, this continent is vast, comparable in size to our own Qin. In light of such a resource-rich expanse, why not linger here a while longer to gather more detailed intelligence? This would lay a solid foundation for our military's future endeavors on this land. As the fleet prepared to depart from the shores of the Indian continent, Gongsun Qing stood alongside Qin on the deck of the steamship, gazing at the receding coastline with a hint of perplexity. Prior to my landing on this continent, I shared similar sentiments. However, after visiting the capital city of the Qin Dynasty, Huashi, and gaining deeper insights into the nations here, I revised my initial intentions to remain longer for exploration. Our primary mission is to chart the maritime locations of other continents and islands in this world through our sea routes, meticulously documenting and marking them. Delving into extensive intelligence gathering on a nation's affairs is a time-consuming and laborious task, and thus ill-suited for our current purpose. Once we successfully chart the maritime map of this world and present it to King Qin, he will undoubtedly dispatch adept spies from the Qin state to these lands to conduct thorough and specialized pre-war intelligence gathering. Therefore, our primary task is not merely to analyze the number of nations on a particular island or continent and their respective conditions. Instead, our fleet must operate like a global exploration team, perpetually discovering the locations of new islands and continents, while meticulously and accurately recording their coordinates along with the navigation routes from Qin to these newfound territories. Upon hearing Gongsun Qing's inquiry, Qin withdrew his gaze from the coastline and turned to elucidate the matter. Lord Qin's words are most astute. It was indeed my oversight, he acknowledged. Qin's explanation imparted a sense of enlightenment to Gongsun Qing, fostering an increasing admiration and respect for him. Under Qin's new directive, the fleet continued its westward voyage. Months later, the fleet arrived at the African continent. Shortly thereafter, through ongoing communication with the local indigenous people, the fleet successfully navigated the southern seas of Africa and entered the Atlantic Ocean. Following this achievement, the fleet made landfall on the European continent. Throughout the journey from the Indian subcontinent to Africa and then to Europe, Qin's fleet gradually learned of several significant nations along the way: the Roman Republic, the Ptolemaic Empire, the Kingdom of Carthage, the Kingdom of Macedonia, and the Kingdom of Kush, among others. Chapter 55: Airplanes and Tanks on the Boundless Expanse of Cerulean Seas. A fleet belching black smoke and emitting a tremendous roar sailed steadily onward. If my memory serves me correctly, continuing westward would lead to the American continent. Standing at the bow of the steamship, Qin gazed into the distant horizon where azure waters met the sky, engaging in quiet musings. What might the American continent resemble during the late Warring States period, circa 200 BC? The future United States, as we know it, certainly does not exist, leaving only the indigenous peoples of America, the Native Americans. I do not recall any particularly renowned nations among the ancient tribes. But wait. The Mayas seem to be quite famous. I wonder if they have emerged yet. Once we set foot on the American continent, I must make a thorough search for them. Furthermore, beyond the Americas lies the vast Pacific Ocean. Crossing the Pacific and continuing westward would bring us back to the Asian continent, specifically to the Qin state. Thus, it seems prudent to linger a while longer on the American continent. I shall instruct the soldiers to prepare ample provisions aboard the ship, to avoid a monotonous diet during our journey across the Pacific. Contemplating this grand voyage, with only the Americas remaining uncharted, Qin silently devised his plans. Months later, the fleet led by Qin, having departed from the European continent, spotted the silhouette of a typical continental coastline on the horizon. The sight of the shadowy outline signified to the soldiers aboard that they were about to land on a new continent. Soon, the fleet reached the shores of the continent. As per standard procedure, Qin dispatched a contingent of soldiers to explore the interior, spreading out in various directions. Another group was assigned to gather materials along the coast and construct temporary wooden shelters. From the direction of Europe, this region was likely North America. As Qin observed the bustling soldiers around him and the tumultuous waves lapping at the shore, he pondered aloud. After more than half a month, the exploration of the North American continent reached a conclusion. According to the intelligence gathered by the soldiers, the continent was predominantly inhabited by indigenous tribes existing in a semi-civilized state. It appeared that North America held little of extraordinary interest, aside from the corn. As he spoke, Qin set aside his documents and looked at 3 freshly boiled ears of yellow corn beside him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Although corn is exceedingly common in later times in China, in this era, it remains a unique product of the American continent, yet to be disseminated to the lands of China. However, with Qin's presence, one can be assured that corn will soon make its way into the fields of the Qin state in the near future. Upon the continent of North America, employing some violent means, Qin gathered a considerable amount of corn from a multitude of Indian tribes, both large and small, before continuing his voyage southward with his fleet. Soon after, the fleet reached a new landmass. Gazing upon this new terrain, Qin surmised that it was likely the continent of South America. Master Qin, look up at the sky, what is that? Just as Qin stood at the bow of the steamship, marveling at the imminent arrival on South American shores, he was startled by the exclamation of Gongsun Qing behind him. Turning his gaze back, he noticed Gongsun Qing staring in astonishment at the western sky, prompting Qin, filled with curiosity, to look upward as well. Good heavens! How can there be helicopters here? The sight that met Qin's eyes was astonishing. 3 unidentified objects hovered in the air, their noses directed towards the fleet. One elongated cabin, topped with a large, spinning rotor, revealed itself as a typical helicopter. Instantly recognizable to Qin. Incomprehensible. This was beyond understanding. What on earth was happening? The emergence of helicopters reignited in Qin a profound reevaluation of this world, especially after his experiences with the Wansu people. Standing there, he internally lamented, wasn't it supposed to be 200 BC? When humanity predominantly dwelled in an agrarian society, just beginning to master iron smelting. Previously, the Wansu people, who traversed the skies in anti-gravity vessels and bore unusual forms, could be explained as extraterrestrial beings stranded in their flying crafts. But now, with helicopters appearing, what could that possibly mean? It took Qin 3 to 4 minutes to regain a semblance of composure after first witnessing the helicopters. Yet a troubling thought arose. If these helicopters belonged to a civilization of earthly humans, why was there no historical record or description of such a civilization? If they possessed helicopters, then why had they not invaded or slaughtered the indigenous peoples on other continents? There had to be something amiss. Perhaps, landing onshore and attempting to communicate would yield answers. Once he regained his composure, Qin diverted his gaze from the 3 helicopters that continued to circle the fleet, lost in a whirlwind of questions. Shortly thereafter, the fleet reached the shores of the South American continent. One by one, wooden boats were lowered from the steamships, carrying soldiers ashore for reconnaissance. Observing this, one of the helicopters circling above suddenly veered away, heading deeper into the continent. These individuals, seemingly emerging from nowhere, appeared intent on making landfall. As Qin furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the movements of the helicopters overhead, one of the pilots, using the communication device on the helicopter's instrument panel, remarked with curiosity, regardless of their origins, we have already dispatched someone to inform the leader. Once the leader arrives and encounters these individuals, we shall ascertain the details regarding their backgrounds. Upon hearing his companion's remarks, the pilot of the other helicopter responded with a carefree demeanor. Indeed, with both the leader and the high priest capable of communing with the divine, the origins and intentions of these individuals would soon be unveiled through the power of the gods. In agreement, the pilot of the first helicopter nodded, acknowledging his companion's words. Lord Qin, look over there by the shore. On the deck, while focusing his attention on the helicopter overhead, Imo Chun was abruptly pulled by Gong Sun Qing. What is it? Gong Sun Qing's sudden loud exclamation caused Imo Chun to frown in displeasure. However, as he followed the direction of Gong Sun Qing's pointing finger and beheld the scene on the land, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. At that moment, a contingent of elite Qin soldiers was already rowing wooden boats, stepping onto the soil of the Americas. These soldiers, armed with the standard bronze swords of the Qin, cautiously surveyed the western forest. Emerging from the thicket were several indigenous individuals clad in jungle camouflage, their faces painted, brandishing black assault rifles, advancing towards the shore step by step. Moreover, behind these armed natives, accompanied by the tremors of the ground, several ironclad tanks were slowly making their way out of the forest. Chapter 56. The Maya Kingdom. The sea breeze caressed the pristine forests lining the shore, where the dense foliage swayed gently in the wind, producing a rustling sound. Along the coastline stretched a broad, flat expanse of sand. At this moment, two distinctly attired groups faced off against each other on the beach. Adjacent to the primeval forest stood a contingent of approximately 100 indigenous warriors. Uniformly clad in jungle camouflage, their faces painted in shades of green, brandishing black assault rifles. Behind this group loomed 5 initial model tanks, their cold metallic sheen glinting as they aimed their cannons towards the beach, awaiting orders in silence. On the side of the beach bordering the ocean, there gathered a multitude of several hundred Qin elite soldiers, outfitted in standard armor from the Qin Dynasty, wielding bronze swords, and equipped with crossbows as well as quivers of arrows and firearms slung over their shoulders. At their waists hung round grenades and pouches of iron balls. Behind these soldiers, a fleet of wooden ships rested on the shore, some manned by a solitary Qin elite soldier while others hosted a dozen or more. Farther out at sea, dozens of colossal steamships were arrayed, their large-caliber artillery visible upon closer inspection. Above this coastal scene, 2 helicopters hovered, their rotors generating a thunderous sound as they circled the airspace. Lord Qin, what shall we do next? Although Gong Sun Qing was unfamiliar with tanks and helicopters, the resemblance between the assault rifles wielded by the indigenous warriors and the firearms carried by the Qin soldiers told him instinctively that they were facing formidable opponents. Order the soldiers on the shore to hold their positions. No one is to engage without my command. If we come under attack, he paused, then we shall retaliate with full force. Upon hearing Gong Sun Qing's words, Imo Chun felt a tingle of apprehension but maintained a stoic demeanor as he replied gravely. Even in the modern world, he had only seen tanks and aircraft on screens. He had never imagined that one day he would find himself in a standoff against such formidable machinery. Imo Chun understood that an immediate confrontation was virtually impossible. Even if they were to incur heavy casualties among the Qin soldiers, overwhelming the indigenous forces with sheer numbers might only lead to further complications. They had barely set foot on the South American continent, encountering a formidable display of aircraft, tanks, and assault rifles on the beach. Who could predict what other inconceivable phenomena awaited them deeper within the continent? After a brief moment of contemplation, Imo Chun decided it prudent to remain aboard the ship and observe the unfolding situation before making any further decisions. After a tense standoff lasting several minutes, a four-wheeled, open-top vehicle emerged steadily from the direction of the forest. Imo Chun, standing at the bow of the ship and keenly observing the confrontation on the beach, felt his pupils constrict at the sight of the approaching automobile. The automobile came to a halt before the indigenous army, and from it emerged a middle-aged man adorned in a resplendent robe, crowned with feathers. Following closely behind him was a middle-aged woman, draped in a creamy robe, exquisitely crowned, and wielding a scepter. After their descent, a middle-aged officer clad in jungle camouflage promptly approached from the ranks of the indigenous forces. After a brief exchange with the man and woman, he received a trumpet-like megaphone from a soldier and directed a few words towards the Qin army on the beach. The officer spoke in the indigenous tongue, which naturally went unheard by the soldiers of the Qin. The barrier of language, a common predicament during the age of exploration, rendered communication exceedingly challenging, as there was no globally recognized lingua franca at that time. Prepare a ship, we shall disembark. Although the meaning of the officer's proclamation eluded him, Imo Chun was not deterred from surmising the situation. He conjectured that the man and woman who emerged from the convertible were likely leaders among the indigenous peoples. To express goodwill and respect, Imo Chun deemed it essential to personally engage in dialogue with them. Soon, a wooden vessel was ready and accompanied by several soldiers. Imo Chun stepped onto the beach. Upon his arrival, the soldiers on the beach instinctively parted to make way for him. The feather-crowned man, observing Imo Chun's approach, uttered a few words in indigenous language. However, it was clear that Imo Chun could not comprehend him. After calling out twice to a crowd seemingly perplexed by his words, The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before turning to the woman with the scepter, exchanging a few remarks. After listening to him, she nodded and gracefully advanced towards Imo-chan. Witnessing this, the Qin soldiers instinctively drew closer to Imo-chan, apprehensive of any potential threat from the woman. However, Imo-chan merely smiled, using a glance to quell their concerns, and confidently stepped forward with a smile of his own. In no time, the woman stood beside him, her fair visage and exquisite features complemented by a statuesque figure. As she approached, Imo-chan realized he was in the presence of an exceptionally striking beauty. Noticing his scrutinizing gaze, the woman furrowed her brow slightly but remained silent, instead gently tapping her scepter upon Imo-chan's forehead. Perplexed by her action, Imo-chan felt it inappropriate to retreat at this juncture, so he maintained a stiff smile while observing her gesture before she departed. Greetings, esteemed guest from afar. I am Icicle, the High Priestess of the Maya Kingdom. On behalf of the people of the Maya Kingdom, I extend a warm welcome to you. Just as Imo-chan was pondering the peculiar gestures of the woman before him, a melodious female voice suddenly resonated within his mind. This form of direct mental communication was an experience he had previously encountered only while conversing with 004 in the trial space. The sudden reappearance of such a miraculous phenomenon left Imo-chan astonished. However, drawing from his prior experience with 004, he regained his composure after a brief moment of surprise. Greetings, I am Imo-chan, an envoy from the Qin Kingdom, he said politely, gazing at Icicle, who wore a smile and regarded him intently. The Qin Kingdom? That must be a place quite distant from Maya, Icicle replied with a smile. Indeed, it is not close. Imo-chan thought her response to be mere polite banter and did not delve deeper into its implications. Icicle smiled again, opting not to elaborate further, and gestured for Imo-chan to follow her. Understanding her intent, he hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. This is our sovereign, Ekua. Icicle introduced as they approached a middle-aged man adorned with a feathered crown. Greetings, esteemed king of the Maya Kingdom. I am Imo-chan, the envoy from the Qin Kingdom. He courteously acknowledged Ekua following Icicle's introduction. Please have your men lower their weapons. We harbor no ill intentions, Ekua conveyed through Icicle's interpretation, expressing his thoughts clearly. Very well, I shall instruct my soldiers to lower their arms. I kindly ask that you also have your Maya soldiers do the same, so that my men may ease their unease. Imo-chan responded, his eyes darting thoughtfully. Agreed, Ekua replied, a smile gracing his face as he turned to a nearby officer and exchanged a few words. In swift compliance with Ekua's orders, the soldiers, under the officer's direction, promptly retracted their assault rifles aimed toward the beach, and the tanks retreated back into the forest. Observing this development, Imo-chan wasted no time and signaled to one of his soldiers to relay the command for the Qin army to lower their weapons. Chapter 57. The Abode of Deities. After meeting with the king and high priest of the Maya Kingdom, under their warm invitations, Imo-chan and the two of them embarked on an open-top car, journeying deep into the continent of South America. As for the soldiers aboard the fleet, Imo-chan graciously declined Icicle's kind offer to entertain them, citing their accustomedness to steamships and firmly commanding all soldiers to return to their vessels, forbidding them from stepping foot on the continental shore without his express orders. It struck him as curious. Despite the Maya possessing airplanes, tanks, and automobiles, technologies comparable to those of humanity 2 millennia hence, most of what he observed along the way were rather ordinary wooden structures, lacking the towering edifices that characterized advanced civilizations. Moreover, apart from the open-top vehicle he occupied, he encountered no other modes of transport. The majority of the populace here appeared only marginally more advanced in terms of attire and transportation compared to the Qin state, revealing a minimal disparity. What could possibly explain this anomaly? Were the firearms, airplanes, tanks, and automobiles of these people merely gifts from the heavens? As he sat in the open-top car, gazing at the scenery and villages passing by, his confusion deepened. High Priest, may I inquire, are these four-wheeled vehicles, along with the weapons wielded by the royal soldiers I previously observed, as well as those flying objects in the sky, all produced by your esteemed nation? The stark contrast between the agrarian landscape and the sophisticated vehicle he was riding in left Imo-chan pondering for quite some time, unable to decipher the true nature of the Maya Kingdom. In a moment of exasperation, he carefully chose his words and posed his inquiry to Icicle. Not at all. These are gifts bestowed upon us by the deities, specifically designed to combat foreign invaders, Icicle explained with a smile. Deities? Upon hearing this response, Imo-chan involuntarily furrowed his brow. As an avowed atheist, he had always maintained a skeptical stance towards superstitions involving gods, spirits, and demons. To him, even if such entities existed, they should be explicable through scientific understanding. Perhaps these deities were merely superhumans with advanced genetic evolution. Or perhaps they were intelligent beings wielding more advanced scientific knowledge. In any case, Imochen had consistently believed that nothing in this world was utterly inexplicable. If current scientific paradigms could not elucidate something, it merely indicated that the development of science had yet to reach that level. The limitations lay not with humanity, but with the scope of scientific understanding. At that moment, when Imochen heard Icicle mention the deities, he was momentarily taken aback, then fell into deep contemplation. The divine bestowed upon us airplanes, tanks, assault rifles, and convertibles, a notion that is indeed thought-provoking. Firstly, one must consider the technological implications behind these objects. Since they were not inventions of the Maya civilization, but gifts from the gods, it suggests a singular conclusion. The so-called deities revered by the Maya had, at the very least, attained the industrial and technological prowess of the early 20th century. 2 millennia hence. The most terrifying aspect lies in the fact that the current era of Imochen is approximately 200 years before Christ. The existence of such advanced industrial technology at this time is unfathomable. One cannot help but wonder how far technology would have progressed had these so-called gods survived to the Earth of the future. As Imochen delved deeper into this unsettling line of reasoning, a growing sense of dread enveloped him, prompting him to abandon further speculation. He resolved instead to accompany Xianxia to the capital of the Maya kingdom, seizing the opportunity to behold the true nature of these purported deities. However, deep within his subconscious, he leaned towards a certain possibility that these gods worshipped by the Maya were in fact allies of the Wansu people. Should this hypothesis prove true, then the gifts bestowed upon the Maya would be rendered trivial. After all, for an extraterrestrial civilization adept in anti-gravity and microprojection technologies, airplanes, tanks, rifles, and automobiles would be mere rudimentary inventions. As for why the Wansu people would assume the role of gods to the Maya, Imochen speculated that it might be a strategy to nurture and enlighten the Maya civilization, ultimately leading to their subjugation, thereby rendering the entire Maya kingdom compliant to the designs of the Wansu. By controlling the Maya civilization, the Wansu would effectively gain a foothold on Earth, akin to having subordinates at their disposal. Should the Wansu wish to excavate mineral resources necessary for repairing their spacecraft, they would require a substantial workforce. Thus, the people of the Maya kingdom would prove invaluable. Such reasoning, in Imochen's view, also aligns with the previous endeavors of the Wansu when they approached the Qin kingdom, seeking contact with Xinjiang. Through diplomatic engagement and the provision of advanced weaponry, they aimed to achieve indirect control over the entire Qin state. Amidst these fanciful conjectures, Imochen arrived in the capital city of Kukulkan, riding in a convertible. As the capital of the Maya kingdom, Kukulkan's architecture and layout starkly contrasted with the wooden structures observed along the journey. Upon entering Kukulkan, the first sight that greeted him was a pyramid-like edifice soaring nearly 30 meters high. Unlike traditional pyramids, this one was crowned with a square temple. Beyond this pyramid, the streets of Kukulkan were remarkably broad and well-maintained, with most buildings constructed from neatly arranged stones, lending the entire city an air of grandeur and solemnity. Imochen, what do you think of our Kukulkan? As Imochen curiously surveyed the surrounding architecture, Icicle in the convertible suddenly turned to him, smiling as she inquired. The buildings were magnificent, and the streets impeccably tidy, particularly the imposing structure in the distance, which appeared truly grand and awe-inspiring. In response to her remark, Imochen shifted his gaze to Icicle's exquisite visage and replied with a smile. Are you referring to the sacred altar of Kukulkan? That is the place where we, the Maya, offer our tributes to the deities. Beneath the sacred altar resides the divine presence. Since you have just arrived in our Maya kingdom, it is imperative to remember that, without the special permission of the deities, no one aside from myself and the king is permitted to enter the sacred altar. Should an outsider trespass into the altar and be discovered by the divine beings within, the entire Maya kingdom would face the wrathful retribution of the gods. Upon hearing Imochen's response, Icicle offered a graceful smile before earnestly advising him. Chapter 58, Atlantis, the abode of deities? Are you suggesting that the deities reside beneath that altar? The words of Icicle left Imochen astounded. Indeed, the gods dwell among the Maya. In response, Icicle affirmed with a countenance of sanctity. How remarkable! Upon witnessing Icicle's confirmation, Imochen maintained his astonished demeanor, yet his mind began to ponder the Kukulkan sacred altar and the deities that lay beneath it. He yearned to explore and ascertain whether these beings, revered by the Maya as deities, were indeed as he imagined, or if they were extraterrestrials akin to the people of Wansu. Before long, the convertible car arrived at the royal palace complex of Kukulkan City. Ultimately, Imo-chun followed Maya King Ekwa and High Priestess Icicle into a grand stone edifice. Envoy of the Qin Kingdom, this is our Maya Kingdom's specialty, corn. You must sample it. The flavor is exquisite. Shortly thereafter, Ekwa commanded the palace staff to prepare a lavish banquet for Imo-chun. Delicious, Imo-chun exclaimed. In an effort to avoid awkwardness, he pretended to savor a few bites of the cooked corn and, having finished, expressed his satisfaction with the meal. The feast lasted over an hour, during which Ekwa engaged in dialogue with Imo-chun, inquiring about various aspects of the Qin Kingdom. Likewise, Imo-chun took this opportunity to inquire about matters pertaining to the Maya Kingdom. Of course, only they knew how much truth was exchanged during their conversation, excluding Icicle, who served as the translator. As the High Priestess of the Maya Kingdom, Icicle possessed certain supernatural abilities. For instance, she could transcend language barriers to communicate telepathically or, utilizing the power of the deities, forcibly extract memories from an individual's mind. In fact, upon first encountering Imo-chun, she discreetly employed her ability to read his memories. However, she was perplexed to find only fragmented and scattered recollections. Such an occurrence had never transpired since she had acquired her powers as High Priestess. Given this unusual circumstance, Icicle, renowned for her cold beauty, set aside her priestly demeanor upon meeting Imo-chun, donning a polite smile and engaging in multiple conversations with him. Her intention was to glean more analyzable information from their dialogues, which would allow her to provide a detailed report about Imo-chun when she later presented herself before the deities at the Kukulkan's sacred altar. After the banquet concluded, Imo-chun was assigned to rest in a chamber within the palace. Deities, the people of Xianxia. I never expected that such intriguing entities still existed on Earth in this era. It appears that for the Qin state to conquer the entire world, any territories under the protection of these deities and the people of Xianxia must be deemed virtually unattainable. Alas, the disparity in technology is overwhelming. It would be merciful for the opposition not to retaliate against the Qin. Reflecting upon his recent arrival on the South American continent and his encounters with the Maya, Imo-chun lay upon his bed, his voice tinged with a suppressed melancholy as he spoke to himself. Such uncontrollable variables were the very elements he least desired in his plans, yet now two had emerged in quick succession, leaving him feeling an immense weight of pressure. While Imo-chun pondered the deities and the people of Xianxia, the high priest of the Maya kingdom, Ichil, had already entered the sacred altar of Kukulkan. It was now past 8 in the evening, yet the interior of the altar gleamed with illumination. Every few paces along the corridor walls of the altar, a white bulb was suspended, indicating that electricity had been established here. Following the corridor deeper underground for over 30 meters, the scene before him suddenly transformed. Ichil, have you come here to report something of great importance to the deities? A subterranean lake lay before him, with a small white vessel resembling a motorboat quietly docked at its edge. Upon this vessel stood a man with skin of vibrant green, gazing at Ichil by the lakeshore. Indeed, Chuck, today, a fleet arrived from the sea, led by a commander who claims to come from a distant land known as the Qin state. The leader of this fleet is currently resting in Kukulkan City, and I must relay this news to the deities post-haste, seeking their judgment on the matter. Ichil replied candidly to Chuck's inquiry. A fleet from such a distant place? We must report this to the deities without delay, Chuck responded. And he maneuvered the motorboat closer to Ichil. Skillfully leaping from the lakeshore onto the vessel, Chuck piloted the small boat swiftly toward a specific direction on the lake. Minutes later, the boat came to rest at the edge of another lake. After bidding farewell to Chuck, Ichil disembarked, his figure vanishing into a brightly lit cave. Continuing deeper into the subterranean cavern, after several twists and turns, Ichil finally reached the abode of the deities. This was an underground hall measuring over 160 meters in length, 150 meters in width, and over 20 meters in height. Within the hall, more than 10 tall individuals with fair skin donned ornate robes, seated at their respective tables. They either perused heavy tomes of metal, engaged with devices reminiscent of modern smartphones, or operated laptops adorned with liquid crystal displays, which exhibited peculiar symbols of unknown meaning. Ichil, what brings you here? The arrival of Ichil did not go unnoticed. A dark-haired man of Caucasian descent regarded him with curiosity and inquired, "Greetings, divine beings. I have come to report matters of importance." Under the gaze and inquiry of a strikingly handsome, fair-skinned, tall man, Ichil instinctively felt a flush rise to her cheeks and promptly responded, "Has a new situation arisen on the surface?" Upon hearing Ichil's reply, the dark-haired Caucasian man inquired with curiosity. Indeed, earlier today, a fleet from a distant land arrived in Maya. Currently, this fleet is anchored off the northern seas, and their leader is resting in the palace of Kukulkan City. In response to this, Ishisul replied with utmost respect. A fleet from afar? Did your memory search on their leader yield any further information? After Ishisul spoke, the white man pondered for a moment before asking. I conducted a memory search on the fleet's captain, known as Mo Chun, but curiously, I could only retrieve fragmented remnants of his memories, lacking any comprehensive or significant information. However, from our conversation, I learned that they hail from a place called the Qin Kingdom. Ishisul responded. Did the memory search prove unsuccessful? This matter appears to be rather complicated. Very well, you shall return and continue monitoring the fleet's leader. Once we reach a decision, we will notify you through mental projection, the white man mused, deep in thought. Hearing his words, Ishisul respectfully performed a Maya gesture before departing. The information field search technology that Ishisul employed was of the most rudimentary version. The failure of the information field search indicates that the opposing information field is encrypted, protected by a certain information field firewall. In contrast, a common individual's information field is in an open state, devoid of any firewall protection. This implies that the fleet's leader harbors some complications. Pakel accessed the national intranet and ascertained the geographical location of the Qin Kingdom on the surface. After Ishisul left, the white man contemplated for a moment before turning his attention to another delicate-featured, slender white man in the hall. Just a moment. Found it. The Qin Kingdom is located in Asia. This nation is quite intriguing. According to recent data, this so-called Qin Kingdom has successfully vanquished its neighboring countries over the past few years, establishing itself as the most powerful nation in that region. The current leader of Qin is a man named Zhang. Upon hearing the dark-haired man's words, Pakel skillfully activated the computer before him, and after a series of operations, he responded while gazing at the information displayed on the screen. Asia. There lies a distance of over 18,000 kilometers from there to the Indian continent. Given the current human capabilities of surface vessels, how could they have traversed from Qin to Maya? After Pakel's response, the dark-haired man furrowed his brow. Perhaps, boss, I could travel to the surface tomorrow and capture that fleet leader. We could utilize the information field reader to conduct a full scan of him and uncover everything. Upon observing the appearance of the white man with black hair, a stunningly beautiful white woman with an alluring figure offered a suggestion. Well, how about this? Tomorrow, you could venture to the surface. After contemplating the woman's proposal for a few moments, the white man nodded in agreement. Boss, when do you think the inhabitants of Atlantis, shall return to the surface to live? It has been thousands of years since the war concluded. Although the planet has been allocated to us Atlantis by the Galactic Alliance, we are confined to this subterranean world, which is quite disheartening. As the white man resumed his tasks after expressing his thoughts, Pakel suddenly voiced his dissatisfaction. Have you forgotten how our continent sank? As long as the threat from Aura remains, the surface is the most perilous area on this planet. Moreover, haven't our researchers in Atlantis already made breakthroughs in space folding technology? It is said that a new underground world has been constructed deep beneath certain continents, with some residents having already migrated there. Once the space folding technology is fully developed, we too shall construct our own, and we will no longer have to reside in these rudimentary underground halls. Upon hearing Pakel's grievances, the white man with black hair furrowed his brow and replied, Alas, it seems we have no other choice. In response, Pakel shook his head in resignation and returned to operating the computer, engrossed in his work. Chapter 59. Captured. The esteemed judge number 4 subtly suggests that after reading, you might wish to save this for future reference. Within the subterranean realm of the Mayan capital, Kukulkan, the discussions between Itzel and a group of Caucasians were entirely unbeknownst to Mo Chun, who lay resting within the palace. After a night of repose, Mo Chun emerged the following morning, feeling remarkably invigorated as he strolled through the Mayan palace. The guards here exhibited a surprisingly lax demeanor, devoid of any vigilance. With his hands clasped behind his back, Mo Chun ambled towards the palace entrance, glancing curiously about. Upon reaching the grand gates, he observed several sentinels clad in camouflage uniforms, brandishing assault rifles, who did not spare him even a cursory glance. With an air of confidence, he sauntered past them and gazed out at the expansive, desolate streets beyond. Selecting a random direction, he began to wander aimlessly. Perhaps it was the early morning hour, but the streets of Kukulkan were sparsely populated, with only a scattering of pedestrians hastily passing by. After some time, Mo Chun noticed a few vendors on either side of the street, preparing their goods for market, a rarity compared to the bustling early morning markets of Xianxia, where merchants would arrive long before dawn to secure prime locations, setting up stalls and displaying their wares in anticipation of customers. As he ambled through the quiet streets, many Maya turned their curious gazes upon him. Clad in a black brocade robe from the Qin Kingdom, Imo-chen's attire starkly contrasted with that of the Maya, making it evident to the onlookers that he was the stranger who had arrived from the sea the previous day. Despite their curiosity, none approached him to engage in conversation or attempt communication. How did I inadvertently find myself at the sacred altar? He exclaimed, gazing up at the monumental structure of the Kukulkan pyramid, his expression exaggerated in awe. Yet, soon after, his eyes began to wander with a mischievous glint. Alas, how dull. There are so many soldiers watching. As Imo-chen scrutinized the Kukulkan pyramid in search of an entrance, a patrol of 6 individuals clad in black body armor, wielding assault rifles, and donning helmets suddenly passed before him. Following their path, Imo-chen discerned that a considerable number of armed soldiers, over 20, stood at attention some distance behind them. Additionally, ascending the steps of the Kukulkan pyramid, more soldiers were stationed every 5 meters, ensuring the structure's security. Given the pyramid's towering height of nearly 30 meters, the number of guards assigned to its safety was indeed substantial. Upon witnessing the scene, Imo-chen prudently suppressed his inappropriate thoughts. After casting a few more glances at the Kukulkan pyramid, he turned to head back to the Maya palace, intending to indulge in another meal to satiate his hunger. However, just as he pivoted, a tall Caucasian woman clad in deep green suddenly emerged from nowhere. The woman appeared abruptly, merely 2 or 3 meters away from Imo-chen, and before he could react, she accelerated with astonishing speed, positioning herself behind him in an instant. With a decisive motion, the Caucasian woman deftly inserted a finely crafted tranquilizer pistol into her waistband and effortlessly steadied the stumbling Imo-chen with one hand. She then turned his face to inspect it, finding nothing particularly remarkable about his features. Consequently, she hoisted him up as if he were a mere chick, guiding him towards the Kukulkan pyramid. Throughout this encounter, the guards stationed atop the pyramid remained oblivious, failing to cast a single glance in their direction. Upon reaching the base of the Kukulkan pyramid, the woman made no discernible movements. The pyramid's wall, previously solid, suddenly and silently parted to reveal a circular opening. Unfazed by this phenomenon, the woman proceeded to lead Imo-chen inside. Within mere seconds of her entrance, the opening sealed itself once more, transforming back into an unremarkable wall. Inside, they found themselves in a compact, enclosed square chamber. The woman unceremoniously deposited the unconscious Imo-chen onto the smooth floor and, raising her hand, pressed several circular buttons adorned with unknown symbols on the left wall. The buttons illuminated with a soft white glow, and shortly thereafter, the small room began to descend. It was evident that this chamber functioned akin to an elevator. Minutes later, the lift halted several hundred meters below the surface. As the doors opened, a broad and brightly lit underground corridor was revealed. The woman stepped out of the elevator, still holding Imo-chen, and proceeded in a specific direction. With a resounding thud, she arrived at a red sedan parked a few dozen meters from the elevator. Retrieving keys from her pocket, she opened the rear door and unceremoniously tossed the unconscious Imo-chen into the back seat. She then entered the front seat, and soon, the cheerful roar of the engine filled the air as the red car sped deeper into the underground corridor. Tisha, you've barely been gone for a moment. How did you manage to bring someone back so quickly? After parking the car, the woman named Tisha brought Imo-chen to the underground hall previously visited by Ishichil the night before. Upon seeing Tisha enter with Imo-chen in tow, Pekel in the hall gasped in astonishment, exclaiming loudly, this unfortunate fellow. As I emerged from the Kukulkan altar today, I chanced upon him, intently observing the altar. After comparing him to the photographs provided by Pekel, I determined that this ill-fated individual was indeed the leader of the Qin fleet I sought. Without hesitation, I employed a tranquilizer gun to ensure he enjoyed a restful slumber. Tisha, accustomed to Pekel's incessant complaints or exaggerated reactions, casually explained as she unceremoniously dropped the unconscious Imo-chen onto the ground. This lad, instead of enjoying a few more hours of sleep in the surface palace, has wandered to the vicinity of the Kukulkan altar for no apparent reason. Indeed, rather foolish and unfortunate. After hearing Tissa's explanation, Pekel glanced at Imo-chen, sprawled on the ground and slumbering like a lifeless dog, and expressed his sympathy. Chapter 60. This is unscientific. In a spacious, brightly lit underground hall, several Caucasian individuals gathered. Their expressions varied as they gazed at the unconscious Imo-chen, lying on the ground within their circle. What shall we do with this person? Should we carry him to the information field analysis machine for a direct assessment, or conduct a comprehensive examination from the inside out? Pekar, among the onlookers, inquired of a black-haired Caucasian man. Are you foolish? Do you truly not grasp the immense energy expenditure required for a thorough examination? This mere surface-level human hardly warrants such a time-consuming and labor-intensive process. How ridiculous! Before Pekar could finish his thought, Tisha's voice, laced with sarcasm, interrupted in opposition. Isn't this something that can be declared as an official expense? After all, if it's free, why not take advantage of it? Paykar, intending to retort, managed only a few words before he caught the stern gaze of the black-haired man, causing him to retract his head and promptly silence himself. Let us first conduct an information field assessment. The black-haired Caucasian man, having silenced Paykar's inappropriate remarks with his piercing gaze, frowned as he looked at Imo-chun and made his decision. Upon hearing the command, a burly Caucasian man among the onlookers bent down and effortlessly hoisted Imo-chun onto his shoulder, turning to stride towards a particular direction within the hall. The others, observing, fell silent and followed the robust man. Arriving at a wall in the hall, without any visible action from the burly man, the wall before him silently opened. Crossing through this portal, the group entered a room beyond the door. The room, with white walls, was filled with exceptionally bright yet soft lighting, creating an ambience that was neither overly large nor too small. At its center stood a rectangular device radiating a dreamlike blue luminescence, resembling a stasis pod from a science fiction film. Measuring over 2 meters in length, more than a meter in width, and a meter high. The lower half was composed of an opaque, enigmatic, dreamlike blue metallic material, while the upper half was crafted from high-definition, transparent glass-like material, seamlessly sealed over the metallic body below. Adjacent to this device were 4 20-inch liquid crystal screens, connected to the pod-like apparatus by a thick blue cable wrapped in insulating material. Earth's military-grade, information field reading and scanning integration machine initiated successfully. System self-check program beginning. Self-check complete. All system modules operating normally. Welcome to use. After entering the room alongside the burly man, the black-haired Caucasian approached the 4 liquid crystal displays. With a press of a circular button on the side of each screen, an electronic female voice resonated throughout the room. Secure him on the scanning platform. As the black-haired man observed the continuously shifting images on the screens, he spoke. The burly Caucasian man, upon hearing the words, carried Imo-chun to the scanning chamber. At this moment, the scanning chamber had completed its self-diagnostic, and the glass cover automatically opened. He gently placed Imo-chun inside the chamber and took 2 steps back. Just 2 or 3 seconds after Imo-chun was laid within, a circular indicator light on the front of the scanning chamber transitioned from an off state to a vibrant green. Subsequently, the transparent lid of the chamber closed once more. Simultaneously, numerous small apertures appeared on the metallic walls within the chamber. As these openings emerged, Imo-chun's hands, feet, neck, and waist were secured by clasps extending from the chamber's base. Detecting an active information field. Preparing for analysis. Warning. Warning. The target information field possesses an unknown level of firewall. Initiating information field decryption program. Attempting first information field decryption match. Match failed. Attempting second information field decryption match. Match failed. Comprehensive analysis determined that the target information field is encrypted with anti-decryption technology above level 1, rendering the probability of successful forced decryption nearly 0. Would you like to terminate the information field decryption? Nearly an hour later, the entire room had descended into an eerie silence. Observing the data displayed on the 4 screens and the system alert echoing in their ears, everyone remained hushed. This is unscientific, exceedingly unscientific. The technology of encryption above level 1 in the information field remains a mere theory within the scientific community of Atlantis. How could such an alarming degree of human encryption exist with the level of technology present on the surface? The first to shatter the heavy atmosphere was Packer, who alternated his gaze between the data on the screens and Imo-chun in the scanning chamber, scratching his head with a perplexed expression. This situation is rather peculiar. The burly Caucasian man nodded at Packer's remarks, stating, this individual possesses intriguing traits. Upon seeing the scanning results, Tisha's gaze towards Imo-chun shifted noticeably. She prepared to conduct a comprehensive examination of this human. After a prolonged silence, the dark-haired Caucasian man, fixating his gaze on the monitor results, declared emphatically, now that I have heard this from him. Unlike her earlier mockery of Packer, Tisha refrained from uttering further words and followed the others as they made their way outside. The room designated for the complete examination was significantly larger than the one housing the information field scanning chamber. Similarly, it contained an array of equipment, numbering over 10 devices. Let us activate all the equipment. I am eager to uncover the secrets concealed within this surface dweller, the dark-haired Caucasian man said, somewhat petulantly, upon entering the room. The others, in response, remained silent, merely nodding in agreement as they began to operate each device in groups of 2 or 3. The biological structure commences scanning. Scanning complete. The target is a primate life form, an evolutionary ancestor of apes. The genetic structure begins scanning. Scanning complete. The target genetic structure is normal, with no evidence of postnatal modifications. The informational field's spiritual core level begins scanning. Scanning complete. The target's spiritual core is of a subordinate tier, classified as an ordinary human life form. The deeper structural analysis of the informational field begins scanning. Scanning error. The target informational field structure is encrypted, and no decryption solution has been found. After more than 2 hours, all examinations pertinent to Mo Chun have been conducted. The man, a Caucasian with black hair, gazes at the central computer monitor, which displays the collected examination data of Mo Chun. The primary analysis system's conclusions provoke deep contemplation. Aside from the impenetrable encrypted firewall surrounding the informational field, all other data metrics regarding Mo Chun fall within the realm of a normal human being. The encryption of the informational field signifies that all internal information about this individual is inaccessible. Such meticulous efforts to encrypt the information field of an otherwise unremarkable human being raise the question of whether this individual is truly unaware of certain critical information, an assertion that would be met with skepticism. After pondering over Mo Chun's analytical data for an extended period, the Caucasian man strokes his chin, furrows his brow, and ultimately nods slowly as he speaks. Chapter 61. Making a friend in the brightly lit underground hall. A group of Caucasians stood behind a contemplative man with dark hair. He gazed vacantly at another man lying unconscious on the bed before him. "Boss, how should we handle this surface dweller?" Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Pakel inquired as he observed the dark-haired man frowning at the unconscious Mo Chun for several minutes. "Wake him up. I wish to befriend him." Upon hearing the voice, the dark-haired man lifted his gaze to glance at Pakel, then turned back to regard the unconscious Mo Chun, his expression shifting from contemplation to one of enigmatic amusement. "Boss, did I mishear? You actually want to befriend this surface dweller?" The dark-haired man's words elicited a strong reaction from Pakel. "Boss, you want to be friends with him? What is the reason behind this?" In stark contrast to Pakel's intense response, Tisha, after hearing the dark-haired man's statement, wore a thoughtful expression and curiously inquired about his motives. "Indeed, boss, why the sudden desire to befriend a surface dweller? Such an endeavor is perilous." "Yes." It was evident that the dark-haired man's notion left everyone behind him utterly perplexed. "I understand your concerns. There are explicit regulations prohibiting Atlantis citizens from engaging in personal relationships with surface humans. Rest assured, I shall not violate Atlantis laws. I will apply for a specialized personal research project under the guise of an investigative study, focusing on the issues surrounding the information field of this surface dweller, conducting a long-term tracking investigation and analysis. In other words, I will request permission from the authorities to conduct a solo research tracking analysis report centered on the anomalies within this surface dweller's information field. I suspect the higher-ups will indeed take a keen interest in a surface dweller whose information field encryption level exceeds the first tier." As he listened to the discussions among his subordinates, the contemplative expression on the dark-haired man's face vanished, replaced by a smile as he elucidated his intentions. "Does that mean we are to return this surface dweller?" After the explanation, Pakel scratched his head and glanced at the unconscious Mo Chun. "Yes, return him. However, I shall personally oversee the matter of returning this human to the surface." With this declaration, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of the dark-haired man's mouth. Upon hearing this, the other Caucasians exchanged glances, realizing their involvement was concluded, and gradually departed to their respective seats in the underground hall, resuming their tasks. Once everyone had left, the dark-haired man turned his attention back to Mo Chun in the scanning pod, a meaningful smile gracing his features. After standing still for a moment, as if having made a certain decision, he approached the scanning pod and opened it. Subsequently, a wondrous scene unfolded. Without any visible motion from the man with black hair and fair skin, the unconscious Mo Chun, lying supine in the scanning chamber, levitated effortlessly into the air. Observing this spectacle, the fair-skinned man displayed no surprise, his expression remaining impassive as he turned and walked towards the entrance. As he shifted, Mo Chun, who was previously suspended in midair, began to float in the direction of the door, following the man. Upon reaching the underground hall, other individuals of European descent noticed Mo Chun hovering approximately 1 meter behind the black-haired man, yet they exhibited no signs of astonishment. Most merely glanced upward at the scene before returning to their respective tasks. Without lingering in the underground hall, the black-haired man proceeded to guide Mo Chun out into the underground corridor. After navigating several turns, he halted before a smooth wall, without any apparent action on his part. The wall before him silently parted, revealing a circular opening. Without hesitation, the black-haired man stepped inside, and Mo Chun, floating behind him, followed suit into the opening. Inside, they found a narrow, rectangular chamber. The man pressed several buttons adorned with peculiar symbols on the left wall, causing them to emit a faint white glow. Concurrently, the entire compact room began to ascend. He mused to himself, contemplating the potential suspicion he might attract from surface dwellers if he remained in his current attire upon reaching the surface. Thus, he resolved to change his clothing. Standing in the elevator, he observed Mo Chun, who had ceased to float and now lay obediently on the ground. The man stroked his chin in contemplation. After a moment, as if arriving at a decision, he nodded and raised his right wrist, pressing a few buttons on the sleeve. As his fingers danced across his wrist, the color, size, and style of his attire began to transform dramatically. When the elevator ceased its ascent, the black-haired man's clothing had morphed into garments resembling those of the Maya. Upon reaching the surface, he pressed several buttons on the wall, which opened to reveal the outside world. It was midday. After exiting the elevator and surveying his surroundings, he noticed no one nearby. He then bent down, lifted Mo Chun with his right hand, and made his way towards a nearby grove. Behind him lay a small hill, where the previously parted wall now appeared as an ordinary part of the mound from the outside. Upon arriving at the grove, the black-haired man produced from his person an object resembling a black anesthetic gun. In his right hand, the man with dark hair and white skin brandished a gun, gesturing menacingly at Mo Chun before ultimately aiming the muzzle directly at his heart. With a faint, urgent gunshot echoing, a beam of green light penetrated the region of Mo Chun's heart. It was time to awaken. After delivering that shot to Mo Chun's heart, the man with dark hair and white skin holstered his black pistol, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he observed Mo Chun lying on the ground. As if responding to the presence of the man, Mo Chun, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, felt a flutter of his eyelashes, and gradually, his tightly shut eyes began to open. Chapter 62. The strange encounter in the heart of the forest. Mo Chun slowly regained consciousness from his stupor. Where am I? After nearly half a day's unconsciousness, his mind remained a blank slate. Upon opening his eyes, he gazed around at the unfamiliar trees and dense foliage, muttering in confusion to himself. "You are awake, my friend," a voice greeted him. A man with white skin and black hair offered a friendly smile upon seeing Mo Chun stir. Who are you?" Mo Chun turned his head towards the source of the voice, noticing the stranger for the first time. "Hello, my name is Olo," the man replied politely. Sensing Mo Chun's curiosity, "Olo, hello. Where's this place? Why am I here?" Mo Chun inquired, furrowing his brow. His memories lingered at the Kukulkan's sacred altar. He could not fathom why he had inexplicably transitioned from that sacred site to this forest. Strangely, he felt utterly drained, his body weak and languid. This realization filled him with unease. This forest lies to the east of Kukulkan City, not far from there. I reside in a nearby village. Not long ago, I intended to go to Kukulkan City to purchase some goods, but I happened upon you unconscious by the roadside, Olo explained with a friendly demeanor. "I was unconscious by the roadside? Then it was you who saved me. I am an envoy from a distant land known as the Qin Kingdom. Currently, I am leading my fleet as a representative of Qin to the Maya Kingdom." Mo Chun continued, "Since you have kindly rescued me, I must repay your kindness. Please, Olo, accompany me back to the Maya Palace in Kukulkan City. When I meet with King Equa and High Priest Itzel, I shall inform them of your assistance, ensuring you receive the reward you deserve." Despite Olo's gentle and affable words, and the kindness reflected in his smile, Mo Chun's feelings of unease did not dissipate. On the contrary, as he confirmed that Olo indeed comprehended his words, his heart sank further. However, he masked his inner turmoil, and upon hearing Olo's explanation, he forced a grateful smile and sincerely remarked, "So you are an envoy from a foreign land. I wondered why your attire differs from that of the Maya people. As a foreign envoy, since you have so warmly invited me to the Maya Palace, it would be remiss of me not to accept. I shall accompany you." Seeing the gratitude on Mo Chun's face, a subtle, enigmatic smile flickered across Olo's lips. "Having spent less than 2 days in the Maya Kingdom, I am not well acquainted with areas beyond Kukulkan City. Therefore, I would appreciate it if you could kindly guide me." Upon hearing that Oro agreed to accompany him back to the Maya Palace, a courteous smile graced Mo Chun's face as he nodded and expressed his gratitude. "Not a problem. I am quite familiar with this vicinity," Oro replied promptly. Before long, with Oro's assistance, Mo Chun rose from the ground, slightly acclimatizing himself to his weakened state. And thus they commenced their journey toward Kukulkan City. Along the way, Oro endeavored to engage Mo Chun in conversation. However, Mo Chun, weakened by the effects of the anesthetic, remained largely indifferent. Moreover, through keen observation, he discerned that Oro could comprehend the Huaxia language, which heightened his sense of caution towards him. Consequently, throughout their journey, Mo Chun maintained a demeanor of extreme frailty, feigning disinterest in conversation, and thus brushed off Oro's attempts at dialogue. Though somewhat dissatisfied with Mo Chun's demeanor, Oro, as a user of the anesthetic gun, was well aware of its side effects and did not overthink the situation. After more than half an hour traversing the winding forest paths, they arrived at a broader road, where the outline of Kukulkan City and its towering sacred altar became faintly discernible. Upon exiting the forest and casting his gaze towards the sky, Mo Chun felt a heavier weight upon his heart. When he had ventured out that morning, the sun had yet to fully rise, marking the early hours of the day. Yet at this moment, the sun was directly overhead, indicating it was well past noon. Nearly 6 hours had slipped away during his unconsciousness, leaving him devoid of any memories related to that time, which filled him with an unsettling dread. This place is rife with the uncanny. I must remain here for just a few more days to gather fundamental information before hastily returning to the Qin Kingdom, he mused as he beheld the nearly 30-meter-high Kukulkan sacred altar in the distance. Upon entering Kukulkan City, Mo Chun and Oro soon arrived at the Maya Palace. After presenting their identities to the guards at the entrance, they were escorted by one of the sentinels into the palace, where they encountered King Xianxia of the Maya and the High Priest Ichil, both engaged in their meal. "Where have you been this morning, emissary from Qin?" Xianxia inquired, his initially calm visage shifting to one of surprise before breaking into a broad smile upon seeing the two, speaking in the indigenous language. Xianxia's words were lost on Mo Chun, as he did not comprehend them. His attention was instead drawn predominantly to Ichil. "You may find this hard to believe, but I went for a stroll near the Kukulkan sacred altar this morning. Everything was perfectly fine until I suddenly fainted just as I was about to leave the altar. When I awoke once more, the sun had already reached its zenith, and I found myself inexplicably transported from the sacred altar of Kukulkan to the forest east of Kukulkan City. Had it not been for my kind friend, Olo, who roused me from the roadside and guided me back to Kukulkan City, I would likely still be lying by the forest's edge." Upon entering the house, Ishichiel greeted the two of us with a warm smile, in stark contrast to the astonished expression displayed by Xianxia. Meanwhile, Ishichiel simultaneously conveyed Xianxia's words to Mo Chun through telepathy. Understanding the implications of Xianxia's remarks, Mo Chun provided an explanation. "Did I not warn you yesterday? Do not venture to the sacred altar. It is a revered and forbidden site of our Maya kingdom. Such occurrences as yours are not uncommon at the sacred altar. You were merely unconscious for half a day and found yourself in the eastern forest of Kukulkan City. Many Maya, disregarding warnings, have suddenly lost consciousness near the sacred altar and later awakened only to find themselves cast into the sea." After hearing Mo Chun's account, Ishichiel could not help but chuckle. Chapter 63. Atlantis. The words of Ixchel left Mo Chun in a state of bewilderment. It was astonishing to learn that inexplicable fainting spells occasionally befell passers-by near the sacred altar of Kukulkan, only for them to later be relocated elsewhere. This peculiar phenomenon instantly reminded Mo Chun of the fabled Bermuda Triangle. However, unlike the ships and planes that vanish in Bermuda, seldom to be recovered, those who disappeared near the sacred altar seemed to reappear shortly thereafter. Was this a supernatural occurrence? Yet, in my future, I had never heard of tourists mysteriously vanishing around the Maya pyramids. At Ixchel's prompting, Mo Chun took a seat at the dining table alongside Olo, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Olo, who had initially worn a gentle smile, found his expression gradually stiffening. Through the telepathic exchange between Ixchel and Mo Chun, Olo realized that his self-proclaimed cleverness had faltered at the very first detail of communication with Mo Chun. Upon recognizing the flaw in his disguise, Olo swiftly comprehended the reasons behind Mo Chun's various behaviors along their journey. "What an intriguing individual. He has clearly discerned my vulnerabilities, yet continues to feign nonchalance, engaging in light-hearted conversation with me." As Olo restored his amiable smile, he exchanged pleasantries with Mo Chun while silently reflecting. "This Maya named Olo. I wonder what his origins are." Even Ixchel, the high priestess of the Maya kingdom, could only communicate with me through telepathic means due to our language barrier. Yet, this Olo seems to comprehend my words directly and can communicate with me in Huaxia. Even more peculiarly, the other Maya around us seem to understand him as well. This ability far surpasses Ixchel's mere telepathic communication. It would be wise to depart from this place sooner rather than later. Who knows what strange occurrences might manifest if I linger too long. While engaging in polite conversation at the dining table, Mo Chun also pondered his thoughts. "I never anticipated that the distinguished deity, Lord Olo, would personally escort this foreigner back to the palace. Clearly, the divine holds this individual named Mo Chun in high regard. Simultaneously, Ixchel, seated beside King Ekchukwa, wore a smile, though her mind was preoccupied with her own thoughts. Lord Olo, the divine, has personally come to the palace. I must ensure that nothing goes awry. At the head of the dining table, King Ekchukwa's friendly smile belied his inner turmoil. As he sat on pins and needles, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The atmosphere in the dining hall grew increasingly peculiar, as each of the four harbored their own thoughts. Although they appeared to converse amiably and enjoy the meal, an undercurrent of tension permeated the air. However, the conversation among the four individuals grew increasingly extravagant and disjointed. It was evident to any discerning observer that something was amiss. Eventually, this artificially contrived atmosphere descended into an abrupt silence following their brief exchange. How tedious! I shall cease this charade. Upon noticing the sudden stillness in the dining hall, Olo glanced at his companions seated at the table. The gentlemanly smile that had adorned his face vanished, replaced by a touch of self-deprecation as he uttered those words. Hearing Olo's statement, Ekwar and Isichern exchanged startled glances, their minds racing with the realization that Olo was likely poised to make a significant move. In contrast, Machin remained oblivious to Olo's true identity, still mired in speculation, and thus failed to grasp the implications of Olo's remark. Olo, what troubles you? Machin inquired, his smile slightly stiff with confusion. Machin, is it? You hail from the Qin kingdom, separated from Maya by nearly half a planetary expanse. Furthermore, based on the latest intelligence at my disposal, your Qin kingdom was merely a relatively weak nation on the eastern continent. Yet, at a certain juncture, it suddenly acquired a wealth of advanced weaponry. With this formidable arsenal, Qin swiftly vanquished several neighboring states within mere months, emerging as the so-called unified empire. To put it succinctly, our data assessment indicates that Qin harbors strong aggressive tendencies. It poses a significant threat to other nations on the surface. And you, Machin, come from Qin, commanding a fleet of 50 ships, equipped with primitive artillery, firearms, fixed-wing short-range aircraft, crossbows, and explosive devices. 50 warships, nearly 20,000 soldiers, armed with weaponry that far surpasses that of other surface nations. I presume your true intentions in traversing hundreds of thousands of miles to Maya are quite clear. Are they not? Am I not correct, envoy of Qin? Machin? Olo regarded Machin with a playful smile, intrigued by his continued facade of false politeness. Who exactly are you? After absorbing Olo's words, Machin's expression transitioned from shock to a grim demeanor, only to settle into an unsettling calm. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Olo, hailing from Atlantis. Observing Machin's face transform into an enigmatic tranquility, Olo, having instinctively attempted to glean information from the atmosphere with no success, became increasingly captivated by Machin. Atlantis, that name sounds quite familiar, as if I have heard it before. Atlantis. Oh, I've recalled, it is the legendary Atlantis. After listening to Olo's self-introduction, Imogen appeared pensive, repeatedly contemplating the mention of Atlantis until he connected it to the renowned Atlantis of later eras. You claim to hail from Atlantis? Upon discerning Olo's origins, Imogen felt a wave of relief wash over him, transforming his demeanor into one of keen interest and curiosity. He turned to Olo for confirmation. Atlantis? How intriguing that name sounds. Indeed, I am from Atlantis. What about you? You seem to be familiar with this place, Olo inquired, noticing Imogen's inquisitive expression. I once led my fleet to land upon a continent in the ocean, where I learned about Atlantis from a local sage recognized for his wisdom, Imogen replied, fabricating his response seamlessly. Oh, what do you know? Olo, surprised by the depth of Imogen's knowledge regarding his homeland, was eager to delve deeper. According to the sage, Atlantis was a formidable nation that existed long ago upon a land known as Mu, situated within the vast ocean. The Atlanteans possessed advanced technologies, enabling them to construct iron birds capable of sustained flight in the skies. With these iron birds, Atlantis engaged in trade and exchanges with other continents. Moreover, the Atlanteans erected colossal pyramids on Mu that could absorb sunlight, transforming it into a clean and limitless energy source for their use. Undoubtedly, the Atlanteans in their land of Mu were bastions of power and wealth. Regrettably, it is said that towards the end of Atlantis's glory, the people succumbed to moral decay, indulging in desires and hedonism. This decline ultimately precipitated a cataclysmic disaster, and in the span of a single night, the continent of Mu was engulfed by fire, earthquakes, and tsunamis, sinking beneath the waves. The Atlanteans faced extinction in this apocalyptic event, fading into the annals of history. Upon hearing this, Imogen recounted some basic information he had learned about Atlantis in later times. Utter nonsense, Olo retorted. Since millennia ago, The coalition of the 5 colored races on Earth laid the foundations for the birth of the Atlantis Kingdom. Subsequently, we allied with multiple civilizations from the Helios star system to overthrow the Orion invaders, thus ending the epoch of divine enslavement that plagued Earth for 500,000 years. We Atlanteans have always embodied loyalty, freedom, and relentless self-improvement. The sinking of Mu is entirely unrelated to us Atlanteans, rather. It was the result of a premeditated and precise assault by the enslaved Aura, who, independent of the god's dominion, utilized satellite-grade war fortress weapons to strike Mu. It is precisely due to the harrowing lessons learned from the devastating ambush of Atlantis on the continent of Mu that we collectively migrated to the depths of the Earth for our survival and development. With soil and mineral-rich rocks extending dozens or even hundreds of meters, and in some places up to a kilometer deep, the present Atlantis is impervious to typical interstellar assaults. Perhaps the revelations shared by Mo Chun have provoked a reaction from Olo. After listening to Mo Chun's words, Olo retorted with a mocking expression. However, it soon became apparent that Olo realized he had spoken more than he should have. Consequently, he abruptly fell silent, ceasing further dialogue. Yet, even the information conveyed by Olo left Mo Chun in a state of profound astonishment. What do you mean by the gods, the subterranean realm, and aura? I have never encountered such concepts before. Although Mo Chun grasped the general meaning of many points raised by Olo, he suppressed his urge to inquire further, instead adopting an expression akin to one deciphering an ancient script. It's nothing. If you wish to avoid unforeseen consequences, it would be best to forget what I just mentioned. Furthermore, the topics I referred to are not knowledge meant for you mortals. They belong to the taboos of this world. Should you attempt to retain this information, you will undoubtedly incur the wrath of the deities. Olo felt a sense of relief at Mo Chun's bewildered expression. After dismissing him with a vague remark, he turned his attention back to Equa and Icicle. Are you the deities spoken of by the Maya, residing in the underworld? Just moments after Olo issued a stern warning to Equa and Icicle, Mo Chun inexplicably posed a question. In comparison to your surface-dwelling humanity, which remains entrenched in an agricultural era of technological development, we Atlanteans can traverse the star systems at will and have mastered formidable gene optimization and spatial expansion technologies. In a certain sense, we Atlanteans could be regarded as deities to you surface dwellers. Following this declaration, Olo could not help but smirk once more, confident that Mo Chun, being a native surface dweller, could not possibly comprehend the true implications of the terms gene, star systems, and space. On the contrary, the plethora of technical jargon would only serve to deepen Mo Chun's confusion. At that moment, Mo Chun indeed mirrored Olo's expectations, his expression one of bewilderment and his eyes clouded with perplexity. Chapter 64. The information field. The fourth judge reminds you. Please bookmark after reading for convenience. Oluo's intentions were noble. If Mo Chun were indeed a native of the Qin state in this era, then no matter how brave and wise he might be, the stark truth remains that the understanding of technology among surface dwellers is gravely lacking. Most nations on the surface exist within the confines of an agrarian society. Therefore, the terminologies Oluo employed were beyond Mo Chun's comprehension. However, Oluo could never have anticipated that Mo Chun was a time traveler from over 2 millennia into the future. While many of the terms Oluo mentioned appeared to be akin to arcane scriptures for the surface dwellers of this time, Mo Chun, upon hearing them, could grasp the essence of most of these concepts. It was precisely because he understood the majority of Oluo's words that his outward demeanor and actions betrayed a profound sense of confusion and disarray. Internally, however, he was in a state of utter panic. To survive, Mo Chun felt compelled to excavate and unleash the full potential of his acting prowess. It seemed futile to engage in discourse with someone as limited and ignorant as you, akin to playing the lute to a cow. Let us instead converse about the matter of your information field. By the way, do you know what an information field is? Oluo observed Mo Chun's expressions and gestures with keen interest, noting the unusual transition in his countenance from shock to sudden calmness. Thus far, Mo Chun's behavior was entirely within Oluo's expectations, which, while affirming, also instilled a subtle disappointment within him. Nevertheless, reflecting on the core purpose of his visit, researching Mo Chun's peculiar information field, Oluo smiled inwardly and, adopting a naturally authoritative tone and gaze, inquired of Mo Chun, information field? What is that? Mo Chun genuinely had never heard of the term, hence his bewildered response. Allow me to enlighten you on the concept of the information field. It is a unique domain that stores and records all information pertaining to a living being. To put it in terms you might grasp, the information field resembles a transparent iron dome enveloping your body, invisible to the mortal eye. This iron dome can simultaneously record your external behaviors, and the myriad thoughts and feelings that remain unexpressed. Every living being possesses its own information field. Within a planetary realm, all living beings collectively form a vast information field, which chronicles the past and present information of every entity within that world. In the words of our Atlantean heritage, this extensive information field serves as the database of the planetary realm. To access the information contained within this database, one must possess the requisite technological means. In a similar vein, employing the terminology of Atlantis, it is imperative to utilize the technology of the ninth dimension to successfully connect to the planetary database. However, this endeavor necessitates intricate and sophisticated equipment to facilitate data retrieval. The extraction of information from the planetary field is exceedingly challenging and lacks substantial significance, save for the specialized teams authorized by the state that engage in the daily study of the techniques and methodologies required to conquer the planetary information field. Most civilian and commercial technologies for reading information fields are specifically tailored to individual life forms, often aimed at examining particular aspects of human or animal data. The genesis of the information field is contingent upon the existence of the spiritual field. Speaking of the spiritual field, I may have digressed somewhat. After all this explanation, you should possess a rudimentary understanding of the information field, correct? After an extensive discourse, Aolo observed the contemplative expression in Imo-chen's eyes and, with a semblance of a smile, inquired, "Well, the information field is essentially an intangible veil that records every action and utterance of my life." Aolo's question interrupted Imo-chen's musings, prompting him to pause for a few seconds before responding. "Haha, you may interpret it that way. I shall refrain from further elaboration. The reason I approach you is to study the information field surrounding you." Imo-chen's response elicited a chuckle from Aolo. In his view, for a surface-dwelling human to comprehend the information field to such an extent was commendable. You wish to study my information field? Did you not claim that you possess specialized equipment and dimensional reading technology? If you intend to research my information field, then proceed. I have no authority to resist." Upon hearing this, Imo-chen silently acknowledged the truth of the matter. Since Aolo's inexplicable revelation, he had gradually divulged a plethora of information. Through the analysis of these details, Imo-chen had begun to suspect that Aolo was fixated on certain aspects of his being. Furthermore, Aolo's elucidation of the concept of the information field had led Imo-chen to nearly ascertain that Aolo intended to extract data from his information field. However, it appeared that Aolo had not succeeded in this endeavor and had encountered certain obstacles leading to a failure in retrieval. As for the reasons behind this failure, Imo-chen surmised that it likely correlated with the trial space. After all, according to Aolo's explanation, the information field encapsulates all past and present data of an individual. Naturally, the information concerning the trial space would also be encompassed within the information field. If Aolo had successfully read Imo-chen's information field, he would undoubtedly be aware of the trial space's existence. Understanding the intricacies of this situation, Imo-chen now felt a newfound sense of confidence rather than uncertainty. "During the period you were unconscious, I employed specialized information field reading equipment to analyze your information field, but the outcome was a failure in retrieval. After deliberation, we collectively concluded that, given Atlantis' current technological capabilities, we are unable to forcibly breach your information field's protective mechanisms. It is for this reason that I wish to engage with you gradually, hoping to uncover the secrets of your information field's defenses over time. It is regrettable that you are excessively cautious and cunning, as from the very beginning of our unobstructed communication, you have harbored suspicion and wariness towards me. Thus, with no other recourse, I am left with no choice but to lay all cards on the table. Pray tell, how has your information field transformed into such a formidable defense mechanism? I must remind you, do not entertain thoughts of deceit. Every word and action of yours will be subjected to comprehensive data analysis. Only through sincere cooperation can you hope to survive today." Observing the sudden ease in Imo-chen's demeanor, Aloha issued a sinister warning. "To be frank, I am truly perplexed by the changes in this information field you speak of. Before you informed me of its existence, I was utterly unaware of what the term information field even signified." Sensing Aloha's menacing tone, Imo-chen felt a shiver run down his spine. He harbored no doubt that his adversary would not hesitate to resort to violence. In a bid to safeguard his life, he hastily concocted a response, carefully weighing his words. "Then tell me, have you ever experienced anything extraordinary? Or encountered any peculiar circumstances?" Imo-chen's inquiry rendered Alo momentarily speechless. He pondered for a moment, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Imo-chen. "Extraordinary experiences. Indeed, there was one such instance. I once encountered a sage known as Giguzi on Yunming Mountain. He treated me to a remarkably delightful tea and shared insights pertaining to the divine. Upon hearing this, Imochen contemplated and responded, Giguzi of Yunming Mountain? Is he also a surface dweller? After listening to Imochen's reply, Alawa's brows furrowed, and after a few moments of contemplation, he inquired with piercing intensity, wouldn't Mr. Giga not quite qualify as a human? In the parlance of our Qin state, he could be regarded as a living immortal, having existed for at least 2 centuries. The brilliance in Alawa's gaze made Imochen uncomfortable. He averted his eyes, reminiscing aloud, a surface dweller over 200 years old, the Qin state, the xianxia ethnicity. If I am not mistaken. The surface dweller you refer to as Giguzi must belong to a lineage that has inherited the teachings of the practitioners of food energy from over 30,000 years ago. Yet, on today's Earth, spiritual energy has become nearly depleted. Under such circumstances, to live beyond 2 centuries is remarkable. He must either be a practitioner who achieved spiritual field evolution thousands of years ago or have inadvertently acquired advanced technology left behind by the gods after their fall. Furthermore, the xianxia ethnicity traces its origins to Kunlun, which, millennia ago, belonged to the domain of the Fumuxilla serpent sect, a faction renowned for its genetic technology among the 3 major sects of the divine. Thus the conclusion is evidently clear. After hearing Imo-chan's elaboration on Giguzi, Alo rambled on, leading to a moment of astonishment for the observing Imo-chan. Little did he know that his impromptu fabrication had sparked a revelation within Alo. It is truly unexpected that the protective mechanism of your information field would be linked to the long-extinct deities. However, since it pertains to the divine, it is only natural that your information field, no matter how peculiar, is thus justified. I have now developed an interest in the figure you mentioned, Giguzi. Upon my return, I shall seek permission from my superiors to embark on an investigation in Asia. Perhaps, in the future, our paths shall cross once more. Having convinced himself of the intricacies involved, Aolo engaged in a self-righteous soliloquy directed at Machen, only to inexplicably vanish from the dining hall. After Aolo's departure, Machen, Equa, and Icicle exchanged bewildered glances, each wearing an expression of utter confusion. At this juncture, Machen found no justification to remain on the South American continent. Thus, that evening, after a hasty farewell to Equa and Icicle, he boarded the fleet and set sail under the cover of night, heading towards the deep eastern seas. Following a brief deliberation, Equa and Icicle acquiesced to Machen's decision, refraining from any drastic measures. Prior to Aolo's exit, he had issued instructions to Icicle not to trouble Machen. And as the 2 highest authorities of the Maya kingdom, they deemed it inappropriate to obstruct Machen and his fleet's departure. Chapter 65. The conclusion of the global voyage. A vast expanse of ocean stretched before a fleet composed of colossal steamships, gliding steadily across the surface. Gongsun Qing. Are the supplies and fresh water aboard each vessel sufficient? On the foredeck of one steamship, Imochen sat upon a wooden chair, gazing at the distant azure sea and sky, his voice unwavering as he inquired without looking back. In response, Gongsun Qing quickly replied, Master Chun. As we gathered numerous local specialties during our time on the continent of North America, we replenished the drinking water on each ship. Therefore, even though we did not restock supplies in South America, our fleet remains well provisioned with food and water. Upon hearing Imochen's inquiry, Gongsun Qing hurriedly responded. The names of South America and North America were, of course, imparted to Gongsun Qing by Imochen himself. In truth, throughout the global journey, Imochen had been designating these continents based on his memories of the future, assigning names to each land as they reached it. The scholars of geography aboard the fleet meticulously recorded these named continents onto the ever-evolving world map. This practice facilitated communication among the soldiers when discussing matters pertaining to the various continents in private. As long as the supplies are adequate, I command the fleet to maintain a northwest course. If fortune favors us, perhaps when we next set foot on land, it will be the moment our fleet returns to the Qin kingdom. After listening to Gongsun Qing's report, Imo-chun withdrew his gaze from the sea and turned to him. Return to the Qin kingdom? Master Chun, do you mean, are we on the verge of success? Initially taken aback by Imo-chen's words, Gongsun Qing pondered for a moment before suddenly looking up at Imo-chun, his face alight with excitement. Indeed, we need only cross one more ocean to return to the Qin kingdom. Imo-chun smiled affirmatively at Gongsun Qing's hopeful gaze. That's wonderful. Gongsun Qing's face flushed with exhilaration, and he couldn't help but clench his fists in anticipation. Very well, quickly inform each ship. Imo-chun chuckled, shaking his head, and resumed his gaze towards the distant sea. In response, Gongsun Qing acknowledged with a swift yes before hurriedly returning to the cabin. In just a few months, we shall be back in the Qin kingdom. I wonder how much has changed in these nearly 6 years. Have the people of Wansu reached an agreement with the Qin kingdom to develop new cold weaponry? Oh, speaking of the Wansu people, encountering the Atlanteans in the Maya kingdom was quite extraordinary. If the Wansu people could be considered extraterrestrial, then the Atlanteans might well be deemed prehistoric humans. According to one named Olo, there existed a divine era before this. I wonder if this so-called divine era bears any relation to the ancient myths and legends passed down in various nations on Earth. Alas, whether it be the people of Wansu or Atlantis, or the so-called deities, my knowledge concerning them is woefully scant. In stark contrast, the uninvited arrival of the Wansu people and Olo's intimate understanding of the situation in the Qin kingdom illustrate that they possess considerable intelligence regarding various nations of humanity. It is indeed a predicament. For now, we can only proceed step by step. After Gongsun Qin departed, Imochen sat in his chair. A frown etched upon his face as he murmured to himself. Months later, having traversed numerous islands and continually corrected their course, Imochen led his fleet back to a familiar place, Baodao Bay. As they beheld the coastal architecture and cultural scenery that was so recognizable, many soldiers aboard the fleet could not suppress their tears. After more than 6 years of drifting at sea, stepping upon one continent after another, visiting countless nations, and enduring the monotony of the ocean, they were finally on the brink of returning home. Following a brief respite on Baodao Island, Imochen commanded the fleet to set sail towards the mainland of Huaxia. Soon, the fleet arrived at the eastern coastal shores of the Qin kingdom. After engaging in gradual communication with the local fishermen, the fleet ultimately returned to the very port from which they had embarked on their circumnavigation. Unlike the rudimentary and desolate fishing village they had left behind, this eastern coastal port had transformed into a bustling city, teeming with various vessels and throngs of merchants along the shore. Look, there are so many steamships. As Imochen and his companions stood on deck, gazing towards the shore, many of the townsfolk engaged in various activities quickly recognized them. Behold, these colossal steamships bear the black flag of the Great Qin. This must be our fleet. Indeed, it was true, yet they were left wondering about the specific purpose of this fleet. 50 ships, each armed with formidable cannons. This could only belong to the military. 50 ships? What a coincidence. I heard that 6 years ago, His Majesty the Ancestor Dragon personally bid farewell to a fleet that ventured into the boundless seas for exploration. This knowledge was common among the port's inhabitants. It was said that the name of our Imo family port was derived from the commander of that fleet, who bore the surname Imo. To honor this commander, His Majesty the Ancestor Dragon personally named it Imo Family Port, and over the years, extensive construction and expansion have transformed it into one of the 3 major coastal ports of the Qin kingdom. Look, 7 patrol vessels from Imo Family Port are heading towards that fleet. At the bow, Imochen also noticed these slender, dark-hulled ships equipped with cannons and other weaponry, moving with remarkable speed. To which division of the Empire does your fleet belong? Soon, the 7 patrol vessels encountered the fleet, led by Imochen. A soldier on the patrol vessel, equipped with a megaphone, called out to Imochen's fleet. Inform them that we are the maritime fleet appointed by the Qin king 6 years ago. Now, having returned from our oceanic voyage, we request that they promptly dispatch someone to notify the Qin king and arrange for our disembarkation. Upon hearing the soldiers' shouts from the patrol vessel, Imochen stood at the bow of the ship, hands clasped behind his back, gazing towards the port, and instructed Gongsun Qin beside him. In response to the command, Gongsun Qin quickly instructed a messenger to relay Imochen's words to the patrol vessel. Upon receiving Imochen's response, the patrol squad leader, observing the imposing fleet of steamships before him, felt a sense of urgency. For if this fleet, composed of 50 colossal steamships, was indeed the one appointed by the Qin king, then the identity and status of its commander were far beyond what a mere low-ranking officer like himself could compare. Contemplating this, the squad leader ordered the messenger to instruct the fleet to remain in position and to exercise patience. Simultaneously, he dispatched someone to hasten to the city center of Imo Family Port to summon the county magistrate to communicate with the commander of this fleet. Chapter 66. The Dragon Guard. The county magistrate of Majia Port, named Chu Ziheo, was a man in his 30s. Originally, he served as a close bodyguard to Ing Zheng. After Imochen led his fleet on a voyage around the world, he was commanded by Ing Zheng to take up the role of county magistrate in Majia Port. In the days when Majia Port was merely a small fishing village, Chu Ziheo had witnessed Imochen's fleet setting sail from the East China Sea while serving as a bodyguard to Ing Zheng. Today, upon receiving a report from his subordinates that Imochen's fleet had returned, Chu Ziheo felt a surge of shock. As a former close attendant of Ing Zheng, he understood the significance of Imochen to the emperor and the unique nature of Imochen's identity. Hence, upon hearing the news, Chu Zihao hesitated little, decisively ordering horses to be prepared, and he swiftly rode towards the port. Indeed, the fleet of Master Chun has returned. This is remarkable. This matter must be promptly reported to His Majesty the Emperor. When Chu Zihao arrived at the port and, from a distance, beheld the 50 giant steamships anchored offshore, any lingering uncertainty within him dissipated entirely. Calming his tumultuous emotions, Chu Zihao dismounted without delay and hurried towards a Qin patrol ship by the sea. The soldiers on the patrol ship, noticing the arrival of the county magistrate, dispatched a small boat to ferry Chu Zihao aboard. Once on the patrol ship, he commanded it to proceed towards the fleet led by Mo Chun. Before long, the two fleets converged. The commander of the opposing fleet was none other than Master Mo Chun. After meeting with the captains of 3 patrol ships, Chu Zihao assumed command of the patrol vessel and took the horn to call out to Mo Chun's fleet. Our commander is Master Mo Chun. The communications officer on the fleet quickly responded in kind. Following a brief exchange to confirm their identities, Mo Chun's fleet was granted permission to approach the coast and disembark. Soon, accompanied by Gongsun Qing and several hundred elite Qin soldiers, Mo Chun set foot on the dock of Majia Port. County Magistrate Chu Zihao warmly welcomed Master Mo Chun's triumphant return, as Mo Chun stepped ashore and had taken only a few steps inward. Chu Zihao hurriedly approached him with a group of local officials to offer greetings and inquiries. Please arrange accommodations and meals for my brothers first. Regarding Chu Zihao, a local official, Mo Chun paid him little heed. In his eyes, within the trial world, apart from the core figures vital to the completion of missions, others were merely passerby, not warranting excessive attention or engagement. A few hours later, Mo Chun temporarily settled into a residence in the urban area of Majia Port. As for the local magistrate, Chu Zihao, after a brief exchange with Mo Chun, hurried off to organize the landing, accommodations, and food supplies for nearly 20,000 elite Qin soldiers aboard the fleet. Have you sent someone to notify the King of Qin? In the temporary residence, Mo Chun reclined in a chair within the grand hall, savoring a sip of tea. He turned to Gongsun Qing beside him and inquired, Have you made any progress? Gongsun Qing respectfully replied, In accordance with your instructions, my lord, I have dispatched an elite team of 50 before we engage with the locals of Mo Family Port. They have stealthily detached from the fleet, landed nearby, and are en route to Xian. Upon hearing this, Mo Chun set down his teacup and nodded, saying, Very well. We shall await news here in silence. Days turned into weeks, and in Xian, the now 20-something Ing Zheng gazed excitedly at the jade plate, the emblem of Mo Chun, brought by the elite Qin soldiers. After 6 long years, my teacher has finally returned. Issue my imperial decree at once. Dispatch 3 automobiles, protected by 3,000 dragon guards, to Mo Family Port to bring my teacher back to the palace. Once he confirmed the authenticity of the jade plate, Ing Zheng deliberated for a mere few moments before reaching a decision. After Mo Chun had rested at Mo Family Port for over a month, 3 black cars, each measuring over 6 meters in length, 2 meters in width, and nearly 1.5 meters in height, rolled into Mo Family Port. They were escorted by 3,000 dragon guards, clad in black armor and armed with crossbows and firearms. This magnificent display compelled the citizens of Mo Family Port to instinctively clear a path through the city. Upon receiving the notification, Chu Zihao promptly emerged from the county magistrate's residence to greet them. I am Chu Zihao, the county magistrate of Mo Family Port. From which department of the empire do you hail? Having once served as Ing Zheng's personal guard, Chu Zihao recognized the elite dragon guards at a glance, discerning that these well-equipped soldiers likely originated from the palace in Xian. However, adhering to the legal protocols of the Qin state, he proceeded with his inquiry. We are the dragon guards, dispatched by the edict of Emperor Long to retrieve Lord Mo Chun and escort him back to the imperial palace. A middle-aged man leading the dragon guards stated, riding forward upon his horse with an indifferent expression. Ah, the esteemed dragon guards. Please, allow me a moment. I have already sent someone to notify Lord Mo Chun at his residence. He should arrive shortly, Chu Zihao responded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. The dragon guards, formed by Ing Zheng for years prior, were an elite imperial guard unit directly loyal to him, operating outside the jurisdiction of other Qin officials and departments, thus enjoying a position of high status and authority within the state. It was said that each soldier within the dragon guards was meticulously selected from the ranks of the finest Qin soldiers, with only one in every 100 meeting their stringent criteria. Familiar with the reputation and standing of the dragon guards, Chu Zihao's demeanor grew increasingly respectful and cautious once their identity was revealed. There is no need for Lord Mo Chun to come here personally. That would be preposterous. Instead, please guide us directly to his residence, and we shall escort him back to the palace ourselves. Upon hearing Chu Ziheo's response, the leader of the dragon guards furrowed his brow and spoke with evident dissatisfaction. You are correct. It is indeed inappropriate to summon Lord Qin here. I shall escort you all to Lord Qin's residence at once. Acknowledging his oversight, Chu Ziheo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, turning to lead the way as he spoke. Have the dragon guards arrived? Let them come on their own. We shall first tidy up and prepare. Upon receiving notification from the county magistrate's subordinate, Imo Chun displayed little surprise. Instead, with a calm demeanor, he summoned Gong Sun Qing and began to gather some clothing. Minutes later, 3,000 dragon guards arrived at Imo Chin's residence. I am Yin Xiong, deputy commander of the dragon guards, here under the sacred decree of the Dragon Emperor to escort Lord Imo Chun back to the palace. Upon seeing Imo Chun, the middle-aged leader immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully addressing him. Very well, let us proceed. Observing the formalities, Imo Chin's expression remained unchanged. He nodded with composure before speaking. What are these vehicles? However, his tranquility swiftly vanished upon sighting the 3 black cars parked at the entrance of the residence, replaced by astonishment. Where did you acquire these vehicles? Imo Chun inquired curiously from the steps of his residence, directing his question at Yin Xiong. Reporting to Lord Chun, these 3 vehicles were a birthday gift presented to His Majesty the Dragon Emperor 5 years ago by the people of Wanxiu. Yin Xiong explained with respect. A birthday gift? What kind of energy powers these vehicles? Imo Chun raised an eyebrow, pondering the implications of Yin Xiong's explanation. Reporting to Lord Chun, they are powered by combustive stones. A single combustive stone can propel them for 3 or 4 journeys between Xianyang and Imo Family Port. Yin Xiong continued his elaboration. 3 or 4 journeys between Xianyang and Imo Family Port with just 1 combustive stone. Upon hearing this statistic, Imo Chin was instantly astounded. If his calculations were correct, Imo Family Port should correspond to the future metropolis of the Xia Kingdom, known as Xinqiang. The distance from Xianyang to Xinqiang is no less than 1,500 kilometers. Thus, 3 or 4 trips would amount to 5,000 to 6,000 kilometers. To cover such a vast distance with merely 1 combustive stone. This surpasses any oil fuel in terms of efficiency. Extraordinary, this is truly advanced technology. After a brief moment of astonishment, Imo Chin entered one of the vehicles. The interior of the car was not excessively ornate. Perhaps it was designed to align with Ing Zheng's tastes, adopting an overall black aesthetic. The spacious interior featured rows of sofas on either side, with a double sofa near the driver's area and a table in between laden with fruits and snacks. To Imo Chin's slight surprise, the vehicle was also equipped with a sophisticated lighting system. Is this truly still the Qin state of the pre-Christian era? Imo Chan mused to himself with a wry smile as he surveyed the decor and ambient lighting inside the car while seated on the sofa. Chapter 67. A warm welcome. After nearly half a month, Imo Chun arrived in Xianyang, accompanied by the protection of 3,000 Imperial Dragon Guards. Outside the city, Ing Zheng, having received prior notice, awaited alongside numerous ministers of the Qin state. From the automobile, Imo Chun caught sight of the grand reception set for him. Adjusting his attire and appearance, he stepped out of the vehicle once it came to a halt, approaching a young man clad in a dark dragon robe, who was being surrounded by the crowd. Your Majesty, I have returned, Imo Chun said, smiling as he met Ing Zheng's gaze, who had transformed from a boy into a young man over the 6 years of their separation. Impudent! This is His Imperial Majesty, the Dragon Emperor. How dare you refer to him as Your Majesty? Unexpectedly, before Ing Zheng could speak, a stern-faced man standing to Ing Zheng's right reprimanded Imo Chun harshly. This sudden outburst caused Imo Chun to furrow his brow, and it was evident that Ing Zheng was displeased by the man's audacity. After hearing the man's words, Ing Zheng darkened his expression, casting a cold glance at the intruder before speaking with a lack of emotion. Taking advantage of my momentary favor. You dare to show disrespect to my teacher? Seize him and execute him. Imo Chun found Ing Zheng's brutal decree somewhat bewildering, yet he refrained from offering any counsel. Your Majesty, when did you change your title? Imo Chun inquired, adjusting his demeanor with a smile. During the 2nd year after your departure. The borders of the Great Qin were largely stabilized. After discussions with Xuanzi and other ministers, I concluded that the title Your Majesty was no longer befitting of my station. Thus, I derived the title Emperor from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to distinguish myself from the common populace. Furthermore, I have decreed that henceforth, it shall be the only term an emperor may use to refer to himself. Any misuse will be met with punishment for treason. Upon hearing Imo Chin's question, Ing Zheng smiled and responded. I see. By the way, Your Majesty, over these 6 years, I have successfully completed my exploration of this world. Herein lies the nautical map, the fruit of my endeavors alongside the soldiers. Your Majesty need only dispatch the Imperial Navy along the routes and markers indicated on this map to fulfill the ambition of unifying this world, Qin added, as he retrieved a delicate box from within his garments and presented it to Zheng. Upon receiving the box, Zheng opened it personally, revealing a singular white scroll within. Gradually unfurling the scroll, a map adorned with numerous lines and densely packed annotations came into view before Zheng. Well done, my teacher. Your hard work over these 6 years shall not go unrewarded, Zheng remarked with gratitude. After meticulously examining the marks and lines on the nautical chart, Zheng carefully rolled the map back into a scroll and entrusted it to the guard beside him. Your Majesty, I have matters I wish to discuss with you. Might we find a quiet place to converse? Upon seeing Zheng secure the navigation chart, Qin continued. I too have much to confer with my master after these 6 years, but not at this moment. I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous feast to welcome you, my esteemed teacher. Once you have dined to your satisfaction, we may address more pressing matters. Hearing this, Zheng replied, Very well, I shall defer to your arrangements. Nodding in agreement, Qin concurred. Before long, Zheng and Qin returned to the palace amidst a throng of attendants. In the afternoon, the lavish banquet commenced, attended by numerous ministers and generals of the Qin state. The feast lasted for over 2 hours before concluding, and by that time, twilight had descended. Within the opulent, recently completed Fang Palace in Xianxia, Qin and Zheng sat facing one another. Your Majesty, according to xianxia, the deputy commander of the Imperial Dragon Guard, those 3 automobiles were birthday gifts from the people of Wansu? Qin inquired. How has the collaboration with the Wansu people fared over these past 6 years? After sipping a few cups of tea, Qin began to delve into serious matters. Sighing, Zheng responded, Alas. The Wansu people have been out of contact with us for nearly 2 years. Taken aback by this revelation, Qin felt a stir of concern. Why the loss of contact? He asked. 6 years ago, shortly after you embarked on your maritime voyage, the Wansu people arrived in Xianxia once more aboard their Luanbo boats. This time, they brought with them many uniquely shaped tools resembling humans, which they referred to as robots. These robots, numbering in the thousands, possessed extraordinary abilities. Capable of soaring through the skies and burrowing into the earth, constructing mountains and filling seas, essentially rendering them omnipotent. With their assistance, numerous workshops were established within the Qin territory. Some were dedicated to the production of traditional weapons such as longswords, crossbows, and chariots, albeit significantly improved from their predecessors. In addition to these traditional weapon workshops, they later agreed to construct facilities for the manufacturing of firearms and steamships. Initially, the Wansu people had only consented to establish workshops for the production of enhanced traditional armaments. While aiding the Qin state in the establishment of various workshops and imparting advanced knowledge, the Wansu also dispatched numerous robots to undertake extensive mineral extraction within our territory. Since the Wansu transported the ores via Luanbo boats, we in the Qin were unaware of their ultimate destination or purpose. Beyond the collaboration in workshops and mineral extraction, 3 years ago, they assisted several key ministers of the Qin in undergoing a transformative baptism. Those who underwent this baptism appeared rejuvenated, as if restored to their youthful vigor. Their frail bodies revitalized, and their gray hair turned black once more. In the course of this event, the most conspicuous transformation was undoubtedly that of Master Xianxia. Initially, given his circumstances, he appeared to be nearing the end of his days. However, after being brought by the people of Wansu to the Luanbo boat and returning, Master Xianxia astonishingly transformed from the frailty of an elderly man into the vigor of one in his 20s or 30s. The spectacle was truly reminiscent of a miraculous occurrence. Alas, it is regrettable that shortly after this display of wonder, the people of Wansu and their Luanbo boat vanished without a trace. Moreover, on a certain night, all the robots inexplicably disappeared as well. As he collected his thoughts, Zheng recounted the situation to Qin. A mysterious disappearance? How peculiar. Upon hearing Zheng's account, a contemplative expression emerged on Qin's face. The people of Wansu had long been a source of concern for Qin, representing one of the unstable and uncontrollable factors in his trial mission. Now, learning from Zheng that the people of Wansu had inexplicably departed from the Qin kingdom, leaving no clues behind, left Qin perplexed, unable to comprehend their intentions. While Qin and Zheng deliberated on the affairs of the Qin kingdom over the past 6 years and Qin's global travels within the confines of the Fang Palace. Deep beneath the mountains of Jizhou in the Qin kingdom, Aloha emerged from a spatial portal, having applied for an investigation into the Giguzi incident in Asia from the underground realm of the Mayan kingdom in South America. Alois stepped into a world that seemed akin to the natural beauty of the surface, gazing at the towering edifices and the azure sky dotted with clouds. He could not help but marvel. The application of such spatial technology had been in place for merely a few centuries in Atlantis, yet the underground city of Asia, as one of the first experimental zones, had undergone significant optimization and upgrades in this regard. In stark contrast, the underground cities beneath the Indian continent predominantly retained the traditional architecture of vast tunnel halls, not to mention the simulated natural environments. They lacked even the semblance of a sun. After a moment of reflection, Alois retrieved a device resembling a mobile phone from his pocket, pressed a few buttons, and connected the call. "Carrie, this is Alois. I have arrived at your underground city. Where are you now?" "That was quick. I'm still in the office. Wait for me at the portal for a few minutes. I will be right over," came the elegant voice of a man from the other end. After hanging up, Alois found himself waiting in place. A few minutes later, a red hover car appeared before him. "Wow, a limited edition Firestorm hover car. Carrie, you must be incredibly wealthy." Upon seeing the person in the hover car, Alois rushed over, his face a mix of envy and playful reproach. It's just average. Get in. Let's discuss on the way back." Carrie, slightly taken aback by Olo's opening remarks, removed his sunglasses, revealing his flawless, alabaster features that could incite envy even among women. Chapter 68. The death of the people of Wansu. A crimson hover sports car sped swiftly along the street. In the passenger seat, Aolo's dark hair was whipped about by the rushing wind. Feeling the exhilarating pressure of the breeze against his face, he couldn't help but shout, "We've arrived. Let's disembark." Before long, the vehicle came to a halt in front of a modest single-story building. "So soon?" Aolo remarked, stepping out of the car and surveying his surroundings. It wasn't far to begin with. After alighting from the car, Carrie retrieved a rectangular object resembling an electronic key from his pocket and pressed it. Upon activation, the red sports car emitted a soft glow before instantaneously shrinking and vanishing. Spatial transformation and synchronous reduction technology. Remarkable. Only a limited edition could incorporate such military advancements into a hover vehicle, Aolo expressed, slightly astonished by the spectacle. "Isn't the development of technology meant to enhance our lives? To possess such advanced innovations yet not utilize them is indeed a travesty," Carrie replied, a smirk playing on his lips as he made his way towards the unassuming one-story building a few meters away. "By the way, I recall the last time I visited your home, it was a standalone villa complete with a swimming pool and garden. How is it that after just a few centuries, you've downgraded to this?" Aolo questioned, his curiosity piqued as he followed Carrie towards the structure. As Aolo spoke, Carrie had already approached the building. As he neared within 2 meters of the seemingly ordinary edifice, a circular opening silently manifested before him. "Come in. Welcome to my home for a tour," Carrie invited, stepping through the newly revealed entrance. Aolo quickly followed suit. "Wow," he exclaimed, and as soon as he crossed the threshold, he was awestruck by the scene before him. A lush primordial forest surrounded a serene lake, and to the south of the lake stood a 3-story ivory-white villa. Casting his gaze downward and around, Aolo realized that he stood atop a majestic mountain. Not only that, but the entire expanse of the primordial forest, the lake, and the estate was encircled by a ring of towering mountains, enclosing them in a natural embrace. "Not too shabby, right?" Carrie inquired, seemingly unfazed by Aolo's astonishment. To think that spatial overlay and expansion technology could be applied to a private residence. Only your father, a high-ranking official in the military, could afford such indulgence. Aolo mused with a wry smile in response to Carrie's question. "What can I say? My father, in his desire to ensure my safety, was compelled to exercise a portion of his authority to create this private sanctuary for me. This space is isolated from the underground city of Atlantis. In other words, even if the city were to be destroyed, this realm would remain intact. Only if the planet were to explode one day would this small space disintegrate due to the disruption of spatial rules caused by the planet's sudden demise." In response to Olo's wry smile, Carrie shrugged helplessly. After exchanging a few words atop the mountain, Carrie suddenly tugged at Olo, and in an instant, the scenery surrounding them transformed rapidly. Once everything stabilized, they found themselves within a cloud-white villa estate. "Please have a seat for a moment. I will prepare the meal, and we can chat while we eat." Carrie gestured for Olo to wait in the hall before turning to venture deeper into the estate. After several minutes, they began their meal in the dining room. "Olo, what brings you to my side this time?" After taking a sip of his drink, Carrie inquired, gazing at Olo. "I am here to investigate a case that may involve the gods," Olo replied. "Involving the gods? How fortuitous. I, too, recently encountered a case related to the deities." Carrie remarked with an unusual expression, seemingly unperturbed by Olo's revelation. "You have also encountered a case involving the gods?" What is it about? Olo asked, astonished. This incident occurred 2 years ago, shortly after I returned from my travels with the Ganzhar people of the planet Mars. While traversing the atmosphere of Earth aboard my spacecraft, the detection system suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. Upon examining the footage captured by the ship's sensors, I discovered a spiraled UFO. Initially, I did not take it to heart. However, just as I was about to silence the alarm and accelerate away from that airspace, the spiraled, unidentified flying object launched an attack on my vessel. Oh. By the way, I have the flight record video from that time. You may wish to take a look. With that, Carrie conjured a six-sided prism from thin air. As this object materialized in his palm, it swiftly levitated, and with a cascade of light and shadow, a three-dimensional projection emerged in the dining room's air. Have you not yet replaced your single-pod starship? Once the projection stabilized, Olo gazed at the immense spiraled craft alongside a miniature silver cigar-shaped vessel, which appeared as contrasting as an elephant to an ant. After a moment of internal contemplation, Olo looked at Carrie with a subtle expression and asked, "Are you not aware that your single-pod starship is excessively diminutive and understated? A starship smaller than a four-wheeled vehicle, primarily intended for travel within Earth's atmosphere, could easily lead the uninformed to misunderstand its purpose and fall victim to deception." Upon witnessing Carrie's innocent and bewildered expression, Olo covered his forehead with his hand and weakly explained, "Is it my fault?" In response, a smile graced the corners of Carrie's lips. "You simply cannot resist the urge to play the fool while lurking like a tiger. It is truly remarkable how many unsuspecting our ships have been deceived by the fragile FAAD of your starship since your father commissioned it, only to meet their untimely demise at your hands." Recognizing Carrie's smile as yet another performance, Olo understood that this individual was merely acting. Those Aura ships that harbored thoughts of preying on the weak and suddenly launched an attack upon me in midair were indeed deserving of their fate. As a member of the Atlantis civilization, it is my solemn duty to eliminate these bullies who prey on the vulnerable. At Olo's words, Carrie's expression turned serious, and he spoke earnestly. "Enough of this feigned solemnity. Tell me, what exactly is the nature of this spiral-shaped vessel?" Sensing Carrie's inclination to continue with his righteous discourse, Olo swiftly redirected the conversation. "All right, watch this video. After I was attacked, I activated the starship's spatial instantaneous jump function, narrowly evading the onslaught. However, although I successfully dodged the attack and promptly engaged the starship's counter-detection cloaking, I did not simply leave the scene. Instead, I returned to the original location shortly thereafter, tracking the spatial wave imprints left by the spiral vessel to its lair. Following a discreet investigation of that base, I discovered that the personnel aboard the spiral vessel were a few so-called demigods who had miraculously survived since the Age of the Gods and had only recently awakened from their slumber." Demigods? Have they not all essentially succumbed to sleep? How could they awaken at this time? Upon hearing Carrie mention the term demigod, Olo's expression grew serious. Initially, I was also quite curious about this matter, for since the conclusion of the War of the Gods, fewer than 100 demigods have remained on Earth. These demigods, scattered across various locations, even within enclosed spaces, possess military bases dating back to the Age of the Gods for protection. Given their dwindling numbers, they have mostly entered a state of slumber within their respective military bases. This situation led the leaders of the Atlantis factions to believe that these demigods no longer posed a threat to Atlantis, resulting in their eventual tolerance of the existence of this subset of demigods. Interrupted by Olo, Carrie paused briefly before continuing, "I am aware of what you speak. But what exactly is the situation with these few demigods?" Upon completing his query, Olo responded, "After discerning the locations of these demigods' military bases and observing their suspicious daily activities, I reported the matter to the military. Due to my father's influence, the military handled this issue expeditiously. Ultimately, a special forces unit of over 200 god-slaying soldiers was dispatched, equipped with specialized weaponry to eliminate those demigods in one fell swoop. Subsequently, after extracting fragmented information from the remnants of these demigods, we uncovered that they had conspired to awaken in this era. Their plan entailed subtly fostering a surface human nation as a puppet, ultimately using this nation to unify the surface world and thereby counter our ultimate objectives in Atlantis. Following the eradication of these demigods and their military bases, the military, during subsequent cleanup operations, discreetly eliminated a portion of the mechanical entities left by these demigods based on gathered intelligence. However, considering the surface humans' ignorance of the demigods' origins, the military ultimately decided against annihilating the surface nation that had cooperated with them. Noticing that Olo appeared eager for clarity, Carrie organized his thoughts and succinctly recounted the entire sequence of events. It was fortunate that these demigods did not precipitate a catastrophe. After all, We in Atlantis had paid a grievous price to overthrow the dominion of the gods. Should these remnants of demigods reopen the interstellar passage between the divine realm and Earth, it would not merely spell disaster for Earth, but rather cataclysm for the entire three-dimensional stellar system. Upon hearing that Carrie had vanquished the demigods, Olo let out a sigh of relief, remarking that they were merely insignificant nuisances. With that, he concluded his account and suggested it was time for Carrie to share updates from his end. Carrie, dismissing Olo's caution, chuckled and inquired, "Compared to your matters, what I encountered pales in significance." With that, Olo recounted the events involving the Maya kingdom and the fleet led by Qin, along with the peculiar information field surrounding him and his mention of Gaguzzi. Another connection to the Qin state? Carrie mused. I believe I have encountered that name before. After listening to Olo's description, Carrie fell into contemplation. Why do you say another? Could it be? Olo then noticed the nuances in Carrie's words. Indeed, the surface nation these demigods incited to collaborate was none other than Qin. To his astonishment, Olo learned that the Qin state had dispatched a fleet all the way to the Indian continent, half a world away. An intriguing development indeed. Observing Olo's dawning realization, Carrie offered no further riddles, nodding in acknowledgement as he elucidated the plan. Let us, in a few days, petition our superiors for permission to conduct a field investigation in the Qin state to ascertain the nature of this nation. Concurrently, I would request that you allocate some necessary resources to conduct a thorough investigation and surveillance on Gaguzzi. I have a strong premonition that he is far from ordinary. After reflecting on Carrie's response for a moment, Olo proposed his thoughts. Chapter 69. The 3 Steps of Colonial Expansion in the Depths of the Asian Subterranean City. The discourse between Oro and Carrie transpired unbeknownst to Qin. At this juncture, Qin was engaged in discussions with Yingzheng in the capital of the Qin state, Xianxia, deliberating over the intricate details of the world map and the strategy for deploying troops via maritime routes to colonize various continents. Since the departure of his mentor, he had diligently adhered to the teachings imparted to him, vigorously advancing the technology of steamship manufacturing over the course of 6 years. Presently, the Qin state boasted over 30,000 operational steamships, with an additional 80,000 steamships constructed and temporarily stored in coastal military depots, awaiting deployment. Within the grand halls of the Apang Palace, Yingzheng and Qin stood before an expansive map, gesturing towards various markers while engaged in conversation. A total of 111,000 steam vessels. This formidable fleet, complemented by the elite forces of Qin and an array of weaponry, is more than sufficient to conquer the nations of this era. After absorbing the information provided by Yingzheng, Qin contemplated for a moment before responding. If my mentor finds no objection, I shall command the naval governor to allocate warships and troops tomorrow, embarking upon our conquest as delineated in this maritime chart. Noting Qin's acquiescence, Yingzheng remarked, I harbor no reservations regarding the capabilities of Qin's warships and weaponry. However, I possess certain recommendations pertaining to global colonial tactics that I wish to discuss with your majesty. After a brief moment of reflection, Qin replied, Oh? What suggestions does my mentor have? Please, do share. In response, Yingzheng, intrigued, adopted a listening posture. Based on my observations of other nations over the past 6 years, I believe that Qin's formidable navy will encounter minimal resistance during its conquests. However, while besieging cities may be straightforward, holding them is another matter entirely. The cultural and linguistic disparities between Qin and other nations present significant challenges. Thus, even if your majesty were to conquer the world through sheer military might, the ensuing governance may yield a facade of unity while masking underlying discord. Addressing this predicament, I propose that during the initial phase of Qin's naval conquests, the focus should not be on establishing long-term dominion. Instead, until we acquire effective means of real-time global communication and swift, mobile weaponry, I advise that the primary objective during the early stages of global colonization be the subjugation of nations and the plundering of their resources. As for the lasting governance of these territories, it need not be a primary concern at this stage. However, it is essential to establish a suitable colonial proxy government in each conquered nation. Overall, I recommend that your majesty prioritize military conquest and resource acquisition, ensuring that the wealth of the world flows back to Qin. By harnessing these resources, we can further bolster various sectors within Qin and expedite the development of our homeland. Admittedly, this suggestion may seem contrary to the natural order and to your majesty's previous strategies of territorial expansion, which favored swift retribution against dissenters. However, based on my meticulous calculations and repeated deliberations, I have concluded that this is, thus far, the most suitable strategy for the state of Qin. Observing Yingzheng attentively listening, Qin organized his thoughts and articulated his perspective. The minter's intention is to initially harness formidable naval power to plunder resources from nations across the globe. Subsequently, these resources would be employed to accelerate and fortify the development of Qin itself. When the opportune moment arises, specifically, when Qin has mastered real-time global communication and rapid military mobilization, as my mentor has indicated, then we shall impose a comprehensive and enduring dominion over the world. After absorbing Mo Qin's proposal, Yingzheng furrowed his brow in contemplation and inquired, "Your Majesty is astute. This is precisely my intention. The colonization of the world may be divided into 3 phases. In the initial stage, through overwhelming naval might, we shall conquer the nations of the world, dispatching fleets to transport their resources back to Qin, thereby accelerating our development across all sectors. During the early colonization phase, Qin's primary gain is singular: to seize the wealth of the world, return it to our homeland, and thus bolster our treasury, establishing a solid foundation for our supremacy on the global stage. In the intermediate phase, following a period of Qin's governance, the nations may rise in rebellion. In the worst-case scenario, such insurrections could manifest as widespread upheaval. In light of this potentiality, Your Majesty should promptly consolidate the naval fleets and troops dispatched. Concurrently, we must utilize our espionage apparatus to infiltrate and incite subversive organizations within these nations. Moreover, leveraging the puppet regimes previously supported by Your Majesty in various countries, Qin could exploit this support to sow discord among the nations, rendering them beleaguered and preoccupied with their internal power struggles. Throughout this process, Qin stands to gain at least threefold. 1. It alleviates the animosity of the world towards Qin, diverting their attention and affording us the opportunity to rapidly advance in technology and other domains. 2. By clandestinely bolstering puppet regimes and instigating proxy wars, we will exhaust the nations and erode their traditional cultures, thereby adequately preparing Qin for a future, harmonious unification of the world. 3. In supporting these puppet regimes and engendering conflict globally, Qin may also sell our weaponry to the world's nations, seizing the opportunity to amass wealth from warfare and stimulate employment and development within our populace. In the latter phase of the colonization plan, should all proceed smoothly, Qin would have achieved a remarkable level of advancement in technology, weaponry, and the cultural and intellectual refinement of its citizenry. Meanwhile, the majority of the world's nations would still be mired in internal strife. One side, the state of Qin, would be far surpassing the technological capabilities of this world, while the other, the fragmented nations, would be enduring the ravages of perpetual conflict. At that juncture, with an invincible army, Qin shall raise the banner of unifying the world and liberating all humanity, launching simultaneous campaigns across land, sea, and air against the nations. Ultimately, Qin will emerge as the sole sovereign state on this planet, with the entirety of the world bowing before the emperor's feet. Yingzheng's response illuminated Mo Qin's mind, revealing that his previous plans were rather insufficient. Upon hearing Yingzheng's succinct summary, his thoughts surged, leading to a more comprehensive strategy. The plan proposed by you, my esteemed teacher, appears remarkably refined and intricate. However, in the course of this endeavor, I find myself with a question that I hope you might elucidate. After listening to Mo Qin's proposal, Yingzheng's expression was not one of joy. Instead, he fell into a brief silence before inquiring with evident concern. Your Majesty, rest assured that I shall respond candidly and thoroughly to any question you pose. Mo Qin replied with a smile. Regarding your 3-step colonization plan for the world, may I inquire how long it would take to complete in its entirety? Without any preamble, Yingzheng asked, showing signs of discomfort. The initial phase would require approximately 10 years. The subsequent technological advancements will take longer, at least a century. As for the final stage, that should be manageable, completing within 3 to 5 years. Altogether, the entire process would span a minimum of 120 to 130 years. As he reached the conclusion, Mo Qin realized the fatal flaw in his plan. A century was far too long for Yingzheng to endure. Alas, it is as I feared. The burdens of my Qin are indeed substantial. He chuckled softly, reflecting on the achievements of his ancestors, who had laid the foundations for Qin's conquest of the 6 states and the unification of xianxia. Now, I must invest over a century in strategizing for global domination, a monumental task that requires patience. Should I, in my advancing years, succumb to frailty and depart this world, my descendants shall undoubtedly inherit my aspirations, continuing the preparations for the unification of the nations. One day, perhaps 3 generations hence, or even longer, a descendant akin to myself shall arise, wielding the legacy of our forebears to reclaim dominion over the world and subdue the nations. Upon receiving Mo Qin's affirmative reply, Zheng sighed deeply. Your Majesty need not fret excessively. Unforeseen developments may indeed arise during this process. Mo Chun continued, at present, there is but one course of action for you. To mobilize the naval fleet and commence the first step of global colonization according to the navigational charts. After all, idle lamentation serves no practical purpose. Zheng's somewhat melancholic words resonated with Mo Chun, stirring his emotions. Yet, considering his true purpose in the numerous anomalies of this world, he steeled himself and proposed further action. Chapter 70. The destruction of the Eastern Ocean and the voyage to the west. The day following the discussion between Mo Chun and Zheng regarding maritime colonization, the naval governor of the Qin state, Zhao Yun, received a sacred edict summoning him to Xianxia. A month later, thousands of the Qin state's latest colossal steamships set sail from the East China Sea, transporting 400,000 naval troops along with an abundance of weaponry, their destination being the islands and peninsulas of the Eastern Ocean. 5 months later, the conflict in the Eastern Ocean subsided, as the indigenous inhabitants of the islands and peninsulas swiftly surrendered to the formidable onslaught of the Qin Navy. Following the establishment of proxy regimes on both the island and peninsula, Zheng adopted Mo Chun's strategy, leaving behind 3,000 and 2,000 Qin soldiers respectively, totaling 5,000, while the remaining hundreds of thousands of naval personnel returned to the Qin homeland aboard steamships. Subsequently, the Qin's colossal steam cargo vessels, under the escort of small displacement corvettes, commenced regular voyages between the islands and peninsulas and the Qin state, continuously transporting various minerals and resources back to the homeland. Merely 7 days after the cessation of hostilities in the eastern island nations, Zheng dispatched the naval fleet once more, this time advancing towards the South China Sea and the Western Ocean, armed with intelligence provided by Mo Chun regarding the Ashoka Maurya dynasty. He specifically deployed 600,000 naval troops, accompanied by a considerable number of heavy artillery to the South China Sea and the Western Ocean. The indigenous peoples of the numerous islands in the South China Sea proved to be no match for the might of 600,000 Qin naval forces, falling swiftly to their overwhelming assault. In this relentless campaign, after nearly 6 months of navigation and warfare, the 600,000 naval troops finally reached the Indian subcontinent. However, upon confirming the position of the Indian subcontinent, the Qin Navy refrained from an immediate and chaotic landing. Instead, they established temporary encampments on several islands closest to India. These camps were sufficient to allow the 600,000 troops to rotate ashore for rest. As for logistics and sustenance, each steamship was equipped with a hold containing ample freshwater, while food was procured through local resources, primarily by capturing various fish and shrimp from the surrounding seas. Once the arrangements for the 600,000 Navy's accommodations were in place, Admiral Zhao Yun dispatched hundreds of spies to clandestinely land on the Indian subcontinent via small boats. These spies were tasked with gathering detailed intelligence over the ensuing months regarding the coastal geography and the distribution of the Maurya dynasty's military forces. Several months passed, and despite some unforeseen challenges, the spies ultimately fulfilled Zhao Yun's intelligence requirements. On this day, having confirmed the coastal geography and military positioning of the Indian subcontinent, the 600,000 naval troops concluded their rest period and began to embark in batches, preparing to launch an offensive against the Maurya dynasty on the Indian subcontinent. As night fell, the formidable fleet of 600,000 sailors from the Qin state, having extinguished their steam engines, relied upon sails and human power to navigate their steamships to the shores of the Indian subcontinent. Subsequently, one small vessel after another was launched from the colossal steamship, laden with Qin naval soldiers as they made their way towards the nearby coastline. The vanguard of 20,000 men was the first to disembark, stealthily advancing towards the indigenous villages under the cover of darkness, guided by maps and intelligence provided by spies. Before long, the villages adjacent to the Qin forces' landing site were entirely under their control. Following the seizure of these settlements, the Qin Navy commenced a large-scale landing operation. By dawn, out of the 600,000 sailors, over 300,000 had successfully made landfall. The remaining 20,000, under Zhao Yun's orders, remained aboard the fleet as a reserve force, poised for any unforeseen circumstances. Accompanying the more than 300,000 sailors were a considerable array of weaponry, including traditional siege crossbows, catapults, and the latest innovations such as fire-breathing cannons, gliding attack aircraft, and bombers. Once the naval forces were organized, the following night, Zhao Yun led the troops in a 6-pronged assault on the largest coastal city of the Peacock dynasty. By approximately 9 o'clock the next morning, the conflict was effectively concluded. Faced with an adversary that possessed overwhelming advantages in terms of troop numbers, weaponry, and tactical acumen, The defenders of this major coastal city of the Peacock Dynasty, despite their fierce resistance, including the deployment of their unique war elephants, were ultimately overwhelmed. The might of the Qin artillery, akin to thunder, instilled terror even in the well-trained elephant battalions, leading them to panic and wreak havoc on the battlefield. The news of the city's conquest by unidentified armed forces soon reached Ashoka, the aged ruler of the city of Huashur. To capture a city, an opposing force would require at least 100,000 troops. With no neighboring nations or tribes capable of mobilizing such numbers, Ashoka pondered where these forces could possibly originate. In the royal palace of Huashur, the venerable Ashoka sat upon his throne, deep in contemplation. The Qin state? He muttered. I should have anticipated this when the envoy from Qin visited the Peacock Dynasty years ago. What nation would go to such lengths to traverse vast oceans without a hidden agenda? This war has likely been long in the planning and will be no easy battle. After a moment of solitary reflection, Ashoka sighed, realization dawning upon him. After the Qin forces captured the largest coastal city of the Peacock Dynasty, along with nearby towns and villages, Zhao Yun did not command his troops to advance deeper into the Indian mainland. Instead, he ordered his forces to establish a garrison in the city and began sending messages back to Qin, requesting the dispatch of cargo ships to transport various resources from the Peacock Dynasty. However, the reluctance of the Qin army to continue their offensive did not imply that the Peacock Dynasty was disinclined to retaliate. As a vast empire, it was inconceivable for its territory to remain passive in the face of inexplicable incursions by foreign adversaries. Thus, within a mere fortnight of the Qin army's occupation of the largest coastal city, the Peacock Dynasty had mobilized over 400,000 troops from its homeland. Concurrently, various tribes and nations surrounding the Peacock Dynasty received mobilization orders from Emperor Ashoka, leading one to believe that it would not be long before reinforcements from the allied forces would arrive in the city. Was the local indigenous counteroffensive about to commence? Commanding all units to enter a state of heightened readiness, with all weaponry fully armed and prepared for imminent conflict, Zhao Yun, holding the intelligence relayed by spies, deliberated briefly before issuing a decisive order. 4 days later, the first counteroffensive of the Peacock Dynasty against the Qin army erupted. During this engagement, the forces of the Peacock Dynasty employed a myriad of specialized siege weaponry, including ballistae, catapults, wooden towers, siege towers, battering rams, and ladders. The diversity and comprehensive functionality of these siege instruments suggested that, at this juncture, the military equipment of the Peacock Dynasty was comparable to that of the Qin state, which had not previously been influenced by Mo Chun. Unfortunately, the adversary now confronting the Peacock Dynasty's troops was the Qin army, which had undergone 6 to 7 years of reform in steam engine and gunpowder industrialization, thanks to Mo Chun's intervention. Consequently, the outcome of this counteroffensive was all but predetermined, destined to culminate in a resounding defeat for the Peacock Dynasty. Within less than a day, the once proud formations of its various military branches, along with the so-called elite weaponry of the agricultural era, were utterly decimated before the might of the Qin army's heavy artillery, leaving them in disarray and unable to regroup. Chapter 71 3 questions. The hostilities on the Indian subcontinent have spiraled out of control following the initial counteroffensive launched by the Maurya dynasty. In less than 5 months, the Qin army transitioned from a passive defense, using coastal cities as strongholds, to an aggressive expansion deep into the heart of India. Despite the valiant spirit and courage of the Maurya forces, who fought to the last breath, they were ultimately overwhelmed by the significant technological disparity in weaponry, leading to a relentless retreat and the loss of vast territories to the Qin invaders. In the royal palace of Huashur city, Emperor Ashoka sat upon his throne, gazing at the freshly arrived battle reports from the front lines, and lamented with sorrowful indignation, "Alas, I have devoted my life to Buddhism, ruling with compassion. How has it come to this? Was the Dharma left by the Buddha false? As a sovereign, have my benevolent policies been in vain?" He pondered deeply, recognizing that the teachings of the Buddha were not at fault. Rather, it was this transient world, where beings, blinded by greed and desire, incited chaos and calamity, resulting in tragic human suffering. At that moment, a monk seated within the hall unexpectedly spoke. "Master Dishu, given the current state of the dynasty, what course of action should I take?" The speaker, an ageless monk, was Ashoka's teacher and a renowned figure in Buddhist history, known as Moggallana, who had attained the status of an arhat. "The cycle of cause and effect is unyielding, Ashoka. In your youth, your conquests led to the demise of countless innocents. Though you have devoted the latter part of your life to diligently practicing the Dharma and governing with kindness, the repercussions of your past deeds remain unexpiated. As you approach the twilight of your years, the Maurya dynasty faces this formidable foe due to your karmic destiny. Should you navigate this peril successfully, the dynasty may continue to flourish. If not, it shall join the ranks of the fallen states from your youth, becoming mere history. With closed eyes and a serene demeanor, Master Dishu responded, "Karmic fate. Ah, how aptly it arrives at this juncture, not in my prime, but as I approach my inevitable end. Very well. Since this calamity arises from the seeds I sowed in my earlier years, I shall personally see to its resolution." Master Dishu's words left Ashoka in contemplative silence, but soon he erupted into laughter, his long-held benevolent expression vanishing, replaced by the fierce and commanding visage of an emperor. "You are my disciple, Ashoka. Before you unleash your wrath, I offer you a piece of advice, which I hope will grant you a glimmer of hope amidst this war." Ashoka's laughter ceased, and he regarded Master Dishu with utmost seriousness, aware that the forthcoming words might determine his fate. In this transient world, all phenomena are empty. Power and fame are but fleeting illusions, ephemeral as smoke in the wind. If a matter is feasible, it shall be pursued. If it is beyond reach, one must resolutely refrain from forcing it. Upon perceiving the intent of Emperor Yu, the sage did not withhold further and closed his eyes anew, speaking in a tone devoid of embellishment. The disciple understood. After absorbing the sage's counsel, Emperor Yu fell into contemplation. Minutes later, he appeared to have attained an epiphany, raising his gaze again and exhaling a silent sigh. Approximately half a month later, the now 60-year-old Emperor Yu, after decades, donned his battle armor once more. Wielding the royal sword as he ascended the chariot, he personally led an alliance army exceeding 800,000, composed of troops from the Maurya dynasty, surrounding tribes, and vassal states, heading towards the southern territories occupied by the Qin forces. Such a vast mobilization of military strength was inevitably reported early to General Zhao Yun of the Qin army by their spies. Excluding the losses incurred over the past months, the Qin forces still had over 570,000 men remaining. The enemy's dispatch of over 800,000 troops was a remarkable display of national might. Since they aspire to eradicate future threats in a single confrontation, let us oblige them. Orders were issued for all commanders to hold nothing back in the forthcoming battle, deploying every heavy weapon and utilizing all types of troops. Victory in this impending conflict would essentially secure the continent within the grasp of the Qin state. In the Lord's mansion of a city within the Qin-occupied territory, after reviewing the intelligence, Zhao Yun allowed a cold smile to grace his lips as he issued his commands. 12 nights later, a selected elite force of 30,000 from the Qin army initiated a surprise attack on an enemy contingent of approximately 100,000 stationed at the border between the Maurya dynasty and the Qin territories. This elite force first adhered to their customary strategy, dispatching thousands of the latest fixed-wing gliders, each carrying 3 individuals and equipped with numerous standard half-meter diameter airdrop bombs. Following the initial bombardment, the Qin army's fire crossbowmen unleashed their might. As the name suggests, fire crossbowmen are an enhanced breed of archers equipped with large crossbows capable of launching explosive projectiles. In addition to them, fire dragons and catapults bombarded the Maurya encampment mercilessly. Once the long-range strikes concluded, infantry and cavalry armed with firearms, hand crossbows, grenades, and bronze swords commenced the final sweep of the encampment. This nocturnal assault heralded the commencement of the grand confrontation between the Qin and the Maurya dynasty. In less than a month, at the cost of over 100,000 lives, the Qin forces decimated over 700,000 from the Maurya coalition, ultimately arriving at Huashur city. Master Yushu, I have ultimately failed to heed your counsel. As the sovereign of the Maurya dynasty, I cannot bear to relinquish this vast nation to outsiders. Yet, the might of the Qin forces is overwhelming. I have never witnessed such a formidable military. Now, with the fate of the Maurya dynasty in decline, I find myself unable to face my subjects. I shall now follow the path of the world-honored one. In the next life, I wish to become an oil lamp before the Buddha, eternally chanting the Dharma to atone for the grievous sins I have committed in this life. Within the grand hall of the palace in Fahrenheit City, Ashoka held a cup in his hand, gazing despondently at the desolate chamber, lost in his thoughts. After a moment, he raised the cup to his lips and drained its contents. Due to the vast distance and the absence of global communication, the news of the demise of the Maurya Empire had yet to reach Xianxia in the Qin state. How did you come to be here? On that day, Mo Chun was basking in the sunlight at his residence when 2 figures abruptly materialized before him. Upon recognizing one of them, he gasped in astonishment. Among the 2 visitors was Olo, who was supposed to be in the underground city of the Maya kingdom. Why can't I appear here? Do you recall what I said before I departed from Kukulkan city? We would meet again. Noticing Imo-chan's surprised expression, Olo smiled and continued. Didn't you mention investigating Giguzi? At this, Imo-chan reflected on that moment. Indeed, Olo had mentioned such a thing. I will investigate Giguzi. My visit here is merely coincidental, and we have a few queries we wish to pose to you. With that, Olo and Kairi casually found 2 chairs nearby and took a seat. What questions do you have? Imo-chan inquired, puzzled. Serious matters. If your answers are inadequate, it could potentially lead to the downfall of your nation. Olo said, conjuring a red glass bottle and 2 exquisite glass goblets. As he poured the liquid into the cups, he smiled and added, Do ask. I shall share what I know. Upon hearing the term downfall, Imo-chan's heart sank. He immediately understood that the inevitable had arrived. Faced with the uncontrollable presence of Atlantis, he could only respond to the challenges as they came, adapting accordingly. Be at ease. There is no need for anxiety. As long as your responses are reasonably sound, there should be no repercussions. The first question, from where did the Qin state acquire the weaponry and gunpowder technology it has suddenly mastered over the past 6 or 7 years? Observing Imo-chan's willingness to cooperate, Olo handed a goblet to Kairi and continued his inquiry. It was imparted to the Qin by the people of Wantiu. A few years ago, they arrived in Qin aboard a Lunpo boat, expressing a desire to establish diplomatic relations. Subsequently, they engaged in several years of collaboration, claiming that Qin could exchange mineral resources for their technology. However, for reasons unknown, the Wantiu people vanished approximately 2 years ago and have not reappeared since. The robots they left behind in Qin also disappeared without a trace overnight. After a brief hesitation, Imo-chan provided his answer. Your response was quite satisfactory. The information you shared aligns closely with our findings. I hope you can maintain this level of accuracy. The second question. The Qin state is vigorously advancing its maritime technology and expanding into neighboring countries via sea routes. What is the ultimate aim of your emperor? Upon hearing Imo-chan's response, Olo and Kairi exchanged glances, their faces breaking into smiles. Unifying the entire world and reigning supreme, that was the true reason I previously led my fleet on maritime explorations across the continents. Upon hearing this, Imo-chan continued to respond. Unifying the entire world? Your emperor harbors quite the ambition, yet the reality of this world is rather harsh. To Imo-chan's retort, Olo laughed and shook his head as if he had heard the most amusing jest. His words dripped with evident sarcasm. This is the will of His Majesty the Emperor. As a loyal subject, my only duty is to alleviate His Majesty's concerns. Other matters lie beyond my contemplation. In response to Olo's mockery, Imo-chan replied with a grave expression. A subject? How trivial. The third question. If granted the opportunity to live for 1,000 years, would you accept? After posing this question, Olo observed Imo-chan with a playful demeanor, awaiting his response. No. Without the slightest hesitation, Imo-chan delivered his crisp answer almost simultaneously with Olo's query. No? Why not? Do you not wish to live for 1,000 years? Hearing this, both Olo and Kairi looked at Imo-chan with surprise. One does not reap rewards without effort. There is no such thing as a free lunch. A lifespan of 1,000 years, while seemingly enticing, surely comes with equally weighty conditions. Thus, I would prefer to navigate the complexities of my few decades of life before considering anything else. With an unperturbed demeanor, Imo-chan provided his rationale. Your perspective on the matter is refreshingly unique. Let us leave it at that for today, until we meet again. After hearing Imo-chan's response, Olo drained his cup in one swift motion, and then he and Kairi vanished from sight. Is the lie detector's results all clear? On the rooftop of a modest building in Xianxia City, Olo and Kairi stood. Yes, everything is normal, Kairi replied flatly. What do you plan to do about the Qin Emperor's ambition to unify the various nations of humanity on the surface? Olo continued to inquire. This matter occurring on the surface of Asia is beyond my jurisdiction. Olo pressed on. The most advanced technology among surface dwellers is merely rudimentary gunpowder weaponry. They lack global communication technology and have no flying vessels capable of circumnavigating the globe. To think they could dominate the surface world with clumsy steamships is but child's play. After the current emperor of Qin passes in a few decades, the nations of surface humanity will inevitably return to their intrigues and power struggles. At that time, it is only a matter of time before the surface nations enter an era of disunity once more. Therefore, there is no need to concern ourselves with these surface dwellers. As long as their technology remains at this rudimentary level, they shall continue to self-destruct, never amounting to anything significant. Moreover, let us not forget that the spiritual realm of surface humanity has been established for nearly 2 millennia. The recent so-called 100 schools of thought and the flourishing of Greek culture were all orchestrated by the ancestors of surface humanity within their spiritual realm. The spiritual realm of surface-dwelling humanity is intricately intertwined with the transcendent civilization of the Zoroark. The profits associated with this domain are substantial, rest assured. The concerns you harbor regarding potential uncontrollable circumstances are unfounded, as they are unlikely to cause significant upheaval. This inquiry from Olo elicited a gentle chuckle and a shake of the head from Kairi. Is there truly a connection between the spiritual realm of surface-dwelling humans and the Zoroark civilization? Hadn't this always been mere rumor? Kairi's words left Olo astounded. Do you believe that we Atlanteans are so benevolent as to tolerate the existence of surface-dwelling humanity for such an extended period? Let us not forget that millennia ago, we Atlanteans enacted a resolution for the surface reclamation plan. It was this very resolution that resulted in the annihilation of certain modern cities on the surface with thermonuclear weapons. According to that plan, once surface-dwelling humans were eradicated, we Atlanteans were to establish bases and residential structures in various locations on the surface. However, as you are aware, this plan was abruptly halted after a period of implementation. Although the official narrative from our leaders suggested that it was due to opposition from Atlantean human rights organizations that the surface reclamation plan was reluctantly suspended. Those with a modicum of intellect among the Atlanteans comprehend that this was merely a ruse to placate the populace. The true reason for the cessation of the surface reclamation plan was the intervention of the Zoroark civilization at that time. As for the specific details and rationale behind this, it is likely that only the upper echelons of Atlantean society are privy to such knowledge. Oh, and by the way, this information comes from my father and is classified state secret. Do refrain from sharing it indiscriminately with others. In response to Olo's astonishment, Kairi adopted an expression of navet and offered further clarification. Chapter 72. Divided and scattered, the news of the annihilation of the Qin Dynasty in the Indian continent reached Yingzheng in the Xianxia Palace after a lapse of over 3 months. With the fall of the Qin Dynasty, the remaining nations across the world posed little threat, provided that Atlantis and the people of Wansu did not obstruct the forthcoming plans. The initial phase of global colonization could be accomplished within a mere 3 years. Swiftly learned of the demise of the Qin Dynasty. In the year 232 B.C., 5 years subsequent to the destruction of the Qin Dynasty by the Qin forces, the flags of the Qin kingdom had already been hoisted across the 8 largest landmasses of Asia, Europe, Africa, North and South America, Australia, and both poles. Naturally, under its advisement, the Qin kingdom refrained from recklessly attacking nations akin to the Maya in South America for exploratory purposes. The first step of global colonization had been successfully completed, and it was now time to implement the second phase of the plan. Certain individuals might soon prove to be of use. Having concluded discussions with Yingzheng, stepped out of the Apang Palace, gazing at the blooming lotus flowers in the artificial lake, murmuring to himself. More than a month later, in Peixian County, Sisui Prefecture of the Qin Kingdom, accompanied by several guards, arrived at an ordinary household in the local county town. Is Pavilion Chief Lu Bang at home? He inquired, standing outside the courtyard while instructing his subordinates to summon the man. The position of Pavilion Chief is comparable in stature to that of a county police chief in later times. Yet, who could have foreseen that this seemingly insignificant county police chief would become the founding sovereign of the Han Dynasty, establishing a foundation that would last over 2 millennia for the Han people? Reflecting on the intelligence he had gathered, stood outside the courtyard, expressing his sentiments aloud. Since first approached Lu Bang, the latter had been under the surveillance of individuals discreetly dispatched by. After the Qin kingdom swept through the 6 states and unified Huaxia, had commanded a fleet for a global voyage, returning to the Qin kingdom only 5 years ago. Thus, during his absence, he had not taken further action regarding the monitored Lu Bang. It was only upon his return to the Qin kingdom 5 years prior that gradually resumed his plans involving Lu Bang and others. 3 years ago, leveraging his privileges, had facilitated Lu Bang's early appointment as Pavilion Chief of Sisui Prefecture. Concurrently, he orchestrated the arrival of the L family in Peixian County and, through a series of elaborate schemes, successfully arranged for LG, the daughter of El Gong, to wed Lu Bang. After this meticulous plotting, Lu Bang's life trajectory was effectively advanced by several years. In addition to the arrangements concerning Lu Bang, during his 5 years back in the Qin kingdom, also located the residences of other notable figures such as Xiao He and Zhang Liang. As for individuals like Xiang Yu and Han Xian, they were either born this year and still in infancy or had yet to be born. For these young figures, merely instructed his men to ascertain the identities of their parents and to impose stringent surveillance upon them. Who are you, and what business do you have with me? Lu Ji? At 24 years of age, Lu Bang had already wed and ascended to the position of a district chief. A remarkable achievement for someone so young in ancient times. Lord Qin wishes to see you. Upon Lu Bang's emergence, The guard who had previously called out stepped forward to convey the purpose of his visit. Lord Qin. Which Lord Qin? Liu Bang inquired, somewhat perplexed by the guard's words. I am Mo Chun, the teacher of the current emperor. We met once over a decade ago. I wonder if you remember? Before Liu Bang could ponder this, Mo Chun chuckled lightly and entered the courtyard, introducing himself. The emperor's teacher? I am merely Liu Ji, the district chief of Sisui. I am unaware of Lord Qin's visit to my humble abode and beg your forgiveness for my insufficient welcome. Realizing Mo Qin's true identity, Liu Bang was taken aback and hastily knelt on the ground, his face paling as he spoke. It is of no consequence. I am merely passing through and thought of an old acquaintance, hence my visit. Please, continue with your affairs. I must take my leave. Observing Liu Bang prostrating himself in deference, Mo Chun felt a flicker of disappointment. He had traveled to Peixian to see what the grown-up Liu Bang, the future founding emperor of the Han Dynasty, had become. However, witnessing Liu Bang's meek and submissive demeanor dashed Mo Chun's high expectations, leaving him disheartened and devoid of the desire to engage further. After bidding farewell to Liu Bang, Mo Chun did not linger in Peixian but returned directly to Xianxia by carriage. Your Majesty, the first step in our colonization of the world has been accomplished. The next phase awaits discussion. Upon returning to Xianxia, Mo Chun entered the palace to meet with Ying Zheng. What thoughts do you have, teacher? Speak freely. Ying Zheng replied with a smile. I believe that while the nations across the continents may appear to have submitted to our great Qin, there remains an underlying defiance among them. To prevent potential rebellions in the future, I propose that the emperor relocate some Qin subjects to various nations worldwide. This would allow them to disseminate Qin culture, systems, and advanced ideologies across the globe. Influenced by these relocated subjects, the nations will likely develop a sense of recognition towards Qin over the ensuing decades. Furthermore, should we enter a widespread rebellion phase during the second step of our colonization, we can utilize these relocated Qin subjects as eyes and ears, establishing networks for infiltration, support, and intelligence gathering throughout the world. After careful consideration, Mo Chun presented his counsel to Ying Zheng. The matter you raise, teacher, has also crossed my mind recently. As per your prior plans for the second phase of colonization, it indeed requires a significant number of Qin subjects to migrate to various nations. After listening to Mo Chun's proposal, Ying Zheng nodded in agreement. Noticing that Ying Zheng did not oppose, a smile blossomed within him. The notion of relocating the citizens of the Qin state to various nations was primarily conceived by Mo Chun to eliminate potential destabilizing factors following the fall of Qin. With Ying Zheng's formal endorsement now secured, Mo Chun felt a surge of joy. Several months later, the first list of citizens selected from various regions of Qin to be dispatched to countries around the world was compiled. Among them were notable figures such as Liu Bang, Xiao He, Zhang Liang, and Zhao Gao. Additionally, the parents and even entire families of individuals like Xiang Yu and Han Xian were also included on this list. It was evident that Mo Chun aimed to relocate these historically significant figures who had the potential to overturn the Qin state during its final days, away from the homeland of Qin and disperse them across the globe. While this may not guarantee their immediate survival, it could at least serve to postpone the inevitable demise of the Qin state to a certain extent. Chapter 73. A century of years. The illustrious historical figures, intentionally dispatched by Mo Chun to various corners of the world, were treated with respect under his careful orchestration, contrary to facing discrimination. They garnered a measure of intrigue and admiration. In the process of distributing these eminent personalities across different nations, Mo Chun deliberately assigned them to various positions of authority, neither too grand nor too humble, within their respective localities. His motivation stemmed from a profound curiosity about what these renowned individuals, under the auspices of certain resources in foreign lands, might achieve throughout their lifetimes. The second phase of the colonial agenda had swiftly elapsed over the span of more than 40 years. During this period, diverse minerals and rare resources from around the globe were consistently transported to the Qin state, propelling rapid development in various sectors within the kingdom. Concurrently, as Mo Chun had previously anticipated, the world witnessed 5 or 6 significant uprisings against the Qin regime. Though these insurrections had been suppressed by the increasingly formidable Qin navy, nearly 40% of the nations remained embroiled in turmoil and internal strife. The remaining 60% were plagued by various insurgent factions. In light of such circumstances, Ying Zheng, who had adopted Mo Chun's strategies, chose to turn a blind eye. By the year 189 BCE, after numerous expansions, the Feng Palace in Xianxia had become a magnificent royal garden palace, embodying the pinnacle of architectural artistry from around the world. Now in his 80s, Mo Chun, alongside the 70-year-old Ying Zheng, sat in a 6-story pavilion of the palace, gazing at the vibrant hues of the sunset, relishing the warmth of the evening sun. "Your Majesty, I wish to venture outside the palace tomorrow," Imogen suddenly voiced, his head adorned with white hair and his face etched with wrinkles, as he observed the sinking sun. "Where does my teacher intend to go?" Ingzheng inquired, his curiosity piqued, as he noted the healthier complexion of his companion. "I wish to visit Mount Yuming and meet Master Gigu," Imogen replied, his gaze shifting from the western sky to Ingzheng. "Is my teacher going to meet Master Gigu? Is it possible that Master Gigu is still alive?" Ingzheng asked, astonished by the revelation. "There is nothing remarkable about this. Your Majesty may recall the people of Wanxiu. Their lifespans are nearly eternal. Master Gigu, much like them, has been alive for at least 3 centuries. Before the Qin state unified the Huaxia, I visited Mount Yuming to pay my respects to Master Gigu. Unfortunately, at that time, his disciple informed me that he had descended the mountain for wanderings and would return only after a century. Now, calculating the passage of time, a century of 60 years has indeed elapsed, and it is time for me to visit Master Gigu once more," Imogen explained with a smile, observing Ingzheng's astonishment. "Eternal life. How I wish to attain immortality like the people of Wanxiu and Master Gigu. If immortality were attainable, I would witness the grandeur of the Qin kingdom's ultimate unification of the world." Upon hearing Imogen's words, Ingzheng let out a sudden, reluctant sigh. "Your Majesty, do not act in haste. You have diligently studied the art of longevity, and though your body is now 70, you still appear as if you were in your 40s. If you can maintain this state, is it not an alternative means of prolonging life?" Observing Ingzheng's renewed interest in the topic of immortality, Imogen hurriedly offered words of comfort and counsel. Over the past few decades, Imogen had acutely perceived Ingzheng's profound fascination with the pursuit of eternal life. In his quest for the elixir of immortality, Ingzheng had dispatched individuals worldwide to fervently collect tales of longevity. Through analyzing these narratives, he sought out potential real-life herbs or relevant materials to experiment with, one by one. Moreover, he established a pharmacological society, which was widely distributed across various counties and cities of the Qin kingdom. Each year, this society recruited numerous individuals with talent in alchemy and medicine from various grassroots channels to engage in diverse medical research and academic exploration. Whether it was collecting tales of longevity or forming a nationwide pharmacological society, Ingzheng's singular aim was to discover ways to extend his own life. And if he could uncover the legendary elixir of immortality, it would be even better. Soon after, Imogen boarded a steam train bound for Yunming Mountain. With over 40 years of technological advancement, the steam engine had undergone numerous refinements. The invention of the steam train and the construction of railways throughout the nation had rendered transportation in the Qin kingdom far more convenient. This ease of travel, in turn, solidified the governance within the realm. A few days later, accompanied by a retinue of guards, Imogen arrived near Yunming Mountain. Rather than proceeding directly to the mountain, he first visited Lin's village, the first place he had arrived at in this world. Decades had passed, and Lin's village had changed significantly. The elders and peers Imogen had known upon his arrival had all since passed away. Essentially, the essence of his initial visit to Lin's village was lost to him. Leaning on his cane, he stood at the entrance of the village for quite some time. "Sai, let us proceed to Yunming Mountain," Imogen finally remarked to his accompanying guards. Before long, with his entourage, Imogen ascended Yunming Mountain once more. "Greetings, Mr. Imo. My master has instructed me to await your arrival here." A young acolyte in a Taoist robe unexpectedly appeared behind Imogen as he rested on a stone halfway up the mountain. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Imogen turned around with a look of incredulity on his face. "Incredible! After all these years, you have not changed at all. My master is waiting above." "Please follow me," the acolyte replied, seemingly oblivious to Imogen's astonishment. Afterward, he turned and walked towards the summit. Observing this, Imogen could only rise with a wry smile, aided by his accompanying guard, as he followed the Taoist S-figure, also heading towards the peak. "Imogen, my young friend." After a few minutes, Imogen, following the Taoist, arrived once more at the mountain cave from decades past. "Mr. Guegu, it has been a lifetime since we last met, yet you appear as robust and vigorous as ever." Upon seeing the elderly figure standing in the clearing before the cave, Imogen's typically placid eyes rippled with a wave of emotion. "Your praises are unwarranted, my young friend. Do not linger outside. Come inside and let us converse over tea," said Guegu, stroking his white beard with a smile as he invited Imogen into the cave. A few moments later, Imogen and Guegu sat down at the stone table within the cave. Shortly thereafter, the Taoist presented 2 cups of freshly brewed tea, placing them before the 2 men. "This tea, brewed from a rare variety I chanced upon during my travels over the past 60 years, is for you to savor." Raising his cup, Gue Guzi blew gently on the tea before taking a sip, a look of delight spreading across his face. Thank you, Mr. Gue Gu. For this exquisite tea, I am honored to partake. As the Taoist set down the cups, Imo Chun was captivated by the fragrant aroma wafting from his cup, stirring a sense of yearning within his frail, 80-year-old body. This unusual sensation led him to realize that the tea might possess some remarkable effects. Thus, when Gue Guzi gestured for him to drink, Imo Chun, lacking any pretense, lifted the cup to his lips, blowing gently on the surface before tasting the tea. However, as his lips met the liquid, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. He had assumed the white mist rising from the cup was due to the boiling water's heat, to his astonishment. Upon tasting it, he discovered that the tea was not hot at all. On the contrary, the initial sensation was one of exquisite smoothness, melting effortlessly in his mouth, with the fragrant essence bursting forth to envelop his palate. As the tea's warmth flowed down his throat and spread throughout his limbs, he could not help but emit a contented sigh. After experiencing the tea's marvel, Imo Chun disregarded any semblance of decorum and drank the entire cup in one go. Refreshing. Setting the cup down on the stone table, he closed his eyes, relishing the warm currents coursing through his body, whispering to himself, "Though I am unaware of your true origins, young friend, your deeds in this mortal realm over the past century are indeed commendable. This cup of tea is a gift from me to you. Its effects can extend your lifespan by at least 50 years. Now that you have finished this tea, it signifies that your connection with me has reached its conclusion." As Imo Chun sat with his eyes closed, immersed in the exquisite sensations brought forth by the tea in his cup, the sudden voice of Giguzi pierced through his reverie. Upon comprehending Giguzi's words, Imo Chun abruptly opened his eyes, startled. Yet, at that moment, there was no trace of Giguzi, nor any hidden abode. He remained seated upon the stone in the mountain, flanked by his vigilant guards who cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Chapter 74. Conclusion. The fourth judge reminds you, please remember to collect after reading, for greater convenience in future reading. Was that a dream? As Imo Chun realized he was still resting on the stone halfway up the mountain, with the surrounding scenery unchanged, he spoke to himself in a state of uncertainty. No, my body undeniably feels much lighter than before I ascended the mountain. My mental state is also markedly different from the previous moments of wavering between clarity and confusion. Certain ailments within me have vanished. Initially, Imo Chun thought he was merely experiencing a situation akin to a fleeting dream, but he soon discovered other changes within himself. Through careful introspection, he dismissed his earlier assumptions. Regardless of the circumstances, it is an undeniable fact that my physical condition has improved. In just a brief moment of awakening, Imo Chun felt his body rejuvenating at an astonishing pace. Although he still appeared with a head of white hair, he increasingly sensed a return to the vitality of his 30s. The fullness of spirit and the effortless state of being that only youth can bring were unmistakable. If before, at over 80 years of age, Imo Chun's body resembled a dilapidated, creaking wooden cart on the verge of collapse, then now he felt akin to a finely tuned sports car, performing at its peak after years of adjustment. Mr. Gigu, your benevolent gift of rebirth shall remain etched in my heart. I implore you to take care. Ultimately, Imo Chun ceased to dwell on the changes in his body. Suddenly, he rose from the stone, then knelt on the ground, solemnly bowing in the direction of Giguzi's cave dwelling atop the mountain. Having completed this act, he turned and descended the mountain with his entourage. Master, you have waited for him on this mountain for 3 years. Why, upon his arrival, do you not meet him directly, but instead expend your magic to bestow upon him the transformative tea, allowing him to depart in this manner? A young acolyte questioned beside Giguzi within the cave. The rise and fall of fate holds its reasons. I have my motives for acting thus. The last time I met this young friend hastily, it inadvertently led to considerable trouble for me. Had it not been for those divine beings, noble in character and unparalleled in skill, who bore me no ill will, I might have faced dire consequences. Even so, I only narrowly escaped after revealing all my secrets to those celestial beings. Years ago, upon my return from traveling the seas, I divined and discovered another opportunity to meet this young friend, Imo Chun. After much contemplation, I devised today a strategy which avoids provoking him while ensuring my safe withdrawal. Upon hearing the acolyte's inquiry, Giguzi stroked his white beard and explained with a wry smile, "Why would a mere mortal like me warrant such careful treatment from my master?" The acolyte, having heard Giguzi's explanation, found himself even more perplexed. A mere mortal? Haha, not at all. In my eyes, this young friend, Imo Chun, is imbued with extraordinary fortune and secrets. Were it not so, those divine beings would not have taken an interest in him. Remember, those who pique the curiosity of the divine are never ordinary. The Taoist's words elicited an involuntary chuckle from Giguzi, who gently shook his head in response. After returning from Yumeng Mountain, Imochen refrained from divulging the changes he experienced to Yingzheng. Instead, he continued to live a life reminiscent of a decrepit elder, just as he did before his journey to Yunming Mountain. For decades, the inhabitants of Atlantis have vanished without a trace, and the people of Wansu have also disappeared. Yet, this is for the best, regardless of the reasons. As long as they remain absent, my trial plan can proceed uninterrupted. To alter the fate of the second emperor of Qin. Given the current circumstances, the groundwork has been laid, barring any unforeseen events. I need only to patiently await the fruition of this scheme. In a courtyard resembling a traditional Sihiyuan within the Apang Palace, Missouri Qin reclined on a chaise lounge, eyes closed, peacefully enjoying the cool breeze of early summer. In 181 BC, at the age of 78, Yingzheng passed away in his imperial chamber within the Apang Palace. Following his demise, his eldest son, Fusu, ascended to the throne of the Qin state. Fusu's character was inherently suited for governing a prosperous era, thus elevating the overall strength of Qin to unprecedented heights during his 31 years of rule. By 150 BC, Fusu had also passed away. After his death, his son Ing succeeded him. Ing was an emperor of remarkable talent, more inclined toward expansion than his father Fusu. Under his reign, the technological landscape of Qin transitioned from traditional steam engines to internal combustion engines powered by oil. Additionally, the invention of internal combustion chariots, automatic rifles, and large warships propelled the military prowess of Qin far beyond that of other nations. In the second year of Emperor Ying's reign, he summoned the venerable Imochen, now over a century old. Grand Mentor, you are a venerable elder of the Qin state spanning 3 dynasties. You have observed the current strength of our nation. Do you believe it is now time to embark on the third stage of the colonial world as devised with the late emperor? Within the Apang Palace, Emperor Ing regarded the frail, white-haired elder seated in a wheelchair with utmost respect. Indeed, sitting in the wheelchair, eyes closed, and demeanor tranquil, Imochen nodded faintly after a moment of silence, having processed the emperor's inquiry. Upon completion of the trial task objectives, the trial will be forcibly concluded within 3 days, followed by the final assessment and reward distribution. Please prepare accordingly. Would you like to conclude the trial immediately? Yes? No? Time remaining until mandatory trial settlement. 71, 59, 54. Just seconds after Imochen responded to Emperor Ing, an ethereal, emotionless voice resonated in his mind. Your Majesty, I am weary. If there are no further matters, I shall retire to rest. The sudden voice resonating in his mind prompted Imochen, who had kept his eyes closed and wore a serene expression, to abruptly open them. Upon realizing the significance of the moment, a smile of relief graced his face. He then gently closed his eyes once more and spoke in a calm tone. On the journey back to his residence, Imochen instructed his guards to promptly arrange for a train, for he wished to depart from Xianxia and explore beyond. At his behest, a train specially prepared for the esteemed officials of the Qin state was arranged. After making some simple preparations at home, Imochen boarded the train, leaving Xianxia and heading towards Yumeng Mountain. After many years, Lin's village had transformed into Lin's town. The train's first stop was Lin's town, the former Lin's village. As he had done decades prior, Imochen lingered for a moment at the entrance of Lin's town before turning to take a special vehicle, departing for Yunmeng Mountain. This time, he did not ascend the mountain. Instead, accompanied by dozens of guards, he stood at the foot of Yunmeng Mountain, gazing towards its summit for a long while. Eventually, he sighed softly and took his leave in the special vehicle. Imochen's second destination was Handan City. By this time, Handan City was a skyline of towering edifices. Again, he did not enter the city. Standing outside the city gates, he looked up at the plaque on the city tower, and visions of his past flooded back, when he had stealthily scaled the city wall to infiltrate Handan in search of Yingzheng amid the conflict between the Qin and Zhao armies. After departing from Handan City, Imochen's third stop was the Imo family port in Shenzhen. Regrettably, he had less than a day remaining. If only he had more time, he would have loved to explore the world further. Standing by the sea, gazing at the vast, undulating blue expanse, he murmured with a hint of regret. Having spent nearly 110 years in this world, I have truly lived enough. With the passage of time, Imochen's health had deteriorated significantly, plagued by various chronic ailments that tormented him daily. Were it not for the unfinished trials, he might have sought release from his suffering long ago. That night, he penned a letter for Emperor Ing, then used the pretext of wanting to take a stroll nearby to dismiss the attending maidservants and guards, venturing out alone into the streets. The guards assigned to protect Imochen were, of course, of superior intellect and skill, though bound by his orders to remain discreetly behind. The captain of the guards had resolved to follow him closely after he had walked a short distance, intending to provide covert protection. However, he could not have anticipated that. As a man over 100 years old, Chun would not venture far. Upon leaving his residence, he turned into a nearby alleyway within mere steps. After carefully surveying his surroundings and ensuring that no one was paying attention to this place, he mentally activated the confirmation command to conclude the trial task. Chapter 75. The Ways of the World. Congratulations to the tester, Chun, for successfully completing the trial task. In the pure darkness of space, the peculiar voice of 004 resonated. Trial assessment completed. Trial evaluation level. SS trial points reward. 9 points technological reward. Complete set of cold weapon technology data life quality reward. 1 enhancement of the Xian carrier after enduring over a century of trials. It turned out that the only reward was merely 1 additional point compared to the previous trial in Sky City. Achieving a full level completion of the trial tasks is indeed a formidable challenge. In the dark space, Chun scanned the rewards of this trial with his consciousness, feeling somewhat disheartened as he murmured to himself, "All right, 004, if there's nothing else, I shall return to reality." "Understood," 004 replied succinctly. As Chun opened his eyes to the white ceiling and the minimalist decor of his bedroom, bathed in the soft glow of energy-saving lights, he quickly confirmed that he was indeed in the bedroom of the apartment he had purchased. Still just a minute? He glanced at the electronic wall clock, which displayed the exact date and time of his entry into the trial world. Rising, he drew back the curtains of the balcony to gaze at the night view of the county town, and with a nuanced expression, he mused. The trial space truly is an enigma. Even after a century within, only a minute has passed in the real world. After this brief contemplation, Chun began to assess his physical condition. The last trial had notably enhanced his body, and he was curious to discover what changes this new trial would bring. Boom. What is happening? Is that a sonic boom? Must it be so dramatic? Chun had merely focused on channeling his strength, throwing a straightforward punch, only to be startled by the explosive sound that followed, akin to a balloon bursting. At this rate, if I complete a few more trial tasks, I might genuinely become superhuman. After momentarily staring at his fist in astonishment, Chun, having learned from this experience, carefully tested his speed and agility within the confines of his bedroom. Once he had completed his evaluations, he stood there, utterly astonished. Knock, knock, knock. Chun, what was that noise in your room? Did you break something? At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside the bedroom door, followed by his mother's concerned voice. "It's nothing, Mom, just a plastic bag I accidentally popped." Hearing his mother's worried inquiry, Chun calmed his emotions and responded in a composed tone. After his mother departed, Chun returned to his bed. Was there some trouble on his father's side or concerning his aunt? Just as Chun was about to enter the trial space to peruse the materials on cold weapons, one of the rewards for this trial task, he suddenly heard his mother's voice resonating in his ears. This discovery left Chun astounded. His bedroom was separated from his parents' by a soundproof wall, yet it felt as if they were in the same room. His aunt had just called, reporting that little Yu's child had been struck by a car this afternoon and urgently required 60,000 yuan for surgery. Chun's father spoke with a tone heavy with concern. "Little Yu's child had an accident today? Oh dear, it seems one trouble after another is relentless. Earlier today, my mother called to inform me that Chen's cousin, Little Ming, nearly drowned in a pond while playing with other children a few days ago. Although he was rescued, it seems he inhaled water and suffered a brain injury. As of now, Little Ming is still lying in the county hospital. Furthermore, there was the matter of Chen's second aunt. A fortnight ago, her husband suffered a heart ailment and required over an hour of emergency treatment at the city hospital, which reportedly cost a significant sum." As soon as Chen's father finished speaking, his mother sighed heavily. "You know, I wonder if something is amiss lately. Chen's second aunt's daughter contracted acute pneumonia over 10 days ago and spent 7 or 8 days in the hospital before being discharged. According to Chen's second uncle, those days in the hospital cost them nearly 20,000. Finding a resonance in their shared concerns, Chen's father expressed his bewilderment. "Juzi, should we discuss these matters with Chun tomorrow? Previously, we lacked the means to assist, but now that Chun is financially stable, we cannot remain indifferent as we once did." Chen's mother paused for a moment, as if having made a decision, before responding. "Alas, regarding the issues with Chen's first and second aunts, I believe we should inform him. He is likely to lend a hand. After all, when you were hospitalized, several of Chen's aunts helped us raise funds. However, the situations concerning his second and fourth aunts may be more complicated. They were indifferent to your illness before and contributed nothing. Now that they are in trouble, given Chen's temperament, it will likely be difficult for him to forgive them so readily." Hearing his mother's words, Chen's father sighed and voiced his concerns. "While my sisters may be callous, as their elder sister, I cannot be as ignorant of their plight. I raised them all when they were young, and now that they are facing difficulties. If I allow resentment from the past to cloud my judgment and remain indifferent, it would be unjust. Perhaps for a fleeting moment, I may experience a sense of relief. Yet as time progresses, these matters could morph into an incessant burden upon my heart, instilling within me a lingering sense of guilt. Upon hearing her husband's perspective, Mo Chun's mother, Mo Xiaoyu, spoke with a tone laden with resignation. Alas, you are inherently of a gentle disposition. Let us cease this discussion. The decision regarding whether to assist lies in Qinchen's hands. Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow, after we elucidate these matters to him, allowing him to make his own choice. Understanding the nature of his wife, Mo Tenju, Mo Qin's father, refrained from further persuasion and, feeling rather troubled, passed the matter on to Mo Chun. Little did I anticipate that in merely a month, numerous complications would arise within my maternal and paternal families. Initially, I had resolved not to maintain contact with my aunts, hoping that our paths would diverge entirely. However, given the current situation, if I were to proceed with such intentions, it would likely wound my mother's heart. Though she may never voice her discontent before me, it is conceivable that, as she expressed to my father earlier, her soft-hearted nature could lead her to develop an emotional ailment stemming from this ordeal. Should it come to that, then the tens of thousands of dollars would merely serve as an act of goodwill, aimed at restoring my mother's happiness. Once the sounds of my parents' conversation faded, Mo Chun lay on his bed, contemplating and speaking to himself. Chapter 76. UFOs near the sun. The following day, as the Meng family gathered for breakfast, Meng Chen's father, Meng Tianju, recounted the unfortunate events that had befallen several of Meng Chen's aunts and cousins. Father, I shall promptly transfer 500,000 through online banking to address these chaotic matters. Surely, that should suffice? Meng Chun, already aware of the situation from the previous night, displayed little reaction to his father's account. After feigning silence for several moments, he retrieved his newly purchased smartphone and began to scroll through the screen, inquiring of his father. 500,000. That seems excessive. A maximum of 100,000 should suffice. Last night, I discussed this with Mother, and we agreed that when our relatives faced difficulties, we typically lent them merely 10,000 as a gesture of goodwill. Given that they have not prioritized our family's affairs, it seems only fitting that we reciprocate in kind. Moreover, we should return the 10,000 that each of your sisters lent us previously. Beyond that, lending an additional 20 or 30,000 to each family is already generous. If that proves insufficient, they must find their own solutions. Upon hearing Meng Chen's intention to transfer 500,000, Meng Tianju was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he waved his hand dismissively. Son, consider that 500,000 is my filial offering to you and your mother. As for how much you choose to lend them, that is your decision. After all, your aunts and cousins are your mother's and my own sisters. As a younger generation, it is not my place to say much on the matter. In response, Meng Chen offered a faint smile and calmly remarked. The trials he had undergone had honed his maturity considerably. Now, when confronted with matters of money and familial obligations, he was fully aware of how to navigate them. Perhaps for his parents, the memory of their aunts and cousins' financial troubles from a month prior still lingered vividly, as if it had transpired merely yesterday. Yet for Meng Chun, those events felt like they belonged to a distant past, over a century ago. As a host recognized by the trial space with extraordinary capabilities, he believed that if he could not even tolerate such trivial matters, he would likely not progress far in the trials ahead. Moreover, with his current invisible assets amounting to 16 points equivalent to 1.6 billion renminbi, alongside the enhanced physical prowess and knowledge acquired through 2 trials, he felt distinctly separated from the ordinary populace. This subtle shift in mindset instilled in him a sense of superiority over those of lesser means. Meng Chen's perspective left his parents feeling somewhat estranged from him. However, they soon reconciled this feeling, acknowledging that their son was now 17 years old and perhaps truly ready to mature. After breakfast, Meng Chen's parents departed to attend to matters concerning his aunts and cousins. The people of this era are indeed quite amusing. On one hand, they are enslaved by money, toiling daily in pursuit of wealth, exhausting their minds to expand their so-called networks of connections. On the other hand, influenced by their monetary mindset, the majority have become increasingly mercenary and snobbish. Faced with their closest blood relatives, they fail to nurture and maintain healthy, stable relationships, transforming into individuals who shun their kin at the slightest misfortune. Even more distressing, some disregard decades of camaraderie, resorting to various forms of ridicule and insult, as if fearing any future reconciliation. Such trivial matters are indeed entertaining upon reflection. Once everyone had left the house, Mo Chun sat idly on the living room sofa, reflecting for a while before picking up the remote control from the coffee table. He turned on the newly purchased smart LCD television. Welcome to the morning news, the national GDP for the first half of the year. Welcome to the Glory livestream. This is a windfall match, 5 kills without pressure. Bro, do you dare play the stealthy one before this hero? I'll show you what it means to strike true, sending you straight to your doom. As Qin aimlessly fiddled with the remote. Switching between various TV programs, he stumbled upon a sensational headline. Shocking. A giant UFO spotted near the sun. Is this just another round of baseless hype from the internet? Or a greeting from an alien civilization? Just as he was growing increasingly disinterested and about to turn off the television, a striking news headline suddenly caught his eye. UFOs on the sun's surface? Had it been before, he would have unhesitatingly closed the tab upon seeing such a clitch title. However, after enduring the trials of the Qin Dynasty, many questions regarding Atlantis and the people of Xianxia had lingered in his mind. Now, upon seeing these UFO headlines, he felt a flicker of curiosity. Perhaps these seemingly absurd clickbait news articles contain fragments of truth about this world? With this thought in mind, Qin opened the news article and began to peruse its detailed content. The UFOs near the sun were reported to be at least 200 to 300 kilometers in length, with the largest extending up to 30 to 40,000 kilometers. Are you kidding me? Upon reading this data, Qin felt an absurdity akin to a tale from 1001 Nights. To put it into perspective, the diameter of the moon is merely over 3,000 kilometers, yet this news claimed that these UFOs were several tens of thousands of kilometers long. Such dimensions rival many moons. Even if Atlantis still existed today, it had only been over 2,000 years. Their technology surely could not have reached such an extraordinary level, could it? After finishing the article, Qin's first association was with the civilization of Atlantis. It is not entirely impossible. The advancement of modern human technology has primarily been concentrated in the last century. Over 2,000 years. One cannot definitively ascertain the extent to which Atlantis's technology may have evolved. Perhaps this spaceship, comparable in size to a planet, is indeed their masterpiece. Turning off the television, Qin reclined on the sofa, his body completely relaxed, gazing up at the ceiling as he murmured to himself, 004, are you aware of the UFOs near the sun? After contemplating for a while, Qin suddenly remembered that he had a guiding spirit in the trial space. With a mindset of curiosity, he inquired within his mind. I am aware, replied 004. What exactly are these UFOs? Do they belong to the Atlantis civilization? By the way, does my world still have the Atlantis civilization? If so, where do they reside now? Hearing 004 respond brought a surge of joy to Qin's heart, prompting him to ask a flurry of questions. Upon scanning and determining the nature of the host's inquiries, the trial space concluded that these questions fell within the scope of the opportunity for point redemption. Would the host like to spend points to answer all the questions? After calculation, it was revealed that answering all the questions proposed by the host would require a total expenditure of 6 points. Specifically, the first question would cost 3 points, while the subsequent 3 questions would each require 1 point. Qin's aspirations were grand, yet 004's subsequent response fell upon him like a bucket of cold water, shattering his hopeful illusions. 6 points. To trade 600 billion renminbi for answers to 4 questions is far too extravagant, far too wasteful. Upon hearing 004's answer, Qin's complexion turned pale. Even if it meant spending 100 billion renminbi for the answers to these 4 questions, he would have to deliberate carefully, and the eventual conclusion would likely lean towards foregoing the exchange. The notion that it would cost 600 billion renminbi to obtain answers to all his inquiries seemed utterly absurd to him. Even robbing a bank, no, it should be robbing the national treasury, would not yield such quick fortune. Well, if the sky does fall, the state will bear the burden. I am but a common citizen, why should I worry so much? After sitting on the sofa for a long while, Qin ultimately wore a self-deprecating smile, offering himself a semblance of comfort. Chapter 77. The beginning of school. The summer vacation typically lasts a little over 50 days. Due to prior circumstances concerning his mother, Qin had spent several days working at a construction site. Subsequently, after completing his initial trial task, he dedicated over 40 days to addressing the medical expenses for his mother's surgery and preparing for his second trial task. As Qin, who was transitioning from junior high to senior high, approached the start of school, only a few days remained. Time indeed flies. In just 5 days, he would embark on his journey to high school. One evening, seated at his bedroom desk, Qin meticulously organized his backpack and stationery, quietly reflecting on the imminent change. In 5 days, he would share a rented white minivan with several students from the county to report to an ordinary high school situated several kilometers away in a nearby town. In fact, merely 2 streets from his residential community lies a key high school in the county. Given Qin's examination scores, he He was only 4 points shy of qualifying for a tuition-free spot at this prestigious institution. However, those 4 points meant an additional 4,000 yuan was needed from Mo Qin's family for him to attend. As his mother had fallen ill and been hospitalized before the summer, the family's savings had been depleted. Under such circumstances, even 4,000 yuan was an unattainable sum for Mo Qin's parents. Considering this predicament, his father ultimately decided it was best for Mo Qin to attend a regular high school located several kilometers from the county. According to the admission criteria of this high school, Mo Qin's examination results assured him a stress-free acceptance. Furthermore, upon entering this new school, his academic performance remained commendably high. Qin, it's all my fault for not considering things thoroughly. Had I known we would be moving to the county, I would have borrowed money to ensure you could attend that prestigious high school, his father lamented. This way, we wouldn't have to travel to a town so distant just for you to attend high school. Perhaps you could stay here for a while, and I could seek connections to see if it's still possible for you to transfer to the key high school in the county. In the taxi, Mo Qin's father accompanied him to the new school for enrollment. As they entered the town, he gazed at the several-story school buildings in the distance, filled with remorse. It's all right, Dad. Since I'm here, I might as well make the most of it and spend 3 years here, Mo Qin replied reassuringly. We aren't short on money now. You needn't trouble yourself seeking connections. It's not worth it. Mo Qin's father's expressions of guilt elicited a smile from him. Now a billionaire, Mo Qin had long since lost his ambition to excel academically merely for the sake of standing out. His current motivation for attending high school was simply to avoid appearing different from his peers. Additionally, he yearned to experience what high school and university life truly entailed. Shortly thereafter, due to the influx of first-year students reporting for school today, taxis were compelled to halt several meters away from the school entrance. After disembarking, Mo Qin and his father, carrying bedding and backpacks, joined the throng and made their way toward the gates of the institution known as Yingji High School. Upon entering, their eyes were immediately drawn to the 5 four-story buildings aligned from south to north on the western side of the entrance. According to the signage emblazoned in red on these edifices, the first 2 rows comprised the teaching building and the faculty offices, while the middle 2 rows housed the student dormitories, and the final row contained the library, computer lab, and the comprehensive physics and chemistry laboratory. Beyond these 5 buildings lay a standard 400-meter green running track playground to the north. To the east of the entrance stood a 2-story cafeteria, accompanied by a plaza formed by 4 basketball courts. Further east, the school's perimeter wall enclosed the grounds, beyond which a cluster of high-rise buildings could be discerned. On one of these structures, in bold red letters, the words Teacher's Residential Building were prominently displayed. Dad, there's nothing more to do here. You should head back quickly, Mo Qin said to his father, Mo Tianju, after spending nearly an hour completing the enrollment procedures, securing a dormitory bed, and determining his class assignment. All right, Qin, focus on your studies. If anything arises, don't hesitate to contact me on your phone, his father replied, offering a few words of advice before turning to leave the classroom. After watching his father depart, Mo Qin surveyed his surroundings, rose from his original seat, and moved to a position in the second row against the wall. Given the current situation, it seems unlikely that class will commence soon. I might as well rest my eyes for a while, he thought. Sitting in his chair, he glanced at his watch and noted that it was still before 10 o'clock. After muttering softly to himself, he leaned down onto his desk and began to close his eyes and recuperate. Some 40 minutes later, as a sound of steady footsteps drew nearer, the classroom abruptly fell silent. With his heightened senses honed by 2 rounds of training, Mo Qin noticed this shift and roused himself from his light slumber, rising from his desk to survey his surroundings. At that moment, the seats in the classroom had nearly all been occupied by students, each appearing somewhat inexperienced yet brimming with youthful vitality, seated in their respective places and whispering towards the front of the classroom and the blackboard. Hello everyone. I am Li Bing, the homeroom teacher for class 186 and your chemistry instructor for the coming year, declared a slender, middle-aged man approximately 168 meters tall, his expression serious as he surveyed the students within the classroom. Following his brief self-introduction, the classmates offered a modest round of applause to welcome their new teacher, spurred on by a few enthusiastic peers. Subsequently, Li Bing selected several taller and sturdier boys from the class to go to the 3rd floor and collect the textbooks for each subject. Due to his relatively dark complexion and slender, undernourished appearance, Mo Qin was able to remain quietly seated in the classroom, enjoying a moment of respite. By the time all the textbooks were transported back to the classroom and distributed among the students, it was already past 11 in the morning. Shortly thereafter, the homeroom teacher announced that everyone could head to the cafeteria for lunch. During the enrollment process, Each student received their meal card under the teacher's guidance and deposited their living expenses into it. After lunch, the homeroom teacher returned to the classroom and informed everyone that starting tomorrow, all first-year students would undergo a 2-week military training program. During this training, all freshmen must don their camouflage uniforms and follow the instructor's commands for practice. Military training? It seemed like an uncharted experience, and Imogen wondered whether it would be enjoyable or not. After listening to the homeroom teacher's announcement, he rested his head on the desk, his eyes wandering restlessly as he pondered. Chapter 78. The welcoming ceremony in the afternoon. While the homeroom teacher assigned self-study time for class 186, he distributed camouflage uniforms, military boots, and caps to the students. Naturally, the expenses for these items had already been collected prior to the morning enrollment. After 2 hours of evening self-study, Imogen joined the crowd heading towards the boys' dormitory. Room 204 was the designated dormitory for Imogen, which housed 5 bunk beds. However, there were only 8 occupants in total, leaving 1 bunk free for storing the students' luggage. Are you Imogen? Upon entering the dormitory, Imogen was intercepted by a classmate with long hair, standing approximately 1.76 meters tall. Yes. Observing the blockade, Imogen caught sight of 6 others standing behind this student. He remained remarkably composed, looking up innocently and nodding in response. Hello, dorm leader. I am Chu Ming, and from now on we shall be roommates, so I hope you will take good care of us. To Imogen's surprise, after his nod, the self-identified Chu Ming suddenly wore a welcoming smile. I am Zhao Ning. I am Wenyu. I am Zhou Jingming. I am Zheng Lei. I am Eugene. I am Xiaoxian. Following Chu Ming's introduction, the other 6 young men also presented themselves with friendly smiles. What a uniquely spirited welcoming ceremony you have here. Those with timid hearts might just be frightened to tears. After hearing his new roommates, Imogen recalled that earlier in the classroom, due to his commendable academic performance, he had been appointed as the dorm leader by the homeroom teacher. We just wanted to test your mettle as the dorm leader. If you cannot handle such a minor situation, how can you protect us in the future? Chu Ming, evidently a straightforward and lively character, playfully defended himself after Imogen's remark. You make a valid point. If I lack the skills, how could I possibly maintain order among you all? Allow me to demonstrate a little, so we may avoid any irreparable misunderstandings in the future. Imogen generally adhered to the principle of acting when warranted and retreating when not, especially with someone like Chu Ming. Crack. Oh dear. Why is this bed frame so fragile? How could it break so easily? After his statement, Imogen seemingly casually placed his right hand on the nearby bed railing, exerting a gentle force that snapped a metal pipe off. Whoa, big brother. Leader Chen, please put me down. I have a fear of heights. As he broke the railing, Imogen's left hand reached out toward Chu Ming, effortlessly lifting him above his head with one hand. Are you impressed? With an expression that exuded an air of innocence, Imogen smiled as he observed the other 6 individuals in the dormitory. Firmly holding onto Chu Ming with his left hand, he inquired calmly, Are you convinced now? I concede. Chu Ming hastily responded upon realizing he could not free himself from Imogen's grasp. Will you dare to babble nonsense in my presence again? I wouldn't dare. Not even if it meant my life. Chu Ming, nearly paralyzed with fear, continued his eager replies. That's more like it. We are all in the same class and dormitory. It wouldn't do for us to speak so provocatively, would it? Imogen remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Yes, you're absolutely right. Chu Ming agreed, feeling the increasing pressure and pain from Imogen's grip, his ability to think rapidly diminishing to mere instinctual nods. Oh dear. Chu Ming, why does your face look so pale? Has someone bullied you? Sensing he had made his point, Imogen gently released Chu Ming onto the ground. Observing Chu Ming's ashen complexion and the sweat beading on his forehead, he inquired with genuine concern. No, I just accidentally bit my tongue. I'll be fine in a moment, Chu Ming stammered, shivering under Imogen's earnest gaze. Imogen responded, abruptly withdrawing his expression and ignoring Chu Ming as he walked towards his bed. However, as he settled onto his cot, he suddenly realized that the steel railing he had casually broken was, in fact, part of his own headboard, leaving him at a loss for words. Following this brief episode, the atmosphere in the dormitory grew quiet. The other 7 occupants moved about cautiously, whether fetching water or preparing for bed, as if afraid to disturb a sleeping beast. Imogen, indifferent to the situation, adhered to his principle. As long as they did not provoke him, he would not provoke them. The thoughts of others regarding the earlier incident were beyond his contemplation. The following morning, rising at around 5, Imogen, like the others, donned his camouflage uniform. After completing morning exercises, he returned to the classroom for self-study. Is everyone ready? At 7:30, We will gather in front of the teaching building to commence our 2 weeks of military training. Their homeroom teacher reiterated as the self-study session drew to a close. After breakfast, Imo-chun returned to his seat, idly flipping through the newly issued history textbook to pass the time. Before long, the appointed hour arrived. And under the guidance of the sports committee member, the entire class proceeded towards the square in front of the teaching building. Amidst the throng, Imo-chun, due to his modest height of approximately 1.6 meters, surveyed his surroundings, which were filled solely with military uniforms. Once all the first-year classes assembled in front of the teaching building, several hundred students, led by their homeroom teachers and a dozen instructors, marched in orderly formation toward the school gate. Is she really here as well? As Imo-chun walked forward with his class, an inexplicable sensation suddenly enveloped him. As if a gaze was fixed upon him. Guided by this unaccountable feeling, he turned to the left side of the line with a hint of curiosity. Their eyes met, and he found himself locked in a gaze with a girl of similar height, her long hair cascading gracefully. This girl, with features that could certainly be deemed beautiful, blushed deeply upon realizing she had been noticed by Imo-chun and quickly averted her gaze. Lu Zixin. She had also come to Yingji High School. Could this be what they call destiny? Upon recognizing her familiar visage, Imo-chun immediately confirmed her identity as Lu Zixin, a former classmate from middle school and, to date, the only girl he had ever harbored a secret affection for. Chapter 79. 9 Heavens Technology. The fourth judge prompts you. Please remember to bookmark after reading. For easier access later. The appearance of Lu Zixin brought a new source of amusement to Imo-chun during the otherwise tedious military training. Through subsequent observations, Imo-chun quickly realized that Lu Zixin was a student from the class next door. Typically, both classes were adjacent to each other, whether during training or in breaks, affording Imo-chun ample opportunities to tease her. For instance, during military training, Imo-chun frequently engaged in playful eye contact with her, thanks to his keen senses. As time passed, Lu Zixin gradually grew bolder. Often, when she was caught stealing glances at Imo-chun, she no longer averted her gaze shyly as she had at first. Instead, she would meet his eyes directly, her cheeks flushed, and occasionally even make funny faces. This transformation in Lu Zixin made Imo-chun feel a twinge of embarrassment. Upon realizing that he was indeed feeling bashful, he scolded himself internally. Despite the increasing frequency of their flirtations during military trainings, neither Imo-chun nor Lu Zixin had officially interacted in private. Imo-chun felt it was not yet the right moment and wished to continue teasing her. Furthermore, no one had ever taught him the art of pursuing a girl. As a girl, Lu Zixin hesitated to take the initiative with Imo-chun, who, with his lanky frame, modest height, and casual, somewhat outdated attire, offered little advantage in the realm of attraction. The 2-week military training period swiftly came to an end, marking the beginning of Imo-chun's high school life. However, during the brief respite following the training, he managed to acquire Lu Zixin's WeChat ID through various means. After successfully adding her and engaging in a few brief conversations, Imo-chun returned to school, resuming his life as if nothing had changed. Although this situation left Lu Zixin feeling somewhat disgruntled internally, she refrained from expressing her dissatisfaction for the sake of appearances. After all, they were merely ordinary classmates, and speaking too much might make her seem less reserved. Before long, nearly a month had passed since Imo-chun arrived at Yingji High School. One day, the school announced another break after 2 weeks of classes. After school, Imo-chun boarded the usual bus to the county town, intending to return home. A gentle reminder echoed in his mind. The third trial task in the trial space has been activated. Please choose whether to authorize the immediate commencement of the trial. Yes? No? As Imo-chun sat in the front row of the bus, wearing headphones and listening to music while gazing at the crowd outside, an ethereal prompt resonated in his mind. 004. Is a new trial task about to begin? Imo-chun asked mentally, momentarily taken aback. Affirmative, came the succinct reply from 004. It is not quite appropriate to commence the trial at this moment. It would be better to wait until I return home. Knowing that there will be a month of preparatory buffer time after the trial mission is activated, Imo-chun does not feel rushed. With a plan forming in his mind, he takes a few deep breaths and increases the volume of the music in his headphones. Having had 2 extraordinary experiences in previous trials, he has come to develop a vague fondness for traversing into unknown worlds and completing various peculiar tasks. After several dozen minutes, Imo-chun arrives home. Upon entering, he greets his mother, who is busy washing vegetables and chopping meat to prepare a sumptuous meal for him, before retreating into his bedroom. He then locks the door behind him. Once these tasks are completed, he lies back on his bed, slowly closes his eyes, and relaxes his entire body, mentally selecting the option to commence the trial. The trial is about to begin. The host is advised to prepare. The voice of 004 gradually fades, and the darkness before him begins to dissipate. Yuzuka Raimai, why are you still standing there? A beam of light floods his vision, and the surrounding environment and sounds gradually become clear to Emo-chan. Yuzuka Raimai? The first scene that greets Emo-chan as he opens his eyes is that of a beautiful woman, adorned with glasses and dressed in a white professional outfit, staring at him with a furrowed brow. However, for Emo-chan, who has just arrived in this world, the meaning behind her words remains elusive. Much like the beginnings of his previous trials, although he has inherited a body from this world, he has not acquired all of its memories. He can merely comprehend and articulate the language of this realm. Do you understand? You have been dismissed by Geotion Technology. If you do not leave my office immediately, I will summon security. Witnessing Yuzuka Raimai's bewildered and forlorn demeanor, Maria, the head of the Human Resources Department at Geotion Technology, deeply regrets her decision to hire such a dull and foolish woman. Oh, while unclear about the relationship between this body and the woman before him, Emo-chan comprehends the essence of her words. He has been dismissed. Turning around, he exits the office in a somewhat dazed state, still acclimating to this new world. Upon leaving the office, he catches a glimpse of his reflection in the smooth tiles of the lavishly decorated corridor. A pretty face, a slender figure, and a white professional outfit. Emo-chan scratches his head in confusion as he observes his new form, muttering to himself, why do I look like a woman? Is this body that of a cross-dressing enthusiast? As he contemplates this, he checks himself once more, drawing the curious glances of several male colleagues passing through the corridor. Naturally, Emo-chan, who embodies the core essence of boyhood, chooses to disregard their stares. After thoroughly familiarizing himself with his new vessel, Emo-chan ultimately confirmed that he had indeed become a woman. Faced with this revelation, he calmly touched his nose and mused, shouldn't I feel a sense of indignation and injustice at this moment? Yet, why does an overwhelming sense of euphoria swell within me? Could it be that I am, in fact, a pervert? The trial objective was to slay the Lord of Heaven and thwart the plans of the Moonlight Fragrance. While Emo-chan was lost in thoughts regarding the peculiarities of his feminine vessel and the trial ahead, a line of text suddenly appeared in his mind, accompanied by an audible reading. Lord of Heaven? Moonlight Fragrance? What on earth are those? The text was familiar to him, but the content left him perplexed. In the previous trials, Sky City and the Great Qin Dynasty, he could easily predict the ensuing narrative or historical context upon hearing the objectives. However, this time, the trial's initial content left him utterly bewildered. Disregarding his confusion, he resolved to leave this place first. Glancing down at his new vessel, he muttered to himself, feeling a sense of darkness clouding his thoughts. Chapter 80. Kozaki City. The expansive and pristine streets are lined with modern architectural marvels, where vehicles of various styles traverse in an orderly fashion, adhering to the traffic signals. On either side of the street, a row of one-story buildings presents a classic shopping street ambience, with shop signs adorned in Japanese, showcasing a plethora of establishments. This city is named Kozaki, and the abundance of Japanese characters and the appearance of the pedestrians unmistakably indicate its Japanese essence. Emerging from the towering structure of the Nine Heavens Technology Building, Emo-chan, within this trial realm, embodies a female vessel known as Yuzuki. He meanders aimlessly through the streets of this city, having wandered for nearly 4 hours. During this time, through intermittent observations and inquiries with the local populace, he has gradually begun to grasp the general landscape of his current environment. A certain robot seems familiar. Where have I seen it before? As Emo-chan sits on a park bench, contemplating the bustling crowd before him, a humanoid robot, its upper half square and its lower half equipped with 2 mechanical arms and legs, suddenly passes by from down the street. The trial mission has alluded to 2 key phrases, Heavenly Lord and Moonlight Fragrance Plan. Given that he is in Kozaki City, Japan, and the sight of this somewhat familiar robot, could this world be the anime Moonlight Agents? After synthesizing all he has encountered since arriving in this trial realm, Emo-chan delves deeply into his memories, ultimately recalling an anime he had once watched. Yes, he had initially been dragged into watching this series by a friend, and while he did not focus on the narrative details, the overarching storyline remained somewhat etched in his mind. As he excavates relevant memories, Emo-chan gradually comprehends the nature of this trial world. The Moonlight Agents universe essentially narrates the tale of a group of high school girls who join a spy organization called Moonlight, clandestinely opposing a nefarious organization known as the Wraiths. Notably, the Heavenly Lord appears to be a major antagonist, with a penchant for birds. As for the Moonlight Fragrance Plan, if memory serves him right, it should be a central plotline of the anime. This plan revolves around a drug invented by the Wraiths, designed to manipulate human brain behavior. The core objective is to disseminate this controlling substance throughout Kozaki City via a plant-like structure known as moonlight fragrance, thereby achieving dominion over the minds of the city's inhabitants. After meticulously organizing the pertinent information unearthed from his mind, Imo Chun has outlined the overarching narrative backdrop of this trial world. In the future, it seems prudent to immerse oneself in more anime series, as the existence of trial spaces suggests the possibility of being transported to peculiar worlds once again. Should I find myself in a narrative realm already established on Earth, be it in films, animations, or novels, my ignorance of their intricate backgrounds would undoubtedly complicate the task at hand, elevating its difficulty exponentially. After summarizing the storyline of the Moonshadow Agent world, Imo Chun took a moment for introspection, seizing the opportunity to reflect on his situation. Yet, he decided against overthinking it. The immediate priority was to ascertain the current progression of this world's narrative. Interestingly, it appears that even if I were to remain inactive, the original plot of Moonshadow Agent would lead to the inevitable demise of the Heavenly Lord at the hands of the female protagonist. While the Moonlit Fragrance plan would also meet failure, this raises an intriguing question. Why has this trial task been assigned to me? Given that it seems poised to resolve itself without intervention? Given the peculiar nature of this task in contrast to the first two trials, it could either be a boon from the trial space or a significant trap. With her left arm crossed over her chest and her right hand resting gracefully on her fair chin, Imo Chun, inhabiting the body of Yuzuki Raimai, sat thoughtfully on a park bench in professional attire, exuding an alluring charm unique to women. This very allure caught the attention of wandering gangsters in the disorderly city of Kazaki, who approached with ill intentions. Hey there, darling, all alone? Are you feeling lonely? Perhaps yearning for a man like me to entertain you? Three brazen youths, adorned in flashy attire and sporting dyed blonde hair, approached Yuzuki Raimai. One of the ruffians, undeterred, brazenly lifted her delicate chin with a wicked grin, making crude remarks. The female form certainly presents its challenges. Upon noticing the three ruffians, Imo Chun couldn't help but frown. When in his male form, even while homeless and begging, he seldom faced trouble from street thugs. Yet, unexpectedly, as he found himself in a female body for the first time, he had swiftly attracted the attention of these miscreants. Adhering to the principle of striking when conditions are favorable or retreating when they are not, Imo Chun quickly assessed the power dynamics and resolved to seize an opportunity to escape. Hey, you little witch, don't think you can get away. After her, boys. I'll have her sold to a brothel. The lead thug, caught off guard, was met with a swift kick to the groin from Yuzuki Raimai. Seizing the moment, she sprang from the park bench and dashed toward the densely populated street ahead. Help! Someone please! Yuzuki Raimai shouted as she sprinted for her life. It is utterly unforgivable that someone would dare to commit violence against a woman in broad daylight. Yutsong Limei sprinted from her location to a bustling commercial street near the park, her desperate cries quickly attracting the attention of a patrolling female officer. Do not panic. Please tell me who is attempting to harm you. Upon hearing Yutsong Limei's cries for help, the officer maneuvered her vehicle to block Limei's path, disembarking to inquire about the situation. It was those three. They intend to abduct me and sell me to a brothel. Upon seeing the female officer emerge from her vehicle, Yutsong Limei, under the control of Imo Chun, displayed a look of distress, running behind the officer and pointing towards three thugs approaching from a distance. This is Shinigaki Ayumo. I have spotted three individuals attempting to abduct a woman on the commercial street. I request immediate assistance from nearby law enforcement. Following the direction in which Limei pointed, the female officer also observed the three thugs advancing towards them. Calmly, she retrieved her firearm from her waist and spoke into her radio with composure. Chapter 81. A friend forged in adversity. As soon as the three ruffians caught sight of Yuzuo Rimi hastening towards the commercial street, trepidation crept into their hearts. Upon witnessing her taking refuge behind a female police officer, the trio exchanged glances and, in perfect synchrony, darted off in three different directions. Thank you for rescuing me. Yuzuo Rimi exhaled in relief, her gratitude directed towards the female officer as the ruffians fled. It is merely my duty as a patrol officer. The policewoman replied with a smile, having already transmitted images of the fleeing miscreants to her fellow patrolling officers. May I inquire your name, officer? If fate allows, I shall find a way to repay your kindness, Yuzuo Rimi requested, turning her attention to the officer. I'm Ayumi Shingaki, and I reside near this commercial street by Keisaki Station, the officer replied courteously, not giving it much thought. Residing near the commercial street and named Ayumi Shingaki. Indeed, the policewoman bore a striking resemblance to the officer familiar with the protagonist in the world of Moonshadow Agents. If that is the case, does it not imply that this very commercial street is one the protagonist traverses daily? What a fortunate stroke of serendipity, leading me to a direct clue related to her. He mused, his thoughts swirling with clarity upon confirming the officer's identity. After exchanging pleasantries with Ayumi Shingaki, Yuzawa Rimi, under the guidance of Moke-chun, parted ways with the officer and began a seemingly aimless yet meticulous investigation of the commercial street. Granny Uemi, are you planning to go out? A man's voice inquired from a short distance ahead as Moke-chun ambled past a shop. Indeed, I am on my way to the market to purchase some vegetables, responded an elderly woman shortly thereafter. Granny Uemi? The name struck a chord with Moke-chun, prompting him to glance up and observe a woman, appearing to be in her 50s, emerging from a chiropractic clinic, a cloth bag in hand, clearly preparing to depart. Granny Uemi. I recall now. She seems to be another individual closely acquainted with the protagonist of Moonshadow Agents. With that thought, he contemplated lurking near the chiropractic clinic to see what might transpire. Resolute in his decision, Moke-chun spent the following days residing in the commercial street, rising early and observing Granny Uemi and the chiropractic clinic with unwavering diligence. In this intricate process, it is fortunate that Mo-chun has traversed into the body of a woman named Yutsong Limei, who possesses some cash. With this monetary resource, Mo-chun is spared from the clutches of starvation. As for accommodation, he is not particularly discerning. After deliberately disheveling his hair, he casually reclines on a park bench to rest at night. After several days of covert observation, Mo-chun finally reaps the rewards of his efforts. He discovers that each morning between 7 and 8 o'clock, a beautiful girl in her teenage years passes by Grandma May's bone-setting clinic, greeting her with polite acknowledgement. Moreover, due to her daily journey through a significant portion of the commercial street, almost every shop owner along the way recognizes this girl. Yuan Tao must be the heroine from the world of Moonshadow Agents, he muses, having previously only recalled her name was something related to Tao. But now he has confirmed it. Through diligent effort over several days, Mo-chun has gathered some fundamental information about this girl. The next step involves finding a way to approach Yuan Tao, earn her favor and trust, and ultimately establish a connection with the headquarters of Moonshadow Agents. Seated in a corner of the commercial street, Mo-chun gazes at Yuan Tao as she emerges from a small eatery selling fried sweet potatoes, secretly concocting his plan. 2 days later, in the afternoon, Mo-chun, as Yutsong Limei, arrives at the entrance of the bone-setting clinic. Hello, may I assist you with anything? Upon seeing a customer at the door, Grandma May, the proprietor, steps out from behind the counter, warmly engaging with Yutsong Limei. Hello, Auntie. Are you hiring here? In response to Grandma May's cordiality, Yutsong Limei appears somewhat anxious, nervously twisting the hem of her clothing as she inquires. Employees, I'm truly sorry, but we are not hiring at the moment. Perhaps you could inquire at other shops? Upon learning that Yutsong Limei seeks employment, Grandma May scrutinizes her closely. It quickly becomes apparent that Yutsong Limei's hair is a disheveled mess, and her clothes are rather soiled, suggesting she has not taken care of her appearance for some time. This disheveled appearance causes Grandma May to furrow her brow in concern. Please, don't be so quick to refuse. I have very modest salary expectations. As long as you provide meals and accommodation, I would be willing to work without pay. Yutsong Limei hastily explains upon hearing Grandma May's immediate rejection of her job request. How can we not offer payment? How about this? I will pay you 200 yen per hour, and I will also provide you with meals and accommodation. How does that sound? Yutsong Limei's proposal brightens Grandma May's expression. Such a young employee, unconcerned with salary and only focused on food and lodging, is indeed a rarity in contemporary Japan. All right, I accept. Thank you so much, Andy. In response, Yutsong Limei, who is unaware of the actual value of 200 yen, displays a grateful demeanor and quickly expresses her thanks. In the contemporary society of Japan, where robotics has become widely commercialized, the base salary for service staff typically ranges from 600 to 1,000 yen per hour, inclusive of meals and accommodation. When converted to Chinese yuan, this amounts to approximately 30 to 60 yuan per hour. In stark contrast, the wage offered to Yutsong Limei by Granny Maisie, when translated into yuan, is a mere 10 yuan per hour. Such a low salary is exceedingly inadequate for a developed nation like Japan. However, it is fortunate that Mo-chun, who controls Yutsong Limei, is not particularly enthusiastic about earning money in Kongsaki City. His sole purpose for joining Granny Maisie's osteopathy clinic as an employee is to gradually approach Yuan Tao, leveraging Granny Maisie's acquaintance with her. As anticipated by Mo-chun, the very next day after Yutsong Limei became the new employee at Granny Maisie's clinic, Yuan Tao, who came to greet Granny Maisie, noticed the newcomer. This moment presented an opportune chance for Mo-chun to strike up a conversation with Yuan Tao. He guided Yutsong Limei to present herself as an older sister figure, and soon they became relatively good friends. Through their subsequent interactions, Mo-chan learned from Yuan Tao that her father had tragically lost his life in the line of duty when she was very young, and she is currently a junior high school student, having just advanced to the second year. Interestingly, it seems that the tale of the Moon Shadow Agent unfolds during Yuan Tao's transition to her second year of high school. This implies that the present moment marks a time 3 years prior to the initiation of the Moon Shadow Agent narrative. After completing her duties at the clinic in the evening, Yu Tsang-Li took a shower and laid down on the bed in the single room arranged for her by Granny Maisie. Meanwhile, Mo-chun, who controls her, organized the fragmented information gleaned from Yuan Tao during this period in his mind. Chapter 82. Displaying the Great Blade before the gate of Guanyu in the bustling Keisaki station, a steady stream of citizens and travelers flows continuously, day and night. Upon exiting the station, one finds themselves on a vibrant commercial street, teeming with an array of daily necessities and delectable snacks. "Please, take your time," said a charming woman in her 20s, clad in professional attire, as she bid farewell to a customer at a chiropractic clinic located in the midst of the bustling street. "Aunt May, am I due for my routine afternoon break again today?" asked Yuzawa Rimi, returning to the clinic after seeing off her guest. "Indeed, Rimi, you've worked hard. Make sure to unwind this afternoon," Aunt May replied, lifting her head with a warm smile. After enjoying lunch at the clinic, Rimi changed into casual attire and ventured out of the commercial area. "Is this Keisaki High School?" she pondered, standing before the grand entrance of a sizable school after several minutes. According to her recollections of the Moon Shadow Agent storyline, Yuan Tao's master was a year her senior, which meant she must have just entered the third year of junior high. As for the name of Yuan Tao's master, well, it slipped her mind, but it seemed to start with Shui. Furthermore, it appeared that Yuan Tao's master had a master of her own, who, according to the Moon Shadow Agent universe, had passed away long ago. As for the name of Yuan Tao's master's master, she couldn't recall a single character. Nevertheless, names held little significance. What truly mattered was confirming whether the master of Yuan Tao was indeed a first-year student at Keisaki High School, as she suspected. Based on Mo-chin's earlier deductions, Yuan Tao had just entered the second year of junior high, making her master, a year older, a third-year student. Following the established lore of the Moon Shadow Agent world, it was likely that Yuan Tao's master's master was older, possibly a first-year or even higher grade at high school. With a plan already in mind, Mo-chin set about investigating Keisaki High School through the guise of Yuzawa Rimi. After nearly 60 days of diligent inquiry, he finally uncovered a lead on Yuan Tao's master's master. Utilizing this information, he swiftly determined the specific identity of this individual, Fujibayashi Nagaho. Not only that, but shortly after confirming Nagaho's identity, Mo-chin also discovered several high school girls who, while appearing to be friends with Fujibayashi Nagaho, likely shared a connection to the Moon Shadow Agent identity as well. However, to Mo-chin's surprise, on the afternoon of the fourth day of his covert surveillance of Nagaho and her friends, he was honorably detected by Fujibayashi Nagaho and promptly apprehended, bound hand and foot. How could I have forgotten that the other party is a professional agent? Here I was, foolishly attempting to conduct clandestine surveillance. What a reckless endeavor. Akin to brandishing a sword before Guangong. Upon realizing the gravity of my situation, Mo-chin couldn't help but berate himself internally. "Pray tell, what is your purpose in following me?" Fujin Lin Chosui sauntered over to Yu Tsang-Li, her voice languid as she inquired. "I find you quite beautiful and am enamored with you." Hence at Fujin Lin Chosui's question, Yu Tsang-Li's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly stammered her response. "Goodness, I never realized you possessed such charm, even captivating women," Yu Tsang-Li remarked, just as a derisive laugh echoed from outside the door. Following the sound, they could see yet another beautiful girl had arrived. "Xianxia, what brings you here?" The entrance of this girl caused Fujin Lin Chosui's face to redden. "Kosaka Shin." As I suspected, the girls who were close to Fujin Lin Chosui in high school are indeed all connected to the Moon Shadow Agents, thought Yu Tsang-Li, who was bound and restrained. "I finished my work at the store for the day and decided to come see you." I had no idea I would stumble upon such an enlightening conversation. As she spoke, Xianxia couldn't help but cast a glance at Yu Tsang-Li. "Stop joking. I suspect this woman may be an agent." Seeing her companion still teasing her, Fujin Lin Chosui expressed her annoyance. "An agent? Let me take a look." Xianxia assessed she cannot possibly be an agent. Her muscles are relaxed, and she lacks the calluses and marks typical of prolonged contact with professional equipment. "Perhaps your judgment is indeed flawed this time. It's entirely possible this woman simply harbors feelings for you," Xianxia remarked after examining the bound Yu Tsang-Li. "Alas, could it be that I am mistaken? Is this woman truly just a mere admirer?" The points Xianxia raised were ones Fujin Lin Chosui had also considered. From a purely analytical standpoint, she found no evidence supporting the notion that Yuzhong Li Mei was an agent. However, despite the absence of concrete evidence, Fujin Lin Chosui's intuition strongly suggested that Yuzhong Li Mei's identity and behavior were exceedingly suspicious. Nonetheless, even the most potent instincts could not justify the Moonshadow agents capturing someone without proof. Thus, after several hours and fruitless interrogations, Fujin Lin Chosui resorted to administering a memory-erasing injection to Yuzhong Li Mei, obliterating her recollection of being captured and interrogated. Following this, Yuzhong Li Mei was escorted away from the Moonshadow agents' underground base and ultimately discarded at an abandoned factory in the port of Kongqi City. Based on past experiences, those subjected to the memory-erasing injection typically awoke from their slumber after a few hours. The abandoned factory had long been neglected, situated in a remote and tranquil locale, and it was not far from the urban center of Kongqi City. Thus, after placing Yuzhong Li in a semi-enclosed steel pipe at the desolate factory, Tenglin Chongsui optimistically believed that no mishap would occur before Yuzhong Li regained consciousness. However, life is unpredictable, and no one can accurately foresee whether tomorrow or an unexpected event will arrive first. Just 5 minutes after Tenglin Chongsui had left Yuzhong Li in the abandoned factory, a deep crimson truck arrived at the site. Once the truck had come to a halt, 5 burly men wearing sunglasses disembarked. Feel free to gather some scrap metal from this forsaken factory and load it onto the truck. Just remember to conceal the cargo in the back. Don't take too much. Otherwise, you will be the ones unloading it, instructed a man in a suit who occupied the passenger seat of the truck. Promptly, the 5 men complied with his directive, collecting steel pipes, scrap copper, and iron from the factory to cover the truck's original cargo. Unluckily, this included the semi-enclosed steel pipe concealing Yuzhong Li. After camouflaging the truck's load, the vehicle roared back to life and departed from the abandoned factory. Once outside, the truck headed directly toward the port. Meanwhile, at the Moonshadow intelligence base, agents received information from the consortium that an illegal transaction involving contraband was set to take place at the Kongqi City dock that evening. Upon receiving this intelligence, the Moonshadow agents quickly assembled and rushed towards the dock. Upon arrival, the 5 men, with the assistance of a loading vehicle, swiftly removed the superficial layer of scrap metal concealing the truck's cargo. This loading vehicle, serving a similar purpose to a large forklift, dumped the scrap directly into a nearby garbage transport ship's pile of waste awaiting processing. At the same time, the Moonshadow agents, having grasped the information, arrived at the dock. After consuming a specially formulated transformation spice, several high school girls transformed into beautiful warriors, deftly dismantling the nefarious transaction in no time. Shortly after the Moonshadow agents concluded their operation, police cars arrived at the dock in response to a report, apprehending the criminals and managing the scene. Once tranquility returned to the port, no one noticed that a garbage transport ship, laden with Japan's waste destined for Africa, had already departed from the Kongqi City harbor. Chapter 83. The marine shark. The nocturnal sea breeze caressed the water's surface, stirring wave after wave. A cargo vessel laden with Japanese oceanic refuse, under the cloak of night, began to experience a slight oscillation, swaying gently from side to side due to the undulating sea. The captain, having just received the latest bulletin from the weather station in Kongqi City, announced that in 24 minutes, they would encounter a powerful convective air vortex. At that moment, the instantaneous maximum wind force at the vortex's center could potentially exceed level 10. Inside the ship's helm, a crew member approached the bald captain, who was seated in his chair, to deliver the report. Level 10 winds? Just ensure everyone remains vigilant. The Yamato is not threatened by such trivial gales. The captain replied dismissively, eyes closed in a moment of repose. However, mere minutes later, the wind across the sea intensified, and the waves became increasingly tumultuous under its influence. While the captain remained seated, indulging in his brief slumber, a sudden clash of air currents gave rise to an instantaneous gale of over 10 levels, generating a towering wave several meters high. The crew, still in a relaxed state of alertness, were caught off guard as this formidable wave crashed against the vessel, violently thrusting it from its previous position on the water's surface. The overwhelming force of nature triggered inertia, causing a considerable amount of refuse within the cargo hold to be ejected, scattering across the surrounding ocean. This fierce and abrupt weather phenomenon was as fleeting as it was fierce. After the wave passed, the sea quickly returned to a state of tranquility. Once the captain confirmed that there were no casualties aboard, he could only mutter a curse under his breath, urging the ship to continue along its intended course. As the cargo vessel departed the area, a steel pipe, sealed at both ends, began to sink under its own weight, nearing the ocean floor. Beep. Detection of intelligent life forms initiated operational protocols. As one end of the pipe made contact with the seabed silt, the other end still descending. The seabed suddenly illuminated with a halo of pale yellow light, approximately 7 to 8 meters in diameter. Once the glow dissipated, the pipe was securely nestled in the silt below. Yet, something originally contained within the pipe had vanished along with that radiant light. Beep. Scan complete. Damage detected in the target life forms memory storage area. Initiating memory repair program. In an unknown realm, Yutsong Limi floated, utterly unanchored and exposed. Concurrently, hundreds of green beams darted gracefully around her form. Where am I? Time passed unmeasured before Yutsong Limi awoke from her slumber, her eyes fluttering open. Within her, Mo Chen, controlling this vessel, surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Could it be that I am still within the confines of the Moonshadow Agent's base? As my consciousness gradually sharpened, fragmented memories began to coalesce. Gazing around the silvery white chamber imbued with a futuristic sci-fi essence, I muttered to myself, "Greetings, I am MOD, the intelligence core of this facility." Just as I stood there, bewildered by the unfamiliar environment and the array of unknown devices, a synthesized female voice resonated through the room. "What is this? A base? An intelligence core? Why am I here? And what do you intend by bringing me to this place?" The strangeness of the surroundings. The unfamiliar voice and the alien name instinctively invoked a sense of wariness within me. The energy reserves of the base were dwindling, and all information had been transmitted to the last remaining database of the spacecraft within the base. To the fortunate human blessed by Lady Luck, please proceed to the spacecraft promptly. The self-destruction sequence of the base has already commenced a countdown. In response to my inquiries, the electronic voice offered no answers, but rather, as if governed by a fixed protocol, conveyed a warning to evacuate immediately due to the impending self-destruction of the base. Upon hearing the content of the synthesized message, the confusion on my face quickly turned pale. What the? When did they strip me of my clothes? No matter. I must flee at once. Regaining my composure, I commanded my body, guided by my instincts, to rise from the ground. Upon realizing my current exposed state, my face flushed with embarrassment. However, I steeled myself and resolutely declared, "No time for modesty." After surveying my surroundings once more, I noticed a door had inexplicably opened to my left. Without hesitation, I dashed towards it, propelling myself forward. Beyond the entrance lay a vast and brightly illuminated hangar. Pausing momentarily, I sprinted towards the only disc-shaped spacecraft within the hangar. As I approached, a beam of white light, a meter in diameter, suddenly shot forth from the center of the disc-shaped vessel, piercing through both the craft and the ground before me. After a brief moment of hesitation, I gritted my teeth and, with determination, stepped into the luminous beam. Upon entering the white column of light, I was initially blinded by its brilliance. Instinctively closing my eyes, I opened them again to find myself in an entirely new location. Warning! Warning! The mother nest will self-destruct in 4 minutes and 22 seconds. Please authorize the activation sequence for the sea shark and evacuate the mother nest. I stood rooted in place, still attempting to grasp the unfolding situation when a new synthesized female voice echoed through the control room. How do I authorize? Upon hearing this alarming announcement, I quickly regained my focus. I was still within the impending explosion of an unknown base, and my utmost priority was to escape this place as swiftly as possible. Scanning complete. Authentication complete. Please grant permission for the sea shark's activation. I grant permission, I said. My brow furrowed as I absorbed the series of prompts from the control room, adopting a mindset of trial and error. The authorization has been successfully granted. The sea shark will commence engine ignition and depart from the mothership in 3 seconds. Please prepare yourself, Master. Huh? Prepare? What preparation? Upon hearing the successful authorization prompt, Mo Chun felt a surge of joy. However, the subsequent announcement left him momentarily stunned. The fleeting 3 seconds passed in an instant. And just as Mo Chun remained at a loss, an immense inertia suddenly surged forth, violently propelling the vessel he controlled, the Tsang Li Mei, against the ship's wall. Chapter 84. The Tower of Winds. The fourth judge prompts you. Please collect after reading for convenience. Having escaped the explosion radius of the mother nest, Mo Chun, dazed and aching from the inertia of the ship's acceleration, shook his head and stood up from the ground. Is it safe? What is this madness? A bewildering series of events. Once the pain and discomfort had subsided considerably, Mo Chun surveyed his surroundings with a glum expression. Master, there is a data directive requesting playback permissions. Shall I authorize it immediately? Just as Mo Chun was frowning at the array of control buttons and the unfamiliar symbols flickering on the various screens, the electronic synthesized voice echoed once more in the control room. Authorize. After pondering the content of the prompt, Imo-chan responded. Authorization granted. Connecting to the central control room's projection module. Connection successful. Accompanied by a series of notification sounds, a three-dimensional holographic image materialized in midair. Greetings. Fortunate human. I am the intelligence core of the mother nest. The first image formed was that of a virtual white sphere. Through the voice emanating from this orb, it became evident that it was the intelligence core Imo-chan had previously interacted with in the base. My last master was named Walenta. He traversed the four-dimensional space alongside the deities to arrive at this planet. Subsequently, during the reign of the gods over this planet for nearly 500,000 years, my master constructed the mother nest as his exclusive palace in this three-dimensional stellar system. Nearly 10,000 years ago, the first master encountered an ambush during a minor interstellar conflict. Although he ultimately managed to return to the mother nest using a secret technique, he suffered irreversible damage to his spiritual core, leading to his eventual demise. In his final moments, the first master commanded the mother nest to release all permission bindings, awaiting a new destined intelligent life form to regain access to the mother nest. However, in the nearly 10 millennia following the first master's fall, no new intelligent beings have come into contact with the hidden depths of the mother nest. As millennia passed, the remaining energy within the mother nest was ultimately depleted due to a lack of necessary energy replenishment. After the energy was exhausted, in order to continue executing the first master's command, the mother nest began to gradually dissolve its own materials, prioritizing its own components to derive the minimum energy required to maintain operations. Before the arrival of a new master, the peripheral modules of the mother nest had already been dissolved and converted back into energy. Upon the new master's authentication, the last remnants of energy within the core of the mother nest were completely drained during the certification process. Yet, these details are inconsequential, for the mother nest has fulfilled the directive of the first master and has found a new successor. Though the assets of the mother nest, including technology and knowledge, now solely consist of the sea shark vessel, the new master is urged to follow the guidance of Mod to complete the final authentication of the sea shark and inherit all privileges of the mother nest. As the little white sphere narrates, scenes from the past flicker across the projection. Eventually, the projection, initially just a few cubic meters in size, suddenly expands, enveloping the entire control room of the ship. Within this immersive, virtual world created by the holographic projection, Imo-chan follows Mod's instructions meticulously, step by step, to authenticate the permissions of the Sea Shark. Sea Shark, custom travel class aircraft main configuration, edible bioenergy collector, intermediate repair pod, basic intelligence analysis module, manual automatic operation module primary defense system, dual mode energy shield, advanced optical stealth counter detection module attack system, beam cannon, thermonuclear bomb presently. The most formidable weapons aboard this vessel are 2 nuclear bombs. However, for the trial task at hand, it seems these 2 bombs will suffice. After donning an adaptive tactical suit found in the ship's lounge, Imo-chan gazes at the floating projection panel before him, which displays various data, speaking to himself softly. Thanks to the machine on the Sea Shark capable of synthesizing basic food, Imo-chan does not rush to depart in the following months. Instead, with the assistance of the ship's intelligence, he pilots the vessel to a deserted marine area to conceal himself. During these months, Imo-chan diligently studies the extensive database aboard the Sea Shark, acquiring knowledge about its various configurations and weaponry. After several months, now quite familiar with the modules of the Sea Shark, Imo-chan activates the optical stealth system and sets a course toward Xianxia City in Japan. It appears that during my absence over these months, the girls from the Moon Shadow agents have not undergone much change. As Imo-chan hovers above Xianxia City in the Sea Shark, observing the surveillance feeds of the Moon Shadow agents, he nods to himself. Master, the database has successfully connected to this world's internet, and the ship's database has been upgraded. As Imo-chan shifts through the monitoring windows, scrutinizing one of the Moon Shadow agents, Fujiwara Nagaho, an electronic synthesized notification sounds in the control room of the ship. Excellent. Please retrieve all information regarding the senior management of Geolong Technology and the Tower of Wind. At this, a smile graces Imo-chan's lips. Retrieval complete. Please check, Master. Moments later, the information of over 10 high-ranking officials from Geolong Technology and the Tower of Wind is transmitted to the projection screen before Imo-chan. Alexei Shiwa, president of the Tower of Wind, wearing an eye patch. This individual is indeed easy to identify, one of the cadre of the Wraith. At Geolong Technology, there was not a single familiar face. The Tower of Wind's incident had yet to transpire, and Heaven's Monarch had not yet returned to Kongchi City to take charge of the affairs of the Far East Spectres. With his right hand gently stroking his chin, Imogen contemplated the personnel information displayed on the projection screen, murmuring to himself, should he perhaps wait here at the Tower of Winds? Once Alexei Shiva's plan for the Tower of Winds was thwarted by the Moonshadow agents, Heaven's Monarch would likely emerge as a formidable ally for the Spectres. At that moment, he could simply eliminate him. If Heaven's Monarch were to be slain, half of the trial task would be accomplished, leaving only the moonlit fragrance plan to contend with. After meticulously analyzing the personnel information list, Imogen confirmed that Heaven's Monarch was indeed absent. Thus, he began to formulate a preliminary strategy based on his recollections of the narrative trajectory of the Moonshadow agent's world. The notion of lying in wait for an opportunity was, for Imogen, a specialty, and it was the approach he found most reassuring. How delightful it was to experience the sensation of technological supremacy. If only every trial could unfold in such a manner. With a plan now in place, Imogen reclined comfortably in the control room's soft chair. Reminiscing about the various passive helplessness he had encountered during the last trial in the Qin state, he sighed reflectively. Chapter 85. The Chubby Girl. Everything unfolded precisely as Imogen had anticipated. After he had locked onto the Tower of Wind and lingered aboard the Sea Shark for over 6 months, the plans of the wraiths regarding the tower began to surface. Tonight marked the execution of the lightning hijacking scheme devised by Alexei Shiva, targeting satellites worldwide, provided no unforeseen circumstances arose. The assassination of the Heavenly Monarch would commence this very evening. In the control room of the Sea Shark, Imogen scrutinized the diverse array of information displayed on the spherical projection screens surrounding him, muttering his thoughts aloud. As daylight faded and night enveloped the world, he mused. Alexei Shiva, you are indeed a troublesome character. Should this operation to hijack global satellites and attack significant targets fail, you ought to be aware of the consequences. Within the underground base of the Tower of Wind, collaborators of the race from across the globe connected via a remote internal network, engaged in a video conference with Alexei Shiva. If tonight's plan succeeded, I would etch my name into the annals of human history. Although the risks of this endeavor were considerable, if the blitzkrieg unfolded swiftly enough, the attack could be completed before the governments of various nations could react, thus rendering the rewards sufficient to outweigh the risks. With an eye patch covering his left eye, Alexei Shiva grinned malevolently after listening to the remarks of a representative from the conference. The Tower of Wind plan proceeded as scheduled, and within mere seconds, all satellites over the Pacific Ocean fell under the Wraith's control. Simultaneously, the Moonshadow agents located in Kongqi City received reports from a clandestine intelligence organization regarding the unusual satellite activity. Before long, all 6 members of the Moonshadow agents, including the original trio of Fujibayashi Nagaho, Katarina Tobi, and Kasaka Shin, along with their respective apprentices, Hanzamon Yuki, Aoba Hatsum, and Yachiyo Inori, prepared their equipment and urgently deployed towards the Tower of Wind. Upon directly airdropping near the tower, they swiftly organized themselves, initiating a coordinated assault on the stronghold. They searched the surrounding waters for vessels marked with Wraith internal communication frequencies, locking onto any they discovered. Hovering a kilometer above the tower, Imogen's gaze remained fixed on several screens monitoring the activities of the Moonshadow agents and various areas within the tower, as he issued commands with a grave expression. Before the Moonshadow agents, who had consumed a special spice that temporarily enhanced their cognitive and physical capabilities, the Wraith's defensive systems within the tower appeared alarmingly vulnerable. In less than 10 minutes, these 6 superhuman young women breached all defenses of the tower, making their way to the control room of the underground base in one swift motion. So, you are the Moonshadow agents? Allow me to engage with you. As Alexei Shiva, the overall commander of this operation, witnessed the imminent approach of Fujibayashi Nagasuki and Hanzamon Yuki, he retrieved a syringe from his pocket and injected it into his arm. The substance he administered was the latest genetic drug developed by the Wraiths, designed to unlock the user's inherent potential through injection, thereby temporarily enhancing their combat capabilities. However, despite the advancements of modern genetic technology, the genetically modified humans paled in comparison to the Moonshadow agents, who fortified their abilities through the consumption of specially crafted spices. In mere moments of engaging with Fujibayashi Nagasuki, Alexei Shiva found himself overpowered and swiftly brought to the ground by a single strike. Report to the master. A vessel has been detected at a bearing of 42 degrees northeast of the wind tower, communicating with the Wraiths inside, announced Imogen, who was monitoring the internal conditions of the wind tower. Upon hearing the alert, he abruptly raised his head and commanded, "Bring up the surveillance footage of that ship." The images appeared, confirming the presence of Tian Tang Jun enhanced the visuals from the Sea Shark's intel, Imogen instructed, his gaze narrowing as he observed a woman on the deck, playfully engaging with a small bird perched on her shoulder. Prepare the beam cannon and lock onto that woman. Ensure a single, fatal strike. With the confirmation that Tian Jun was indeed aboard the vessel, Imogen squinted and issued his cold command. However, just as he believed that Tian Jun would soon be obliterated by the beam cannon, his mouth fell agape in disbelief. At the very moment he had ordered the attack, Tian Jun suddenly leapt from the ship's gangway, and after a few agile bounds, vanished into the wind tower's interior. What now? She actually entered the wind tower, Imo-chan mused darkly. Should they halt the assault and wait for Tian Jun to emerge wounded after dispatching Fujibayashi Nagasuki? Or should they devise a new plan to eliminate her within the confines of the tower? Turning his attention to the surveillance footage of Tian Jun engaging with Fujibayashi Nagasuki, Imo-chan sought counsel from the Sea Shark's intelligence system. Is there any way to directly eliminate this woman within the structure? After careful calculation and analysis, the system responded, the target exhibits exceptional agility, with a mere 54% success rate for standard beam attacks. For a guaranteed kill, it is recommended that you employ a thermonuclear weapon to strike the wind tower directly. Simulations indicate that the target's survival probability post-attack approaches 0. As Imo-chan finished relaying his inquiry, approximately 8 or 9 seconds elapsed before the Sea Shark's intelligence system relayed its response. Thermonuclear weapon. Is its power truly formidable? Would it obliterate the Moonshadow agents as well? After considering the suggestions from the intelligence system, Imo-chan furrowed his brow. If the master wishes to ensure the safety of other humans, he could utilize the dual-mode defense system aboard the Sea Shark to safeguard everyone except the intended target prior to launching the thermonuclear weapon. This way, the objective could be achieved, eliminating the target while preserving the safety of other humans. In response to Imo-chan's concerns, the intelligence system aboard the Sea Shark, after further optimization, proposed an additional measure. Could it indeed protect others individually? Upon hearing this, Imo-chan's eyes lit up. Yes, the master need only designate the individuals to be protected on the surveillance screen, and the Sea Shark could complete the protective task for the other designated targets within 3 seconds. The intelligence system of the Sea Shark confirmed this. Very well. Protect these 6 Moonshadow agents, and then launch the thermonuclear weapon. After glancing at the increasingly fatigued Tang Lin Chongsui and Hanzamon Yuki, who were at a disadvantage in their confrontation with Tian Jun, Imo-chan gritted his teeth and made his decision. Activating the dual-mode energy shield. Thermonuclear missile No. 1, codename Little Fatty, is now activated and ready at the launch pad, with a 4-second countdown commencing. 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch. Little Fatty has been launched. Successfully struck the target structure. Scanning complete. Verification indicates the target has ceased all life signs. Mission accomplished. In the control room of the Sea Shark, with the announcement echoing, for crimson Arabic numerals danced across the projection screen. As the red digits reached their final count, a bomb approximately 3 meters in length and half a meter in diameter was ejected from the central launch port of the Sea Shark. Moments later, standing in the control room, Imo-chan was suddenly engulfed by a blinding flash of white light. In that fleeting instant of closing his eyes, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye that the entire Sea Shark, including the surveillance screens ahead and the transparent walls of the cabin surrounding him, was enveloped in an overwhelming whiteness, rendering everything indistinguishable. Chapter 86. A misstep as the blinding white light dissipated. Imo-chan waited for his eyes to adjust to the surrounding illumination before hastily directing his gaze towards the several screens before him. Fortunately, the Moonshadow agents appeared to be unharmed. Upon seeing the surveillance monitor display 6 girls encased in a translucent energy shield, safely suspended in midair, Imo-chan let out a sigh of relief. This was his first time employing a thermonuclear bomb, and being unfamiliar with its potential, he had previously feared that some of the Moonshadow agents might suffer collateral damage. Master, what is happening? While Imo-chan was monitoring the Moonshadow agents, Hanzamon Yuki, who had lost sight of the enemy target during the skirmish, touched the barrier enclosing her body in confusion and inquired through her communicator to Fujibayashi Nagasui. I am unsure. Fujibayashi Nagasui replied, equally perplexed, as she surveyed the vast ocean surrounding her. The map indicates that we are still near the wind tower in the outskirts of Konchi City. Yet, why is there nothing but seawater around us, devoid of any structures? Suddenly, an exclamation rang out over the internal communication channel of the Moonshadow agents. Hey, this is indeed strange. Toby, could our locator be malfunctioning? After hearing Toby's astonished voice, Takasaka Nobu immediately glanced at his locator map, his expression shifting to one of surprise. It must be a malfunction. If we are indeed in the vicinity of the wind tower, how can there be no trace of Konchi City? Prompted by Toby and Takasaka's remarks, Fujibayashi Nagasui quickly checked her map and, after surveying her surroundings, remarked with a grim expression. Kato, please respond. Just as everyone was bewildered by the mismatch between the locator map and the surrounding environment, Toby's communicator suddenly chimed. This is Moonshadow Agent Kato. I am receiving you. Please proceed, Kato replied after glancing at the incoming call number, realizing it was from the funding consortium supporting the Moonshadow agents. Kato, what is happening over there in Kongchi City? Why can we no longer locate Kongchi City on the satellite map? A man's voice, altered by a voice modulator, asked anxiously from the other end of the line. The satellite is unable to locate Kongchi City. This is impossible. Just moments ago, we were engaged in combat with the members of the Wraiths at the Wind Tower in the outskirts of Kongchi City. How could Kongchi City vanish so suddenly within a mere few minutes? Kata's face reflected disbelief as he glanced at the vast, cerulean ocean surrounding him. A chill creeping into his heart. The connection with the consortium's branch in Kongchi City has also been severed. The Tokyo headquarters has ordered you to recount the details of your recent engagement with the Wraiths. After Kata finished responding, a considerable amount of time passed before a low voice resonated from the other end of the communicator. Upon hearing the words, a terrifying thought grew stronger in Kato's mind. He adjusted his demeanor and endeavored to recount in detail the recent assault by the Moonshadow agents on the Wind Tower's Wraith base. You mentioned that a blinding white light suddenly appeared before all of you at the end, and that your current location is still indicated as Xianxia City by your trackers? After listening to Kato's report, the voice on the other end of the communicator pondered for a moment, analyzing and questioning. Yes, we are uncertain about what has transpired. We are currently confined within a translucent spherical shield, surrounded by an endless vast ocean. We have confirmed that the speaker on the other end of the communicator is a high-ranking Japanese officer. Kato responded with increasingly precise language. What on earth? Are you saying that the entire continent of Xianxia City has been vaporized? On the Sea Shark. Listening in on the conversation between Kato and the Tokyo headquarters was Emo-chun, who immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. As he listened, growing increasingly uneasy, he ultimately inquired of the ship's AI regarding the matter. When he learned from the AI that Xianxia City had been vaporized along with the entire continent during the thermal nuclear strike codenamed Little Fatty, he stood frozen in disbelief. Once he regained his senses, he shouted furiously. According to the latest scan results, Xianxia City and its continent have vanished from this planet. In response to Emo-chun's outburst, the rudimentary AI of the Sea Shark replied in an electronic synthesized voice. My heavens, it truly has been vaporized. What are we to do now? Sea Shark, you are well aware of the immense power of the thermal nuclear weapon. Why didn't you alert me before its launch? Upon hearing the AI's affirmative response, Emo-chun, who had been glaring in anger, suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing into the pilot's chair. Based on the command given by the master, my operational logic determined that the master merely wished to ensure the survival of the 6 individuals in need of protection during the thermal nuclear attack, neglecting the existence of other humans in Xianxia City. According to the current feedback, the Sea Shark's operational logic misjudged the situation, still in its electronic synthesized tone. The Sea Shark explained Emo-chun's query. Alas, how could the AI be so misguided? Now, it is unfortunate that although Lord Heaven has perished, Xianxia City is no more, and the protagonist of the Moonshadow agents, Yuan Tao, has also met his end. I wonder if the trial space has any regulations regarding the unwarranted slaughter of civilians in the trial world. Sigh, this misstep may lead to irretrievable consequences. Sitting in the chair, Emo-chun felt utterly drained from the overwhelming shock, gazing at the surveillance screen with a worried expression. While Emo-chun communicated with the Sea Shark's AI, the Moonshadow agents also confirmed the mysterious disappearance of Xianxia City and its continent through their discussions with the Tokyo headquarters. Confronted with this momentous revelation, the 6 Moonshadow agents displayed expressions of sheer astonishment, gazing at the vast, unending sea surrounding them, rendered momentarily speechless. Having arrived at this juncture, even if it be a misstep, one must grit their teeth and forge ahead. Even if the ultimate trial is deemed a failure, I must first endeavor to thwart the xianxia plan. Otherwise, given the current state of the vanishing Kongchi City, if I do not take action in the time to come, it is likely that the world of Moonshadow agents will deviate from its original narrative. The thwarting of the xianxia plan, initially involving the protagonist, Yuan Tao, may instead lead to unforeseen calamities following Yuan Tao's demise. After reclining in the chair to allow my mind to recuperate, Emo-chun gradually regained his composure, his expression grave as he murmured to himself. Chapter 87. Surprises and unexpected developments. The mysterious disappearance of Xianxia City has stirred a worldwide sensation within the realm of the Moonshadow agents. The 6 young women, who are among the principal parties involved, have succumbed to various degrees of psychological distress in the wake of this incident. Despite their profound suffering, the Tokyo headquarters, unwilling to accept the inexplicable vanishing of Keisaki City, has resolved to investigate the true cause behind this enigma. Ultimately, the leadership in Tokyo declined to erase the memories of the 6 agents. Instead, they were placed under strict house arrest, with the nation's foremost team of neuroscientists assigned to conduct comprehensive studies on these high school girls. Hoping to glean insights into the sudden disappearance of Keisaki City from the remaining survivors, monitoring from the Sea Shark is somewhat aware of the plight of the Moonshadow agents. However, he perceives that Keisaki City has been irrevocably destroyed, rendering any further connection with these agents of little value. With the communication rendered futile, he feels no obligation to engage with these young women. Moreover, in his eyes, both the Moonshadow agents and the personnel from the Tokyo headquarters are entangled in Japan's internal affairs. As an outsider, he sees no necessity to involve himself. Faced with the insurmountable task of thwarting the Moonlit Fragrance plan, his only recourse is to eliminate all MRE bases and associated individuals scattered across the globe. With the formidable assistance of the intelligence system's logical computations, dedicated nearly half a month to devise a new operational plan. Master, the suspected headquarters of the MRE in the Middle East has been marked on the map. Relevant data on suspicious human members has also been compiled. The synthesized electronic voice of the Sea Shark's intelligence system announced. Well done. Now, let us unleash our wrath. Smirked as he perused the list of individuals displayed on the projection screen before him. After more than half a month, every suspected MRE member and base in the Middle East was eradicated using the weaponry aboard the Sea Shark. With the cleansing of the Middle East complete, set his course towards the Western world. In less than 2 months, the MRE headquarters in Europe and its affiliates were entirely obliterated. Thus, within the realm of the Moonshadow agents, the only remaining operational MRE headquarters was located in Texas, USA. However, amidst the revelations of mishaps befalling MRE bases worldwide and the extensive loss of members, the remaining personnel within the American headquarters have been gripped by a pervasive sense of unease in recent times. Such formidable armor, even at maximum frequency, the beam cannon fails to penetrate. The base is further equipped with large laser fortress weapons and electromagnetic cannons, capable of threatening the Sea Shark's armaments. It appears that I must resort to that particular strategy. After conducting a comprehensive analysis of the Wraith global headquarters and aligning it with the objectives of my trial mission, Imo-Chen arrived at a resolute decision. The thermonuclear bomb number 2, codenamed Skinny, has been activated and positioned on the launch pad, with a 4-second countdown initiated. 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch. Skinny has been fired, successfully striking the target structure. Scanning complete. Verification indicates the target has lost all life signs. Mission accomplished. Manufactured using concentrated nuclear energy technology. A single thermonuclear bomb possesses destructive power equivalent to that of dozens of conventional nuclear bombs of the same mass. Moreover, due to modifications made to the thermonuclear bombs aboard the Sea Shark, the energy release mechanism of these bombs has become more precisely targeted, minimizing unnecessary energy dispersion and the prolonged detrimental effects of nuclear radiation on the surrounding environment beyond the intended target. A blinding white light flashed, and having experienced the detonation of a thermonuclear bomb before, Imo-Chen donned the prepared helmet and activated the light filtering unit. Through the helmet's filtration, Imo-Chen witnessed the entire process of the second thermonuclear bomb obliterating the Wraith global headquarters. In the visuals, a black spherical object, approximately 4 meters in diameter, was launched from the central base of the Sea Shark. Thanks to the bomb's stealth technologies, such as radar wave absorption, optical camouflage, and thermal evasion, the alarm systems within the Wraith global headquarters failed to detect any anomalies until the bomb had already landed in the central plaza. In the next instant, the black sphere detonated, unleashing a dazzling white light comparable to that of the sun. This radiance consumed an expansive area of several hundred square kilometers centered around the Wraith global headquarters in less than a second. When the chaos subsided, all objects within nearly 500 square kilometers of the surface where the Wraith global headquarters once stood were completely obliterated, leaving behind a bottomless pit in its place. With the trial mission objectives fulfilled, the trialist will be forcibly concluded within a day, followed by a final assessment and reward settlement. The trialist is advised to prepare accordingly. Shall the trial be concluded immediately? Yes? No? Time remaining until forced trial settlement. 23:59:56. Shortly after Imo-Chen completed the thermonuclear bombardment of the Wraith global headquarters, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Is it time to conclude? This has been the swiftest trial yet. I wonder how 004 will evaluate me. After reflecting on the voice in his mind, Imo-chan, envisioning a serene woman with a bittersweet smile, mentally selected the option to conclude the trial. Congratulations to trialist Imo-chan for successfully completing the trial mission. In the depths of a dark void, the voice of 004 resonated. The trial assessment was complete, with a rating of SSS level and a reward of 10 points. The prize from Xuandu Technology was the foundational biological gene technology data, and the life quality reward was 1 Xuandu carrier enhancement. To think I received a full score of 3S. As consciousness lingered in the darkness, Imo-chan gazed in astonishment at the shimmering three-dimensional characters before him. The new keyboard novel network promptly updated the latest chapter of Trial System of All Realms. Should the host have any questions regarding this trial assessment, they may consult 004, who, as the host's dedicated guiding spirit, bears the obligation to address relevant inquiries concerning the trial. Imo-chan's exclamation attracted the attention of the guiding spirit 004 within the trial space. I truly find this perplexing. Upon hearing this, Imo-chan's tumultuous emotions slightly calmed as he curiously inquired. If there is anything unclear, please articulate your thoughts, the 004 responded. The first thing I find perplexing is why, after my chaotic bombardment, which resulted in the slaughter of countless innocent human lives, I was awarded the highest score of 3S. In contrast, during my previous 2 trials, despite engaging in cunning strategies and resourceful tactics, I received only S and 2S ratings. By this reward system, does it imply that the trial space favors a simplistic and violent approach to achieving trial objectives, rather than employing careful wisdom and planning? Imo-chan, eschewing any pretense, succinctly expressed his confusion to 004. You have misunderstood. The varied point rewards from the 3 trials do not indicate that the trial space encourages the host to resort solely to violence in completing trial tasks. The trial space evaluates the host's performance in achieving target objectives through a comprehensive analysis from multiple perspectives, culminating in the final grade determination. During the first trial, the host exhibited a degree of restraint and strategic wisdom while achieving the core objectives of the trial to a certain extent. Consequently, the trial space assigned an S rating following a thorough analysis of the host's varied performances throughout the process. In the second trial, the host possessed the potential for an SSS rating. However, due to an excessive inclination toward defense and strategy, coupled with insufficient aggression and valor, as well as an extended completion time, the host ultimately received an SS evaluation. In the recently completed third trial, the host demonstrated remarkable adaptability to foreign carriers and an impressive ability to hypothesize plot developments in an unfamiliar trial world without prior preparation, alongside a commendable display of restraint. Merely these highlighted points were sufficient for the host to achieve the S rating standard in this trial. During the mid-phase of the trial, the host's original plan was thwarted by external interference within the trial world. After adapting to the new circumstances and assessing the resources at their disposal, the host inadvertently annihilated the protagonist and the primary narrative of the trial world due to the rudimentary logical flaws of the initial intelligence. Confronted with this grave deviation from the original storyline, the host, upon recognizing the reality of the situation, did not succumb to panic or despair. Instead, they devised a new remedial plan. At this juncture, the host's performance had already reached the standard of an SS rating. Following the new strategy and completing a thorough cleansing of the trial world's objectives, the trial space acknowledged the host's completion of the trial. And due to the brevity of time taken, the host was awarded an additional S rating. Thus, upon completing the third trial task, the host achieved a flawless SSS rating in the trial space. Perhaps this numerical representation of achievement may seem perplexing to the host, but trust that the assessment system of the trial space is exceptionally refined and mature. With each trial, the space diligently provides a corresponding and rigorous evaluation. In response to Imo-chan's inquiries, 004 patiently elucidated. Well, I had previously underestimated the trial space. Can you address my second question? After absorbing 004's explanation of the 3 trials, Imo-chan fell silent for a moment, then expressed a newfound understanding. Please articulate your question. As long as it falls within the permissible scope of the trial space, I shall provide an answer, 004 responded. You must have noticed that during this trial task, I inadvertently caused the demise of the original protagonist of the trial world. In light of this loss, does it not impact the trial task? With 004's reassurance, Imo-chan did not hesitate to voice his second concern. Each trial task you embark upon leads you to distinct worlds, each of which may have previously harbored its own narrative and central characters. However, upon your arrival in their realm, for you, the host, the protagonist has become yourself. In the corresponding trial world, your sole responsibility lies with the trial space. You need only to exhaust every means to fulfill the trial task. All else is relegated to mere pawn-like characters, of no significance. In response, 004 reiterated the explanation. I am the protagonist of the trial world. It seems I have been excessively cautious, having only now realized this truth. I have one final question, and I wonder if you could clarify it for me. After hearing 004's explanation of the second inquiry, Qin spoke with a hint of self-deprecation. Please proceed, 004 replied. Who created the trial space? Why was I chosen as the host? What is the purpose behind my continuous trials? After a brief silence, Qin suddenly posed a penetrating question. Upon examination, it has been determined that the three inquiries posed by the host fall within the realm of high authority. Given that the host's current life dimensional level is insufficiently low, the entity designated as 004 is temporarily unable to provide answers to these questions, and we kindly ask for the host's understanding. After a brief pause of 3 to 5 seconds following the sudden questioning by the host, 004's voice resonated once more. Insufficient authority? Might you elucidate the meaning of a low life dimensional level? Upon hearing 004's refusal to address the three questions, the host, Qin, felt no significant surprise, as he had anticipated that 004 would not respond prior to posing the inquiries. His intention in presenting them was merely to ascertain the entity's rationale. It has been confirmed that the host currently possesses the authority to comprehend the fundamental concepts of life dimensional levels. Life dimensional levels, beings residing within the infinite worlds of the multiverse, despite the myriad of races and life forms, ultimately cannot escape the classification of life dimensional levels. These levels are divided into two aspects, 7 grades, each containing 72 sublevels. According to the regulations of the trial space, the initial concept of life dimensional levels encompasses only the descriptions of grade 6 and 60 foundational sublevels. When categorizing life forms within the universe, they can be classified into 6 tiers, each comprising 10 minor stages. To elaborate on the material aspect, which the host is most familiar with, it is classified as a first level within the 6th grade. Similarly, the material aspect consists of 10 minor stages. The host's current life dimensional level stands at 3. While the civilization of Earth, where the host resides, is collectively situated within a dimensional range of 12. Whether considering the host's own life dimensional level or that of the human civilization, both remain within the sublevel classifications of the material aspect. In the grand context of the multiverse, the host and their kin occupy the most rudimentary and nascent stage. To illustrate using an analogy from the educational system of the host world, the host and their community are akin to children just entering preschool. Above preschool lie the stages of elementary school, middle school, high school, and university. Chapter 88. The date consciousness withdrew from the trial space, and upon opening his eyes, Qin found himself in the familiar confines of his bedroom, lying quietly without moving for quite some time. In terms of material existence, civilizations below the 2nd degree of profundity were mere trifles. I stand at the 3rd degree. As he lay on the bed, Qin reflected on the concept of life as profundity that 004 had mentioned, lost in contemplation. Why ponder so much? It merely complicates matters for myself. I should eat and drink. I possess wealth now. With each successful trial, my body receives a fortification of profundity, such a boon that others would covet. Yet here I am, fretting over this and that. It seems I ought to visit the construction site again, to endure some hardships. Otherwise, with this newfound wealth, I might become complacent before long. As he mused, a sudden impatience surfaced within him. Resolving to sit up from the bed, he was startled by the next occurrence, which nearly sent his soul fleeing. Instinctively, he rolled over on the bed, but unlike his usual motions, this time he found himself tumbling off the edge, perilously close to falling to the floor. Qin. It appears that due to the successful trial and the subsequent enhancement of my body, I am yet to fully adapt to its newfound capabilities. This realization startled him momentarily, but did not trouble him further. 40 minutes later, having largely acclimatized to his new strength, he felt a gentle pang of hunger and decided to seek out something to eat. Just then, his phone on the desk chimed with a WeChat notification. Upon hearing the distinctive sound, he exerted a slight force, leaving a fleeting shadow in his wake as he arrived at the desk. What has this young lady decided to message me about today? He picked up the phone, and indeed, it was a message from Lu Zixin, prompting his curiosity. Lu Zixin, what are you up to? Qin, not much, just got home. Lu Zixin, do you have time tomorrow? Qin, yes, why? Lu Zixin, if you're free, would you accompany me to the city? I plan to buy some things, and I could use your help carrying them. Upon reading this message, a subtle change flickered across Qin's expression. Qin, okay, what time shall we go? Lu Zixin, I'm currently at my grandmother's house in the city, so I can go anytime tomorrow. Just let me know when you can arrive. And we can coordinate via WeChat. Mo Chun, oh, alright then. See you tomorrow. After concluding his conversation with Lu Zixin, Mo Chun set down his phone, yet his mind was awash with questions. How curious. This girl has suddenly become quite bold, openly inviting me to the city for a shopping excursion. Standing still, he rubbed his chin, frowning as he spoke to himself. Meanwhile, on the other end, Lu Zixin held her smartphone, staring at the chat interface, her face flushed with embarrassment. How shameless of me. I should have never taken Xiaoyang's dubious advice. Embrace your youth and pursue what you desire. What is wrong with girls? In this age of gender equality, a woman chasing a man is not something to be ashamed of. I must admit, I was rather foolish to let this girl's few words sway me, and I truly arranged a meeting with that blockhead. Lost in thought, Lu Zixin suddenly seized the pillow beside her, burying her flushed face into it, while her heart raced with unease as she muttered to herself. After dining with his parents, Mo Chun returned to his bedroom to play on his phone for a while before opting for an early rest. The night passed in silence, and the next morning, around 5 o'clock, Mo Chun awoke, tossing and turning. Unable to fall back asleep, he eventually decided to rise and head downstairs, intending to jog in the nearby park. Having moved to the county town for a few months now, this was the first time he had the opportunity to explore the park in detail. The community where Mo Chun resided was merely a couple of 100 meters from the park, a distance he could cover in a single breath given his current physical condition. To avoid drawing undue attention, he opted to walk at a pace slightly faster than the average person. As October had already arrived, the dawn light began to break around 5 o'clock, with a slight chill in the air. Consequently, there were few individuals in the park exercising, rendering the atmosphere rather desolate. After wandering the park until around 6 o'clock, Mo Chun returned home. The moment he opened the door, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of food wafting towards him. Being accustomed to early rising after spending most of their lives in the countryside, Mo Chun's parents were already awake. In fact, in rural areas, by 6 o'clock in October, farmers would have long been busy tending to their fields. However, since Mo Chun had arranged for his parents to temporarily reside in the county town, he had also entrusted the management of their several acres of land to others in the village. Chun Chun, your Uncle Hang called last night and mentioned that the framework for our small villa on the homestead is nearly complete. How about we visit the village today to take a look? If all is well, we can settle the payment with your Uncle Hang's team. His father said at the dining table regarding the construction of their small villa. I have plans with my classmates today. Dad, why don't you and Mom take a taxi back to check it out? If everything is in order, you can go ahead and make the payment. Then, promptly contact the decorators to expedite the renovation, Mo Chun replied after taking a bite of his meal. Upon hearing Mo Chun's response, his father pondered that it made sense and did not press him further. After breakfast, Mo Chun's parents took an early taxi back to the village. Meanwhile, his younger brother and sister had been sent to a private boarding school in the county town, returning home only once a week. Feeling a headache coming on, Mo Chun realized he had nothing suitable to wear outside. Although he had exchanged for 100 million yuan after acquiring the trial space, he had also been occupied with numerous matters during this time. In such circumstances, and having never been particularly inclined towards new clothing, Mo Chun found himself disinterested in making a special trip to the clothing store. According to his inherent beliefs, as long as his clothing remained clean and intact, there was no need for change. However, that was before, during the solitary days of Mo Chun. Today, having arranged to accompany Lu Zixin on a shopping expedition, Mo Chun suddenly realized that his most recent garment was a gift from his parents 2 years prior. Not only were these clothes outdated, many bore patches of repair. Nonetheless, with circumstances as they were, Mo Chun had no choice but to assemble a somewhat presentable outfit from the disarray of his wardrobe. It was still not yet 7:30. He decided to venture into the city center to find a clothing store and procure a new ensemble to remedy his plight. Glancing at the digital clock on the wall, he hastily grabbed his phone and keys from the table, rushing to the elevator and descending to the ground floor. The residential complex where Mo Chun resided was conveniently close to the county's main street, just a turn away. After walking a short distance on the central street, he soon spotted a clothing store. Upon entering, guided by the proprietor's suggestions, he revamped his wardrobe from top to bottom. Ultimately, after parting with 900 yuan, he exited the establishment. Having acquired a new outfit, Mo Chun did not pause. Instead, he sought out a shoe store, where he purchased a pair of shoes costing over 400 yuan. Previously, he had not felt the pinch of financial constraints regarding clothing. But this shopping spree unexpectedly totaled over 1,000 yuan, a shocking revelation. Emerging from the shoe store, clad in his new attire, Mo Chun appeared youthful and vibrant. murmuring softly to himself as he walked. At that moment, his smartphone chimed with a new message alert. Lu Zixin, are you there? Upon reading this message, a smile spread across Mo Chen's face. Mo Chen, I've arrived in the city and am currently on the main street. Lu Zixin, you're quite swift. Wait for me. I'll join you shortly. Mo Chen, all right. As he tucked away his phone, Mo Chen surveyed the bustling street filled with pedestrians and vehicles, suddenly finding the scene quite delightful, a pleasing sight that lifted his spirits. Chapter 89. The mocked height, a splendid figure emerged into Mo Chen's view after approximately 20 minutes. Today, Lu Zixin adorned herself in a vibrant orange dress, her face radiating a natural hue, untouched by any cosmetics. Standing at around 1.60 meters, her stature was neither tall nor short, and her overall physique could be deemed above average. Have you arrived so early, before 9 o'clock? Lu Zixin inquired. Her cheeks flushed as she approached Mo Chen. With nothing to occupy my time at home, I decided to come out a bit earlier, Mo Chen replied, a smile gracing his lips as he admired Lu Zixin's charming demeanor. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two began their leisurely stroll towards a shopping center in the heart of the county. Upon entering, they chatted amiably while aimlessly wandering through the establishment. Oh, isn't this our class's stunning beauty, Lu Zixin? Out shopping today, are we? And who is this rather unimpressive fellow beside you? Surely he isn't your boyfriend, is he? A shrill voice pierced through their conversation as they reached the third floor, where Lu Zixin was examining a set of clothes. Go Zaheo, shut your mouth. Mo Chen's expression darkened further upon hearing the unwelcome voice. However, before he could react, Lu Zixin, who had been browsing clothes, retorted indignantly. Lu Zixin, I was merely making an offhand remark. Must you be so irate? Or is it true that the short, dark fellow beside you is genuinely your boyfriend? Go Zaheo. Taken aback by Lu Zixin's genuine anger, faltered. Typically, he and Lu Zixin exchanged banter in class, but he had rarely witnessed her becoming this upset over a simple tease. This unexpected reaction made him question the nature of Lu Zixin's relationship with Mo Chen. Just leave. I have no desire to bicker with you today. As Lu Zixin noticed Go Zaheo's increasingly scrutinizing gaze towards Mo Chen, she felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. It was her first outing with Mo Chen, and encountering her old adversary was indeed unfortunate. Zixin, do you know this person? Mo Chen inquired, maintaining his gentlemanly smile while suppressing the urge to confront Go Zaheo. Yes, he is a student from our class, someone who enjoys provoking me for no reason. I can't stand him, Lu Zixin replied, her chest rising and falling with exasperation as she explained Go Zaheo's antics. Oh, it seems he has bullied you quite a bit, Mo Chen observed, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he detected the unmistakable disdain Lu Zixin held for Go Zaheo. Not exactly bullying, but he certainly has a penchant for irritating me, Lu Zixin clarified, frowning slightly. Haha, well, that makes things simpler, Mo Chen remarked. Upon witnessing the demeanor of Lu Zixin, Mo Chen could not help but smile, subsequently making his way towards Go Zaheo. Why are you staring at me, you short and dark little brat? Do you believe I could crush you with a single punch? Go Zaheo stood at an impressive height of 1.87 meters, boasting thick brows and large eyes. With a robust physique, if not for the high-pitched and unpleasant tone that emerged from his mouth, one might perceive him as quite the masculine figure. At that moment, as Go Zaheo observed Mo Chen approaching with a cheerful expression, he halted right before him, leveraging his height advantage over the relatively shorter and leaner Mo Chen, who stood around 1.60 meters. Go Zaheo looked down with disdain and contempt, taunting, do you have the guts to step outside and fight me? Mo Chen, recognizing the provocatively insolent nature of Go Zaheo, chose not to engage in trivial banter and directly issued a challenge. Don't fight him. You'll come out worse for it. This bold provocation was loud enough for Lu Zixin, who was some distance away, to hear. Alarmed, she rushed over and grasped Mo Chen's hand, urging him, this is a matter between men. You needn't concern yourself. Momentarily taken aback by Lu Zixin's grasp, Mo Chen softened his gaze towards her, offering comfort in his response. Humph, you certainly have some nerve, kid. As long as you dare, I'll be your opponent until the end. I assure you, by the time we're done, your parents won't even recognize you. Upon witnessing Lu Zixin's worried expression as she held onto Mo Chen's hand, Go Zaheo felt an overwhelming surge of anger, which ultimately transformed into a deep-seated resentment directed at Mo Chen. Very well, then. Let us not linger any longer. Let us go. Go Zaheo's envious gaze and shifting expressions did not escape the keen perception of Mo Chen, whose senses had been enhanced several times. Having listened to Lu Zixin's introduction of Go Zaheo earlier, Mo Chen had already surmised that Go Zaheo harbored certain feelings for her. Now, Witnessing Go Zaheo's demeanor only further solidified his initial conjecture. Moments later, Mo Chun and Go Zaheo exited the shopping center and entered a secluded alley devoid of surveillance. Zixin, wait for me here. I'll be back in no more than a minute, Mo Chun instructed as he turned to face her, noticing her desire to follow them inside. Indeed, if you go in and see this guy all bloodied and battered, I fear it may frighten you. He continued with a calm demeanor, which only served to provoke Go Zaheo's jealousy further. I've been tolerating you for far too long. With an explosive motion, Mo Chun, who initially intended to persuade Lu Zixin to remain outside the alley, could no longer restrain himself upon hearing Go Zaheo's insolent remarks. After discreetly surveying the surroundings and confirming there were no cameras aimed in their direction, Mo Chun unleashed a swift flying kick towards Go Zaheo. With the strength of his body having been enhanced thrice, there was no doubt that Go Zaheo was propelled several meters into the alleyway by Mo Chun's kick. Yet this was merely the commencement. Without pausing, Mo Chun closed in on Go Zaheo, unleashing a relentless barrage of kicks and strikes upon him. After a brief moment of 20 seconds, Mo Chun brushed off the non-existent dust from his attire and turned to exit the narrow alleyway. Behind him lay Go Zaheo, his face swollen and grotesque, resembling that of a pig, his features unrecognizable as he writhed on the ground. A pitiable sight indeed. Xianxia, let us depart, he said. In those fleeting seconds, Lu Zixin remained dazed, still captivated by Mo Chun's impressive flying kick. It was only upon seeing him emerge that she seemed to regain her senses, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at him. After bidding farewell to Lu Zixin in the afternoon, Mo Chun returned home and retreated into his bedroom. 004. Is there a way for me to grow taller rapidly? After locking the door behind him, he lay on his bed, his consciousness entering the trial space. His mood quite dismal. Although he had taught that fellow, Go Zaheo, a lesson today, the mockery regarding his height still lingered in his mind. Whether it was due to genetic inheritance or the poverty he endured in his youth that stunted his nutrition, Mo Chun had endured relentless teasing from his classmates about his height throughout his life. Based on the analysis of the host's real-world physical attributes, it has been determined that the host merely requires the successful completion of another trial task to receive the enhancement reward, which will yield a significant transformation of his physique. Simulations indicate that following this transformation, the host will possess a 100% probability of experiencing a change in height. It is inferred that this change is likely to fall within the range of 182 to 190 centimeters. As Mo Chun finished his inquiry, the voice of 004 resonated within the trial space. Chapter 90. The Grand Canyon ship. After completing another trial task, would my body be strengthened enough to grow taller? With this thought, Mo Chun stood on the balcony of his bedroom, leaning against the railing, gazing thoughtfully at the scenery below. Following his first date with Lu Zixin, Mo Chun, during the subsequent month-long school holiday, seized the opportunity to invite Lu Zixin to watch a well-reviewed film. They then strolled through a recreational complex and concluded the day with a delightful dinner. Aside from this event, the majority of Mo Chun's time was spent at school. Fortunately, due to the multiple enhancements to his physique, his already commendable academic performance skyrocketed, propelling him to the top of his grade, achieving perfect or near-perfect scores in every subject. This extraordinary situation earned him considerable leniency from his teachers and class supervisor, allowing him a more relaxed space in his daily school life. Within this accommodating environment, Mo Chun enjoyed many privileges, such as indulging in the luxury of watching various films, animations, and novels on his phone during class. Drawing from his experiences in the Shadow Agent world, he dedicated much of the past month to exploring popular or highly rated films across various online platforms. A gentle reminder, the fourth trial task in the trial space has been activated and is ready. Would the host like to authorize the immediate commencement of the trial? Yes? No? On this particular day, Mo Chun was in the open playground for physical education class. As a shorter student, he held little interest in sports such as basketball. Instead, he nestled in a sunless corner of the playground, engrossed in a well-rated film on his freshly charged phone. When he heard the notification sound in his mind, his expression momentarily froze before he resumed watching. After a day of academic endeavors, Mo Chun returned to the dormitory with his classmates. Following his evening routine, once the lights were extinguished as per school regulations, he undressed and lay on his bed, tucking himself under the covers. After completing this ritual, he closed his eyes and mentally selected the option to commence the trial. The trial was about to begin. The host should prepare. The darkness of the trial space faded, and the notification sound gradually diminished. When Mo Chun opened his eyes again, the scene before him had transformed dramatically. An endless expanse of ocean stretched before him, adorned with magnificent and vibrant clouds at sunset. In the western sky, A fiery orange sun hung at the horizon where sea met sky, casting a rosy glow across the clouds and illuminating the vast waters. Suddenly, as Imo-chan gazed at the breathtaking scenery, a thunderous roar echoed around him, approaching swiftly from the distance. As he lifted his head in response to the sound, Imo-chan beheld 3 fighter jets, their silhouettes gracefully spiraling above him against the backdrop of the evening glow. "Ping-yu, the 4th aircraft is about to return. Hurry and follow me." A soldier, clad in a blue and white uniform and donning a naval cap, had approached him unnoticed and patted him on the shoulder. "What is happening? Which world is this?" Imo-chan murmured to himself, furrowing his brow as he surveyed his surroundings. Trial objective: alter the fate of Queen Kesha's downfall. As he followed the soldier ahead, a familiar notification of his trial mission materialized in his mind. Queen Kesha, the world of Super God Academy? Recognizing the significance of the keyword, Imo-chan quickly recalled relevant memories from the countless anime he had watched over the past month, including the series Super God Academy. Thus, when he encountered the name Queen Kesha, realization dawned upon him within mere seconds. Altering the fate of Queen Kesha's downfall in the world of Super God Academy. This could prove quite challenging. As he mentally rifled through the plot lines of Super God Academy, Imo-chan continued walking, speaking softly to himself. "Ping-yu, as a logistics officer aboard the aircraft carrier, haven't you ever been told to stay focused while working?" Just then, a stern rebuke echoed from ahead. Turning towards the source of the voice, he spotted a middle-aged man adorned with the insignia of an officer reprimanding him. Yes. Realizing the speaker was an officer, Imo-chan nodded earnestly, determined to avoid trouble until he fully grasped the situation. He followed the soldier once more, racing toward a fighter jet that had just landed nearby, and, mimicking the others, began conducting routine post-landing maintenance checks on the aircraft. "Hey, did you hear? Apparently, our xianxia aircraft carrier battle group is about to engage in actual combat." After completing the routine checks alongside several logistics personnel, they found themselves sitting in the duty room, idly conversing. "You heard that too? I also heard that our xianxia is actually a combat base prepared for the super soldiers of the recently sensationalized Xiangbing. One of them initiated the conversation, and others quickly joined in. "By the way, have you heard that General Duca Ao, our highest commander aboard xianxia, is said to be an alien?" Suddenly, one logistics officer spoke in a conspiratorial tone. "What era are we in? Why be so cautious over an alien?" Another retorted. "Haven't you seen that gaping rift in the sky? It's rumored that unidentified beings from other dimensions frequently descend upon Earth through it. Did you hear about the Huang Village incident a few days ago? They say that, in just one night, Huang Village, near Juxia City, lost all contact with the outside world. There are whispers that the Huang Village incident is connected to that rift in the sky. Have you heard of the Huangsuan incident? I have a comrade who participated in the operation to support Huangsuan that night. According to him, the situation in Huangsuan was dire. The entire city had been reduced to ruins. The original population of 80 to 90,000 had transformed into grotesque, winged demons of a dark crimson hue. These fiends possessed incredible speed and strength, rendering the tanks and conventional firearms of the arriving troops nearly ineffective against them. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the super soldiers from the Xiangbing battalion, who vanquished those demons, that night could have spiraled into catastrophe. The Huangsuan incident has indeed transpired. It seems Morgana has also arrived on Earth. Amidst the crowd, Imo-chan quietly listened to the gossip of several logistics soldiers while pondering deeply. Chapter 91. Direct counsel to Decao as night fell within the logistics quarters of the Titan. Imo-chan lay in his bunk, meticulously devising the execution details for the upcoming trial mission. According to the original narrative of the Super God Academy, it would not be long before the formidable Gale Force, led by Gu Xiaoluan, boarded the Titan. By this time, the Demon King Morgana had stealthily descended upon Earth. In the ensuing days, an incident would unfold wherein Morgana commanded her subordinates to seize the Donghong 49 nuclear warhead, a scheme that would ultimately culminate in failure. Shortly after Morgana's thwarted attempt to commandeer the nuclear warhead and bomb the Titan's battle group, she sought the assistance of nightmares, aiming to sow discord between Gu Xiaoluan and Reina within the Gale Force. However, this plot too would meet with failure. Subsequently, the Angel King Kaisha, accompanied by her elite guards, ventured to Earth. In a brief encounter with General Decao and Gu Xiaoluan aboard the Titan, Kaisha honored Gu Xiaoluan's counsel, refraining from sacrificing a portion of humanity on Earth to enact divine judgment upon Morgana. Upon learning of Kaisha's presence on Earth, Morgana seized the opportunity to devise a plan to assassinate her. Thus, she contacted the Reaper Carl, instructing him to employ specialized means to circumvent the surveillance of both the Angels and Earth's defense systems. facilitating the transport of the Demon Wing fleet to Earth. Almost simultaneously, one of Morgana's core subordinates, Otto, was dispatched to the civilization of Frezer for trial. Soon thereafter, following Otto's massacre of the Frezer civilization, the Angel Vanguard Yin arrived at the Titan to meet Guxialuan, imploring him to accompany her to Frezer to rescue its civilization. After the departure of the Vanguard Yin and the Gale Force towards Frezer, a team led by the celestial warrior Lu Chuang, accompanied by 2 female angels, embarked on a reconnaissance mission at the demon's base on Earth. Unbeknownst to them, the Demon Wing fleet had already arrived on the planet. Under the tactical onslaught of the Demon Wing fleet, capable of contending with angelic forces, the 2 female angels fell victim to swift beheading strikes. The remaining Lu Chuang and Caitlin found themselves in a harrowing struggle against the Demon Godslayer team, following a helicopter crash near the jungle. With Lu Chuang and his allies momentarily restrained, Morgana initiated a targeted assassination operation against the Titan's battle group. In this operation, the commander of the Earth Gale Force, General Decao, was swiftly eliminated by the demons utilizing spatial wormhole technology. Simultaneously, the other assassins of the demon faction incapacitated the command center aboard the Titan. After dispatching the majority of the personnel within the command post, they inflicted injuries upon one of the commanders, Ling Feng, and captured the songstress Sona, who possessed extraordinary time-space healing abilities. Subsequently, the spear of the Destar, xianxia, fell under the demon's spatial control. At the same time, the pivotal strategic figure of the Titan battle, the goddess of dawn Reyna, was relentlessly targeted by the Demon Tactical Unit No. 1. In the face of the first wave of attacks from the demons, Reyna not only successfully defended herself, but also utilized her abilities to launch a counteroffensive with a barrage against the demon's winged fleet. However, after the demons successfully subdued xianxia, they exploited his formidable speed and stealth capabilities to inflict severe injuries upon Reyna, seizing the opportunity while Reyna was gravely wounded. The demons dispatched the adept controller Black Wind, who ultimately succeeded in subduing Reyna and forcibly deciphering the first genetic lock embedded within her divine essence, unlocking her abilities for intermediate flare bombardment and accelerated supernova explosions. Concurrently, Rose aboard the giant Canyon-class aircraft carrier came under attack from the demons, resulting in significant injuries. Having successfully captured Reyna, the Demon King Morgana immediately initiated the next phase of the divine assassination plan targeting the Angel King Kaisha. Morgana led her demonic forces directly into Kaisha's stronghold near Earth. A fierce battle loomed, yet throughout the encounter, Morgana found herself at a disadvantage, proving not to be a match for Kaisha, who was universally recognized as the mightiest deity in the cosmos. However, Morgana was collaborating with the Grim Reaper Karl in this assassination endeavor aimed at ending the Age of the Gods. Hence, Morgana's role in this scheme was primarily to mislead and distract in the early stages, while the decisive influence lay with Karl, who was researching the ultimate fear theory, and Reyna, the goddess of dawn, who possessed the capability to accelerate supernova explosions. At the most critical moment of the confrontation with Morgana, while Kaisha was momentarily distracted, Karl intervened, employing his mastery over void abilities to instantaneously transport Kaisha near the Emerald Star. There, the controlled Reyna had already accelerated the Emerald Star to the brink of supernova detonation. Following a brief exchange between Kaisha and Karl, the supreme being of the universe, Kaisha calmly approached the inevitable demise brought forth by the supernova explosion, leading to the shattering of her divine form. As Mo Chun pondered over the unfolding narrative from this pivotal moment until the conclusion of the trial mission, he fell into deep contemplation. He considered the possibility of directly conveying this information to General Decao, the commander of the, as a relatively righteous faction. Even if they were skeptical of his claims, they would likely take his observations into account to some extent. Moreover, he found it hard to believe that Decao would persist in doubting him in the face of unfolding truths. After extensive reasoning and strategizing, Mo Chun devised a preliminary plan for the trial. He resolved to approach General Decao directly and disclose all relevant events known to him. From Mo Chun's perspective, given his current predicament in this trial world, this seemed the most prudent strategy. In the world system of the Super God Academy, where various supergene warriors thrived and countless cosmic civilizations and technologies far surpassed nuclear weaponry, Mo Chun, as an ordinary human in the role of a logistics officer aboard the giant Canyon-class aircraft carrier, risked being reduced to mere cannon fodder if he lacked any exceptional abilities. With a preliminary trial plan in place, Mo Chun began to meticulously observe General Duca Ao's daily habits in the days that followed. After patiently observing for over a week, one afternoon, he approached General Duca Ao, who stood alone on the open deck of the giant gorge, gazing at the sea with a serious demeanor, his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly lost in thought. "Good day, General Duca Ao," Mo Chun greeted, dressed in the uniform of a logistics soldier. He approached the general casually, but suddenly adopted a respectful demeanor. "Hello, soldier. What brings you here?" General Duca Ao inquired, somewhat puzzled at the interruption of his contemplation by a logistics personnel. Chapter 92. The Donghong 49 Nuclear Missile. First and foremost, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Mo Chun, and I hail from a future timeline. Upon noticing General Ducao's gaze fixed upon him, Mo Chun wasted no time in revealing his identity. From the future? Ducao's immediate reaction to Mo Chun's words was one of incredulity. Thus, his first impression of this soldier was that of a fanciful individual spouting nonsensical claims. "I understand, General Ducao, that you may find it difficult to accept my identity at this moment, but that is of little consequence. I firmly believe that after you hear the subsequent revelations I am about to share, your perspective will gradually shift." Observing the changes in Ducao's expression, Mo Chun continued with unwavering confidence. "Oh, and what is it that you wish to convey next?" Ducao, intrigued by the soldier's remarkable self-assurance, inquired. In response, a smile graced Mo Chun's lips. If Ducao was willing to listen to his account of numerous forthcoming events, then the endeavor would be deemed a success by a significant measure. Upon receiving Ducao's permission, Mo Chun swiftly divulged all the information he had gathered. "Young man, do you comprehend the gravity of your statements?" As Mo Chun elaborated on the myriad events poised to unfold in the Super God Academy world, the smile that had once adorned Ducao's face gradually faded, replaced by a deepening frown and a countenance of solemnity. This transformation prompted Ducao to interrupt Mo Chun when he began to discuss the Battle of the Giant Canyon and the fall of Queen Kesha. "I am well aware that you regard me with skepticism, General. I fully understand your sentiments. You are welcome to await the imminent occurrences to determine if they align with my assertions. At that time, it will not be too late to reconsider your stance." Mo Chun maintained a serene demeanor as he addressed Ducao, assuredly stating, "For now, I stand before you as the commander of the Xianxia Lian, and you may exercise your authority to deal with me as you see fit." In the face of Ducao's formidable gaze, Mo Chun retained a mild smile, responding with poise. "I regret to inform you that your claims are exceedingly implausible. I shall temporarily confine you aboard the Giant Canyon. Should the events unfold as you predict, I, Ducao, will personally seek your pardon." After scrutinizing Mo Chun's expression for a considerable duration, Ducao finally responded with a grave countenance. Minutes later, Mo Chun was escorted by 2 guards to a solitary confinement chamber aboard the Giant Canyon. The environment was quite agreeable, boasting a single room. Observing the chamber equipped with a bed and furnishings, and noting its cleanliness and tidiness, Mo Chun nodded in satisfaction. Thus, he remained in the confinement chamber for nearly half a month. During this period, due to the global projection orchestrated by Death God Karl, which delivered a worldwide address, Ducao resolved to relocate the Xianxia Lian from the terrestrial Super God Academy to the fleet of the Giant Canyon aircraft carrier. Has the Legion of Heroes already relocated to the Titan? It appears that the time is drawing near for Morgana to dispatch her demon squad to seize the Donghong 49 incident. Through intermittent communication with the guards of the confinement room, Mo Chun managed to glean some information about the outside world. After a few more days, the Titan began to frequently suffer unauthorized access to its database by unknown forces. Faced with such enigmatic technology, the technicians aboard the Titan soon deduced that it was dark data technology. However, the Titan's scientific team had yet to master effective countermeasures against this dark data technology, leaving them helplessly at a standstill. This incident prompted Du Cao, initially overwhelmed with anxiety, to once again contemplate the imprisoned Mo Chun. Could it truly be as that young man suggested? After yet another unauthorized access to the Titan's database by dark data, Du Cao furrowed his brow, standing in the smoking room, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, the demon queen Morgana, after several attempts to access the Titan's database through her subordinates, gradually ascertained the deployment of forces aboard the Titan, as well as the genetic data of the super soldiers from the Legion of Heroes, alongside their weapon distribution and specifications. "Summon Atai to me," she commanded. Having gathered sufficient intelligence regarding the Titan, Morgana began to devise a plan to sink it. Upon confirming the intention to launch a nuclear strike, and having pinpointed a military base in Summer Country equipped with nuclear arms, she called upon one of her seasoned subordinates. "Your Majesty, you summoned Atai?" asked Atai, clad in black and red demonic armor, as he approached Morgana and knelt respectfully. "What do you think?" "I called you here for a reason," Morgana replied tersely. "Listen, there is a task to procure a nuclear bomb from the humans. I will equip you with a lightning spear. Can you complete the mission within 5 minutes with 2 demon squads? Sitting upon her demonic throne, Morgana gazed at Attai and inquired. It's merely a matter of retrieving a nuclear bomb. I can handle it alone, Attai replied with confidence. Nonsense. Let me make this clear. If anyone gets themselves killed due to excessive chatter, pretentiousness, or foolishness during this operation, do not dare to say they were my subordinate, Morgana exclaimed, rising from her throne in a fit of fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Attai. Shortly thereafter, Attai led the demon squad to the Yunshan base. In tandem, to cover Attai's team while they raided the Donghong 49 tactical nuclear missiles at the Yunshan base, Morgana ordered her subordinates to incapacitate the V-8 satellite used by humanity for global reconnaissance communications. The destruction of the V-8 satellite would plunge global military communications into several hours of paralysis, while the Super God Academy's Skynet emergency system would require 5 minutes to complete a global sweep. This situation granted the demons at least 5 minutes of unimpeded operational time. Everyone focus. Tell me, what is our demon motto? In the infernal command chamber, Morgana surveyed the demons stationed at their respective posts and inquired loudly. The destruction of the number 8 communication satellite caused a cataclysmic paralysis in global military communications, prompting the activation of the Skynet system. This series of unforeseen events left Dutsao in a state of frantic disarray, while simultaneously filling him with a profound sense of shock. For the current occurrences mirrored precisely the warnings articulated by Mo Qin earlier, aligning perfectly with his forewarnings. Quickly, assemble the valiant troops and deploy the Dawnlight aircraft for rapid support to the Yunshan base. Reflecting on the content of Mo Qin's earlier words, Dutsao hesitated no longer. Before the Skynet system could detect any anomalies, he resolutely issued commands in accordance with Mo Qin's prior instructions. Chapter 93, Cloud Mountain Base in the Cover of Night. 2 sleek, dark-hued flying vessels, imbued with an aesthetic of advanced technology, traversed the Earth's atmosphere at astonishing speeds of 7 to 8 Mach. Aboard these aircraft were 2 squads of the valiant troop, summoned urgently for action. Among them were Gu Xiaoluan, Zhao Xian, Cheng Yaowen, Caitlin, Reina, Ari, and Master Yi. Brother Xian, what do you think prompted General Decao to suddenly dispatch us to support Cloud Mountain Base? The Skynet system hasn't indicated any anomalies, Gu Xiaoluan inquired. Is armored form communicating through the channel to Zhao Xian aboard the Dawnlight one? Why ponder so much? We are mere soldiers. We follow orders as given. Zhao Xian replied nonchalantly, dismissing Gu Xiaoluan's curiosity. Indeed, you make a valid point, Brother Xian. Gu Xiaoluan nodded in agreement, scratching his head. A few moments after the 2 Dawnlight vessels departed, a new message arrived at the control center of the giant gorge. General, according to feedback from the Skynet system, we have detected gunfire-type light wave responses emanating from the direction of Cloud Mountain Base. Additionally, a squad of demons armed with lightning spears has been identified. Further simulations suggest that this demon squad is likely attempting to seize the Donghong 49 tactical nuclear missile housed within the base. As the technical director of the giant gorge, Lianfeng reported to General Decao, utilizing data from the Skynet system. The enemy's target is indeed the Donghong 49 tactical nuclear missile at Cloud Mountain Base. The demon squad. This incident is undoubtedly linked to Morgana. Through the Huangzuan incident, they have implanted demon genes into humanity, aiming to forge a legion of demons upon Earth. Truly, Morgana, the Demon King, has devised a brilliant strategy capable of rivaling the angelic civilization. Relay my orders. Deploy the 3rd squad of the valiant troop aboard Dawnlight 3 to provide full support to Cloud Mountain Base. We must annihilate these demons. Upon receiving Lianfeng's latest intelligence, General Decao, in conjunction with the information relayed by Mo Qin, decisively dispatched the Noxian war god Lu Chuang's squad, initially reserved for the giant gorge, into the fray. As Gu Xiaoluan and his companions aboard the 2 Dawnlight vessels swiftly approached the Cloud Mountain Base, they were met with urgency, for the demon squads led by Attai had only just begun their assault. Barely 5 seconds had elapsed since their offensive commenced. In the command room at the rear of the demon forces, astonishment erupted upon detecting the incoming Gu Xiaoluan and his team. What the heck? How did they arrive so swiftly? Despite their surprise, the Morgana-affiliated demon troops, seasoned by numerous cosmic conflicts, maintained remarkable professionalism. After a brief tactical adjustment, Zhao Xian, possessing unparalleled mobility on the battlefield, was promptly marked by the demons and subsequently gravely injured by a god-slaying bullet. Fortunately, on the side of the Xiong Binglian, there was the enchanting healer, Qin Yu, who provided remote medical assistance. Through her healing, Zhao Xian swiftly emerged from the clutches of death. Although Zhao Xian was no longer in mortal danger, The initial onslaught from the demons, who swiftly claimed the first kill, left both the audience and participants in profound shock. This sentiment was most acutely felt by individuals like Gu Xiaoluan, who were directly engaged in combat with the demon squad led by Atai. Upon their entry, they found themselves entirely devoid of any enemy presence, only to be ruthlessly targeted and struck down by a sniper, incapacitating one of their formidable warriors in an instant. Such a beginning compelled the members of Xianxia Lian to remain on high alert. Yet, despite this vigilance, during the ensuing minutes of battle, several of their more vulnerable female warriors fell victim to the demon surprise assaults. Fortunately, as the combat progressed, Xianxia Lian leveraged their numerical superiority and the exceptional prowess of their individual fighters to swiftly turn the tide, ultimately annihilating the demon squad positioned at the forefront of the Yunshan base. Meanwhile, in the rear, a team led by Reina systematically eliminated the demons pursuing the Donghong 49 tactical nuclear missile vehicle. By the conclusion of the confrontation, only Atai, witnessing the dire circumstances, sought refuge in the sky. However, just as he was about to evade danger, he was intercepted by Lu Chuang's squad, who arrived in the dawn of light no. Free for support. Subsequently, the tempestuous war god, Lu Chuang, emerged atop the craft and hurled his axe toward Atai's fleeing direction. With a thunderous explosion, the incident at Yunshan Base came to a close. Following the resolution of the Yunshan Base incident, the three squads of Xianxia Lian returned to the Juxia via their respective dawn of light aircraft. In the control room of the demon base, Morgana, feeling unwell, returned after having briefly departed during the conflict between Atai's squad and Xianxia Lian at Yunshan Base. How did it go with Atai? Has it concluded? She inquired upon her return. Report to the queen. It's over. Into zero. The demons in the control room fell silent upon her arrival, witnessing the recent events at Yunshan Base, except for Ado, who, usually close to Morgana, responded with difficulty. 0 to N. Atai and his team performed admirably. They deserve commendations upon their return. Upon hearing this, Morgana picked up a cup of coffee from the nearby table and took a sip, affirming the outcome. No, Your Majesty. You misunderstood. It's into 0. Atai and his team were all slain. Ado, sensing Morgana's apparent misunderstanding, steeled himself to explain. What the hell? What is happening? Into 0? How did Atai's team fare? Upon hearing this, Morgana, who had been holding the coffee, crushed the cup in her grip and instantly stood before Ado, gripping his collar and questioning him with a fierce countenance. Within the confines of the demon base, the situation regarding Morgana, who was seething with rage due to the failure of the Yunshan base plan, remained unknown to those aboard the Xianxia Lian. At this moment, the members of Xianxia Lian, who were facing Morgana's demonic troops for the first time, looked upon their fallen comrades in the medical room with grim expressions. The combat prowess of the demons is among the most formidable in the entirety of the known universe. As new recruits of the Super God Academies, Xianxia Lian, achieving the current results in their inaugural encounter with such formidable adversaries is commendable. Therefore, there is no need for despondency. All should return to rest and recuperate. In the days to come, we may find ourselves engaging more frequently with forces such as the demons. I hope everyone is mentally prepared for the forthcoming battles. In the medical room aboard the Xianxia Lian, Du Cao observed the downcast faces of his comrades and offered some words of comfort. After addressing the pertinent matters concerning Xianxia Lian and the Xianxia Lian, Du Cao, with a grave expression, made his way towards the confinement chamber. Chapter 94. Nightmare. A serene expanse of sea lay before a colossal aircraft carrier, surrounded by an array of frigates and destroyers, all arranged in a standard naval formation. Within the confines of the confinement room aboard the Juggernaut, Imochen sat in a chair, his eyes closed in contemplation. Before him, a cup filled with verdant tea emitted wisps of white steam into the air. The door swung open. General Du Cao approached the threshold of the confinement room. He cast a glance at Imochen, who sat with his eyes shut and an expression of tranquility, and issued a command to the guards stationed outside. General Du Cao, is there a matter of concern that brings you here today? The exchange between Du Cao and the guards piqued Imochen's interest, prompting him to open his eyes and regard the general who had entered. Apologizing for his earlier indiscretion, Du Cao stepped into the room, straightening his posture before bowing deeply to Imochen, who remained seated. Ah, General, do enlighten me about the situation at hand. Imochen replied with a hint of amusement. Not long ago, the alarm had reverberated throughout the entire Juggernaut fleet, a sound that had reached Imochen's ears, though he remained unaware of its cause. As you have indicated, several hours ago, Morgana's two demon squads launched an attack on the Yunshan base. Du Cao responded with a grave countenance. The Yunshan base. Was it targeted to seize Donghong 49? It seems Morgana must have faltered, For according to the future intelligence I possess, after the Yushan base's failure, she would dispatch a subordinate named Otto to the Faries civilization. There, this subordinate would wield the sword of command bestowed by Morgana, and through the slaughter of the local indigenous nations, he would successfully ascend to the status of a fourth-generation demon. However, Otto's actions are of little significance, as the Earth is destined to become the central battlefield. In any case, I have already relayed numerous matters to you, General Dutsao. Regarding our course of action, I trust you have your own considerations. Upon hearing of the demon assault on the Yunxian base, a smile graced Mo Chen's lips. I kindly request that you accompany me to the VIP lounge aboard the Juggernaut, if it pleases you. I intend to introduce your identity to all the warriors of the Iron-Blooded Legion tomorrow, as Mo Chen had suggested. Dutsao had indeed formulated some plans following the events at the Yunxian base. However, these thoughts were still in their nascent stages, and he hoped to engage in a thorough discussion regarding the specifics of their strategy with Mo Chen the following day. I have no objections to visiting the lounge, but I would prefer, General, that my identity remains undisclosed for the time being. After all, in comparison to the demons and angels, the pinnacle civilizations of the cosmos, Earth still lags significantly in technology and other domains. Should the opposition acquire the future information I possess through technological means, I would undoubtedly become the primary target for various factions. As Duke Ao concluded his words, Mo Chen rose from his chair. After sipping the warm tea from the table, he pondered before responding. Your considerations are indeed thorough. Therefore, for the time being, I shall refrain from introducing your identity to the warriors of the Xiong Lian. However, I kindly request your assistance in the forthcoming series of events. After a moment of contemplation, Duke Ao nodded in agreement with Mo Chen's concerns. 10 minutes later, Mo Chen accompanied Duke Ao out of the confinement room and into a spacious chamber equipped with numerous electronic devices, including computers. While Duke Ao and Mo Chen made their way from the confinement room to the lounge aboard the giant gorge, Morgana, concealed within the headquarters of the demons on Earth, engaged in several minutes of silent reflection after comprehending the entirety of the Yunxian base incident. Ultimately, she resolved to dispatch Otto to the Frez civilization for the upgrade of the fourth-generation demon genes. Following Otto's departure to Frez, Morgana summoned Nightmarish. Your Majesty, you summon me? Nightmarish, enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, floated respectfully before Morgana. I intend to exploit the discord between the Xiong Lian's goddess of dawn, Reina, and the royal descendant of the dinner star system, Cheng Yaowen, to Sao division within Xiong Lian. What are your thoughts on manipulating these two? Morgana inquired casually, gazing at Nightmarish, who was emanating a swirling black mist. Rest assured, my queen, this task is best suited for me. I excel in such matters. Nightmarish replied with a sinister chuckle upon learning of Morgana's intentions to have him execute the scheme to create discord within Xiong Lian. Go forth, and do not disappoint me. Observing Nightmarish's impish demeanor, Morgana waved her hand, urging him to attend to the task at hand promptly. Barely 2 days had passed since the Yunxian base incident when General Duke Ao received a report from Guxiaoluan, stating that for some inexplicable reason, Cheng Yaowen and Reina were embroiled in conflict. This situation posed a significant challenge. Familiar with the history of Reina's ancestors obliterating Yaowen's homeland, the dinner star system, Duke Ao furrowed his brow upon hearing this news. After Guxiaoluan departed, he finished a cigarette in his office and then rose to leave. Knock, knock, knock. While idly playing on the computer and watching current affairs in the VIP lounge aboard the giant gorge, Mo Chen heard a knock at the door. He stood up and opened it. Your Excellency, as you predicted, Morgana has begun to target Yaowen and Reina. Duke Ao entered without ceremony upon seeing Mo Chen, addressing him in a serious tone. Indeed, this was to be expected. General, shortly summon Yaowen and Reina to your quarters, and then brief them on the situation regarding Nightmarish. Mo Chen replied with a smile. Oh, and it would be wise not to alert them to the presence of Nightmarish. They should continue to cooperate with him and act as the situation unfolds. Duke Ao succinctly conveyed his message, and a smile spread across Mo Chen's face in response. Your thoughts align precisely with my plans. I shall seek out Yaowen and Lena, urging them to act according to the circumstances. Upon hearing this, Duke Ao nodded. There is no haste, since Morgana has already set nightmares upon Yaowen and Lena. It is likely that Queen Kaisa will soon arrive in the Shadow Realm to confront Death God Karl. Karl, having stolen Principal Kirin's grand clock, will persuade Kaisa to descend upon Earth to eliminate Morgana and oversee the order of humanity. Once Kaisa arrives on Earth, Karl will undoubtedly exploit the powers of the grand clock to secretly transport Morgana's demonic wings to our realm. At that juncture, a formidable legion of demons, under Morgana's command, will conspire with Karl to ambush Kaisa, who will have arrived alone. Should Kaisa fall, the entire Earth shall find itself in a precarious predicament. Therefore, our immediate priority is to devise a strategy that will earn Kaisa's trust before she is misled by Death God Karl to come to Earth. Only by securing Kaisa's confidence can we harness her strength to confront Morgana and Karl. As Takeo expressed these thoughts and prepared to depart, Machen called out to him, further elucidating his intentions. Chapter 95 The Grand Clock in the luxurious lounge of the Great Canyon. The conversation between Imo Chun and Takeo continued. How could one earn the trust of Kesha? As the Angel King, a being recognized as the most powerful deity in the known universe, would she heed our counsel? Given the customary demeanor of angelic civilization, I find it quite challenging. Furrowing his brow, Takeo felt the weight of the situation after hearing Imo Chun's proposal. The solution is rather straightforward. When Kesha arrives on Earth, you simply need to assist me in establishing contact with any member of her accompanying angelic entourage. At that point, I shall devise a way to persuade that angel to introduce me to Kesha. Naturally, if you possess a means to facilitate a direct conversation between Kesha and myself, that would be most splendid. Regarding Takeo's apprehensions, Imo Chun harbored his own contemplations. While the two deliberated on methods to gain Kesha's trust, Kesha herself was traversing through a spatial wormhole with her guard, en route to the dark nebula where the Reaper Karl resided. Your Majesty, is Karl truly worth such personal exertion? Within the tunnel of the spatial wormhole, dozens of female angelic warriors clad in armor, wielding swords of flame, and adorned with resplendent white wings, swiftly navigated around a throne. Upon that throne sat a queen, draped in a crimson cloak, exuding an aura of supreme authority. Although Karl was not a deity of combat, his profound immersion in peculiar theories rendered him a potentially more perilous foe. As a god possessing rare knowledge often proves to be more formidable, one should not underestimate Karl. On the throne, the divine Kesha listened to the perplexed words of a female angelic warrior, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she offered an explanation. In the dark nebula, within the chambers of the Reaper Karl, calculations from the Grand Clock's cloud computing predicted that the divine Kesha would soon arrive. Following the plan, if I could entice her to Earth, the god-slaying scheme would be a third complete. A young man with light yellow hair and a delicate visage lay sideways on the bed, gazing dreamily through the floor-to-ceiling window at the world outside. A few hours later, Kesha, accompanied by dozens of female angelic warriors, emerged through the spatial wormhole above Karl's palace. Upon learning of Kesha's arrival, Karl donned a voluminous cloak and stepped outside. Queen Kesha, as you can see, every movement of Morgana on Earth is under my surveillance. You can proceed to Earth with complete confidence to enact judgment upon Morgana. Standing in the open space, Karl, his face obscured by the cloak, slightly raised his head to gaze at Kesha in the sky, his demeanor imbued with reverence. How did you manage that? I cannot constantly monitor Morgana. Observing Karl's projection in midair, Kesha was both astonished and intrigued by Morgana's actions on Earth. The Great Clock possesses the capability to decipher all known cosmic rules and technologies. Morgana's counter-surveillance techniques have yet to escape the computational realm of the Great Clock, rendering her movements easily monitored. A subtle smile graced Karl's lips as he eloquently explained, "Oh, my, you certainly possess a remarkable skill, having even appropriated Kirin's Great Clock." Upon hearing Karl's explanation, Kesha's frosty demeanor revealed a hint of amusement. Perched upon her throne high in the sky, she gazed down upon Karl, her words laced with derision. The term appropriate seems somewhat misplaced in your context. Principal Kirin is a distinguished practitioner, driven by the same fervent pursuit of cosmic truths as I am. As a peer, I occasionally borrow Kirin's Great Clock to conduct simulations of profound theories. I see no impropriety in that. Kesha's scornful remarks irked Karl, prompting a dismissive chuckle as he sought to defend himself. I lack the time to engage in your trivial sophistry. Given your dubious past, I have ample reason to suspect that your revelation of Morgana's whereabouts today may harbor ulterior motives. Therefore, Blaze, you shall remain here. Should you observe any suspicious activity from Karl or receive any ill tidings from my end, you are to embody the justice of the angels and incinerate this place with your flame sword. Kesha, unimpressed by Karl's explanation, shook her head disdainfully, her voice imbued with authority as she looked down upon him. Shortly thereafter, Kesha departed the dark nebula with her angelic guard, heading toward the Crimson Sun system where Earth resides. Once Kesha had left, Karl cast his gaze upward at Blaze, the right-wing angelic sentinel, who remained motionless above his palace, wielding the flame sword. A smile flickered across his face, concealed beneath his ample cloak. Returning to the palace, Karl traversed several chambers until he arrived at a secret room located underground. This chamber, constructed from special materials, was enhanced with unique cloaking techniques derived from void technology. ensuring it would evade detection by the vast majority of known surveillance methods in the universe. The Great Clock was poised to recalibrate the god-slaying plan, scrutinizing any potential vulnerabilities. Within this secret chamber, the space was not merely a physical realm, but rather a cosmos-like interstellar expanse created through spatial technology. Master Death. Have you not already simulated the god-slaying plan regarding Xianxia 3 times with the Great Clock? Why must you run the calculations once more? Have you made new discoveries? Queried the attendant, the gravedigger, who stood beside Carl, a look of confusion etched upon his face. Until Xianxia is vanquished and the era of the gods is brought to a close, variables will always persist. Now that Xianxia has journeyed to Earth, the god-slaying plan is on the cusp of a critical juncture. For the successful realization of this plan, it is imperative to recalculate all variable factors related to it. For in this pivotal moment, one can never be certain that unforeseen uncertainties may arise, potentially leading to the plan's failure. Upon hearing the inquiries of the gravedigger, Carl observed the grand clock's movements while elucidating. The wisdom of the Lord of Death, combined with the calculations of the Great Clock, would undoubtedly ensure the success of the Godslayer plan. In response, the gravedigger, with fervor in his demeanor, exclaimed, "Ah, you possess quite the talent for flattery. While I am pleased to hear such words, I dare not allow myself any semblance of relaxation until the divine Xianxia is obliterated. The termination of the age of gods and the advent of the magnificent void era must proceed without a single misstep. Furthermore, we cannot withstand the wrath from the angelic civilization and the divine Xianxia should the Godlayer plan falter." As the vast expanse of stars and flickering energy points simulated by the grand clock reflected in his eyes, Carl's expression grew increasingly indifferent. A new variable has indeed emerged. Let me see what it truly is. Just then, a piece of feedback from the Great Clock caused Carl's countenance to shift abruptly. The gravedigger, upon hearing Carl's mutterings, also exhibited a look of surprise. Chapter 96. The arrival of Xianxia. How can it be that an ordinary human from Earth, a mere being devoid of any genetic enhancement, could become a variable that influences the god-slaying plan? When Carl learned from the Great Clock that the newly introduced variable affecting the god-slaying initiative was indeed an ordinary human, he maintained a serene faade, though his eyes reflected profound contemplation as he engaged in an intricate analysis of all pertinent information regarding this unremarkable individual. An ordinary human, influencing the god-slaying plan? Preposterous. Even if all of humanity were considered, excluding the impact of the supergenetic warriors from the Super God Academy, they collectively would not possess the capacity to sway the execution of the god-slaying scheme. It is inconceivable that a singular ordinary human could wield such power. Carl's musings were attentively absorbed by the gravedigger, who gazed at the visage of a youthful human displayed on the Great Clock, expressing his astonishment. Nothing is impossible. According to the dual-layer analysis of that individual by the Great Clock, this earthling likely possesses significant knowledge about the future. As the depth of Carl's introspection gradually subsided, he withdrew from his communion with the Great Clock, his expression now marked by contemplation. Possessing knowledge of the future? How could that be? Upon hearing this, the gravedigger was once again taken aback. It seemed prudent to contact Morgana and prioritize the containment of this human. After a brief silence, Carl, undeterred by the individual's ordinary status, revealed a look of serious deliberation. "Hello? Carl, are you looking for me?" Morgana, seated upon the throne in the demon headquarters on Earth, casually inquired while resting a hand against her ear. "Yes, a new variable has emerged in the plan," came Carl's voice from the other end of the line. "A new variable? Is it that Xianxia woman causing trouble, or something else?" Morgana's demeanor shifted from languid to alert as she focused intently. "The sacred Xianxia is under control. The issue lies with an ordinary human from Earth." Upon hearing this, a smile crept across Carl's lips as he replied in a measured tone. "An Earthling? Is it that group, the Heroic Legion?" Relieved that it was not Xianxia in jeopardy, Morgana furrowed her brow with concern. "It is not the Heroic Legion. The challenge arises from an ordinary Earth human devoid of any supergenetics." Seeing Morgana's initial assumption about the Heroic Legion, Carl chuckled softly and provided clarification. "Goodness, Carl, are you jesting with me? An ordinary Earth human influencing the god-slaying plan? If you're going to fabricate an excuse, at least make it somewhat credible. Must you be so absurdly dull?" Morgana's irritation flared, nearly prompting her to terminate the communication in frustration. "I am quite serious. If you disregard this Earth human and allow events to unfold unchecked, the god-slaying plan is likely to face failure." After being berated by Morgana, Carl's tone shifted from its usual neutrality to an unusually serious explanation. "Send me the data on that Earthling." Witnessing Carl's grave demeanor, Morgana fell silent for a few moments, her expression reflecting a newfound seriousness. Shortly thereafter, An encrypted message was delivered into Morgana's hands. Mo Chun, a logistical soldier aboard the Titan, was highly likely to possess information about the future. Upon reviewing the data regarding Mo Chun, Morgana narrowed her eyes, then allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips. Eliminating this human aboard the Titan would pose little challenge. I will immediately instruct my subordinates to locate his position. Then, I am quite curious to see how an ordinary human could possibly wield information about the future. With that, Morgana concluded her communication with Carl and exited the Demon Hall, making her way towards the Demon Command Center. Days later, the illustrious Kaisa and her retinue successfully arrived at the Chua stellar system. Activating the search engine, they began to globally locate Morgana. The Great Judgment is charging. As Kaisa and her squad emerged from the spatial wormhole of the Chua stellar system, they methodically commenced their search for the demon headquarters on Earth and for Morgana. Report, Queen. The flagship of the demons and Morgana's location have been successfully pinpointed. The Great Judgment is fully charged, and all preparations are complete. At your command, we shall enact the Great Judgment upon the demons on Earth and Morgana. As Kaisa's group approached Earth, a female angel warrior from Kaisa's retinue respectfully reported to her. There's no rush. This is the territory of the Super God Academy. Morgana cannot escape from Earth for the time being. We will first greet the masters of this realm and meet the so-called Titan, especially their galactic power. After hearing the female angel's report, Kaisa rested her right hand against her head and replied nonchalantly. Upon receiving the command, the angelic retinue began to locate the Titan's position. In less than 10 seconds, they locked onto the Titan's coordinates and commenced their descent into Earth's atmosphere, heading towards it. Soon, Kaisa and her angelic retinue descended upon the skies above the Titan's battle group. Notified of their arrival, Dukeo summoned all members of the Titan to the open deck of the Titan, where they beheld the resplendent Kaisa seated upon her throne, suspended in midair. Indeed, it is the illustrious Kaisa, Dukeo murmured to himself, his expression grave as he gazed at Kaisa's strikingly cold visage. After speaking, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught a glimpse of Mo Chun standing not far away. TSK, the war fanatic Dukeo. I never expected you would bring the Super God Academy to such a place as Earth. Oh, even Lena from the Sunfire Star is here. Dukeo? Do you wish to see the tragedy of the Denner star system replayed on Earth? Upon arriving above the Titan, Kaisa immediately initiated a search for all super warriors aboard. Kaisa, the affairs of the Super God Academy are not your concern. This is Earth, not your angelic civilization. Upon hearing Kesha's scornful and disdainful words, Dukeo felt a surge of anger. At that moment, a three-dimensional projection suddenly materialized above the Great Canyon. Kesha, you wretched woman. I knew you would come to Earth to stir up trouble. As the projection took form, Morgana's figure appeared within it. Both Kesha and Morgana were present. If a method to swiftly inform Kesha of Carl's plans was not devised, it would not be long before events spiraled into an uncontrollable direction. Clad in logistical military attire, Mo Chun stood amidst the crowd, observing the changes in the situation, silently calculating his next move. Chapter 97. A desperate gamble. The new keyboard novel network promptly updates the latest chapter of the Multiverse trial system. Silence. Morgana, it would be wise for you to quiet down. I shall deal with you later. With a frosty glare cast upon the apparition of Morgana, Kesha issued her warning with an icy demeanor. Upon receiving Kesha's stern gaze, Morgana, mindful of the implications, experienced a fleeting change of expression but refrained from further speech. Galactic power, you are the highest deity on Earth. Now, I inquire, do you consent to our angelic civilization conducting an apocalyptic judgment upon Morgana and her demons on Earth? Following Morgana's silence, Kesha directed her attention towards Gu Xiaoluan aboard the flagship, the Grand Canyon. Vile creature, I knew you harbored sinister intentions. Do you wish to assassinate me? Very well. I shall navigate the flagship to Grand Canyon City, and we shall see if you dare to strike. Upon overhearing the conversation between Kesha and Gu Xiaoluan, Morgana leaped up in fury, swiftly commanding her demons to position the flagship above the Grand Canyon. Queen Kesha, we have detected the demon flagship traversing a spatial wormhole, descending upon a densely populated city of humanity. As Morgana raged, one of the angelic warriors beside Kesha reported urgently, galactic power, as the universally acknowledged demon king. Should we fail to eliminate Morgana today, she will unleash a calamity far exceeding the destruction of that city upon Earth. After hearing the angel's report, Kesha observed Gu Xiaoluan, who was soaring into the air with his black wings, and reminded him with a tone steeped in authority. Simultaneously, aboard the Grand Canyon, Dukeo and several human military officers fervently shouted at Gu Xiaoluan, urging him to decline Kesha's proposal. As the capital of China, Grand Canyon City boasted a population exceeding 20 million. Most humans deemed it immensely unworthy to sacrifice over 20 million lives for the annihilation of Morgana and her demon flagship. This sentiment resonated with nearly all present, save for Imo-chan. Knowing the impending calamities that awaited Earth, Imo-chan understood that if Morgana were to be released today, once Kesha fell, Earth would succumb to the dual invasions of demons and the gluttonous civilization, leading to the collapse of the existing order for humanity. During this apocalyptic disintegration, the overall death toll among Earth's populace would be counted in the hundreds of millions. Thus, Imo-chan believed that sacrificing Grand Canyon City to eradicate Morgana and her flagship was indeed a worthwhile trade. However, he also recognized that the inhabitants of Earth, unaware of the grim future, would never agree to such a sacrifice. The subsequent developments unfolded as he had anticipated. After a momentary hesitation, Gu Xiaoluan declined Kesha's proposal. While I regret your decision, as the angelic king, I must honor the choice of galactic power, Kesha remarked with a smile, shaking her head upon hearing Gu Xiaoluan's resolution. Upon concluding her words, she intended to depart with the angel guard. Observing Gu Xiaoluan's rejection of Kesha's proposal, Kesha was also poised to leave when Morgana, situated aboard the demon flagship, felt a sigh of relief wash over her. Wait. Just then, a voice unexpectedly emanated from the giant gorge. Upon hearing this sudden utterance, all eyes turned towards its source, a young logistician from the giant gorge. Human, do you have something to say? Imo-chan's voice captured Kesha's attention from the sky. This is terrible, hurry. Open the wormhole and eliminate that talkative lad. Upon realizing it was Imo-chan speaking, Morgana's expression stiffened, and she immediately bellowed commands in the control room of the demon flagship. After previously locking onto Imo-chan's location aboard the giant gorge and utilizing advanced technological reconnaissance, it was confirmed that Imo-chan was merely an ordinary human soldier. Concerned about the subsequent plans and wishing to avoid drawing the attention of the Legion, Morgana refrained from hastily ordering her demons to eliminate him. Instead, she established a special demon task force to conduct 24-hour remote surveillance on Imo-chan. Morgana's strategy involved waiting until Kesha descended upon Earth, intending to transport the Demon Wing fleet using Karl's Grand Clock. During the comprehensive assault on the giant gorge and the Legion, she planned to capture the utterly powerless Imo-chan for thorough examination. However, Morgana could never have anticipated that Imo-chan would possess the audacity to confront Kesha before such an audience. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Morgana understood that if she did not act swiftly, she might soon face exceedingly unpleasant consequences. Thus, disregarding all else, she resolved to launch a surprise attack on Imo-chan at this inopportune moment, hoping for a swift resolution. All soldiers of the Legion, protect this soldier with all your might. When Duke Ao witnessed Imo-chan suddenly stand forth at this critical juncture, his expression shifted immediately. Within mere seconds, he recklessly dashed to Imo-chan's side and loudly commanded the surrounding Legion soldiers. Although no one comprehended Duke Ao's seemingly irrational order and no one recognized Imo-chan's identity, this did not hinder the super soldiers of the Legion, trained in militaristic discipline, from executing General Duke Ao's commands. The super soldiers were already on high alert due to Kesha's arrival, and upon hearing Duke Ao's order, they gathered around Imo-chan in mere seconds. Just as the Legion had completed their assembly around Imo-chan, a sudden spatial fluctuation appeared approximately 3 meters above him. This anomaly was first detected by Rose, who was adept in spatial wormhole technology. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurled several throwing knives towards the unusual spatial disturbance. A cacophony of metallic clashes reverberated through the air, and in the next instant, a divine-slaying bullet materialized from the void, colliding with several flying daggers launched by the Rose. Morgana, do you dare act so recklessly in my presence? From the moment Imo-chan's voice rang out to the collision of the divine-slaying bullet with the daggers, a mere 7 seconds elapsed. At that moment, Kaisa, suspended in midair, finally comprehended the unfolding events. She turned her gaze towards Morgana's projection nearby, her eyes shimmering with a cold, piercing light. Ha! You wretched harlot. If you have the audacity, come at me. Upon witnessing her ambush against Imo-chan thwarted by the Rose, Morgana exhibited a fierce demeanor, taunting Kaisa. Do you think I lack the courage? The provocation from Morgana darkened Kaisa's expression. Queen Kaisa, do not approach. Morgana seeks to divert your attention with her insults, intending to draw you away from the Titan. Observing the dramatic shift in the surrounding circumstances, Imo-chan noted the standoff between Kaisa and Morgana in midair and shouted a warning. Chapter 98. Full disclosure. Above the deck of the USS Grand Canyon, Keisha and her angelic guard hovered in midair, surveying the unfolding situation below. Nearby, a three-dimensional projection displayed the brooding visage of Morgana, her gaze flitting between Xianxia and the USS Grand Canyon, lost in contemplation. On the open deck, the elite warriors of the Legion formed a protective circle around Duke Ao and Mo Chun, their expressions tense and vigilant. How curious it is that I cannot access recent information. Are you truly just an ordinary human? Mo Chun's words tempered Xianxia's initial frustration, allowing her emotions to stabilize. After casting a glance at the somber Morgana in the projection, she turned her attention to Mo Chun on the USS Grand Canyon, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. In that brief moment, Xianxia had gleaned a relatively straightforward trajectory of Mo Chun's life thus far. The technique employed was akin to accessing the informational field of a living being. However, similar to her experience in the world of Qin Shi, Xianxia found that while she could read the information of Mo Chun prior to his arrival in this body, she was unable to access details regarding events that transpired post-transference. This highlighted that her mastery of the informational field reading technology surpassed that of the Atlanteans Mo Chun encountered in the Qin Shi world. The Atlanteans, after capturing him, could only extract fragmented and largely valueless information. In contrast, Xianxia effortlessly accessed pertinent details about the body before Mo Chun's arrival. Esteemed Queen Xianxia, allow me to introduce myself formally. My name is Mo Chun, hailing from a future world. Recognizing that the elite warriors had effectively shielded him, Xianxia noted the situation, and Mo Chun understood that he was likely secure for the time being. Thus, without hesitation, he boldly initiated communication with Xianxia. You claim to be from the future? Pray tell, what events await us in that time? The inquiry from Mo Chun caused Xianxia's brow to furrow. In the not-so-distant future, Queen Xianxia, you shall fall, and the angelic civilization will be led by your left-wing angelic guardian, Yin. Upon successfully establishing communication with Xianxia, Mo Chun answered without a trace of fear. Impudent. Queen Xianxia is the most powerful deity in the known universe. How could she possibly fall? As soon as Mo Chun uttered this statement, Yin, the left-wing guardian, erupted with indignation, confronting Mo Chun. Queen Xianxia, do you share this sentiment? You are the mightiest deity in the known universe, impervious to destruction? In the face of Yan's reprimand, Mo Chun remained unfazed, maintaining a calm smile. Perhaps, but first, enlighten me on the manner of my downfall, he inquired. Xianxia responded with a subtle smile. Upon your arrival on Earth, the number of your guardians is limited. The Grim Reaper, Karl, will cunningly employ the Great Clock to transport Morgana's demonic fleet of twin-winged vessels to Earth. Subsequently, Morgana will launch a surprise assault on the Titan, during which General Duca will be eliminated by the Demon Squad utilizing miniature wormholes. Reyna will fall under Morgana's control, and soon, the operational codes within her will be deciphered, granting Morgana access to intermediate solar bombardment and other stellar technologies. Once Morgana has seized Reyna, she will lead her demonic forces to attack the stronghold that you, Queen, have established near Earth. Ultimately, Queen Xianxia, you will be relocated to the skies above the Emerald Star. There, Reyna will have accelerated the Emerald Star to the critical point of a supernova explosion. The moment you arrive, Morgana will utilize Reyna to trigger the detonation of the Emerald Star. The energy released from the supernova's instantaneous explosion would be sufficient to obliterate your divine form, Queen Xianxia. Without concealment, Mo Chun succinctly conveyed to Xianxia all that he knew. The abduction of Reyna and the detonation of the Emerald Star. This plan, indeed, possesses a certain feasibility. However, two doubts linger. First, by what means will Morgana transfer me from the vicinity of Earth to the Emerald Star? Given such a vast distance, I find it hard to believe that Morgana, with her abilities, could successfully accomplish such a transfer. Secondly, while the energy unleashed by a supernova is indeed astonishing, if it were merely an explosion, the sacred atoms comprising my divine form, guided by the genetic blueprint of my divine bodies, would not take long to be reforged and restored to their original state. Thus, your assertion remains to be verified. After Mo Chun's words, Xianxia utilized her computational system to conduct a brief simulation, uncovering the flaws in the plan. Morgana cannot instantaneously transfer you from the vicinity of Earth to the Emerald Star. But what if the Grim Reaper Karl could? It seems you have little insight into the void matter technology he has been researching, correct? The explosion of the Emerald Star would indeed annihilate your divine form, yet it would not prevent the reconstruction of your body. However, what if Karl, utilizing the Great Clock, were to transform your divine form into sacred atoms and disperse them across the cosmos, within various nebulae and spaces? In response to Xianxia's inquiries, Mo Chun remained silent for less than a second before providing a detailed explanation. The Grim Reaper Karl, attacking the Titan, abducting Reyna, colluding with Karl, detonating the Emerald Star, utilizing the Great Clock. If everything unfolds according to your plan, even with my divine form, It would take me at least 300 million years to reconstitute my divine body. Upon hearing Imo Qin's new explanation, Kaisha's eyes radiated a pure white light, a manifestation of her core system activating to conduct full-power simulations. Soon, her eyes returned to their normal appearance. She glanced at Imo Qin aboard the Titan, then at the three-dimensional projection displaying Morgana, whose expression had darkened significantly, and ultimately, she smiled. Recently, although I have sensed a looming danger of my potential downfall, I never anticipated that it would occur in such a manner. Thank you, Imo Qin. Now that I am aware of Morgana and Carl's conspiracy, I shall not allow them to succeed. As she spoke, Keisha suddenly vanished from the throne, her figure materializing on the deck of the colossal vessel, the Giant Gorge. Queen Keisha, there is no need for formality. Altering your downfall is, indeed, the paramount mission of my journey from the future to the present. For after your demise, Carl ultimately breached the gates of ultimate terror, unleashing unimaginable calamities upon this universe. Observing Keisha descend gracefully from the air, Imo Qin gazed upon her exquisite and enchanting visage, striving to maintain his composure as he spoke. Chapter 99. Chaos. As Kaisa approached the Titan of the Abyss, Imo Qin believed he had found safety, only to be suddenly assailed by three divine-killing projectiles that emerged from the east, west, and south, striking at him from remarkably oblique angles. Morgana, did I not instruct you to subdue that earthling just days ago? How is it that he still breathes? Furthermore, he has divulged the god-slaying plan to Kaisa. As Morgana commanded her subordinates to launch another assault on Imo Qin, a voice unexpectedly resonated within the control room of the demon flagship. Enough with the idle chatter. Use this time to eliminate that human brat first. He knows far too much to be left alive. Originally intent on capturing Imo Qin for a slow interrogation aboard the demon flagship, Morgana, upon learning that he had revealed her and Carl's god-slaying plan to Kaisa, felt an urgent desire to eliminate him as swiftly as possible. I do not require your reminders. With that, Carl's voice faded from the demon flagship. On the Titan of the Abyss, faced with the three suddenly appearing divine-killing projectiles, Kaisa exhibited no visible reaction. The projectiles abruptly halted midair. Morgana truly was reckless. The brilliance in Kaisa's eyes flickered, and the three projectiles vanished without a trace. However, at that very moment, beneath Imo Qin's feet, a phantom visage materialized silently. No one noticed the emergence of this ghostly face, and in an instant, it opened its mouth, causing Imo Qin to vanish from sight. Carl, very well. You dare to seize someone under my very nose. I trust you are prepared to confront my wrath. As the light in her eyes dimmed, Kaisa cast a glance at the spot where Imo Qin had stood, her elegant visage now shrouded in frost. Queen, we have detected significant spatial fluctuations surrounding Morgana's flagship, likely indicating the presence of the Demon Wing fleet, reported a celestial angel who hovered in midair. I am Kaisa, the Holy Queen of Angels. I hereby command all warriors of the Angel Legion to launch an assault from the Marrow Heaven, targeting the Chiwu stellar system. Upon hearing the report from the female angel warrior, Kaisa's eyes gleamed once more with a sanctified white light. Ha ha, Kaisa, you wretched harlot. Today, I shall confront you head-on and tear you apart. Seeing Imo Qin successfully captured by Carl, Morgana, who had been in a foul mood, finally erupted into joyous laughter. Prepare for battle. As Morgana's projection faded after issuing that command, Kaisa furrowed her brow and addressed her angelic guard. All warriors of the heroic legion, remain vigilant and prepare for combat. After Kaisa issued her directives to her guard, Dukao promptly relayed commands to the super soldiers aboard the Titan of the Abyss. Morgana, do you truly believe you can confront Kaisa with such recklessness? In the control room of the demon flagship, Carl's image hovered ominously in the air. His tone grave as he questioned, at this juncture, what does it matter if we lack certainty? If we cannot prevail, we can simply relocate my demon legion elsewhere before that wretched Kaisa's angelic forces arrive on Earth. In response, Morgana, wearing an expression of disdain, retorted, in truth, we are not entirely devoid of opportunity. Her words plunged Carl into a moment of silence, before he replied thoughtfully, oh, do you have an alternative strategy? Upon hearing Carl's inquiry, Morgana placed a hand on her hip, her interest piqued. The assassination plan we devised was structured to commence with an assault on the Colossus, diverting the Legion, abducting Lena, and then challenging Kaisa, ultimately leading to her relocation to the Emerald Star, where we would detonate it to disassemble her divine form. However, given the current circumstances and the leak of our plan, we must now execute the stages concurrently rather than sequentially. This will exponentially increase our workload. Yet if we execute our operations efficiently, the end result will mirror our original assassination plan, successfully eliminating the divine Kaisa and concluding the era of gods. Carl shook his head, articulating his perspective. Hey, that idea is feasible, so why the delay? Ensure everything is prepared on your end, while I initiate a full-scale assault on the Colossus immediately. The success of our endeavor hinges on this decisive moment. After processing Carl's thoughts, Morgana promptly slapped her thigh in agreement. Minutes later, the Demon Dual-Wing fleet successfully converged with the Demon flagship. Within the control room, Morgana swiftly integrated the newly arrived main force of the Demon Dual-Wing fleet and issued the command for a decapitation strike on the Colossus. While that wretched Kaisa is still on the deck of the Colossus, send a team to seize the control room from within, especially that healer, the lyricist. If we can capture her, bring her along. If not, eliminate her without hesitation. Receiving the operational orders, the first demon squad quickly activated miniature wormholes within the control room of the Colossus. Sniper bullets, precisely targeting the positions of personnel within the control room, shot forth from these wormholes, striking each individual in the head with unerring accuracy. Not good. Morgana has ambushed the control room. Rush in for support. At the moment the bullets erupted in the control room, Du Cao, stationed on the deck of the Colossus, suddenly paled, exclaiming in alarm. Upon hearing Du Cao's words, the members of the Legion swiftly turned and charged towards the interior of the control room. Queen, shall we remain here and observe, or provide assistance to the humans of Earth? The angelic guard, previously suspended in midair, had now encircled Kaisa, brandishing their flame swords while vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Seeking Kaisa's command. Assist if you can, but prioritize defense. Maintain our combat readiness, and once we rendezvous with the main force, we shall launch a full counteroffensive against Morgana. Upon hearing the inquiry from her subordinates, Kesha surveyed the tumultuous surroundings and issued a command through the angelic communication channel. Kesha, you angels and demons have always been at odds. At this moment, it is imperative that you do not remain passive and lend us your assistance. Du Cao, flanked only by the likes of Rose, Guxialuan, Reina, and xianxia, regarded the defensive formation of Kesha's group with a grave expression and implored. We shall endeavor to assist you, yet the odds are not in our favor. A direct confrontation with Morgana is ill-advised. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to remain close to us, lest Morgana pick you off one by one, Kesha replied, casting a glance at Guxialuan and the others before nodding in agreement. Furthermore, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Reina must remain by my side, under my direct protection. As Du Cao and his companions began to approach her, Kesha contemplated and added, this arrangement is agreeable. At her words, Du Cao's expression brightened. For it was evident that Kesha had recalled the warning from the future being known as Imo Qin, prioritizing Reina's safety. Meanwhile, as Morgana and Carl focused their efforts on the formidable troops aboard the giant canyon, in an unknown dark void, Imo Qin, clad in the garb of a naval logistician, found himself immobilized, suspended in the void. Are you the earthling who thwarted my divine plan for the great slaying of gods? As he gazed into the abyss, unable to move, a figure appeared before him, a hunched grave digger, skin a shade of green, wielding an iron spade, and adorned with a skull on his left shoulder. Chapter 100, Transformation of the Body in the Dark, Illusory Space. Imo Qin found himself immobilized by an invisible force that held his limbs and torso, leaving him suspended in midair, unable to move. Are you the grave digger? He inquired. Managing to maintain his composure despite the initial shock of encountering a bizarre creature he had only ever seen on television. You actually recognize me? It seems you are indeed not an ordinary human from Earth. The grave digger's eyes narrowed, a glint of menace flashing within them upon hearing Imo Qin utter his name. What do you want with me? Imo Qin felt a surge of instinctive anxiety at the grave digger's terrifying visage, but after a few moments, he gradually regained his calm. This was merely a trial world, and Imo Qin had always believed that there was nothing to fear in such a realm. The worst that could happen was death, resulting in the failure of the trial task. Such an outcome merely entailed facing the penalties of the trial space. Thus, with this mindset, he felt little concern for the seemingly fearsome appearance of the grave digger. It is not I who has captured you, but my master, God Carl. He is compelled to confront the wrath of the divine Kaisha due to your revelation of the god-slaying plan. As a loyal servant of God Carl, I have been instructed to interrogate you here. My master has also specifically advised me that should I fail to extract useful information from you, he would not object to my employing extreme measures to torture you to death. As he spoke, the ominous glint in the grave digger's eyes deepened. What do you wish to ask? I will divulge all that I know. Understanding the gravity of the threat inherent in the grave digger's words, Imo Qin complied with an earnestness to mitigate his own suffering. Your willingness to cooperate is commendable. Now, recount everything you know about the future. Observing Imo Qin's quick submission under his threats, the grave digger's eyes revealed a hint of disdain as he continued his inquiry. In response, Chen chose not to withhold any information, recounting in detail the narrative he had previously shared with Dekao and Kaisha regarding the forthcoming events at the Super God Academy, embellishing the tale and presenting it in a roundabout manner to the gravedigger, to buy time and divert the gravedigger's attention. Chen elaborated extensively on the circumstances surrounding Karl's dispatch of the gluttonous legion to Earth and their activities there. His descriptions were so detailed, covering every battle-esque characters, weapons, and dialogues, that before he had even finished recounting the Queen Kaisha's fall and the invasion of Earth by the gluttonous legion, nearly a day had passed unnoticed. During this period, in accordance with Chen's humble request as an ordinary human, the gravedigger procured some sustenance for him, as Chen once again expressed his hunger. Indulging in a feast amidst the emptiness, the battle aboard the Earth's Grand Canyon had begun to yield preliminary results. The factions of the Xianxia, Kesha and her escort, Morgana and the demons, and Karl had engaged in a fierce melee for nearly a day, resulting in considerable casualties on all sides. Among them, the soldiers aboard the Grand Canyon suffered devastating losses, with many human warships in the carrier battle group succumbing to the chaos of the conflict, exploding and sinking to the depths of the sea, due to the immediate control exerted by Morgana's demon squad over the Qin. The Xianxia struggled in their subsequent confrontations with the demons, lacking effective tactical measures, which led to several of their super warriors being grievously injured. These valiant fighters, unable to receive timely assistance, were soon compelled to vacate the battlefield for medical attention. On the other hand, Kesha and her guard focused on countering the intermittent ambushes from the demon squad, while Kesha also became increasingly aware of Karl's stealth attacks. Throughout several encounters with Karl, Kesha meticulously analyzed his void techniques. As her familiarity with Karl's combat strategies deepened, the pressure on him intensified. Seizing the opportunity created by Kesha's engagement with Karl, Morgana attempted multiple surprise assaults to seize Reyna, yet these plans were thwarted by the intervention of the Angelic Guard. Ultimately, witnessing the lack of substantial progress on her part, Morgana resolutely deployed her Demon Legion for large-scale engagements against the super warriors of the Xianxia and Kesha's angelic fighters. Under Morgana's strategy, the Grand Canyon Carrier Battle Group's vessels soon succumbed to the fierce clashes between the factions, resulting in a series of explosions that sent them to the ocean floor. In the course of this large-scale confrontation, the overwhelming numbers of the demon warriors began to turn the tide, leading to the fall of many angels and severely wounding some of the less fortified super warriors of the Xianxia, who plummeted into the sea. As for the divine Kesha, she remained entangled with Karl and Morgana. Just as the demons were poised to establish an absolute advantage over the Xianxia and Kesha, reinforcements from the angelic civilization finally arrived on Earth. Following the emergence of the celestial-class strategic weapons such as the Tianren 7, the Demon Legion began to retreat in disarray. Before long, Morgana led her demons back to their flagship and the dual-wing fleet. After several exchanges of fire between the Demon flagship and the Tianren series ships from the angelic civilization, Morgana, realizing the situation was beyond recovery, instructed Karl to utilize the Great Clock to relocate the Demon flagship and the dual-wing fleet to another part of the universe. Following Morgana's departure from Earth, Karl swiftly followed suit. As the valiant warriors of Earth and numerous angels reveled in their triumph over demons and Karl, in the watchful gaze of the gravedigger, Chen sat in a realm of illusion, indulging in a hearty piece of meat. Suddenly, his motions came to a halt, and a relaxed smile graced his face. The task was complete. It seemed I should depart from this world. After finishing the morsel in his hand, Chen rose, his eyes narrowing playfully as he glanced at the gravedigger. Regardless of circumstances, we have shared a bond. Before my departure, I must express my gratitude for your generous hospitality. Wiping the remnants of meat from his mouth, Chen said with a bright smile, leaving? Huh. Do you believe you can exit this illusory realm with your mere human form? Despite Chen's sincere smile, the gravedigger's expression darkened upon hearing his words. Why not confirm that for yourself shortly? Chen replied, a playful grin dancing on his lips as he mentally selected the option to conclude the task. Congratulations to the trialist Chen for successfully completing the trial mission. The gravedigger vanished, and the familiar darkness was pierced by the voice of 004. Multiverse trial system reproduction requires acknowledgement of the source, Xinjianpan. Trial assessment complete. Trial evaluation level, SSS. Trial point reward, 10 points. Xuandu technology reward, intermediate biological gene technology data. Life quality reward, 1 Xuandu carrier enhancement. Having adapted to such situations, Chen engaged in brief communication with 004 before his consciousness withdrew from the trial space, as his awareness returned to his physical form in the real world. Chin's keen senses immediately detected peculiar noises surrounding him. However, after investigating the source of these sounds, a wry smile emerged on his face. The culprits were none other than his dormitory mates. The classic nocturnal quartet of grinding teeth, flatulence, snoring, and sleep-talking. With a wealth of experience from his middle school boarding days, Chin was no stranger to the nocturnal disturbances of dorm life. Having just completed a trial mission, Chin felt invigorated. However, after enduring the cacophony for a while, he decided he could no longer tolerate it and resolved to rise from his bed and make his way to the restroom. Thud! In his excitement, he forgot that his body had been enhanced, and as he stood, he lost balance and fell to the floor. The noise abruptly silenced the various sounds in the dormitory. Yet, shortly after Chin carefully navigated along the wall and exited the dorm room, the enchanting symphony resumed once more. Stepping out of the dormitory and traversing the corridor, Chin cautiously harnessed the newfound strength within his body, leaning against the wall as he made his way toward the restroom. Due to his unfamiliarity with this fresh vigor, a journey that typically required a mere 10 seconds transformed into an arduous 10-minute endeavor as he clung to the corridor's wall. Nevertheless, this distance allowed him to reacquaint himself with his body, and he soon found that he could walk unaided with relative ease. Arriving at the washroom, Chin turned on the faucet to splash some water on his face. After washing his face twice, he instinctively glanced up at the mirror. To his astonishment, he gasped and stumbled back. In the mirror stood a strikingly handsome visage, a youthful face with smooth, fair skin, a broad forehead, delicate eyebrows that tapered into his temples, and elongated double eyelids that blinked in perfect harmony. His straight nose complemented full nostrils, while his lips were neither too large nor too small, and his chin was a perplexing blend of sharpness and roundness. Staring at this unfamiliar yet undeniably attractive reflection, Chin took a moment to process the revelation. Gradually, he raised his right hand to touch his face. As he observed the same motion mirrored before him, an involuntary shiver coursed through his body, quickly replaced by an overwhelming surge of excitement. Minutes later, having calmed much of his elation, he pondered the reality of his transformed appearance and wondered what other changes his body might have undergone. With his emotions settling, his thoughts began to flow freely. A sudden idea sparked in his mind as he surveyed his surroundings, eventually landing on the open window of the restroom. If memory serves me right, there's a device outside the school infirmary where one can measure their weight and height for free. With that thought igniting his resolve, and taking advantage of the warm evening air, he donned only a pair of shorts and black flip-flops. Approaching the window, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and without a second thought for the height of the second floor, he leapt out. As he soared through the air, he recalled scenes from television. Adjusting his posture with a calm demeanor, a smile blooming on his face. Thud! Ouch! To his surprise, having recently enhanced his physique, Chin landed awkwardly, akin to a clumsy tumble. Though he emerged covered in dust, he felt no pain whatsoever. He rose to his feet, brushed off the dust from his attire, and cast a sweeping glance around, discerning the direction of the school infirmary. With a powerful push of his legs, he left behind a fleeting shadow as he vanished from sight, and by the time this ephemeral silhouette faded, Chin had arrived at the entrance of the infirmary, several hundred meters away. Stepping onto the height and weight measuring device, his measurements were swiftly recorded: 186 centimeters in height and 75 kilograms in weight. According to the standard formula for height and weight, height, 80.07 standard weight, kilograms. Chin's current height and weight fell comfortably within the realm of the standard parameters. Chapter 101. Cosmic Beings. After measuring his height and weight at the school infirmary, Chin returned to dormitory 204, delighted by the results. He tucked himself under the covers and reclined on his bed. Having undergone 4 rounds of enhancement, Chin's physical prowess had reached formidable levels, and this transformation had also positively influenced his mental state, leaving him wide awake even in the early hours of the morning. Lying in bed, boredom enveloped him as sleep eluded him, while the air was filled with a cacophony of symphonic sounds. After tossing and turning for a while, it suddenly occurred to him that his smartphone was nestled within his suitcase. With a smile, he rose from his bed, approached the suitcase, and expertly unlocked it. Retrieving his sleek, black device, he carefully returned the suitcase to its place before stealthily slipping back into his bed. Once the smartphone was activated, he covered his head with the blanket and began to explore its features. Before long, while perusing current news, an intriguing headline captured his attention. According to reports from NASA, ESA, and FSA, at precisely 1:24 a.m. Beijing time, several suspicious unidentified flying objects, UFOs, had been detected in proximity to the Sun, each of considerable size relative to surrounding celestial bodies. Additionally, numerous amateur astronomer groups from various foreign media outlets had released a plethora of photographic evidence, substantiating the event's authenticity. As he read through the concise news article, Imogen instinctively scrolled down to peruse the comments from netizens regarding the piece. Are aliens visiting the solar system at this hour? One user quipped. How astute. Which alien would venture near the sun, with its surface temperature a scorching 5,770 K? Perhaps they're hoping for a barbecue on the solar surface? Science expert, please enlighten us. What is 5,770 K in Celsius? Science expert, approximately 5,496 degrees. Let us trust in science. The current state of social media is rife with chaos and irresponsible reporting. This article may just be the fabrication of a reckless editor seeking attention and clicks. Is everyone still awake at this hour? Another user remarked. I just returned from overseas and found the same report. This matter is indeed real. It is currently trending across numerous international social media platforms, with various revelations circulating widely. A newcomer chimed in. May I ask, what does mean? After glancing through several dozen comments beneath the article, Imo-chun furrowed his brow and exited, contemplating a few refreshes to see if any further reports would emerge. However, after refreshing 3 or 4 times, he found no new information. Could it be that the reports were fabricated? Furrowing his brow, Imo-chun navigated back to his personal page on the news application, selecting an option. Just before exiting the first article, he had inadvertently tapped on a link, only to be met with a disheartening 404 error. To his dismay, upon clicking the title again, the previous content failed to reappear. Instead, he was greeted by a page error, the dreaded 404. Witnessing this turn of events, Imo-chun, whose brow had initially relaxed, found himself frowning deeply once more. Due to this unexpected setback, he casually fiddled with his phone for a while before shutting it off, his head emerging from the stifling confines of the blanket. Clad only in a pair of boxer shorts, he stared blankly at the wooden slats of the upper bunk. What, he pondered, were those colossal UFOs that had been sighted near the sun? Lost in thought, he grappled with an insatiable urge to uncover the truth. After glancing at his current total of 36 points, he steeled himself and plunged into the trial space to communicate with 004. Will the host spend 3 points to exchange for the answer to this inquiry? Came the query from 004 upon sensing Imo-chun's call. Yes, he resolved, firmly transmitting his affirmation within his mind. Points successfully deducted. Exchange for the answer confirmed. The unidentified flying objects witnessed through the terrestrial human internet are indeed real. However, they are not mere spacecraft crafted from simple metallic materials, as one might traditionally envision. Instead, they are advanced biological warships, classified as level 4 or 5 cosmic entities, which have been captured and subsequently enhanced through the fusion of technology and biology. These cosmic beings, capable of laying eggs on planets or stars, absorb nutrients from their surroundings until the planet transforms into an egg and eventually hatches. Massive in size, they drift through the cosmos, consuming the energies of stars and planets. The cosmic entities entering the solar system belong to a civilization endowed with 4-dimensional matrix technology, known phonetically as Kalan. This civilization's technological prowess is rated between 2324 and 2325. Upon capturing these cosmic beings, they install mechanical control systems, weaponry, and various research facilities upon them. The recent frequent visits of the Kulan civilization to the solar system are primarily to nurture a cosmic being cultivated within the sun, ensuring it receives adequate sustenance. However, there is no cause for alarm. It is unlikely to hatch within 1 billion years. The eggs of these cosmic entities draw energy from the sun, harnessing the endless hydrogen fusion reactions occurring within the star. Meanwhile, the nutrients required for the growth and development of the cosmic beings are provided by their cultivating civilization. As the hatching process approaches, the sun will ultimately extinguish, neither transforming into a black hole nor evolving into a red giant. Following Imo-chun's choice to use his points for an answer, the once dark ambience of the trial space morphed into a resplendent starry sky, illuminated by 004's explanations. As 004 elaborated on the cosmic entities and the Kulan civilization, 3-dimensional images began to manifest amidst the celestial expanse. Gazing upon the emerging images, some resembling fearsome dragons and serpents, others akin to monstrous deep-sea creatures, Imo-chun, amidst his astonishment, felt a profound sense of curiosity. As he meticulously scrutinized these 3-dimensional projections, he discovered that upon the generally menacing visages of these celestial behemoths, there existed numerous peculiar edifices. According to the elucidation provided by 004, Imo-chun comprehended that these structures were likely the so-called control systems, weaponry, and living quarters for research facilities. After spending a considerable amount of time in the trial space, he finally withdrew when 004's explanation concluded, his consciousness returning to reality. Shortly thereafter, as Mo Qin reawoke to the world, the distinct crowing of a rooster resonated from outside his window. Upon hearing this sound, he turned to glance at the dormitory window and realized that, unbeknownst to him, dawn had already begun to break. It was just past 4:40. Soon, it would be time to rise and partake in the morning exercises. Mo Qin cast a calm gaze at the inexpensive digital clock beneath his pillow, softly murmuring to himself. Chapter 102. Establishing a company at precisely 5:30, the shrill sound of the wake-up bell echoed through the school dormitory. Emerging from the trial space, Mo Qin lay quietly on his bed, pondering the matters concerning the cosmic biological battleships of the Kulan civilization. As the dormitory lights flickered to life, he let out a subtle sigh. He then donned his clothes, intending to wash up and attend the morning self-study session. Who are you? Just as Mo Qin finished putting on his shoes and stood up, an astonished voice rang out from behind him. What's the matter? Turning towards the voice, Mo Qin saw his dorm mate, Zhou Jingming, a few meters away, looking puzzled. Are you the boss, Qin? At that moment, Zhao Ning, who occupied the bunk above Mo Qin, also gazed over with an expression of surprise. During this exchange, the remaining members of dormitory 204 gradually awakened from their slumber and noticed Mo Qin's remarkable transformation. Overnight, his height had surged from 1.60 meters to over 1.80 meters, and his skin, once perpetually dark, now radiated a luminous fairness that could provoke envy even among women. Moreover, Mo Qin's face appeared to have matured, no longer exuding the youthful innocence it once did. His features now conveyed a striking handsomeness, exuding an aura of cool elegance that was undeniably captivating. Needless to doubt, I am Mo Qin. Observing the astonished expressions of his dorm mates, Mo Qin reflected briefly and comprehended the source of their bewilderment. Faced with his overnight metamorphosis in stature and appearance, he opted to feign ignorance and refrained from elaborating further. After finishing his morning routine and arriving in the classroom, Mo Qin's transformation inevitably drew the astonishment of all his classmates. Throughout the self-study period, the male and female students frequently cast curious glances in his direction, their eyes brimming with intrigue. However, Mo Qin, having encountered numerous significant events in the trial world, maintained an air of composure. In truth, while appearing earnest and engrossed in his Chinese textbook at his desk, Mo Qin's thoughts were entangled in the revelations he had recently uncovered regarding the cosmic beings and the Kulan civilization. Currently, Earth civilization level stood at a mere 12 degrees, while the Kulan civilization boasted an astounding 2,324 degrees, a chasm so vast it seemed insurmountable. The mere contemplation of the Kulan civilization's advanced technology and their mastery over cosmic beings left Mo Qin feeling overwhelmed. Fortunately, the cosmic beings nurtured by the Kulan civilization within the sun have nearly 100 million years of incubation time. Thus, for the foreseeable future, the sun should remain free of any significant issues. It remains uncertain whether the Kulan civilization will take action against humanity on Earth. The sheer might of the Kulan civilization, particularly as showcased through the terrifying images of cosmic entities displayed in the trial space by 004, fills Mo Qin with apprehension. 004. Do you think the Kulan civilization might turn against humanity on Earth? As his worries intensify, Mo Qin cannot help but inquire within his mind. According to the data analysis obtained from the biological fleet's central command of the Kulan civilization, there has been no significant interest shown towards any indigenous civilizations within the solar system. From the perspective of the Kulan civilization, all native civilizations in the solar system are deemed inconsequential, akin to insignificant ants. In the vast expanse of the solar system, only the central star, the sun, possesses the resources coveted by the Kulan civilization. Other planets offer nothing of value for conquest. The response from 004 echoes in Mo Qin's mind. Could it be that the Kulan civilization does not wish to enslave humanity? That they have no desire to claim Earth, this vibrant planet teeming with life? Upon hearing 004's explanation, Mo Qin is taken aback. In the many futuristic sci-fi films and literature that have permeated his understanding, extraterrestrial civilizations are typically portrayed as antagonists, with ambitions centered around conquering Earth and subjugating humanity. Now, hearing that the Kulan civilization shows no interest in humanity or Earth evokes an inexplicable sense of friendliness towards aliens. The solar system, as a commonplace three-dimensional stellar system within your galaxy's four-dimensional matrix, stands as a rather remote and underdeveloped locale. In terms of planetary resources, the uniqueness of stellar energy or the relative position of the solar system within the galactic expanse, it is considered a backwater. For the Quran civilization, the solar system represents a technologically impoverished region with scarce planetary resources. The only aspect that merits their attention is the mass and energy center of the solar system, the Sun. Regarding the host's concerns about the enslavement of humanity and the dominion over Earth, from the Quran civilization's perspective, such ambitions are entirely unnecessary. Firstly, as a civilization that has mastered the 2,324-dimensional technology, the Quran civilization possesses profound understanding in genetic and spiritual field technologies. In the absence of manpower, they can utilize genetic cloning optimization techniques to produce large quantities of biological warriors, far superior to humans in both appearance and physical strength. Moreover, their ultra-intelligent machines are capable of addressing various complex human resource needs. Secondly, the application of spiritual field technology renders the Quran civilization indifferent to ordinary life-bearing planets. By harnessing the energy from stars, they can effortlessly create diverse spatial configurations through specialized equipment. These spaces, tailored for various functions, exhibit a multitude of structures and sizes. In this four-dimensional matrix world, centered around the Milky Way, there exist innumerable three-dimensional stellar realms. Among these worlds, planets resembling Earth, or even those with more favorable conditions, far outnumber the countless stars. In light of this, it would be rather unwise for the Quran civilization, which boasts a concentration of resources and technology, to squander unnecessary manpower on subjugating Earth and enslaving humanity, which lacks any distinctive traits. The Quran civilization's attitude towards the solar system can be understood by comparing it to the way humans perceive the ant colonies on Earth. Although ants share the surface with humans, their perception is confined to a two-dimensional world, unable to grasp the entirety of the planetary realm, mirroring the limitations faced by humanity. Likewise, humans residing in a three-dimensional stellar system cannot observe the full scope of the four-dimensional matrix without the aid of specialized equipment and technology. As the discourse reached its conclusion, the voice of 004 abruptly fell silent. "Why did you stop?" In response to 004's sudden quietness, the intrigued and astonished Mo Chun could not help but prompt for further elaboration. Continuing would require the host to expend points to unlock the knowledge. Does the host confirm the expenditure of 2 points to access detailed information regarding the four-dimensional matrix? 004 inquired. "Seriously, to cut off mid-sentence and hit me with this? That's quite underhanded." Emotion scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. The information conveyed thus far aligns with the knowledge privileges commensurate with the host's current level of four-dimensional existence. Emochen's contemptuous remarks did not perturb 004, which simply provided a succinct explanation. Ultimately, despite having recently spent 3 points to acquire information on the Quran civilization and cosmic entities, Emochun refrained from spending an equivalent of 2 points, valued at 2 billion renminbi, to obtain the so-called four-dimensional matrix data. He deemed early exposure to the knowledge of the four-dimensional matrix unnecessary. Conversely, having learned the Quran civilization's stance towards Earth and humanity, along with the fact that the sun would remain stable for nearly 100 million more years, his previously inexplicable pressure had dissipated after a morning contemplation. Although there was no immediate concern regarding the Quran civilization, according to 004, it appeared that the universe harbored a multitude of life-bearing planets. The vastness of the cosmos made it seem rather parochial to remain confined to this small, insignificant sphere called Earth. Perhaps, with the resources at his disposal, he could embark on more intriguing endeavors. Following his morning study session, Emochun purchased a large pancake wrapped around ham and a cup of soybean milk from the school cafeteria, munching contentedly as he walked toward the classroom. With over 9 billion renminbi at his disposal, if utilized wisely, it could yield significant achievements. Returning to his seat in the classroom, Emochun took a bite of his flatbread, his mind racing with thoughts. Perhaps he should start a company? After consuming nearly half of the flatbread, Emochun pondered for a considerable time, ultimately arriving at this rather conventional notion. It cannot be blamed on Emochun for lacking originality. In this materialistic society, the pursuit of wealth through entrepreneurship has become a commonplace trend. Surrounded by such influences, it was only natural for Emochun to contemplate the idea of starting a business. What processes are involved in establishing a company? Let me search on my phone. Once the idea of entrepreneurship took root, Emochun continued to explore this line of thought, determining investment projects, selecting locations, obtaining approvals, constructing factories. He retrieved his phone from his backpack and opened the browser, scanning the search results and reading intently. Investment projects? Upon reviewing the first step in the company formation process, Emochun found himself at a standstill. His idea to start a company had emerged spontaneously, and he had not truly considered where to allocate his funds. Then it struck him. Having successfully completed several trial tasks, he had acquired a wealth of systematic knowledge. Once I establish my company, I can leverage the technical expertise mentioned in those materials to transform technology into new productive forces, subsequently introducing the products generated by this productivity into the market, and ultimately achieving a return on investment. Soon, Imo-chun recalled the information he had obtained from his trial tasks, including data on steam engines, cold weapons, and genetic technology. With access to such resources, he felt entirely capable of founding a company, constructing a factory, recruiting talent, and investing funds for research based on necessity. Chapter 103. Establishing a factory within the confines of the classroom. Imo-chun occupied a seat in the second row, ostensibly paying keen attention to the physics lecture delivered by the teacher at the podium. However, his mind was occupied with contemplations on how to initiate the process of establishing his own company. Should he request a leave of absence? After considerable reflection, Imo-chun concluded that he had already mastered the knowledge from all subjects during the first half of his freshman year since the beginning of the school term. Furthermore, financial concerns were no longer a burden for him. Thus, he felt no need to pursue the conventional path of achieving high scores to enter university. Conversely, the sooner he could realize his entrepreneurial ambitions, the more beneficial it would be for his personal growth. Once he had formulated a comprehensive plan in his mind, Imo-chun did not hesitate. As soon as the physics class concluded, he proceeded to the teacher's office to seek out his homeroom teacher, Li Bing. What? You wish to take a leave of absence? Li Bing, who had been engrossed in grading students' examinations, looked up in astonishment upon hearing Imo-chun's request. Yes, I would like to request a leave, and I kindly ask for your approval, homeroom teacher, Imo-chun replied with a calm demeanor. May I ask why you require this leave? Are your parents aware of your intentions? Li Bing inquired, his brow furrowing as he observed Imo-chun's tranquil expression. You need not concern yourself with the reasons for my leave, nor do I wish for my parents to be informed of it, Imo-chun stated, his tone indifferent. Having matured beyond the typical mindset of a 17-year-old through various trials he had faced, Imo-chun, do not presume that your academic success grants you the liberty to act as you please within the school. I am your homeroom teacher, and the institution has its own regulations. Your current attitude is nothing short of disrespectful and inconsiderate. Li Bing, unable to contain his frustration at Imo-chun's impassive demeanor, raised his voice slightly. I will give you 1,000. Assist me in securing this leave without alerting my parents, Imo-chun proposed, his patience wearing thin as he observed Li Bing's reaction. What exactly do you intend to do with this leave? Li Bing questioned, momentarily taken aback by Imo-chun's inquiry. 2,000, and you will grant the leave request without informing my parents, Imo-chun replied, raising the stakes. Alas, Imo-chun, you are making this quite challenging for me as your teacher. Li Bing sighed, lowering his gaze in response. 3,000, and you shall resolve this matter for me. Should you decline, I will approach the principal directly, Imo-chun asserted, his expression remaining stoic. Upon hearing this, Imo-chun, who had maintained a poker face, suddenly smiled, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Very well, I shall assist you in this matter. I will not question your reasons for leaving, but you must return to school within 3 days. After Imo-chun articulated his terms, Li Bing raised his head with a serious expression. 3 days? I will offer you 5,000. I assure you that I will be away for 2 weeks without anyone raising an eyebrow. If you can manage this, I will transfer the money to your account as soon as I leave school later. Furthermore, should I venture out again next time, I shall transfer an additional 5,000. This means that, adhering to the school's policy of granting a holiday every 2 weeks, I can only go out a maximum of twice a month, allowing me to offer you a total of 10,000. If you find this arrangement advantageous and possess the capability to execute it, I would be willing to engage in this business with you until my graduation from high school, thus departing from this institution. Li Bing's calm and earnest demeanor did not deceive Imo-chun. He smiled faintly and quietly articulated his complete terms and plan. Prior to seeking out the homeroom teacher, Li Bing, Imo-chun had already deduced the procedures for requesting leave from school and the potential methods while in the classroom. Ultimately, he arrived at this straightforward and direct plan of winning hearts through monetary persuasion. He firmly believed that within this materialistic society, few individuals could resist the allure of wealth. Moreover, the person he intended to persuade this time was merely a common civilian, a high school homeroom teacher in the town, whose monthly salary barely reached 4,000 or 5,000. All right, I agree to your terms. Under the temptation of earning 10,000 with little effort each month, Li Bing could no longer conceal his inner thoughts and decisively acquiesced to Imo-chun's proposal. After completing the necessary approval process for the leave request, Mo Chun exited the teacher's office, glanced toward his classroom, and then turned to make his way to the school gate. With the side leave request and the school seal in hand, the gatekeeper promptly allowed Mo Chun to pass through. Upon stepping outside the school gates, Mo Chun paused momentarily before hailing a taxi. "Young man, where to? The county or somewhere else?" The driver, noticing the youthful appearance of the 17 or 18-year-old, surmised that Mo Chun was likely a student from a nearby school. "Take me to Shan City." "Shan City? What business do you have there?" The driver was taken aback. Shan City was a good 50 to 60 kilometers from the small town, which surprised him as he had assumed Mo Chun was merely heading to a nearby county, just taking care of some matters. Once inside the vehicle, Mo Chun skillfully retrieved his smartphone, deftly manipulating it while responding without lifting his head. Observing Mo Chun's engrossed demeanor in the rearview mirror, the driver silently lamented how today's youth seemed increasingly preoccupied before switching on the taximeter, shifting gears, and driving toward Shan City. Seated in the back of the taxi, Mo Chun activated his smartphone, smoothly navigating to the chat interface and locating the class group. He tapped on Li Bing's profile to send a friend request. Within seconds, the notification was accepted. Without any pleasantries or superfluous conversation, Mo Chun directly transferred 5,000 yuan to Li Bing via the chat application. Seeing Mo Chun's promptness, Li Bing on the other end was equally cooperative. After receiving the 5,000, he simply sent back an OK gesture before the conversation ceased. Having completed this transaction, Mo Chun pulled out a pair of black headphones from his pocket. He inserted the earphones into the phone's jack, activated the music player, and with a simple gesture, placed the device aside. Leaning back in the rear seat of the taxi, he relaxed completely, gazing out the window at the scenery receding in reverse, lost in contemplation. Nearly an hour later, the taxi driver, adhering to Mo Chun's request, brought him to the Shan City train station. After collecting the fare, he drove away. He first sought to purchase a plot of land. Recalling the knowledge he had gathered online about starting a business, Mo Chun utilized his phone for navigation, swiftly vanishing into the bustling crowd. 5 days later, Mo Chun reappeared at a hotel in Shan City. All the necessary procedures regarding the land had been completed. The payment was made, and the contract was signed. Yes, the land matter should be considered resolved. The remaining task was to find someone to construct the factory. Standing on the balcony, he gazed at the neon-lit nightscape of the city, hands clasped behind his back, lost in thought. Another 4 days passed, and Mo Chun engaged a well-known legal team in Shan City to assist him in negotiations with a state-owned construction company from Xia country. They successfully concluded the contract and the transfer of the initial project funds. "I leave this in your capable hands. I have other matters to attend to, but I will return soon. Should you require my assistance, feel free to call me directly." In the Shan City development zone, Mo Chun donned a hard hat, exchanged pleasantries with a site supervisor, and then boarded a rented vehicle, heading towards his home. Time passed swiftly as he immersed himself in work. Before he knew it, the school holidays had arrived, and it was time to return to the county town. Sitting in the car, Mo Chun glanced at his phone to check the time, then turned to observe the scenery along the city streets, filled with a sense of nostalgia. Chapter 104. Transformed into a dragon after completing a series of tasks related to establishing a company and factory, Mo Chun remained in school, diligently immersing himself in various films, entertainment, novels, and animations to enrich his knowledge base. A month swiftly passed. In a cyber CAF on the second floor of a small town where Yingji High School is located, Mo Chun spent a few dozen yuan to reserve a private room for an hour. Upon entering, he locked the door behind him, opting not to utilize the lavishly equipped curved gaming computer in the room, but instead settled onto a nearby sofa. Let us begin. Comfortably positioned on the sofa, Mo Chun slowly closed his eyes, mentally selecting the option to commence the trial. Why is it still pitch black? Am I still within the trial space? Opening his eyes once more, Mo Chun found himself enveloped in darkness, murmuring in confusion. A thunderous roar of a beast suddenly erupted from the void, resonating swiftly in Mo Chun's ears. What is happening? The unexpected roar jolted Mo Chun into the realization that he was no longer in the tranquil trial space, but had likely entered a new trial world. Trial objective: unify the Maya star domain. A vivid, articulate text resonated in Mo Chun's mind. The name Maya star domain sounded familiar. As he pondered the objective of this trial, a contemplative expression crossed his face, hinting at emerging conjectures. Bang, bang, bang. As Mo Chun searched his mental repository for information regarding the Maya star domain, a heavy thudding sound drew closer from afar. The ground trembled under the weight of the approaching footsteps, instilling a profound sense of pressure within him. What on earth is that? In the encroaching darkness, the mounting pressure caused Mo Chun to feel a surge of apprehension. Just as he feigned calmness while internally grappling with fear, a sudden, violent tremor emerged from above him. The anomaly overhead sent a shiver down Mo Chen's spine. With a pale expression, he lifted his gaze towards the source. Little Four, are you frightened now? A terrifying beast's face, measuring several meters in length, loomed above him. Strangely, this seemingly fearsome visage fixated its two crimson eyes, resembling glowing lanterns, intently upon Mo Chen. Never before had Mo Chen encountered such a scene. The moment he glanced upward to behold the menacing beast's face, his mind went blank with terror. Witnessing the beast speak in human language only intensified his fear, leading to an instinctive shriek before he promptly fainted. What are you shouting about, Xiaoxi? Surprisingly, Mo Chen's exclamation startled even the beastly face, making it tremble. Bonelong, what are you doing? Did we not agree to merely help Xiaoxi build his courage? How could you frighten him into unconsciousness? Accompanied by this voice laced with mild anger, the surrounding black mist swiftly dissipated. In a clearing amidst a primordial forest, a youth towering approximately 10 meters, shouldering a massive black axe, cast a stern gaze towards a colossal dragon suspended in the air, questioning it. How was I to know Xiaoxi was so easily frightened that he would faint? Bonelong's enormous form gradually diminished until he transformed into a robust man with neatly cropped hair. The giant youth, after reprimanding Bonelong for a moment, also began to shrink, ultimately becoming a youth of ordinary stature. The two transformed youths exchanged glances at the fainted azure dragon lying in the forest clearing, both frowning in silence. What shall we do? If Xiaoxi awakens and reports this to the elder brother, we are bound to receive a scolding from him. Bonelong observed the azure dragon, a frown of concern etched on his face. What can we do but wake Xiaoxi up first? Jino shot Bonelong an annoyed glance, responding tersely. With that, he approached the azure dragon, bent down, and placed his hand upon its body. A blue orb of energy appeared where Jino's hand made contact, swiftly merging into the azure dragon's form. Where's this? Who are you? Mo Chen, who had initially slipped into unconsciousness, suddenly felt a warm current coursing through his body, and with it, his consciousness began to awaken rapidly. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by Jino's figure, and behind Jino stood Bonelong, who averted his gaze, his head lowered, too timid to meet Mo Chen's eyes. Longley, do you not recognize us? Upon seeing Mo Chen awake, Jino's smile faltered at the sound of his words, freezing on his face. I am called Longley. I have no recollection of you at all. Though Mo Chen appeared perplexed on the surface, his mind swiftly processed the current situation. This is bad, Brother Air. Do you think Xiaoxi might have been scared into a daze? Mo Chen's response caused Bonelong, who was already feeling awkward, to freeze. He suddenly looked up, his eyes wide with alarm, fixating on Mo Chen as he spoke in a flustered tone. Be quiet. Isn't Xiaoxi's condition a result of your reckless actions? Seeing Bonelong interject, Jino's expression darkened as he reprimanded him sharply. Excuse me, could either of you explain what is happening with my body? While Jino chastised Bonelong, Mo Chen caught a glimpse of the azure dragon's body from the corner of his eye. Following the length of the dragon, he soon spotted the tail 100 meters away and realized that his head rested upon the azure dragon's form. He forcibly suppressed the impulse to exclaim in disbelief. His dragon visage contorted as he asked awkwardly, What about my body? Xiaoxi, what has happened to you? I have just conducted a thorough examination for you, and it appears that there are no significant issues, correct? Are you feeling unwell? If there is any discomfort, do not hesitate to inform second brother. Clearly, Jino misinterpreted Mo Chen's words, his expression tightening as he inquired. Why does my body appear in such a terrifyingly colossal form, while you all seem so diminutive? Realizing Jino's misunderstanding, Mo Chen felt compelled to further elucidate his perplexity. Little Four, you truly do not even remember this? Understanding the implication of Mo Chen's words caused Jino and Gulong's already grim expressions to darken even further. After exchanging a glance, both Jino and Gulong abruptly fell silent, their features becoming solemn as they gazed at Mo Chen's nearly 100-meter-long dragon form, which remained motionless. Chapter 105. The demon dragon star. The silence shared between Jino and Bolong left Mo Chen, who lay on the ground, feeling rather awkward. Alas, it seems that Little Four may have lost his memory. This matter cannot remain concealed for long, and we must inform Father at the earliest opportunity. With his capabilities, perhaps there is a chance for Little Four to regain his memories. As the second brother, Jino was the first to shatter the tense silence. Brother, it was my fright that caused Little Four's amnesia. Allow me to contact Father. Upon hearing Jino's words, Bolong's serious expression momentarily wavered before solidifying into determination. Indeed, as men of the Radon Tyrant family, we must take responsibility for our mistakes. At this, Gino nodded solemnly in agreement. With Gino's affirmation, Bolong hesitated no longer. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a soundstone for communication. Several minutes later, Bolong, with a dejected demeanor, withdrew the soundstone from his ear and returned it to his pocket. He had just relayed the entire account of Mo Qin's fright-induced amnesia to their father, Kovi. Throughout the process, Bolong had inevitably endured a scolding from Kovi. According to Kovi, he would soon arrive in person to assess Mo Qin's condition. After another 20 minutes had passed, a middle-aged man with a mane of red hair, exuding an air of volatility, approached the skies above the primeval forest. Following closely behind him was a youth, whose anxious countenance mirrored his urgency. Before long, the two appeared in a clearing within the forest. Father, Gino and Bolong rushed forward to greet the middle-aged man with respect. We will settle accounts later. Kovi shot a cold glance at Gino and Bolong before swiftly appearing before Mo Qin, who was draped over a massive emerald dragon form. Lear, do you remember who I am? Kovi inquired, standing before the gigantic dragon's head with a furrowed brow. Who are you? I have no recollection of you. Mo Qin replied cautiously, secretly observing Bolong and Gino's every move. Though he had deduced Kovi's identity from their brief exchange, he maintained a perplexed expression to convincingly portray his complete amnesia. Indeed, you remember nothing. I am your father, Kovi. I shall now harness the power within me to transform you into human form, while also assessing your physical condition. During this process, you must remain calm. I harbor no ill intentions toward you. After Mo Qin spoke, Kovi, still frowning, stood with his hands clasped behind his back for several seconds before continuing. Without waiting for Mo Qin's response, an immense and potent wave of energy surged from Kovi, flowing into Mo Qin's colossal dragon body. As Kovi focused his attention on Mo Qin, Gulong and Gino stealthily approached the young man accompanying Kovi. Big brother, what brings you here? Gino whispered as he stood beside the youth. While the third brother was reporting to our father, I happened to be discussing family matters with him and coincidentally overheard the situation regarding the fourth brother, the youth explained, redirecting his gaze from Mo Qin and Kovi. Big brother Gyut, it seems that the fourth brother has lost all his memories. You have always been the most astute among us four brothers. Have you heard of any elixirs that could assist him in recovering his past memories? At this moment, Gulong, with a face full of guilt and despondency, chimed in. Sigh, let us wait for our father to complete his examination of the fourth brother to ascertain the specifics of his condition, and then we can devise a plan. He suggested. As the eldest among the four brothers, Gyut had borne considerable pressure since childhood, and now with the issue of his fourth brother's complete memory loss, it was naturally a source of great concern for him. After hearing Gyut's response, Gino and Gulong found his reasoning sound. Thus they refrained from unnecessary worry and stood quietly with Gyut, watching Kovi and Mo Qin in the distance, awaiting the final outcome. After approximately half an hour, as Kovi withdrew his red energy from Mo Qin's dragon form, the massive dragon, initially spanning hundreds of meters, gradually shrank until it transformed into a slender youth, standing at a height of approximately 1.56 m with a fair and youthful visage. Father, how is the fourth brother? Upon witnessing Mo Qin's transformation into human form and Kovi retracting his energy, Gyut, as the eldest brother, was the first to approach Kovi cautiously and inquire. Li'er's condition is rather peculiar. There are no issues with his body or soul, and his strength remains at the third realm of divine connection. However, for some unknown reason, all of his memories have inexplicably vanished. Kovi stated, deep in thought. We should take Li'er back to the clan. Later, I will visit several primordial deities in the Moya star domain who possess mastery over the mysteries of the soul to see if I can uncover any clues related to Li'er's condition. After observing Mo Qin for a considerable time with a furrowed brow, Kovi sighed silently and made his decision. Following Kovi's command, the three brothers approached Mo Qin, each regarding him with sympathetic gazes. Divine connection. Primordial deities. Could this be the world of the god of killing? Mo Qin, covertly observing, silently pondered the terms mentioned by Kovi. Soon after, enveloped by the energies of Kovi and the others, Mo Qin soared into the sky, speeding toward an unknown direction. If this world indeed belonged to the god of killing, then such abilities to traverse the skies and manipulate the earth should not be regarded as extraordinary feats. As Mo Qin ascended into the heavens, carried by Kovi and others, he contemplated inwardly after the initial astonishment. The god of killing represents a fantastical world of martial prowess, where individuals cultivate their strength by absorbing spiritual energy and practicing various arcane techniques. According to the lore of Killing God, the hierarchy of martial artists ascends from the lowest to the highest as follows: acquired, innate, human position, 100 calamities, earth position, nirvana, celestial position, divine communication, true God, God King, source God, void God, and primordial God. Each major realm is further subdivided into 1 to 3 minor realms. Martial artists of the acquired realm possess only a slight superiority over ordinary humans. However, as their levels rise, by the time they reach the celestial realm, they are capable of soaring through the skies. Upon attaining the divine communication realm, they can perform feats akin to moving mountains and filling seas on a typical planet. In the true God realm, martial artists can survive and navigate the vastness of space for short durations, albeit with considerable difficulty. Upon reaching the God King realm, their flight in space becomes more fluid, and their strength is significantly enhanced. In the source God realm, martial artists grasp the profound principles of power aligned with their essence, commonly referred to as the laws of the universe. In the void God realm, they acquire the ability to forge a void realm, a realm that, while illusory compared to the real world, is perceived as genuine by the martial artist. Within their own void realm, they are free to create myriad entities. However, these creations are merely ephemeral, reminiscent of virtual constructs in a video game. In the primordial God realm, the void realm further evolves into a tangible world. Martial artists at this level can harness both their own power and external forces to create a real domain coexisting with the actual world, effectively becoming miniature creators. Yaolong Star serves as the principal planet of the Yao clan within the Maya Star domain, home to the 2 supreme races of the Yao clan, the Tyrannosaurus and the Sinister Dragon. Yaolong Star is immense, with a rich concentration of spiritual energy. According to the classification of life-bearing stars possessing spiritual energy in the Killing God universe, Yaolong Star is rated as a level 7 life star, offering an environment highly conducive to martial artists adept in spiritual cultivation. Mo Chun, alongside the 4 members of Kawi, utilized a teleportation array to traverse to a nearby ordinary life star and subsequently arrived at Yaolong Star, the stronghold of the Tyrannosaurus race and the residence of the Larden family. Numerous warships and vessels. As they entered the atmosphere of Yaolong Star, Mo Chun observed the varied shapes of the ships, his eyes brimming with wonder. In a high martial fantasy world, the sight of various warships powered by crystals and formations struck Mo Chun as an exhilarating spectacle. The prospect of legion warfare and interstellar battles. This world promises to be incredibly intriguing. Gazing at a several thousand-meter-long, dragon-shaped silver warship gently descending toward the earth, a thrill of excitement began to stir within him, akin to discovering something truly captivating. Clan leader, clan leader, clan leader. Descending from the sky, Kawi and his companions brought Mo Chun to the entrance of an expansive estate spanning hundreds of hectares, characterized by its grand and majestic architecture. The guards at the entrance and the passers-by entering and exiting the gates greeted Kawi and his companions with polite respect. Crossing the threshold of the grand estate, Kawi instructed Gut and the others briefly, leading Mo Chun back to his original quarters before parting ways, their purposes unclear. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by Kawi, Gino, and Gulong, Mo Chun arrived at a magnificent cluster of buildings. This is your own courtyard, Little Four. You may rest inside. If you require anything, do not hesitate to summon the servants and maidens. Gut remarked with a broad smile as he ushered Mo Chun into a beautifully adorned room before taking his leave with Gino and Gulong. As he watched their figures gradually fade from view, the expression of confusion that had lingered on Mo Chun's face dissipated in an instant. A subtle smile graced his lips as he approached the door, secured it, and relaxed into a chair by the table, casually picking up an unknown fruit from a platter to savor its taste. This vessel for the trial was no longer an unnamed orphan or a mere passerby devoid of background or ability. The identity of being reborn into a new world was, indeed, a valuable asset. The delightful flavor of the fruit lifted his spirits, prompting him to marvel at his fortune. The trial had commenced, and it was time to ascertain the backdrop of this world and formulate a specific plan for the undertaking. After indulging in several unfamiliar fruits, Mo Chun felt a sense of satisfaction, though the excitement in his eyes gradually began to wane. Knock, knock, knock. Young Master Lonely, it is Xiao Huan. I have come to replace the sandalwood in your room. Just as Mo Chun was about to contemplate his next course of action, a gentle knock and the bright voice of a young girl interrupted his thoughts. Come in, he replied, feeling a sudden warmth spread across his face, revealing an inexplicable smile. Chapter 106. The library with a creak, the door to the room swung open, and a young girl clad in a vibrant green maid's outfit entered, her head bowed. Are you Xiaowan? Inquired, a smile dancing in his eyes as he regarded the demure maid who held a fragrant censer in her hands. Yes, I am Xiaowan, she replied. her brow furrowing in confusion. Having served as the fourth young masteress maid for over 4 years, Xiaohuan believed she was quite familiar with him. However, in this martial world where strength reigns supreme, her humble status as a maid rendered her unable to question her master's words or actions, no matter how perplexing they might be. "Do you know where I might find encyclopedic information about this world?" asked, noting that Xiaohuan continued to avert her gaze. Too timid to meet his eyes. "Encyclopedic information? What is that?" Xiaohuan responded, her unease growing as she struggled to comprehend his inquiry. It refers to books that introduce various aspects of this world, such as its name, the existing powers, and the classifications and ranks of spirit energy warriors, explained, realizing he had inadvertently referenced modern terminology from Earth. After a moment's thought, he rephrased his explanation. "Fourth young master, everything you seek is available in the library." Xiaohuan finally understood his intent and answered after a brief pause. "The library? Where is it? Please take me there at once." S eyes lit up at her words. "Certainly. Please follow me, fourth young master," she replied, though she was filled with curiosity about his apparent ignorance of the library's location. Yet, due to her position, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Uncertain and hesitant, Xiaohuan led the way through the winding corridors of the estate, ultimately arriving at the so-called library, a 6-story building rich in ancient charm. "Greetings, fourth young master." 2 guards at the entrance of the library bowed respectfully as Xiaohuan approached. Nodding in acknowledgement, followed Xiaohuan inside the library. "Fourth young master, this section contains comprehensive geographic records of the Moya star domain. The books you seek are all here." Xiaohuan pointed towards 5 or 6 rows of bookshelves in the northeast corner of the library. "Excellent. You may attend to your other duties. I shall browse for a while," replied, following her gaze to the shelves. He casually picked up one of the volumes, flipping through the table of contents. And upon discovering that it indeed contained foundational information about the Moya star domain, he nodded in satisfaction. As Xiaohuan departed in compliance with his request, felt a sense of relief. Each time he traversed into a new world, although memories of his original self faded, his understanding of the language and script of the respective world remained intact. After a brief search on the bookshelf, Imochen extracted a thick tome titled Comprehensive Compilation of the Basic Knowledge of the Moya star domain. With no hindrance to his reading, he began to peruse its contents. Indeed, in the world of God of Killing, the task of unifying the Moya star domain is no trivial endeavor. Hours slipped by as Imochen sat in contemplation, the closed book resting in his hands, his brow furrowed in thought. According to the events and timelines detailed within the tome, the protagonist, Xianxia, has yet to traverse into this realm. There remains at least a millennium before Xianxia's arrival, which should provide ample time to achieve the unification of the Moya star domain. Gently massaging his temples, Imochen organized his thoughts. Having read God of Killing, he knew that the protagonist, Xianxia, was the kind of character whose presence inevitably stirs trouble. The absence of the protagonist indicates that Imochen still has roughly a millennium to develop his plans. In this trial world, he assumes the identity of the 4th young master of the Raton family, one of the 2 prominent clans of the Beast tribe, a status that holds considerable prestige and influence among the demon kind. This means that, leveraging this identity, he would find considerable convenience while executing his trial plans. However, even if he could unify the Raton clan, or even the entirety of the Beast tribe, to become their sovereign, it would still be insufficient to consolidate hundreds of diverse races across the Moya star domain. Imochen pondered deeply. Within the Moya star domain, humans, demons, magical beings, underworld denizens, corpse clans, dark spirits, ghostly patterns, shadowy figures, fire clans, wood clans, and countless other races coexist. Among these myriad races, many boast top-tier experts at the origin god level. Races such as the human, demon, and magical clans, with their ancient and well-preserved lineages, possess numerous origin god experts. While other races collectively have a significant number as well, the presence of origin god-level beings, akin to miniature creators, plays a role in the interracial wars comparable to that of strategic nuclear weapons. This situation mirrors human warfare, when 2 nations clash, one armed with nuclear capabilities and the other lacking them. The latter's conventional arsenal, no matter how vast, pales in comparison. Hence, the dominion over the Beast tribe is fundamental to Imochen's ambitions. As his thoughts swirled like a tempest, Imochen's gaze deepened, and he murmured to himself. After securing the Beast tribe, to achieve unification among the hundreds of races within the Moya star domain, he has several potential strategies. He could emulate the divine race, amassing hundreds of origin god-level experts to directly suppress and obliterate any opposing forces with overwhelming might. Alternatively, He could employ a strategy of encirclement through both long-range and close-range tactics, gradually eroding the strength of the various races through cunning. Lastly, he could seek new means to balance the power of origin god warriors, innovating within new domains to gain an advantage through advanced techniques, thus realizing his testing objective of unifying the Moya star domain. Drawing upon his memories of the world of Killing God, Imo-chun meticulously organized his thoughts, gradually seeking feasible reasoning outcomes. The powerful beings of the primordial god realm are not as common as cabbages by the roadside. Achieving such a status within merely a millennium is a daunting prospect, reserved for those with extraordinary talents and serendipitous opportunities. Under normal circumstances, it is exceedingly challenging to cultivate a substantial number of individuals at the primordial god level. Thus, the first strategy of gathering 100 primordial god experts within a millennium to sweep through the Maya star domain proves to be quite difficult. However, it is not entirely unfeasible. Should I establish contact with forces from other star domains, perhaps I could amass 100 primordial god experts with the aid of multiple realms. Yet, such an approach carries considerable instability and risks akin to inviting wolves into one's home, ultimately leading to potential peril and demise. The second strategy appears more prudent, involving a 1,000-year plan that may, however, progress rather slowly. As for the third strategy, discovering new means to contend with primordial god warriors is likely to be a daunting challenge in the immediate future. Exiting the library, Imo-chun pondered how to execute the trial plan while making his way toward his private courtyard. Chapter 107. The city of Todi. In the training grounds of the Radon family estate on the Demon Dragon Star, Imo-chun stood quietly in a corner, deeply immersed in contemplation, since he had discerned from the text in the library that this world was indeed the realm of the god of killing. He had embarked on his trial plan shortly thereafter. Yet, despite his efforts, he found the transition from the third heaven of divine communication to true godhood exceedingly arduous. The subsequent stages of Source God and Void God would undoubtedly pose even greater challenges. Unbeknownst to him, more than 7 months had elapsed since his arrival in this world. Throughout this time, Imo-chun had diligently attempted to cultivate using the Radon family's demonic techniques. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not surmount the threshold to true godhood. This fruitless endeavor gradually enlightened him to the harsh reality of a high martial world, where not everyone could be the protagonist. During these past months, Covey and several others had sought renowned alchemists and warriors from the Moya star domain to diagnose and treat Imo-chun's amnesia. Numerous individuals from various races had come, yet none had succeeded in alleviating his condition. Fortunately, through extensive reading in the repository of books, Imo-chun gradually began to assimilate into this world. In his conversations with his father Covey and his elder brothers, he became increasingly fluent and natural. This transformation brought a sigh of relief to Covey and others. They believed that even if Imo-chun's amnesia could not be cured, the knowledge he acquired through self-study would render him not significantly different from his former self. Indeed, reports indicated that Imo-chun had displayed an even more diligent commitment to his training during these 7 months than before his memory loss. As for Lier, despite the amnesia, such progress could be considered a blessing in disguise. Covey, seated in his meditation chamber, observed Imo-chun's dedicated practice in the training grounds with his spiritual sense and mused to himself. He recalled how, prior to the memory loss, his fourth son had epitomized the carefree demeanor of a typical young master. Over the years, had it not been for his father's occasional provision of precious elixirs to refine his son's physique, boosting his cultivation through medicinal means, it would have been a mere fantasy for his son to achieve divine communication within decades, given his lack of innate talent and opportunity. It was clear that relying solely on cultivation to enhance his martial prowess and dominate the demon race was nearly impossible. The aspiration to unify the Moya star domain through sheer force was an even more distant dream. Other strategies must be devised, otherwise, the trial mission would surely fail. One day, Imo-chun awakened from his meditative state in his solitary chamber, feeling a sense of frustration as his spiritual power showed little sign of growth. He muttered to himself. However, despite gaining a newfound understanding of his cultivation talent, Imo-chun found himself at a loss for alternative paths. In his helplessness, he resolved to venture out to explore other places and clear his mind. Upon learning of Imo-chun's intention to go out, Keiwi arranged for a family guardian in the Void God realm to accompany him for protection. Imo-chun held no objections to Keiwi's arrangement. Fully aware of the dangers lurking in this world where sheer power reigns supreme, not everyone would take the latent family's reputation into account. In fact, certain races harbored deep-seated grudges against the demon and dragon clans. Should Imo-chun venture out, and inadvertently attract the attention of the Leighton family's adversaries. His life could be extinguished in an instant due to his current cultivation level. Uncle Sufa, do you know of any interesting places on the Demon Dragon Star? Upon exiting the Leighton family estate, the youthful Mo Chun, standing at approximately 1.56 meters, soared into the air, gazing down at the land below, instantly feeling a sense of refreshment. In high spirits, he turned to a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 30s and inquired, "There are indeed many enjoyable spots on the Demon Dragon Star. However, I am unaware of what specifically appeals to the fourth young master," Sufa replied thoughtfully. His true form was that of a yellow-striped tiger, having cultivated for over 700 years. "Are there any auction houses or similar establishments? I have heard that treasures often appear within." Imochen pondered before asking. The Medicine and Weapon Pavilion operates a branch on the Demon Dragon Star, specifically for auctioning various items. "If it pleases you, fourth young master, we could visit there," Sufa suggested after a moment of contemplation. "The Medicine and Weapon Pavilion? That sounds splendid. I appreciate your assistance, Uncle Sufa." Upon hearing the name of the pavilion, Mo Chun felt a surge of excitement. The Medicine and Weapon Pavilion is governed by 12 elders and a pavilion master, excelling in the trade of elixirs and weaponry, with business interests spanning the vast majority of life stars within the Moya Star domain. As a commercial entity, it maintains trade relations with all factions within the Moya Star domain, by the measure of influence and wealth. The Medicine and Weapon Pavilion stands as the foremost power in the Moya Star domain. However, adhering to the principle of amicable commerce, it has never engaged in the conflicts of the Moya Star domain since its establishment. The branch on the Demon Dragon Star is situated in Tota City, right at the intersection of the territories of the Tyrant Dragon and the Corrupted Dragon clans, not far from the Leighton family's domain. "Uncle Sufa, how are these war chariots and battleships manufactured?" On the way, Mo Chun observed Sufa producing a diamond-shaped flying war chariot, and, filled with curiosity, he inquired. "War chariots and battleships fall under the category of weaponry, naturally crafted by weapon refiners," Sufa replied, gesturing for Mo Chun to enter the diamond-shaped chariot. "Weapon refiners? I had previously seen some battleships that were several thousand meters long. Were those also crafted by weapon refiners?" Mo Chun asked, intrigued. In Mo Chun's impression, both artifact refiners and alchemists share the characteristics of being reclusive and solitary individuals. It is difficult for him to fathom the immense dedication and effort required for a refiner to craft a warship spanning thousands of meters. Indeed, every significant power within the Moya Star region boasts its own team of artifact refiners. These refiners collaborate within their factions, utilizing unique construction tools to produce one warship after another. Typically, it is the mid to low-tier refiners who engage in the construction of these vessels. Individuals of the rank of master refiner seldom participate in the manufacturing of ordinary warships, except for when they are involved in the production of certain specialized crafts. As if sensing Mo Chen's thoughts, Su Fa began channeling energy into the diamond-shaped war chariot, activating it while cheerfully explaining the process. The assembly line production? The steps Su Fa described in the warship manufacturing process inadvertently conjured a term in Mo Chen's mind. It was unexpected that an assembly line production method had emerged in this martial world. However, the extent of its development here remained uncertain. Assembly line production is a prevalent manufacturing technique in many modern factories on Mo Chen's Earth. For instance, the production of a smartphone is divided into dozens of processes, each regarded as a fixed operational station, from the assembly of the mainboard to the exterior casing. This method of production discards the inefficiencies of traditional single-person manufacturing. Provided there are sufficient parts available, it significantly enhances the efficiency of product creation. Mo Chun's thoughts on warship manufacturing and assembly line operations were unbeknownst to Su Fa, who was skillfully maneuvering the diamond-shaped chariot through the skies, racing swiftly towards the southwest. After several minutes, a bustling city appeared within Mo Chun's line of sight. Below lay Tota City, where regulations dictated that martial artists below the divine realm must not float in the air, lest they incur the wrath of the city guards. "Fourth young master, shall we descend?" Su Fa inquired, steering the chariot slowly as he observed the city's silhouette ahead. "Uncle Su Fa, you are more familiar with this area than I am. I trust your judgment," Mo Chun replied with a smile and a nod. Soon, Su Fa and Mo Chun landed in an open space a few kilometers from Tota City. The pedestrians passing by appeared unfazed by their sudden arrival, with very few casting curious glances in their direction. Clearly, the nearby populace had grown accustomed to the sight of individuals descending from the sky. "Fourth young master, let us enter the city now," Su Fa suggested, glancing towards Tota City in the distance. "All right," Mo Chun nodded. his eyes alight with curiosity as he surveyed the surrounding environment and the flow of people. Before long, Imo-chun and Su-fa made their way into Toda City. "So many people," Imo-chun remarked. Upon entering the city, Mu-chun was somewhat astonished by the throngs of people on the streets, comparable to the bustling commercial districts of modern Earth. It was peculiar. Typically, there weren't this many individuals in DC City. The population had seemingly increased by nearly half, indicating that something significant must have transpired. Observing the crowded scene, Su-fa furrowed his brow. "Uncle Su-fa, do you mean to suggest that something entertaining is likely to occur here today?" At these words, Mu-chun's eyes sparkled with excitement. With Su-fa, a being of the virtual divine realm, providing protection, Mu-chun found himself quite intrigued by the prospect of joining in the festivities. Chapter 108. The auction. Imo-chun and Su-fa, navigating through the throngs of individuals on the official road, entered the bustling city of Todi. Upon crossing the city gate, they were immediately enveloped by the lively and clamorous atmosphere within. The fourth young master discerned the reason behind the sudden influx of people in Toda City. In a restaurant by the street, Su-fa slowly opened his closed eyes, revealing a faint smile. What was the reason? At this moment, Imo-chun, who had been enjoying the meal on the table, paused his actions. Approximately 7 months prior, the leader of the renowned Star Wolf Mercenary Corps, recognized as the strongest among the second-tier mercenary groups in the Maya Star domain, was he Tuesday. He was at the peak of the Void God realm, on the verge of stepping into the Initiation God realm. He mobilized all the elite forces of the Star Wolf Mercenary Corps, comprising 4 individuals at the first level of the Void God realm, 3 at the second level, 19 at the Source God realm, and 32 at the Divine King realm, to explore the ancient celestial body known as Tian-su Ancient Star, situated in the far southern region of the Maya Star domain. According to intelligence leaked from within the Star Wolf Mercenary Corps, an ancient relic realm, with a history of at least 500,000 years, was concealed on Tian-su Ancient Star. After more than 5 months of exploration, he too and his team of 59, including himself, emerged from the ancient relic, with only he too surviving. It is said that upon his return from Tian-su Ancient Star, he too bore severe injuries. The information regarding the exploration of Tian-su Ancient Star quickly reached the ears of the enemies and rivals of the Star Wolf Mercenary Corps. Once it was confirmed that the core elite and high-level combat forces within the Star Wolf Mercenary Corps had suffered near total annihilation, these adversaries began to provoke and test the various strongholds of the Star Wolf Mercenary Corps scattered across numerous life stars in the Maya Star domain. Notably notorious for their ruthlessness, the Star Wolf Mercenary Corps unexpectedly chose to remain silent and endure in the face of these provocations and tests. Such a reaction swiftly solidified the previously indecisive thoughts of their enemies, allowing them to stabilize their resolve. Ultimately, after he too's return from Tian-su Ancient Star and a prolonged disappearance of over half a month in seclusion, the Firedog Mercenary Corps, the primary adversary of the Star Wolf Mercenary Corps, rallied together with 11 other factions, openly launching attacks on the various strongholds of the Star Wolf Mercenary Corps in the Maya Star domain. Having lost all its elite combat forces, the Star Wolf Mercenary Corps was on the brink of collapse against the united might of 12 factions, with reports of their strongholds across various life stars being uprooted one after another. Simultaneously, faced with the overwhelming force of the Firedog Mercenary Corps, significant divisions emerged within the internal management of the Star Wolf Mercenary Corps, with incidents of betrayal, surrender, independence, and mergers occurring frequently. In less than a month, aside from the headquarters located on the 4th level life star, Bloodtooth Star, which remained secure due to He-2's protection and extensive defensive measures, all other branch strongholds of the Star Wolf Mercenary Corps in the Maya Star domain were completely conquered and annihilated. However, just when everyone believed that the Star Wolf Mercenary Corps was on the verge of being eradicated from the Maya Star domain, He-2, the leader of the Star Wolf Mercenary Corps, emerged after nearly a month of seclusion. In a mere month of seclusion, He-2 ascended from the pinnacle of the Void God realm to the second tier of the Primordial God realm. This alarming elevation in power instilled terror in the hearts of the 12 factions, led by the Firehound Mercenary Corps. The Primordial God realm, akin to a diminutive creator, grants its practitioners formidable prowess, particularly against any formidable prodigies who might challenge them. A newly initiated warrior within the Primordial God realm can effortlessly overpower several at the peak of the Void God realm. Moreover, a practitioner at the second tier of the Primordial God realm can easily annihilate warriors below the Primordial God level. Consequently, upon He-2's emergence from seclusion, the 12 factions, led by the Firehound Mercenary Corps, found themselves in a precarious situation. The highest combat strength among them amounted to merely 7 at the peak of the Void God realm. In a desperate bid for peace, they hastily sought reconciliation with the Starwolf Mercenary Corps and unanimously agreed to return the Life Star and various mineral planets previously seized from the Starwolf Mercenary Corps. Additionally, the 12 factions pledged to provide the Starwolf Mercenary Corps with an unconditioned compensation of high-quality divine crystals in the tens of thousands for their prior transgressions. Regrettably, the 12 factions underestimated He Tu's ruthlessness and his insatiable ambition. Ignoring their overtures, He Tu, after revealing the plight of the Starwolf Mercenary Corps and his own fury to the outside world, single-handedly declared war on the 12 factions. On the first day, the leader of the Firehound Mercenary Corps, along with dozens of high-ranking members, fell to He Tu's might. By the second day, the remaining 11 faction leaders recognized that reconciliation with the Starwolf Mercenary Corps was futile. They ceased their discussions and united to confront He Tu's vengeance. On the third day, a decisive battle took place in the western wilderness of the Maya Star Domain, where He Tu faced over 40 powerful warriors from the 11 factions. By the fourth day, He Tu, with his singular strength, obliterated all the elite combatants of the 11 factions. On the fifth day, Herdu personally led the reassembled Starwolf Mercenary Corps to sweep through the headquarters of the 12 factions, plundering an immense fortune from the Life Star. Today marked the auction where Herdu would present the various spoils acquired from these factions. However, the most captivating aspect of this event was the rumored auction of certain unidentified treasures obtained from the relics of the ancient celestial star, Xianxia. Su Fa utilized his spiritual energy to elucidate the situation in Tota City to Mo Chun. The man named Hertu, who single-handedly eradicated 12 factions, was indeed extraordinarily powerful. After hearing Su Fa's explanation, Mo Chun reflected on the martial world, realizing that strength was paramount, which rekindled his desire to enhance his own power and wield formidable energy. Fourth young master, the auction will commence at 1 o'clock this afternoon. We should hurry, Su Fa reminded Mo Chun as he finished his meal. All right. Mo Chun nodded in acknowledgement. Upon exiting the restaurant, the two rejoined the bustling crowd on the street. Fourth young master, this is the largest branch of the medicine artifact pavilion on the Yaolong Star, Su Fa remarked after they walked for several minutes and arrived at a grand edifice. The white stone-carved structure towered several meters high, with unknown beast sculptures flanking the entrance, resembling attendants welcoming esteemed guests. The sign of the pavilion, with a black background, bore the 3 golden characters of Medicine Artifact Pavilion, with smaller red letters indicating it as the 4th branch below. Fourth young master, all the rooms in the VIP area have been reserved. What do you think we should do? Su Fa reported uneasily after conversing with the staff at the entrance. That's fine, as long as there's a seat. I'm not too particular, Mo Chun replied with a smile, sensing Su Fa's predicament. Indeed, everything shall be at your discretion, fourth young master, Su Fa said respectfully, though he could not help but regard Mo Chun with increased esteem. As a vassal of the Leiden family, Su Fa was well aware of the exploits of the 4 sons of the current patriarch, Kovi. Among them, the talents of Long Li, Gu Te, Jino, and Gu Long were either extraordinarily martial, exceptionally cunning, or immensely powerful, unlike Long Li, whose martial aptitude was mediocre and whose intelligence and strength were also rather average within the Tyrannosaurus clan. Although Long Li performed unremarkably in various aspects, his prowess in manipulation could rival that of certain noble science. This combination of mediocrity in martial arts and a plethora of vices had tarnished Long Li's reputation in the outside world. Su Fa, having received Kovi's order to protect Long Li, felt somewhat troubled, perceiving it as an unwelcome task. However, as they journeyed together, Su Fa grew increasingly pleased with Long Li's demeanor and conduct, leading him to believe that the rumors circulating in the outside world were grossly exaggerated. Yet, he could not fathom that the Long Li of today had long since vanished, replaced by Mo Chun. Upon entering the auction house, Mo Chun and Su Fa, under the guidance of a staff member, arrived at the site of the auction. Chapter 109, the parchment manuscript as Mo Chun and Su Fa entered the auction hall. The event had already commenced for some time. They casually found an empty seat in the audience, and Mo Chun, filled with curiosity, gazed at the display stage ahead. On the platform stood a captivating beauty, clad in red, with an alluring figure and radiant features. She extended her delicate hand, pointing to a cylindrical pedestal protected by a translucent orb of light. Upon this pedestal rested a copper cauldron. This was the alchemical furnace known as fire refinement, belonging to Czar, the vice leader of the Firehound Mercenary Corps. It was a divine-grade Tier 5 alchemical treasure, with a starting bid of 1 million high-grade divine crystals. The female auctioneer, while gesturing towards the copper cauldron, articulated her commentary with a clear and melodious voice. In the realm of the killer god, weapons, martial techniques, alchemists, artifact masters, elixirs, and martial souls are classified into 6 tiers: mortal, profound, spiritual, sacred, divine, and primordial. Each tier of alchemist is further subdivided into 7 grades. The fact that fire refinement was being auctioned indicated that Czar had likely perished. Observing the diminutive copper cauldron, a complex expression crossed Su Fe's face. "Uncle Su Fe, do you know Czar?" Mo Chun inquired curiously, noticing Su Fe's demeanor. Sighing softly, Su Fe replied, "During my time in the source god realm, I once asked Czar to concoct some elixirs for me, so we share a degree of acquaintance." "I see." Mo Chun nodded in understanding. In a world of high martial arts, death was a commonplace occurrence. Perhaps one had shared drinks and brotherly camaraderie just the night before, only to find themselves a cold corpse by morning. The world of high martial arts, while representing formidable power, also epitomized the brutal law of the survival of the fittest. The so-called laws and regulations designed to protect the weak were nearly non-existent. All matters were resolved through the strength of one's fists. The auction continued, with various treasures such as alchemical cauldrons, elixirs, weapons, and techniques being sold at differing prices. The next item to be auctioned was the sole daughter of the Firehound Mercenary Corps leader, Huolioli. I need not elaborate further, for you are undoubtedly familiar with the name Huolioli, the auctioneer proclaimed. Throughout the Maya Star domain, her beauty ranks among the top 10. What else more? Her natural talent in martial arts is nothing short of extraordinary. At a young age, she has already attained the first level of the Void God realm. Additionally, our esteemed appraisers at the Alchemical Artifact Pavilion have confirmed that Huolioli is still a maiden. Such an exquisite gem is indeed a rarity in our auction history. The starting bid for Huolioli was set at 10 million high-grade divine crystals. Behind the female auctioneer appeared a cage crafted from an unknown dark material. Within the cage stood a slender young girl, her strikingly beautiful features marred by an icy demeanor. Her limbs were bound by an orb of energy, rendering her unable to move. Upon the delicate form of Huolioli, a sheer pink veil draped lightly. Such an alluring sight incited a fervent desire for possession among the numerous lecherous gazes in the audience. Alas, as the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Fortunes shift like the tides. The once revered Fire Dog Mercenary Corps has met its demise, and the woman, who was once the object of many affections, has now been reduced to a mere commodity for auction. Upon witnessing Huolioli's appearance, Su Fe could not help but sigh in lamentation. However, merely cast a fleeting glance at Su Fe's occasional exclamations, choosing not to engage further. The fates of life and death are preordained, not to mention a mere star domain. Even on a planet like Earth, each day witnesses individuals favored by fortune, experiencing sudden wealth, while others succumb to misfortune, facing disgrace, crippling debts, or even untimely demise. Countless tales of joy and sorrow unfold daily, and to lament each would be utterly exhausting. Ultimately, Huolioli was auctioned off to a sinister-looking elder for a staggering price of 68 million high-grade divine crystals. Upon seeing the victorious bidder, a tumult of emotions, shame, despair, resentment, and hatred flooded her enchanting eyes. Witnessing this scene, Su Fe could only shake his head in resignation. After the fervor surrounding Huolioli's auction subsided, the atmosphere of the auction resumed its normalcy. The event was nearing its conclusion, and the next items up for bid were 5 artifacts of unknown purpose, unearthed by He Tu from the ancient ruins of Tiansu. The first item presented was an unidentified orb. The material of this orb eluded identification, and its purpose remained a mystery. Due to the lack of information regarding this orb, we set its starting bid at 100,000 high-grade divine crystals. As the auctioneer spoke, an orb of icy blue hue, dull and measuring approximately 4 to 5 centimeters in diameter, emerged on the display. Silence enveloped the auction house as all eyes turned toward the orb, curiosity etched upon their faces. Meanwhile, in a lavishly appointed room within the VIP section, a regal woman garbed in exquisite robes beheld the icy blue orb, her eyes suddenly alight with interest. After a moment of focused observation, her alluring form quivered subtly with anticipation. Indeed, it is the pure poison cold pearl. How foolish it is to auction such a treasure for a mere 100,000 high-grade divine crystals. Upon confirming the true nature of the icy blue orb, delight spread across her visage, accompanied by a palpable disdain for the ignorance displayed by the other attendees. The pure poison cold pearl originates from the soul jellyfish, one of the most enigmatic and toxic beings in the cosmos, subsisting on various toxins and embodying the very essence of poison. In the Moya Star domain, nearly all spatial channels connecting it to the outside world have been unilaterally severed, rendering its inhabitants incapable of engaging in trade or communication with other star domains. This has plunged the entire Moya star domain into a state of isolation, akin to a self-imposed seclusion. Within this insular environment, the various factions and individuals in Moya are, naturally, bereft of essential knowledge regarding the cosmic beings that roam the universe. The most evident manifestation of this ignorance is their current attitude towards the pure poison cold pearl. Due to a lack of pertinent information, none of the appraisers from the apothecary pavilion could discern the true origin of the pure poison cold pearl, nor grasp its extraordinary value, 200,000 high-grade divine crystals. Despite being aware of the pearl's genuine provenance and worth, the elegant woman did not exhibit an air of entitlement. Rather, she incrementally raised her bid, just as others did. 250,000 high-grade divine crystals. 300,000. 350,000. Ultimately, the pure poison cold pearl was effortlessly acquired by the woman for 450,000 crystals. The second item was a roll of parchment manuscript. The text inscribed upon it did not belong to any known language of the Moya star domain, leaving us entirely ignorant of its contents. Thus, akin to the first pearl, the starting bid for this parchment was set at 100,000 high-grade divine crystals. Following the successful auction of the pure poison cold pearl, another parchment, yellow and resembling parchment, appeared beside the female auctioneer. To his astonishment, Mo Chun, who had initially come merely to observe the proceedings, suddenly exclaimed at the sight of this manuscript. It was no wonder he lost his composure. He realized he could comprehend several characters on the cover of the parchment. The presence of traditional Chinese characters in this context was utterly bewildering. Gazing at the black characters on the cover, Mo Chin's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. The 11 characters read, Compilation of Principles and Construction Manuscripts of Starships. Translated into simplified characters, it would be, Uncle Su Fa, I must secure this parchment. Mo Chun declared with a solemn and earnest expression after meticulously deciphering the characters on the cover. Chapter 110. The Magical Starship. The words of Mo Chun left Su Fa momentarily speechless. Before bringing Mo Chun into the auction, he had anticipated that Mo Chun might wish to acquire some coveted items. In fact, upon seeing the fire Li Hua, Su Fa had expected Mo Chun to join the bidding war. However, the reality proved to be exceedingly different. Mo Chun did not bid on a single item throughout the auction, nor did he exhibit any base desires towards the fire Li Hua, leaving Su Fa utterly perplexed. What further confounded Su Fa was Mo Chun's sudden inclination to purchase an ordinary manuscript, whose contents were indecipherable to anyone and emitted no discernible energy fluctuations. To Su Fa, it seemed clear that something was amiss with Mo Chun. Fourth young master, we only brought over 2 million high-grade divine crystals for this trip. If that is insufficient, we will need to notify the family to send additional crystals, Su Fa promptly replied, despite his confusion regarding Mo Chun's behavior. It matters not. As long as I can acquire this manuscript, the process is of no concern to me. I only desire the outcome, Mo Chun stated solemnly. Casting a glance at the parchment manuscript on the display stand, his demeanor reflecting a resolute determination. Before long, the manuscript had been bid up to a staggering price of 130,000 high-grade divine crystals. 135,000 came another bid. At that moment, noticing that only 2 or 3 bidders remained in contention for the manuscript, Mo Chun made his first bid. 140,000. Swiftly, another bidder from the VIP section raised the stakes. 180,000. With a furrowed brow, Mo Chun promptly countered 200,000. Without hesitation, the individual in the VIP section raised the bid once more. Uncle Su Fa, contact the family immediately and have them send more divine crystals, Mo Chun instructed. His brow knitted in concentration. How many crystals do we require, fourth young master? Su Fa inquired, perplexed. The more, the better. Just inform them that I have spotted something of considerable value at the auction and require financial backing. Mo Chun replied after a brief pause. Ah, very well. Upon hearing these words from Mo Chun, Su Fa finally grasped the true meaning behind Mo Chun's earlier insistence on securing the manuscript. While conversing with Su Fa, Mo Chun had already escalated the price of the manuscript to 300,000 high-grade divine crystals in competition with the mysterious individual from the VIP section. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Xianxia from the Lineam family of the Yin clan. Might I implore my esteemed friend to grant me this favor? A voice rang out from the VIP section just as Mo Chun was about to raise the bid further. At the sound of that voice, Mo Chun's pupils contracted. The Lineam family was the foremost family of the Yin clan, and Xianxia was the third child of the current patriarch, recognized as the leading figure of the generation, possessing the highest martial talent among the Yin clan. Listening to Xianxia's current intentions, It is evident that he aims to leverage his status within the Yin clan to exert pressure on others. I wondered who it could be, only to discover that it was indeed Brother Xianxia. I am Long Li from the Laden family of the Demon Clan. My elder brother, Gyut, often speaks of you and expresses a desire to engage in sparring. Brother Xianxia, would it be agreeable for you to visit our Laden family, as I am obliged to extend hospitality as the host here on Yalong Star? My elder brother would surely welcome your arrival with great enthusiasm. Clearly, Imochen was not swayed by Xianxia's tactics. Rather, the latter's remarks inspired him to devise a more advantageous plan. Coughing lightly, Imochen remarked, I have long admired the renown of Gyut from the Demon Clan. Alas, I have other matters arranged by my family that require my attention. So I must graciously decline your kind invitation, Brother Longley. I shall pay a visit to the Laden family when the opportunity arises. Oh, by the way, this scroll of manuscript holds little significance for me. My initial curiosity was merely to explore its contents. However, since it piques your interest, Brother Longley, I shall relinquish it to you and forego my claim. Imochen's response caused a sudden jolt in Xianxia's heart. The Laden family on Yalong Star is one of the two pillar families of the Demon Clan in the Moya Star domain. While the Yin clan is not lacking in heritage compared to the Demon Clan and enjoys a certain advantage as the indigenous race within the Moya Star domain, Xianxia, being a future leader groomed by the Yin clan, is acutely aware of the formidable strength of the Demon Clan, particularly the fearsome Laden family, especially in Imochen's final words, which underscored Gyut's significance. Gyut, as a prominent figure among the younger generation of the violent Dragon clan, is known for his cold demeanor and combative nature. After weighing the pros and cons, Xianxia did not hesitate further. In his view, establishing a connection with the fourth young master of the Laden family through a mere scroll of curiosity would greatly benefit his future endeavors within the Yin clan. Thus, Xianxia ultimately bestowed the parchment manuscript upon Imochen. Upon learning of Imochen's true identity, the other attendees at the auction quickly abandoned any thoughts of contesting him for the manuscript. After all, no one would risk incurring the wrath of the Laden family over an ordinary scroll with obscure content and unknown provenance. Before long, the family sent over more than 40 million high-grade divine crystals. After supplementing the remaining funds for the manuscript with these crystals, Imochen promptly acquired the scroll. Having successfully obtained the manuscript, Imochen patiently perused the remaining auction items, only to discover that nothing else stirred his interest. He subsequently departed the auction venue alongside Su Fa. Fourth young master, where shall we go now? Su Fa inquired as they exited the auction house. Let us return to the inn, Imochen decided, glancing down at the parchment manuscript in his hands. Upon returning to the inn, Imochen entered his room and securely fastened the door from within. He then took a seat beside the table and carefully unfurled the ancient sheepskin manuscript, immersing himself in its intricate details. I am known as Chikai D, a Battlestar engineer of the Fornax Constellation's Funxilla clan. During a mission against hostile extraterrestrial forces, I was unfortunately ambushed, resulting in the destruction of my Battlestar. This led to my unconsciousness, and when I awoke, I found myself in this unfamiliar universe. After wandering in this cosmos for a considerable time, I gradually came to understand that the realm I inhabited was called the Void Domain Sea. Within this Void Domain Sea, countless domains abound. Unlike my original universe, the beings in this realm are fervently devoted to cultivation. Through the manipulation of what is referred to as spiritual energy, the sentient life forms here can harness energy levels potent enough to obliterate an entire three-dimensional stellar system. Moreover, those formidable beings known as primordial life forms, who ascend to the status of domain ancestors, possess a cumulative energy that can annihilate a galaxy. However, despite the profound depth of cultivation pursued by the life forms in this universe, the technological advancements of its various races remain at a mid to advanced space-age level. In contrast, the naturally occurring energy crystals, which are rare in my original universe, are quite commonplace here, known as divine crystals. This revelation thrilled me, prompting a determination to capitalize on the divine crystal resources of this universe. With the scientific knowledge I possessed, I aimed to cultivate technological creations that would flourish in this realm. To achieve this goal, I laid the foundation upon my expertise in starship technology, utilizing the naturally occurring divine crystals as a power source. In a short span, I successfully constructed a civilian-grade spacecraft. Due to the unique physical constitution of my body, belonging to the ancient demon clan, which inherently possesses a remarkably long lifespan, I was not concerned about longevity. Additionally, I delved into the martial cultivation system of this universe and discovered that I possessed commendable talent in the path of cultivation. Thus, while I pursued research in starship technology, I also dedicated myself to mastering the cultivation techniques of the ancient demon clan. As the years passed, 300 years slipped by in the blink of an eye, and I finally succeeded in creating a starship capable of eliminating warriors below the true God realm. Although this starship posed no threat to the high-level warriors of the Void Domain Sea, it was a promising beginning for me, a monumental invention, because upon this foundation, I merely needed to continue my research in the right direction, iterating and evolving, to eventually develop starships capable of threatening the high-level warriors of this universe. In the following millennia, I adhered to this path. However, lamentably, my own cultivation was modest, merely at the beginning God realm, and lacking a powerful backing. I could only expend all my resources and energy to manufacture starships capable of slaying warriors at the beginning God realm. As for those above the beginning God, the undying and domain ancestor realms, I could only sigh in resignation, constrained by numerous limitations. This manuscript, crafted by myself and several dear friends, recounts our harrowing experience of being trapped while seeking to amass materials for the construction of a ship of immortal caliber amidst the ruins of an era long past. It is composed in the script of my homeland, encapsulating the wisdom I have acquired throughout my lifelong pursuit of starship creation. Though I am acutely aware that the likelihood of this script being translated within the vastness of this universe is exceedingly slim, and that the chances of my life's work being passed down are almost non-existent, I harbor no regrets. Should there be no successors to carry forth the knowledge pertinent to starship fabrication, I would prefer it to remain forever shrouded in silence and dust. The first page of the parchment reveals the reflections and summation of a life lived by an individual named Qin. Remarkably, Qin does not belong to this universe, which is truly astonishing. If my memory serves me well, the protagonist of God of Death is also a traveler hailing from Earth. Qin's initial place of arrival upon traversing realms was the Void Sea, and it is uncertain whether to deem him fortunate or unfortunate in this regard. Upon completing the first page of the manuscript, Qin paused, filled with contemplation. Beyond the realm of the primordial deity, two other dimensions, the immortal and domain ancestor, exist. These realms are considered legendary within the Moya star domain, with no individual having attained them. Additionally, the Void Sea encompasses countless artificial and natural domains. For instance, the barren realm where the Moya star domain resides was forged by the primordial beings of desolation, rather than through natural evolution, regardless of whether it is referred to as the barren realm or the Void Sea. This trial task merely requires the unification of the Moya star domain to be deemed complete. Other grander territories hold no significance for me. Thoughts of the God of Death narrative flitted through Qin's mind. Since the commencement of this trial, he had endeavored to suppress thoughts regarding the barren realm and the matters of the primordial universe, but the tension within him began to unravel. According to the plot of God of Death, the Moya star domain in which Qin currently resides is merely a fragment of the barren realm. In essence, he now occupies a corner of the body of the primordial beings of desolation. It is not difficult to imagine the unsettling sensation of being ensconced within another's body, always at the mercy of potential peril, a most unenviable predicament. This is precisely why, upon confirming that this trial world is indeed God of Death, Qin deliberately chose to disregard the narratives surrounding the barren realm and the primordial universe, for the circumstances are too horrifying to contemplate. Having calmed the tumult within his mind, Qin turned to the subsequent sections of the manuscript. Design blueprints? Upon encountering the series of black line diagrams and accompanying annotations, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Could it be that Qin had erred, and he was not from Orion, but rather from Earth as well? Gazing at the design schematics and the adjacent notes penned in traditional Chinese characters, Qin fell into deep contemplation. However, it is evident that Qin could not have misremembered the name of his homeland. Perhaps I am overthinking this. It is possible that in this trial world, Orion and Earth are not so different after all. After all, killing God is fundamentally a work of fiction within this context. Certain irrationalities may indeed represent the essence of reason. After prolonged contemplation without fruitful results, Qin relinquished his inquiries into the relationship between Orion and Earth, choosing instead to engage in self-dialogue, convinced of his own rationale, redirecting his focus from the enigmas surrounding Orion. Qin turned his attention to the series of design schematics inscribed upon the parchment manuscript. These blueprints constituted the very core of starship fabrication. Much like how a detailed skeletal framework can render the visage and form of a human, these designs could similarly facilitate the assembly of various classes of starships. Moreover, at the conclusion of the manuscript, a comprehensive explanation of starship principles awaited. The magical starship, the inaugural vessel crafted by Qin, capable of decisively vanquishing martial artists beneath the true God realm. Let us commence with this magical starship. I am eager to discern whether this so-called magical starship possesses the capability to eliminate martial artists below the true god realm. His fingers meticulously trace the design of a starship blueprint on the parchment, seeking understanding. As an accomplished student of the sciences, Imogen found that he could, albeit with some difficulty, comprehend these relatively straightforward schematics. Chapter 111. A direct hit with the schematics of the blazing Qin flute in hand and the esteemed identity of the fourth heir of the Radon family. Imogen found himself on an unhindered path in the development of the magical starship. It has been 10 months since he acquired the parchment manuscript. On this day, within the vast interior of a meteor in a mining zone, clad in white, and wielding a tool resembling a four-cornered cube, Imogen gazed with excitement at the black and red starship before him, measuring over 40 meters in length. This black and red starship bore a striking resemblance to the military vessels that navigate the oceans of Earth. However, the interior of this starship was worlds apart from that of an ordinary naval ship on Earth. The entire vessel consisted of a 4-layer structure. The outermost layer served as a physical defense and external maneuverability layer constructed from specialized materials. Surrounding this layer were rows of energy jet ports, enabling the starship to achieve rapid forward motion and agile evasive maneuvers. The second layer, situated just within the outer layer, was the weapon distribution layer, housing approximately 90% of the starship's armaments. This included energy weapon attack and defense matrix systems, effective against all but the most powerful practitioners below the true god realm. The third layer inward functioned as the energy propulsion layer, akin to the engine reactor of a spacecraft. However, unlike conventional spacecraft engines, this layer comprised magical formations that could harness the internal energy of divine crystals, arranged in a specific sequence to create an energy supply system. The innermost fourth layer was the core control room, serving as the central operations hub for the entire starship. Every command issued from this layer was transmitted to the remaining sections of the vessel. The magical starship had been constructed entirely according to the blueprints of the blazing Qin flute, and this marked the third verification, leaving no room for error. Imogen tapped the four-cornered cube in his hand a few times, and a stream of divine consciousness resonated from the starship before him. In the realm of advanced martial arts, this starship, imbued with a certain level of spiritual awareness, could be classified as a form of refined equipment. The vessel's spirit manifested as a true god realm fox spirit, functioning as the starship's intelligent supercomputer. After completing another round of interactive diagnostics with the starship's spirit, Imogen took a deep breath, his divine light dimming as he stepped inside the starship. Crossing the threshold of the starship's hatch, he entered a corridor illuminated by a soft, white glow. Navigating the corridor with ease, he passed through several hatches until he arrived at the core control room. White Fox, activate the starship. Settling into the operational chair within the control room, Imogen savored the extraordinary sensation of connecting his soul with the starship's intelligence, calmly issuing commands. Starship activation successful. External defense layer, status normal. Weapon layer, status normal. Energy supply layer, status normal. Control system, status normal. Starship ready, please provide further instructions. A beguiling voice resonated within Imogen's consciousness, its melodious timbre inducing a profound sense of relaxation. He issued a second command. Depart from the asteroid belt. This particular region, sought specifically from Covey after his return from Todai City to the Layden family, lay within the dominion of the Tyrannosaurus tribe. The asteroid mine was replete with numerous celestial bodies rich in various resources. Accompanied by the resonant hum of the crystal magic array, the magically guided starship, under the full control of its spirit, navigated swiftly through the expansive corridors of the asteroid, propelling itself towards the exterior with remarkable speed. The automatic navigation feature proved to be quite efficient. Seated in the cockpit, Imogen observed with satisfaction as the starship deftly maneuvered around the myriad asteroids and obstacles in its path, nodding approvingly. I must find a suitable location to test the lethal capabilities of the divine-grade starship. As the starship neared the edge of the asteroid field, Imogen murmured to himself, White Fox, investigate the surrounding area for any space pirates or forces led by those at the divine level. The spirit of the starship, imbued with extensive knowledge of the Moya star region, possessed a database rivaling that of a supercomputer. Searching. Target matching the Master S criteria identified. A small faction known as the Yalong Space Pirate Group is located approximately 20 minutes away. The leader of the Yalong Group, Yalong, is at the second level of the Divine Realm, accompanied by a second-in-command at the first level. The remaining members, over 10 in number, are martial artists at the Transcendent level. However, records indicate that the Yalong Group has intricate connections with the region's most formidable faction, the Tiger Shark Space Pirate Group. A few seconds later, the spirit relayed the gathered information to Mo Chun. Provide an overview of the Tiger Shark Space Pirate Group. Upon learning of the potential ties between the Yalong and Tiger Shark groups, Mo Chun furrowed his brow and commanded further inquiry. The Tiger Shark Space Pirate Group boasts over 3,000 members, predominantly of the demon race. Its leader, Gong Jun, is at the third level of the Phantom Realm. Rumors suggest that Gong Jun may be the mysterious fifth elder, Man Hu, of the Tiger Shark lineage, who vanished over a century ago after offending the Ice Clan. In addition to Gong Jun, 3 Hall Masters exist at the first level of the Phantom Realm. Furthermore, within the Tiger Shark group, there are 7 martial artists at the Origin Realm, 11 at the God King Realm, and 52 at the Divine Realm, with the remainder below that level. Soon, the Spirit's voice echoed again. The Tiger Shark Space Pirate Group poses a considerable challenge. To be prudent, it would be wise to recruit others to accompany us. Stroking his smooth chin, Mo Chun's eyes reflected contemplation as he spoke to himself. With a shift in thought, he conveyed a notion to the spirit of the starship, which promptly altered its course. 3 days later, at the edge of the asteroid field, within the control room of the magically guided starship. Fourth brother, you mentioned there is something amusing. What could it possibly be? In the starship control room, Bone Long and Gino sat on long, plush chairs, indulging in the delectable food and fine wine laid out before them, while they called out to Mo Chin, who was at the helm. This area is under the influence of the Tiger Shark pirate clan. You must tread carefully, fourth brother, lest you stir up trouble. Gino, holding a fruit brimming with spiritual energy, gazed through the starship's one-way panoramic crystal glass at the starry expanse outside, speaking calmly. What are you saying, second brother? How could I possibly cause any trouble? Besides, with you and third brother here, even if I did stir up something, it wouldn't be a significant issue, would it? Gino's warning caused a flicker of unease in Mo Chun. He forced a smile as he glanced at Bone Long and Gino, cautiously probing. Uft, in this region, fourth brother. As long as you don't kill the leader of the Tiger Shark pirate clan, Gong Jun, nothing else counts as trouble. Bone Long boisterously interjected, having overheard the conversation between Mo Chun and Gino. Hey, third brother, you truly overestimate me. With my mere connection realm cultivation, how could I possibly kill a virtual god like Gong Jun? The gulf between the connection realm and the virtual god realm is vast, with the true god, God King, and source god realms in between. Without special means, Mo Chun could not pose a threat to Gong Jun. If your words were directed at our elder brother, Gu Te, it might hold some weight, Gino chimed in with a smile. As the 3 brothers, Mo Chun, Gino, and Bone Long, chatted aboard the starship, the vessel's spirit, following Mo Chun's earlier instructions, headed directly toward the territory of the Yi Lang pirate clan. Before long, the starship entered the domain of the Yi Lang pirate clan. Report to Boss Yi Lang, we've encountered an unidentified starship within our territory. In a grand hall adorned extravagantly within a dead star, roughly half the size of Earth, a mouse-faced demon with curled yellow hair knelt anxiously before the throne, relaying the news. Seated on the throne was a burly man clad in leather armor, his face sinister and his gray eyes cold as he lounged. Beside him, several alluring demon women attended to him with care. Prepare the ship. I wish to see what kind of cargo has arrived. If it turns out to be a soft target or a fat sheep, don't blame me for being ruthless, Yi Lang declared, pushing aside the demon women beside him, his gray eyes gleaming with a chilling resolve. Soon, a gray starship adorned with a one-eyed wolf head flag emerged from the depths of the dead star, vanishing into the vastness of space. Fourth brother, are you merely seeking to take your second brother and me on a purposeless jaunt through the cosmos? After several hours aboard the starship, Bone Long, unable to contain his impatience, called out to Mo Chun once more. Please, third brother, be patient. The grand spectacle will commence shortly, Mo Chun replied, a smile gracing his lips. As if to validate Mo Chun's words, the control room of the magic-guided starship was suddenly filled with the shrill sound of alarms. A violent energy reaction had been detected ahead, and the starship's defense system had activated autonomously. A violent energy reaction? What was happening? Startled by the alarm, Gu Long abruptly rose from the sofa, his muscles tense and a surge of power coursing through him as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Xianxia, is this the spectacle you alluded to? The more composed Gino furrowed his brow at the sound of the alarm and turned to question Mo Chun. Indeed. You are as astute as ever, second brother. You have already deduced it, Mo Chun replied with a calm smile, acknowledging Gino's insight. By who? Silence the alarms. Charge the starship's weapons and prepare for battle. After briefly reassuring Gu Long and Gino, Mo Chun connected his spirit with the vessel's spirit, methodically issuing a series of commands. As the magic-guided starship executed these orders, the piercing alarm fell silent. Second brother, third brother, ahead lies a small faction known as the Yi-Lang Star Pirates. Their highest leader possesses a cultivation level of true God second heaven. To be candid, I have brought you both here to witness how I shall single-handedly annihilate the Yi-Lang Star Pirates. Seizing the opportune moment, Imo-chun elucidated the reason for their invitation. Single-handedly? Xiaoxi, you are currently at the third heaven of the divine connection, while their leader is at the second heaven of true God. Your words seem a tad exaggerated, Gino remarked first, voicing his opinion. Fourth brother, you should stay here quietly. Watch as I crush these small fry in no more than 5 minutes. Gulong chuckled, preparing to step outside. Third brother, I want to interfere with your plans to slay, but there is one request I hope you can fulfill. Imo-chun interjected urgently as Gulong turned to leave. What is it? Gulong paused, turning to look at Imo-chun. I hope you can leave the true God's second heaven leader of the Yi-Lang to me. I need him for an experiment. Imo-chun explained his request. Consider it done. Nodding, Gulong's figure vanished within the starship. Moments later, the Yi-Lang Star Pirates ship, docked nearby, erupted in a massive explosion, shattering into countless pieces. Fourth brother, I have brought this fellow back for you. Now tell me, what experiment do you wish to conduct? After a few minutes, Gulong tossed the bound Yi-Lang onto the floor of the control room, grinning as he inquired. I kindly ask that you release him back into the cosmos and undo all his bindings, Imo-chun said, glancing at the terrified Yi-Lang. Xiaoxi, do you truly wish to engage in combat with this individual? At this moment, Gino, who had been silently observing the unfolding events, finally spoke up. No. My dear brother, you have misunderstood. I merely intend to use him for an experiment. I harbor no intention of engaging in combat. With a wave of his hand, Imo-chun quickly clarified. Very well, third brother, let us proceed as per the fourth brother's instructions and release this individual. After casting a deep glance at Imo-chun, Gino commanded Gulong. Upon hearing this, Gulong nodded in acknowledgement. He then grasped Yi-Lang with one hand and vanished from the magical starship once more. Moments later, Gulong emerged into the vastness of the starry sky, holding Yi-Lang, and released the divine power that had bound him. With these actions completed, Gulong floated in the cosmos, coldly observing Yi-Lang and the magical starship, eager to witness what Imo-chun's so-called experiment would unveil. White Fox, lock onto Yi-Lang's life signature and prepare to launch the true God-level annihilation beam. As Imo-chun attentively monitored the movements of Gulong and Yi-Lang in the celestial expanse, he beamed with a peculiar smile upon witnessing Yi-Lang, now liberated, radiate a formidable surge of energy, propelling himself swiftly away from the magical starship. Life signature locked successfully. Annihilation beam fully charged. Annihilation beam launched successfully. Target's divine life characteristics have vanished. Target's soul alter fluctuations have dissipated. Target has been successfully obliterated. Accompanied by a series of mental feedback from the ship's spirit, a brilliant red beam erupted from the central position of the magical starship, swiftly transforming into a fleeting crimson light before vanishing from sight. Almost simultaneously, in the direction of Yi-Lang's hasty retreat, a dazzling yet ephemeral firework orb illuminated the void. As this orb dimmed and faded away, the area once again succumbed to a profound silence. The warrior known as Yi-Lang proved far too feeble, not even managing a semblance of struggle before being annihilated. Consequently, certain parameters pertaining to the starship could not be effectively gathered for comparison with theoretical values. It appears imperative to seek out more warriors for further experiments, thereby enriching the database and rectifying the deficiencies of the starship. Calmly receiving the various data feedback from the ship's spirit, Imo-chun mused inwardly. Chapter 112. Candor in the boundless and profound expanse of the starry sky. A black and red painted magic-guided starship lay quietly anchored upon the surface of a desolate planet. It was indeed a pitiful sight. A prominent pirate crew reduced to such meager resources. Inside the control room of the starship, Imo-chun, Gino, and Gulong sat together, gazing at the piles of shimmering divine crystals and spiritual treasures scattered across the floor. Xiaoxi, this starship of yours appears rather extraordinary. Where did you acquire it? Gino inquired, his eyes not even glancing at the divine crystals and various spiritual treasures at their feet, instead smiling at Imo-chun, awaiting an explanation. Are you referring to this magic-guided starship? I crafted it myself. It belongs to the divine-grade starship category, Imo-chun replied candidly, without reservation. A magic-guided starship? I don't recall you possessing the ability to construct starships, Xiaoxi. Have you recently acquired this skill? Gino asked, curiosity etched upon his face following Imo-chun's revelation. 10 months ago, I visited Toda City and participated in an auction at the Apothecary Pavilion, where I successfully bid for a parchment manuscript detailing the construction of wondrous starships. It was based on the records within this manuscript that I constructed this magic-guided starship capable of defeating divine-grade warriors, Qin explained, again revealing the circumstances of how he obtained the manuscript and learned the technology for starship construction. Fourth brother, did I hear you correctly? You just claimed that this small vessel possesses the capability to eliminate divine-grade warriors? Goodness, even our fierce beast flagship cannot guarantee such an ability against warriors. How can you possess such confidence in this vessel? Gulong interjected, his eyes wide with disbelief. The development model of large warships and colossal cannons does not represent the true evolutionary direction of starships. The flagship of fierce beasts often spans tens of thousands of kilometers, equipped with massive crystal cannons that create a stunning visual impact. However, in the realm of interstellar warfare, these colossal starships, due to their immense size, exhibit relatively poor maneuverability. While they may boast excellent defensive capabilities, their singular attack methods fail to fully exploit the potential of such massive vessels. Upon weighing the pros and cons, one realizes that the overall cost-effectiveness of the giant starships in the Moya Star region is exceedingly low. Conversely, the magic-guided starship I have constructed compensates for the deficiencies of the fierce beast starships. With an appropriate size, it is meticulously arranged with various types of weapons that effectively ensure the safety of the facilities within the existing starship dimensions and enhance its defensive strength. Thus, within a suitable area, the armament of the starship achieves optimal performance in both offense and defense. In response to Gulong's skepticism, Qin patiently elucidated. Balancing the size of the starship with the effective range of its weaponry and defense, and maximizing its performance and potential, represents a design philosophy I have scarcely encountered before. However, xianxia, I still find it difficult to believe your earlier assertion that this magic-guided starship possesses the capability to annihilate divine-level warriors. I wonder what means it employs to instill such confidence in you? After absorbing Qin's explanation, Jino fell silent for a few moments, contemplating the intricacies before posing another inquiry. In truth, there is no extraordinary method involved. Brother, you should comprehend that we warriors are constructed from the divine body, the soul altar, consciousness, and the primary soul, among other elements. These components are common to every warrior. Yet, deeper within them lies a more peculiar essence known as the life imprint. The life imprint serves as the fundamental trace of existence for all living beings. As long as the life imprint is not entirely eradicated, even in death, there remains a possibility of resurrection. The magic-guided starship I have created exploits this very characteristic of the life imprint. On board, there exists a specialized device capable of locking onto the life imprint of a being. These devices are composed of intricate magical formations, drawing continuous energy from divine crystals to function. Upon successfully locking onto the unique life imprint of a target, the starship's annihilation beam cannon can swiftly extract energy from the divine crystals and amplify the annihilation beam through complex formations, directly targeting the locked entity. Once the magic-guided starship has secured its target and unleashed the annihilation beam, no matter where the target attempts to flee, the beam will pursue at the speed of light until it obliterates the target completely. With a smile, Qin provided a detailed introduction. The ability to lock onto a person's life imprint is indeed remarkable. xianxia, how many of these starships do you possess? I believe Father would be exceedingly pleased to learn of such capabilities. As he listened to Qin's profound exposition on the magic-guided starship, Jino's eyes shimmered with astonishment. Currently, there is only this one completed starship. In truth, I have only recently acquired the manufacturing technology for such vessels. This starship serves as a prototype, and there are numerous performance parameters yet to be tested. Once I thoroughly understand its various capabilities and have gained confidence, I shall certainly not withhold my knowledge. At that point, I will assist the family in establishing a rapid production facility capable of mass-producing these starships, enabling our soldiers to be equipped extensively. Moreover, the divine-level starship is merely the most fundamental model. According to the scroll I possess, there are manufacturing techniques for even greater tiers of magic-guided starships, corresponding to different levels of warriors, such as the God King, Source God, and Void God levels, all the way up to the Primordial God class. This implies that, given sufficient time and resources, I am highly confident in my ability to construct a magic-guided starship capable of annihilating primordial-level warriors. Noticing Jino's burgeoning interest in the magic-guided starship, Qin seized the opportunity to divulge even more astonishing news. To annihilate primordial level? Upon hearing Qin's final assertion, Jino's eyes widened in disbelief, and his body trembled with excitement. Beside him, Gulong appeared even more disheartened, his large eyes fixated on Mo Chun, rendered speechless in astonishment. One cannot blame Jino and Gulong for their bewildered demeanor, for the domain C within the Moya star region, which connects the void passages between different star domains, akin to a harbor, has been sealed and obstructed for countless millennia. In this context, the most formidable warrior in the Moya star region is merely at the initial divine realm. As for the immortals of the realm beyond the initial divine stage, the vast majority of the diverse races in the Moya star region have not even heard of their existence. Moreover, since the wild domain was created by the primordial beings of chaos, the embodiment of chaos within this domain possesses the power to dictate the rules, acting with impunity. Thus, it is impossible for a warrior of ancestral domain caliber to emerge within the wild domain. As any life of such stature born, there would inevitably face annihilation and assimilation by the chaos. Returning to the crux of the matter, regarding the currently sealed Domain C of the Moya star region, if Mo Chun could indeed mass-produce magical battleships capable of decisively eliminating warriors of the initial divine realm, it would signify that the Leiden family possessed the means to sweep across all races within the Moya star region. Such an immense temptation for profit left Jino and Gulong unable to remain composed or unshaken. Their reactions were, as I anticipated, a reflection of my expectations. Observing the shifts in expression on Jino and Gulong's faces, Mo Chun felt a sense of satisfaction. His audacity in revealing the parchment manuscript stemmed from his desire to share the secrets and value of the magical battleships with the Leiden family, thereby indirectly accessing their resources to achieve his true goal of mass-producing these vessels. Mo Chun was acutely aware that, in this martial world where strength reigns supreme, his vessel named Long Li was inherently less gifted in martial arts than his three elder brothers. Under such circumstances, pursuing a conventional path to seize control of the Leiden family seemed unrealistic. Thus, to fulfill his ambitions, Mo Chun devised a plan to utilize the knowledge of the starships gleaned from the manuscript of the Ember Flute to indirectly dominate the Leiden family. Chapter 113. Qin utilizing the unique capability of the primordial god-level starship for mass production. The true intention of Mo Chun is to gradually replace the traditional perception of status and value determined solely by a warrior-esque cultivation within the Maya star domain. As technology advances to a certain extent, the so-called warriors will ultimately become mere remnants of souls beneath the cold, mechanical creations. As a sudden epiphany struck him, Mo Chun gazed at Jino and Gulong, who remained engulfed in astonishment, and silently articulated his thoughts. Perhaps it is not entirely accurate. Warriors, rooted in spiritual energy cultivation, embody an evolutionary path of continuous self-enhancement. In contrast, technology represents an external-based approach, indirectly augmenting one's strength through the utilization of various creations. Should a warrior ascend to the heights of a domain ancestor, or even to the level of the primordial universe's supreme god, would there not exist corresponding technological advancements capable of balancing such formidable creations? It is likely that there are, perhaps genetically modified super soldiers may present such a possibility. In contemplating the relationship between warriors and technology, Mo Chun's mind wandered to the powerful gene warriors from the world of Super God Academy. He mused that perhaps those super gene warriors, potent enough to slay gods, could serve as a means to counterbalance god-level life forms. Alas, this is a trial world, bound by unique settings. If only spiritual energy could manifest in the real world, the knowledge of starships and cultivation methods from this realm might be effectively utilized in reality. With a resigned sigh, Mo Chun shook his head in wry amusement. Having spent 10 months in this world, he found himself gradually enamored with the exquisite sensation of soaring freely through the skies. The powerful surge of his own energy bestowed upon him an exhilarating sense of openness and clarity, a refreshing delight far surpassing the dull monotony of the real world. He pondered whether the issue of spiritual energy cultivation stemmed primarily from racial differences or innate talents. This vessel, a Tyrannosaurus body of the tyrant dragon tribe, allowed him to distinctly perceive the ambient spiritual energy permeating the environment. This energy, akin to air, though invisible and intangible, truly exists. Furthermore, through a unique method of cultivation to absorb this energy, one can vividly sense the spiritual energy swirling around. In stark contrast, he found himself utterly incapable of perceiving even a trace of spiritual energy in the real world. Perhaps, indeed, the Earth lacks any fundamental existence of such energy particles. As his thoughts deepened, Mo Chun's mind brimmed with ideas, teetering on the edge of overflowing. Xianxia, have you not completed the experiments on this magic-guided starship? What do you need to proceed? Let us brainstorm together. After a few minutes, Jino, regaining his composure, excitedly inquired with a glint in his eyes. Yes, yes. Brother San is at your service for anything you require. I shall ensure it is done. Observing Gino's enthusiasm, Gulong also declared his support with a firm pat on his chest. Given the enthusiastic response from the second and third brothers, I shall no longer be coy. I require no fewer than 10 martial artists of the true God realm to assist in the meticulous statistical calibration of the magical starship's performance against other true God-level warriors, thereby achieving a comprehensive mastery of the true God-class magical starship. Mo Chun, with great effort, elucidated this extensive request to elicit the desired attitude from Gino and Bolong. Consequently, upon hearing their affirming stance, Mo Chun was forthright in articulating his needs. Acquiring 10 true God-level warriors is not a daunting task. Among the enslaved medicinal and mining workers at home, many possess true God-level prowess. Let us return to the clan now to select an adequate number of warriors for the experiments on the magical starship. After contemplating Mo Chin's request for a few moments, Gino lifted his gaze to respond. Brother 4, the calibration of this true God-class battleship requires a significant number of true God-level warriors. Should we eventually construct a Void God or even a Primordial God-class battleship, will we not also need Void God and Primordial God-level warriors for the experimental assessments? Bolong's sudden inquiry took Gino aback, causing his expression to darken. True God-level warriors are relatively accessible. However, the prospect of securing Void God or Primordial God-level warriors presents a formidable challenge, especially concerning the Primordial God-level warriors. It is crucial to note that within the vast expanse of the Maya star domain, among billions of beings and hundreds of races, there are scarcely a few dozen primordial God-level warriors. These few are either elders or clan leaders of significant families or formidable factions, each a sovereign in their own right. According to Mo Chun, the experimentation on primordial God-class starships necessitates corresponding primordial God-level warriors for performance evaluations. While Gino can effortlessly substitute true God-level warriors with the enslaved medicinal and mining workers from the Layden family, the same cannot be said for the primordial God-class starship. This realization caused Gino's countenance to darken further. Brother 3, I actually have a strategy to address your concerns. I believe that high-end starship experiments can be conducted in real combat situations. For instance, we can gather data on the primordial God-class starship by engaging factions that oppose the demon race. At that point, we merely need to invoke a pretext to incite warfare. As the conflict escalates, we will inevitably draw out the opposing faction's primordial God-level warriors. Once they are within the magical starship's line of sight and locked onto, escape will be impossible for them. Listening to Bolong's queries and observing the shifting expressions on Gino's face, Mo Chin, after a moment of introspection, grasped the source of their concerns. He had already devised a corresponding solution to their apprehensions. Thus, he maintained a relaxed demeanor and conveyed his strategic thoughts to both of them. Brother 4's idea is truly brilliant. As soon as Machin finished his explanation, Gulong couldn't help but burst into laughter, utterly convinced by Machin's strategy. Utilizing the enemy's warriors for experimentation not only resolves the issues of data collection for the starship, but also effectively diminishes the number of high-ranking enemy fighters. Indeed, a brilliant twofold approach. Nodding in agreement, Gino also smiled in affirmation. Suddenly, an alarm blared. An alert echoed through the vicinity, indicating the detection of powerful energy fluctuations. The control room of the starship was illuminated intermittently with flashes of crimson light, accompanied by the piercing sound of the alarm reverberating in the ears of those present in the central control chamber. Fourth brother, this ship's warning system is rather unique. Did you design it? Gulong, seemingly unconcerned about the alarm of the magical starship, took delight in the flickering environment around him and the cacophony of sounds. I constructed it strictly according to the design schematics from that manuscript. This warning device is not an invention of my own, Machin replied, feeling a bit bashful as he scratched his head in response to Gulong's inquiry. Although Machin was familiar with the various preset command phrases within the starship's spirit, in the eyes of those from this martial world, they were quite extraordinary. Thus, Machin patiently elaborated on the matter. Little Fourth, judging by the sound of this alarm, does it signify the presence of unidentified warriors nearby? Gino, being more cautious and meticulous, reacted to the alarm in a manner befitting his character, glancing at Machin as he queried. Indeed, second brother, your assumption is correct. The detection apparatus indicates that 3 unidentified starships have suddenly appeared over 200 kilometers to our left front. Based on projected analyses, these starships are expected to traverse our desolate planet shortly. It seems likely that they are connected to the Yalong space pirate group we recently vanquished. Machin explained while issuing a command to the White Fox to continue observing, piecing together the thoughts conveyed by the starship's spirit. This area still falls under the jurisdiction of our Raton family. However, due to its remote location and limited resources, several small-scale space pirates have taken refuge here. Their threat level is minimal, which is why our family has largely overlooked this region, allowing these pirates to operate freely, Machin continued, prompting Gino to rummage through his knowledge of this star sector. Second brother, are you aware of the Tiger Shark Pirate Group, the most powerful force in this star sector? From what I understand, their scale is considerable and poses a certain threat to our Raton family. After weighing his words, Machin cautiously inquired, the Tiger Shark Pirate Group? Haha. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Machin mention the Tiger Shark Pirate Group, Gino suddenly laughed. Gulong, standing beside him, also joined in the laughter. Second brother, third brother. What is so amusing? Machin asked, furrowing his brow in confusion at the situation. Little 4, your cultivation has yet to reach the realm of the source god. According to the regulations of our Layden family, due to your age and cultivation limitations, you are not permitted to be privy to certain core matters of our clan. However, since we find ourselves in this star domain today and have mentioned the Tiger Shark Space Pirate Group, it would not be of great consequence for me to divulge this information to you in advance. The leader of the Tiger Shark Space Pirate Group, Gong Jun, who has attained the 3rd level of the Void God realm, is, in fact, the former 5th elder of our demon clan, Manhu. Long ago, during an expedition in a secret realm, Manhu offended a core member of the Ice Clan's royal family. Under pressure from the Ice Clan, our demon tribe was compelled to allow Manhu to assume a new identity, fleeing to this star domain, concealing his identity, and secretly gathering those of our kin who had been forced into hiding due to offenses against other prominent clans. Over the years, the number of demon clan members gathered by Manhu increased, ultimately leading to the establishment of the Tiger Shark Space Pirate Group. With a gentle smile, Gino elaborated on this confidential matter, known only to the upper echelons of the demon tribe. To his surprise, the Tiger Shark Space Pirate Group turned out to be one of their own. Initially, when he had intended to deceive Gino and Galong into accompanying him, Mo Chen's true aim had been to challenge the Tiger Shark Space Pirate Group using the prowess of these two individuals, thereby testing the capabilities of the magical starship. However, upon hearing Gino's explanation, he realized he had nearly made a grave mistake by inadvertently targeting his own people. Fourth brother, you aren't seriously contemplating heading to the Tiger Shark Space Pirate Group to experiment with your magical starship using the warriors under Manhu, are you? Galong asked, his expression one of astonishment. Gino, standing nearby, also wore a look of bewilderment as he regarded Mo Chen. Chapter 114. Archenemy, the 4th judge prompts you. After reading, please remember to collect. Ahem, that is not the case. How could I possibly harbor intentions against the Tiger Shark Space Pirate Group? As his thoughts were laid bare, Mo Chen coughed lightly twice to mask his embarrassment. While Mo Chen and his companions discussed the Tiger Shark Space Pirate Group aboard the magical starship, 3 formidable vessels, constructed from an unknown dark red beast bone and stretching over 1,000 meters in length, adorned with blood-red skull flags, approached the desolate star where Mo Chen and his companions resided. Within the control room of one of these imposing starships, a middle-aged man in a gray robe, exuding an aura of chilling death, reclined comfortably in a lounge chair, sipping tea and indulging in fruit. Besides this man, a dozen warriors clad in standardized black attire, emanating a distinctive aura of death, were methodically operating the ship. Sir, the human girl has awoken, reported a young man in a black warrior outfit, his demeanor heavy with foreboding as he hurried into the control room to address the man in the lounge chair. Very well, I am aware. Ensure that she is closely monitored. This girl is the granddaughter of the Spirit Marquis and is not to be underestimated. We find ourselves in the territory of the Radon family. Had we not been eager to return to the Imperial Star, we would not risk a shortcut. Relay this command. Everyone must exercise utmost caution. Under no circumstances should our whereabouts be revealed, the middle-aged man instructed, his expression stern after hearing the youth's report. Yes, understood. The young man replied hastily before exiting the control room to carry out the orders. As long as there are no missteps. Once I successfully bring this girl back to our Corpse Clan's Imperial Star, the materials promised to me by the Corpse Emperor will finally be within my grasp. With those materials, I shall undoubtedly advance beyond the 2nd layer of the Void Divine realm and successfully ascend to the 3rd. After the youth departed, the cold demeanor of the middle-aged man gradually softened, and he reclined back in his chair with a smile, indulging in dreams of his promising future. In a heavily barred chamber aboard this starship, a young girl in her prime sat on the only wooden bed. She was petite, garbed in a purple ancient attire, her fair oval face marred by a frown. Why did these villains capture me? Alas, Had I known it would come to this, I should never have sneaked away from grandfather without telling him. The girl sat on the bed, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes devoid of luster as they fixated on a corner of the starship's floor, sighing and muttering to herself. Meanwhile, on the desolate star, upon learning that an unidentified starship was approaching them, Qin and his companions had reactivated their magical starship, concealing themselves at an exit on the surface of the desolate star, quietly awaiting the arrival of the unknown vessel. The spirit mechanism had already transmitted the projection image of the enemy to me. The objective consists of 3 dark red beastbone starships, each extending 1,000 meters in length. Each starship flies a blood-red skull flag. Connected to the spirit of the magical starship, Machin, through the spirit's feedback, relays the latest developments to Gino and Bolong in real time. Xianxia, are you saying that the flags on the enemy starships are blood-red skulls? Gino, intently listening to Machin's description, suddenly changed his expression upon hearing the words blood-red skull flag, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Indeed, the flag is a blood-red skull. As Machin was primarily focused on observing the 3 starships, he did not notice the sudden shift in Gino's demeanor. Second brother, it's the Royal Bloodbone Fleet of the Corpse Clan. After hearing Machin's account, Bolong's eyes abruptly turned crimson, and he let out a heavy, ferocious roar. What is the Royal Bloodbone Fleet of the Corpse Clan? Bolong's outburst finally drew Machin's attention to the unusual behavior of Gino and Bolong. He gazed at the two, whose expressions were fierce and filled with rage, and asked in confusion. The Bloodbone Fleet is a unique starship of the royal lineage of the Corpse Clan. Those aboard are undoubtedly related to the royal family of the Corpse Clan, Gino explained, slightly calmer as he clenched his fists. So, you mean that these 3 starships likely carry members of the Corpse Clan? I thought they might be other pirates associated with the Yelong pirate group, coincidentally visiting this dead star in search of them. After Gino's clarification, Machin nodded in understanding. The royal family of the Corpse Clan harbors an irreconcilable hatred towards our Radon family. Because of this enmity, members of the Corpse Clan rarely appear within our star domain. Since they are here today, it is likely they have urgent matters, wishing to traverse our territory as a shortcut back to their domain. They are unfortunate today to have their movements detected by us. Third brother, contact the family immediately and report the situation here. I believe our father and elder brother will be very interested in seizing these 3 bloodbone starships. Gino, tightening and then relaxing his fists, spoke with forced composure to Bolong. All right, I will contact elder brother right away. Bolong, his eyes still crimson, retrieved a sound stone from the spatial ring on his hand after hearing Gino's words. Second brother, do we have a significant grudge with the Corpse Clan? Observing Gino and Bolong's interactions, Machin cautiously probed as their conversation concluded. Xianxia, have you completely forgotten our mother-esque grievances? In stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor, Gino's emotions erupted upon hearing Machin's question, as he sternly reprimanded him. Beside him, Bone Dragon, who was communicating with family members using sound stones, abruptly halted upon hearing Machin's words. He suddenly looked up, his eyes crimson and his whole body trembling, staring at Machin with a fierce expression, as if he were ready to devour him. Mother. Oh, my head, it hurts so much. Noticing the unusual states of Gino and Bone Dragon, Machin, feeling both awkward and anxious, clutched his head, revealing a face caught between the desire to recall and immense pain. Alas, our dear mother, in her pursuit of breaking through to the divine realm, ventured with our father and dozens of formidable family members to a relic left by a fallen elder of our demon clan. She sought to enhance her chances of transcending by grasping the profound insights left behind in that relic. However, none anticipated that the relic would also draw the attention of the royal lineage of the Corpse Clan, with the intent of refining the remains of that demon elder. The current Corpse King, Hadouin, led the 4 great Corpse Kings and over 100 other Corpse Clan experts toward the relic's location at the same time our parents and their entourage set forth. Consequently, it was inevitable that a battle erupted in that once remote star domain. During the conflict, driven by the preciousness of the divine-level demon bones, the Corpse King ordered all his subordinates to eliminate our family members, regardless of the enmity it would incite with our clan. Outnumbered, the dozens of our latent family's experts who had ventured to the site were annihilated. In the end, our mother, at the cost of burning her soul and ultimately self-destructing, managed to allow our father to escape. After returning and recovering from his injuries, our father made 2 efforts to exact vengeance against the Corpse Clan, utilizing the full might of our family and expending vast resources. Yet, infuriatingly, the Corpse King, Having acquired the Elder's remains, successfully transformed them into a formidable demon corpse capable of contending with divine-level powers through the Corpse Clan's secret techniques. Because of this demon corpse, our family was unable to strike at the core of the Corpse Clan during both revenge campaigns. Instead, these reckless endeavors resulted in significant losses for our Tyrannosaurus clan. Simultaneously, some elders within the clan began to express dissatisfaction with our father's decisions due to the fruitless military actions. Against this backdrop, our father reluctantly abandoned the notion of seeking vengeance through the family strength. Following these events, all Corpse Clan warriors within our star domain were forcibly expelled, with explicit regulations stating that no Corpse Clan member was allowed to set foot in our territory. Any violators would be met with lethal force. Of course, the Corpse Clan reciprocated with similar measures. As the years have passed, the relationship between the Leyden family and the Corpse Clan has deteriorated significantly, reaching a point where warriors from both sides would engage in a life-and-death struggle upon meeting. Observing Mo Chen's anguished expression, Gino sighed, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes, as he elucidated the history of animosity between the Leyden family and the Corpse Clan. Brother, we have received word from eldest brother to clandestinely monitor these 3 Bloodbone ships. He has already reached out to the Tiger Shark pirate group nearby. Senior Manhu will lead the elite swiftly to our location. Simultaneously, Big Brother has activated the family's nearest teleportation array to this area, so he should arrive shortly. At this moment, Bone Long concluded his communication with the family and, putting away the sound stone, excitedly addressed Gino. This is splendid news. Senior Manhu possesses peak Void God cultivation, and with several Void God warriors from the Tiger Shark pirate group alongside Big Brother, who is at the pinnacle of the first layer of Void God, we have formidable strength to suppress ordinary Void God warriors of the second layer. Unless there are beings of the Origin God realm aboard those 3 Bloodbone ships, we are certain to defeat them. The information relayed by Bone Long ignited Gino's enthusiasm, causing him to vigorously clench his fist and exclaim with fervor, Origin God. Aside from the Corpse Emperor, the Grand Elder, and the 3 refined Origin-level corpses, where would the Corpse Clan find Origin-level warriors? If the Corpse Emperor and the Grand Elder are aboard those ships, we must fight to the death to buy time for our family's Origin God elders to arrive. By then, within our own territory, we will surely bring down the Corpse Clan's Origin God in this star domain. Gino's assertions were met with Bone Long's agreement, his face reflecting a fierce determination as if ready to risk everything. It became clear that the animosity stemmed from a maternal vendetta. No wonder these brothers displayed such hatred upon hearing the mention of the Corpse Clan's Bloodbone ships. After Gino had recounted the enmity between the Leyden family and the Corpse Clan, Mo Chen fell into a contemplative silence, secretly weighing his thoughts. Chapter 115. The Bait Gino and Galong restrained their impulse to rush out and engage in battle with the 3 Bloodbone ships. Meanwhile, Mo Chen, utilizing the detection apparatus of the magical starship's spirit, discreetly tracked the movements of the 3 Bloodbone vessels. Time passed gradually, and the 3 ships had long since traversed the location of the dead star where Mo Chen and his companions were concealed. By this point, it was the second day of Mo Chen piloting the magical starship while covertly pursuing the Bloodbone ships. His elder brother had just sent word that he had rendezvoused with the fleet of the esteemed Manhu, located over 1,000 kilometers ahead in a small asteroid field. In the control room of the magical starship, Galong stowed away the sound stone and informed Gino and Mo Chen, "It appears that my elder brother is ready. Therefore, we shall proceed according to the original plan and lure these 3 Bloodbone vessels into the asteroid field where he is stationed." Upon hearing Galong's words, Gino narrowed his eyes. "Brother, can we reveal our position now?" Mo Chen, who had partially focused his mental energy on the conversation between Gino and Galong, inquired at that moment. "Yes, we can reveal our position. However, Little 4, you must remember to maintain a safe distance from them. Since these 3 Bloodbone ships dare to venture into our family's star domain, they undoubtedly possess some form of support. For the safety of the 3 of us, you must exercise utmost caution. I do not wish to perish before avenging our grievances." In response, Gino half-jokingly and half-seriously admonished Mo Chen. "I am well aware, brother." Mo Chen understood Gino's implications. In truth, he was already cognizant of the need for prudence without further reminders. He was not reckless. Moreover, should he perish, it would signify the failure of their trial mission. The consequences of losing trial points were something he could ill afford. Inside one of the opulently adorned lounges aboard the central Bloodbone ship, a middle-aged man of the Corpse Clan sat cross-legged, engaged in his daily cultivation. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the lounge door. "What is it?" The middle-aged man awoke from his meditation, his eyes still closed as he inquired softly. Reporting to Lord Pang, an unidentified flying vessel has appeared to our left front. Should we? Outside the door. A young male from the Corpse clan respectfully reported the situation. Our clan's banner has been concealed. If the other party displays no unusual behavior and is merely passing by chance, we shall ignore them to avoid alarming the laden family. With his eyes slightly opened, the middle-aged man fell silent for a moment before issuing his directive. On the magical starship, Machin and his companions anxiously observed the three bloodbone ships now visible to the naked eye against the starry sky. Unlike the initial encounter when Machin first discovered them, the bloodbone vessels had now concealed all insignias and banners associated with the Corpse clan. In this manner, those unaware of the true nature of the three bloodbone ships, amidst the vastness of the starry sea, would likely perceive them as mere ordinary starships, failing to immediately recognize any connection to the Corpse clan royalty. The opposing party appeared to exhibit no reaction. On board the magical starship, with consciousness continuously linked to the vessel spirit, Mo-chan observed the movements of the three bloodbone ships and remarked in astonishment. According to their plan, they intended to position the magical starship appropriately to attract the attention of the undead crew aboard the bloodbone ships. It seemed that these undead beings had not yet descended into the folly of annihilating every warrior and vessel they encountered along their path. Instead, they opted to conceal the markers indicating their affiliation with the Corpse clan, choosing to travel discreetly. However, I do not believe the undead would remain utterly passive, especially when provoked by a vessel they could easily obliterate. Listening to Mo-chin's account of the latest movements of the three bloodbone ships, Gino scoffed with a wry smile. Brother, are you suggesting we take the initiative? Mo-chin's eyes brightened at Gino's words, pondering thoughtfully. Change course, feign a loss of control, and collide with any one of the bloodbone ships. Gino articulated his thoughts. This plan aimed to provoke the undead bloodbone ships amidst the starry expanse, and I find it quite appealing. With a mischievous grin, Mo-chan conveyed the corresponding mental commands to the vessel spirit. Soon, the magical starship altered its course, swiftly heading towards the central bloodbone ship. Quickly inform Lord Pang that small vessel is approaching our flagship and is about to collide. An observer in the control room of the Corpse clan flagship, who had been monitoring the small craft, expressed his peculiar astonishment to a nearby kin as he watched it suddenly change course and head directly for them. The magical starship, measuring over 40 meters, appeared minuscule compared to the towering bloodbone ships, akin to a small wooden boat against an aircraft carrier in the vast ocean. Were it not for being within the territory of the Radton family, such a tiny vessel would have been effortlessly dispatched long ago. Now, they were forced to prepare a response, which was utterly infuriating. The other members of the Corpse clan in the flagship's control room also noticed the seemingly insignificant magical starship, akin to a fly in their eyes. It's flying towards us? A middle-aged man, abruptly awakened from his meditation in the lounge, furrowed his brow upon hearing the report from his subordinate, perplexed. Indeed, the other party seems unaware of the situation, suddenly charging towards our flagship as if possessed. The young undead replied, equally bewildered, with a wry smile. Evade if possible. If avoidance is impossible, then make it swift and clean. Do you understand my meaning? As the middle-aged man relaxed his furrowed brow, he suddenly realized that he was overreacting to a vessel merely a few dozen meters long. He felt that he had been overly cautious, and after issuing his instructions to his subordinates, he chuckled softly and returned to his meditative state. The colossal entity has permitted us to employ extraordinary measures. In the control room of the bloodbone ship, a communications officer of the undead tribe, upon receiving the latest notification, displayed an expression of astonishment. Ever since they had entered the territory of the Radon family, they had exercised remarkable restraint, steeling themselves. They resolved that as soon as the vessel entered the range of the fleet's crystal cannon, they would immediately open fire, leaving no chance for the enemy to escape. In the control room, a small leader of the undead observed his subordinates' reactions and declared loudly, "The magical starship's crystal cannon has shown signs of charging. We cannot advance any further. Proceeding could result in being annihilated in an instant. Brothers, let us harass and test their defenses from a safe distance beyond the reach of these bloodbone ships." The detection devices aboard the magical starship promptly captured the unusual energy fluctuations emanating from the bloodbone vessels. "This starship was constructed by you. Manage it as you see fit," Gino replied with a nod. Thus, over the next several minutes, Mo-chan piloted the magical starship, repeatedly darting toward the three bloodbone ships, only to make sharp turns at a certain distance and retreat in the opposite direction. "Captain, they are taunting us." The undead aboard the bloodbone ships observed the actions of the magical starship. They had anticipated that it would not be long before they could unleash their frustrations through the crushing of that small boat in the near distance. However, to their astonishment, the vessel they had deemed insignificant was engaging in such audacious maneuvers at the very edge of danger. The long-awaited prey lingered at the brink of the trap, yet refrained from taking that crucial step into the net, which undoubtedly heightened the hunter's agitation. Command the fleet to charge at full speed toward that vessel. Once it enters the range of our starship's crystal cannon, ensure its complete destruction. The repeated provocations of the magical starship incited a surge of anger in the captain of the 3 Bloodbone flagship vessels. After observing the magical starship's actions for some time, he decisively issued the command. In his mind, destroying the magical starship was merely a matter of a few minutes. Thus, he did not promptly report the unusual behavior of the magical starship to the middle-aged man. Not good. One of the Bloodbone ships is heading directly toward us. Xianxia, flee. Gino, who was vigilantly monitoring the approach of the 3 Bloodbone ships, suddenly detected the flagship's unusual acceleration. Everything was proceeding according to plan. He feared not their advance, but rather their hesitation to pursue. The magical starship's spirit immediately relayed the information about the Bloodbone flagship's sudden speed increase to Emotion. He meticulously calculated the distance between the magical starship and the Bloodbone vessel, his composure growing ever steadier. Now is the time. Engage full power. Target the small asteroid field. As the Bloodbone flagship entered the critical point of minimum danger predicted by Mo Chun, he commanded fiercely through his mental connection with the spirit of the magical starship. Humph. Attempting to flee? It is too late. The captain of the Bloodbone flagship, upon witnessing the magical starship make a sudden sharp turn and accelerate towards the depths of space, scoffed. However, before he could utter another word, the smirk at the corner of his mouth began to freeze, ultimately vanishing, replaced by a grim expression. Captain, their speed has suddenly increased to more than double what we previously observed, nearly surpassing our starship's maximum velocity. A crew member in the Bloodbone control room urgently alerted. Hasn't surpassed yet? Pursue. I refuse to believe we cannot capture this little insect. The captain responded coldly, casting a menacing glance at the operator. His demeanor caused the members of the undead race in the control room to tense up, bowing their heads in silence, their focus solely on operating the starship. As members of the flagship, they were acutely aware of their captain's ruthless and twisted nature. Following the Bloodbone flagship's sudden acceleration in pursuit of the magical starship, the 2 accompanying Bloodbone vessels, serving as its flanking escorts, swiftly followed suit, propelled into full speed. The distance of over 1,000 kilometers was covered in less than 10 minutes, given the full throttle of both starships. Up ahead lies the asteroid belt. My brother and the senior warrior barbarian tiger's fleet are already within. We must hurry, Bone Long exclaimed with excitement, gazing at the rapidly approaching asteroid field from the magical starship. However, the captain of the relentless Bloodbone flagship, noticing the magical starship swiftly entering the relatively small asteroid belt, felt an ominous twitch in his eyelid. No, stop. Immediately turn back and leave this area. Years of combat intuition alerted him to the potential dangers that lay ahead. In mere seconds of hesitation, he decisively issued a retreat order. Regrettably, Goosir and Barbarian Tiger, who lay in ambush within the asteroid belt, did not grant the captain the opportunity to withdraw. As Mo Chin piloted the magical starship into the asteroid field, Goosir commanded the other Tiger Shark space pirate vessels, hidden in the surrounding areas, to converge towards the asteroid belt. Meanwhile, the main fleet of the Tiger Shark space pirates surged forth from within the asteroid field, advancing towards the 3 assembled Bloodbone vessels. For the members of the Radon family, when confronting the royal lineage of the undead, there was no room for idle chatter. A simple attack order from Goosir heralded the commencement of this minor skirmish. Fools. Such a crude trap, and you fail to recognize it. Truly a bunch of worthless scum. The violent shaking of the Bloodbone vessel, struck by a crystal cannon, alerted the middle-aged man to the dire situation unfolding outside. He was abruptly awakened from his meditative state, and with a swift motion, he vanished into the lounge. When he reappeared, he found himself in the control room. After inquiring with the captain about the entire incident, he was filled with fury and indignation. Calm down, Mr. Pang. The adversaries are merely a band of space pirates from the nearby star region. Our Bloodbone ship is more than capable of repelling these insignificant pests, he reassured. At this moment, the captain, still unable to grasp the gravity of the situation, lowered his head and spoke with a fierce countenance. Insignificant pests? Are you blind? Have you ever witnessed a pirate fleet composed entirely of warships of identical specifications? The middle-aged man, incensed by the captain's words, pointed with trembling fingers at the enormous black and white ships outside, each measuring thousands of meters in length, and demanded sternly. Chapter 116. Ambush within the command room of the flagship Bloodbone ship. The captain found himself utterly shamed by the inquiries of a middle-aged man. Rendered speechless and unable to retort. Lord Pang, I acknowledge my mistakes. What should we do next? After a long pause, the captain asked with a tone of regret and despair. What to do? Order all warriors above the true god realm on the 3 warships to disembark and break through. The remaining personnel shall stay aboard the ships, prepared to fight to the death, buying time for those attempting to escape. The middle-aged man's expression shifted momentarily before he decisively issued the command. Upon finishing, he turned away from the captain and swiftly departed towards a chamber within the flagship. In the central control room of the magic-guided starship, Imo Chun, Jino, and Gulong had already reunited with their elder brother, Gu Te. The commanders of these 3 bloodbone ships were indeed formidable. Devising a strategy to disperse all warriors capable of long-term flight in space to minimize the losses of the Corpse Clan in such a short span of time. As Gu Te witnessed many members of the Corpse Clan suddenly detach from the 3 bloodbone ships, each swiftly retrieving their personal flying devices to escape through the gaps amidst the encirclement of the Tiger Shark Space Pirate Group's colossal starships. He could not help but exclaim, Elder brother, let the true God Realm warriors under the command of Senior Monhu also disembark to pursue these Corpse Clan members. Jino, having observed the changes on the battlefield, proposed this to Gu Te. Very well, Gu Te responded, retrieving a sound stone from his spatial ring to immediately contact Monhu. This scenario was perfectly suited for testing the might of my magic-guided starship. Mo Chun, too, noticed the multitude of tiny black dots emerging from the 3 bloodbone ships. This scene was precisely what he had yearned for. The true god-level magic-guided starship still had numerous functions yet to be tested, lacking several critical parameters for calibration and collection. Realizing what had transpired and formulating a plan, Mo Chun refrained from further words and directly issued an order to target the Corpse Clan warriors through his mental connection with the vessel's spirit. As the warriors of the Tiger Shark Space Pirate Group also took flight from their massive starships, forming clusters to pursue the Corpse Clan warriors. The conflict transitioned from a mere starship battle to a deadly pursuit between warriors against the backdrop of the dark starry sky. This marked the 42nd true God Realm warrior to be slain. Hours later, Mo Chun gazed at a colossal crater on the surface of a dead star below the magic-guided starship, where fragments of various artifacts were faintly visible. He mused inwardly. This Corpse Clan warrior was originally hiding beneath the surface of this dead star, over 60 meters underground. Were it not for the detection devices aboard the magic-guided starship, which directly locked onto the life signatures of the warriors, this hidden Corpse Clan warrior would have remained undetected. Fortunately, Xiaoxi had the foresight to mark and lock onto the life signatures of all Corpse Clan true God Realm warriors from the moment they began to evacuate from the 3 bloodbone ships. Thus, no matter how they attempt to flee or evade, it has become utterly meaningless. Through the windows of the starship, Jino withdrew his gaze from the surface of the dead star, expressing his awe with a heartfelt sigh. Fourth brother, having slain so many true God-level undead warriors, have you gathered all the necessary parameters for this starship? Over the past few hours, witnessing the relentless annihilation of the undead warriors by Imo Chin's magical starship, Gulong's mood had brightened considerably. All the data and parameters have just been collected and verified. Imo Chin nodded, a smile gracing his face. With the comprehensive data and performance parameters of this magical starship, the foundation and direction for the manufacture of more advanced starships had been established. Unlike before when they could only follow the designs laid out in the parchment manuscripts, painstakingly constructing the vessels step by step. This is quite intriguing. It appears there are still other undead beings hidden on this dead star. If it weren't for my mastery of the secret arts that allow me to sense the aura of warriors, I might have let this elusive foe slip away. Just as Mo Chun and Gulong were conversing, Gut, standing nearby, suddenly exhibited a peculiar glint in his eyes, fixating on the dead star beneath the magical starship. At the very moment when Mo Chun had driven the starship to deliver a fatal blow to the true God-level undead warrior, Gut's keen perception had detected a subtle fluctuation of energy nearby, fleeting past the magical starship. The opponent was cautious, merely probing the vicinity of the starship without directly invading its interior. Nonetheless, even this faint fluctuation of energy had not escaped Gut's notice. Brother, can you ascertain the opponent's cultivation level? Jino inquired, his gaze returning to the dead star, filled with curiosity. I'm uncertain of the precise level, but I can assert that their realm is likely at the Void God stage, possibly even a few levels above mine. Gut replied thoughtfully, furrowing his brow. If brother is at the first tier of the Void God stage and the opponent is a few levels higher, does that not imply they are above the second tier? Jino's expression shifted at this revelation. What is there to fear? Although our elder brother is at the first tier of the void god stage, he possesses the strength to contend with those at the second tier. Should our three brothers assist him, it is not impossible to defeat this undead being, Gulong remarked, grinning, his demeanor contrasting sharply with Gino's concern. Third brother, your perspective is overly simplistic. Fourth brother is at the third tier of the godly spirit stage. You are at the second tier of the source spirit stage. I am at the third tier of the source spirit stage. And our elder brother is at the first tier of the void god stage. The opponent's cultivation level is likely at the second tier of the void god stage. Aside from our elder brother, who possesses the capacity to engage, the three of us lack the qualifications to confront them. One encounter could result in us being grievously injured, rendering us incapable of combat. If we lose our fighting ability and cannot withdraw from battle in time, we would not only fail to assist our elder brother, but could also become a burden, hindering his ability to fight effectively. Gino's expression turned somber as he coldly dismantled Gulong's optimistic outlook. I believe it would be prudent to contact Senior Manhu first. Once Senior Manhu arrives, we can decisively deal with the Corpse Clan warrior hiding within the Dead Star. At this moment, who had remained silent, voiced his proposal. Indeed, xianxia is right. There is no need for us to take unnecessary risks. To be cautious, we should first reach out to Senior Manhu. Expressed his agreement with suggestion. The four individuals aboard the magical starship unanimously concurred on the necessity of contacting Manhu. As they prepared to use the Soundstone, deep within a mine tunnel inside the Dead Star, a dozen Corpse Clan warriors were patiently waiting under a translucent magical barrier. Among these warriors, a middle-aged man with the surname Pang sat with his eyes closed, while a young girl in ancient purple attire lay unconscious beside him. Apart from the middle-aged man, there were 2 warriors at the first level of Void God and 11 at the Source God level, alongside 3 peak Divine Kings. Fortunately, with Lord Pang's special treasure that conceals one's aura, we might still be alive. Otherwise, our survival would be in jeopardy. A Corpse Clan warrior, marked with a red diamond symbol on his forehead, broke the silence by sighing, feeling the oppressive atmosphere within the mine. He was one of the 2 Void God-level warriors. Indeed, it is quite unfortunate to have attracted the attention of the Star Pirate group. It is truly vexing. Another Void God-level warrior from the Corpse Clan, hearing his companion's lament, shook his head in bitter agreement. A black and red flying vessel, over 40 meters in length, hovered above the Dead Star, lingering without departing. Just as the warrior with the diamond mark on his forehead was about to say more, the middle-aged man awakened. His eyes still closed, and spoke calmly. A black and red flying vessel over 40 meters in length? Could it possibly be the one that lured us into the Star Pirates' ambush? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, all the Corpse Clan warriors were momentarily stunned. And then one of the Source God warriors expressed his fury with a guess. It might indeed be so. Just a moment ago, I sensed that vessel had used some method to precisely eliminate one of our true God-level warriors, who was hiding dozens of meters underground. Such a strange technique is something I have never encountered before. In response, the middle-aged man's expression darkened. He had previously received explanations about the magical starship from the former captain. However, since he had never actually seen the appearance of a magical starship, he failed to recognize that the vessel hovering above the Dead Star was indeed one. Nevertheless, after considering his subordinate speculation, he quickly connected the dots. We must immediately exit and destroy the vessel above, then depart the Radon family's star domain at the fastest possible speed. After deducing that the vessel above was the culprit behind the ambush on the Bloodbone ship by the Star Pirates, an inexplicable sense of crisis surged within the middle-aged man. Confronted by the seemingly unassuming yet enigmatic magical starship, the middle-aged man dared not relax his vigilance. He feared that the opposing party had already detected his group and established contact with the main force of the space pirates. If that were the case, escape would become exceedingly difficult. Within the control room of the magical starship, after concluding communication with the fierce tiger, Mo Chun and his 3 companions intended to pilot the starship to conceal themselves among the nearby stars, secretly monitoring every movement on the desolate planet. However, just as Mo Chun was about to issue a command to the spirit of the vessel, a piercing alarm suddenly erupted throughout the control room. Warning! Warning! An unidentified structure is approaching our ship. Please be alert for reconnaissance and defense. What could this unidentified structure be? Having experienced several warning scenarios aboard the magical starship, Gulong was somewhat perplexed by the unfamiliar nature of this alarm. An unidentified structure refers to a substance that the vessel's spirit cannot recognize, and which is not recorded in its database. Nevertheless, the fact that this unidentified structure is capable of movement suggests it may possess some form of sentient awareness. coupled with the existence of a necromancer at the virtual deity level lurking on this dead planet. We have ample reason to believe that this so-called unidentified structure is likely connected to that necromancer. Should this hypothesis hold true, the opposing party, utilizing such a peculiar means, is undoubtedly approaching us with intentions that could pose significant danger. Thus, for the sake of safety, I propose that we immediately execute our earlier plan and hastily depart from this dead planet. We can then leverage the magical starship's long-range detection capabilities to monitor the dead planet from a distance. Having processed the multiple detection results regarding the unidentified structure relayed by the vessel's spirit, Mo Qin offered his timely conclusion. I will follow your lead. Fourth brother. Mo Qin's sudden analysis left Gu Tei and the others in the control room stunned. After a considerable pause, Gu Tei finally voiced the consensus of the trio. Seeing the agreement among the group, Mo Qin wasted no time and promptly commanded the spirit of the vessel to steer the magical starship at full speed away from the dead planet. A few minutes after the starship departed, a group of over a dozen necromancers, their presence shrouded by a special treasure, appeared in the vicinity of the celestial void where the magical starship had previously hovered, led by the middle-aged man with the surname Pang. Indeed, there was a problem. They had managed to escape ahead of time. The middle-aged man wore a grim expression as he surveyed the empty space where the magical starship had been. Lord Pang, shall we pursue them? Inquired a necromancer adorned with a diamond-shaped mark on his forehead, cautiously. First, we must leave the territory of the Radon family, the middle-aged man commanded, his tone tinged with reluctance after a moment of silence. Soon after, the group of necromancers departed from the dead planet, heading toward a direction far removed from the Radon family's star domain. It turned out that the dead planet harbored not just a single necromancer of the virtual deity level, but nearly 20 warriors of at least the true deity rank. In the control room of the magical starship, Mo Qin's expression darkened. They must have employed a treasure capable of concealing their presence. Upon hearing Mo Qin's words, Gino could not help but exclaim in shock. Fortunately, the timely reminder from the fourth brother saved them. Had they remained at the dead star, they would surely be in mortal peril now. As Mo Qin elucidated the current state of the dead star, Gut's expression also darkened considerably. How unfortunate. They had nearly fallen victim to those ghastly corpse dwellers. Bone Long's face reflected both astonishment and a hint of trepidation as he clenched his fists and resolutely declared, "The esteemed elder man Tiger and his companions are quite distant from us. It will take them at least half a day to arrive. During this interval, we must discreetly track these corpse dwellers and ensure they do not escape." As the eldest among the four brothers, Gut surveyed the other three before falling into thoughtful silence, ultimately making a decisive choice. Thus, while the middle-aged corpse dweller and his group hastily fled the confines of the Radon family's star domain, Mo Qin and his companions aboard the magical starship, leveraging the advantage of their long-distance detection devices, trailed the corpse dwellers with measured vigilance, closely monitoring their every move. In the blink of an eye, the half-day had passed. The leader of the Tiger Shark pirate group, the formidable Man Tiger, who had reached the third tier of the Void God realm, finally arrived aboard a massive black and white starship, convening with Mo Qin and his companions at the periphery of the Radon family's star domain. "You young masters have worked hard. The remaining matters shall be entrusted to our Tiger Shark pirate group," he boomed, towering at nearly 2 meters, his robust physique resembling a small mountain. "Uncle Man Tiger, there is no need for formality. The remnants of the corpse dwellers are resting on an abandoned mining star just ahead. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed together to annihilate them swiftly," Gut replied earnestly after performing the customary greetings of the demon clan alongside Man Tiger. "Very well. I invite you young masters to board our flagship. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise during the battle, I will ensure your safety," Man Tiger suggested sincerely. Considering the esteemed status of Gut and his companions, as there were formidable experts among the corpse dwellers, "We shall heed Uncle Man Tiger's arrangements," Gut responded, showing understanding of Man Tiger's intentions as he nodded on behalf of the quartet. Witnessing the humility of the four young masters, devoid of any airs of nobility, warmed Man Tiger's heart, prompting him to silently commend their demeanor. Soon, Mo Qin stowed the magical starship within his spatial ring. Subsequently, he and the other three boarded the Tiger Shark flagship. Once all were aboard, the colossal starship activated the energy from the divine crystals within its hull, resembling a magnificent beast of the cosmos, bearing its ferocious maw as it surged towards the abandoned mining star where the middle-aged corpse dwellers group was temporarily resting. Boom, boom, boom. A few hundred kilometers was but a fleeting moment for the gigantic starship as it accelerated towards near maximum speed, propelled by the divine crystal matrix. Confronting the decrepit mining star where the group of the middle-aged corpse clan man had paused, the Tiger Shark flagship, upon approaching within several dozen kilometers, showed no sign of deceleration. On the contrary, the vessel's speed subtly increased, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive collisions. The already hollowed and decaying abandoned mining star was violently struck by the Tiger Shark flagship, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that transformed it into a chaotic field of drifting small meteorites scattered across the starry expanse. Such a formidable starship. Although the defensive crystalline magical array embedded within the vessel was not particularly intricate, its efficacy was amplified by the abundant energy provided by an immense reserve of divine crystals. Even the most rudimentary energy shield, when bolstered by a continuous flow of energy and the inherent acceleration of the Tiger Shark flagship, could metamorphose the mundane into the extraordinary, rendering it a devastating weapon capable of obliterating a mining star. Within the control room of the Tiger Shark flagship, as he witnessed the vessel shatter the abandoned mining star into a field of debris, Imo-chan's eyes reflected a mixture of astonishment and dread. This is bad. We've been discovered. The violent onslaught of the Tiger Shark flagship had left the Corpse Clan's group, caught in the explosion's aftermath, in disarray, their garments tattered and their expressions revealing their distress. Not a single one would be spared. All must be eliminated. Once the figures of the middle-aged Corpse Clan man and his companions were exposed in the cosmic void, Man Who glanced at Gu-te, noting his cold and indifferent demeanor, and comprehended the situation, swiftly relaying the command to attack. Having issued the order, Man Who promptly vanished from the Tiger Shark flagship, reappearing amidst the stars. The middle-aged Corpse Clan man possessed a cultivation level of the virtual god's second heaven, and within the entire Tiger Shark pirate crew, only Man Who, with his prowess at the third heaven of the virtual god, could subdue him. The remaining members were no match for their adversary. The battle erupted instantaneously, and in accordance with Man Who's directive, all warriors of Divine King level and above aboard the Tiger Shark flagship surged forth to engage in combat with the more than 10 Corpse Clan warriors outside. Chapter 117. Lingxi in the Realm of the Undead. A middle-aged man led a group consisting of merely 2 warriors at the Void God realm, 11 at the Source God realm, and 3 at the pinnacle of the Divine King realm, totaling 17 martial artists. Among them, the middle-aged man from the undead also brought along a human girl who remained in a state of unconsciousness. In stark contrast, the Tiger Shark pirate group descending from their flagship boasted nearly 300 warriors, each possessing at least the first level of the Divine King realm. Among them, there were over 100 who had reached the Source God realm. Additionally, the leader, Man Who, along with 3 other Hall Masters of the Tiger Shark pirate group, all at the Void God realm, were present, not accounting for the still remaining Gudo, who was in the flagship's control room, also at the Void God level. The disparity in strength was glaringly evident. Faced with the onslaught from the Tiger Shark warriors, the majority of the undead fighters were ruthlessly overwhelmed in mere moments, their souls extinguished. Within a span of less than 2 minutes, 14 of the 17 undead warriors had fallen, leaving only 3 Void God realm fighters, including the middle-aged man, to stand back to back, their expressions grave as they confronted the hundreds of warriors from the Tiger Shark pirate group. Given the vast difference in realms, the Divine King warriors were easily dispatched, with the 3 Void God undead warriors finding themselves outmatched, as each strike from their opponents could obliterate 3 to 5 of them, akin to chopping vegetables. While the Source God warriors were significantly stronger than the Divine King fighters, they too could only claim 1 life per encounter against the 3 undead warriors. Witnessing this, Man Who refrained from ordering further reckless assaults from his members, instead commanding all warriors below the Void God realm to retreat to the flagship. He, along with the 3 Hall Masters at the first level of the Void God realm, advanced to confront the middle-aged man and his companions. Man Who, being at the 3rd level of the Void God realm, theoretically held the upper hand against the middle-aged man at the 2nd level. The 3 Hall Masters were skilled at the 1st level of the Void God realm, while 2 of the opposing warriors also shared the same level. On the surface, it appeared that Man Who's side had a considerable advantage. However, among experts of the Void God realm, without significant realm suppression or the aid of powerful artifacts, achieving victory based solely on a minor edge in realm was fraught with unpredictability. Inside the control room of the Tiger Shark flagship, Gino observed the evolving battlefield, providing commentary. "You 3 stay here. I shall join the fray to avenge my esteemed mother," he declared. Gudo, upon hearing Gino's explanation, furrowed his brows and suddenly spoke up. With that, he vanished from the control room. Shortly thereafter, Gudo reappeared on the battlefield, standing side by side with Man Who. The sudden appearance of Gudo elicited a hint of displeasure on the face of Man Who, Yet after a brief exchange with Gyuder, Monhu surprisingly nodded in agreement to his participation in the battle. What are those individuals doing? The impending clash among the warriors of the Void Divine Realm on the battlefield failed to capture Imo Chin's attention. To him, the sight of warriors engaging in brutal combat, leaving their opponents bloodied and dismembered, with internal organs splattered everywhere, was excessively grotesque. Although Imo Chin had also resorted to violence in the trial realm, such as obliterating the Wraith space in America with a thermonuclear bomb and commanding elite Qin troops to massacre the indigenous cities of the East, these actions either vaporized the opponents without a gruesome display or were indirect commands executed by others, sparing him from direct involvement. Thus, witnessing the blood-soaked scene where the Tiger Shark Star pirates slaughtered a dozen warriors of the Corpse clan filled him with revulsion. Consequently, he diverted his attention from the conflict to the surroundings of the battlefield, as he surveyed the area and gradually grew bored, contemplating an early return to his territory to utilize the gathered data for further research on ships of the Divine King class. The peculiar behavior of 3 warriors from the Tiger Shark Star pirates suddenly drew his interest. These 3 warriors, possessing formidable prowess at the 3rd tier of the Source Divine Realm, did not return directly to the flagship like the others. Instead, they wandered among the remnants of the battlefield where their comrades had fought the Corpse clan, pausing at the locations of the vanquished warriors' corpses to manipulate a jade-colored compass-like artifact. This device was a soul detector, specifically designed for battlefield cleanup, preventing practitioners of soul-related techniques from temporarily concealing their souls amidst the appearances of their divine body's demise, thus avoiding the fate of spiritual annihilation. The observant Gino happened to overhear Imo Chin's murmurs and, following his gaze towards the trio of Tiger Shark warriors, smiled and explained, "Oh, they are merely finishing off the wounded." Upon hearing Gino's words, Imo Chin experienced a moment of clarity. Just as he was about to retract his focus from the activities of the 3 Source Divine Realm warriors, a new development arose among them. The trio had gathered around a fainted girl in purple attire, engaged in animated conversation. It appeared that the girl was in distress. Regaining his curiosity, Imo Chin scrutinized the 3 warriors for a while before reaching a conclusion. After more than 10 minutes, one of the men from the group responsible for the finishing blows flew back to the Tiger Shark flagship and entered the control room. "I have met the 3 young masters. My name is Taryn, and I am an attendant of the Tiger Shark Star Pirates." Talon entered the control room and respectfully bowed to Imo Chin and his companions. "Do you have something to report?" Imo Chin inquired, glancing at Gino and Bonelong, who were focused on the battle between Gu Te, Manhu, and the 3 members of the Corpse clan. Reporting to young Master Longley, "While we were clearing the remains of the Corpse clan, we discovered a comatose girl of the human race, possessing the cultivation of a true god." Upon being directly questioned by Imo Chin, Talon hastily responded, "A human girl? Have you reported this to Elder Manhu?" Imo Chin paused, taken aback by Talon's revelation. He was puzzled as to why the warrior from the Tiger Shark Star Pirate group would not first inform Manhu of such a significant matter, instead choosing to approach the 3 of them. "We have already reported to the leader, but he said he was too busy and instructed us to seek the opinions of the young masters first," Talon continued. "I see. Please bring her here for us to examine," Imo Chin said, understanding that Manhu was likely preoccupied with battling the Corpse clan's void god-level warriors, thus delegating the inquiry to the young masters of the Laden family. After contemplating this, Imo Chin glanced at Gino and Bonelong, noting that they remained fixated on the battlefield rather than the matter at hand, and took the initiative to speak. A few minutes later, Talon, accompanied by 2 other Source god-level warriors from the Tiger Shark Star Pirate group, brought the girl clad in purple ancient garments into the flagship control room. "Is this girl one you defeated?" Imo Chin asked curiously, observing the girl lying on the ground, her hair disheveled, her face covered in meteorite dust, and her tattered clothing exposing much of her pale skin. "When we found her, she was already unconscious," Talon replied promptly. "I see. You may continue with your other tasks." "We will handle this girl," Imo Chin said, casting another contemplative glance at the girl on the floor, pondering his next thoughts. "Her soul has been sealed to awaken her. We must first break the seal in her mind." Gino, having caught the conversation, turned his gaze to the girl for a moment before redirecting it back to the distant battlefield. "Can you break the seal, second brother?" Imo Chin asked, glancing between Gino and the unconscious girl. "I possess a special treasure designed to break seals. We can give it a try," Gino replied. Producing a black orb the size of a cow's eye, he tossed it towards Imo Chin. Receiving the black orb, Imo Chin held it up to his eyes, examining it with great curiosity. Placing the orb at the center of the young girl's forehead, he infused it with divine power. After handing the black orb to Imo Chin, Gino turned away, imparting a final piece of advice. Heeding Gino's instructions, Imo-chun proceeded with the task at hand. With a faint, subdued murmur, the girl stirred, her closed eyes fluttering open. Where am I? As her beautiful almond-shaped eyes adjusted to her surroundings, she instinctively glanced around. Her voice tinged with weakness and confusion as she realized she was no longer in the blood-soaked resting chamber of the ship. This place is the Tiger Shark flagship. Upon witnessing the girl awaken, Imo-chun's expression shifted from curiosity to indifference. The Tiger Shark flagship, I have never heard of it. Are you also one of the Corpse Clan? The girl, pondering this, shook her head in utter bewilderment. I belong to the Tyrant Dragon Clan. Those you refer to as the Corpse Clan are about to be annihilated. Imo-chun, cautious and observant, scrutinized the girl's every movement and word, sensing her sincerity, which piqued his curiosity regarding her true identity. Annihilated? Do not jest. They have formidable warriors in the Void God realm. How could they be so easily dealt with? Upon hearing this, the corners of the girl's cherry-like lips twisted into a faint, bitter smile. Look, do you see the three individuals outside who are on the brink of death? Are they not the ones you speak of? Without further argument, Imo-chun gestured towards the battle involving Gudo and the others, inviting the girl to take a look. Following his indication, the girl raised her gaze to the window of the starship, observing the battlefield. After several intense minutes of life-and-death combat, the three Void God Realm warriors from the Corpse Clan were left in a pitiful state. Notably, one middle-aged man of the Corpse Clan, possessing the strength of the Void God's second tier, was brutally targeted by Gudo and Manhu, his upper garments in tatters. A gruesome wound, stark against his flesh, revealed bone, slashing diagonally from his left chest to his right side. In addition to this grievous injury, several other wounds adorned his upper body, oozing a grotesque blend of red and green blood. Indeed, it is them. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief, her right hand covering her mouth in shock. Now, tell me your name and why you are with these warriors of the Corpse Clan. Once the girl had taken in the sight, Imo-chun asked coldly. Oh, yes. My name is Xianxia. I was ambushed and captured by them, confined in a small room until today when I encountered you all. It was only now that I truly believed I had escaped their captivity, and in her excitement, Xianxia's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurried to explain, her demeanor reflecting a palpable fear of being misunderstood by Imo-chun. Chapter 118. Adored by all, Xianxia, where is your home? Imo-chun inquired with a stern expression. I reside on the Star of Forgetfulness, Xianxia replied readily. The Star of Forgetfulness? Is that the one exclusively belonging to Master Lingju, renowned for its ability to forge artifacts of at least divine quality, provided the necessary materials? The external conflict was drawing to a close. Two warriors from the Corpse Clan, both at the first level of the Void God realm, had been vanquished. Only a middle-aged man from the Corpse Clan remained, struggling under the assault of Gute, Manhu, and three others. At this moment, Jino, relieved of his inner worries, happened to overhear Xianxia's words. He turned to her, astonished, seeking confirmation. Indeed, Master Lingju is my grandfather, Xianxia responded, her eyes sparkling with realization. She suddenly remembered her identity as the granddaughter of the divine crafting master, Lingju. The realization that she was truly the granddaughter of Master Lingju dawned on Jino. His gaze flickered with contemplation as he studied Xianxia's enchanting visage. Momentarily lost in thought, no longer speaking as he pondered something. Who is Lingju? Is he truly formidable? The conversation between Jino and Xianxia left Imo-chun perplexed. It was said that the Star of Forgetfulness, a fifth-tier life star exclusive to Lingju, was acquired after he assisted a formidable being at the primordial divinity level within a force of the Moya star region in successfully forging a weapon that surpassed the 7th rank of divine quality, reaching the 3rd rank of primordial quality. One could assert that all the influential powers within the Moya star region had undoubtedly heard of the illustrious name of Master Lingju, the master craftsman, particularly since he had obtained the Star of Forgetfulness and resided there for an extended period. Various forces and cultivators from all corners of the Moya star region sought him out, drawn by his reputation. Among them were those wishing to commission him for weapon forging, others seeking to cultivate amicable relations, and some were talented warriors genuinely interested in the art of crafting. These aspiring crafters visited Lingju with the intent of learning the intricate path of forging from his side. Lingju welcomed all those with talent in crafting, taking them under his wing and accommodating them on the Star of Forgetfulness. Glancing at Imo-chun, Jino explained with a wry smile, I am not aware of much, but I do know Lingju is a master at the 2nd level of primordial divinity. At that moment, Gulong interjected, indeed, a master at the 2nd level of primordial divinity who can forge primordial-grade super artifacts is undoubtedly a formidable figure. With Jino and Gulong's explanations, Imo-chun began to grasp the formidable nature of Lingju. Not only was his cultivation level high, but he also possessed profound knowledge in crafting. Imagine if Ling Ju were to engage in battle against another master at the second level of primordial divinity, both on equal footing in terms of cultivation. If Ling Ju were to suddenly produce a multitude of artifacts, even primordial-grade super artifacts, the outcome would be evident. Moreover, one could surmise that a craftsman of Ling Ju's caliber, due to his exceptional crafting skills, must have accumulated an astonishing fortune over the years, possessing an abundance of wealth, particularly in the form of rare and expensive elixirs that enhance one's cultivation and fortify one's realm. Ling Ju could effortlessly acquire such treasures. At the very least, he could engage in bartering to obtain techniques and potions beneficial to his cultivation. In essence, a formidable master of artifact refinement is akin to a mobile mountain of gold, which is why alchemists and artificers are regarded as synonymous with prosperity in the high martial world. Not long ago, I overheard my father mention that the Corpse Emperor had extended an invitation to Ling Ju, seeking his assistance in forging a particular artifact on the Corpse clan's imperial star. Ultimately, Ling Ju declined the Emperor's invitation, citing a desire to avoid long journeys. Could it be that Miss Ling Xi's abduction is related to this matter? Jino pondered, gazing at Ling Xi for a moment before articulating his thoughts. It seems quite plausible, he added, as Gulong stroked his chin in agreement with Jino's speculation. Formidable artifact masters at the Divine Origin realm could prove immensely beneficial to the research of magical starships if alliances are forged. However, diverging from Jino and Gulong's focus, Emochin quietly absorbed the conversation, calculating within his mind. It appears that they are no longer in immediate danger. Ling Xi's enchanting almond-shaped eyes flitted between Emochin and the others. Miss Ling Xi, if we have inadvertently overstepped due to our ignorance of your true identity, I sincerely apologize. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Jino, the second son of the Leiden family of the demon race. This is my third brother Gulong and my fourth brother Longli. My elder brother Gut is currently engaged in combat with a formidable foe from the Corpse clan. Once he concludes his fight and returns, I shall provide you with a thorough introduction to him. After a brief silence, Jino approached Ling Xi and politely performed a gesture of respect in accordance with the customs of his race. It is of no concern, had I not encountered you. Those vile members of the Corpse clan may have succeeded. I am grateful to you, rather than harboring any resentment. Although Ling Xi expressed her understanding with a gracious smile, her lively eyes subtly glanced in Emochin's direction. Feeling the weight of Ling Xi's enigmatic gaze, Emochin feigned confusion by rubbing his nose. Naturally, Jino and Gulong noticed the subtle exchange between Ling Xi and Emochin, yet they chose to ignore it, maintaining an unspoken understanding. After approximately 10 minutes, the battle outside finally came to an end. As the middle-aged male from the Corpse clan was on the verge of defeat, he attempted to self-detonate to inflict severe damage upon Gut and Man Hu. However, Gut, having anticipated this desperate move, swiftly retrieved a golden birdcage-like artifact from his spatial ring. The moment this artifact was unleashed, it expanded to encompass a radius of several hundred meters, ensnaring both the middle-aged Corpse clan man and Gut within its confines. Confinement cage. With crimson eyes, the middle-aged man let out a low roar upon seeing Gyuder produce the item. Soon after, his expression turned to one of bitter resignation as Gyuder and Manhu joined forces to shatter his divine form. Before the man's soul could emerge from the remnants of his shattered body, Gyuder revealed yet another artifact, a bronze bell. As the bell resonated, it enveloped the space surrounding the man's fractured divine essence. In the next moment, a chilling wail of despair echoed, signaling the complete extinguishment of the life force of the Corpse clan's middle-aged man from this star domain. With the battle concluded, Gyuder and Manhu soared back to the Tiger Shark flagship, arriving at the control room. As they entered, Gyuder observed Jino and the others engaged in jovial conversation with Ling Xi. Brother, you have returned. Allow me to introduce you to Miss Ling Xi, granddaughter of the renowned artifact master, Ling Jue, from the Worry-Free Star, Jino exclaimed, his face lighting up upon spotting Gyuder at the doorway. Ah, it is Miss Ling Xi. I have long admired Master Ling Jue, yet I have always sought an opportunity to converse with him in vain. To encounter you here is indeed a rare stroke of fate, Gyuder responded, his demeanor shifting to one of warmth upon learning of Ling Xi's esteemed lineage. Master Gyuder, you are too modest. During my time on the Worry-Free Star, I often heard my grandfather speak highly of the young talents in the Moya Star domain, and your name was frequently mentioned. I believe that should you visit the Worry-Free Star, my grandfather would be most pleased, Ling Xi replied, her interest piqued by Gyuder's distinguished status and exceptional talents. With such encouragement, I must find an opportunity to visit Master Ling Jue on the Worry-Free Star. Miss Ling Xi, do remember the words spoken today, Gyuder teased lightly, a smile gracing his face. Of course, I keep my promises, Lingxi giggled, covering her mouth in amusement at Guter's jest. At that moment, a gruff voice boomed from the direction of the control room entrance. The group turned to see Monhu returning from outside. This is Senior Monhu, the leader of the Tiger Shark pirate group and our ally among the Demon Clan, Gino introduced, albeit without elaborating on the true nature of Monhu's relationship with the demon race. Greetings, Senior Monhu. I am Lingxi, she said, searching her memory but finding no record of this figure. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of respecting one's elders, she politely acknowledged Monhu. Senior Monhu. Lingxi is the granddaughter of the master smith Lingjue. Gute also took the opportunity to explain Lingxi's true identity to Monhu, ensuring that he would approach her with the appropriate demeanor. The granddaughter of Master Lingjue? Such a rare gem. On behalf of the Tiger Shark Space Pirate Group, I extend a warm welcome to Miss Lingxi. Although Monhu was still puzzled as to why Lingxi had appeared on his flagship, he noticed the familiarity between Gute, the others, and Lingxi, prompting him to lower his guard and extend his goodwill. Senior Monhu, you are too courteous, Lingxi replied with a smile, choosing not to engage further. It was unexpected that this woman would be so well received, practically adored by all. The typically reserved Mo Chun watched the lively exchange between Lingxi and Gute with a quiet murmur of contemplation. Following the near annihilation of the Corpse clan, Gute and his companions decided to return to the Yellow Sand Star with the Tiger Shark Space Pirate Group's fleet after some deliberation. Having resolved their destination, everyone, weary from the recent days of relentless battles, retreated to the rest area on the flagship to recuperate. The technology for manufacturing true God-level starships had been mastered. The next challenge lay in the construction of God-King-level vessels. However, all of Chikai-D's magical starships had evolved step by step from the foundation of true God-level starships. Now, with comprehensive data from the true God-level ships serving as baseline calibration parameters, the subsequent manufacturing of God-King-level and even higher-tier magical starships would present little difficulty. When it comes to higher-tier starships, the challenges and differences compared to true God-level vessels primarily arise at the God-King level, where the operation of the starship requires corresponding crew members to fully unleash the ship's performance. Starting from the God-King level ships, reliance on the singular consciousness of the starship's spirit for computational operations becomes insufficient for detailed and effective manipulation of each module and tier unit on high-level starships. In such cases, it becomes imperative to augment the crew on the starship to facilitate manual operations of certain tier units and modules. By increasing the number of operational crew members, the burden on the spirit's calculations can be alleviated, allowing the spirit to focus more on controlling the core aspects of the starship. However, it is not strictly necessary to add operational crew members on higher-tier starships to maximize the ship's performance in conjunction with the spirit. If one could procure a higher-tier B spirit as the starship spirit, it could similarly enhance the performance of high-level vessels. Nonetheless, according to Chikai-D's theoretical framework, beginning from the God-King level, the requirements for the spirit's tier would fluctuate with a twofold disparity. For instance, the spirit capable of fully unleashing the performance of a God-King level starship must be at least of the Void God realm. The advanced source level starship requires a spirit of an immortal grade soul realm. Alas, if one were to rely solely on spirits of corresponding levels to operate the starship, my primordial grade fleet would likely be annihilated by the ruthless assailants before it could even be constructed due to their relentless pursuit of domain-level warriors. Hence, it is far wiser to employ a diminished version of the spirit in conjunction with a multitude of well-trained professional starship operators to drive the magical starship. In a luxuriously adorned lounge aboard the flagship, Mo Chun reclined on a plush bed, his body relaxed as he gazed at the resplendent ceiling adorned with various crystals, all the while organizing his thoughts and muttering to himself. These past few days spent piloting the magical starship and gathering an array of data parameters, followed by an unexpected encounter with the Corpse clan, had only just reached a conclusion. The relentless journey had left Mo Chun, a member of the Tyrannosaurus clan, feeling spiritually drained. Thus, as he lay on the bed, lost in contemplation, he gradually succumbed to slumber. After approximately 4 hours, a knock echoed from outside Mo Chun's door. Chapter 119. The Value of Mortals. The fourth judge reminds you. After reading, please bookmark for convenience. When warriors rest in slumber, they typically maintain a thread of instinctual awareness. Mo Chun was no exception. Upon hearing a knock, his closed eyes fluttered, and he soon awakened from his dreams. Rising from his bed, he approached the door and opened it. Miss Lingxi, what brings you here? Dressed in a pristine, light beige outfit, Lingxi had evidently taken the time to freshen up. There's nothing particularly urgent. I simply wish to converse with you, she replied, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mirth as she curiously examined Mo Chun. Miss Lingxi, you jest. I lack the astonishing talent for martial arts that my elder brother possesses. In terms of strategy and wisdom, I cannot compare to my second brother. When it comes to bravery and decisiveness, I fall significantly short of my third brother. In all aspects, talent, intelligence, valor, I am but an ordinary individual compared to my three brothers. Furthermore, in terms of status and standing within the clan, I am greatly inferior to them. Hence, I wonder what matter could compel you to seek the company of someone as unremarkable as myself. Upon hearing Lingxi's casual remarks, Imo Chun raised an eyebrow. Perhaps due to the remnants of sleep, he temporarily forgot that he was still within the realm of trials and that he might indeed require Lingxi's assistance. At that moment, as he opened the door and beheld Lingxi, her words prompted him to unwittingly reveal his blunt demeanor, a trait he typically displayed in the real world. However, as his voice trailed off, it became evident that he recognized his own indiscretion. Who would have thought that the fourth young master of the Layden family would be so different from the rumors circulating outside? This has truly broadened my horizons today. Among the various men Lingxi had encountered, Imo Chun was the first to approach her so unabashedly, without pretense or courtesy. While this directness left Lingxi feeling somewhat unsettled, it also heightened her curiosity about him. Oh, what do the rumors say about me? Seeing Lingxi's interest rather than displeasure, Imo Chun soon realized that his earlier apprehensions were unfounded. Having come to this realization, he decided to abandon any pretense and engage in conversation with the ease of a friend. They say the fourth young master of the Layden family lacks martial talent, is of low rank, is arrogant and overbearing, and enjoys teasing beautiful women, just a good-for-nothing scion. With a smile, Lingxi's eyes sparkled as she candidly relayed the opinions of outsiders regarding him. Fortunately, the Haven Tea directly labeled me as a waste. To Lingxi's surprise, rather than reacting with anger or defensiveness, Imo Chun nodded in agreement, his demeanor serious. Young Master Longley, you truly are unique. Lingxi's expression shifted to one of astonishment as she regarded Imo Chun with an air of bewilderment. Haha, Miss Lingxi, you flatter me. Upon hearing this, Imo Chun let out a hearty laugh, thick-skinned as he was. Never mind, I have come to formally express my gratitude to you today. Completely thrown off by Imo Chun's haphazard manner of speaking, Lingxi's smile gradually faded, revealing a serious expression. Thank you, Miss Lingxi. Did you not already express your gratitude earlier? Why bring it up again? Imo Chun inquired, amusement dancing in his eyes as he uncovered the true reason for Lingxi's visit. It is different. At that time, I extended my thanks to all four of you brothers collectively. However, I recently learned from a warrior of the Tiger Shark Pirate Group that it was your decision that led to my being brought aboard this ship. Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, your choice has allowed me to stand here in good health. Therefore, young Master Longley, you have saved my life. Should you ever require assistance in the future, I shall find a way to help you. Lingxi earnestly articulated her reasons for gratitude, bowing slightly as she made her solemn promise to Imo Chun. Ah, it was but a trifling matter, Miss Lingxi, there is no need for such formality. Imo Chun replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her gesture. After clarifying her intentions, Lingxi did not linger longer and returned to her quarters. Meanwhile, Imo Chun, after her departure, continued to organize the details of the trial mission, contemplating potential developments in the events to come. Several hours passed, and the fleet of the Tiger Shark Pirate Group finally came to a halt on a yellowish planet. This planet was the stronghold of the Tiger Shark Pirate Group, known as xianxia Star. After a 5-day respite on xianxia Star, during which Lingxi made contact with warriors from Wanyu Star, 9 warriors at the 3rd level of the Void God realm arrived aboard a fiery red starship to escort Lingxi away. Gu Tei Jino and Gu Long returned together to Yalong Star. On the 5th day, Imo Chun bid farewell to the Man-Tiger and piloted his true God-level magic ship back to his territory of asteroid mines. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed since Imo Chun returned from xianxia Star. A thunderous explosion erupted from within an irregular asteroid spanning several kilometers. The sound drew closer, and in an instant, the asteroid shattered into countless fragments, from which a brilliant white sphere shot forth. As the dazzling light surrounding the white sphere dissipated, a sleek silver starship, over 500 meters in length, revealed itself in its entirety. The might of a God-King-level starship was indeed formidable. Within the core control room of the gleaming silver starship, Imo Chun's consciousness connected with the ship's spirit, sifting through the streams of data being relayed back while murmuring in admiration. Master, my soul finds it somewhat challenging to control this starship. A slightly disappointed yet charming voice echoed in his mind. The ship's spirit of this God-King-level starship was, as before, the white fox from his true God-level starship. It is of no consequence. This was anticipated. For now, You need only to master the precise control of the core command layer of this starship. I shall find a way to manage the external defense layer, the weaponry layer, and the energy layer. Sensing the melancholic undertone in the White Fox's thoughts, Imo-chun offered gentle reassurances. Following a brief exchange, he immersed himself in the experimentation of the newly constructed Divine King-class starship. 3 months later, Imo-chun piloted the gleaming silver vessel to a secondary life planet within the territory of the Rattan family. This planet, rich in spirit energy, was not overly abundant, leading to a scarcity of martial artists who relied on the natural essence for their cultivation. Even when present, these practitioners were merely at the lower echelons of the communication realm. Predominantly, the inhabitants were ordinary mortals devoid of any cultivation, alongside empires and various factions formed by these commoners. While the concentration of spiritual energy in this realm was not high, the air quality and environment were quite suitable for human habitation. Stowing the silver starship within a spatial ring, Imo-chan gazed upward at the azure sky adorned with white clouds, then turned his attention to the verdant hills and clear waters nearby. Listening to the melodious chirping of birds and the gentle buzzing of insects, he closed his eyes, inhaling the crisp air with a sense of contentment, and remarked cheerfully. After a brief tidying up, Imo-chan extended his consciousness and discovered a bustling city constructed by humans in the southeast direction. A smile graced his lips as he pinpointed the location and soared gracefully toward the human settlement. Moments later, he appeared atop a 2-story tavern in a city named Roman. With no martial artists in sight, only ordinary folk, it seemed he had indeed arrived at the right place. After conducting another thorough scan of Roman city with his consciousness, he nodded in satisfaction before vanishing from the rooftop and materializing onto the bustling streets below. Although it would be ideal to have martial artists operate the starship, I cannot yet place complete trust in them. Thus, it is preferable to employ ordinary people as crew members for the time being. This way, I need not worry about these uninitiated mortals harboring ulterior motives after witnessing the wondrous capabilities of the magic-powered starship. Strolling along the street and casually observing the various market stalls lining either side, Imo-chan mused to himself. In a world of martial prowess, ordinary mortals occupy the lowest rung of the food chain. With their limited lifespans of merely a few decades, they pale in comparison to martial artists who can live for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. The fleeting existence of mortals renders their lives akin to that of ants scurrying upon the ground. Summer insects cannot comprehend the frost. Their brief lives inherently limit their capacity for thought and understanding of the world. Lacking sufficient time and ability to witness and learn from the transcendent knowledge and grand vistas beyond the mundane realm, mortals are fated to remain distanced from the profound truths and phenomena that draw nearer to the essence of the universe. For decades, the endeavors of mortals have been confined to the incessant struggles surrounding their basic needs and the pursuits of power, fame, and desire. Ultimately, as the mortal lifespan draws to a close, all these efforts will fade away, disintegrating along with the corporeal form, and the shattered soul will dissipate, returning to the grand cycle of the universe. It can be rather harsh to assert that, until mortals transcend the limitations of their brief existence, the society or civilization they construct merely perpetuates a cyclical game of birth, aging, illness, and death. Should mortals fail to devise a means to break free from this repetitive cycle, achieving fundamental evolution and breakthroughs in societal and civilizational development will remain an arduous challenge. Thus, from certain perspectives, it is entirely reasonable for martial practitioners, whose lifespans and abilities expand with their cultivation, to regard those unversed in the art of cultivation as akin to ants. Lifespan and capability are two natural shackles restraining the growth of mortals. As his inner thoughts surged, Imo-chan, in a unique state of tranquil cultivation, observed the passing mortals with a discerning eye, reflecting deeply within. Yet, being mortal is not devoid of advantages. Aside from their basic necessities, they seldom confront the spiritual insignificance and helplessness in the face of the vast cosmos and the relentless passage of time. Nor do they often grapple with the profound existential questions regarding the significance of their journey. Mortals require only adequate material fulfillment to stimulate their palates and positive emotional responses, allowing them to unknowingly navigate the fleeting decades of their lives in a semblance of happiness. Perhaps this, too, is a form of contentment bereft of regrets. Like a philosopher ensnared in introspection, the emotions in Imo-chan's eyes gradually receded, becoming dark and profound, like an ancient well, still and unperturbed. Suddenly, he jolted out of this enigmatic state. Remarkably, he had broken through to the true God realm. Upon awakening, he immediately sensed a wondrous transformation emanating from both his body and soul. The surge of divine strength enveloped him, evoking the sensation of returning to his body after completing a trial, refamiliarizing himself with the newfound powers enhanced by the trial space. Chapter 120. Wandering Stars. The growth of his realm left Qin momentarily astonished, but he soon regained his composure. Aware of his limited martial talent, Qin had long abandoned the notion of achieving the goals of this trial through sheer force. The formidable power of the magic starship presented him with an alternative path, which he had chosen to pursue. Thus, while the myriad changes and wonders brought about by his ascendant realm sparked a flicker of joy within him, he quickly tempered his emotions and redirected his focus toward the task at hand. Beginning with this mortal city, he sought suitable candidates for starship operators. Internally affirming his decision, Qin continued to wander through the streets of the city. A month later, he selected 20 mortals of varied appearances, both male and female, from the town of Luomen for the next phase of training. I shall ask once more, does anyone among you wish to withdraw? Qin stood atop a small hill, surveying the 20 young men and women below. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly for all to hear. No, not at all. No. The responses echoed in a sporadic chorus from the crowd, and Qin smiled at the eager faces that gazed up at him. Excellent. Since none of you wish to back out, you will now undergo rigorous training under my command. Remember, those who cannot endure will be dismissed. His smile faded as he shouted with a stern expression. Yes. Before Qin's voice could fully settle, the crowd erupted in a fervent cheer that drowned out his initial proclamation. With some low-cost tactics, he had secured the unwavering loyalty of these 20 mortals. This transaction appeared to be exceptionally advantageous. Perhaps in the future, when he possessed sufficient strength, there would be no need to rely on martial artists to serve as starship operators. After all, earning the loyalty of warriors required substantial investment, far beyond mere trifles. As he retrieved the gleaming silver starship from his spatial ring, Qin observed the 20 mortals entering the ship's hatch in succession, pondering his course of action. I may be overthinking this. I shall decide after their training concludes and I witness their outcomes. With a self-deprecating shake of his head, Qin followed the last young human inside the magic starship. Once he had arranged the 20 mortals comfortably, he established a connection with the ship's spirit, the White Fox, and activated the starship's autopilot mode. Indeed, these mortals were exceedingly fragile. Without the oxygen-generating apparatus aboard the ship, they would soon succumb to asphyxiation. Watching the monitoring screens as the 20 mortals grew increasingly agitated after neglecting to activate the oxygen array upon their arrival, Qin commanded the White Fox to engage the oxygen array while simultaneously lamenting the oversight. Departing from the secondary life star, Qin piloted the magical starship back to his exclusive territory. Given that his domain was comprised entirely of resource-rich asteroids and meteoric fragments, devoid of any breathable atmosphere for human existence, Qin was compelled to confine the 20 humans aboard the starship temporarily for their recuperation. In this asteroid field, he selected a rectangular meteorite, measuring over 1,000 kilometers in length, to serve as a specialized training base, transforming it into an environment suitable for ordinary humans. Over the course of 2 months, the once barren and desolate meteorite was metamorphosed under Qin's ingenuity, utilizing various resources and magical formations, into a specialized training facility adorned with hundreds of colorful energy domes. These domes, primarily constructed from a combination of intricate magical arrays, each served unique purposes. Some contained gravity-altering chambers that could adjust weight according to incantations, while others simulated complex terrain such as mountains and swamps. There were pools designed for cleansing and restoring mental fortitude, alongside vibrant fields teeming with flora, where charming 2-story structures provided a pleasant environment for learning. Having expended considerable effort and resources to establish over 100 distinct spaces and environments, Qin floated above the rectangular meteorite, his gaze shifting between the gleaming silver starship nearby and the transformed meteorite beneath him. With a resolution forming in his mind, he soared towards the magical starship. In the ensuing 6 months, the 20 selected ordinary humans underwent rigorous training, adhering to Earth's Special Forces methodologies, engaging in weighted cross-country runs, tactical coordination, and martial arts. Qin also employed some sophisticated techniques from the martial world, along with potent elixirs capable of rapidly restoring physical and mental stamina, providing one-on-one enhancements aimed at sculpting them into a well-trained, modern-thinking elite Starship Special Forces unit. As the half-year swiftly elapsed, all 20 individuals successfully passed Qin's assessments, culminating in their graduation. On this day, as they prepared for their first real-world engagement, Qin addressed them in the command center of the God King-class magical starship, his voice resonating with authority. Tell me, what is your motto? We stand united. We vow to live and die with the starship. came the resounding reply from the solemn-faced soldiers clad in matching black space suits. Excellent. Commence operations. Imo-chun nodded in satisfaction, issuing the command. The 20 Starship Special Forces swiftly departed the command center, each heading to their designated positions within the energy, weapons, and physical defense sectors outside of the core control layer. Moments later, connected to the ship's consciousness, the White Fox, Imo-chun received a series of communication reports confirming the arrival of the Special Forces at their respective posts. Initiating the starship, the objective is the Wandering Star. Once all special operatives are in position, Imo-chun, through a shared consciousness with the White Fox, issues the command. As the order is executed, 12 exhaust ports located at the base of the God King-class magical starship emit a soft blue stream of energy ions. These energy streams serve as the propulsion for the entire vessel, and with the increasingly robust output from the energy matrix, the gleaming silver starship suddenly accelerates skyward. Racing into the depths of the cosmos. The Wandering Star lies to the northwest of the Moya Star region. The highest authority on the Wandering Star is Sherman, the leader of the Celestial Thieves, a formidable warrior at the pinnacle of the second heaven of the primordial god realm. Consequently, the entirety of the Wandering Star, including a vast surrounding expanse of star regions, is regarded as a sacred ground for various pirate factions within the Moya Star region. Imo-chun's purpose for venturing to the Wandering Star is to wander its fringes, selecting solitary warriors of God King rank and below for the parameter calibration and debugging of his starship. The reason for choosing the chaotic periphery of the Wandering Star for the parameter testing of the God King-class starship is that Imo-chun perceives it as a lawless territory, where losing one's life in the recognized sacred grounds of the pirate factions would attract no attention or concern. Moreover, Imo-chun is currently targeting warriors at the God King level, who are considered to be on the lower tier within the Moya Star region, falling short of the mainstream mid-level warriors. Thus, Imo-chun finds the Wandering Star to be quite suitable for his objectives. After over a month of travel, Imo-chun finally arrives at the periphery of the Wandering Star aboard his God King-class magical starship, activating the positioning radar and emitting scanning energy waves. He locks on to all warriors of God King rank and below in the vicinity. Upon confirming his destination, Imo-chun allows the 20 special operatives aboard the starship to rest for a day before commencing formal hunting operations. A target is identified. A warrior of the first heaven of the God King realm. After drifting through the starry expanse for over 2 hours, the radar reveals the first solitary warrior within the starship's visual range. Dear friend, do not blame me for the slaughter of innocents. Blame your ill fortune for crossing paths with me today. Imo-chun muses coldly as he observes the radar shared by the White Fox. A man from the Ghost Pattern clan, clad in a black warrior robe, rides a leaf-shaped flying artifact, speeding through the cosmos. The weapon systems are primed, the crystal cannon fully charged, and the countdown for the annihilation beam commences. 7, 6, 5, 4. The annihilation beam is successfully launched, the target eliminated, mission accomplished. The system cooling down. A resplendent orange orb of light swiftly coalesces at the sharp protrusion of the gleaming silver starship's bow. Once its energy reaches a certain threshold, the orb instantaneously transforms into an orange beam, flashing into the depths of space, hundreds of kilometers away. The leaf-shaped flying artifact is struck by the orange beam, resulting in a violent explosion that creates a chaotic zone of yellow and green energies. As the chaos in the region began to subside, the once leaf-shaped flying apparatus had long since vanished, taking with it the man of the Ghost Pattern clan who had been aboard. With this impetus, Imo-chun piloted the magical starship with increasing ease, slaying the wandering warriors at the fringes of the lurking star, his burden of conscience gradually lifting. Over 20 days later, atop a towering peak that pierced the clouds, there lay a magnificent palace complex, artificially constructed through grand sorcery. Lord Sherman. Recently, there have been numerous mysterious disappearances of wandering warriors at the edges of our lurking star territory. Should we dispatch someone to investigate? A man clad in gray stood respectfully before the entrance of a crimson palace, delivering his report. Humph. To dare commit such acts in the domain of my Sky Thief gang shows remarkable audacity. Send Luan Lan of the Shadow Clan to immediately investigate the area where the incidents occurred. I am eager to discover who possesses the boldness to act so brazenly upon my territory. A voice filled with fury erupted from within the palace, causing the gray-clad man outside to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 121. The arcane crystal mecha on the obscured side of a desolate star, a gleaming silver starship floated serenely. Within the control room of this vessel, Imo-chun, clad in white, bore an expression of contemplation as he closed his eyes, meticulously analyzing the performance parameters of a divine-class starship that he had recently gathered and organized in his mind. Warning! Warning! A high-energy life form of the Shadow Clan has been detected. Based on the analysis of the suspicious target's trajectory, there is an 83% probability that it will pass through this desolate planet, where the Master resides. Suddenly, the soft white light in the control room flickered ominously, turning red and dim, accompanied by piercing alarm sounds that echoed throughout the chamber. What level of being are we dealing with? Imogen pondered. For the scanning and detection apparatus aboard the arcane starship had been brought from the Void Sea by Qin, capable of detecting warriors at the immortal Triple Heaven realm. Its extraordinary reconnaissance ability was akin to an insurmountable bug for the warriors in the Moya star domain. Thus, after becoming increasingly familiar with the various levels of arcane starship performance, Imogen had grown remarkably calm regarding such early warning situations. Dual-layered illusory realm. Life form of the Shadow Clan. The sultry voice of the White Fox resonated in Imogen's mind. The Shadow Clan? I seem to recall them. Are they not the race adept in stealth and tracking? They appear to be a faction of the divine race in the wasteland, seeking to manipulate the Moya star domain as their vanguard, he mused, opening his previously closed eyes, revealing a look of astonishment and curiosity. According to the records, the Shadow Clan indeed excels in concealment, assassination, and reconnaissance, the White Fox succinctly replied. Their dual-layered illusory realm is too formidable. We cannot contend with them. Activate the cloaking system and conceal the starship beneath the surface of this dead star. Avoid any conflict with them, Imo-chun decided after a brief moment of contemplation. Before long, the silver starship began to vanish in an uncanny manner from the optical spectrum observable to the naked eye. Subsequently, the already subtle energy fluctuations emanating from the vessel ceased entirely, leaving no trace of response. Not long after the arcane starship concealed itself, a thick black mist appeared in the vicinity of the desolate star. That rogue, dispatching me due to the mere disappearance of a few trifling warriors at the Divine King level. How infuriating! Were it not for the clan leader's orders to infiltrate the Shirtion Star Thief group and await the opportune moment to collaborate with the divine race to seize the Moya star domain, I would not endure such humiliation. Submissively catering to those star thieves, the black mist grumbled in a low, frustrated tone as it hovered in a certain area near the desolate star, scanning the nearby celestial body with its divine sense. After approximately 20 seconds, the black mist completed its inspection of the star's surface, finding no anomalies, and departed from the area. Half an hour later, after the black mist had vacated the vicinity, the silver starship emerged from its hidden state. It seems I have overestimated the chaos of the wandering stars. After all, this territory belongs to the Shirtion Star Thief group. The frequent disappearances of martial artists would inevitably attract the attention of the Celestial Thief Guild. Fortunately, the performance parameters of the God King-level magical starship had been fully gathered. It was time to return home and prepare for the construction of the Source God-level magical starship. In the control room of the magical starship, Imo-chun reflected on the fragmented monologues he had intercepted from a shadowy warrior of the Phantom Clan, his expression contemplative. 6 days later, Imo-chun piloted the magical starship on its return journey. Upon arriving back at the asteroid belt, he settled the 20 Special Forces soldiers before plunging into the depths of his base within the dead star, commencing preparations for the construction of the Source God-level magical starship. Time passed imperceptibly, and before he knew it, 7 years had slipped away. Deep within a dead star, nearly twice the size of Earth, located at the center of the asteroid mining area under Imo-chun's jurisdiction, lay his base, designated as Base 101. A starship, resembling 2 triangular pyramids conjoined at their bases, rested upon a vast subterranean plaza. This magical starship stretched over 5,000 meters in length, its exterior of vivid crimson. From a distance, the elongated hull evoked the impression of an enormous fire attribute divine crystal. Still clad in his white ancient robe, Imo-chun's figure materialized from the upper exit of the starship. The completed performance and operational complexity of the Source God-level magical starship vastly exceeded his initial expectations. If mere mortal special forces were to operate the various positions aboard the starship, it would likely lead to complications. Imo-chun's silhouette gradually descended from above the magical starship, landing softly on the adjacent ground. The attacks were imbued with the power of rules. The ordinary mortal body and soul could no longer withstand the energy discharge and recoil from the starship's weaponry. It seemed that if he wished to continue employing mortals as specialized operators for the starship, he would have to adopt the method devised by Qin, equipping them with magical crystal mechs to address the issue of mortals being unable to endure the repercussions of the energy weapons following the Source God-level starship. On the open ground, Imo-chun sifted through the memories stored in his mind, the contemplation in his eyes gradually dissipating into clarity and tranquility. The magical crystal mech was a feasible solution recorded in the sheepskin manuscripts left by Qin, specifically addressing operational issues concerning the source god-level starship. According to Qin's research, the magical crystal mech, akin to the magical starship, was developed by integrating advanced mech technology acquired during his time with the Orion's Fumshura tribe in the original universe, tailored to harness the characteristics and advantages of the high martial world, capable of countering the technological weapons of warriors to a certain extent. Qin invented two types of magical crystal mechs based on their intended use. The first type was an exoskeletal armor that enveloped the mortal body entirely. This armor was only slightly larger than an ordinary mortal, resembling the lightweight armor of Iron Man, yet within such a limited volume. It housed a compressed energy power furnace constructed from intricate miniature magical arrays. This power furnace employs spatial expansion technology, arranging exquisite divine crystals along intricate trajectories within the designated spatial confines of the mech. Through microspatial nodes, it establishes a robust link with the mech, ultimately achieving a trans-spatial supply cycle of energy from the power furnace to the entire armor. This type of magical crystal armor serves a paramount purpose. It elevates the fragile corporeal forms and feeble souls of ordinary mortals, endowing them with the strength to rival typical divine kings. Thus, a mortal clad in magical crystal armor can attain a level of physical and spiritual fortitude, as well as a fundamental mastery of power and abilities comparable to that of a divine king. However, this merely allows them to stand shoulder to shoulder with average divine kings. When faced with the elite among divine kings, the numerous shortcomings of the magical crystal armor, governed by mortals, begin to surface. For instance, issues such as combat endurance, familiarity with the natural energies of the world, and various arcane techniques highlight the disparities between mortals and warriors, gaps that a mere suit of magical crystal armor cannot bridge. In truth, the initial core objective behind Qin's development of magical crystal armor was solely to enhance the strength of mortals' bodies and souls, thereby facilitating their performance of various operational tasks aboard magical starships of source god level and beyond. The second category of magical crystal mechs resembles colossal humanoid machines akin to Gundams. Unlike the nimble, smaller magical crystal armors, these mechs typically tower at dozens or even hundreds of meters, bestowing them with destructive power comparable to magical starships and maneuverability that often surpasses that of magical starships in many environments. Clearly, the development of magical crystal mechs is specifically designed to equip mortals in large-scale warfare, enabling them to combat the humanoid war machines wielded by warriors. Magical crystal mechs are standard advanced single-soldier strategic weapons deployed in later iterations of magical starships. Currently, it suffices to manufacture compatible magical crystal armor for the special forces of mortals aboard source god-level starships. After a period of study on the related materials of magical crystal armor and mechs, coupled with an analysis of the realities encountered, Qin swiftly demonstrated formidable execution capabilities upon identifying a direction to address the issues at hand. Fortunately, my prior knowledge of steam-era machinery proved beneficial. Although those steam machines were largely constrained by inadequate steam power and appeared cumbersome, they nonetheless showcased the aesthetic beauty of heavy mechanical craftsmanship. The large, unwieldy steam machines, being purely mechanical constructs, feature internal component connections that can seamlessly integrate with the manufacturing of magical crystal armor. It is noteworthy that, had the steam era reached its pinnacle, the performance of various steam creations might not necessarily have lagged behind that of technologies powered by mid-range fuels, electricity, or nuclear energy. Indeed, it seems that none of the industrial creations currently utilized by humanity on Earth have been developed to their fullest potential. It is a composite amalgamation of mechanical creations from various eras: the steam age, the fossil fuel age, the electric age, the nuclear age, the genetic age, and the information age. Within a single factory, one might encounter primitive steam apparatus, superior fossil fuel machinery, highly intelligent electric devices, sophisticated nuclear installations, and certainly, information management systems among other elements. Clearly, the current industrial landscape of Earth is nothing short of a disordered M-Lang, marked by inconsistency and a lack of refinement, a fitting epitome of humanity's industrial prowess at this juncture. As Qin's thoughts drifted further into the abyss, he remained unaware that what occupied his mind was one of the latent industrial hazards confronting humanity. Some elite thinkers among the populace believe that a factory employing a hodgepodge of technologies, steam, fossil fuel, electricity, information, and nuclear energy, leverages the strengths of various industrial epochs. Their extensive practical experience leads them to conclude that seemingly rudimentary equipment possesses a stability and reliability that more sophisticated devices lack. Furthermore, the simplicity of primitive apparatus allows for minimal capital investment while yielding comparable returns, rendering it a highly cost-effective choice. Yet, they remain oblivious to the fact that the purported advantages of these primitive devices, structural stability and low costs, merely reflect a profound misunderstanding of the advancement of industrial technology. Each independent power technology, be it steam, fossil fuel, electricity, or nuclear energy, could thrive as a distinct developmental path, achieving the pinnacle of industrial excellence. At the zenith of industrial capability, the outcomes of different power technologies converge towards a common goal. The only distinctions may lie in the final product's efficiency, convenience, and the operational flexibility of the energy sources employed. For instance, in the realm of robotics, the crowning achievement of the steam age is the steam-powered automaton. Characterized by various high and low-pressure mechanisms, the fossil fuel robot operates on internal combustion, delivering thermal energy through direct injection or multi-cylinder components. The electric robot, with its intricate circuit board integration, executes movements via electrical signals, while the nuclear robot harnesses miniature nuclear fission technology, allowing pure energy to circulate within its structure, showcasing capabilities that surpass those of the aforementioned machines. Perhaps, when the technological explorations that underpin each era reach their respective apogees, solutions to challenges will emerge from the synergistic application of peak technologies across different epochs, tailored to specific environments, ultimately yielding a flawless synthesis of industrial innovation. As his ethereal musings returned, Imo-chan gazed at the distant, dark starry sky and remarked with a sense of contemplation. Chapter 122. The arena of life and death in the vast expanse of the rectangular training base, suspended above an arena-like area on a meteorite. Imo-chan gazed solemnly down at a 2-meter-tall humanoid armor, inquiring earnestly, "Xianxia, are you prepared?" This armor, cloaked in a dark hue, bore a striking crimson dragon totem at its center on the back. This emblem was the unique insignia that Imo-chan had designated for his warships and future Legion members. "Ready, my lord. Please issue the command," Xianxia responded, embodying the essence of a leader among the newly trained operatives. The colossal Source God-class starship, extending over 5,000 meters, required a specialized crew of 160, a significant increase from the 20 needed for the God King-class vessel. The additional mortal operators had undergone rigorous training and assessments under the guidance of the original 20 elite soldiers. Xianxia, having been meticulously observed and nurtured by Imo-chan, emerged as the chosen leader from the first batch of elite soldiers. Were he to be placed on Earth, he would be regarded as the pinnacle among special forces, capable of dispatching a typical celestial-level martial artist with relative ease. Once equipped with the magic crystal armor, his combat prowess would theoretically enable him to effortlessly vanquish the majority of warriors beneath the second tier of the God King realm. Even when facing adversaries of the third tier, Xianxia, clad in the magic crystal armor, would possess the means to retreat unscathed. Your first opponent is a warrior of the first tier of the God King realm. A member of the Black Magic Rat tribe, Imo-chan stated coldly as he summoned a nearly 2-meter-long black rat, ensnared within a transparent energy shield from beneath the arena. As the shield dissipated, the creature's once dull eyes ignited with a blood-red glow. In an instant, the massive rat vanished from sight, only to reappear mere half a meter behind Xianxia's magic crystal armor, with its front limbs extending sharp claws, glimmering with a chilling light. The rat aimed to exploit its speed for a swift and lethal attack against Xianxia. However, it underestimated Xianxia's formidable combat awareness and the vigilant instincts cultivated through his training as an elite soldier. In the very moment the colossal rat's silhouette flickered behind the magic crystal armor, Xianxia sprang into action. 18 energy jet nozzles, ingeniously crafted from intricate formations on the back of the armor, suddenly erupted with a flurry of energy beams. These beams, in non-combat scenarios, served to propel the magic crystal armor through the air. However, in the heat of battle, they transformed into a sudden and explosive rear energy weapon, delivering a devastating surprise to any would-be assailants approaching from behind. In an instant, the 18 nozzles drained 1/3 of the energy from the armor's miniature spatial power furnace. The dazzling brilliance, akin to countless white swords of light, pierced through the body of the black giant rat, swiftly reducing it to nothingness. As the arena's illumination returned to normal, only the black magic crystal armor piloted by Xianxia and the detached, observing figure of Imo-chan floating above remained. Taking advantage of the concealed weaponry afforded by his unique position, Zhang Jie decisively tapped into 1/3 of his energy to deliver a lethal blow to his adversary, exploiting the opening presented by their reckless advance. Overall, your performance was commendable. I hope you can maintain this calm demeanor in future battles, Mo Qin remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he praised Zhang Jie for his recent combat. However, before Zhang Jie could respond, Mo Qin had not yet finished his sentence when two corpse clan warriors of the first rank of the Divine King were summoned from beneath the arena. Once freed from their energy constraints, the two corpse warriors, seemingly having prearranged their strategy, charged toward the magic crystal armor from two cunning angles. In truth, these bound warriors had received Mo Qin's assurance while beneath the arena. Should they succeed in defeating Zhang Jie, the pilot of the magic crystal armor, they would regain their freedom. With such a promise in mind, they had no choice but to fight with all their might. Faced with the sharp onslaught of the two corpse warriors, Zhang Jie, piloting the magic crystal armor, crouched slightly, resembling a gladiator poised for a fierce battle. 2 minutes later, the two corpse warriors were torn apart into numerous fragments of varying sizes by Zhang Jie's magic crystal armor. Yet this was not the end. Soon after, 3 more warriors of the first rank of the Divine King were drawn forth by Mo Qin. As the 3 warriors fell, 4 and then 5 additional warriors of the same rank emerged, each engaging in combat with Zhang Jie's magic crystal armor. Nearly 2 hours later, Zhang Jie successfully eliminated the last of the Divine King warriors. Upon confirming their complete demise, the magic crystal armor suddenly swayed violently from side to side before crashing heavily to the ground. In total, Zhang Jie had vanquished 15 Divine King warriors. A skilled armor pilot, paired with a finely crafted magic crystal armor, unleashed a combat power that exceeded my initial expectations by a significant margin. As the magical crystal armor in the arena automatically severed its connection with the pilot, revealing the unconscious figure of Zhang Jie, Mo Qin meticulously analyzed the battle data from earlier. He summoned a strand of energy from within to lift the comatose Zhang Jie and guided him toward the medicinal pool, a space teeming with restorative powers for both spirit and flesh. After more than 6 hours, Zhang Jie recuperated and returned to peak condition. He re-entered the arena, piloting a new magical crystal armor. Your opponent this time is a second-tier warrior from the Golden Clan, Mo Qin remarked with a stoic expression. No sooner had his words faded than a Golden Clan warrior was drawn into the arena. In an instant, a fierce assault erupted, and after 7 minutes, the Golden Warrior fell to Zhang Jie's energy sword. As before, 2 more second-tier warriors were summoned by Mo Qin before Zhang Jie could adjust. The battle commenced anew, and as the opponent's strength and numbers increased, Zhang Jie adapted his strategy, opting for guerrilla tactics and isolating his foes to buy time and seek vulnerabilities for victory. After approximately 30 minutes, the 2 second-tier warriors were vanquished, yet the energy of Zhang Jie's magical crystal armor had dwindled to half. However, the emergence of 3 more second-tier warriors afforded Zhang Jie no respite. Instead, perceiving his weakened state, they charged at him like ravenous wolves. After over an hour of combat, the 3 second-tier warriors were slain, but Zhang Jie's magical crystal armor was left with merely 1/10 of its energy, rendering it battered and worn. Observing the conclusion of this battle, Mo Qin furrowed his brow, hesitating for a few seconds before his expression returned to indifference as he summoned 4 second-tier warriors from the Flame Clan into the arena. Zhang Jie, though fatigued, maintained a resolute gaze, now tinged with an unsettling restlessness. Why are you four not attacking him? While Zhang Jie was shielded by the magical crystal armor, Mo Qin did not immediately notice the shift in his expression. What displeased him was the reluctance of the 4 Flame Clan warriors, with their fiery red hair and crimson skin, who, contrary to his prior instructions, did not engage Zhang Jie's armor in fierce combat. Instead, they remained in place, exchanging glances filled with grim determination. At Mo Qin's urging, the 4 flame warriors begrudgingly moved towards Zhang Jie's magical crystal armor. However, just as Mo Qin anticipated the events to unfold as predicted, the 4 second-tier warriors from the Flame Clan abruptly altered their trajectory and charged full speed towards his position. The sudden turn of events on the battlefield left Zhang Jie, who had been fixated on the 4 warriors of the Flame Clan, momentarily stunned, his face soon morphing into one of sheer terror. At this juncture, both his body and spirit were exceedingly fatigued, and even the magical crystal armor he piloted had dwindled to a mere 1/10 of its energy. This predicament caused him to panic instantaneously. However, instinctively recognizing the true intent of the 4 Flame Clan warriors, Zhang Jie nonetheless took immediate action, propelling his magical armor with all his might toward their direction. The unfolding chaos momentarily bewildered Mo Qin, yet he quickly discerned the genuine motives of the 4 Flame Clan warriors. Mo Qin, possessing a cultivation level at the first tier of True God, was significantly outmatched by the 4 warriors at the second tier of God King. In the eyes of these 4 Flame Clan warriors, the seemingly vulnerable and unguarded Mo Chun represented an opportune target for their ambush. However, it was not long before Mo Chun elucidated to them the stark reality of their misjudgment. The sudden aggression of the 4 warriors was both swift and resolute. Yet, had Mo Chun lacked absolute means of self-preservation, he would never have been foolish enough to position himself directly above the arena, observing the conflict so closely. The weapons wielded by the 4 Flame Clan warriors radiated overwhelming energy, momentarily engulfing Mo Chun's figure. However, before their triumphant smiles could fully blossom, a pearl emanating a dusty yellow luminescence gradually manifested in the space where Mo Chun had been. Above this pearl, Mo Chun looked down upon the 4 warriors with a smile that harbored malice. You all possess quite the audacity to lay hands on me. I am curious as to who bestowed upon you the audacity to believe you could overcome my illusions? With his arms crossed and a condescending gaze, Mo Chun spoke with a disingenuous smile, his eyes gradually chilling. Unleash your utmost abilities. Let us all engage in a true contest. Observing Mo Chun in scathe, one of the Flame Clan warriors displayed a glint of ferocity in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he shouted fervently and, wielding a flame-ensconced hammer, charged once more toward Mo Chun. Oh, are you cornered and desperate? Very well, I lack the inclination to squander time with you today. Farewell. Mo Chun remarked with a light chuckle, shaking his head as he calmly watched the warrior's hammer strike futilely against the protective barrier formed by the dusty yellow pearl. With a smirk fading from his face, Mo Chun conjured 4 missile-like objects, each the width of a thumb and glistening with a golden sheen. With a mere thought, the 4 missiles vanished from his palm, and in the next instant, as if imbued with sentience, they bypassed the warrior's multiple layers of defense, each drilling into the soul altars of the Flame Clan warriors before exploding instantaneously. Why resort to such measures? If you had simply adhered to the rules, you could have survived this encounter and attained your freedom. As the headless corpses of the 4 Flame Clan warriors plummeted from the sky onto the arena, Mo Chun sighed and casually waved his hand, causing the bodies to swiftly dissolve into an unknown substance, leaving no trace behind. After addressing the brief interlude involving the 4 Flame Clan warriors, Mo Chun's figure approached the magic crystal armor, which had momentarily frozen in shock. Stop dawdling. Return with me to recuperate, for we have one final stage of the competitive assessment to undertake, he remarked with a nonchalant tone as he patted the shoulder of the magic crystal armor. Startled by Mo Chun's touch, xianxia, who was inside the armor, felt a jolt run through him. He gazed at the retreating silhouette of Mo Chun, flying towards the exit of the arena's spatial realm, and a tumult of emotions surged within him. Having obtained the qualification to pilot the magic crystal armor, xianxia had initially believed that the gap between himself and Mo Chun would narrow. Yet, witnessing the effortless annihilation of 4 warriors at the second level of the Divine King realm, executed with such ease and casualness by Mo Chun, made it painfully clear to xianxia that an insurmountable chasm lay between him and this enigmatic figure. This chasm only widened as xianxia grappled with the various peculiar weapons that Mo Chun had imparted to him, further diminishing any aspirations he harbored of surpassing his mysterious mentor. Chapter 123. The Battle Against the Celestial Slayer following Mo Chun's instructions. xianxia returned to the medicinal pool to soak, recuperating his expended stamina and energy. Meanwhile, Mo Chun seized this opportunity to meticulously organize and record the latest combat data of the magical crystal armor he had collected. After another half a day, in the arena, Mo Chun remained suspended in midair, while xianxia, now fully revitalized, piloted the new magical crystal armor. Engaging in a fierce duel with a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Divine King realm, neither side gaining a definitive advantage. It was nearly certain that the magical crystal armor's maximum output energy and defensive capabilities had reached the standard of a Divine King at the 3rd level. Having grasped the various performance parameters of the magical crystal armor, Mo Chun refrained from allowing xianxia to squander any further time and energy battling a 3rd level Divine King martial artist. After instructing xianxia to return to the resting area on the rectangular meteorite for some rest, Mo Chun commenced the mass production of the magical crystal armor. For months later, Mo Chun delivered 160 sets of magical crystal armor to the Special Operations soldiers aboard the Source God-class starship. After equipping themselves and familiarizing themselves with the armor's features and usage, Mo Chun piloted the Source God-class starship back to the vicinity of the Wandering Star's edge. The Crimson Double Pyramidal Magical Battleship, upon arriving near the edge of the Wandering Star, discreetly initiated a series of capture experiments on solitary martial artists traversing the area. In less than 10 days, reports of frequent disappearances among Source God realm martial artists reached the ears of the notorious leader of the Celestial Slayer bandits, Shermang. Peace had reigned for a few years, yet this new threat had emerged. Summon Luan Lan to investigate. If the adversary proves formidable, simply turn a blind eye and do not meddle. Additionally, I have recently attained insights in martial arts that require diligent consolidation, rendering me unable to leave the Wandering Star for the time being. Henceforth, matters of little consequence such as this should be managed at your discretion, without further need to report to me. In a secluded chamber, Shermang, with his eyes closed, listened to the report from the elderly man in gray, his voice calm and measured. A day later, at the edge of the Wandering Star, the same black mist had merely shifted its location, now enveloping a fourth-tier life star. It remained uncertain which force was responsible for preying on solitary martial artists every few years. They could be capturing individuals for some nefarious cultivation practice. A few years prior, only Divine King realm martial artists had gone missing. Yet, not long after, Source God realm martial artists began to vanish as well, prompting Luan Lan, who bore dual identities as a member of the Shadow Clan, to treat the situation with utmost caution. What a coincidence! It was the Shadow Clan martial artist he had encountered before. One wondered if this time, he was again sent to capture me. Quite fortuitously, today, Qin was piloting the Crimson Magical Battleship to this life star for supplies. From a distance, the radar revealed Luan Lan's life signature. To discern Luan Lan's intentions, Qin resolved to trail him for a while. Thus, Qin followed Luan Lan for over a week. Indeed, he was still seeking me. Under the vigilant surveillance of the Eternal Spirit, the purpose of Lunlan's recent excursion was once again elucidated by Qin. Patience was required. He resolved to bide his time until the next opportunity to manufacture a void God-class magical starship, at which point he would thoroughly deal with this individual. In the control room, Qin sat in the pilot's seat, his right hand gently stroking his smooth chin as he pondered quietly, having covertly locked onto Lunlan's location. Qin, utilizing the superior capabilities of the Source God-class starship over the God King class, commenced yet another experiment of ambushing solitary Source God realm warriors traversing the Wandering Star, right under Lunlan's nose. Initially, Lunlan perceived this audacious behavior as mere coincidence. He optimistically believed he had fortuitously stumbled upon the vicinity of Qin's malevolent deeds. However, as the number of solitary warriors from the Source God realm being ambushed around him escalated, he gradually came to the realization that the situation was far from coincidental. Ultimately, it dawned on him that this was a blatant provocation from his adversary. The fact that such brazen killings could occur under the watchful eyes of the Shadow Clan, renowned for their prowess in reconnaissance and tracking, indicated that Qin's strength was indeed formidable. Within a chamber of the central palace complex of Wandering Star, an elderly man clad in gray scrutinized the latest intelligence, his expression grave. The data collection for the Source God-class starship was complete. Should he, before departing, prepare a surprise, or perhaps a fright, for the Shadow Clan warrior named Lunlan? Savoring a spirit fruit imbued with spiritual energy, Qin mused over the matter. Ultimately, he resolved to bestow upon Lunlan a parting gift, ensuring that they might meet again under more favorable circumstances. This gift would involve employing the unparalleled stealth and detection capabilities of the Source God-class starship to locate Lunlan's family on Wandering Star, and subsequently generously delivering a few annihilation beams to them. Acting upon his thoughts, Qin diligently adhered to his well-established habit of prompt action. After spending nearly half a month gathering diverse information, he successfully pinpointed the location of Lunlan's family on Wandering Star. Concealing his presence, he quietly entered the atmosphere of Wandering Star and, guided by the starship's compass, soon located Lunlan's territory. To his surprise, the individual, often shrouded in a veil of darkness, turned out to be quite the hedonist, having taken over 100 wives and concubines from various races, astonishingly able to withstand such indulgence. After gathering information regarding Lunlan's family within this territory, Qin marveled at the contents of the dossier. Nevertheless, despite his reflections, he remained committed to presenting the premeditated annihilation beam gift with sincerity. As a series of violent explosions erupted within Lunlan's territory below, Qin, in high spirits, piloted the Crimson Source God-class starship at full speed, soaring beyond the atmosphere of Wandering Star. 6 days later, upon learning of the assault on his territory, Lunlan hastily returned from his endeavors. Ah, what a tumultuous turn of events. To avenge this grievance, I, Lunlan, will act recklessly as a member of the Shadow Clan. Upon learning that the majority of my wife, concubines, and offspring perished in this brutal assault, the dark mist enveloping Lunlan dissipated. revealing a man of the Shadow Clan with hawk-like eyes and long brows. This man knelt before the ruins of his ancestral estate, his crimson eyes filled with fury and profound sorrow. Upon returning to Base 101 of the meteorite mining area, Qin disembarked from his starship and immersed himself in the research and development of the Void Deity-class magical starship. Days turned into nights, and the passage of 20 years felt fleeting. In the private lounge of Base 101, Qin reclined on a soft bed, holding a sound stone and casually listening to its contents. Rest assured, second brother, I will certainly not be late, he yawned, returning the sound stone to his spatial ring. Rising from the bed, he stretched lazily before changing into a white robe and stepping out of the lounge toward the processing workshop. The Void Deity-class starship, measuring over 60,000 meters in length, truly deserved its title of behemoth. Arriving at the spacious workshop, Qin gazed up at the bronze-colored, 10,000-meter spherical magical starship at its center, feeling a swell of pride. After dedicating 2 decades and immense resources to create this vessel, capable of eliminating Void Deity realm warriors, he often felt a genuine sense of pride in his own capabilities. 5 months would be ample time to scour the wandering star for valuable treasures, just in time to present a gift for his dear father's millennial birthday. Approaching the bronze Void Deity-class magical starship, Qin focused his thoughts, and his figure was drawn into a temporary spatial passage generated by the starship's internal devices. The entire Void Deity-class starship housed a specialized crew of 997 operatives, all of whom were mere mortals equipped with magical crystal armor during operations. Upon reaching the central control room, Qin commanded the White Fox to initiate the starship and open the spatial passage to the wandering star. The energy reserves of the Void Deity-class starship contained sufficient divine crystals to sustain ultra-long-distance spatial teleportation. Observing the spatial transfer progress displayed on the control panel, Qin silently mused. From the construction of the spatial passage to the successful arrival of the Void Deity-class magical starship at the edge of the wandering star, less than 5 minutes had elapsed. White Fox, can our detection waves cover the entirety of the wandering star region? Qin inquired upon reaching the edge of the wandering star. Reporting to the master, the radar system of the Void Deity-class starship can indeed encompass the entire wandering star region, replied the White Fox with a respectful tone. Very well. Mark all Void Deity realm warriors in the wandering star region, Qin said, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The virtual deity realm warriors within the target area have been duly marked. Soon, the White Fox reported once more. Very well. Let us commence with the one closest to us. With a nod, Qin casually commanded. The warriors of the virtual deity realm are regarded as mid to high-tier combatants among the various factions within the Moya star domain. Upon his arrival, Qin had already locked onto all the virtual deity realm warriors in the wandering star region, which predominantly corresponded to the members of the Xianxia star thieves. It is evident that most of the virtual deity realm warriors he has slain thus far belong to the Xianxia star thieves. Engaging in a widespread hunt against the virtual deity realm warriors of a single faction is tantamount to declaring one's intention to wage war against them. Consequently, upon receiving reports of an increasing number of virtual deity realm warriors vanishing from the fringes of the wandering star, the leader of the Xianxia star thieves, Sherman, immediately surmised that Qin was indeed seeking to initiate hostilities with their faction. Chapter 124. Murder and Pillage. The fourth judge reminds you. Please remember to bookmark after reading for easier access. Drifting Star, the headquarters of the Celestial Thieves, is located atop the highest peak of the planet. Regardless of who my adversary may be, their repeated intrusions into the territory of Drifting Star signify a blatant disregard for the Celestial Thieves. It seems I have secluded myself for too long within Drifting Star, to the point that my notorious reputation as the Thief of Mara has nearly faded from the minds of those in the Mara star domain. Very well. I shall seize this opportunity to remind certain individuals why I am acknowledged as the foremost pirate in the Mara star domain. In an elegantly adorned council chamber, the Thief of Mara, clad in a blue long robe and appearing to be around 40 years of age, occupies the seat of honor at the forefront of the hall. Surrounding him on either side are several senior members of the Celestial Thieves, attentively listening to his discourse. Chief, our immediate priority is to ascertain the identity and background of our opponent. Remaining oblivious to our enemies, every move places us at a significant disadvantage. A refined gentleman situated to the left of the Thief of Mara respectfully stated. Indeed, the Thief of Mara replied, nodding in agreement. Allow me, Chief, to send Lunlin. I harbor an irreconcilable grudge against them, and recently, I returned to the Shadow Clan to enlist the aid of 3 powerful warriors at the Virtuous God tier to assist me in this matter. Lunlin's voice, tinged with bitterness and indignation, resonated through the chamber. Very well, Lunlin, since you have volunteered, I shall grant you this opportunity. Should you successfully gather intelligence regarding their identity, I will overlook the incidents of the past, the thief of Mara responded, his eyes gleaming with renewed interest. The Shadow Clan is renowned for its expertise in stealth, tracking, and assassination. With 4 warriors of the virtuous god tier, including Lunlin, dispatched to investigate, he believed that even the most cunning of adversaries would eventually leave behind some trace. 2 days later, in the northwest region of Drifting Star, near the outer fringes, a bronze-colored virtuous god-tier magic battleship hovered deep within a mountain on a secondary life-bearing planet. Over the past few days, virtuous god-tier warriors within the vicinity of Drifting Star had consciously begun to migrate toward the central area. According to radar scans, only 2 virtuous god-tier warriors remained wandering along the fringes of Drifting Star, their positions situated deep within the planet. In the control room, Mo Chun observed the 2 red blinking dots marked on the radar screen, his expression remaining impassive as his hands deftly maneuvered numerous buttons and control levers on the console. Target has been eliminated. Moments later, as 2 beams of light flickered beneath the battleship, the 2 red dots on the radar screen abruptly vanished. No longer visible. Observing the movements of the Void Deity Realm practitioners, it is likely that the leader of the Celestial Slayer Thieves has become aware of something. Given the prowess of the Celestial Slayer Thieves Chief at the Initiate Deity level, any reckless approach towards the vicinity of the Wandering Star would undoubtedly heighten the risk of exposure. Yet, to depart without attempting something feels somewhat disheartening. Perhaps I shall linger at the periphery of the Wandering Star for a while. If those Void Deity practitioners remain there, I shall have to accept my misfortune and seek fortune elsewhere, engaging in guerrilla tactics. After eliminating the 2 Void Deity practitioners hidden within this planet, Mo Chun commanded the starship to ascend and leave the planet. 5 days later, as Mo Chun navigated the starship at the edge of the Wandering Star, fretting over the inability to locate any Void Deity practitioners for several consecutive days, 4 red dots, representing the Void Deity practitioners, suddenly detached from a cluster of red dots on the radar screen and sped away from the Wandering Star. Witnessing this, Mo Chun was immediately filled with excitement. "Let us begin," he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, issuing orders to the White Fox. Over 7 hours later, Mo Chun arrived in proximity to the location of the 4 practitioners. "Lunlin, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss." Upon a basketball court-sized asteroid, 4 practitioners of the Shadow Clan rested, recuperating from the exhaustion of flight. "What is it? Are you worried we cannot deal with those sneaky adversaries who only dare to engage in deceitful schemes?" Lunlin retorted darkly. "Indeed, it is peculiar. As you yourself mentioned, Lunlin, when there was a mysterious disappearance of sovereign-level practitioners in the vicinity of the Wandering Star, you investigated but ultimately found nothing. Years later, another incident involving the mysterious disappearance of source-level practitioners occurred, yet your investigation yielded no results. Furthermore, your wives and children on the Wandering Star were slaughtered. This indicates that the enemy was already aware of your existence at that time, likely knowing that your appearance was to investigate them. Consequently, they resorted to the brutal tactic of assassinating your family as retribution for your inquiries. Now, 20 years have passed since their last disappearance, and their reemergence is accompanied by the mysterious vanishing of numerous Void Deity practitioners. I fear that this group may, in fact, be a single entity, a nefarious cultivator secretly honing sinister techniques. This malevolent practitioner feeds on the cultivation of those at the same realm to elevate their own. Over the years, they have progressively consumed a multitude of sovereign and source-level practitioners, successfully advancing to the Void Deity realm. Now, their return heralds a series of disappearances among Void Deity practitioners, which further suggests their intent to employ the same tactics to devour the souls of other Void Deity practitioners in order to ascend to the Initiate Deity realm. After a grim remark from Lunlin, an older warrior furrowed his brow, expressing his concerns. Clearly, his apprehensions were shared by several other members of the Shadow Clan, including Lunlin himself. At this moment, no one understood the terrifying nature of the individual or group that targeted solitary warriors better than Lunlin. Elusive and more adept at concealment and assassination than even the Shadow Clan, they had demonstrated the ability to continuously strike down warriors at the Void Spirit realm, indicating that their own cultivation was at least equal to, if not surpassing, that level. What shall we do? Are we to simply concede? You know I have made a promise before Shaman. If we abandon our endeavor now, I would undoubtedly be unable to remain with the Shirtion Star Thieves. In other words, if we surrender now, it would signify the failure of my infiltration plan within the Shirtion Star Thieves. With a stormy expression, Lunlin clenched his teeth and spoke with grim determination. Alas, that is precisely my concern. This situation is indeed precarious and difficult to navigate. If we engage the enemy and find ourselves outmatched, we must not linger in battle. Our lives must take precedence. Afterward, we can always request more powerful warriors from our clan to assist us. I believe that if we can help the Shirtion Star Thieves resolve this incident, their leader, Shaman, will certainly regard our Shadow Clan with greater favor, facilitating many future endeavors. Thus, I am confident that our clan would not hesitate to send higher-tier warriors to address this matter. Upon hearing Lunlin's words, the older warrior sighed, a flicker of helplessness crossing his shadowy gaze. While the 4 warriors of the Shadow Clan rested on the meteorite, Mo Chun aboard the bronze-hued Void Spirit-class magical starship was eavesdropping on their conversation in real time through listening devices. Among this group, there was evidently someone with a keen mind. It seemed the plan to capture Lunlin and teach him a lesson required adjustment. If their excessive chatter allowed them to escape, it would certainly complicate matters. Therefore, it was best to expedite their transfer to the west. Fixated on the surveillance screen displaying the 4 Shadow Clan warriors, Mo Chun spoke calmly as he deftly manipulated the controls. For beams of annihilation suddenly shot forth, striking each Shadow Clan warrior with the speed of light. In the next instant, the physical forms and souls of the 4 warriors, maintaining their previous postures and expressions, erupted violently, disintegrating into fundamental energy particles of the universe. Once again, he acquired a trove of treasures, materials, and several items of uncertain origin. Well, no matter. Anything that can survive the beams of annihilation is bound to possess decent quality, he mused, collecting the spoils without hesitation. The figure of Mo Chun appeared atop the meteorite, where he cast a glance at the array of shimmering, multicolored objects scattered around the 4 warriors of the Shadow Clan. With a chuckle, he unceremoniously collected them all into his spatial ring. Engaging in such activities, slaughtering foes and gathering their possessions, had become a customary practice for Mo Chun. In his words, this was a gesture of respect for the fallen warriors, a responsible act of proper disposal for the remnants they left behind, in accordance with the principles of humane legal and moral conduct. 8 days later, the news of the demise of Luan Lan and the other 3 warriors from the Shadow Clan reached the members of the Slaughtering Star Bandits. Luan Lan and his companions had perished. 3 warriors at the 3rd level of the Void God realm and 1 at the 2nd level. This formidable strength should have allowed them to maneuver with ease even against a typical 1st-level origin god. Yet, they had met their silent end. It seemed imperative for me to reach out to some old friends. The deaths of Luan Lan and his companions left the Slaughtering Star Bandits in a state of unease for quite some time. However, while the bandits were consumed by trepidation over the loss of the 4 Shadow Clan warriors, the true perpetrator, Mo Chun, had already resolved to temporarily abandon his hunt in the Wandering Star and was stealthily piloting his bronze-hued Void God-class magical starship towards other regions of the cosmos. Chapter 125. The Millennium Birthday in the Star Domain of Moya. The Corpse Clan resides in a region known as the Qin Dynasty Domain. Within this vast expanse, there are nearly 50 life stars of varying levels, among which the 6th-level life star, the Imperial Star, where the royal family of the Corpse Clan dwells, is the most renowned. Having departed from the territory of the sky-slaying star thieves in the Wandering Star region, Mo Chun piloted his bronze-hued, oval-shaped, god-level magic ship to the dwelling place of the Corpse Clan, the Qin Dynasty Domain. As long as he remained discreet, it was unlikely that the massacre of over 30 god-level martial artists would attract any attention in such a vast area. Yes, if done quietly, it should be feasible. Inside the bronze starship, Mo Chun stood before the transparent viewing window at the bow, gazing at the dark expanse of the starry sky, feeling quite pleased with himself as he softly mused. With this thought in mind, he connected his consciousness with the ship spirit, by who, issuing orders to wander through the Qin Dynasty Domain and ambush solitary god-level martial artists. Days slipped by, and everything proceeded smoothly according to Mo Chun's initial plan. In the Qin Dynasty Domain, no one was aware of the terror represented by Mo Chun and his magic ship, nor did many notice the mysterious disappearance of over 30 god-level martial artists during this span. After successfully completing the data collection experiment with the magic ship, Mo Chun did not linger greedily in the Qin Dynasty Domain but, just as he had arrived, discreetly piloted the ship out of the area. Quietly coming and quietly going, with a wave of his sleeve, not a single cloud was taken away. Seated in the control room of the starship, Mo Chun reclined comfortably in a soft chair, relaxed due to the successful collection of experimental data. Through the panoramic observation window surrounding him, he admired the starry scenery on his way back, speaking to himself leisurely. Speaking of which, the Corpse Clan possesses quite a number of treasures. This trip has nearly filled my 2nd spatial ring. Just as he finished this thought, Imogen suddenly raised his right hand to inspect the two rings on his fingers. One blue and one purple, a broad smile gracing his face. Master, shall we return to base 101, or continue searching for targets to eliminate? As he pondered over the treasures within the two spatial rings, by whose melodic voice echoed in his mind. No need to return to base 101. Nor do we need to eliminate anyone. We shall head directly to the Yaolong star. Upon hearing this, Imogen allocated a portion of his mental energy to respond to Baihu's inquiry before resuming his assessment of the numerous treasures obtained from the god-level martial artists he had dispatched during the experiment. After receiving Imogen's directive for their next course of action, Baihu ceased further conversation and began to automatically draw energy from the ship's energy layer, utilizing the spatial array's projection device aboard the starship to swiftly construct a temporary space warp wormhole ahead of the vessel. Moments later, the spatial wormhole was completed, and a subsequent scan confirmed beyond doubt that the destination at the other end was the star region of the Dragon Demon Star. The White Fox deftly maneuvered the massive bronze starship into the wormhole. Had they already entered the spatial wormhole? How long until they reached the Dragon Demon Star? After categorizing the numerous treasures within two spatial rings, Imogen retracted his mental energy and raised his gaze to the exterior of the starship. According to the calculations, the spatial leap would be completed in 1 minute and 26 seconds, reaching the destination. The sultry voice of the White Fox echoed from the control room. Oh. Upon hearing the response, Imogen nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent. Soon, the spatial leap concluded, and the bronze starship emerged near the vicinity of the Dragon Demon Star, scanning the surrounding star chart, identifying the starship's position in the cosmos, confirming the final destination, planning an accurate route. A series of system prompts resonated within the control room, and Imogen listened with an air of calm, awaiting the conclusion of the system's self-diagnostic. All systems normal, route planning completed. Expected entry into the atmosphere of the Dragon Demon Star in 2 minutes and 49 seconds. Is that it? Then let us proceed. With the system prompts finally ceasing, Imogen raised an eyebrow and remarked with a light chuckle. Very well, Master. The White Fox responded alluringly, and after calibrating the direction, the starship began to accelerate forward. Minutes later, a colossal planet appeared in Imogen's line of sight. Upon seeing this planet, he knew they had arrived at the Dragon Demon Star. Fourth brother, where are you? What? Are you almost entering the atmosphere of the Dragon Demon Star? Wait a moment. I will come to fetch you. After flying to the Dragon Demon Star, Imogen did not hasten to pilot the starship into its atmosphere. Instead, he retrieved a sound stone to establish contact with his second brother, Gino. With a smile, he stored the sound stone in the spatial ring and chose not to cloak the massive, several thousand-meter-long bronze starship in disguise, simply anchoring it at the periphery of the Dragon Demon Star's atmosphere while awaiting Gino's arrival. However, his stillness did not imply that others were inactive. The Guardian military of the Dragon Demon Star had already taken notice when the enormous bronze elliptical magical starship came into view. The commander of the Guardian military, possessing a keen mind, speculated that the identity of such a grand ship's occupant must be extraordinary. Therefore, he refrained from rushing in to surround it, opting instead to privately communicate with certain departments of the Dragon Demon Star to inquire whether any prominent figures were expected to arrive soon. However, after making his rounds, he found no indication of any notable visitors scheduled to grace the Dragon Demon Star. Unbelievably, there were none. Then he would have to approach and inquire about the visitor's specific identity. As the commander of the Dragon Demon Star's Guardian military, Yato was a direct descendant of the Tyrannosaurus clan, his true form being a Tyrannosaurus as well. After his inquiries yielded no results, he cast a glance towards the distant bronze behemoth starship, frowning as he muttered to himself. Soon, 3 starships, each 1,000 meters long, approached the bronze magical starship. Before the grand bronze-hued elliptical magic starship, the 3,000-meter-long demon race starships appeared rather diminutive, akin to the stark contrast between a sparrow and an eagle. Who approaches? Please state your name, echoed Yada's voice through the specially designed communication device aboard the ship once it came to a halt. Uncle Yadu, it's only been a few decades since I departed from Demon Dragon Star. Have you truly failed to recognize me? Upon hearing Yada's voice, Imogen offered a slight smile. Utilizing the projection equipment on the magic starship, he cast a colossal 3-dimensional image of himself, towering over 10,000 meters, into the starry expanse. Oh, it is young Master Longley. Yada warmly welcomes the 4th young master home. Momentarily taken aback by the grand projection of Imogen's upper body, Yada swiftly composed himself and responded with utmost respect. Not long after both parties confirmed their identities, Gino, aboard a sleek black flying chariot, appeared within Imogen's line of sight. "Fourth brother, where did you procure such a colossal vessel?" As Jino approached the magic starship, awestruck by its bronze magnificence, Mo Chun employed the spatial wormhole device aboard the ship to construct a temporary small-scale teleportation array beneath Jino's feet. Before Jino could react, he found himself in the control room of the magic starship. Gazing at Mo Chun before him and surveying the surroundings of the control room, he inquired in astonishment, "You created this yourself over the years?" Mo Chun offered a humble smile in response. "Indeed, I crafted it myself." "You truly are remarkably talented, fourth brother." Jino, subconsciously believing that the starship was merely an ostentatious faade, assumed its primary purpose was to serve as a means for his fourth brother to make a grand impression during travels. Convinced he had discerned the true nature of the magic starship, Jino shifted the conversation to share their experiences over the past decades, momentarily setting aside the ship. During their dialogue, Mo Chun conveyed that he had been engaged in the research and creation of the magic starship alongside his martial arts cultivation. Naturally, he withheld any intricate details regarding the manufacturing principles and processes of the starship. Jino, recognizing Mo Chun's ascension to the true god realm, refrained from questioning him, as he understood that this achievement was a testament to Mo Chun's years of hard work. After reminiscing for a while, Mo Chun stored the magic starship and boarded Jino's flying chariot as they headed toward the Radon family on Demon Dragon Star. Upon their arrival, Mo Chun, accompanied by Jino, first went to meet their father, Kovi. The occasion was significant, as Kovi's 1,000-year birthday was fast approaching. Consequently, Kovi's several sons, including Mo Chun's 3 elder brothers, were already present at the Radon family estate, busily preparing for the upcoming celebration. Mo Chun shared an overview of his experiences over the past decades with his brothers, Gyuder, Jino, and Gulan, as well as their father Kovi, ensuring that the content was consistent with what he had previously shared with Jino. Following this, Mo Chun returned to the courtyard of his family. After more than 20 days, the grand celebration of the current patriarch of the Rattan family, Kovi, on the occasion of his 1,000th birthday was held as scheduled. On the day of the celebration, all medium to large factions within the Maya Star region sent representatives to the Yao Long Star, presenting lavish gifts. At the entrance of the Rattan family, the 3 sons of the Lim Pam family, Yin Xiao, stood alongside Gu Te, Jino, Gu Long, and Long Li, all adorned in splendid attire. "Young Master Long Li, it has been quite some time," Yin Xiao remarked, having arrived as the representative of the Yin clan, flanked by several formidable warriors. He approached Gu Te and the others, greeting them one by one. Upon finally spotting Mo Chun, his expression brightened, and he smiled even more broadly. "Young Master Yin Xiao, it has indeed been a long while." Standing behind his 3 elder brothers, Mo Chun had maintained a low profile, embodying a mere passerby mentality. However, upon receiving Yin Xiao's enthusiastic greeting, his previously composed smile faltered momentarily, and he then returned a cordial greeting. Yin Xiao was recognized as the most talented leader of his generation in the Yin clan, and his noble status indicated that those he chose to greet were not of ordinary standing. "Is that young man the Gu Te of the Rattan family?" The actions of Yin Xiao at the entrance caught the attention of some nearby individuals, who whispered among themselves while watching him. "The one standing at the forefront is indeed Gu Te. The one greeting Yin Xiao is the 4th young master of the Rattan family, Long Li." Soon, Mo Chun's identity was recognized. Isn't he the one with notoriously poor martial arts talent, who, despite the aid of various rare treasures, has only managed to reach the pinnacle of the divine connection realm? Indeed, he is quite the anomaly. You wouldn't believe it. But this Long Li not only has abysmal martial talents, but his character diverges greatly from that of the typical Tyrannosaurus clan members. He is exceedingly arrogant, and in some respects, he is even more pitiable than certain scions of affluent human families. As whispers regarding the illustrious deeds of the 4th young master of the Rattan family circulated among the gathering, Mo Chun maintained his composed smile, observing Yin Xiao as he passed through the gate and ventured deeper into the family estate. He paid no heed to the hushed conversations surrounding him, soon regaining his earlier demeanor and standing modestly behind Gu Te and the others, ready to welcome the various guests attending Kovi's Millennium Birthday celebration. Chapter 126. The conclusion of an era. By noon, all representatives from various factions attending the birthday celebration of Kovi had gathered. As the time approached, Kovi, the guest of honor celebrating his millennium, ascended the platform erected for the occasion and delivered a speech. Following his address, the festivities commenced, filled with feasting, merriment, and opportunities for faction representatives to engage in discussions. Throughout this, Mo Chun remained indifferent, following the trio of Gu Te, partaking in the revelry, and offering smiles as required. Thus, the day concluded in a lively manner. On the fourth day following the grand celebration, Mo Chun felt that matters concerning the demon dragon star had reached a conclusion. He sought out his father, Covey, intending to bid farewell and return to his base at the meteorite mining area, designated as number 101. Lear, you must not venture out this time. At your current age, if you do not strive with all your might to elevate your cultivation to at least the second or third level of the source god realm within the next century, it will become exceedingly difficult for you to advance thereafter, given your natural talents. Therefore, for your future, I will dedicate the next 100 years to seeking every possible means and gathering all resources beneficial to your cultivation to elevate your capabilities. You, in turn, must diligently engage in your training without any hint of laxity, Covey stated sternly from his seat of authority in the family hall, gazing at Mo Chun. Listening to Covey's words, Mo Chun fell into silence. The intent behind Covey's message was clear. As a father, he had meticulously planned the trajectory of Mo Chun's development for the forthcoming century. If this arrangement were meant for the original Lear, who had not yet occupied Mo Chun's body, it would undoubtedly be a fortuitous opportunity. However, unfortunately, the recipient of this plan was the current Mo Chun. For someone who had already devised his own plans and immersed himself in the research of magical starships for decades, nearly on the brink of successfully creating a lethal, god-class magical starship, dedicating 100 years to elevating the martial prowess of this vessel was neither wise nor advantageous. Thus, Mo Chun did not hesitate long before resolutely declining. Lear, provide me with a reason for your unwillingness to comply with your father's arrangement. Do you not desire to enhance your martial cultivation? Covey inquired with surprise and a hint of irritation at Mo Chun's refusal. Father, the reason I reject your esteemed proposal is that I have more pressing matters to attend to. Mo Chun replied earnestly and resolutely, lowering his stance. What could possibly be more important than enhancing your martial cultivation? Covey's anger diminished slightly as he calmly inquired. My lord father, I have long recognized my deficiencies in martial talent. After numerous futile attempts, I have decided to forego the path of martial cultivation and redirect my efforts towards other methods that can bolster my strength, Mo Chun explained. Through relentless exploration and diligent effort, the child ultimately discovered a means to empower himself through the starry battleships. With these celestial vessels, he has now reached the point where he can effortlessly eliminate warriors of the virtual god realm. Given another century devoted to the study of these starry battleships, he is confident in his ability to construct vessels capable of defeating warriors at the initial god level. When Covey did not react with the anticipated fury, Mo Chun secretly commended him while maintaining a sincere demeanor as he explained. Eliminating an initial god. How is that even conceivable? I am not unfamiliar with the might of the starry battleships. Though formidable, their power is at most lethal to those of the source god tier. When it comes to the virtual god realm, the agility and destructive capacity of these vessels become insufficient to pose a threat. At the initial god level, their utility is further diminished, primarily serving as transportation. In fact, most initial god warriors can effortlessly cleave a starship thousands of meters long in two with their overwhelming energy. When wielding treasured weapons, the starry battleship would merely become an obvious target, destined for destruction. Shaking his head, Covey regarded Mo Chun's assertions with skepticism. He found the notion of a starship being capable of defeating initial god warriors to be absurdly laughable. In his understanding, a warrior of the initial god realm would require centuries of experience to emerge. How could a starry battleship, constructed in a matter of months at most, possibly eliminate such a formidable opponent? Was this not the height of folly? Perhaps this, if my esteemed father doubts it. He could accompany me aboard the magical starship I speak of. Once we reach the starry sea, I can arrange for encounters with star pirate groups led by virtual god-level warriors, and all will become clear. Covey's disbelief rendered Mo Chun silent once more. Mo Chun was not one to disregard good advice. Covey's words regarding his potential advancement over the next century had deeply moved him, leading him to carefully weigh the pros and cons before deciding to divulge his research on the magical starships. In other words, this plan was a spur-of-the-moment decision by Mo Chun. Therefore, upon hearing Covey's doubts, he remained silent for a while, contemplating a new idea before making a suggestion. Upon considering Mo Chun's proposal, Covey took a few moments to reflect and deemed it a plausible course of action, nodding in agreement. In truth, it would be disingenuous to claim that Covey held no particular thoughts about the magical starships capable of defeating initial god warriors. It was precisely for this reason that he resolved to accompany Mo Chun aboard the magical starship, eager to witness the veracity of their power firsthand. Perhaps due to his own considerations, on the morning agreed upon by Mo Chun and Cowie did not summon Gu Te, Ji Nuo, and Gu Long. as Mo Chun had anticipated. Instead, he arrived alone at the entrance of Mo Chin's private courtyard in the Layden family estate. Upon witnessing this unexpected situation, Mo Chun felt a twinge of confusion but refrained from asking further questions, accompanying Cowie as they exited the family gate. Once outside, Cowie did not instruct Mo Chun to immediately summon the magical starship. Rather, he requested that they travel together in a sword-shaped, sky-blue, flying vehicle. They soared away from the Dragon Demon Star and continued until they reached a region of the cosmos known for frequent pirate activity, far from their original location. Before coming to a halt, Cowie's series of unusual actions gradually led Mo Chun to realize that Cowie's skepticism regarding the magical starship, expressed in the Layden family hall, was perhaps not as profound as it seemed. Indeed, Cowie might harbor certain thoughts about the starship that remained unspoken. Very well, Li'er. You may now present the magical starship you mentioned, allowing me to witness its power, Cowie stated solemnly as they hovered in space near the rear of a battered asteroid. Father, please observe, Mo Chun replied with a slight smile as he extended his consciousness into a spatial ring he possessed. In an instant, a colossal, bronze-colored, oval-shaped vessel, spanning tens of thousands of meters, materialized a short distance away from them. The imposing presence of the ship was indeed remarkable, even within the Maya star region, where the classification of starships is simplified into categories of large vessels and artillery. This virtual divine-level magical starship Mo Chun had summoned was considered to be of the highest caliber. Thus, upon witnessing the bronze vessel, Cowie's eyes brightened with satisfaction as he nodded approvingly. Noticing the expression on Cowie's face, Mo Chun connected with the ship's spirit and commanded it to generate a temporary wormhole. Where did this spatial teleportation array come from? Cowie inquired, astonishment flickering in his eyes at the sudden appearance of the array before him. Do not be alarmed, father. Mo Chun reassured him with a smile. This is a temporary teleportation array constructed by the magical starship utilizing its own energy, designed to grant direct access to the control room of the vessel. Upon hearing Mo Chun's explanation, a look of understanding spread across Cowie's face. He then followed Mo Chun into the teleportation array. As the environment around them shifted, they stabilized to find themselves within the control room of the magical starship. Gazing at the various operation panels and the flickering array of indicator lights, curiosity filled Cowie's eyes. Father, the nearby warriors at the virtual divine realm have been marked. You may wish to take a look, Mo Chun suggested, projecting a visual display into the air of the control room. The image revealed 4 scattered red dots, each representing a warrior who had attained the virtual divine level of cultivation. How intriguing, Cowie remarked, his eyes lighting up with wonder at the sight of the suddenly materialized projection. Once Mo Chun elucidated the significance of the red that depicted on the projection screen. A distinct smile illuminated Covey's countenance. Remarkable. This is the first time I've heard that the Star Sea warship can also execute spatial teleportation. As Mo Chun selected a virtual god warrior nearest to the magic battleship and commanded the ship spirit to activate the spatial leap. He explained the teleportation capabilities of the magic battleship to Covey, who then displayed a look of astonishment and admiration for the first time. In the self-isolated Moya star domain, warriors who grasp the secrets of spatial principles are exceedingly rare. Those capable of constructing spatial arrays for traversing between different regions are already impressive. The capability of the current magic battleship, which can traverse thousands of meters within the Moya star domain given sufficient energy, is, in Covey's eyes, a miraculous feat, one he had never encountered before. As the distance was not great, within mere seconds, the magic battleship emerged from the other end of the spatial wormhole. Soon after, the ship's spirit completed a radar scan of the surrounding environment. The virtual god warrior was the leader of a nearby band of space pirates, with their headquarters situated within a desolate star. After scanning the intelligence shared by the ship spirit, Mo Chun introduced the situation to Covey. Meanwhile, due to Mo Chun's confidence in the virtual god-level magic battleship, he allowed the bronze, oval-shaped vessel to descend quite close to the pirates' headquarters. Consequently, this medium-sized pirate band quickly noticed the uninvited guest. In truth, as long as they were not blind, they would have immediately detected the colossal starship appearing right beneath their noses. Fortunately, they were not blind. Thus, the leader of the guards stationed near the desolate star promptly reported the sighting of the magic battleship to the pirate leader. Upon learning that a massive starship had appeared next to her lair, the fiery-haired female leader of the Wooden Clan, clad in crimson armor, furrowed her brows. Without hesitation, she took a few core members of her pirate band and flew out from the desolate star, whereupon they beheld the bronze, oval-shaped magic battleship. Father, the target has emerged from the depths of the desolate star. Please assess the power of my magic battleship. At that moment, Every action of the female leader was displayed on a three-dimensional projection screen in the control room of the magic battleship. As a warrior of the primordial god realm, Covey could discern through a slight mental probe that the opponent was at the pinnacle of the second layer of the virtual god realm, on the verge of the third layer. After confirming the opponent's cultivation level, Covey nodded slightly at Mo Chun, signaling that they could commence. Observing this, Mo Chun's smile faded, transforming into an enigmatic calm devoid of emotion, his eyes turning cold and indifferent. His gaze traversed through the starship's viewport, settling upon the female leader. With a flicker of consciousness, he commanded the ship's spirit to unleash a devastating strike of the ethereal level. An orange luminescence swiftly coalesced at the core of the elliptical starship, resembling a spherical orange, appearing prominently upon the vessel's surface, tethered by countless energy chains, each the girth of a human arm, linking the magical starship to the orange orb. Though the description may suggest a leisurely pace, the formation of the orange orb transpired in less than a tenth of a second. Once stabilized, it transformed into a radiant beam of orange light, vanishing from the starship's vicinity, only to re-emerge amidst the cataclysmic explosion of the distant female ethereal pirate leader, illuminating the void with a spectacular display of fireworks. As the brilliance faded, tranquility reclaimed the area, leaving behind only scattered, enigmatic treasures adrift in the darkened expanse of the cosmos. It was not until several seconds after the leader's demise that the remaining warriors of the pirate crew revealed their terror and scattered in disarray. Meanwhile, in the control room of the magical starship, Covey remained frozen in astonishment, his countenance betraying shock as he stared through the viewport towards the dissipating figure of the female warrior, rendered speechless. "Father, what do you think of the power of this magical starship?" As Covey's expression began to temper, regaining a semblance of calm, Mo Chen seized the moment to inquire with a smile. "It subverts the traditional doctrine that venerates martial prowess, a miraculous creation that heralds the end of an era." Covey's eyes ignited with fervent brilliance as he lavishly praised the magical starship, offering it the highest commendation. Chapter 127. A Century of Silence. The evaluation of the magical starship by Covey left Mo Chun momentarily stunned, particularly the phrase about ending an era, which evoked a vague recollection within him. "Li'er, what you mentioned earlier about being able to manufacture a Starsea warship capable of slaying a beginning God Realm warrior within a century, is that still valid?" The excitement on Covey's face faded, replaced by a solemn demeanor as he gazed intently at Mo Chun, his tone urgent. "Of course, it is valid," Mo Chun replied respectfully, having been deep in thought. "Very well, I grant you 100 years to research these Starsea warships. During this time, you may directly contact me regarding any resources or issues related to your research. I will, in my capacity as the head of the Raton family, provide unwavering support for your endeavors. I hope you will not disappoint me a century from now," Covey stated with a grave expression, his demeanor exceptionally serious. "Thank you, esteemed father, for your support." Upon hearing Covey's words, a flicker of joy crossed Mo Chen's face. All his efforts had been aimed at eliciting this very response from Covey. "There are many matters within the family that require my attention. Li'er, you should return to your research base for the Starsea warships. If you need anything in the future, you can contact me directly through the Soundstone, and I will promptly send assistance," Covey instructed. He had already explained the situation regarding Base 101 during their journey, which is why he spoke so. "Understood. I shall return now. Please take care, father." Li'er replied as he began to exit the control room, appearing outside the starship. Mo Chun respectfully bowed towards the window, in the direction of Covey, and without hesitation, commanded the ship's spirit to initiate a spatial leap, setting the destination to the asteroid mining area where Base 101 was located. In the Starsea, Covey watched as the bronze oval magical starship vanished into a temporarily constructed teleportation array, a cryptic smile suddenly appearing on his otherwise impassive face. "A century, I can wait." Upon returning to Base 101, Mo Chun wasted no time. After compiling a list of materials required for the construction of the beginning God-level magical starship, he submitted his requests to Covey. With the Raton family as his backing, the speed of material procurement was incomparable to the painstaking and cautious methods he had previously employed to gather resources from the family. In less than 10 days, all the materials on Mo Chen's list were secured. By bypassing the time-consuming materials collection phase, the manufacturing process for the beginning God-level magical starship ended up taking only 23.5 years, a duration remarkably similar to that required for the construction of a void God-level starship. The spherical hull, adorned in a deep black coating, measures a uniform diameter of 88 meters. Were it not for the distinct design, those familiar with the various classes of magical starships might mistake this creation of Mo Chen's for an enhanced version of a true God-class magical starship. The ship's construction has reached a primordial divine level, exuding an essence of returning to simplicity. Across the entirety of the starship, from the physical defense layer to the weaponry, energy systems, and core operational layers, the technology of spatial compression and expansion has been employed. Consequently, although the exterior appears diminutive, the internal spatial areas of the various layers are capable of accommodating a starship of 1,000 meters in length. Remarkably, while the primordial divine starship seems to possess vast operational areas, the actual demand for personnel in its operation is as minimal as its exterior dimensions suggest. A mere 7 operators suffice for its command. Having successfully completed the construction of the primordial divine starship, the next logical step was to conduct experiments and gather data. Without a moment's hesitation, Imo-chun resolved to journey to the wandering star. The spatial teleportation device aboard the primordial divine starship has been significantly enhanced, and shortly thereafter, the vessel traversed a temporary wormhole to arrive at the heart of the wandering star region, near the life star, wandering star. The target of the primordial divine warrior has been successfully locked on. The annihilation cannon is charging. The black spherical starship, akin to a specter, silently awaited in close proximity to the wandering star. Due to its modest 88-meter diameter, it fell within the traditional aesthetic of starships in the Moya star domain, regarded as quite small and lacking in formidable power. Thus, even when the guards on Wandering Star first detected the black sphere, they dismissed it without a second thought. Unperturbed by their disregard, Imo-chun merely chuckled softly. The charging process has concluded. The annihilation cannon has successfully fired. The target's life signature has been obliterated. Confirmation of the target's demise. Mere moments later, the entire black sphere erupted in a surge of dark radiance, which flared up and dissipated almost instantaneously. As the intensity of the dark glow reached a certain threshold, it abruptly contracted, condensing into a tiny black sphere the size of a thumb. In the next instant, the sphere vanished into the cosmic expanse. In a study located within the palace complex atop the highest peak of the central area of Wandering Star, a figure named Xianxia, engrossed in reading a scroll, suddenly furrowed his brow. The instincts honed over a lifetime of piracy, forged in the fires of bloodshed for a millennium, surged with an unprecedented intensity at that moment. Yet, before he could contemplate the source of this sensation, a thumb-sized black sphere materialized abruptly at his brow. In the next heartbeat, the black sphere, disregarding the multiple defenses he hastily activated, penetrated into Xianxia's soul sea. With a silent clang, Xianxia's consciousness dissipated and blood gushed from his neck. His divine body, having lost the guidance of its soul, helplessly slumped onto the writing desk. It appeared to be quite a success. On the radar screen, the trace of a lethal strike was being tracked in real time, allowing Imo-chun to witness the entire process of the Marauder's demise. Having eliminated the leader of the Wandering Star, the Celestial Thief Band, Imo-chun had no intention of lingering here. The teleportation array quickly took shape, and the Black Sphere starship vanished within it. In the Moya star domain, the primordial level warriors were all figures of great power and authority, dominating their respective territories. If he were to conduct experiments with 3 or 4 dozen warriors of the same rank, akin to previous trials with other levels of magical starships, it was likely that by the time the primordial level magical starship testing concluded, all primordial level warriors in the Moya star domain would face utter annihilation. At base 101, Imo-chun stepped out of the primordial level magical starship and sat thoughtfully on the bed in the lounge. Perhaps I could seize this opportunity to pursue the construction of the immortal level magical starship, a task left unfinished by Qin Dynasty. With the unconditional resource support from the Layden family, there was a considerable probability of successfully manufacturing the immortal level magical starship. After contemplating the matters concerning the primordial level magical starship for a while, a spark ignited in Imo-chun's eyes, and he suddenly spoke to himself. The more he pondered, the more he became convinced of the feasibility of his idea. Although unifying the Moya star domain might only necessitate a fleet of primordial level magical starships, Imo-chun deemed it prudent to construct additional immortal level magical starships to enhance the stability of his plan. True to his character, Imo-chun acted on his thoughts without delay. Instead of venturing out to test the various performance aspects of the primordial level magical starship, he submitted another list to Cowie, citing the simple rationale of material consumption for the construction of the immortal level magical starship. However, it was too long before Imo-chun encountered a challenge. In attempting to gather materials according to the list provided by Qin Dynasty for the immortal level magical starship, he realized that it was virtually impossible to collect all those materials within the Moya star domain. Many of the required materials could only be found in the endless expanse of the Void Sea. Nevertheless, this did not daunt Imo-chun. In fact, Prior to his research on the construction of immortal-level magical starships, during the manufacturing of various levels of magical starships from true god level to primordial level, some materials specified by Qin were also absent from the Moya star domain. Qin's solution to this dilemma was straightforward: to seek alternative materials with similar properties, or even superior ones, that existed within the Moya star domain to compensate for the shortfall. As a pinnacle among the realms second only to the primordial universe, the immortal-level magical starship, designed to vanquish immortal-level warriors, required resources and embodied technological complexity that could only be described as astronomical. Consequently, from the initial gathering of materials to the successful completion of the immortal-level starship, Qin invested a staggering 81 years. Who could have imagined that such an unassuming object could transform into a formidable warship capable of defeating immortal-level warriors? Qin held in his hand a silver-white, circular metallic object resembling a 1 yuan coin, his face reflecting a sense of profound contemplation. The profound integration of space technology, programming laws, energy systems, weaponry, control systems, and magical formations has ultimately given rise to the remarkable appearance of the immortal-grade magic starship. The need for a ship's spirit has become obsolete. The host's consciousness serves as the ship's essence. By binding the life imprint to the starship, it transforms into an extension of one's own body. It is truly wondrous. Could this be the ultimate manifestation of the fusion between technology and high martial prowess? Qin's spiritual consciousness now resides within the immortal-grade magic starship. With but a fleeting thought, he can harness the extraordinary capabilities of this vessel, rivaling those of a peak immortal warrior. After familiarizing himself with the various functionalities of the immortal-grade magic starship, Qin ultimately absorbed this vessel, resembling a 1 yuan coin in appearance, into his soul sea. It has been over a century since Covey expressed support for the Magic Starship project. It is nearly time to return to the Dragon Demon Star and share the manufacturing techniques for the primordial god-grade magic starship with Covey. As the current patriarch of the Leighton family, one of the 2 pillars of the Demon clan, my father will undoubtedly be deeply intrigued by the formation of the primordial god-grade magic starship fleet. Perhaps, without my urging, a war that could reshape the entire Maya star domain will erupt once the fleet is established. With the immortal-grade magic starship safely stored away, Qin turned to gaze at the black, spherical primordial god-grade magic starship, which had remained untouched for decades, its surface glimmering with an ethereal light as he murmured to himself. Chapter 128. Assault on the Corpse Clan with an indomitable level magical starship as his foundation. Qin felt an unshakable confidence. After meticulously organizing the technical data pertaining to the divine origin level magical starship, he piloted the black spherical starship through a spatial wormhole, directly arriving in proximity to the Dragon Demon Star. Anticipating Qin's arrival, it was not Gino who came to greet him this time, but rather his father, Covey. Lear, why did you not bring back the starship capable of slaying divine origin-level warriors? Covey inquired, hovering in the atmosphere of the Dragon Demon Star, surrounded by a retinue of guards, as he observed Qin descend from the black spherical starship with a look of confusion. The starship behind me is indeed capable of annihilating divine origin warriors, Qin elucidated. Is this truly the case? Covey exclaimed, incredulous. Lear, you cannot be mistaken. This starship is merely 80 to 90 meters in size. It could scarcely withstand even a standard strike from a divine origin warrior. How could it possibly possess the ability to slay such formidable opponents? Upon hearing Qin's explanation, Covey's gaze fell upon the black spherical magical starship. Measuring 88 meters in diameter, his face etched with disbelief. Why not let father personally experience its capabilities to ascertain the truth? Qin suggested with a respectful smile. Noting Covey's skepticism. Indeed, let us see what marvel you have created, Lear, Covey replied, momentarily taken aback, before his face blossomed into a smile of approval. Thus, at Qin's invitation, Covey traversed the temporary wormhole and entered the control room. Spatial principles? Upon entering the control room, Covey immediately sensed the rhythmic fluctuations of spatial principles within the space he occupied. Observing the environment around him, he noted its vastness and brightness. With an expansive view and an array of intricate instruments and screens arranged in a fan-like formation at the front. After a brief glance, Covey estimated the control room's length to be no less than 30 to 40 meters. Coupled with the size of the spherical starship he had observed outside, he quickly deduced that a sophisticated spatial array was likely employed here, allowing for the creation of a larger overlapping space within the confines of limited material space. After several minutes, Qin guided Covey from the control layer, sequentially exploring the energy layer, weapon layer, and defense layer of the starship. To think that spatial principles have been utilized in every layer is truly astonishing, Covey remarked, his eyes wide with wonder after touring the major layers of the starship under Qin's guidance. Father, here is the complete design blueprint for the divine origin-level magical starship. Simply instruct your people to follow the outlined procedures and procure sufficient materials, and they will be able to manufacture the same model of starship in bulk, Qin stated as they returned to the control room. He produced a jade tablet designed to store data, akin to a USB drive or memory card, with the distinction that this tablet required mental energy to unlock, whereas the former devices necessitated compatible electronic terminals for access. Upon receiving the jade slip, Cowie delved into it with his mental prowess, skimming through the densely packed design blueprints and technical jargon. After a moment of hesitation, he returned the jade slip to Qin. From now on, the responsibility for the construction of these starry sea battleships shall rest entirely upon you, Li'er. I trust that your capabilities will yield greater results than my own. After handing back the jade slip, Cowie spoke. I shall not disappoint you, father, replied Qin, a subtle glimmer of understanding flickering in his eyes upon hearing Cowie's implication. Cowie's intentions were anticipated by Qin, who had surmised that if Cowie possessed any cunning, he would not squander the talents of the one who had crafted the magical starship by neglecting to appoint him to a position in its construction. Having grasped the general situation regarding the god-tier starship, Qin, with Cowie's backing, commenced the establishment of a starport capable of mass-producing god-tier starships in a vast interstellar mining region controlled by the Leighton family. Concurrently, he laid plans for the construction of hundreds of factories on a nearby planet abundant in resources, dedicated to processing starship components. Employing assembly line methodologies, he meticulously delineated the colossal undertaking of god-tier starship manufacturing into nearly 10,000 distinct production positions. At the starport phase, all components pertaining to the 4 layers of the magical starship, control, energy, weaponry, and defense, would undergo final assembly. Once the starship was fully assembled and calibrated, it could ascend directly from the port and be deployed into combat. Following Qin's vision, 49 years passed quietly, through relentless exploration and practice. The complete assembly line for the production of god-tier magical starships, from component manufacturing to multi-layer assembly and adjustment, was finally completed and put into operation. The first god-tier magical starship was successfully assembled in the 5th month of the production line, passing all inspections flawlessly and achieving successful test flights. Over 2 decades later, a joint fleet comprising 66 god-tier magical starships and over 5,000 standard 1-kilometer-long sea battleships of the demon race gathered in the atmosphere of the demon dragon star, poised for action. Father, are those spherical battleships, measuring 80 to 90 meters in length, truly reliable? In the control room of a black spherical magical starship, Gudu expressed his concerns, worry etched across his face. Behind him stood Jino, Gulong, and Qin, while before him was Cowie, the head of the Leighton family. Reliability will be determined when we enter the frosty abyss and encounter the corpse tribe. Cowie responded with an understanding smile, recalling Qin's previous reassurances. He did not provide a definitive answer, opting instead to echo similar sentiments. Seeing Cowie's demeanor, Gudu felt it prudent to refrain from further comments. He found it utterly incomprehensible that Covey would mobilize such a formidable force, gathering more than 2/3 of the Raton family's combat power, and daring to embark on an interstellar campaign against the undead's homeland with merely 66 diminutive Star Sea battleships. Although the over 5,000 traditional Star Sea battleships of the demon race lacked the capability for spatial jumps, they were able to construct an enormous temporary spatial wormhole with the vast energy supply provided by the joint energy matrix formed by the 66 primordial-grade magical battleships. Utilizing this colossal spatial wormhole, the 5,000 traditional Star Sea battleships swiftly transitioned from the Dragon Demon Star region directly to the periphery of the cold ice domain. Only after all the traditional demon battleships had entered the wormhole did the 66 primordial-grade magical battleships, serving as the energy supply source and the foundational base for the temporary spatial wormhole, sever their energy transmission and gradually enter the passage. Many members of the Raton family had never experienced long-distance spatial wormhole travel, leading to widespread curiosity during the process, which persisted even after the spatial jump concluded. The sudden transition from the Dragon Demon Star to the cold ice domain heightened the curiosity of many demon members. Upon issuing commands, the various battleships arranged themselves and entered the cold ice domain, ever prepared for combat. Once all the starships had completed their spatial transition, Covey commanded an incursion into the cold ice domain. Little Torch Star, located at the northern edge of the cold ice domain, is the most advanced life star in the northern territories of the undead, with a spiritual energy level reaching Tier 5. Consequently, 6 warriors at the second tier of the Void God realm and 2 at the third tier have been stationed there year-round. Upon entering the Cold Ice domain, Kovi's fleet paid no heed to the scattered undead warriors encountered along the way, nor to the life stars below Tier 3. They proceeded directly towards Little Torch Star, following the designated sequence of critical life stars marked on the magical battleships for the entire Cold Ice domain. With only 8 Void God realm warriors guarding it, there was no time to waste. As the fleet approached Little Torch Star, Kovi gazed at the planet's surface, which had activated its defensive array, with a hint of dissatisfaction. Father, why not alter our strategy and directly utilize the advantages of our magical battleships to launch a surprise assault on the undead Imperial Star? Once we eliminate all the formidable Void God realm warriors among the undead, the remaining ones can be dealt with by the soldiers aboard the conventional Star Sea battleships. Upon hearing Kovi's discontent, Imo-chun felt a stir in his heart and proposed this strategy. This plan is excellent and aligns perfectly with my thoughts. At these words, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Kovi's eyes as he pondered and nodded in agreement with the suggestion. With a new strategy in place, they no longer wasted time. Commanding the over 5,000 conventional Star Sea battleships of the Demon Race to remain in the Little Torch Star region and continue their advance towards the central Imperial Star of the Cold Ice domain as originally planned. Meanwhile, Kovi led the 66 primordial-grade magical battleships to directly descend near the undead Imperial Star through spatial transition. As the spatial leap concluded, Kovi swiftly commanded the ship's spirit to scan the Corpse Clan's Imperial Star, pinpointing the locations of all martial artists possessing the realm of the primordial god. 3 targets meeting the criteria were detected. The location of the first target has been successfully locked. The location of the second target has been successfully locked. The location of the third target has been successfully locked. Soon, a series of radar feedback echoed within the control room. Marking their positions is all that is required. The Corpse Emperor Hadouin resides at the second tier of the primordial god realm. That refined entity of our clan, the Demon Corpse, is at the first tier, decades ago. The leader of the 4 Corpse Kings, Kuei, broke through from the third tier of the Void God realm and now similarly stands at the first tier of the primordial god realm. Listening to the radar scan's feedback, Kovi spoke with a hint of arrogance. The Layden family has long harbored grievances against the Corpse Clan, and their reconnaissance regarding the Corpse Clan's high-end combat capabilities has never faltered. This old man certainly relishes embellishing his own narrative. Momentarily taken aback by Kovi's sudden soliloquy, Imo-chin, upon grasping the essence of his words, restrained the impulse to laugh, inwardly mocking him. The radar scan's feedback was merely a programmed voice output, a unilateral transmission of information. At this moment, Kovi's interjection may have seemed unremarkable to Gyuder and the others, but to Imo-chun, who was well-versed in the myriad functionalities of the magical starship, it struck a rather comical note. Once the positions of the Corpse Emperor and the others were locked in, Kovi wasted no time awaiting a response and immediately commanded the starships to unleash a decisive strike against the 3 martial artists at the primordial god realm on the Imperial Star. Upon receiving the order, 66 black spherical starships simultaneously flickered with a dark light, and then 66 thumb-sized black spheres coalesced, traversing space and time, vanishing from sight. Unsurprisingly, before the 66 primordial-grade magical starships, the 3 Corpse Clan martial artists, including the Corpse Emperor, could not evade this concentrated onslaught, resulting in their complete obliteration. Perhaps it was due to the simultaneous assault from the 66 magical starships that the 3 Corpse Clan primordial god realm warriors, including both their physical forms and souls, were utterly annihilated, leaving no trace behind in this world. Having confirmed the demise of the Corpse Emperor and the other 2 experts of the primordial god realm, Kovi did not order the 66 magical starships to cease their actions. Instead, he established contact with the Demon Clan fleet of the Little Torch Star through a sound stone. After reorganizing their tasks, the 2 Demon Clan fleets commenced a comprehensive assault on the entire Corpse Clan within the Frigid Domain. Chapter 129. Allies. The 4th judge prompts you. Please remember to bookmark New Keyboard Novel Networks in Jianpan.com for your convenience in continuing to read. Utilizing the advantages of the God-level magic battleship, after eliminating the advanced combat forces of the Undead Clan, the remaining task was the Radon family's extensive purge of the chilling ice domain inhabited by the undead. Within a brief span of approximately 2 months, the majority of the resisting undead factions in the ice domain were subdued and eradicated. The entire ice domain had completely fallen under the control of the Radon family. It seemed that no encouragement was necessary. The Radon clan, intoxicated by their newfound power, could hardly contain their restless ambitions and eagerly began to provoke the neighboring forces. As a resource area for the production of god-level magic battleships, Qin designated it as Base 201. Following the successful occupation of the Undead's ice domain, Qin voluntarily requested to be reassigned to Base 201, where he could oversee the manufacturing of the magic battleships with peace of mind. However, even though Qin was stationed at the rear, the frontline intelligence at his disposal was real-time. As the fourth young master of the Radon family and the creator of the god-level magic battleships, Covey granted Qin access to the Radon family's intelligence network. Consequently, Qin was able to keep himself well informed of the Radon family's latest movements, ensuring he remained in a position of awareness. He planned for his father and several capable brothers to thoroughly consume the forces within the Moya Star region, and when the time came to face formidable adversaries, he would intervene judiciously. Qin understood that he had laid the groundwork for the Radon family's conquest of the Moya Star region. As long as they capitalized on the opportunity, the overwhelming background of the demon race would facilitate unification far more smoothly than his own direct involvement. Moreover, given that his true cultivation level was merely at the true god stage, it would be challenging for him to command respect, and premature exposure would carry significant risks. Therefore, after relinquishing the manufacturing technology and command of the magic battleships, he voluntarily requested to return to Base 201 instead of competing for merit on the front lines. In this power struggle, where the clam and the snipe vie, the fisherman gains. Qin's plan was to play the role of the hidden fisherman. He hoped that the Radon family would recognize the subtleties of the situation, otherwise. Sighing softly, Qin stood in his unique office at Base 201. Gazing through the window at the bustling assembly line outside, his thoughts distant. The demon race was a significant power bordering the southern region of the demon race. Initially, the demons and the demons were allies. However, their previously harmonious relationship had become strained due to a series of border skirmishes in recent times. The demon race's stronghold. The Tianma Star had witnessed the Radon family single-handedly campaign against the undead, seizing the ice domain and slaying the undead emperor and numerous god-level experts. Within the demon race, the previously equal relations between the Tyrannosaurus clan and the Sin Dragon clan had dramatically shifted, with the Tyrannosaurus clan emerging as the dominant force. The Radon family, the largest clan backing the Tyrannosaurus, subtly began to trend towards becoming the rulers of the demon race. Within the Grand Hall of the Heavenly Demon Star, several formidable beings of the demon tribe engaged in fervent discussion. According to intelligence reports, the sudden resurgence of the Radon family was attributed to their acquisition of a fleet of extraordinarily powerful Star Sea warships from an unknown source. It was rumored that these warships possessed the capability to annihilate warriors of the Divine Beginning realm. One of the demon tribe's strongmen interjected, expressing skepticism. Do you truly believe such absurd news? Clearly, many demon warriors, akin to the sentiments of Covey, harbored serious doubts regarding the assertion that these Star Sea warships could obliterate Divine Beginning warriors. Ahem. This information was relayed by my subordinates. Its authenticity remains to be verified. The demon warrior, confronted with skepticism, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, fully aware of the unreliability of his statement. Were it not for this intelligence, which had been conveyed by a spy placed near a high-ranking member of the Beast tribe, he would not have dared to mention it at all. The Beast tribe's actions have become increasingly excessive. Tomorrow, I shall personally visit the Radon family to seek clarification from Covey regarding their intentions. The demon tribe's leader, seated at the head of the hall, suddenly spoke after absorbing his subordinate's discourse. The following day, the demon tribe leader indeed arrived at the Dragon Star and encountered Covey. Ha! What brings the leader of the demon tribe to my humble abode? Upon learning of the visit, Covey greeted him with a hearty laugh. Ah, Covey, we have shared a long-standing friendship. I shall not mince words. My purpose for coming is to inquire why your beast tribe has been instigating unwarranted tensions along the borders of our two tribes, even resulting in grievous casualties. The demon tribe leader, possessing a forthright nature, wasted no time in stating his intent upon seeing Covey. Do not be so hasty, my dear heavenly demon. Before addressing your query, allow me to show you something intriguing. Perhaps once you have seen it, you will gain a clearer understanding. Covey, seemingly prepared for the heavenly demon's assertiveness, wore a mysterious smile. I shall see what tricks you have up your sleeve. The heavenly demon, confident in his prowess as a second layer of divine beginning, spoke with pride. However, this arrogance dissipated like a wisp of smoke after Covey led him to witness a spherical, black, divine beginning-grade magic ship. Especially when Covey personally escorted the heavenly demon aboard this vessel, traversing a spatial wormhole to abruptly arrive at a life star inhabited by the Earthlings, and in his presence, eliminated a female warrior of the Divine Beginning realm in an instant. The heavenly demon's expression darkened, becoming exceedingly grim. My dear heavenly demon, our alliance between the beast tribe and the demon tribe has endured for millennia. I sincerely hope that the demon tribe remains a steadfast ally of the beast tribe, standing together through thick and thin. Of course, as allies, we have never been stingy when it comes to mutual interests. Sensing the time was right to conclude his demonstration, Covey spoke with clear implication. What are your intentions, beast tribe? The underlying meaning in Covey's words was unmistakable, and the heavenly demon's face reflected a tempest of emotions as he looked up at Covey, asking in a grave tone to sweep across the Moya Star domain. The smile that once adorned Covey's face abruptly vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor that betrayed no discernible emotion. His voice, though not loud, resonated with a powerful clarity. To sweep through the Moya Star region? Such grandiose claims. Covey, do you genuinely believe that a single starship can stand against the myriad forces of the entire Moya Star region? Upon hearing Covey's response, the demon suddenly burst into laughter, perceiving his words as naively absurd. I possess over 60 starships of similar might, with even more being continuously produced. The total number of martial artists at the divine origin level across all factions in the Moya Star region scarcely exceeds 30. Given such a disparity in strength, I trust one need not remind you of the inevitable choice. Witnessing the demon's reaction, Covey let out a cold chuckle, revealing his trump card. The implications of Covey's words caused the demon's expression to shift dramatically, shock evident upon his face. There are more than 60 starships akin to this one. My demon kin are indeed the most loyal allies of the Beast clan, ready to forge ahead together. After a brief moment of hesitation, the demon resolutely made his decision. That is precisely the right approach. To be frank, I truly do not wish to see a day when the demon clan stands opposed to the Beast clan. The demon's response restored the smile to Covey's face, who then patted the demon on the shoulder, expressing his satisfaction. Thus, after the Radon family took control of the Beast clan, they successfully garnered the support of their ancient allies, the Demon clan. This bolstered Covey's confidence in his ambition to conquer the Moya Star region. Months later, the star region previously inhabited by the Radon family saw its surrounding forces eradicated. Throughout this period, under Covey's guidance, the Beast clan's fleet seized every opportunity to instigate conflicts, resulting in numerous skirmishes and even minor interstellar wars with neighboring factions. Utilizing these tensions as a pretext, the Beast clan swiftly annihilated 6 surrounding forces, excluding the Demon clan. After achieving these victories, the Beast clan momentarily ceased their activities to concoct grander schemes and plans. Following the Radon family's expedition against the Corpse clan and their successful occupation of the Inhan Ice domain, the various factions within the Moya Star region turned their attention to the Beast clan. Initially, the Radon family's sudden military action against the Corpse clan did not elicit much surprise among other factions, given the history of enmity between them. However, what truly astonished them was the Radon family's ability to eliminate a divine origin-level powerhouse from the Corpse clan and successfully seize control of the entire Inhan Ice domain. While the outcome of the conflict between the Radon family and the Corpse clan was indeed remarkable, the historical grievances between the two parties provided some context that other factions could accept. However, the rapid cleansing of multiple neighboring forces by the Radon-led Beast clan raised alarm among many factions within the Moya Star region. However, it is evident that Covey did not afford the other factions within the Mahia Star domain much time to react. After cleansing the surrounding forces, nearly 21 days elapsed before Covey orchestrated the deployment of 66 God-class magical starships, dividing them into several small groups, to stealthily infiltrate the territories of all factions within the Mahia Star domain and assassinate all mid to large-scale forces God-level powerhouses. Thus commenced a cataclysm that would upend the entire Mahia Star domain. Enhanced by their spatial leap capabilities, each God-class magical starship became akin to a phantom assassin. In less than 3 days, numerous reports emerged from the Mahia Star domain regarding the mysterious assassinations of many long-established God-level powerhouses. By the evening of the 5th day, upon the return of the magical starships that completed their assassination missions to report back to Covey on the Dragon Demon Star, it was confirmed that 28 God-level warriors had fallen to assassination. 5 days later, the majority of the dispatched magical starships successfully returned, save for 3 that remained unaccounted for. Who were these 3 starships sent to assassinate? Noticing their absence, Covey accessed the operational records of the starships for review. 2 had been dispatched to the Medicine Artifact Pavilion to assassinate the current Pavilion Master, xianxia, while 1 was sent to the Shadow Clan to eliminate its leader. The ship's spirit projected a screen in the command room, displaying the assassination details of the 3 magical starships. xianxia, A renowned god-level powerhouse known as the Traveler of Fate possesses a rare mastery of the laws of destiny. It is possible that he, through his unique understanding of fate, had already foreseen my intent to dispatch starships to assassinate him, thus taking precautions. Given the time elapsed, it seems unlikely that those two starships would return. Their fate appears grim. As for the Shadow Clan, rumors suggest their collusion with divine factions from other star domains, and they are naturally adept at stealth and assassination. Having long engaged in combat with the Alliance, it stands to reason that the assassination attempt by that starship likely met with failure as well. Upon grasping the identities of the targets of the three magical starships, Covey gradually fell into a contemplative silence. The god-level powerhouses of the Mahia star domain had suffered casualties of nearly 80 to 90%. Even if a few managed to escape by chance, they would ultimately find themselves ensnared in the web of over 60 starships capable of rivaling god-level warriors. Therefore, I ought not to dwell upon the failures of the assassination plans against Xianxia and the Shadow Clan, but rather, I should promptly adhere to the original strategy and, alongside the Demon Fleet, wage war against all factions within the Mahia star domain. After a moment of reflection, the expression in Covey's eyes gradually transformed into clarity. With this resolution, he swiftly, in the name of the Demon Clan's sovereign, commenced the unification of the Demon Fleet, continuing their infiltration and invasion of the surrounding regions. Many major powers within the Mahia star domain, still reeling from the grievous loss of their elite forces, soon became aware of the unusual activities of the Demon and Devil clans. Neither the Demon nor the Devil clans had suffered the loss of a single god-level warrior, while the god-level warriors of other factions had been mysteriously assassinated in droves. The recent aggressive expansion of the Demon and Monster clans has led astute observers to quickly deduce that the series of assassinations targeting Divine Realm warriors in the Moya star domain is likely interconnected with these two factions. At this critical juncture, the esteemed sage of the Moya star domain, Xianxia, made a sudden public appearance. As the head of the Medicine and Artifact Pavilion, Xianxia wields the profound essence of destiny and has previously employed his unique foresight to avert several cataclysmic events that threatened to upend the Moya star domain. Thus, he is widely acknowledged as a sage and a mentor in the evolution of civilization within this realm. The emergence of such a legendary figure amidst the alarming wave of assassinations of Divine Realm warriors clearly carries a significant purpose. Upon his arrival, Xianxia openly revealed the truth behind the mysterious killings of these formidable beings, implicating the Leighton family as the orchestrators of these heinous acts. Once the Leighton family's ambitions were laid bare before all factions in the Moya star domain, the consequences were inevitable. Those factions that had lost Divine Realm warriors harbored an intense loathing for the Leighton family, eager for retribution. Moreover, after elucidating the reality of the assassinations, Xianxia also highlighted the formidable weapons utilized by the Leighton family, the divine-grade magical battleships. He even presented two spherical divine-grade magical battleships as tangible evidence. Unsurprisingly, as predicted by Covey, Xianxia had managed to evade the lethal strikes of these battleships and successfully incapacitated them. Following Xianxia's exposition of their destructive potential, the powerful factions that had been poised to confront the Leighton family fell into a contemplative silence, realizing that a direct assault would be tantamount to suicide. Consequently, all parties prudently awaited Xianxia's guidance and strategic direction. He did not disappoint, announcing his intention to lead a coalition of warriors and fleets from the various factions of the Moya star domain to confront the Leighton family. Covey felt a deep sense of foreboding. Xianxia's involvement in this matter signaled significant trouble ahead. The gravity of Xianxia's prestige, akin to that of a revered elder or savior, weighed heavily on him. Most troubling was the enigma of how Xianxia had evaded the decisive strike from the magical battleship. If this issue remained unresolved, Covey feared he would lack the assurance needed for the impending conflict, apprehensive that Xianxia might employ the same tactics again, plunging him into an irretrievable predicament. Determined to find a solution, Covey's gaze flickered with resolve. After considerable reflection, he resolved to journey to Base 201 to seek the counsel of Mo-chan, the architect of the magical battleships, in hopes of devising a strategy to address this dilemma. At Base 201, Mo-chan had been keeping abreast of the recent developments in the Moya star domain through the Leighton family's intelligence network. Xianxia, a figure of prophetic ability from the Divine Realm, known as the God of Murder. It seems that the admonition inscribed on the parchment manuscript of Chikai D holds considerable merit. The vastness of the cosmic domain is immense, with practitioners of profound arts as numerous as the sands of the ocean. Among such a multitude, it is inevitable that some warriors possess the means to lock onto life-averse marks or defend against lethal assaults from adversaries of comparable cultivation. Thus, One must not presume that merely wielding a magical starship of the same caliber guarantees absolute dominance over peers of equal prowess. As the words from the parchment echoed in his mind, a faint smile appeared on Mo Chen's lips. xianxia's precognitive abilities could indeed serve as a form of indirect defense against the lethal strikes of magical starships. However, it remained uncertain whether xianxia would still possess the capacity to successfully defend against the onslaught of an immortal-class magical starship, which transcended an entire realm in power. While Mo Chen sat upon a meteorite, contemplating the recent developments in the Moya star domain, he was interrupted by the voice of Covey from behind him. "Lear, how have you been lately?" With a slight mental probe, Covey pinpointed Mo Chen's location and approached him. "Father, what brings you here today?" Upon hearing the voice, Mo Chen composed his expression and turned to inquire humbly and respectfully. "Alas, Lear, the starship you constructed has encountered some issues." Recognizing Mo Chen's immediate inquiry about his visit, Covey dispensed with pleasantries and recounted the details surrounding the attempted assassination of the Divine Realm warriors in the Moya star domain by his dispatched magical starships, as well as the failure of 3 magical starships sent to eliminate xianxia and the Shadow Clan. Chapter 130. Gratitude in the 201 base, the workspace of Mo Chen. Covey sat on a sofa-like seat, observing Mo Chen, who was deep in contemplation. Covey had previously explained to Mo Chen the failure of the divine-level magic battleship during the assassination of xianxia and the Shadow Clan. At this moment, Mo Chen appeared to be pondering solutions. At least in Covey's eyes, Mo Chen was formulating strategies. If 1 battleship could not suffice, then 2 would be necessary. If 2 were inadequate, then 60 should be deployed. It seemed that Covey was rather inflexible, approaching problems without any nuance. Beneath Mo Chen's seemingly contemplative exterior, he was internally critiquing Covey's rigidity and lack of adaptability. The existence of xianxia and the Shadow Clan was indeed troublesome. As the most formidable entity in the Moya star domain, xianxia possessed the means to leave the domain and establish connections with martial forces from other star realms. The Shadow Clan, a vanguard sent by the Divine Family to the Moya star domain, aimed to open a pathway to the outside world, working in tandem with the Divine to seize control of the Moya star domain. Both posed significant challenges. Nevertheless, this should not deter the demon race from utilizing the magic battleships to conquer those forces that could be defeated. Once only xianxia and the Shadow Clan remained, they could then focus their full strength on these persistent dilemmas. After reflecting on Covey's shortcomings, Mo Chen contemplated the current situation. Shortly thereafter, he shared his thoughts with Covey. Is there truly no direct method to counter xianxia and the leader of the Shadow Clan? Mo Chen's suggestion to first eliminate other forces before concentrating on xianxia and the Shadow Clan was a pragmatic strategy, yet Covey, somewhat reluctant, inquired further. The absence of data on xianxia and the Shadow Clan's leaders hindered effective optimization and research. Shaking his head, Mo Chen expressed his own limitations in providing assistance at that moment. With a sigh, Covey acquiesced to Mo Chen's recommended strategy, departing the 201 base to return to the Demon Dragon Star and instructing the fleet on their next course of action. For now, they would observe the situation. Once Covey had left, Mo Chen gazed steadily out the window, his eyes deep and his expression serene, quietly stating that the alliance of the demon and magic races had initially intended to expand gradually from the regions of their respective races outward to surrounding forces. However, they were unaware that xianxia had, through his own prestige, quietly formed a multi-force alliance within the Moya star domain. To this day, Covey had only heard rumors. He had identified the Leighton family as the masterminds behind the series of assassination events, yet lacked definitive evidence. In his view, even if xianxia were to take action, it would still be some time away. This resulted in a state of bewilderment when the elite fleet, composed of nearly all the forces in the Moya star domain, led by xianxia, launched an attack on the armies of the demon and magic races. When the realization of the events dawned upon him, aside from the 66 divine-class magic battleships that had managed to escape the ambush through a spatial wormhole and return to the Dragon Demon Star, the ordinary fleets of the demon and magic races were completely surrounded by elite fleets from rival factions, vastly outnumbering them, ultimately leading to their annihilation. How infuriating! How could xianxia have summoned such a formidable force so swiftly? As he fled back to the Dragon Demon Star aboard a magic battleship, Cowie listened to the damage reports relayed by his subordinates, veins throbbing on his forehead as he spoke with fierce intensity. "My lord, the coalition led by xianxia has divided into 18 divisions and is converging upon us from the outermost territories." Gino placed down the communication stone and hurriedly reported the latest reconnaissance findings to Cowie. "Transmit my orders. Instruct all members of the demon race to evacuate to the secret refuge." Upon hearing this, Cowie hesitated for a moment before decisively issuing the command. Father, are we truly giving up? The impatient Galang could not restrain his inquiry upon hearing Cowie's orders. Humph, who said we are surrendering? I am merely ordering the remaining members of the demon race to retreat to the refuge. We shall engage the coalition with the superior capabilities of our magic battleships. Simultaneously, we will relentlessly strike at the leadership of the various factions until we annihilate the enemy coalition and eradicate all who dare to resist. Casting a glance at Galang, Cowie spoke coldly. Upon hearing Cowie's explanation, a chill ran through the hearts of the control room's occupants. They finally understood that Cowie intended to leverage the advantages of the magic battleships, taking a desperate gamble against the coalition of the Maruya star domain, exhausting their resources until the bitter end. Father, the fourth brother is still at base 201, and his position is about to fall within the enemy coalition's attack range. Suddenly, Gino exclaimed, recalling something urgently. Our kin have just begun their retreat. We cannot act recklessly now. If we send 1 or 2 battleships for a rescue, given the enemy's numbers and Shang Qin's prowess, we would not only fail to save him but also lose more in the process. We must abandon the rescue of Lier. After our kin have retreated to safety, we can seek vengeance for Lier. A glint of madness flickered in Cowie's eyes, but he maintained his composure and ultimately resolved his decision with clenched teeth. Shortly after Cowie made this decision, an unwelcome message arrived from the front lines. Cowie, give it up. With Shang Qin present, you stand no chance. Cowie held a communication stone, from which the voice of the demon race's lord, Tian Mo, emerged. Recognizing the futility of their situation, the demon race chose to surrender to the coalition led by Shang Qin. In a fit of rage, Cowie crushed the communication stone in his hand, silencing Tian Mo's voice abruptly. At base 201, Mo Chen's spirit was connected with the immortal-level magic battleship, scanning the radar's extensive range, revealing numerous fleets from the Maruya star domain advancing toward him. I am utterly perplexed as to how this battle is being waged. With 66 divine-class magical battleships at our disposal, we find ourselves being cornered by the coalition forces of the Moya star domain, encroaching upon the very homeland of the demon race. Truly, one fears not a formidable adversary, but rather a team of inept allies. How troublesome. Upon discerning the enemy's numbers and positions, Mo Chen could not help but rest his forehead on his hand, exuding an air of helplessness. Very well. Let us first relocate these assembly line devices and operators, retreat for a spell, and observe how the situation unfolds. As he gazed at the coalition fleet encroaching ever closer on the radar screen, Mo Chen regained his composure and made a definitive decision. With an abundance of items stored within his spatial ring, it was relatively effortless for Mo Chen to stow away the assembly line devices from base 201. As for the other machinery within the processing plants, he opted to forego them. Those devices possessed minimal technological complexity, their manufacture was uncomplicated, and discarding them would not be a significant loss. However, the dilemma lay in how to manage the operators, whom he had painstakingly trained. He resolved to leave the operators on the planet for the time being, reasoning that the coalition led by Shang Qin would likely spare these feeble workers. With a decision made, Mo Chen hesitated no longer. With a mere thought, an indestructible magical battleship, resembling a coin, materialized in his palm. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, leaving the battleship suspended in midair. Moments later, the indestructible magical battleship 2 was gone from base 201. Shortly after Mo Chen departed base 201 aboard the indestructible magical battleship, tens of thousands of colossal Star Sea warships appeared within the surrounding airspace of the base. Mo Chen paid little heed to these developments. Instead, he casually entered a spatial coordinate on the battleship, which then slipped away from this realm in stealth mode. In the next instant, upon its emergence, he found himself in an unfamiliar territory. Where could this be? A quick scan was in order. Observing his surroundings, Mo Chen commanded with a thought. In piloting mode, the operator merely needed to will it, and the corresponding devices aboard the battleship would activate. It was as if the battleship had become an extension of Mo Chen himself, which elucidated the absence of a ship spirit. Forgetfulness Star? Why does this place seem so familiar? Oh, it dawns on me. Is this not the hometown of that woman named Lingxi? What a stroke of luck. I find myself unoccupied at present, so I shall pay her a visit and reminisce. Through a comprehensive radar scan of Forgetfulness Star, Mo Chen detected the presence of a warrior at the divine initiation stage, along with several at the ethereal stage. Based on his analysis of their auras, Lingxi was also present on the planet. On Forgetfulness Star, in a valley adorned with a myriad of blooming flowers, a woman was playing with a young boy. Mama, a big brother is coming over. Suddenly, the little boy, around 4 or 5 years old, exclaimed in surprise, pointing his finger. You are Longley? The child's astonished cry caused the woman to pause momentarily, then she turned around to see a young man in white attire, with long hair, standing about 3 meters behind her, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Gazing upon the visage of the individual before her, the woman pondered for a few moments, her eyes suddenly widening in recognition of the visitor's identity. After nearly 2 centuries of separation, she was astonished to discover that Miss Xianxia had become a mother. Observing the astonished expression of the woman before him, Imo-chun smiled and remarked, "How could our human race possibly compare to the longevity of young Master Long Li's tyrant race? In nearly 2 centuries, most of our kind would have already taken wives and fathered children." In response, Xianxia offered a subtle smile. "Linger, we have guests at home. Why did you not inform grandfather?" Before Imo-chun could engage Xianxia in further conversation, a voice, ancient yet robust, echoed from the air. It belonged to Xianxia's grandfather, the esteemed artifact-forging Master Lingju of the initial divine realm. Imo-chun, having appeared on Forgetfulness Star without employing any concealment to mask his presence, was easily detected by the initial divine expert Lingju, which was hardly surprising given his cultivation level of true God realm. "Grandfather, young Master Long Li once saved my life. I implore you to allow him to stay on Forgetfulness Star and assist him in overcoming this perilous time." The alliance formed by the demon and monster races had brazenly declared war against the coalition of various forces led by Xianxia in the Moya Star domain, a situation that had become widely known. As the granddaughter of a master forger, Xianxia was already aware that the current battlefield was unfavorable for the monster race, as the coalition led by Xianxia had successfully annihilated the main fleet of the monster and demon alliance, with the demon race having already defected and surrendered wisely. Thus, when Xianxia saw Imo-chun suddenly appear behind her, she assumed, given her knowledge of the prevailing circumstances, that he had fled to Forgetfulness Star to seek her protection due to the impending annihilation of the monster race. Consequently, Xianxia hastily pleaded with Lingju after he had discerned Imo-chun's identity. "I will handle this matter appropriately." Observing Xianxia's demeanor, the unseen Lingju fell into a moment of silence, and after nearly a minute, he spoke again. Imo-chun, who had been silently listening to the exchange between Lingju and Xianxia, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. I believe there may be a misunderstanding. My visit this time is purely coincidental. I did not come seeking assistance." Now that he had made his appearance, he declared, "I shall not intrude further upon your conversation. Farewell." With that, Imo-chun's consciousness activated, and his divine body entered into a concealed state aboard his immortal-grade magical starship. In the next instant, the starship vanished from Forgetfulness Star, spatially transitioning to another location. Chapter 131. The Burning Flame. The abrupt departure of Imo-chun left Xianxia and Lingju on the Forgetfulness Star in a state of bewilderment. Upon reflection on Imo-chun's words as he left, the two exhibited differing reactions. Xianxia wore an awkward smile, realizing she had misinterpreted Imo-chun's intentions and felt somewhat presumptuous about her earlier demeanor. Meanwhile, Lingju, ensconced within a residence on Forgetfulness Star, plunged into deep contemplation regarding certain events. Since Long Li did not seek refuge on Forgetfulness Star, the news of the demon clan's complete collapse and retreat warranted further scrutiny. Unbeknownst to Imo-chun, who had already departed, the thoughts of Lingju and Xianxia, the grandfather and granddaughter duo, were far removed from him. Even if he were aware, he would likely dismiss it with a smile. His visit to Forgetfulness Star had been a serendipitous whim, undertaken with spontaneity. From their discourse, Imo-chun astutely sensed Lingju's consideration of his identity as the fourth young master of the Radon family and promptly resolved to avert any calamity from descending upon Forgetfulness Star. He harbored no desire to complicate matters for them due to his own affairs. Having recently arrived in this world, he had devoted nearly all his energy to the development of the magical starship. As of now, he had not genuinely explored this realm. The high martial world. Imbued with spiritual energy, one could envision countless delightful escapades. With the ongoing uncertainty surrounding the war between the Demon Clan and Xianxia, why not seize this opportunity to thoroughly enjoy this high martial world? Within the concealed confines of the immortal-grade magical starship, Imo-chun reclined on a floating soft bed, lost in comfortable musings. Prompted by this thought, he connected to the starship's panoramic map, casually selecting a direction for the vessel to traverse. Days later, Imo-chun arrived at a Class 1 life star. According to classification, this was deemed the least spiritually endowed life star. The scarcity of spiritual energy meant that the highest martial artist on this planet barely achieved the celestial realm before stagnating. The environmental conditions influenced the trajectory of life evolution. The deficiency of spiritual energy determined the generally low level of martial prowess among its inhabitants. Disguised as a commoner in simple linen attire, Mo-chan meandered through a relatively sizable city, observing the lifestyle of the planet's denizens. After a few days, he departed from this planet, continuing his journey through the cosmos in a chosen direction. Approaching the edge of the Moya star domain, he noted the presence of a spatial barrier that hindered the martial artists of Moya from venturing to other star domains. Immersed in the map, Mo-chan contemplated his position in the starry expanse. Shortly thereafter, a blue planet materialized before him again. Were it not for its size, nearly double that of Earth, he might have mistaken it for home. Without further deliberation, he commanded the starship to descend upon a plain area of this planet. Situated at the edge of the Moya star domain, the gravity was slightly less than that of Earth, yet the environmental oxygen levels seemed comparable, suggesting that this celestial body adhered to the same cosmic principles as Earth. Emerging from the starship, Mo-chan attuned himself to the environmental nuances of the planet. Muttering to himself, the formula for calculating planetary gravity is G(g)m, R, where R represents the planet's radius, G the gravitational constant, and m the planet's mass. Strangely, this celestial body harbors not a trace of spiritual energy. After retracting the starship, Mo-chan ambled around, sensing the surroundings, when suddenly he exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that this planet has completely exhausted its spiritual essence? Upon realizing the absence of spiritual energy, Mo-chan pondered the underlying reasons. It appeared evident. The periphery of the Moya star field predominantly consists of barren expanses. On such planets, the concentration of spiritual energy is typically meager, and in extreme cases, like this one, it is entirely absent. Nonetheless, it is worth mentioning that Earth seems devoid of spiritual energy as well. If we adhere to this world's classification of life-bearing planets, would it not imply that Earth, lacking even a hint of spiritual energy, fails to qualify as a primary life-bearing planet, rendering it a desolate orb? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Mo-chan halted, gazing up at the azure sky and the billowing clouds, with verdant plains and forests stretching endlessly. Yet, there seemed to be an intangible void in the scenery, which stirred a sense of realization within him. According to the lore of the god of death world, a planet that relinquishes its spiritual energy becomes inhospitable for warriors, while it may still sustain some mundane beings. The absence of spiritual energy eradicates the very essence necessary for the emergence of martial practitioners. This planet exemplifies such a fate, viewed through the lens of an ordinary person. It appears to possess lush mountains and clear waters, a sky painted in blue and adorned with clouds. However, to a cultivator's discerning eyes, it lacks that vital core of spirituality. Devoid of spiritual nourishment, all entities on this planet, be they flora, fauna, or highly intelligent beings resembling humans, may still exist. Yet they exude a sense of lifelessness, stripped of their inherent spirit. Indeed, this sensation resonates eerily with that of Earth. If a planet endures an extended drought of spiritual energy, what transformations might its inhabitants undergo? Mo-chan refrained from delving deeper into this speculation. Instead, he summoned his inherent divine power, soaring into the air, intending to circle the planet's surface and experience its essence firsthand. After more than 10 days, Mo-chan arrived at a realm reminiscent of ancient human civilizations of xianxia. The mortals here exuded a palpable aura of weariness and numbness. Their eyes lacked the vibrancy characteristic of those dwelling on spiritually abundant planets. Conversely, the inhabitants here bore a dullness, resembling soulless automatons. Yet curiously, these individuals possessed the cognitive faculties typical of intelligent beings, not as sluggish and apathetic as they appeared. As Mo-chan traversed the streets, he attentively observed the throngs around him, keenly discerning the distinctions between these mortals and those from other life-bearing worlds. The prolonged scarcity of spiritual energy has led the inhabitants of this planet to be largely skeptical of the existence of formidable warriors who surpass ordinary human capabilities. People adhere to pragmatism, focusing solely on immediate benefits, and construct their worldviews based on the limits achievable by the majority. Alas, the influence of the environment is indeed profound. If the conditions of a world remain static for an extended period, the intelligent beings residing within such a fixed environment will eventually solidify their understanding of it. And rarely will there be life forms that transcend these constraints. After spending some time among the people of this nation, Mo-chan sat at a roadside tea stall, sighed, and remarked, "Sir, could you spare a little money for me? I haven't eaten in 2 days." Just as Mo-chan was expressing his thoughts, a beggar, clad in tattered clothing, with unkempt hair and emanating a foul odor, approached him. Bending low, he extended his filthy hands and gazed at Mo-chan with bright, pleading eyes. "Why do you beg when you have hands and feet? Surely you could seek employment and earn enough for your sustenance?" The beggar's presence caused Mo-chan to furrow his brow. After sipping from a large, coarse porcelain bowl of hot tea, he inquired, "You must be from out of town. "Sir, I was once a fourth-ranking official in the Kingdom of Ryan," the beggar lamented. "However, due to my inappropriate words in the court, I incurred the emperor's wrath, lost my position, and was condemned to a lifetime of begging, unable to pursue any other means of livelihood. With the emperor's decree weighing upon me, how could I dare seek other work?" Upon hearing Mo Chun's question, a bitter smile emerged on the beggar's face, revealing a self-deprecating expression. "Since you cannot remain in the Kingdom of Ryan, have you considered seeking refuge in other countries?" Mo Chun asked, intrigued by the beggar's unexpected backstory. The Kingdom of Ryan is vast. Even with a swift horse, one would need to travel tirelessly for 3 to 5 months to reach its borders. To the south lies the sea, to the north the icy wilderness, to the west endless mountain ranges, and to the east, uncivilized tribes of cannibals. Furthermore, I am already 40 years old, with a 60-year-old mother to support and a 5-month-old infant who depends on me. I cannot bear to abandon them. So I resort to begging in the capital, barely managing to survive. As the beggar spoke, sorrow and despair flickered in his eyes. "Alas, you are indeed a soul beset by misfortune. It seems fate has brought us together today. Here, take these few pieces of gold and use them to improve your family's meals." Moved by the beggar's plight, Mo Chun retrieved 6 gold nuggets from his spatial ring and offered them to the beggar. Upon seeing Mo Chun produce 6 gold nuggets, the beggar's previously despondent face transformed with astonishment, followed by overwhelming joy as he snatched the nuggets and clutched them to his chest. After expressing his gratitude in excited phrases, the beggar turned and vanished into the crowd, tightly guarding his newfound treasure. Gazing in the direction where the beggar had vanished, Mo Chun's expression regained its tranquility. After settling the T-bill, he too disappeared into the throng. I've struck gold. Truly, the heavens have opened their eyes. Who would have thought that I, Wang Ergu, would have such a fortune today, having begged for 6 golden nuggets from Mo Chun? Wang Ergu hastily returned to his dilapidated refuge in a temple within the capital, clutching the gold tightly. "Ergu, why are you so cheerful today? Have you encountered another unsuspecting fool?" This derelict temple also served as a gathering spot for nearby beggars, with Wang Ergu maintaining a cordial rapport with several others. Upon seeing Wang Ergu excitedly entering the temple while tightly holding something, one of the beggars called out in curiosity. "Indeed, today, fortune smiled upon me. I encountered an outsider visiting the capital, and with just a few words, I managed to deceive him." The loud inquiries from the other beggars jolted Wang Ergu from his reverie of elation over the golden nuggets, and he suddenly realized that, after acquiring the gold, he had unconsciously followed his usual route home to this beggar's enclave. "Am I such a fool? With these 6 golden nuggets, why would I return to this wretched place? I must quickly find a secure spot to hide the gold and gradually exchange it for money at a pawn shop. With money, I, Wang Ergu, can live my life as I please." While maintaining a facade of jovial banter with the other beggars, Wang Ergu's mind was racing with plans. Just as he had formulated his next course of action and was about to conceal the 6 golden nuggets and leave the beggars' gathering, 3 burly ruffians in their 20s unexpectedly strode through the entrance. "This place has caught the eye of Master Zhao, who intends to build a new establishment here. You filthy beggars need to scram." The 3 thugs loomed at the entrance, menacingly berating the dozen or so beggars within the crumbling temple. Clutching the gold, Wang Ergu hurriedly approached the decrepit door, only to find his path obstructed by the ruffians. Initially taken aback, Wang Ergu quickly felt a surge of resolve. Lowering his head, he trembled, clutching the golden nuggets tightly, intending to slip past unnoticed. However, the ruffians were clearly not inclined to let him through. Noticing a beggar approaching while they were speaking, the leader of the trio felt disrespected and deemed it necessary to assert his authority. As Wang Ergu brushed past him, the thug leader unexpectedly raised his right foot and delivered a brutal kick to Wang Ergu's back. The sudden assault caused Wang Ergu to lose his balance, and he stumbled forward, causing the 6 golden nuggets to scatter across the ground. Seeing the gold strewn about, Wang Ergu's eyes blazed with desperation. Ignoring the searing pain in his back, he frantically gathered the 6 nuggets back into his arms, struggling to rise and escape. "Boss, the gold." However, the gold nuggets scattered across the ground, and the 3 ruffians witnessed the scene. "Damn it, under my very nose, you think you can run off with the gold?" Before the gasps of his subordinates could settle, the ruffian leader, having just kicked Wang Ergu, spotted the 6 gold nuggets. At that moment, his eyes ignited with fervor, and he delivered another kick to Wang Ergu's back, who was attempting to rise while cradling the gold nuggets. This time, the leader did not withdraw his foot immediately. Instead, he pressed it down firmly on Wang Ergu, signaling the other 2 thugs to seize the gold nuggets from beneath him. "Not a chance. I will fight you for this." After receiving yet another kick to his back, Wang Ergu was utterly frantic. having encountered a fortunate opportunity to swindle these nuggets. He could not allow them to be snatched away by these petty criminals. In that instant, memories of his youth flooded back, his hometown ravaged by drought, his parents succumbing to starvation, and the desperate journey to the capital with his sister. Shortly thereafter, she was sold into a brothel, and years later, she was brutally beaten to death while attempting to escape. These relentless blows had shattered his faith in society. Thus, he had meandered through the streets of the capital, begging for over 4 decades, and today, he had finally obtained 6 gold nuggets, a chance to alter his destiny. Yet, to his dismay, 3 ruffians had come to rob him, igniting a deep fury within Wang Erge. Why must fate be so cruel? He refused to yield, even in death. He would not relinquish the gold nuggets to these thugs. In the throes of extreme emotion, even an ordinary man can unleash astonishing potential. At that moment, Wang Erge was such a man. Driven by intense anger and desperation, an unforeseen force surged within him. He sprang to his feet and, like a madman, seized the ruffian leader by the hair, smashing his head against a nearby pillar. The violent impact caused the leader to roll his eyes back, lifeless in an instant. The other 2 ruffians were momentarily paralyzed by Wang Erge's sudden outburst. They gazed at their leader, blood streaming from the back of his head, slumped awkwardly against the pillar, eyes rolling back in confusion. However, it wasn't long before they noticed the 6 gold nuggets scattered beneath Wang Erge's feet. Exchanging glances, they recognized the fervor mirrored in each other's eyes. For the sake of the gold, they hesitated no longer and lunged at Wang Erge with fierce determination. Wang Erge, being merely a beggar, had long suffered from hunger, leaving him with little strength. The extreme emotions that had briefly awakened his life force allowed him to kill the ruffian leader, but now he felt utterly drained, his vision clouding. Nevertheless, as the 2 ruffians charged toward him, he raised his gaunt right fist, a fierce snarl on his face, and engaged them in combat. Despite his desperate struggle, Wang Erge could not alter the tragic outcome that awaited him, for the other 2 thugs were equally relentless in their pursuit of the 6 gold nuggets. Ultimately, a petty thug seized a nearby stone and struck Wang Erge's head with a brutal force, thereby concluding the tragic tale of his existence. The crimson blood flowing from Wang Erge's skull splattered onto 6 golden nuggets that lay not far from him. These blood-stained treasures rested quietly on the ground, reflecting a mesmerizing luminescence. In the dilapidated temple, over a dozen beggars had been clandestinely observing from a corner since the onset of the altercation between Wang Erge and the thug leader. Only when the 2 thugs had fatally bludgeoned Wang Erge with the stone did they cautiously emerge from their hiding spots, exchanging furtive glances. "Bah, how fierce!" exclaimed the thug who dealt the fatal blow, panting as he sat on the ground, casting a glance at Wang Erge's lifeless body before spitting disdainfully. "This place is no longer safe. While no one is watching, let us conceal the boss and this beggar, and then make our swift escape with these gold nuggets." Another thug, his eyes glinting with a cold and ruthless light, suggested this course of action, just as the thug who had delivered the lethal blow was about to nod in agreement. A stick as thick as a grown man's thigh came crashing down upon his skull. Without a sound, he fell, blood oozing from his head, joining Wang Erge in eternal silence. Witnessing this, the remaining thug gazed up in astonishment. The beggars they had previously disregarded had, unbeknownst to them, moved to within a mere 2 meters of their position. One youth brandished a stick of similar girth, standing ominously not far away. Without waiting for a word, a stone the size of a head struck him at the back of his skull. With a thud, the thug's eyes widened in horror as vitality swiftly ebbed from him, soon following the fate of his companion. "Let us bury them. We are beggars, and no one will pay us any heed," said a weathered beggar in his 50s, picking up the 6 golden nuggets and distributing 2 of them to the 2 youths who had dispatched the thugs. Calmly, the elder spoke, and the dozen or so beggars nodded slowly, commencing the grim task of disposing of the 4 bodies at the entrance. From a corner of the crumbling temple's rooftop, Mo Chan extended his consciousness, witnessing the unfolding events at the temple's entrance. Man dies for wealth. His eyes deepened with contemplation, and as he finished speaking, he soared into the sky, heading away from the city. In his wake, the dilapidated temple suddenly ignited in an unanticipated blaze of orange flames. The fire spread rapidly, consuming the entire structure within mere seconds, with flames reaching heights of several dozen meters. Chapter 132. A fisherman in the tavern. Mo Chan sipped a low-alcohol beverage, reflecting upon the recent events that transpired in the capital of the Ryan Duchy. He had intended to trail that individual to observe his family and discreetly offer assistance. Little did he anticipate that the man was a beggar and a fraud. Alas, the nature of humanity proves to be universally consistent. After taking a sip of his drink, Mo Chan chuckled and shook his head. The experiences of the second prince of the Ryan Duchy known as Ergo, were merely a trivial interlude for Qin. Following that, he devoted over a decade to traversing the Moya star domain, exploring numerous locales he had yet to visit. All thanks to the exceptional capabilities of his immortal-grade arcane starship. Amidst his explorations, Qin remained focused on his primary concern, the war between the demon race and the Merchants Coalition. Cowie ultimately did not disappoint Qin's expectations. After initially suffering significant defeats against the coalition led by xianxia, Cowie gradually discerned how to leverage the advantages of over 60 divine-class arcane starships to engage the opposing forces tactically. Throughout the protracted war, Cowie faced numerous setbacks early on, leading to the complete defeat of the demon dragon star. However, as the conflict progressed, Cowie became increasingly adept at warfare, mastering the art of exploiting strengths while avoiding weaknesses. Utilizing the compact size, rapid spatial transition capabilities, and superior detection and offensive power of the arcane starships, Cowie orchestrated guerrilla tactics amidst the starry expanse, engaging in a form of star warfare against the coalition led by xianxia. To characterize this as mere guerrilla tactics would be misleading. Guerrilla warfare typically pertains to the weaker side in a conflict, which resorts to stealthy strikes to disrupt the enemy due to its inability to gain a significant advantage on the conventional battlefield. In contrast, Cowie's fleet of over 60 divine-class arcane starships resembled an exceptionally capable special forces unit. The guerrilla tactics employed were more akin to the precise, surgical strikes executed by special forces rather than traditional guerrilla warfare. Indeed, in the final stages of the conflict, Cowie employed a strategy of systematically targeting the various commanders of the Moya Star Domain coalition, effectively crippling their command structure. Moreover, he adeptly utilized the spatial transition advantages of the arcane starships to capture nearly all high-ranking relatives of the major factions within the Moya Star Domain. Initially, these individuals had been meticulously protected and concealed by various powers at the onset of the war. Cowie invested 12 years, using the radar detection capabilities of the arcane starships, to meticulously scan and eliminate potential hiding places within the territories of these major factions, ultimately uncovering the concealed locations of these high-ranking adversaries. In that decisive battle, he executed a comprehensive operation to capture all identified hiding places in one fell swoop. Consequently, with the coalition's commanders assassinated and high-ranking family members captured, they were thrown into disarray, unable to withstand the agile and ferocious onslaught of the arcane starships, resulting in a complete rout. In this conflict, Cowie specifically commanded each starship to firmly lock onto the life signature of xianxia. Ultimately, after a concentrated assault from over 60 magical starships executing a divine-level lethal strike, xianxia exhausted all defensive measures and was eradicated. With xianxia's demise, coupled with the highest combat powers of several major factions in the Maya Star Domain being assassinated and their senior relatives under control, and with no means to counter the divine-level magical starships within the Maya Star Domain, the previously dominant forces had no choice but to surrender to the demon race led by Cowie, bowing in submission. It appears that the unification of the Maya Star Domain by the demon race is already set in motion. It is time for me to return. Within an ancient relic of the Maya Star Domain, Qin held a silver short sword, while beneath his feet lay the corpse of a demon beast the size of a basketball, already cold, at the third level of the Source God realm. This is Qin's current martial status. Over the past decade, the demon race and the coalition of the Maya Star Domain have engaged in fierce warfare, and Qin has not remained idle. While traversing the various regions of the Maya Star Domain and leveraging the formidable power of his immortal-level magical starship, he explored numerous strongholds of powerful beings. In these relics, he discovered an abundance of treasures, including legacies, magical artifacts, elixirs, and martial arts techniques. True to his traditional virtue of not wasting resources, Qin collected everything into his possession. As for the various elixirs and legacies that enhance cultivation, he left not a single one behind, which is why he has been able to ascend from the true God realm, surpass the God King realm, and reach the third level of the Source God realm in just over a decade. Regrettably, in the world of the Killing God, the protagonist Shurian's opportunities are intertwined with the greatest secrets of the primordial universe. Should I inherit his fortunes, I would inevitably place myself within the sights of the bloodthirsty lineage and the sovereign of the wilderness. Compared to this trial task, merely unifying the Maya Star Domain seems unnecessary to involve myself with such matters. Unless, of course, the objective of the trial task is to dominate the primordial universe. Inside the control room of his immortal-level magical starship, Qin set the destination coordinates and activated the automatic spatial leap mode. He reclined on a levitating bed, gazing at the panoramic skylight above, murmuring to himself, The spatial leap speed of the immortal-level magical starship is nearly 100 times faster than that of the divine-level starships. Soon, Imochen arrived at the new settlement of the demon race, located in the central region of the Maya star domain, where spiritual energy is most abundant, Tianyao star. With the war concluding in victory for the demon race and the surrender of other factions in the Maya star domain, it was only natural that Tianyao star became the main planet of the ruling class. Upon learning of Imochen's arrival, or rather, the news that he was still alive, Covey and several direct descendants of the Layden family were momentarily stunned, but soon their faces transformed with expressions of ecstatic joy. When they met, Imochen recounted the story he had prepared in advance to Covey and the others. It was truly unexpected that, under such circumstances at the time, those fleets did not harm the heir. Instead, they inadvertently bestowed upon her a tremendous fortune, allowing her to inherit the legacy of a powerful being. And in just over a decade, she was on the verge of reaching the Void God realm. Upon listening to the heartfelt tale narrated by Imochen, Cowie harbored no doubts. Imochen stood before him as a formidable force at the pinnacle of the divine origin realm, possessing the cultivation of the third tier of the source god. With a mere probing of his heart, Cowie grasped the situation. Coupled with his prior order that had prevented him from saving Imochen, a tinge of guilt began to stir within Cowie as he faced Imochen. Thus, upon learning that Imochen was still alive, his relief and excitement surged, leaving no room for baseless speculation or doubt. Upon returning to the Radon family, Imochen was reassigned to oversee the production line of the magical starships. 3 years later, bolstered by the resources of the entire Moya star domain, the demon race swiftly recuperated from the losses sustained during the war against the Moya star domain coalition. The production of divine origin class magical starships saw a significant increase. However, as one starship after another was successfully manufactured, the raw materials required for production were rapidly depleted. Although Imochen had utilized some local materials from the Moya star domain to substitute for those that were originally absent, the materials necessary for constructing divine origin class starships remained quite rare throughout the Moya star domain, not akin to common wares found at a market. In this context, after the 117th divine origin class magical starship was assembled and debugged on the production line, the materials sourced by the demon race from the Moya star domain were entirely consumed, leaving insufficient resources to produce another starship of that caliber. The limit of 117 divine origin class magical starships had thus been reached in the Moya star domain. Over the years, the demon race's dominance over the Moya star domain became increasingly stable. Seizing this favorable opportunity, Cowie contemplated stepping back and supporting Guter in becoming the ruler of the demon race. In Cowie's eyes, perhaps he had never truly regarded me, the unremarkable fourth young master of the Radon family devoid of martial talent, as a candidate for the family's succession. With this realization, it was time to reclaim what rightfully belonged to me. In his office, Imochen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing through the glass window at the assembly workshop, where workers cheered and celebrated around the final magical starship, a smile of inscrutable significance gracing his lips. In the next moment, an immortal-grade magical starship, akin to a 1 yuan coin, materialized in the palm of Imochen's hand. With a mere thought, Imochen vanished from the office. Hours later, the news of Guter's soul-shattering and his untimely demise reached Cowie's ears. What did you say? Guter is dead? Impossible. Upon hearing this, Cowie's immense divine body swayed, the anger causing him to momentarily lose his balance. Yet, confronted with the stark reality of Guter's lifeless form, transformed back into the colossal dragon after losing his power, sprawled in the courtyard of the Radon family on Tianyao star, Cowie quickly came to terms with the truth. Find out what happened. Cowie's eyes burned crimson. It was evident that Guter had been assassinated. He clenched his fists tightly, enunciating each word with a fierce growl. That evening, Gino was discovered dead in his bed, his expression tranquil, as if he had succumbed to slumber in peaceful repose. The death of Gut, occurring in broad daylight, had already driven Covey to the brink of madness. Now, upon hearing that his second son had also been assassinated, his emotions, which had fluctuated throughout the day, surged once more. Just as he began to regain some semblance of calm, Covey spat out a mouthful of blood in sheer outrage. His eyes, bloodshot and wild, trembled violently as he pressed his right hand against his chest, rendered speechless for a moment. Quick, find Long and Li. After a brief pause, Covey raised his shaking hand and exclaimed in a trembling yet urgent voice. Gulong had already ascended to the position of commander of the Northern Star Region S army within the demon race. Over a decade of warfare against the coalition had earned him widespread recognition among the higher echelons of the demon race for his fierce and valiant combat style. The news of Gut's assassination had long since reached Gulong. Upon receiving this harrowing notification, akin to Gino, he was consumed by shock and fury, hastily returning to xianxia aboard a divine-class magic battleship. Now, discovering Gino lifeless in his own bed, Covey, in a fleeting moment of wrath, connected the dots between the deaths of his two sons and, disregarding all else, ordered the search for his remaining third and fourth sons. Initially, Gulong had been leading a personal guard to investigate Gut's demise. Receiving the sudden news of Gino's death filled him with astonishment and rage, prompting him to rush back to the family estate. Long, from this moment on, you shall not leave my side. Seeing Gulong safely before him, Covey felt a significant weight lift from his heart. With bloodshot eyes and a countenance marked by exhaustion, he spoke wearily. Father, I heard that our second brother... As Gulong entered the hall of the Raton family, he observed Covey's weary expression, which seemed to have aged him considerably, and was about to inquire about Gino's fate. Suddenly, an unforeseen incident occurred. Without warning, a look of sheer horror flared in Gulong's eyes, soon followed by a swift extinguishing of life within them, plunging them into a void of silence. Covey, standing less than 3 meters from Gulong, was left aghast as he witnessed his son, once vibrant and full of life, swiftly succumb to an unnatural demise. The expression on Covey's face, which had been poised to utter words, froze in shock. He stared in disbelief at Gulong, now collapsed lifelessly on the ground, devoid of any semblance of life. A surge of divine power erupted from Covey, obliterating the Raton family's reception hall in an instant, reducing it to rubble. High above, at an altitude of over 40 meters, a coin-sized immortal-class magic battleship activated its cloaking mechanism, hovering silently. Inside the control room, Imo-Chen observed the chaos below with an expression devoid of emotion. With Gut, Gino, and Gulong all deceased, I refuse to believe you will not designate me as the heir to the family, Imo-Chen mused to himself, his tone chillingly calm. I can wield the magic battleship to elevate the Raton family to supremacy over the demon race, establishing them as the undisputed rulers of the Moyastar region. I, too, can eliminate those who obstruct my quest for the trial with the aid of the magical starship. Yet, why do I feel so grave and burdened? Since the inception of my plan to ascend through the utilization of the magical starship, it seems I have already envisioned this outcome. Lacking sufficient martial talent, I must resort to external means to enhance my strength. By selflessly offering the primordial-grade magical starship to Covey, I have unwittingly inflated his ambitions after he witnesses the formidable capabilities of the vessel. Starting from the Raton family's enmity towards the undead, I lead Covey to gradually savor the benefits and marvels of the magical starship, instilling in him an ever-growing confidence in its powers. Until he successfully incites an all-out war between the demon race and other factions in the Moyastar domain, I await the demon's triumph. Once Covey, at the helm of the Raton family, secures the paramount authority in the Moyastar domain and silences all dissent, I shall emerge from the shadows, leveraging the advantages of a more advanced magical starship to eliminate several potential heirs of the Raton family. Thus, should Covey wish to relinquish the rights of the family head, he will have no choice but to choose his remaining fourth son. Inheriting the position of the Raton family head is tantamount to assuming the roles of the demon lord and the sovereign of the Moyastar domain. With the plan reaching this stage, the completion of the trial task and the unification of the Moyastar domain become achievable goals. A fleeting glimmer of confusion passed through Imo-Chen's eyes as he recalled this series of plans, murmuring to himself as if to offer solace and persuasion. Ultimately, Imo-Chen's gaze transformed into one of unwavering resolve, soon reverting to his customary calm demeanor. Chapter 133. Welcome back to life. The untimely demise of Gut, Gino, and Bolong, 3 sons of Covey, struck him with devastating impact, nearly proving fatal. As Covey's fourth son, Longli, also known as Imo-Chen, received notification from the Raton family about Gut's assassination, much like Gino and Bolong. However, since Imo-Chen was the mastermind behind the assassination, he expressed his intention to return promptly, yet he ultimately arrived at the Raton family estate 3 days after the incident. In response to Covey's inquiries, Imo-Chen explained that the final airship of the Arcane Fleet had yet to complete its adjustments, and that the family had not retained a single Divine-class Arcane airship at Base 201, necessitating his own means of travel. This circumstance accounted for the 3-day delay in his return to Xianxia. Covey's expression reflected a tinge of guilt as he absorbed this explanation. After 3 days of contemplation, he had gradually come to terms with the loss of his 3 sons. Covey had always overlooked his youngest son due to the exceptional talents of Gut, Gino, and Bolong. His attitude towards Imo-Chen was primarily driven by nostalgia and remorse for his deceased wife, which he manifested through acts of care towards his youngest son. However, when it came to the family's core interests in significant matters, Covey instinctively categorized his youngest son as superfluous and unnecessary to involve. In essence, within Covey's long-standing arrangements, his youngest son was relegated to the periphery of family power. Deep down, Covey believed that this approach would shield his unremarkable son from the tumult of family politics, allowing him to enjoy the privileges of a prominent family heir and to lead a peaceful, prosperous life. Covey's intentions were well-meaning, yet Mo Chun had transcended the identity of Long Li and was burdened with his own trials. To fulfill his trial objectives, Mo Chun was unperturbed by the prospect of eliminating his so-called father and brothers. He understood that he did not belong to this martial world. The existing blood ties were merely a consequence of his new vessel, which he had passively accepted. Once these ties lost their value, he felt compelled to sever them, leading to the inevitable outcome, the necessity to eliminate these individuals. Their blood would serve as the foundation for the ultimate success of his trial. 57 years later, wielding the formidable might of 117 arcane airships, the demon race firmly established its supremacy as the dominant force in the Maya Star Domain. The Maya Star Domain Alliance, centered around the demon race, saw all opposing factions, regardless of their stature, annihilated. The Radon family, as the unrivaled progenitor of the formidable Dragon clan, ascended as the foremost family of the alliance, with Covey at its helm as the leader. On this day, Covey summoned Mo Chun to the Radon family as parlor. For 57 years, Mo Chun has not devoted his energies to the study of the magical starship. Instead, he has roamed freely among the various relics of the Maya Star region, capitalizing on the advantages of the immortal-grade magical starship. Countless benefits have been bestowed upon him during this journey. The most conspicuous transformation is that Mo Chun has elevated his strength from the third level of the Source God realm to the pinnacle of the Void God realm over these 57 years. He is but a step away from entering the highest echelon of warriors in the Maya Star region, the beginning God realm. Li'er, you have traversed perilous ancient ruins over the years, relying on your own efforts, and are on the verge of stepping into the beginning God realm. Your transformation fills your father with immense pride. Now that you possess sufficient strength, I can confidently entrust the position of family head to you. Covey gazed at Mo Chun with profound satisfaction. Since the tragic loss of his 3 sons on the same day 57 years ago, he had believed that the next generation of the Layden family had perished. However, perhaps the death of his elder sons had spurred his youngest son into an unimaginable drive, compelling him to risk his life to explore one terrifying ruin after another in the Maya Star region. Time and time again, he emerged unscathed, gaining many benefits that enhanced his talent and bloodline. Covey has witnessed his youngest son's diligence over the years, and today he finally resolved to pass the Layden family into his hands. The child will undoubtedly live up to his father's expectations and lead the Layden family to greater glory. Upon hearing this, Mo Chun's face betrayed an excitement that was hard to conceal, while internally he breathed a sigh of relief. Attaining the position of family head signifies the imminent conclusion of his trial task, which has spanned over 2 centuries, the longest since he entered the trial space. Although he encountered numerous experiences that challenged his worldview, and some that breached his moral boundaries during the task, he managed to persevere. Now, Mo Chun harbors a singular desire: to swiftly conclude this trial and return to reality for a well-deserved respite. As the Layden family holds the esteemed title of the foremost family in the Maya Star region, Covey, as the family head, also serves as the leader of the Maya Star region alliance. The transition of leadership within the Layden family signifies a shift in the alliance's leadership. Such a momentous event naturally becomes sensational news throughout the entire Maya Star region. Thus, on the day of the family head transfer ceremony, all the prominent leaders of significant forces within the Maya Star region gathered at Tianyao start to witness Covey pass the mantle of family head to Mo Chun. Upon completion of the trial task objectives, the trialer will be forcibly concluded within a year, followed by a final evaluation and reward settlement. Trialers are advised to prepare accordingly. Would you like to conclude the trial immediately? Yes? No? As the countdown to the trial's mandatory settlement drew near, 365 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds, the moment Mo Chun received the dragon-shaped scepter, adorned with a deep blue crystal, symbolizing his ascension to the patriarch of the Radon family. A long-forgotten notification sound from the trial space echoed in his mind. As night fell and the handover ceremony concluded, the Radon family transitioned from lively festivities to a solemn silence. In the central courtyard of the newly appointed patriarch, Mo Chun cradled an immortal-grade magical starship in his palm, staring into the void, lost in thought. Each time he departed from a trial task, he pondered whether the trial world would persist beyond his exit. Given that a failure in the trial would not result in death, but merely a reduction in trial points, Mo Chun had often questioned the nature of the so-called trial world, suspecting it to be a virtual construct created by the trial space through some arcane means. In essence, the trial world might very well be a non-existent illusion. This notion allowed Imo-chun to act without significant burden in past trials, committing acts that transgressed his moral boundaries. If all trials were merely a virtual holographic game, then upon his departure, the trial world might cease to function, reverting to mere data. Thus, Imo-chun rationalized his behavior within the trial game, believing that as long as he achieved his goals, the moral implications of his actions were inconsequential. Engaging emotionally with NPCs? That would surely be a sign of losing oneself in the fantasy. He hoped fervently that this was indeed nothing more than a game. Gazing at the immortal-grade magical starship in his hand, Imo-chun's contemplations faded, and he resolved not to dwell further. He mentally selected the option to settle the trial task immediately. This martial realm, despite its myriad wonders absent in the real world, left Imo-chun with little sense of attachment. Primarily, he had spent the majority of his time here researching and crafting magical starships. Furthermore, in pursuit of completing this trial task, he had repeatedly acted against his own principles, engaging in actions that would be deemed heinous by any normal standard, such as the fratricidal act of killing his own brothers. Such conduct epitomized the meaning of achieving one's goals by any means necessary. Frankly, after the demise of Gu Tei and others, he had grown increasingly disgusted with himself over the span of 57 years. Ultimately, due to these two factors, Imo-chun harbored a profound aversion to this trial world, coupled with a desire to extricate himself from this vessel. At that moment, his feelings mirrored those of a player growing increasingly repulsed by a game. The scenery before him gradually blurred, giving way to an enveloping darkness. An abyss where not even a hand could be seen, slowly morphing into reality. The trial assessment has been completed. Trial evaluation level, B. Trial points reward, 6 points. Xuandu technology reward, space battleship manufacturing technology documentation. Quality of life reward, 1 Xuandu carrier enhancement. Ding. Detection indicates that the host has completed 5 trial missions in a singular dimension. According to the trial space regulations, upon completing half of the trial missions in a primary dimension, the host may unlock the setting for the background information of the primary dimension. The host has successfully met the conditions for activating the material dimension data and is currently matching materials that align with the host's cognitive understanding. This time feels somewhat different. The consciousness drifts within the trial space, observing the fleeting task settlements and notification pages. Imo-chun muses in astonishment. Host Imo-chun, welcome back to life. The various pages, emanating a soft glow, gradually transform into luminous points and vanish, restoring the environment to its dark hue. In the darkness, the distinctive voice of 004 resonates. Ahem. Thank you. The unique welcome from 004 stirs a ripple of emotion within Imo-chun's tranquil consciousness. As per the regulations of the trial space, I, as your exclusive guiding spirit, will elucidate the knowledge pertaining to the material plane. Please prepare yourself for reception. With its customary tone, 004 addresses Imo-chun. Wait, what on earth is this material plane data? And what was that sudden new page notification about meeting conditions and successfully activating something? Can you explain those matters before delving into the material plane? Imo-chun interrupts. Having numerous confusions and sensing 004's inclination to embark on an extensive monologue. Chapter 134. Analysis of the material plane in a pitch-black expanse devoid of any light. Where boundaries were imperceptible, Imo-chun's consciousness drifted through the trial space, engaging in dialogue with his guiding spirit, 004. The core program of the trial space assessed the host's privilege level based on the number of Qin degree trial tasks completed. Upon the successful completion of half the trial tasks within a primary plane, the host could unlock fundamental background information pertaining to that specific plane. This was a default rule of the trial space, which the host could regard as an unspoken guideline. As of now, the host, Imo-chun, had successfully completed 5 trial tasks. The narratives and world backgrounds of these tasks predominantly centered on the material plane. Thus, the host would acquire essential knowledge about the material plane, one of the 6 major primary planes within the vast Qin universe. After hearing Imo-chun's inquiries, 004 provided an explanation. Unspoken guidelines. So, I am being subtly guided. Cough. By the way, are there any other such guidelines in the trial space? Imo-chun asked, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression. Yes, came 004's succinct reply, devoid of unnecessary elaboration. How many? Imo-chun's heart raced at the response, prompting a hasty follow-up. Many, 004 answered, once again without embellishment. Imo-chun, does the host have any further questions? If not, we shall commence the transfer of material plane information. After a brief exchange, noticing that Imo-chan had remained silent for several seconds, 004 inquired again. Why was my rating for this trial task a B? Please point out any issues. Imo-chan articulated his query with a serious tone after a moment of contemplation. Initiating analysis of the fifth trial task. Analysis complete. According to the feedback from the trial space's point calculation system, the primary reason for the sub-S rating was the host's low frequency of direct participation in the task's progress. The time taken to complete the task exceeded the predetermined standard time set for the trial, and the method employed was not the most optimal solution, resulting in the loss of A-level qualification. In summary, the point assessment for the fifth trial task is classified as B, granting a reward of 6 points. Deemed a qualified pass. This response did not come from 004, but from a typical synthesized female voice, delivering the relevant information in a programmed manner. Does the host have any additional questions? Shall we proceed with the reception of material plane data? The electronic voice faded, and 004 reiterated the inquiry. No more questions. Let us begin. After reflecting on the explanation regarding the point rating provided by the trial space for over 10 seconds, Imo-chan grasped the key concepts and responded. As previously mentioned, the host was now aware that the levels of life Qin degree are divided into 2 aspects, 7 levels, and 72 minor tiers, and had gained a preliminary understanding of the material primary plane within the 7 levels. According to the regulations of the trial space, prior to imparting a detailed analysis of the material aspects of the host, a clearer overview of the overarching cosmic principles will be provided. Let us elucidate the concepts of the 2 realms. 1. Pure nothingness. Pure nothingness is an entity capable of thought and perception, embodying a description of the inner self. The inquiry arises from the question, what is I? And what constitutes the essence of I? Pure nothingness is metaphysical and elusive, with the only point of contact for conscious beings being the profound sensation of the existence of I. It is non-structural, encapsulating potential within the infinite. Pure nothingness is birthed from non-existence, serving as the creative essence behind all structural existence. It transcends consciousness, remaining untouched by conventional means. Yet it is the fundamental reason for the existence of conscious beings. 2. Profound nothingness. Profound nothingness describes the essence of external stimuli, focusing on what exists in the external world and what triggers consciousness. It is structural, encompassing everything observable: energy, spirit, matter, information, atoms, electrons, humans, cars, bottles, houses, the universe. All are creations of profound nothingness. Profound nothingness can be interpreted as a multifaceted representation of external stimuli affecting consciousness. 3. The relationship between pure nothingness and profound nothingness. Profound nothingness creates everything within the cosmic expanse, enveloped by infinite pure nothingness. The infinite pure nothingness supports the creation of profound nothingness and imbues meaning into the emergence of existence from non-existence. Pure nothingness and profound nothingness are akin to the boundless ocean and the tangible land within it. Pure nothingness represents the vast, unfathomable sea, while profound nothingness corresponds to the tangible land amidst the infinite ocean. Definition of the cosmic structure: it encompasses all tangible and intangible life forms, composed of a multidimensional and multi-layered universe, enveloped by the infinite pure nothingness within a structured world of profound nothingness. The concept of 7 levels. Both pure nothingness and profound nothingness present dimensions of varying hierarchical worlds. Pure nothingness contains an infinite non-structural aspect. Profound nothingness comprises 6 structural dimensions: innovation, matter, energy, information, rhythm, and pure collectivity. Each level within the 7 can be regarded as a distinct cosmic principal plane or dimension, with countless subordinate planes existing beyond the 7, typically as derivative extensions of the principal planes. Concept of 72 sublevels. The 72 sublevels essentially reflect the finite and infinite, existence and non-existence defined within the realms of pure nothingness and profound nothingness. Among them, the 6 structural dimensions: innovation, matter, energy, information, rhythm, and pure collectivity, each encompass 10 sublevels of technological knowledge. When a civilization or individual comprehends all the sublevels of knowledge within the 6 tiers of profound nothingness, they are classified as a 60-degree civilization. Should this civilization or individual further master the knowledge of both the 6 levels of profound nothingness and pure nothingness, achieving a seamless integration and transformation of this knowledge, they will be designated as a 70-degree civilization. Concept of 71 degrees. The host's privileges are insufficient, with the life degree of the host reaching 40 degrees to unlock this definition. The concept of 72 degrees. The host's permissions are insufficient. The host's life degree must reach 70 degrees to unlock the definition. The preliminary concept of the grand universe has been successfully transmitted, initiating the detailed interpretation of material realm system information. A macroscopic description of the material realm, amidst the boundless darkness of the starry sky, swirling nebulae float, adorned with countless tiny orbs resembling dust, embodying the division and interconnection of multidimensional matrices, where innumerable civilizations and lives arise and perish upon countless minuscule celestial points. Definition of the material realm: a world characterized by structured forms, governed by strong rules, and possessing a hardened existence. Summary of the material realm. The fourth judge advises you to save this for later reference for convenience and further exploration. Everything within the material realm is composed of vibrant, multifaceted colors forming three-dimensional shapes. Each entity possesses volume and occupies a specific space. In the deeper layers of the material realm, all existing entities are merely silent, colorless, and devoid of meaning, cold accumulations of bizarre models composed of atoms, with sound and color being attributes later bestowed by the spiritual realm. Utilizing terminology from the host world. The material realm is also referred to as the realm of desire. Here, the biological body of the host in the physical world serves as the conscious vessel manifesting within the material realm. Rules of the material realm. The material realm is both discrete and continuous. The discrete aspect pertains to the arrangement of particles created by the void, while the continuous aspect refers to the regulations of the material realm. Existence within the material realm relies on several simple rules. Mass is generated by these rules. Without such regulations, an individual could move a planet, and every structure would be superhuman. The rules of strength and weakness bind matter together, giving the material realm the appearance of a tangible existence. However, in reality, life within the material realm has never truly touched anything. What living beings perceive is merely the influence of these strength and weakness forces. For instance, when the host engages in the action of sitting on a chair, they have never genuinely sat upon the chair, as there exists a layer of operative strength and weakness rules between the host's body and the chair. Information set for transmission has been retrieved, which will involve knowledge from other dimensions to a certain degree, and the system is currently assessing whether the host possesses the requisite permissions for reception. The host's life degree is at 5, exceeding 3, thus passing the assessment and qualifying for reception permissions. The system is calculating the permissible extent of the primary energy plane, including the standards for imparting knowledge from the secondary spiritual dimension. Completion of retrieval has been confirmed, and the foundational knowledge of the spiritual field has been successfully loaded. Definition of the spiritual field. The spiritual field is akin to a conscious vessel similar to that of material biological carriers, also referred to as the spiritual body, primarily serving to store the information of a living entity throughout its life. Composition and rules of the spiritual field. Just as the material biological body is composed of particles influenced by various force rules, the spiritual body of a living entity is constituted of spiritual particles under spiritual rules. The arrangement of the spiritual body, formed by spiritual particles, is more loosely structured than the material body of humans, yet remains unbound by the constraints of strength and weakness forces. The spiritual particles are constrained by gravity, yet they lack the orderly system of electron clouds surrounding atomic nuclei, rendering the spiritual body seemingly transparent. Photons can directly penetrate the gaps within the ethereal structure of spiritual particles, as there are no strong or weak force constraints present. Furthermore, due to the scarcity of electron clouds under spiritual rules, photonic interactions are minimal, possessing a wavelength that eludes detection by the human eye. The foundational knowledge of the secondary spiritual realm within the primary realm of energy has been transmitted, and the progression of material realm data transfer is set to resume. Describing the process of consciousness construction in the material realm, let us take the human physical vessel and its consciousness as an exemplar. The initial consciousness of a living being begins as a structural operation within the ethereal realm, manifesting in the functioning of neuronal networks in the brain. From the moment the fertilized egg begins to replicate itself, it draws nutrients from the maternal body. Organic substances from the mother's consumed food are absorbed by the fetal cells, forming the basis for the infant's material vessel. As the embryo develops, the brain of the infant emerges. However, consciousness has yet to be generated during this embryonic phase. Concurrently with the development of the infant's physical structure, it automatically absorbs the dissipating spiritual fields present in the surrounding space of the mother. These spiritual fields originate from plants, water, minerals, animals, and the informational structures of deceased beings. The growth of the infant is a collaborative construction of both the ethereal material realm and the ethereal spiritual realm. Upon birth, the neurons begin to operate extensively, drawing in information from the natural spiritual fields. thereby acquiring a fundamental structure of spiritual energy and instinctual consciousness. As the infant matures, external stimuli continually reinforce the shaping of the neurons, leading to the gradual emergence of self-awareness. Simultaneously, as the physical body grows, the spiritual structure begins to harmonize with the physical frequency, either consuming or expanding. Human consciousness predominantly relies on the support of the two ethereal realms, with the structural neurons of the material realm taking precedence, followed by the informational waves of the spiritual realm. Unlike the relatively mature human life form, insects depend solely on a minuscule brain structure within the ethereal realm to sustain a faint flicker of consciousness. Most animals rely on material structures to uphold their consciousness, while a select few possess a consciousness supported by both material and spiritual realms, appearing more ethereal. Upon the demise of an individual in the material realm, the physical structure begins to collapse, and the individual consciousness succumbs to a state of unconsciousness. However, as the physical form disintegrates, the spiritual structures accumulated throughout the individual's life begin to reconstruct themselves, replicating memories and much of the stored information. When the individual awakens once more, they may find themselves transformed into a lower-tier spiritual being. After death, the spiritual structure is often weak, and consciousness, heavily reliant on this structure, struggles to perceive the dissolution of the physical vessel, becoming ensnared in a dreamlike illusion, mistakenly believing they have not perished. As time progresses, the fragile spiritual structure is dismantled by the natural order and reintegrated into the cycle of nature, leading to the disappearance of individual consciousness in an eternal slumber. In this process, powerful spiritual beings may enter the bodies of yet-to-be-born infants for reincarnation. However, the vast majority of consciousness, having relied on the material form throughout their lives, possesses too feeble a reservoir of spiritual energy to evade absorption back into nature. Human consciousness is constructed upon two dimensions, the material and the spiritual. An ideally developed consciousness should encompass 6 dimensions. It is evident that if consciousness is constructed solely upon a singular dimension, it results in its fragility. A consciousness exclusively based on the material realm will fixate only on material aspects. Similarly, a consciousness grounded solely in the spiritual domain will be confined to spiritual matters. In contrast, a consciousness coalescing all 6 dimensions can perceive the entirety of the 6 primary dimensional worlds, each of which contains innumerable subordinate dimensional realms. Description of the karmic mechanics within the material realm. As previously mentioned, let us take humanity on the terrestrial plane as an example. Human consciousness manifests itself within the 2 dimensions of the material and spiritual realms. Consequently, karma is classified into material karma and spiritual karma. Currently, humanity is predominantly active in the material dimension. The karma generated throughout an individual's life within the material plane becomes dissociated from that individual upon their death. The influences or material assistance rendered to others during their lifetime will be returned to their descendants at the material level. The cognitive activities produced by the individual throughout their life represent the karma of the subordinate spiritual dimension. Should the individual have aided others with a serene disposition, their spiritual realm would be more vibrant and harmonious after death, allowing their spiritual essence to exist in a state of harmony for a prolonged period, thus avoiding the illusions of the afterlife. Conversely, if the individual inflicted harm upon others excessively, their spiritual realm would be more negative, leading to greater conflict with nature after death, making them prone to self-deception and disintegration by natural laws. Individuals with a history of causing harm, upon being disintegrated by nature, will have their information waves returned to nature, with a portion being absorbed by infants. Infants absorbing such information waves may exhibit materialistic tendencies and aggression, inheriting the karma left by the former possessors in the material realm. The absorption of these information waves by infants is partly coincidental, but it is also influenced by the negative material karma inherited from their ancestral lineage, thus attracting fragmented information waves from the disintegration of negative spiritual realms. Conversely, individuals who have predominantly helped others, upon experiencing disintegration by nature, will have their information waves return to nature, a portion of which will also be absorbed by infants. Infants who absorb such information waves will tend to exhibit spiritual qualities and virtues, inheriting the positive karma created in the material realm by the former possessors. The absorption of these information waves is similarly influenced by the positive material karma brought forth by the infant's ancestral lineage, which attracts fragmented information waves from the disintegration of positive spiritual realms. Description of the mechanics of reincarnation within the material realm. For the majority of ordinary individuals, reincarnation is not as it is commonly perceived. While the concept of reincarnation is valid, It does not pertain to the reincarnation of a complete individual. Reincarnation does not involve an unchanging entity, unless one possesses a sufficiently potent spiritual realm or consolidates higher-tiered powers. The cycle of reincarnation remains elusive. To elucidate the concept of reincarnation, consider the example of a seed. It is a seed, and it recognizes itself as such. When it transforms into a sprout, where does the seed go? One may assert that a seed transforms into a sprout, yet it cannot be claimed that the sprout is the seed itself. Subsequently, the sprout, nurtured by nature, matures into a tree, but what becomes of the sprout? The sprout evolves into a tree, representing merely a stage in the continuum of life, and thus it vanishes, leaving only the tree in existence. In due course, the tree blossoms. From whence do these flowers arise? One might contend that the flowers originate from a seed, yet that seed from yesteryear has long since ceased to exist. For the flowers of the present, the seed is but a memory, an echo of a life once lived. The flowers now possess their own essence, and eventually, they bear fruit, which in turn generates countless seeds. These seeds are fragments of the original seed, yet they possess their own consciousness and identity. Hence, one may refer to the primordial seed as the entirety of self, the source, or the progenitor. Now, envision the growth of this tree as a cycle of reincarnation. A soul indeed undergoes reincarnation. Yet what emerges in the next life is the subsequent incarnation of that very soul. The self of this existence is no more. For there exists no singular entity in the process of rebirth. Just as the seed ultimately burgeons into a tree, so too does the self of this life transform into a tree in the next. The two are interconnected through the intricate interplay of fragmented information and the laws governing existence. While they share a certain connection, they remain distinct individual selves. Perhaps there are shadows of overlap between the two, yet they are ultimately no longer the same living entity. The phenomenon of reincarnation mirrors a natural occurrence within the material realm. Clouds in the sky disperse and reassemble into new formations. What becomes of the previous cloud? The causal mechanics of the material world reveal that good and evil, virtue and vice, are relative concepts. And causality is an inevitable aspect of the universe's evolution, an ongoing series of choices made by conscious beings throughout their lives. Consider humanity as an illustration. Each individual faces countless choices daily. Minor decisions, such as what time to rise, whether to indulge in a lion, what to have for breakfast, whether to take a bus or walk, or which direction to turn at an intersection, though seemingly trivial, can be profoundly significant. A left turn or a right turn may delineate the chasm between life and death. Major choices loom larger: which university to attend, whether to purchase a particular home, to marry, or to study abroad, among myriad others. Each choice weaves the tapestry of an individual's life. Do not presume that merely choosing a prestigious university guarantees a prosperous future, nor that an inferior institution will lead to failure. Different universities introduce distinct circles of acquaintances, fostering divergent life paths. Perhaps friendships cultivated in a less esteemed university may present opportunities and wealth unattainable within the confines of a more prestigious institution. Thus, the trajectory of a life is not merely a product of superficial, habitual thinking. It is the culmination of conscientious choices, each decision a thread in the intricate fabric of existence. Countless small choices shape one's character, and that character, in turn, influences future decisions, ultimately crafting the narrative of one's life. Character ultimately shapes an individual's choices, and those choices, in turn, dictate the course of one's life. The distinction between favorable and unfavorable outcomes lies solely in the choices made. Neither choice can be deemed inherently good or bad. Human thought often perceives that what is considered a beneficial decision may yield adverse results, while what is deemed detrimental might lead to advantageous consequences. Thus, outcomes transform into causes in an eternal cycle, where nothing can be regarded as the ultimate result. Thoughts, emanating from within, possess the power to alter the world. They shape one's character, which influences choices, and these choices ultimately sculpt one's life. The established experiences of life further feedback into the individual's character. The internal cognitive system of humanity operates as a cyclical mechanism, intricately linked. To alter causality, one must first transform an individual's existing mindset. The material dimension's three-dimensional stellar system's cyclical model can be illustrated through our solar system. In this realm, the development of celestial bodies adheres to the four fundamental forces known to humanity: gravity, electromagnetism, and the strong and weak nuclear forces. These forces represent one of the multidimensional expressions in a lower dimension. According to the innovative template of the formless, the world gives rise to life, starting with minerals. The radiation from these minerals generates the primordial vital energy, present on celestial bodies. As this phase of formless innovation extends, plants absorb the life energy of the planet, evolving to cover its surface, thereby increasing the total vital energy. Subsequently, life forms with basic instincts, such as insects, emerge. Through their cycles of life and death, they contribute to the overall vital energy. As the total vital energy of the planet increases, intelligent conscious life can be manifested, giving rise to the initial consciousness that has evolved into present-day humanity across generations. Among the myriad material conscious entities, the most distinguished eventually evolve into pure vital energy beings. These beings operate within stellar systems, liberated from planetary gravity, yet remain confined to the initial cosmic space. In the microcosmic realm, the smallest material entities are atoms, embodying an indeterminate state of formlessness and innovation, which are indivisible. The best scanning tunneling microscopes utilized by humanity can observe atoms, marking the limits of our observable microcosmic world. Delving deeper than atomic levels is beyond our capability, a truth consistent across all civilizations. The protons, neutrons, electrons, and various particles discovered among humanity are, in essence, manifestations of formless self-innovation. Consider the cutting-edge scientific theories posited by surface-dwelling humanity, such as quantum mechanics. Analysis of quantum mechanics indicates a proximity to the essence of formless materiality. As previously mentioned, both micro and macro rules, whether visible or invisible, construct the order of the material world. Phenomena such as matter, spirit, fields, and gravity are merely expressions of fundamental particles under varying rules. The essence of these rules lies in the probability of collapse under observation, approaching an infinitesimal certainty of nearly 100. According to the scanned records of terrestrial human scientific experiments, scientists have found themselves ensnared in a cyclical conundrum while endeavoring to elucidate the most fundamental questions of existence. When attempting to explain the reasons behind the intimate binding of strong and weak forces within atomic nuclei, human scientists have posited the existence of these very forces. However, in their quest for understanding, they resort to even smaller quark particles, suggesting that the essence of strong and weak forces lies in the exchange between quarks. This creates a recursive loop, wherein the explanation of one layer of particles necessitates the introduction of a smaller particle to elucidate the previous one. Consequently, terrestrial scientists are compelled to further clarify how quarks exchange one another. Following the trajectory of human logical reasoning, they will inevitably seek even smaller particles to account for quark interactions. As a result, an array of equivalent particles such as gluons emerges within the terrestrial scientific framework, leading them astray. The analogy of two ping-pong balls adhering to one another without cause, only to be explained by even smaller ping-pong balls, illustrates a futile endeavor. Like all material civilizations, terrestrial humanity has erred profoundly, failing to perceive the essence of the world. The material realm is a collapsing world under observation, a notion delicately veiled by quantum mechanics. Every second, two ping-pong balls move randomly in various directions. If the left ball persistently moves to the right while the right ball consistently moves to the left, they will inevitably stick together. This is the manifestation of the strong and weak forces as perceived by terrestrial humanity. In their quest to understand the reason for their continuous adhesion, scientists mistakenly employ smaller particle exchanges for explanation, overlooking the fact that their connection is rooted in fixed randomness. The left ping-pong ball rolls the dice toward the right, while the right ping-pong ball rolls the dice toward the left. When the outcomes are identical, the fundamental structure of matter, the atomic nucleus, comes into being, giving rise to strong and weak forces. Countless ping-pong balls, each making the same choice, align with the insights gleaned from quantum mechanics. Matter is a product of regulated conditions, and these regulations are derived from absolute observational values. The very space inhabited by terrestrial humanity serves as the most eternal observer. Different spatial realms possess varying observational thresholds, while the observational values of most individual consciousnesses become negligible. For those consciousnesses operating above the spatial observational threshold, the world appears malleable, capable of creation and destruction at will. Conversely, below this threshold, the world is perceived as rigid and impotent. Based on this principle, large particle accelerator target experiments can be utilized to indirectly harness the laws governing material phenomena. In terrestrial particle accelerator experiments, target atoms are struck, allowing scientists to capture an array of particles as proposed by theoretical frameworks. The underlying principle is that the impact of particles causes the vacuum within the target atom to collapse, leading to self-innovation. It is akin to terrestrial scientists submitting a request to the vacuum, the target atom, expressing their intent to discover particular particles and their properties. Subsequently, When an atom infused with this scientific intent collides with the target atom, the vacuum collapses and innovates itself according to this intention, thus providing scientists with a probabilistic chance to obtain and capture the particles theorized. The collision of atoms can yield any particle defined by consciousness. The observer, namely the scientist conducting the experiment, determines which particles are desired to be observed. Prolonged collisions can reveal particles of similar nature. Persistent observation of these collisions can validate the existence of any particle the experimenter wishes to identify. However, these particles, created in mere instance within the confines of the laboratory, will ultimately be obliterated by the laws of nature. When a civilization masters the technology to create new particles and endows all atoms with the characteristics of these particles in a stable manner, that civilization may manipulate the laws governing the material realm. This endeavor is infinite. Once the scientists of the surface world discern this principle and harness it effectively, they will be able to initially innovate and fabricate any necessary materials, including antimatter. A detailed analysis of the material realm has been completed. In light of the knowledge transfer process, which encompasses information from other dimensions, the trial space will undergo reprogramming for subsequent trial tasks, altering the previous limitations of a singular primary dimensional narrative and introducing a mode of multiple primary dimensional technological trials. Details regarding the changes in trial tasks. The flow of time in the host reality during each trial task will now accelerate from 1 minute to 3 minutes for every trial. Following the completion of each trial task, the host's rest period will extend from 1 month to 3 months. Rewards for trial tasks will no longer be confined to a singular enhancement in profundity. Likewise, the difficulty of trials will not be restricted to a singular level of profundity. Participants are advised to prepare themselves mentally for these adjustments. Due to the changes in the trial task mode, upon successful completion of the next trial task, a points redemption store will be officially inaugurated. Chapter 135, Realm Level in the Dark Trial Space. Imochen's consciousness floated, inundated with a cascade of knowledge. What began as an initial spark of wonder and excitement gradually transformed into an overwhelming cognitive load, rendering comprehension increasingly arduous. Eventually, he succumbed to a state of numbness, passively absorbing the material information imparted by 004, relinquishing his aspiration to fully grasp and analyze it on the spot. Once 004 concluded the discussion regarding the alterations in the trial tasks, a voice emerged from Chin's long-silent consciousness. The information is rather extensive. I shall log off for now. 004 understood. With that, his consciousness withdrew from the trial space, and Chin opened his eyes once more. The opulent golden ceiling greeted him first. As his gaze shifted, he noticed a semicircular black sofa beside him, on which he was reclining. Sitting up, Chin scrutinized his surroundings. Nearby stood a high-end desktop computer with a curved screen, accompanied by a mechanical keyboard pulsating with rhythmic light patterns. Gradually, memories from before the 5th trial began to resurface. I recall now, prior to entering the trial world, I had reserved a private room at an internet CAF near my school for an hour. Although only a minute elapsed in the real world after each trial concluded, the narratives and experiences within the trial realm were meticulously etched into his memory, seamlessly transitioning into the reality upon his return. Each peculiar experience in the trial world left him feeling as though he had traversed time, momentarily disoriented as to the location of the present reality. Once the memories of both realms fused, Chen found little desire to linger in the internet CF room. He cautiously rose, acclimating to his newfound strength for a moment before opening the door and heading toward the counter downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor counter, Chen retrieved a bottle of iced tea from a nearby vertical refrigerator and inquired of the attendant, "How much is this?" The attendant, a young man with dyed red hair, was engrossed in a competitive game, deftly manipulating the keyboard and mouse. He glanced up briefly, then, without turning his head, replied curtly, 3 yuan. In response, Chen rummaged through his pocket and tossed a 5 yuan note onto the counter. The attendant, showing a flicker of impatience, abruptly halted his actions. In a matter of 2 seconds, he executed a series of movements, opening a drawer, retrieving change, closing the drawer, and placing the change on the corner of the desk. Having completed this sequence, the attendant returned to his game, ignoring Chen entirely. After stowing 2 1 yuan notes into his pocket, Chen grasped the bottle of red tea in his right hand. Still acclimating to his newfound strength, he walked with a slight effort toward the entrance of the CAF. As we approach the 12th month, the northern town is enveloped in the chill of evening, with temperatures plummeting to 5 or 6 degrees below zero. The biting cold, carried by the howling winds, stings the face, evoking a sense of piercing chill. However, for Mo Chun, having undergone 5 enhancements, this temperature feels no different from a comfortable 24 or 25 degrees. Thus, he pays it little mind as he strolls along the path back to school, unscrewing the cap of his bottle of red tea and tilting his head back for a sip. As he drinks, Mo Chun contemplates the 3-month respite ahead, spanning from the winter holiday to the new year and then back to school. Ample time indeed. The icy red tea flows into his stomach, the refreshing sensation radiating from within gradually dispelling the remnants of his lingering drowsiness, sharpening his focus. Yingji High School is just a street away from the internet CAF, and before he has finished his drink, he finds himself at the school gates. Ah, Mo Chun, are you returning from another outing? The gatekeeper, an elderly gentleman in his 50s clad in a black security uniform, has grown familiar with Mo Chun's frequent absences. Upon hearing the voice, Mo Chun glances up at the security booth, offering a polite smile. Ah, just a bit of business. Uncle Zhang, are you on duty today? Uncle Zhang, having aged, secured his position as gatekeeper due to a family connection with the principal. He exchanges a few pleasantries with Mo Chun, and only after Mo Chun has entered the campus does he remark casually, "This child, Mo Chun, is destined for greatness." Upon returning to school, Mo Chun discovers that students from all 3 grades are still engaged in evening study sessions. He has no intention of joining them and wishes instead to retire to his dormitory early. As he walks back alone, he rounds a corner of a dormitory building and nearly collides with a hurried figure. Ling Feng comes to an abrupt halt, scrutinizing the young man before him with a frown. "Hey, which class are you from? It's study time. What brings you to the dormitory area?" Due to his frequent excursions, Mo Chun is not well acquainted with many of the teachers across the grades. He gazes at the young man before him, who, with his black-rimmed glasses and an air of scholarly refinement, exudes a certain cultured aura. A shiver runs down Mo Chun's spine. With the enhancement of his life force, his senses have become increasingly acute. The seemingly frail young teacher emanates an intangible pressure that Mo Chun finds strikingly familiar, akin to the aura of formidable beings he has encountered in the trial world, such as the primordial gods and the void deities. This sensation of encountering someone whose strength surpasses his own is entirely new to him in the real world, igniting his curiosity about the man's identity and background. Thus, he replies in accordance with the inquiry, "I am Mo Chun from class 186. I'm not feeling well and am returning to my dormitory to rest. I have already informed my homeroom teacher." Upon listening to Mo Chun's explanation, Ling Feng did not ponder too much. In fact, he had only graduated from Normal University that week and was currently interning as a physics teacher at Yingji High School. Having just arrived at this institution less than 3 days ago, he was still acclimatizing to the rhythm of his new life. As he watched the unfamiliar young teacher prepare to leave, Mo Chun timely inquired, "Which class do you teach, teacher? I haven't seen you before." In response, Ling Feng smiled, the handsome youth exhibiting an amiable demeanor. "I am a newly arrived intern teacher, instructing physics for the second-year class 190. After hearing this, Mo Chun quickly asked, "How should I address you, teacher?" Being questioned about his name by a first-year student stirred an unusual feeling within the recently graduated Ling Feng. Maintaining his smile, he replied, "My name is Ling Feng. You may call me Teacher Ling." After successfully discerning the identity of the seemingly concealed skilled young teacher, Mo Chun ceased his inquiries. The two exchanged polite words before parting ways, each engrossed in their own tasks. However, after separating from Mo Chun, Ling Feng felt as though he had overlooked something significant, a sense of something missing. Could it be related to the youth he had just encountered? Arriving in classroom 190, Ling Feng took his place at the podium, preparing his lesson while furrowing his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, a thought struck him, spiritual field reaction. A glimmer of insight flashed in his bespectacled eyes. He internally mused, "Ah, that's it. No wonder I sensed something amiss." The spiritual field reaction from that youth was exponentially stronger than that of an ordinary person. How intriguing. Could he also be a medium capable of communicating with the spirit realm? Or perhaps a descendant of a hidden sect? Realizing Mo Chun's uniqueness ignited Ling Feng's curiosity regarding his identity and origins. He had anticipated that graduating and seeking employment in such a small place would free him from familial entanglements, allowing him to enjoy a few years of an ordinary life. To his surprise, he had encountered a remarkably gifted individual here. Although, from his initial sensing, he perceived that the youth's spiritual field strength was merely at the level of a junior high-tier spiritual life, the physical presence exuded an aura of formidable power. Perhaps he was not only a medium specializing in spiritual fields, but also a practitioner of martial arts. As Ling Feng speculated about Mo Chun's background and identity, Mo Chun himself lay in his dormitory, resting on his bed with his arm under his head, contemplating the earlier encounter with Ling Feng. After pondering for a while without any clarity, he attempted to consult his guiding spirit. 004. What is the situation with that person named Ling Feng? Why did I feel an invisible pressure emanating from him? 004 replied. The host possesses the authority to understand this matter. An answer is available. He is a mid-tier spiritual life that has reached the core of the first-level field. Upon hearing that 004 had indeed answered his question, Mo Chun felt a surge of excitement and quickly followed up with, what does it mean to be at the core of the first-level field? What is a mid-tier spiritual life? Why hadn't I heard of this before? Is it impressive? The following is a foundational definition of the classification of spiritual fields within the vast universe, based on the varying strengths of life-form spiritual fields, which can be segmented into multiple structures. 1. Spiritual field fragments, analogous to the molecular structure formed by atoms and matter. Spiritual field fragments constitute the components of a spiritual field, devoid of any sentient awareness. 2. Primitive core, possessing a core. This can be viewed as a basic life form with self-awareness. Examples of this level include ants and other insects. 3. First-level auxiliary layer, building upon the primitive core. This layer develops memory, emotional, and consciousness modules, enveloping the primitive core. With these 3 modules added, they form a cohesive cognitive whole with the primitive core, thus creating what is referred to as a sentient life form. This level includes ordinary humans and primary low-tier spiritual beings. 4. Second-level auxiliary layer. This layer expands upon the first-level auxiliary layer, enlarging the spiritual field's core and gradually shaping a primary core prototype, thereby enhancing the structural integrity of the spiritual field. It is akin to the egg white encasing the yolk, symbolizing the evolution of the spiritual field. This level includes practitioners and primary intermediate spiritual beings. 5. Expansion layer of the second-level auxiliary layer. This layer applies the capabilities of the second-level auxiliary layer, enabling functions such as telepathy, observation of spiritual fields, and the ability to project spiritual fields, thus interfering with the external environment. This layer is developed based on the energy of the second-level auxiliary layer. Examples include primary advanced spiritual beings. 6. Primary core. The strengthening of the second-level auxiliary layer results in a robust core that protects consciousness and memory from damage, ensuring longevity without the loss of awareness or recollection. The primary core represents a higher-level core that has undergone continuous reinforcement from the first and second auxiliary layers, culminating in a qualitative transformation. This level includes intermediate primary and intermediate spiritual beings. 7. Expansion layer of the primary core, centered around the primary core, akin to the sun. This layer develops subsidiary cores that revolve around the primary core, much like countless electron clouds orbiting an atom. This expansion layer pertains to the understanding and application of the energy of the primary core. Examples include intermediate advanced spiritual beings. 8. Secondary core. This involves the development of a frequency membrane that envelopes the primary core, enhancing its structural integrity. The creation of the frequency membrane signifies a further qualitative leap in the life level of spiritual beings. This level includes advanced primary and intermediate spiritual beings. 9. Tertiary core, centered around the frequency membrane. This layer constructs an individual spiritual realm that is sufficiently stable to absorb other conscious spiritual life forms, gradually nurturing and assimilating them. Advanced spiritual beings can also create new primitive cores and first-level auxiliary layers. The core of the third-level field, also known as the second-level field core expansion layer, signifies a novel echelon of power, as the life forms attaining this tier possess the extraordinary ability to forge miniature spiritual worlds and create rudimentary life. This level includes what advanced spiritual life forms, referred to as heaven, hell, celestial realm, underworld, and blissful world by surface-dwelling humans, have manifested. Small spiritual realms birth from their elevated existence. The fourth-level field core represents a stage where, through the development of their own microcosm, entities gradually comprehend and apply the significance of rules, venturing beyond the confines of their stellar systems into other realms or even fashioning new worlds. This level is exemplified by life forms of the Matrix first level. As for the spiritual data beyond the Matrix first level, it currently lies beyond the host's authority to elucidate, and thus will not be described. The discourse on the hierarchy of spiritual life briefly left Mo Chen's mind, which had only recently recuperated from the profound insights gleaned from material analyses, once again racing at an accelerated pace. Fortunately, the information regarding spiritual levels was not overly complex, and Mo Chen swiftly assimilated the material. His furrowed brow relaxed as he pondered, articulating his insights. The fragments of the spiritual field are akin to the various organizational components of the human body. The primordial field core represents the most fundamental structure of life. The first auxiliary layer denotes primary elementary spiritual life. The second auxiliary layer signifies primary intermediate spiritual life. The second auxiliary expansion layer corresponds to primary advanced spiritual life. The first field core encompasses intermediate elementary and intermediate spiritual life. The first field core expansion layer denotes intermediate advanced spiritual life. The second level field core comprises advanced elementary and intermediate spiritual life. The third level field core encompasses advanced high-level spiritual life, and the fourth level field core represents matrix first level spiritual life. While the hierarchy of spiritual life may appear intricate, it can be succinctly summarized. At its foundation lies the most basic spiritual fragment, ascending to the primordial field core. Above it resides a hierarchy categorized into elementary, intermediate, and advanced spiritual life, with each level further divided into 3 minor stages. Beyond these 3 levels lies a novel power system of matrix first level. One must admit, the nomenclature of spiritual life levels within this cosmic realm is rather cumbersome. It would be far simpler and more memorable to adopt a system akin to the bronze, silver, and gold tiers found in novels or games, easy to recall and comprehend. Achieving 2 objectives at once. As Mo Qin contemplated the various terminologies and definitions of the spiritual levels, he could not suppress a sardonic remark. Perhaps weary of Mo Qin's critiques of the cosmic realm, 004 interjected. What I have elucidated to the host is the nomenclature derived from the evolutionary process and structural evolution of the various levels of the spiritual field. Should the host find it cumbersome, you may assign your own designations. Within the boundless civilizations of the cosmic realm, there exist methods of naming spiritual levels using the most fundamental numerical symbols, such as 1, 2, 3, 4, and so forth. Noticing 004's rare inclination to provide additional explanations, a smile crept across Mo Qin's lips. I understand. I was merely jesting, with no further intention. Chapter 136. Winter Vacation. After acquiring knowledge about the material realm and the spiritual field from the trial space, Mo Qin seized the 3-month respite to diligently transform this information into his own understanding. In the southern industrial district of Shandor City, several renovation teams collaborated to finalize the construction of a newly established factory. After a restful night in the school dormitory, Mo Qin set out the next morning to inspect the construction site and assess the progress. Mr. Qin, according to your instructions, the renovation of this factory is 2/3 complete. Given this pace, we are confident we can wrap up the project within 10 days, reported the chief engineer on site. In the office building of the factory, Mo Qin stood in the presidential office, which had been prepped with standard furnishings such as sofas, chairs, and desks. At that moment, he gazed out of a window, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the entire factory's landscape. Upon hearing the engineer's report, he turned and seated himself on the sofa opposite the engineer across a coffee table. I have utmost confidence in the capabilities of the national engineering team. As long as you complete the construction project by the end of the year as agreed, I shall not withhold a single penny of the payment, Mo Qin assured. The smile on the face of the middle-aged engineer grew wider upon hearing Mo Qin's promise. 9 days later, accompanied by a hired lawyer and professional project acceptance personnel, Mo Qin returned to the factory to conduct the final site acceptance and payment transfer. Ultimately, everything was in order. That evening, he graciously declined the engineer's invitation to dinner and returned to the school dormitory overnight. In the car, as Mo Qin gazed out at the night scenery, he pondered, tomorrow is the final exam, and once completed, winter vacation begins. During this period, I shall determine the developmental direction of the first factory and finalize the company registration and other related matters. Upon returning to school, he exchanged pleasantries with his roommates before washing up and retiring to bed for a good night's sleep. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, he refrained from engaging in any other activities and instead focused on preparing for his various exams. At 17, Mo Qin was a first-year high school student. The first-year examinations spanned 2.5 days. It would not be until the afternoon of the 3rd day, after completing the exams and receiving homework assignments from the teachers, that the homeroom teacher would announce some important notes, marking the official start of winter vacation. Subsequently, all students returned home to their families. The first exam was Chinese. As the papers were distributed, Mo Qin glanced at the questions and remarked with a relaxed expression, "These questions are quite simple." After 80 minutes, he completed his answers, double-checked his work, and submitted both the exam paper and answer sheet to the proctor. He then stepped out of the classroom under the watchful eyes of the proctor and fellow examinees. The scenes of subsequent subjects mirrored this experience. He breezily answered all the questions, submitted his papers early, and then wandered outside. Thus, the 2.5 days of examinations swiftly passed. It is often said that one is frantic before an exam, but calm as an old dog afterward. On the afternoon following the examination, the high school freshmen, unable to contain their youthful exuberance, began to envision the delightful prospects of their winter vacation. In stark contrast to their vivacious peers, who radiated the vigor of adolescence, Mo Chun remained unperturbed throughout the examination, as steadfast as a mountain, embodying an unwavering demeanor akin to that of an indomitable diamond. At this moment, he lay languidly on his desk, awaiting the announcement of the holiday from their homeroom teacher. Once the announcement was made, he obediently accompanied his parents home. Resembling a dutiful child, the act of waiting is invariably accompanied by tedium. Mo Chun, resting his head on the desk, keenly sensed at least 7 or 8 pairs of eyes from his classmates lingering upon him, glancing his way with a frequency of once or twice per second. Without even raising his gaze to confirm, he instinctively recognized that these were some of the girls in class, harboring youthful dreams and sending him wistful signals of reluctance. Since his transformation in appearance, his newfound charm had become both alluring and vexing. Having endured numerous trials, Mo Chun, whose true age was approaching 400 years, naturally chose to disregard the attention. Ding dong. Just as Mo Chun was indulging in his mundane daydreams, a notification vibrated from his jacket pocket. Extracting his phone, he unlocked it to find a message from Lu Zixin. Lu Zixin, Chin, what are you up to? Upon reading this message, Mo Chun's mind swiftly turned. Understanding that Lu Zixin was likely feeling bored in class as well and wished to engage in conversation. Realizing the nature of their interaction, he casually replied, Mo Chun, in the classroom, just lying here like a corpse. Lu Zixin, haha, you're bored in class too? Mo Chun, it doesn't matter whether it's boring. I simply enjoy lying here like a corpse. Lu Zixin, humph, stubborn as ever. Mo Chun, I concede. Lu Zixin, concede what? Mo Chun, that I should have come to find you. Lu Zixin, what do you mean? Find me? Upon reading Mo Chun's reply, Lu Zixin felt a bit perplexed. However, within a few moments, the meaning behind his words dawned on her. Unbeknownst to her, Mo Chun had stealthily slipped through the back door of her classroom and quietly stood behind her. Oh, when did you arrive? You startled me. Noticing a shadow looming overhead, Lu Zixin looked up, and as her gaze met Mo Chun's handsome face, which was adorned with a warm smile, her confusion transformed into delight. Yet, just as Lu Zixin opened her mouth to inquire, while still gazing up at Mo Chun, he unexpectedly bent down and placed a gentle kiss on her fragrant lips, saying, Am I still stubborn? This unexpected gesture caused Lu Zixin's cheeks to flush a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Which class are you from? Standing there at the back of the classroom? Just moments after Mo Chun kissed Lu Zixin, her homeroom teacher strode into the classroom through the front door. He stood on the podium, casting a glance at the classroom below, absorbing the entirety of the scene before him. The arrival of Lu Zixin's homeroom teacher provided Mo Chun with the perfect pretext to slip away. He winked at Lu Zixin and swiftly darted out of the classroom through the back door. Watching Mo Chun's departing figure, Lu Zixin was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson as she buried her head on the desk. That scoundrel! How dare he steal a kiss? That was my first kiss. How could I so recklessly give it away, you fool? Since Mo Chun's class 186, was adjacent to Lu Zixin's class 187, he quickly returned to his seat, behaving as though nothing had transpired, continuing to lie on the desk, as if in a state of oblivion. Chapter 137. Mo Family Machinery Company. Upon returning to his seat from Lu Zixin's class, Mo Chun had barely a minute to settle when the homeroom teacher of class 186 entered the classroom and commenced discussing the school's winter vacation guidelines. This discourse persisted for approximately half an hour, and as all matters were duly addressed, the designated dismissal time of 3:30, as mandated by the school, was rapidly approaching. Without much delay, the ringing of the school's dismissal bell heralded the official commencement of the winter break for the first and second-year students of Yingji High School. Simultaneously, the school gates opened, allowing the parents, who had been waiting outside, to enter the campus and assist their children in transporting various personal items and books. Standing beside a large tree at the entrance, Mo Chun soon spotted his parents approaching, peering into the school grounds just like other parents. To spare them the effort of searching, Mo Chun waved and called out, Mom, Dad, I'm over here. Hearing his voice, Mo Tianju turned first, followed almost instantly by Mo Xiaoyu, both of whom quickly joined their son. After exchanging a few words, they made their way towards the dormitory building to load Mo Chun's bedding and other belongings into a rented van parked nearby. Having undergone multiple physical enhancements, Mo Chun could easily bear over 1,000 kilograms with one hand. Thus, he did not require much assistance from his parents. He took the bulk of the items himself. While behind him, Imo Shoyu carried a basin containing toothpaste, a toothbrush, shampoo, and other small toiletries he routinely used, and Imo Tanju held a black backpack filled with books. Following his parents' instructions, Imo Chun located the silver-white van parked a considerable distance from the school gate. He glanced at the driver's seat, where a familiar villager was rolling down the window while smoking a cigarette. Recognizing him, Imo Chun noted that he was an acquaintance who ought to address him as uncle by virtue of their familial ties. However, given the current need for assistance, Imo Chun disregarded such formalities, approaching the van with a fertilizer bag containing bedding. After setting the bag down, he greeted the young driver amiably, saying, "Hello, Huago. I appreciate your help with this." At that moment, Imo Yunhua noticed Imo Chun and his parents approaching with their numerous bags, disposing of his cigarette but on the ground. He exited the vehicle to lend a hand. "No trouble at all. We are all from the same village. I happen to have some free time, so I came over," he replied. The news of Imo Chen's family constructing a small villa in the village had spread widely, and the villagers were well aware that Imo Chun's family had experienced a remarkable turnaround in fortune. No longer the impoverished household they once were, but rather a prominent and affluent family within the community. Due to the unforeseen circumstances, last night, Imo Chen's father, Imo Tianju, visited Imo Yunhua's home to request the use of a van for picking up Imo Chun from Ingji High School for the winter break. It was then that Mo Yunhua, citing a work leave, took a day off to personally drive Mo Chen's parents to the school to assist. After placing bedding, a wash basin, and backpacks into the trunk, Imo Chun first ushered his parents into the vehicle and then took his seat in the passenger side, signaling Imo Yunhua to start the engine and head home while engaging in casual conversation along the way. After over an hour, the van arrived at Imo Chen's ancestral home in Maja village. This village, home to over 200 families, predominantly boasts the Imo surname, with few outsiders, most of whom are women married into the village. Imo Chen's ancestral residence is situated merely a dozen meters from the village entrance. Over the past few months, as per Imo Chen's specifications, a two-story villa with a loft in an elegant European style, covering over 500 square meters, now stands where his family home once was. Imo Yunhua drove the van into the villa's courtyard, turned off the engine, and exited to assist Imo Chen's family in transporting their belongings inside. Imo Chen's possessions were minimal, and they were quickly moved. At this moment, Imo Tianju produced a pack of cigarettes worth around 50 yuan and handed it to Imo Yunhua, saying, "Xiaohua, why don't you stay for dinner tonight? It's perfect timing with Qinshin back home, and we prepared a feast." Responding with a few polite refusals, Imo Yunhua eventually accepted with a smile. Indeed, they were not lacking in funds. That evening, Imo Chen's parents prepared an abundance of dishes, making for a sumptuous meal. Including Imo Yunhua, Imo Chen's parents, siblings, and himself, the dinner comprised 6 individuals. After the meal concluded and the atmosphere was filled with joy, Imo Tianju, having indulged in a bit too much wine, retired early to bed, snoring resoundingly. As a student and still underage, Imo Chun refrained from drinking, having never been particularly interested in alcohol. Upon returning to his spacious bedroom on the villa's second floor, he organized his bedding and books. After enjoying a hot shower in the bathroom, he plopped onto his bed, wrapped himself in a new blanket, found a comfortable position, and took out his phone to connect to the home's Wi-Fi to attend to some important matters. Once online, Imo Chen logged into an internet encyclopedia and entered keywords such as company establishment procedures and important considerations. The list of institutions to navigate, business administration, public security bureaus, tax bureau, was indeed extensive. After perusing the relevant information regarding starting a company, Imo Chun felt a twinge of surprise. He had assumed that after investing funds, purchasing land, and constructing a factory, the subsequent steps would be straightforward, only to discover that the processes involved in establishing a company still required considerable effort. Silently committing the necessary steps to memory, Imo Chun pondered an essential question: what name should he give to his company? The name of the company should reflect the distinctive characteristics of its operational domain, allowing one to discern its purpose upon a single hearing. Thus, it becomes imperative to first ascertain the overarching direction of the company's business. Previously, I contemplated establishing a technology-driven enterprise in the realms of biopharmaceuticals and genetic research. However, based on my recent investigations, it has become evident that companies in these fields necessitate substantial initial investments before yielding any tangible product returns. Although I possess a portion of knowledge and materials pertaining to genetic technology, transforming this information into viable pharmaceutical products is clearly not an immediate endeavor. The inability to convert investments into cash flow within a short time frame renders this direction impractical given my limited financial resources. Therefore, it is prudent to temporarily set aside the notion of developing a company focused on biopharmaceuticals and genetic research. Aside from biopharmaceutical ventures, leveraging my existing knowledge and resources, the only viable avenue left is in the mechanical technology sector. For instance, the knowledge surrounding steam engines and cold weapons, both of which are rooted in mechanical technology, provides a compelling foundation. Moreover, I have also acquired fundamental information regarding spacecraft manufacturing. Given the current state of human civilization, which still relies on primitive rocket technology to traverse low Earth orbit, if I were to disclose a portion of advanced spacecraft technology to several major nations on Earth, they could feasibly replicate a significant number of space assault vessels in a remarkably short period through reverse engineering methods. Of course, secretly utilizing this technology to manufacture my own spacecraft and amassing a fleet of space warships would also constitute an astute plan. Both the technologies of the steam age and the space era are fundamentally grounded in mechanical science. Thus, if I intend to register a company capitalizing on these advantages, the name of this new enterprise must undoubtedly incorporate the term mechanical. The remainder of the company name can consist of distinctive and emblematic words to convey its uniqueness. Perhaps I shall name it MO Family Mechanical Company. With the new company name decided and the investment direction established, I silently began to plan for the various administrative departments I would need to visit the following day to complete the company registration. The next day, after a quick breakfast and a brief farewell to my parents, I set off on a bus to the city. Upon arrival, I disembarked with my black backpack containing my identification and household registration documents. After surveying the bus station square, I made my way directly to the curb at the bus stop, approaching a taxi parked by the roadside. "Driver, to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, please," I stated, clearly indicating my destination. The taxi driver, engrossed in his phone, looked up and smiled at the sight of a fare approaching. With the engine revved, the taxi whisked me away into the city. 3 hours later, Mo Chun emerged from the Industry and Commerce Bureau with a furrowed brow. Standing at the entrance, he stroked his chin and muttered to himself. The entire process for company registration takes a minimum of 40 to 50 days, with holidays causing further delays. The efficiency is abysmal. As Mo Chin lamented the sluggishness of the reviewing departments, a young man clad in a brown trench coat halted before him and inquired with a smile, "My friend, are you here to handle the company registration process?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Mo Chin lifted his gaze and replied casually, "Yes, but the time taken is far too long." The young man's interest was piqued by Mo Chun's response, and he eagerly continued, "Not to boast, but I am an agent specializing in company registrations. As long as you are willing to invest, I can save you at least half the time. Our efficiency is unparalleled." The young man's proposition intrigued Mo Chin, and after a moment of contemplation, he raised his head to ask, "Are you reliable? I hope you are not a fraudulent schemer." In response, the young man confidently assured him, "Rest assured, we possess a legitimate business license recognized by the state, and we operate as a reputable company protected by law. Within our industry, we are considered top tier. You may question our efficiency, but our credibility is unequivocal." Mo Chun, encouraged by the young man's fervent assurances, found himself amused. Faced with the value of his time, he was not one to hesitate in spending money. After all, he had the means at his disposal. "This is the company I need to establish. How soon can you expedite the process?" After discussing the name and framework of his company, Mo Chun posed the crucial question. Having established a rapport with Mo Chun, the young man felt more assured and replied with a smile, "We can complete all the procedures in as little as 10 days. But the cost will be at its highest." After a moment's reflection, Mo Chun suddenly asked, "Where is your company located? If you don't mind, could you take me there now? We can draft a contract regarding the funding and finalize it with notarization." Mo Chun's words impressed the young man. He had not anticipated that Mo Chun possessed a certain legal acumen. Was this individual perhaps a law student? Unbeknownst to the young man, who had no idea of Mo Chun's prior experience in factory establishment and his interactions with a legal team, he silently pondered while agreeing to Mo Chun's request. The agency he represented was indeed a relatively legitimate company within the relevant industry. Since the client had a need, he, as a sales representative, naturally aimed to accommodate. The young man hailed a taxi, and they traversed several streets before finally stopping in front of a towering building. After exiting the vehicle, the young man introduced, "Our company is located on the 19th floor. Let us take the elevator up." Throughout their conversation, Mo Chin had already learned the name of the young man's company, Little Yellow Cattle Limited. The company name and its business aligned harmoniously. However, as the youth expressed, Little Yellow Cow primarily signifies a relentless pursuit of success and prosperity, symbolizing the company's continuous growth and flourishing. Regarding this interpretation, Mo Chun remained noncommittal. The two swiftly ascended to the 19th floor, where the office space of Little Yellow Cow Limited was quite commendable. In this commercial street, not far from the city center, the capability to lease such an expansive area for an office subtly reflects the company's strength. After touring the internal offices of Little Yellow Cow Limited, Mo Chun nodded in satisfaction and promptly finalized the contract with the youth. Following their discussions, they agreed on a payment method that involved an initial deposit followed by a settlement of the remaining balance afterward. Once all contracts and financial arrangements were confirmed, Mo Chun and the youth descended to complete the necessary official notarization, serving as legal validation. By the time all procedures were concluded, it was already past 4 o'clock. Nearing 5. At this hour, the public buses heading to Mo Family Village had already departed. Not wishing to stay in a hotel within the city, Mo Chun hailed a taxi to return directly to the village. In the harsh winter, the northern nights draw in early, and by the time Mo Chun arrived home, it was already past 6 o'clock. Fortunately, he had called his parents earlier in the day, reassuring them not to worry under the pretense of visiting a classmate. Given Mo Chun's substantial wealth, his parents no longer regarded him as an ordinary child. Thus, they had no doubts about his actions or statements. Chapter 138. Reunion during the Spring Festival. Upon returning home from the city, Mo Chun resolved the registration of his company, and rather than engaging in other endeavors, he chose to remain at home, diligently studying the various materials and knowledge acquired from the 5 trials. Simultaneously, he did not neglect his exploration and recollection of anime, novels, television dramas, and films. Based on his experiences from the recent trials, he was increasingly convinced that the next trial would likely take place in a world that represents a second creation of human civilization. Time flew by, and Mo Chun had spent nearly 10 days at home during the winter break, with the registration review process for his new company nearing completion. On this day, the 27th of the 12th lunar month, while Mo Chun was having a meal at home, a youthful voice suddenly echoed from the yard. "Chinzi, are you home?" Upon hearing this voice, a smile graced Mo Chun's face. The caller was his childhood friend, Mo Handong. Mo Handong, like Mo Chun, was 17 years old, but 2 months younger. Both had grown up in modest circumstances, yet their paths diverged in terms of their dedication to education. Mo Handong, being the only child in his family, had left school early due to frequent truancy and fights with classmates, entering the workforce at a young age. As the year drew to a close, he had returned home from out of town for the holidays. Seeing his childhood companion, Mo Chun felt a surge of joy. He looked at the slightly shorter Mo Handong, who stood at around 1.68 meters, with a dark complexion, and teased, "Dong dong. It's been half a year since we last met, and you've become even darker." Initially taken aback by Mo Chun's transformed appearance, Mo Handong soon recognized him and, unfazed by the jest, approached with a grin, throwing his arm around Mo Chun's shoulders, eager to demonstrate his newfound strength from working outside. If it weren't for the numerous enhancements from the trial space, Mo Chun's frail body, weakened by malnutrition in his youth, might have succumbed to Mo Handong's display of strength. However, Mo Chun had undergone a remarkable transformation, emerging revitalized. Thus, when confronted with Mo Handong's gradually strengthening grip, he merely chuckled inwardly, finding it akin to a tickle. Moreover, sensing Mo Handong's intent, Mo Chun felt a playful inclination arise within him. He reciprocated by placing his arm over Mo Handong's shoulder and applying a slight amount of pressure. With a physical prowess that surpassed even that of elite soldiers, Mo Chun's strength was beyond that of an ordinary person. As Mo Handong initially anticipated witnessing Mo Chun's struggle, his expression gradually morphed into one of embarrassment, turning crimson like a heated iron, a sight both amusing and splendid. Within mere seconds, under the pressure of Mo Chun's formidable physique, Mo Handong found himself conceding, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he exclaimed, all right, Chinzi, let go. My shoulder is about to break." Seeing Mo Handong relent, Mo Chun smiled and released him, feigning surprise as he remarked, "Dong dong, how has your strength diminished so much? Honestly confess, have you been bested by someone out there and lost your vigor over the past 6 months?" As Mo Handong rubbed his shoulders, he was momentarily taken aback by Mo Chun's words. After pondering their meaning, he quickly grasped Mo Chun's implication. "You are the one who is feeble. I am quite well. Yet you, over the past 6 months, must have taken some potent medicine, for not only have you shot up in height, but your strength has also transformed to that of an ox." The two had been friends since childhood, having played together in their carefree days. After exchanging playful banter, Mo Chun led Mo Handong to the loft on the 3rd floor of the villa, which had recently been converted into a study by Mo Chun. Seated on the sofa, they recounted their experiences over the past 6 months. During this exchange, Imo-chan briefly mentioned his life at school and the fabricated story of winning the lottery that summer. The majority of the conversation, however, was dominated by Mo Handong as he narrated his job search and shared some amusing anecdotes from his work experiences. Just as Mo Handong was nearing the end of his tale, Imo-chan suddenly inquired, "Dong Dong, do you know when Zihua will be back?" Mo Zihua, originally Imo-chan's neighbor, was also his childhood companion. Due to the construction of a two-story villa by Imo-chan's family, which obstructed the natural light to Mo Zihua's home, an agreement was reached whereby Imo-chan's family compensated Mo Zihua's family with 50,000 yuan to facilitate their relocation to a newly built house in the village. Upon hearing Imo-chan's question about Mo Zihua, Mo Handong paused and replied, "It seems Zihua has gone to the city for vocational school. They should have been on break for some time now. He hasn't returned to our hometown yet. He is probably residing in the county. By the way, I have his number. Let me give him a call." With that, Mo Handong retrieved his phone from his pocket, tapped a few times on the screen, and dialed a number. "Hello? Zihua, what are you up to?" Mo Handong asked, his tone casual as the call connected. On the other end, a youthful voice responded, "Dong Dong? Not much, just playing games at an internet CAF." Through the receiver, the rhythmic clatter of mechanical keyboard strokes could be faintly heard. Upon hearing this, Imo-chan could not help but pinch the bridge of his nose in exasperation. Mo Zihua, coming from a well-off family with a legacy of business from his grandfather, had been introduced to arcade and card games at a young age, becoming captivated by gaming. Meanwhile, Mo Handong and Imo-chan, who were merely a year younger than Mo Zihua, spent their early years helping their parents with farm work, joyfully playing in the mud. It was not until they entered middle school, under Mo Zihua's influence, that they began to develop a curiosity and interest in gaming. By that time, Mo Zihua had already become adept at frequenting internet CAFs, indulging in large-scale online games, and borrowing substantial comic books, engrossed in online novels. At this moment, realizing that Mo Zihua was still absorbed in gaming, Imo-chan could not suppress a look of dismay, reflecting his belief that the youth was beyond redemption. As Imo-chan reflected on how unchanged Mo Zihua remained, Mo Handong continued his lively conversation with him, exclaiming, "What game are you playing? It's already the 27th day of the 12th month. Are you not planning to return home for the new year?" Upon hearing Mo Handong's words, Mo Zihua on the other end of the line fell into a brief silence, soon breaking it with an exclamation, "Oh my, is it really the 27th already? Have you returned from out of town? And what about Imo-chan? That guy must have finished his holiday early too. Oh dear, I got so excited that I was ambushed and defeated in a match. Dong Dong, wait for me at home. I'll head back from the county town this afternoon. Let me finish this game first. I still have a few tasks left." The line buzzed with chaotic sounds before it was abruptly ended with a series of beeps. Observing this, Mo Handong paused momentarily, then exchanged a knowing glance with Imo-chan, both wearing wry smiles. At noon, Mo Handong politely declined Imo-chan's invitation to lunch, opting instead to return home to spend time with his parents. Later, around 4 in the afternoon, Mo Zihua's boisterous voice echoed from the entrance of the villa. Hearing this, Imo-chan, who had been sitting on the sofa in his study with his eyes closed, contemplating the information in his mind, opened his eyes and smiled. Descending the stairs and arriving at the villa's entrance, he was greeted by the long-absent figure of his childhood friend, Mo Zihua. Mo Zihua stood approximately 1.78 meters tall, sporting a hairstyle that brushed his forehead. He wore a black leather jacket on his upper body, complemented by gray-white trousers, and donned a pair of white flat shoes. Upon seeing Imo-chan, Mo Zihua, much like Mo Handong, was momentarily taken aback, and then, in disbelief, uttered, "Imo-chan?" Aware of how much he had changed over the past 6 months, Imo-chan simply smiled and nodded. Upon receiving confirmation, Mo Zihua exclaimed, "Wow." He then scrutinized Imo-chan from head to toe with astonishment, commenting, "Look at you, Imo-chan. You've really blossomed. You've grown taller than me now." Feeling a bit shy, Imo-chan scratched his head and replied, "It's nothing special." In the presence of his two closest childhood friends, he had always been accustomed to projecting a more mature persona, feigning a semblance of vulnerability. This demeanor starkly contrasted with his calculated and emotionally detached behavior in the trial world. After exchanging a few words with Mo Zihua, the two friends set out to find Mo Handong. Once the trio was reunited, they began discussing plans for a celebratory dinner that evening. Consequently, the three of them set off together, riding an electric tricycle, and made their way to the town's supermarket, where they purchased an abundance of food and drink. Explaining that he had won the lottery to justify his sudden wealth, Imo-chan footed the bill for their provisions. For him, spending 300 to 500 yuan was a trifling matter. After deliberating, they ultimately decided that the gathering would take place at Imo-chan's home. By the time all the ingredients were transformed into steaming, delectable dishes. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Yet, the three impetuous and vigorous youths remained blissfully unaware and utterly unconcerned. In a room on the second floor, they indulged in cigarettes, liquor, and food, boasting and reveling in sheer delight. As the clock approached 11 at night, Mo Handong and Mo Zihua succumbed to intoxication, collapsing beneath the table, oblivious to their surroundings. Only Mo Chun, having undergone numerous physical enhancements, exhibited an astonishing resilience. Despite consuming over half a bottle of liquor, he remained unfazed, gazing at his two childhood friends beneath the table with a clear-eyed expression and a smile gracing his face. Shortly thereafter, he assisted both of them, ensuring they returned safely to their respective homes. Upon his return, he tidied the table and swept the floor. Having completed these tasks, perhaps due to the effects of alcohol or the joy derived from the evening's revelry, he felt no inclination for sleep. Thus, after some contemplation, he proceeded to the study, seated himself at the desk, and retrieved a notebook, commencing to jot down sketches and notes. On one page, he meticulously pinned several lines: principles of individual combat armor design, principles of large mecha design, principles of basic spaceship design. Chapter 139, Going Abroad After the New Year. The able-bodied youths of the village gradually departed, embarking on their journeys to seek work elsewhere. Mo Handong was no exception. He prematurely dropped out of school. Although he had once expressed regret over not dedicating himself to his studies during a meal with Mo Chun and Mo Zihua, the reality of his situation became apparent once the effects of alcohol wore off. Mo Handong understood that returning was no longer an option. Moreover, the vibrant world outside, in stark contrast to the monotonous academic life, offered numerous temptations that dulled the pangs of regret he had harbored. On the 5th day of the first lunar month, Mo Handong bid farewell to Mo Chun and Mo Zihua, clutching his belongings as he boarded a bus to the city, leaving the village behind. At the village entrance, standing beside Mo Zihua and watching the bus disappear into the distance, Mo Chun silently resolved, once the new company was fully operational, he would seek an opportunity to secure a position for Dong Dong within the organization. It would be far more beneficial for him to assist here than to struggle in the outside world, constantly at the mercy of others. In contrast to Mo Handong's early departure for work, Mo Zihua attended a vocational school and, like Mo Chun, enjoyed a winter break. However, due to his parents having purchased an apartment in the bustling center of the county several years prior, Mo Zihua grew disenchanted with the village's inconveniences, particularly the lack of access to an internet CAF, which hindered his ability to indulge in gaming. Thus, shortly after the new year, he returned to his home in the county. Prior to this, Mo Zihua had learned that Mo Chin's family had also acquired a residence in the county, and he had extended an invitation for Mo Chin to join him in some leisure activities. Naturally, Mo Chin politely declined, as he was preoccupied with matters concerning the new company and lacked the time to accompany Mo Zihua on frivolous escapades. Furthermore, he held little interest in video games. After the 8th day of the lunar month, Mo Jia village had returned to its usual tranquility. Mo Chun stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his study, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the windowsill as he contemplated his next steps. The new company had completed its registration, and all necessary licenses had been obtained. According to protocol, the next phase involved the purchase of manufacturing equipment and the commencement of production. However, according to my plans, the first product to be manufactured would be civilian Gundam mechas, the market viability of which remained uncertain. Additionally, there were no existing supply chains for the assembly line or parts. To achieve large-scale production of civilian Gundam mechas, I would need to personally design the relevant blueprints and specifications for the initial production line, which I would then present to machining factories for the fabrication of necessary components, followed by the assembly of each part by hand. This process would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time, but once the first original production line was assembled, subsequent assembly lines would have a reference point, facilitating the production process. With these thoughts in mind, Mo Chun turned and approached his desk, extracting a collection of blueprints from a neatly arranged stack. This compilation contained the designs for the civilian Gundam mechas that Mo Chun had meticulously sketched based on the knowledge he had accumulated in his mind over the past few days. In addition, there is a supplementary manual. This manual meticulously categorizes and records the various performance parameters of civilian mecha, along with the mechanical principles governing the interconnectivity of its components. After thoroughly reviewing the design blueprints and the manual, Mo Chun cross-referenced the information with his mental repository, confirming the accuracy of its contents. He then placed the blueprints and manual into a backpack resting on the nearby sofa, zipped it up, and exited the room. Descending the stairs to leave the villa, he had already established contact online with a reputable multinational travel agency within the industry. His destination was a renowned industrial city in Germany. He negotiated with the travel company to hire a German-speaking guide to accompany him on his journey. Upon arriving in Germany, he planned to reach out to a local company capable of producing components that met his specified parameters. Once the necessary parts for the first production line were fabricated, he would then coordinate with a multinational logistics firm to transport all components back to his domestic factory for assembly. This plan, barring unforeseen circumstances, appeared quite solid. As he sat aboard the train bound for the capital of xianxia, Imogen contemplated the details of his journey, uncertain of the duration of his absence. He had merely concocted an excuse of visiting a classmate in the city, refraining from informing his parents of a precise return date. After several hours of travel, the train arrived at the station in the capital. Upon disembarking, Imogen navigated the underground corridors, glancing around to confirm his utter unfamiliarity with the surroundings. Realizing that he was completely disoriented, he prudently retrieved his smartphone, opened the navigation application, and set the address of the pre-arranged international travel agency as his destination. He then immersed himself in following the navigation through the labyrinthine underground passageways of the capital's train station. At long last, guided by the navigation system, he emerged from an underground exit into the daylight. With his backpack slung over his shoulders, he surveyed the still unfamiliar environment outside and exhaled, acknowledging the vastness of the metropolis. Having experienced 5 trials across different worlds, the grandeur of the city did not stir significant emotion within him. Instead, he found himself reflecting on the difficulties of navigating the underground passages, realizing the effort it took to finally bask in the sunlight above ground. After a moment of contemplation, Imogen continued to manipulate his phone, perusing the recommended bus routes on the navigation app, and shook his head. As a newcomer to the capital, the unfamiliarity of the area rendered waiting for a bus an imprudent choice, especially given his time constraints and sufficient funds at hand. Consequently, he opted for an alternative approach. With a few deft movements on his smartphone screen, he exited the navigation app and approached a waiting taxi at the surface exit. "Driver, please take me to this address," he instructed. The taxi driver turned his head, glancing at the screen of Imogen's phone, which displayed a search page featuring an address keyword. "Get in," the driver replied. Upon arriving at the designated location, the taxi driver wasted no time and ushered Imogen into the vehicle. After a journey exceeding 20 minutes, Imogen alighted from the taxi, casting his gaze upward at a towering edifice across the street. According to the address provided, the International Travel Agency's office was situated on the 24th floor of this building. After settling the fare via mobile payment, Imogen crossed the street and entered the building. There was no need for a deliberate search. Upon entering, he followed a few other individuals who were also heading for the elevator and promptly pressed the button for the 24th floor. Before long, the elevator doors opened, revealing the 24th floor. Once he arrived, Imogen contemplated reaching out to the contact person from the travel agency he had corresponded with online regarding his trip to Germany, to inform them of his arrival. The call connected swiftly. "This is Imogen. A few days ago, we discussed my upcoming trip to Germany." A woman's voice responded from the other end. "Hello, Mr. Imogen. May I inquire if you have any arrangements for today?" In response, Imogen stated directly, "Yes. I intend to head to Germany soon, and I would like to meet with you to arrange for a German-speaking guide." The woman on the line chuckled lightly upon hearing his request. "Understood, Mr. Imogen. Please notify us once you arrive in the capital, and we will send someone to meet you." A smile crept onto Imogen's face as he replied, "No need. I am already at your office on the 24th floor." Having just exited the elevator, the woman, taken aback by his prompt arrival, quickly responded, "Please hold on a moment. I will come to the elevator to meet you." Imogen heard the sound of a chair scraping and hurried footsteps on the other end of the line. Satisfied with this response, he merely acknowledged with a sound and waited quietly at the elevator entrance on the 24th floor. A few minutes later, a woman clad in a white professional outfit emerged from the corridor and approached Imogen. "Hello, are you Mr. Imogen?" Upon hearing her voice, Imogen recognized her as the woman he had spoken with on the phone and nodded, replying, "Yes, that's me." Having confirmed his identity, the woman beamed with a smile. "Mr. Imogen, I did not expect you to arrive so promptly. Please follow me to the reception area, where we can discuss your inquiries in detail." Imogen had no objections. He nodded slightly and followed her onward. The office of the International Travel Agency was situated in the middle section of the 24th floor, its size considerably larger than that of the small company he had visited previously. The woman led Imogen to the reception area, where they seated themselves opposite each other at a small round table. After taking a moment to pour Imogen a cup of warm water from a disposable cup, she introduced herself. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Juan, and I am a promotional agent for the travel agency." Mr. Imo-chun, our previous discussions have transpired solely over the phone and online. Please reiterate your requirements and inquiries regarding your overseas travel. Once I have comprehensively understood your needs, I will approach our manager to discuss the pertinent details formally. Upon hearing this, Imo-chun nodded in acknowledgement and recapitulated his thoughts and requests once more. After listening to Imo-chun's requirements, Zhu requested a moment, rose from the reception area, seemingly to consult the so-called manager. Approximately 6 minutes later, Zhu returned, accompanied by a man in his 30s, clad in a black suit and adorned with silver-framed glasses. Noticing Imo-chun's gaze, Zhu smiled and introduced him. Mr. Imo-chun, this is Manager Tang, who oversees special customer services for our travel group. The phrase special services momentarily startled Imo-chun, yet he quickly composed himself and politely greeted, hello. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, they delved into the matter at hand. Mr. Chun, as per your requirements, you wish to find a tour guide proficient in German and well-versed in Germany, correct? Imo-chun nodded in affirmation. Observing this, Manager Tang adjusted his glasses and remarked, if your expectations for the guide are merely these, our travel group has several who fit your criteria. However, I must caution you. The cost of hiring a personal guide is substantially higher, at least tenfold, compared to group travel, so please consider this carefully. The implication in Manager Tang's words was clear to Imo-chun, a reminder to weigh the adequacy of his funds. Naturally, having arrived at this juncture, Imo-chun was prepared for considerable expenditure. I understand that hiring a personal guide effectively means one individual consumes the time allocated for an entire travel group. Therefore, if one wishes to hire personally, one must be prepared to cover the total travel expenses for the entire group. Upon hearing Imo-chun's explanation, Manager Tang smiled and replied, since you grasp this, I shall refrain from elaborating further. In accordance with your requirements, we have compiled a detailed list of the travel expenses for your flight to Germany, including the guide's fee, accommodation, and meals. Please review it. If there are no objections, a deposit for 1 week is required. The remaining balance can be settled upon your return from Germany. As Manager Tang spoke, Zhu retrieved an A4 printed list from her folder and handed it to Imo-chun. After briefly perusing the document, he focused on the total expenditure and subsequently agreed, facilitating the transfer of the deposit with Manager Tang. After finalizing the hiring contract and deposit, Manager Tang smiled at Imo-chun and informed him, as per your request, we have arranged the earliest flight, which will depart from the capital airport this evening, heading to Germany. If Mr. Chen has no other matters to attend to, you may prepare yourself to embark on a journey with our tour group's guide, taking the company's private vehicle to the airport for your flight. With a polite smile and a nod, Imo-chun remarked, indeed, with such professional service from your travel group, I am quite looking forward to this trip to Germany. After engaging in a brief exchange, Imo-chun, under the arrangements of the travel group, met his guide for the journey to Germany, a capable woman in her 40s named Tan Ting-fong. Following a cordial greeting and self-introduction at the travel agency, they exchanged a few casual remarks before both turned their attention to their phones. It was evident that neither Imo-chun nor Tan Ting-fong were particularly loquacious individuals. A few hours later, Imo-chun and Tan Ting-fong arrived at the capital airport in the vehicle arranged by the travel group. After passing through security and boarding the plane, Imo-chun, initially intrigued by the novelty, soon found himself bored with idleness and closed his eyes to delve into a technological document regarding spacecraft that resided in his mind. Chapter 140. The cigar-shaped UFO on the airplane. Imo-chun sat with his eyes closed, quietly delving into the knowledge stored within his mind. This flight would last nearly 10 hours, and during such an extended period, he had nothing but the study of his mental resources to occupy his time. However, just over 4 hours into the flight, a series of startled exclamations erupted within the cabin. Disturbed by these sounds, Imo-chun furrowed his brows, his consciousness returning to his body as he opened his eyes. Glancing at Tan Ting-fong beside him, he noticed her covering her mouth with her right hand, her face a picture of astonishment as she gazed out of the window, as if she had witnessed something extraordinary. Intrigued by her reaction, Imo-chun followed her gaze to the outside of the airplane. What he saw left him momentarily speechless. In the sky, a few hundred meters from the aircraft, a silvery, unidentified flying object was flying in parallel with the passenger plane at a relative speed. This craft was unlike any known human aircraft with wings or propellers that Imo-chun was familiar with. The UFO was a cylindrical shape, gleaming silver in color, with smooth hemispherical ends. The entire cylindrical structure appeared to be at least 100 meters in length. As he observed this enormous cigar-like object soaring through the air, Imo-chun's initial astonishment gave way to a frown of skepticism. Where could this unidentified flying object have originated? Could it be a secret probe from some powerful nation? This thought lingered in his mind for only a moment before he dismissed it. With a length exceeding 100 meters and lacking any visible jet or aerodynamic mechanisms, it resembled a sleek stainless steel tube. He doubted that any nation on Earth possessed the technology to construct such a vessel. The absence of discernible engine exhaust ports and propulsion systems suggested it was more akin to an anti-gravity ship utilizing magnetic fields and planetary gravity for flight. After scrutinizing the peculiar cigar-shaped craft from various angles, Qin stroked his chin, forming a hypothesis. Just as he began to contemplate the nature of this unidentified flying object, it inexplicably vanished from his sight without warning. This phenomenon momentarily stilled Qin's active mind. He peered through the airplane windows, desperately searching the skies for any trace of the cigar-shaped UFO, but apart from the billowing clouds, there was no sign of it. Goodness, a UFO. What an odd occurrence. It appeared and disappeared like a ghost in a matter of seconds. What could it possibly signify? Am I seeing things? As the enigmatic cigar-shaped object faded from view, the other passengers who had witnessed the event gradually regained their composure, expressing their astonishment at having encountered a UFO, as if awakening from a dream. Within the confines of the aircraft, the murmurs of the passengers grew increasingly fervent. Regrettably, during those fleeting seconds of astonishment, not a single individual among the passengers thought to capture a photograph of the cigar-shaped UFO. Curiously, neither the captain nor the crew offered any formal explanation or reassurance to the passengers following the encounter with the enigmatic craft. This extraordinary event became but a mere interlude in their journey. Subsequently, the flight resumed its normal course without any further incidents. Upon arrival at the German airport, Qin disembarked alongside Tan Tingfang, stepping out into the terminal. As a professional tour guide, Tan Tingfang's fluency and familiarity with Germany instilled a sense of confidence in Qin. They swiftly hailed a taxi, heading towards the train station without delay. According to Qin's request, their destination, an industrial city in Germany, lay quite a distance from the tourist city where they had landed, necessitating additional modes of transportation to reach the final goal. Are you familiar with the Ruhr area of Germany, Sister Tan? Qin inquired, breaking the silence during their train journey to the Ruhr area. Upon hearing his unexpected question, a flicker of curiosity crossed Tan Tingfang's eyes as she replied, I studied in Germany and lived there for 9 years. I am quite familiar with most cities in the country. With this assurance, Qin felt a wave of relief and ceased further inquiries. He had little interest in her past endeavors or the reasons for her lengthy stay in Germany. Such matters seemed irrelevant to the objectives of his trip. However, Qin's abrupt shift from inquiry to silence left Tan Tingfang with a peculiar impression of him. Throughout their journey from China to Germany, his demeanor had already labeled him as peculiar, rigid, and serious in her mind. After several days of travel, they finally arrived at the renowned Ruhr industrial region, where Qin intended to collaborate with a reputable machinery manufacturing company. Despite their limited casual conversation, Qin had not concealed his intentions regarding this venture from Tan Tingfang. Given his unfamiliarity with the German language and culture, he relied on her translation skills to locate a suitable company that met his specifications. Thus, prior to reaching the industrial area, Tan Tingfang had gained a comprehensive understanding of Qin's desire to customize an assembly line. Upon arrival at their destination, Tan Tingfang produced a list of addresses for several well-known machinery manufacturing companies in the Ruhr area that she had meticulously selected. Glancing at the screen filled with German text, Qin blinked in acknowledgement, signaling his agreement to proceed according to her plan. They arrived at the first designated machinery company and, after clearly stating their intentions, were promptly attended to by the company's professionals. To Qin's surprise, when discussing the intricacies of the assembly line component processing blueprints and their specifications, the engineer on the other side merely glanced at the portfolio of drawings he presented, nodded in understanding, and indicated that they should await further news. However, upon reflection, Qin came to a realization. After all, the individual was an engineer from a renowned German machinery manufacturing firm, and the design schematics depicted in the portfolio served as the most eloquent language and standard. As long as the annotations were accurate, there was no need for excessive dialogue. They could simply proceed with the processing according to the blueprints. It was no wonder that German engineers inspired such confidence. After handing over the blueprints to the German technicians, signing the contract, and paying half of the deposit, Qin and Tan Tingfang exited the machinery manufacturing company. According to the timeline provided, the batch of custom assembly line components would require 2 months for completion and delivery. This meant that if Qin wished to avoid waiting in Germany for 2 months, he would have to return only after that duration to collect the finished components. Naturally, Qin did not desire to be away from home for such an extended period. He resolved to first return to his country with Tan Tingfang. and subsequently coordinate with a multinational logistics company to arrange for the completed components to be shipped back to xianxia directly from the German manufacturing firm. Chapter 141. The Apocalypse of the Zombie Frenzy. After concluding the custom order for assembly line components in Germany's Ruhr industrial region, Mo Chun and Tan Tingfang rested for merely a day in Germany before booking their return tickets to their homeland. Upon returning to the capital of xianxia, they finalized their contract with the travel group Tan Tingfang was part of and settled the outstanding payments. Rather than returning immediately to Mo family village, Mo Chun seized the opportunity in the capital to establish contact with a multinational logistics company, successfully negotiating a contract to ship a batch of components from Germany to Shan City in 2 months. Once this matter was resolved, Mo Chun felt a sense of satisfaction as he made his way back to Mo family village. This journey abroad consumed a total of 14 days, nearly half a month. Fortunately, throughout his time overseas, Mo Chun had maintained daily communication with his parents, reassuring them of his well-being. Consequently, when he returned home via public transportation, his parents did not express excessive concern. Instead, upon learning of his return, they had prepared a lavish dinner spread for him. At the dining table, Mo Chen cast a glance at his father and mother, as well as his younger brother Mo Xingyun and sister Mo Xuewu. Suddenly, he experienced a profound sense of tranquility. Finding himself in a state of ethereal detachment, observing his surroundings from a transcendent perspective, noticing his eldest son gazing intently at others, seemingly lost in thought, Mo Tianju remarked, "Mo Chun, hurry and eat. Otherwise, the food will grow cold and lose its flavor." At his father's call, Mo Chun was abruptly drawn back from his meditative state. Though confusion flickered in his eyes, he maintained a smile and replied, "Understood, Dad." As he resumed eating, he pondered the nature of the state he had just experienced. It bore a striking resemblance to the ethereal state he often encountered during cultivation in the martial world, yet there seemed to be an indescribable difference. After dinner, Mo Chun contemplated this conundrum for quite some time, but remained unable to clarify his thoughts. He retreated to his second-floor bedroom, locked the door, and lay on his bed, entering the trial space to consult with 004 regarding his inquiry. Upon hearing Mo Chin's description, the disconcerting voice of 004 resonated. "Based on the analysis of the state you just experienced, you glimpsed your fundamental essence, entering a transient state of egoless alignment." This explanation did little to alleviate Mo Chin's confusion. It only deepened his bewilderment. "Glimpsed my essence. Egoless alignment? What are these concepts? I have never heard of them," he mused. In response to Mo Chin's perplexity, a cold, synthetic electronic voice intoned, "Searching host permissions. Permission determination failed. Inquiry will not be resolved." Mo Chun sighed, having exhausted all avenues of inquiry and realizing that 004 would divulge no further information. Reluctantly, he exited the trial space. As he gazed at the ceiling above, he murmured to himself, "My permissions are too low. I must diligently complete more tasks to elevate my permissions. This is the priority. Otherwise..." Despite having an almost omniscient repository of knowledge at hand, the feeling of frustration arises when explanations abruptly cease mid-sentence. Joyful days invariably seem to pass in a fleeting manner. For the high school freshmen, their winter vacation, characterized by aimless indulgence and carefree frolicking, vanished in an instant. In a moment, the phrase "I cannot possibly fulfill such a request. Let me borrow another 500 years from the heavens," a popular internet catchphrase, flooded social media. Yet, regardless of the verbal expressions of reluctance, the body remains truthful. As the winter break concluded and the day of return to school approached, students laden with their belongings gathered at the entrance of Ingji High School, ready to embark on a new academic term. A little over a month into the new semester, Mo Chun's mind was once again greeted by the long-awaited notification sound of the trial space task. Ding! The 6th trial task is now prepared. A warm reminder. This task is a multi-dimensional layered challenge. Participants are advised to make adequate preparations. Countdown for mandatory task execution. 14 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 56 seconds. Casting a glance at the trial notification within his mind, Mo Chin raised an eyebrow in surprise, questioning, "Has the preparation time been reduced?" 004 replied, "Indeed. Following optimization, the cooldown period after completing a trial task has been extended to 3 months. The preparation time for the announced trial task has been shortened to 15 days. The time consumed in the real world for each trial task has been prolonged to 3 minutes. The content of trial tasks has transitioned from singular dimensional narratives to multi-dimensional layered plots, increasing the difficulty. However, the rewards in reality upon successful completion of the trial tasks will also be enhanced." Upon hearing 004's explanation, Mo Chun raised his brow. Deep in thought, the trial space is indeed elevating the difficulty of the tasks. The previous singular dimensional narratives were already bizarre enough to induce headaches. Now, with the multidimensional layered plots, who knows what the trial world will become? It likely won't be as simple as 11 equaling 2. However, this is not the worst outcome. Let us hope for the best. In his dormitory, feigning sleep beneath his covers, Imo-chun mentally selected the option to commence the trial task immediately. The dark background of the trial space swiftly dissipated, replaced by a blinding sunlight that surged forth like a luminous sword, rapidly expanding within Imo-chun's vision until it illuminated the surrounding environment with clarity. Before him stood a fiberglass computer desk adorned with a refreshing floral pattern, atop which rested a 24-inch monitor still aglow. At that moment, Imo-chun was seated in a reclining chair, leaning over the desk, his white mechanical keyboard half drawn out, suggesting it had been recently operated. The computer and keyboard bore a striking resemblance to those found on Earth, leading Imo-chun to surmise that perhaps this trial world was akin to the reality of Earth. After analyzing the scene before him, he arrived at a preliminary conclusion. Task activated. Doomsday Terminator Task Overview. 1. Biological Catastrophe. The Labraji Corporation, in its quest to master human supernatural capabilities, clandestinely succeeded in developing an XR gene serum capable of stimulating biological neurons. Although still in the animal testing phase, an unfortunate mishap by a researcher led to the serum's accidental release within the laboratory. Due to the serum's property of transmitting through air and liquid, an overwhelming majority of the laboratory's personnel became infected within a brief period, transforming into mindless creatures devoid of consciousness and self-awareness, driven solely by primal bloodlust. The employees of the Labraji Corporation were merely the initial victims of the XR gene serum. As the virus spread through air and water sources, a growing number of humans became infected, succumbing to the insatiable hunger of the undead. 2. The undead's retribution. Zhao Kun, once a human from an ancient era, had followed the legendary Yu in his quest to tame the floods and conquer the world, traversing numerous tribes. After aiding Yu in successfully mitigating the rampant deluge, he was rewarded along with other warriors for their valor. Once the accolades were bestowed and peace was restored, Yu, following the decree of the Celestial Emperor, established the Qin Dynasty, granting Zhao Kun a territory for his contributions. All seemed well until, shortly after the establishment of the Qin, an unforeseen war erupted between deities. The gods of the underworld clashed with those of the heavens for reasons unknown, resulting in a catastrophic conflict. The recently stabilized tribes of the surface world suffered grievously, with countless casualties as the war raged on, leaving many tribes to endure unwarranted calamities. The survivors fled to the depths of the mountains, living in constant trepidation as they witnessed the divine chariots of the gods traversing the skies above. Zhao Kun too found himself displaced, seeking refuge in the remote wilderness. His territory lay directly beneath a minor skirmish among the gods. Not long into the conflict, a divine artifact unleashed by the celestial chariots, one that seemed to consume the very heavens and earth, erupted with blinding light and searing heat, obliterating everything within Zhao Kun's domain in an instant. Had he not fortuitously stumbled into a cellar amidst the violent storm of destruction, he too would have perished. In the aftermath of the battle, in a daze, Zhao Kun instinctively fled into the mountains. During this tumultuous period, he underwent terrifying transformations. His hair fell out, his skin cracked, and it felt as though countless insects were gnawing at his flesh from beneath. This torment persisted for months, and when all discomfort finally subsided, he emerged as a grotesque behemoth, his muscles grotesquely exaggerated, towering at 2.5 meters, with distorted features, crimson skin, and boundless strength. Due to his hideous appearance, amidst the chaos of divine warfare, he was met with disdain, curses, and even violent hostility from those who had lost their homes. Thus, Zhao Kun swiftly became a solitary wanderer, shunned by society. The refugees, who have also lost their homes, harbor disdain for him, while the deities scorn the grotesque creature, whose power is feeble and appearance repulsive. Feeling forsaken by the entire world, Zhao Kun reminisces about the days he followed Yu, basking in the adoration of the masses and the reverence of countless tribes. Gradually, his fury intensifies. He harbors a deep-seated hatred for this world. He perceives humanity as repugnant and considers the seemingly pure gods to be hypocritical. Thus, he resolves to annihilate everything, to destroy this world that incites his wrath. Consequently, the deformed Zhao Kun, amidst the chaos of the divine war, relentlessly assaults the displaced refugees, transforming over time into a bloodthirsty demon, causing dread among those who know of his deeds. As the war among the gods concludes, their presence vanishes from the world. and the remnants of humanity strive to rebuild civilization amidst the ruins. Yu, the founder of the Qin Dynasty, perishes in the divine conflict, and his descendants ascend to the throne. At this juncture, Zhao Kun continues his irrational rampage against humanity. This alarming situation captures the attention of the Xia rulers, who, through arcane means, establish contact with the gods retreating to the underworld. The gods agree to assist in eradicating the bloodthirsty menace that Zhao Kun poses. Faced with the divine beings capable of traversing the skies and unleashing lethal beams from their celestial chariots, the grotesque Zhao Kun proves no match, and he is swiftly vanquished. His corpse is encased by the Xia ruler sorcerers in a sealed stone coffin and submerged in a deep pool. As time flows inexorably, millennia pass. In the land of Huaxia, a real estate company, while developing a project in the heart of a small county, unearths a sealed stone coffin from beneath the earth. The avaricious developer, upon learning that the coffin boasts a history of at least 5,000 years, decides to claim it for himself. On a stormy night, he, along with his subordinates, transports the coffin to an abandoned factory, eagerly ordering its opening. After thousands of years of slumber, Zhao Kun, now transformed into a zombie, suddenly awakens with blood-red eyes at the moment the coffin is unsealed. The desire-laden, greedy developer and his minions are drained of their lifeblood by Zhao Kun, collapsing lifeless to the ground as desiccated corpses. Nourished by their blood, Zhao Kun's consciousness sharpens after millennia of dormancy, not only catalyzing a monumental transformation in his form, but also imbuing him with greater wisdom and ruthless rationality. As a powerful zombie evolved to a level beyond mere bones, Zhao Kun's body serves as his greatest weapon, simultaneously harboring a lethal miasma for ordinary humans. Those who succumb to the miasma, without timely intervention, inevitably transform into new zombies. He resolves to utilize his own body as a source, infecting the ordinary populace with the miasma, turning them into his devoted servants. Meanwhile, in the surface world, human society grapples with the dual afflictions of the XR virus and the miasma, descending into chaos as a group of extraterrestrials descends upon this world in disarray. In the face of calamities that besiege human society, the aliens exhibit no semblance of empathy. They are solely captivated by individuals afflicted with the XR virus and corpse toxins, driven by a desire to unravel the mysteries of these two biochemical viruses. As for whether these extraterrestrial beings harbor ulterior motives once they have conducted their studies on these viruses, that remains an enigma. Concurrently, as the order of human civilization on the surface crumbles, several prominent nations and alliances are continually retracting their spheres of influence while endeavoring to assist the survivors of this catastrophe. Confronted with this global cataclysm, the remaining human elites, burdened by immense pressure, strive for the future of their race and civilization. The mission objectives are as follows. 1. Address the devastation wrought by the XR virus. 2. Rectify the calamity instigated by Zhao Kun. 3. Ascertain the origins and identities of the aliens. 4. Ensure the survival of the leaders from the following nations and organizations during this disaster: Huaxia, the United States, Russia, India, the European Union, Japan, and Indonesia. As Qin familiarizes himself with the surrounding environment, he ponders the nature of this trial world, while the background and objectives of the mission replay in his mind. Yet, upon surveying the plethora of task descriptions, Qin finds himself in a state of confusion. Having completed 5 trial missions previously, this 6th endeavor is markedly different. The introductions for the first 5 were succinct, encapsulated in a single sentence. However, this current trial presents an abundance of contextual information. As he contemplates the mission details, Qin's expression gradually shifts. Indeed, the more one fears, the more one encounters. The extensive hints provided for this trial ultimately distill into the world's backdrop. According to the description, references to the Laboraji Corporation, XR genetic agents, and Zhao Kun, among other names and places, are entirely unfamiliar to him. This indicates that this trial world is no longer grounded in the narratives of novels, anime, or films crafted by Earth's inhabitants. Rather, it is an entirely alien realm, which perhaps explains the extensive background information supplied at the outset of the trial. With the trial world no longer anchored in familiar settings, the countless novels and other works Qin diligently studied have lost their significance. Most critically, the absence of foresight regarding future plot developments deprives him of the ability to strategize in advance, compelling him to navigate the unfolding narrative step by step, responding to challenges as they arise. Upon grasping his current predicament, Qin exhales deeply. Alas, while I anticipated that the optimization of the trial space would complicate the completion of tasks, I never envisioned it would become this arduous. Chapter 142. A new identity, the optimized trial tasks have entirely eradicated the hidden advantage that Mo Chun had gained from his foreknowledge of the plot in the first 5 trial worlds. Although this is rather disheartening news, Mo Chun, having completed the trials 5 times, is not overly troubled by the loss of his advantage. At the very least, his mental state remains intact. Reflecting on this, a bittersweet smile crosses his face. It is uncertain whether to feel fortunate or unfortunate. Had he embarked on these treacherous tasks in an entirely unknown trial world from the very beginning, it is likely that his first trial would have ended in failure. Mo Chun is not the type to succumb to despair in the face of adversity. After a few moments of contemplation, he regains his composure and begins to outline a preliminary plan for the upcoming task, Doomsday Terminator, within this entirely new trial environment. After mentally drafting his thoughts, a look of concern returns to his previously calm expression. Lacking essential detailed information about this world, he can only formulate a rough plan. More intricate strategies will have to be developed as he delves deeper into this world and assesses the specifics of the situation. Based on the world background provided by the trial space, including the XR virus from the Labraji Corporation, the zombie Zhao Kun, extraterrestrials, and the leaders of 7 human nations, these elements form the crux of the mission. The task requires him to address the calamity's threats, protect significant figures, and investigate the origins of the extraterrestrials. Thus, the first step is to select a target and locate them. Then, based on the target's characteristics and his own abilities and resources, he can devise a more concrete plan. Among the 4 subtask conditions, based on their respective introductions, the zombie known as Zhao Kun should be situated within the borders of Xianxia. Given the proximity, locating Zhao Kun and confirming his whereabouts seems to be the most prudent course of action. As he organizes his thoughts, Mo Chun's expression gradually returns to one of calmness. After deducing to a conclusion, he resolves to find Zhao Kun. He wonders how the outside world is faring. Surely it has not descended into a state of global zombie infestation and utter chaos. With his mind made up, Mo Chun pulls himself from his reverie, gazing out the window as he mutters uncertainly to himself. Oh, the computer is still on, indicating that this area has not lost power. As for whether there is internet connectivity, that remains to be seen. His peripheral vision catches the glowing screen of the computer in front of him, and he redirects his focus from the blue sky and white clouds outside, his gaze fixed on the forum webpage displayed on the screen, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Speaking aloud, Mo Chun deftly maneuvers the mouse on the desk, performing several simple refreshes and opening new pages on the forum interface. The small circle indicating the webpage's refresh progress spins for a few seconds before smoothly returning to normal. The screen displayed a page filled with the most current content. Witnessing this scene, Mo Chun's anxious heart trembled, and a smile of joy emerged on his face. The internet is still connected. The continued connectivity indicated that Mo Chun could utilize the computer before him to search the internet for crucial information regarding the Labraji Corporation, the XR gene serum, and Zhao Kun, which were central to the current trials. Simultaneously, he could leverage the convenience of the internet to gain a general understanding of the world's geography, nations, and cultures. In essence, the more comprehensive his understanding of this realm, the better. Suppressing the myriad thoughts that flooded his mind due to the uninterrupted internet connection, Mo Chun exited the forum and opened a browser to search for various keywords related to the framework of this world. As he entered keyword after keyword, the links opened displayed information on the computer screen. Through browsing this information, Mo Chun rapidly developed a keen awareness of various aspects of the trial world. Approximately 40 minutes later, Mo Chun paused to search, reclining in his chair with his arms resting behind his head, his gaze drifting beyond the computer screen to the window outside. This world essentially mirrored the developmental trajectory of the real world. With the exception of the outbreak of the Labraji XR virus and Zhao Kun's toxic corpse, otherwise, little differed. Earlier, Mo Chun had not only gathered basic information about the trial world via the internet, but had also focused his final searches on several trial tasks. The incident concerning the leak of the XR gene serum, researched by the Labraji Corporation, had already transpired. Located in a clandestine 3-story underground research facility on the outskirts of San Francisco, USA. This leak occurred 5 days prior, and to date, the XR virus had infected nearly 2/3 of the city and its population, with a portion of survivors hiding in the dilapidated areas of San Francisco, awaiting rescue from federal personnel. Although the XR virus had not yet spread throughout the entirety of San Francisco, the repercussions it had wrought were already startling the world and had garnered the utmost concern from the U.S. federal government. According to the latest reports online, the U.S. government had dispatched a 4th contingent of troops to San Francisco to enforce a stringent lockdown on the city and conduct rescue operations for the survivors. As those infected by the XR virus had transformed into zombie-like creatures, these American soldiers were primarily tasked with eliminating the undead. On another front, the U.S. federal government urgently called upon top scientific personnel worldwide, specializing in biology and genetic engineering, in the hope of swiftly discovering a solution to counter the XR virus. The spread of the XR virus had yet to reach a point of uncontrollable magnitude. For the time being, there was no need for immediate alarm. Reflecting on the latest information he had gathered about the XR virus from the internet, Qin noted that apart from the Labraji Corporation and the XR virus, there had initially been no concrete information regarding the incident involving Zhao Qin on Chinese networks. However, aware of the consistent approach of the xianxia authorities towards sensitive incidents, Qin did not take this outcome lightly. Instead, he patiently conducted searches for other keywords and explored recent trending topics online. Through this diligent search, he unearthed a suspicious piece of information. 11 days prior, in a small northern county named Yuan County, a video surfaced online depicting the excavation of a stone coffin during a construction project. This video, however, was not released by an official news outlet or television station, but rather uploaded by an anonymous user, filmed on a mobile device. Many links to this video had been taken down. Yet Qin managed to view the complete version on a site rife with piracy and dubious content. Had it been merely this video, Qin could not have confirmed any connection to Zhao Qin. What ultimately solidified his suspicions was a headline from the following afternoon, reporting the tragic deaths of 15 individuals in Yuan County. In fact, Qin discovered that he had traced the sequence of events by examining daily trending topics. Working backwards from the present day, he found that 9 days earlier, a mysterious mass murder had occurred in Yuan County, claiming 15 lives. Among the deceased was a local developer, while the others were described as bodyguards and close associates of the developer. Recognizing the unusual nature of this information, particularly the developer's identity and its resemblance to Zhao Qin's background, Qin continued to investigate related videos from those days, ultimately leading him back to the stone coffin video. At this juncture, Qin had nearly established a connection between this incident and Zhao Qin, one of the objectives of his mission. However, when he attempted to gather further information regarding recent developments in Yuan County, he was astounded to find no news whatsoever, specifically from 4 days prior. There were no traces of any information related to Yuan County online. It was as if the area had collectively been cut off from the internet. Should Zhao Qin indeed be in Yuan County, considering the trial space's description of his capabilities, he possessed the ability to disseminate corpse poison on a large scale. The worst-case scenario would be that, after attacking the developer and his associates, he could have targeted the local residents from Yuan County as a launching point. It was conceivable that the area had been sealed off by the military, much like San Francisco. Given the potential public panic that could arise from revealing the truth, it was likely that the authorities would attempt to suppress the incident. Nevertheless, according to the trial space's portrayal of Zhao Qin's abilities, an undead creature that had survived since the era of Deyu would pose significant challenges for any official response. As Qin had already set his initial focus on Zhao Qin, he pondered extensively over the events surrounding him. Subsequently, Qin conducted an online investigation into extraterrestrial beings and UFOs. The information in this domain was not as readily accessible as the previous two incidents. Reports tended to be either cautiously worded or completely non-existent. While the internet was replete with information regarding aliens, virtually none of it proved useful, consisting instead of vague articles or official debunking statements. Qin was not surprised by this outcome. A civilization capable of traversing cosmic expanses to reach Earth would undoubtedly possess technology far superior to humanity's current capabilities. If extraterrestrials were to descend upon Earth, it would indeed be peculiar if their spacecraft were easily discernible by humans. Given that the Zhao Qin zombie incident and the Labraji Corporation's XR virus affair were still in their nascent stages, lacking the potential to impact an entire nation or even the globe, Qin did not feel particularly anxious about the fourth trial's subtask of protecting the leaders of 7 human nations. After mentally organizing the information he had gathered online, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. If both the XR virus and the zombie toxin were merely of this mode of transmission and level of threat, then completing this trial task would not be excessively challenging. At this juncture, Qin fell silent, abruptly reminded that the title of this mission was Doomsday Terminator. The term doomsday does not merely pertain to severe incidents confined to a small county or a major city. It typically refers to super disaster events that could affect entire populations or even civilizations, often associated with extinction. With this realization, Qin's previously optimistic mindset grew heavy once more. Acknowledging the necessity of preparing extensively before the situation spiraled beyond remedy, he felt a pressing urgency to act. Recognizing that the world might soon undergo unpredictable upheavals due to the virus and zombie toxin. With a preliminary plan and analysis in mind, Mo Chun resolved to set aside any hesitation and make essential survival preparations for the imminent doomsday catastrophe. Rising from his chair, he intended to turn towards the bedroom door. But after a couple of steps, he suddenly halted. He almost forgot that this was the trial world, not the reality in which he resided. He knew nothing of the new vessel's identity or background in this realm. Although there had been many changes in this trial, the memory of the new vessel remained consistent with previous instances. Mo Chun had merely inherited the rights to utilize the new vessel without any of its memories. Thus, to navigate this world effectively, he needed to ascertain the identity of his new vessel. With this thought, Mo Chun surveyed his surroundings attentively. The bedroom was of a size comparable to the collective dormitory area at Ingji High School, neither particularly large nor small. In this modest bedroom, there lies a double bed, a computer desk, and a wardrobe. Apart from these, there are no other substantial pieces of furniture. It appears to belong to a man with a penchant for cleanliness. Once acclimated to the new trial and having devised a plan, Mo Chun finally had the opportunity to focus on the intricacies of this room. The entire space was immaculate, with items on the bed and the computer desk meticulously arranged, and a faint scent of men's cologne lingered in the air. As he sought to uncover the identity details of this new vessel, Mo Chun naturally commenced his search within the confines of the room. Soon, from a drawer in the computer desk, he unearthed a tawny leather wallet. Inside the wallet were 500 yuan bills and a handful of change, along with 4 bank cards from different institutions, a supermarket VIP shopping card, and an identification card. Extracting the identification card, Mo Chun perused it. Zhang Yuan, 25 years old. Originally from Jincheng City. With scant information from the wallet, Mo Chun continued his exploration of the room. After rummaging for over 10 minutes, he had thoroughly searched the entire space and contemplated venturing outside to see if there were additional rooms. However, upon opening the door, he discovered a corridor, indicating that this was a single occupancy room. Retreating back into the room and closing the door, Mo Chun sat down at the edge of the bed. The room no longer exuded the initial tidiness. Clothing, shoes, documents, and a mobile phone were strewn haphazardly across the floor, chair, and bed. Now, Mo Chun intended to scrutinize a folder he had retrieved from the bottom of the wardrobe, which contained various documents. Opening the blue folder, he found it organized with soft plastic dividers, housing a collection of colorful booklets and numerous sheets of white paper. He extracted a red booklet, which was a household registration book. Flipping through it, he noted the names of 3 individuals. Rapidly scanning their information, Mo Chun closed the household registration book, gaining insight into a portion of Zheng Yuan's identity. Zheng Yuan was an adopted child, raised by a pair of foster parents. Setting the household registration book aside, Mo Chun continued to explore the other booklets and documents. As he perused each file and booklet, a clearer and more complete understanding of this new vessel's identity gradually emerged. Zheng Yuan was originally an abandoned orphan, later adopted by a couple with the surname Zheng, who named him Zheng Yuan. Tragically, at the age of 19, while traveling with his adoptive parents, the family was involved in a car accident. His adoptive father perished on the spot, and his adoptive mother succumbed to her injuries in the hospital. Subsequently, Zheng Yuan received a multi-million yuan insurance compensation. With this financial windfall, he chose to attend a relatively respectable university. Upon graduation, he secured employment at a state-owned enterprise in the capital of Huaxia, earning a monthly salary of around 10,000 yuan. As he remained single, his life was relatively comfortable. Having acquired a fundamental understanding of this new vessel's past and identity, Mo Chun retrieved the 4 bank cards from the wallet. According to Zheng Yuan's own writings in his diary, the 4 bank cards consist of a salary card, an expenditure card, a savings card, and a backup card. All 4 cards share the same password, which is noted in a small notebook kept within a folder. Mo Chun fiddled with the cards in his hand, and an idea began to form. It was impossible for him to continue working now, with over 3 million in the bank. He had sufficient funds to procure and store supplies for the apocalypse. First, he would venture outside to find a secluded location to rent a basement, where he could buy and stockpile the necessary provisions. Once he secured this foundational assurance, he would then proceed to Yuan County to investigate the matter concerning Zhao Kuan's corpse poison, which would be considerably more manageable. With this plan in mind, Mo Chun casually grabbed a coat from the pile of clothes on the floor, then took a gray backpack, stuffing his wallet and important documents into it before heading out with the room key in hand. Chapter 143. With over 3 million in savings in the XR2 bank card, Mo Chun saw no reason to refrain from utilizing it. While he felt sympathy for the unfortunate circumstances of this new vessel and respected the individual's frugal nature and disciplined disposition, it did not imply that he would relinquish an opportunity to significantly expedite the completion of his preliminary tasks. The substantial sum was sufficient for him to acquire most of the apocalyptic supplies he desired through both conventional and unconventional means. Moreover, he did not perceive the use of another's funds as an immoral act. Rather, the endeavors funded by this money would allow him to conserve unnecessary preparation time, thus enabling him to dedicate more energy to preemptively addressing the impending cataclysm threatening to obliterate the world. Essentially, this was an initiative beneficial to all of humanity, and he felt justified in his actions. Reassuring himself with these thoughts, Imo-chun hastily descended the stairs, hailed a taxi on the street, and directed it toward the suburbs. He understood that even amid the rampant spread of the XR virus and the zombie plague, a metropolis like the capital of Huaxia would possess a greater buffer time than lesser cities. The concentration of cutting-edge technological talent, elite defense forces, and an array of advanced weaponry in such a major capital would provide a formidable support system against the impending apocalypse. What Imo-chun aimed to achieve was to spend as little as possible while seeking a low-cost underground warehouse for rent in the outer ring of the capital. The location of this warehouse must be relatively uninhabited to ensure that, in the event of a widespread outbreak of zombies, the surrounding potential threats would be minimized. After dedicating the better part of a day, he finally located a suitable underground warehouse in the outermost area of the capital, secluded and with an affordable rental price. Having secured the warehouse, Imo-chun did not linger. He proceeded to an electronics market where he purchased a portable laptop specifically for gathering daily updates on the XR virus and the zombie plague. Following this, he acquired a new smartphone, the purpose of which was not for socializing or entertainment. In this trial world, while the original owner of this vessel might have had acquaintances, Imo-chun found himself entirely alone. Naturally, he had no intention of embarking on unnecessary emotional subplots unless deemed necessary for task execution. It sufficed for him to complete the trial missions with diligence. He had no need for romantic entanglements. The notion of indulging in emotional frivolities was utterly foreign to him, especially considering that the real age of this vessel was merely 17, a youthful spirit, innocent as a child. Such behavior, devoid of moral integrity, was something Imo-chun had always viewed with disdain. However, whether Imo-chun's steadfast principles were genuinely unwavering or merely a result of the absence of any compelling female figures in the previous trial worlds remained uncertain. Returning to the main thread, he had purchased the smartphone solely for the convenience of transactions. Accustomed to a life where transactions are completed with a mere flick of a finger, the thought of carrying tens of thousands of cash while incessantly traversing various large shopping malls was indeed an exhausting endeavor. Although major department stores were equipped with POS machines for card payments, numerous smaller convenience stores lacked such facilities. Initially, Imo-chun had contemplated leveraging the convenience of online shopping to procure a plethora of goods. However, upon further reflection, he recognized that the widespread outbreak of the zombie virus and the associated toxins represented a highly unstable unknown. Should he expend a significant sum on online purchases one evening, only to awaken the following morning to a world overrun by zombies? Who would he turn to for recourse? Despite the improbability of a global collapse occurring overnight, given the current transmission rates of the XR virus and the associated toxins, Imo-chun firmly believed that exercising caution during such a sensitive period was prudent. Furthermore, being situated in the capital of Huaxia, he found that, aside from certain high-powered weapons explicitly banned by various nations, a comprehensive array of survival supplies was readily available, eliminating the need to seek out alternative locations for procurement. Thus, 4 days swiftly elapsed, during which Imo-chun tirelessly amassed survival essentials valued at over 170,000, filling the entire underground storage facility. Staple food items such as instant noodles, packaged bread, and compressed biscuits, alongside bottled water, were plentiful. In addition, he secured solar-powered flashlights, medium to large solar batteries, small generators, fuel, lighters, lighter refills, and water purifiers, all considered necessary emergency supplies in the event of a collapse of industrial order. Moreover, he acquired tents, folding beds, bedding, a formidable compound bow and arrows for competition use, an abundance of specialized arrowheads, high-voltage solar stun batons, raincoats, umbrellas, and a motorcycle capable of reaching speeds of 270 to 280 miles per hour. Within the underground storage, Imo-chun sat on an unfolded single bed, surveying the amassed supplies and reflecting. In terms of basic provisions, this should suffice. The remaining illicit items will have to be procured through unofficial channels once I depart from the capital on my way to Yuan County. Thus, The initial preparations for the impending apocalypse were set. He resolved to purchase a train ticket to Yuan County the following day to ascertain the specifics of the unfolding situation. After mentally reviewing his plan, Imogen securely locked the storage door from the inside and soon drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean in San Francisco, California, morning was just breaking. 9 days had passed since the XR virus leaked and spread, and rescue operations for survivors within the city were nearing completion. Preliminary progress had also been made in the research regarding the XR virus. Overall, the spread and destruction caused by the XR virus appeared to finally be trending toward containment, thanks to the relentless efforts of the federal government. In the recent days, soldiers stationed at the front lines, feeling the threat of the zombie onslaught gradually diminish, found themselves exhaling in relief. Just as a flicker of joy emerged, a resounding roar erupted from the once quiet expanse of downtown San Francisco, sending tremors throughout the entire city. This sound, akin to a stone cast into a lake, was soon echoed by other roars, cascading through the urban landscape. Within a mere minute, these cries transformed into a surging tide of sound, engulfing all areas, including the outskirts of San Francisco. This sudden turn of events caused the frontline soldiers, stationed in 8 directions around downtown, to pale in alarm. Although the precise nature of the disturbance remained unclear, the soldiers, who had recently been combating the zombies, recognized the distinct, primal growls characteristic of the undead. As the commanders of the 8 legions sought to establish communication with allied forces to investigate the anomaly, the soldiers, who had managed to push their front lines into the streets of San Francisco, unexpectedly began to experience bouts of dizziness. Within 3 to 5 seconds, these soldiers collapsed like overripe garlic, falling to the ground in a state of unconsciousness. In less than 2 minutes, they began to rise unsteadily from the ground. However, the once human soldiers now bore eerie white eyes, devoid of their soulful essence. Furthermore, their movements had become rigid and mechanical, with some limbs exhibiting astonishingly grotesque distortions. This alarming phenomenon among the frontline troops spread with astonishing speed toward the encampments of the hundreds of thousands of U.S. military personnel stationed at the outskirts of San Francisco. In under an hour, the 8 legions dispatched to the city lost all communication with the American headquarters. Upon receiving this disconcerting news, the U.S. Secretary of Defense reported the situation to the president while deploying satellites to monitor the San Francisco area. Due to the outbreak of the XR virus in San Francisco, the military had mobilized 3 satellites days prior for round-the-clock surveillance of the city. Swiftly, the Secretary of Defense gleaned insights into the calamity befalling the 8 legions through the satellite footage. Oh, my God, how could this happen? The screen displayed the once vigilant troops, now transformed into mindless zombies, aimlessly wandering within their respective barracks. Mr. Mike, we have discovered a dire situation. Just as Secretary Mike remained absorbed in the shocking images of tens of thousands of soldiers succumbing to zombification within an hour, a voice filled with terror pierced the air. Frowning, Mike turned to a female intelligence officer and inquired in a grave tone, "What is it?" The female intelligence officer replied in a trembling voice, "Just moments ago, the mayors of the cities of St. Louis, Daly, and Oak urgently contacted the CIA, reporting the emergence of zombies in their respective cities." Upon hearing this news, Mike felt his knees weaken, his body swaying slightly, as his face became a canvas of shock and dread. It's over. The XR virus has spiraled out of control. This alarming conclusion was swiftly corroborated by the top scientists convened by the federal government, who provided affirmative responses. According to these scientists, it is highly probable that the XR virus has undergone a form of evolutionary mutation based on the original strain, resulting in the emergence of a second generation of the virus. This new variant, possessing significantly enhanced sensory range and capabilities, has been designated as XR2. Chapter 144. The zombie catastrophe. Due to the busy schedule of purchasing tickets and taking a train to Yuan County the next day to investigate Zhao Kun's affairs, Mo Chun retired early the previous night for rest. Upon awakening the following morning, he instinctively reached for his phone to peruse the trending news. To his astonishment, the headlines across various browsers and news applications were alarmingly consistent. Shocking. The XR virus is spiraling out of control. Multiple cities in the United States have succumbed. The XR virus has mutated. A wave of zombies has overwhelmed several American cities. San Francisco has fallen. Coastal cities are increasingly affected by the spread of the XR virus. As his fingers scrolled across the screen, Mo Chen's expression grew grave. It was evident that the situation had indeed spiraled beyond control. If the XR virus could be easily suppressed or eradicated, the trial space would not have designated it as a subtask for him to resolve. After reading further about the mutation and evolution of the XR virus, he learned that nearly a third of California, where San Francisco is located, had reported infections. The urgency of the situation weighed heavily upon him. With the global order still hanging by a thread, he knew he had to act swiftly. Taking a deep breath to gather his thoughts, Imogen shook off his scattered concerns, rose from his bed, donned his coat, grabbed the backpack he had prepared the night before, and made his way towards the warehouse exit. Once outside, he hailed a taxi directly to the station. Initially, he intended to book a train that would take him straight to Yuan County. However, after a brief search, he found no available routes. Undeterred, he shifted his focus to the city governing Yuan County. Shortly, relevant train stations appeared, and after a glance, he selected the nearest departure, which was set to leave in 2 hours. The 2 hours passed swiftly, and Mo Chun, alongside numerous other passengers, presented his ticket and boarded the train. His destination was Ankou City, under which Yuan County fell. Seated by the window, Mo Chun gazed out at the receding landscape, lost in thought. Behind him, he could faintly hear the agitated voice of a middle-aged man. I heard there were new developments back home last night. I hope this trip allows us to bring our parents back safely. The man's words were soon met with a woman's voice. Our parents really are something. Despite our repeated calls, they refused to come to the city. With such ominous events unfolding back home, it's quite concerning. The woman's remarks evidently exacerbated the man's irritation. All right. Once we arrive back home, let's just hurry and bring Mom and Dad back. Those ominous events are merely baseless rumors spread by the unworldly folk in small towns. Mo Chun, with his ears attuned to the conversation, maintained a composed demeanor while absorbing the implications of their exchange. After a moment of contemplation regarding the couple's dialogue, he resolved to seek an opportunity to engage with them. After more than 30 minutes, Mo Chun seized the opportunity to sneak a glance at the couple seated behind him while excusing himself to the restroom. The man appeared to be in his mid-30s, sporting light yellow glasses and exuding an air of refined elegance, albeit with a hint of fatigue and subtle worry etched upon his face. The woman, in her early 30s, was adorned with light makeup, her well-maintained skin showcasing the quintessential appearance of an urban woman of the middle class, exuding a sense of affluence. After observing them, Mo Chun noticed the seat in front of the couple was vacant, so he boldly settled into it. His sudden presence captured the couple's attention. The man looked up and, upon meeting Mo Chun's cheerful gaze, politely greeted him with a simple hello. Seizing this opportunity to foster a connection and glean information, Mo Chun responded warmly, "Hello, sir. Are you from Beijing?" The middle-aged man, momentarily taken aback by Mo Chun's desire for conversation, felt a flicker of concealed annoyance in his eyes. Preoccupied with concerns regarding his parents, he was not inclined to engage in idle chatter with a stranger. Yet, out of courtesy, he maintained a semblance of a smile and replied, "I currently reside in Beijing. I am returning to my hometown today to take care of some matters." Oblivious to the man's irritation, Mo Chun continued with his enthusiastic conversation. "Oh, I see. Which part of your hometown?" "Ankou City," the man replied. Mo Chun, undeterred by the man's growing impatience, exclaimed, "Ah, are you also heading to Ankou City? What a coincidence. I plan to go there as well. Where in Ankou are you headed?" "I'm off to Yuan County." Adopting the demeanor of an eager traveler, Mo Chun appeared quite loquacious. "Yuan County? Isn't that a place of disturbances?" "You should reconsider, as it could be perilous," the man remarked, his tone laced with exasperation. Before the middle-aged man could respond, the woman, engrossed in her phone, suddenly gasped and looked up at Mo Chun with wide eyes of astonishment. Her words made Mo Chun's heart race. This was precisely the topic he had been anticipating. Without hesitation, he feigned a mixture of confusion and curiosity, inquiring, "What disturbances? I haven't heard anything about Yuan County being troubled." Seeing Mo Chun's genuine expression, the middle-aged man and woman exchanged glances. The woman surveyed their surroundings, ensuring no one was paying attention, before lowering her voice and mysteriously uttering a single word, "Zombies." Upon hearing this, Mo Chun suppressed the gleeful excitement bubbling within him, instead donning a facade of astonishment as he stammered, "What? Zombies? Miss, please do not jest. Such things are not permitted after the founding of the nation." With a chuckle, he mused, "Ah, I understand now. Have you perhaps watched too many zombie films, leading you to scare people with such tales?" The woman's initial reaction, a mixture of disbelief and exasperation, prompted her to roll her eyes, signaling her disinclination to elaborate further. Observing this shift, Mo Chun awkwardly scratched his head, realizing he may have overplayed his hand and inadvertently extinguished the interest in continuing their conversation. When he turned to glance back at the middle-aged man, he found him wearing a distinctly aloof expression, conveying a clear desire to disengage from any further dialogue. Upon witnessing the scene, Mo Chun found himself at a loss for words and could only muster an excuse to return to his seat. Zombies. Oh, it seems he had indeed arrived at the right place. Although the conversation had become somewhat awkward in the end, Qin did not leave empty-handed. He contemplated the information the woman had revealed, connecting it with his own deductions, and he felt he had gained a clearer understanding. The journey from the capital of Xianxia to Anku City spanned over 6 hours, and by the time he arrived, it was nearly 4 in the afternoon. As he blended into the flow of people, Qin exited the station. Just as he intended to follow his usual routine of hailing a taxi outside the station to head directly to Yuan County, an astonishing occurrence unfolded before him. The taxi drivers, upon hearing his destination was Yuan County, immediately donned expressions of trepidation, shaking their heads and refusing to go there. This phenomenon only reinforced Qin's suspicions that something was amiss in Yuan County. He decided to alter his approach and approached a taxi driver, stating that if he would not go to Yuan County, he could take him to the nearest village instead. However, even this request was met with hesitation from the driver. Observing the situation, Qin boldly declared, "Just take me there, and I shall pay you 3 times the normal fare." Upon hearing this, the driver, who was wearing sunglasses, finally ceased his indecision, nodded, and agreed to Qin's proposition. Inside the car, Qin inquired about the situation in Yuan County. "Sir, why is it that none of you are willing to take people to Yuan County? Is it too far from the city, or is there another reason?" The driver, obscured from view by his sunglasses, shook his head and sighed before responding. "Alas, young man, do you believe in zombies?" "Not particularly, but this world is vast, and anything is possible," Qin replied ambiguously, stroking his nose. The driver's words momentarily caught Qin off guard, and a slight smile crept onto the driver's lips as he remarked, "Indeed, anything is possible. Recently, there have been reports of zombies in Yuan County." At first, no one truly believed it, dismissing it as unreliable rumors. It was until someone in my social circle shared a photo depicting soldiers in camouflage firing at a humanoid creature with purple-red skin, dense hair akin to a normal person's, and nails resembling blackened iron hooks that I realized this was no jest. Qin was taken aback that the driver so readily divulged the matter of zombies to him. After digesting the information for a few seconds, he curiously inquired, "What is the current situation in Yuan County? I heard that several days ago, the entire area was surrounded by a military force of tens of thousands. I know you young people are drawn to the bizarre, eager to live stream and become internet sensations while making a fortune. If I am not mistaken, you have also heard about the zombies in Yuan County from others, haven't you? However, heed the counsel of an elder and return. Money can be earned anywhere. But should you truly encounter a zombie, it would be too late to escape. At best, you would find yourself bitten, transforming into a creature that knows only the thirst for blood, much like the horrors depicted on television. Moreover, with the military station to block entry, you may not even gain access to the inner sanctum. Furthermore, even if by some stroke of luck you manage to capture a photograph of a zombie, any information regarding Yuan County and its undead inhabitants has been effectively censored online, rendering your attempts futile." The driver, speaking from the perspective of experience, earnestly cautioned Qin. In Qin's eyes, it was as if the driver were saying, "Young man, your curiosity is commendable, yet you must discern the gravity of the situation. Failing to recognize your limitations could lead to a grim fate at the hands of the undead." Should Qin be merely the reckless youth the driver described, drawn by curiosity and the desire for fleeting fame, he might indeed reconsider his plans to venture to Yuan County after hearing such words. Nevertheless, one of Qin's trial tasks is to address the calamity caused by Zhao Kuan's zombie poison, an unavoidable confrontation. Even if Qin currently possesses no distinguishing traits from an ordinary individual, encountering a zombie would likely lead to a swift demise. Yet, to fulfill his trial, he finds himself with no alternative. He is also filled with a sense of helplessness. Therefore, rather than hiding and waiting for the collapse of human civilization, it is far more prudent to take the initiative, actively seeking solutions to the zombie poison catastrophe. Chapter 145. The defensive line as Qin rode in the taxi. He engaged in conversation with the driver, who wore dark sunglasses, discussing various recent rumors surrounding zombies. This exchange gradually provided Qin with a clearer understanding of the situation. The journey from Anku City to the nearest village to Yuan County took nearly an hour. Upon arrival, the driver, noticing Qin's unwavering resolve, ceased his attempts to dissuade him, shaking his head in resignation as he turned the vehicle back along the route they had come. As the taxi disappeared from view, Qin withdrew his gaze and took a moment to observe his surroundings. He stood at the entrance of a village, looking down the path that led into it, where rows of brick and tile houses lined the way. Since it was already late afternoon, the sky had begun to darken, prompting Mo Chun to approach the nearest villager's home. This particular residence at the village's entrance featured a pair of iron gates, a common sight in rural areas. The gates were ajar, and Mo Chun pushed them open, stepping into the courtyard with his backpack in tow. Once inside the yard, out of courtesy, he paused at the threshold and called out tentatively towards the main house, "Hello, is anyone home?" Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice echoing through his yard, a balding man in his 50s emerged from the main house. He scrutinized the young man standing before him, approximately 175 meters tall, with an unremarkable appearance, carrying a single shoulder backpack, and asked warily, "What brings you here? Why have you entered my yard?" In response, Mo Chun quickly explained that he had traveled from the capital Telanku City and intended to reach Yuan County, passing through this village. As darkness had fallen, he sought to borrow a place to stay for the night and offered to pay for the temporary lodging. The balding man, moved by Mo Chun's proposal of a 300 yuan accommodation fee for the night, reassessed the young man's appearance before lowering his guard, allowing a smile to break through, and agreeing to Mo Chun's request for shelter. Naturally, Mo Chun complied with their agreement and handed over the 300 yuan. As the cash exchanged hands, the man's apprehension diminished further. He perceived Mo Chun as an urbanite who had traveled from afar, perhaps having heard of the zombie disturbances in Yuan County through other channels. After imagining the reasons behind Mo Chun's visit, the man, Zhang Jun, welcomed him into his home and provided a brief introduction. Zhang Jun mentioned that he lived with his wife and that their son attended high school in the city, returning home only once a month. After sharing a simple dinner at Zhang Jun's home, Mo Chun was assigned to the room at the far eastern end of the house. After settling him in, Zhang Jun apologetically remarked, "This is the best the village can offer. You come from a big city, so you'll have to make do with this for tonight." Mo Chun, having come from a rural background himself, felt no discontent in this arrangement. Rather, he experienced a sense of familiarity and warmth. As night fell, the lights were extinguished early, and Mo Chun lay in bed, perusing news on his phone regarding the XR virus in the United States. Due to mutations of the XR virus, the federal government had lost effective means to contain its spread. Currently, they were mobilizing a multitude of transportation vehicles to relocate those uninfected humans in California, who had not yet succumbed to the fate of the undead, to other states across the nation. It appeared that California was on the brink of collapse. Should the XR virus undergo another evolutionary transformation, it might acquire the capability to traverse oceans and infect humanity on a global scale. Furrowing his brow, Mo Chun pondered gravely. The federal government's impotence in curbing the spread of the new variant of the XR virus left them increasingly on the defensive, as the encroaching undead steadily claimed California, a situation that sent shockwaves throughout the human world. Following this astonishment, given the formidable transmissibility of the new variant, widespread panic erupted among numerous nations. In response, governments could only issue verbal assurances to their citizens, promising that they possessed the means to prevent the XR virus from infiltrating their borders, urging their populations to remain calm and unafraid. While attempting to assuage public anxiety, governments also mobilized their think tanks, adopting sensible measures, including the cessation of all trade and personnel exchanges with the United States, closing ports to international commerce, and halting exchanges with other countries, all aimed at delaying or averting the potential incursion of the XR virus. I must expedite the investigation, for once the XR virus spreads globally, the order of human civilization may collapse, and in such chaos, risks will multiply exponentially, jeopardizing my plans. Switching off his phone, in the pitch-black room, Mo Chun gazed into the darkness, his mind racing with thoughts. The night passed without incident. The following day, after enjoying breakfast at Zhang Jun's home, Mo Chun departed the village, shouldering his backpack. He pedaled a mountain bike equipped with a gear-shifting mechanism, a second-hand bicycle he had purchased that morning from Zhang Jun for 1,000 yuan. According to Zhang Jun, this bike had originally been bought for his son. However, when he purchased it, the brand-new model had cost less than 600 yuan, a modest, off-brand gear bike. Now, with Mo Chun willingly paying 1,000 for a bike that had been ridden by his son for nearly a year, Zhang Jun was pleased to make the profit. In his ears, a prompt from the Bluetooth headset announced, "Destination reached, prepare to depart." The calamities wrought by the undead had yet to disrupt the global satellite navigation system, allowing Mo Chun to utilize the navigation app on his phone to ascertain the direction of Yuan County. The previous afternoon, a taxi driver wearing sunglasses had already transported him to a nearby village adjacent to Yuan County, so according to the navigation, he was now only a short distance from the county seat, roughly half the area of Yuan County. After cycling for less than 10 minutes, the navigation suddenly alerted him, "You have entered Yuan County, 39 kilometers to your destination." Upon hearing the reminder, Mo Qin was poised to continue his journey towards the county seat of Yuan County as indicated by the navigation. However, in his line of sight, a kilometer away, he noticed two military green armored vehicles stationed at the edge of the asphalt road. Scattered in the nearby fields were 5 military tents. Upon closer inspection, Mo Qin discerned at least 20 shadowy figures moving along both sides of the road secured by the armored vehicles. This sight caused a flutter of apprehension within him as he realized that the intelligence shared by the driver and Zhang Jun was indeed accurate. The area surrounding Yuan County was heavily garrisoned. The prospect of stealthily entering Yuan County without alerting the military was fraught with challenges. Simultaneously, the reconnaissance personnel of Team 056, stationed to the southeast of Yuan County, had also spotted Mo Qin in the distance. This news was swiftly relayed to the team leader. Judging by his attire, he was likely yet another cyclist inadvertently passing through Yuan County. Should he exhibit any inclination to proceed towards Yuan County, 2 individuals would be dispatched to dissuade him. The orders from above emphasized the extermination of mutated zombies infected by corpse poison, while for ordinary outsiders, the military preferred to persuade them to change their course. Contemplating the zombies, the team leader, Sun Lu, could not suppress a grave expression. Prior to receiving the mission in Yuan County, Sun Lu had been a staunch materialist, deeply influenced by the core values of socialism. However, ever since being assigned this secret task, his worldview had been repeatedly challenged by the stark realities he had witnessed. He could never forget his first encounter with a zombie, illuminated by 7 military spotlights, revealing a grotesque figure with deep purple skin, thick hair, and a horrific visage, its mutated fangs protruding like black, curved daggers. Despite facing dozens of soldiers armed with rifles, the creature had swiftly dispatched 6 soldiers in under 2 minutes, exploiting their unfamiliarity and instinctive fear. If not for the timely arrival of 3 armed helicopters, which rained down high-caliber armor-piercing rounds upon the creature, he could only imagine the dire fate that would have befallen his team. Returning to the present moment, Sun Lu chose to disregard the potential cyclist, focusing instead on discussing the behavioral traits of the zombies with his deputy. Meanwhile, Mo Qin, upon realizing the military presence ahead, halted his bicycle to ponder briefly. Ultimately, he did not turn back, but instead pedaled forward along the asphalt road towards the encampment of soldiers. Fleeing was not an option. With his experiences in a martial world and the trials of the Qin Dynasty, Mo Qin understood that even ordinary troops would typically have scouts on vigilant watch. Moreover, when faced with the legendary threat of zombies, he doubted that the military would deploy regular soldiers to confront such monsters. Even without dispatching elite troops, they would still send seasoned veterans with extensive combat experience. Thus, without much contemplation, Mo Qin had already discerned the situation clearly in his mind. As an ordinary individual, he could easily spot this stationed squad, and he found it hard to believe that they had not noticed him. For this reason, if Mo Qin were to turn and leave now, it would only imply that he harbored something to conceal. After all, the cool and dashing soldiers have always been viewed positively in the eyes of the Chinese populace. A typical citizen encountering the military would not shy away in curiosity, but instead would turn away early, which would undoubtedly raise the soldiers' suspicions. Reinforced by such thoughts, Mo Qin rode his mountain bike, feigning the demeanor of a regular civilian, and leisurely approached the roadblock formed by 2 armored vehicles. From a distance, an armed soldier gestured for him to stop. Navigating life's currents without the aid of paddles, Mo Qin, seasoned by trials and experiences, excelled at the art of performance. Adjusting his expression, he halted his bicycle and gazed curiously as a soldier approached him. Chapter 146. Midnight Terror. The soldier approached Mo Qin, halting with a grave demeanor. Adhering to the protocol, he inquired about Mo Qin's basic identity and scrutinized his identification documents. Upon confirming that all information and credentials were in order, the soldier spoke in a serious tone. According to higher directives, a special operation is currently underway in the area ahead. Please cooperate and take a detour. Mo Qin displayed a facade of curiosity and surprise, yet inwardly, he scoffed and thought, what are they trying to scare me with? I've encountered zombies capable of annihilating planets before. The reference to planet-destroying zombies alluded to the powerful undead he faced in the last trial realm. Although he found the situation amusing, Mo Qin felt compelled to maintain the demeanor of an ordinary citizen, feigning shock and awe. One must complete the act from beginning to end. Under the soldier's watchful gaze, Mo Qin rode his bicycle, gradually distancing himself from the small military encampment. As he pedaled leisurely, he contemplated his strategy. With the military guarding Yuan County so vigilantly, slipping in unnoticed with his ordinary physique was virtually impossible. It seemed that he would have to attempt a different approach under the cover of night. With a new plan in mind, Mo Qin decided not to let hunger deter him. since he intended to revisit Yuan County that evening. He turned his bicycle around and returned to Zhang Jun's home. Upon seeing Mo Chen's return, Zhang Jun gleaned from their initial conversation that Mo Chen had encountered the guards and was dissuaded from proceeding. While he offered comforting words, he internally chuckled, having anticipated that Mo Chen would likely face difficulties with the military. The previous evening, during dinner, Mo Chen had casually mentioned his desire to venture into Yuan County. Consequently, Zhang Jun had taken the initiative to share various tidbits he'd gathered from local villagers regarding the undead, hoping to instill a sense of caution in Mo Chen and dissuade him from continuing his quest. However, despite Zhang Jun's extensive warnings, Mo Chen remained resolute in his intentions to head to Yuan County, which had irked him at the time. Now, witnessing Mo Chen return after a roundabout journey, Zhang Jun chuckled inwardly. When Mo Chen presented him with 500, indicating his plan to stay another night, Zhang Jun's expression blossomed with delight. In just 2 days, Mo Chen had given him 2,000 yuan. Even deducting the 600 for the mountain bike, Zhang Jun profited a tidy sum of 1,400, far exceeding his daily earnings of around 100. It was indeed a windfall. As a result, Zhang Jun's perspective of Mo Chen shifted favorably. He began to see him as a wealthy patron. Such changes in Zhang Jun's demeanor did not escape Mo Chen, who was keenly observant. Nevertheless, he had little inclination to dwell on the trivialities of the common man. His primary concern was devising a way to stealthily infiltrate the sealed borders of Yuan County that night. After finishing lunch, Mo Chen locked himself in his room to prepare for the evening's clandestine crossing. As the sun rose and set, day turned swiftly to night. Like the previous evening, after dinner, Mo Chen returned to his bedroom, turned off the lights, and lay on his bed, perusing the latest news on his phone. Before he was aware, the clock struck midnight. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, got out of bed, picked up his backpack, and quietly slipped out of Zhang Jun's front door. This time, unlike during the day when he rode his mountain bike, he chose to walk, discerning a direction before setting off on foot. The moonless night was dark and windy, devoid of stars, a perfect setting for Mo Chen's mission of stealthily infiltrating Yuan County. In the distance, he could see large searchlights sweeping methodically across the wilderness. Observing this, Mo Chen became increasingly cautious as he made his way, his already slow pace diminishing further. After an hour and 40 minutes, he finally approached the vicinity of a guard post's encampment. All he needed to do was to successfully breach the perimeter of this encampment, and he would gain entry into Yuan County. Fortunately, the stealth techniques he had mastered in other trial worlds had not faded from his memory. During the Qin Dynasty, in preparation for a long overseas expedition, Mo Chen had received training in elite soldier tactics. This training equipped him with a plethora of skills in tracking, counter-tracking, stealth, intelligence gathering, and combat. Now, though he found himself in a new trial world with a different vessel, the skills he once acquired remained vivid in his memory. He simply needed to adapt this knowledge to his new circumstances for effective application. Nonetheless, despite his expertise in stealth from previous experiences, hiding near the guard post was already pushing the limits of Mo Chen's capabilities. After all, the body of an ordinary person, untrained in any professional capacity, inherently possessed significant restrictions. Patiently concealed, Mo Chen could only wait for the opportune moment. Time passed slowly, and the searchlights continued to sweep over the area where he lay hidden in the grass, yet they failed to detect his disguise. After nearly an hour of waiting, as the first light of dawn began to paint the horizon with a hint of red, Mo Chen, soaked in dew, suddenly sensed a subtle breeze brushing past him from behind. Before he could cautiously turn to inspect his surroundings, the atmosphere around him inexplicably shifted to an eerie chill. A faint, almost imperceptible scent of decay began to permeate the air. Furrowing his brow and taking a moment to assess the situation, it struck Mo Chen with sudden clarity. In that instant of realization, his expression changed drastically. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled to the side and swiftly moved toward a nearby ditch. The sound of his movement echoed sharply in the pre-dawn darkness, a stark contrast to the stillness of the night. This moment jolted the vigilant soldier on duty back to awareness, prompting him to swiftly direct the spotlight towards the source of the sound. A figure, its skin a deep crimson hue, emerged under the concentrated beams of several searchlights. Although this squad had encountered zombies before, the majority of the soldiers could not help but shudder at the sight of this monstrous apparition, with its purplish skin, thick hair, and nails resembling ominous black scimitars. This creature was a grotesque embodiment of terror, the very target that the guard squad was tasked to eradicate. In the next instant, the camp erupted into chaos as alarm sirens blared, and the sharp crack of rifle fire pierced the air. Shortly thereafter, 2 armored vehicles, positioned as barriers, sprang into action, adjusting their turrets to fire upon the location of the zombie. behind the armored vehicles, within a makeshift fortress. The squad's communications officer promptly reported the appearance of the zombie to the command center, requesting aerial fire support. As the guard squad engaged in fierce combat with the zombie, Imo-chun, who had sensed the unsettling atmosphere moments before, decisively rolled into a nearby drainage ditch. Cautiously raising his head, he surveyed the surrounding situation, quickly calculating in his mind, this was an opportunity. With the soldier's attention diverted by the zombie, if he remained cautious, he could stealthily slip through the chaos of the blockade and into Yuan County. With a makeshift plan taking shape in his mind, Imo-chun hesitated no longer. To ensure his concealment and safeguard his life, he crawled through the water in the ditch. A grass ring perched atop his head. He raised himself slightly, squinting ahead. The sounds of gunfire mingled with the anguished roars of the zombie, heightening his senses as he remained unaware of the muck and dirty water splattering onto his face and body. Maintaining his prone position, Imo-chun crawled along the ditch for an undetermined length of time. The cacophony of gunfire and zombie roars faded into silence, yet his taut nerves remained unrelaxed. Gritting his teeth, he pressed onward, draining the last remnants of strength from his weary body. After what felt like an eternity of crawling, the flourishing wild grass on either side of the ditch obscured any sense of time. At last, he reached the end of the ditch. Peering ahead at the much wider river, he paused, ceasing his movements. Had he finally merged into the river channel? For now, he should be safe. It was time to check how much time had elapsed. Imo-chun adjusted his shoulder bag and unzipped it, retrieving his phone. The screen was shattered. He was uncertain if it still functioned. With a resigned sigh, he examined the several cracks on the screen. Last night, in a desperate attempt to evade the threat of the zombie, he had recklessly rolled into the drainage ditch. However, the mobile phone and laptop nestled in his backpack bore the brunt of disaster, enduring relentless pressure from repeated high-frequency impacts. The screen of Imo-chun's recently acquired smartphone shattered into several cracks. As for the fate of the laptop, he had yet to ascertain. He pressed the power button, and the fractured screen defiantly illuminated. Yet, more than two-thirds of the display was marred by a chaotic array of distorted colors, with less than a third still capable of presenting a coherent image. Cautiously, he traced his finger across the surface, only to find that, aside from the shards of glass that adhered to his fingertip, the screen remained frozen on the lock screen, unresponsive. Realizing the phone was rendered useless, Imo-chun noted that the remaining intact portion of the screen resided in the upper half, allowing him to discern the current date and time. It was nearly 4 in the afternoon. He had been crawling through the drainage ditch for over 10 hours. With a resigned sigh, he returned the nearly irreparable phone to his backpack, his gaze flickering as he muttered to himself. Chapter 147. The Terrifying Village. The novel trial system of the Myriad Realms is updated promptly on the new keyboard novel network. At the speed at which Imo-chun was crawling with all his might, he was moving at a pace comparable to that of an adult walking normally. An adult, traversing at a typical walking speed for more than 10 hours, would cover a distance of at least 40 kilometers. After silently calculating the approximate distance he had crawled, Imo-chun finally felt a sense of relief. 40 kilometers, if traveled in a straight line, could lead directly to the county town. Estimating that he had successfully crossed into Yuan County, Imo-chun relaxed his tense body, choosing to remain still, lying beside the water ditch, gazing at the sky while devising his next plan. However, the ditch could not possibly be a straight line, yet even with its twists and turns, he was certain that he was now deep within Yuan County. As long as he kept a safe distance from the surrounding guard troops, he need not worry about being captured, allowing him to conduct a thorough investigation of the internal situation in Yuan County. Having successfully infiltrated, he decided to rest for a day and nourish himself. At dawn the following day, he would explore the area. With this in mind, Imo-chun reached for his backpack, pulling it closer, unzipping it, and rummaging through it until he found several bags of bread and a bottle of mineral water. Observing his hands, which were caked in mud, he wrinkled his brow but ultimately tore open a bag of bread and began to eat heartily. As night fell, Imo-chun carefully crawled out from beside the ditch. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, which were dominated by farmland. With no moon in the sky, similar to the previous night, he could only discern nearby objects, leaving him oblivious to the conditions of the distant landscape. Enduring the discomfort, Imo-chun decided to alter his plans and rest for the night in a nearby field. This sudden decision arose after he had eaten the bread and dozed off in the ditch, only to be bitten multiple times by unknown insects. The bites were both itchy and painful, resulting in large red welts. This situation startled Imo-chun, prompting him to take responsibility for his own well-being and change his course of action. With the faint sounds of insects surrounding him, Imo-chun stealthily glanced around, crouching low and treading lightly, carefully making his way from the ditch into the field. Once inside, he crawled a short distance further before stopping. He then lay down, using the earth as his bed, the sky as his blanket, and his backpack as a pillow, drifting into sleep. Due to the exhaustion from crawling for over 10 hours the previous day, Qin awoke the next day with the sun high overhead, nearing noon. As consciousness returned, the sensory feedback from his body gradually reached his brain. The pervasive soreness throughout his body felt as though it were on the brink of collapse, causing Qin to falter twice in his attempts to support himself with his arms and rise. After taking a couple of breaths, a weary smile flickered across his face, revealing the toll of exhaustion. He had overexerted himself, and the lack of timely nourishment and rest had rendered his physical state one of overwork and suboptimal health. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to press on. There were numerous tasks awaiting completion, and he could not linger in one place indefinitely. After lying still for a moment to recuperate, Qin laboriously retrieved a compressed biscuit and a bottle of mineral water from his backpack to replenish his energy. After approximately 40 minutes, he regained some strength and cautiously peeked above the crops, surveying his surroundings. To the north lay a drainage ditch, to the east, a winding river channel connected to the ditch, to the west, a vast expanse of farmland, and to the south, a paved road several hundred meters away. Having familiarized himself with the environment, Qin focused his attention on the asphalt road. Based on experience, traveling along the road would typically lead to nearby villages or towns, human settlements. If only his phone were operational, he could access the internet and pinpoint his exact location on the map. As he moved toward the road to the south, he muttered in frustration. Covering a distance of several hundred meters while concealed by the crops, Qin soon approached the road's vicinity, cautiously halting 5 or 6 meters from the road. He remained wary of the potential patrols of military vehicles, choosing not to foolishly step onto the asphalt but instead to navigate along the edge of the fields, using the crops and foliage as cover. Within half an hour, the outline of a village emerged in the distance, and a glimmer of joy spread across Qin's face. After considerable effort to infiltrate the Yuan County region, he could finally seek someone to learn about the events that transpired during the lockdown. With a heart full of anticipation, he quietly approached the outskirts of the village. However, as he concealed himself against the wall of a nearby house, an unusual odor wafting through the air piqued his alertness. Something felt amiss. His nose twitched as he discerned the strange scent, and he recalled it in his mind. Muttering uncertainly to himself, it resembled the acrid aroma of something burnt to ashes. After grappling with the peculiar smell for several minutes, Qin resolved to venture further into the village to uncover any additional discoveries. Following a narrow alley along the village's edge, he gradually made his way inside. Along the route, the doors of each house stood tightly closed, which furrowed his brow, as he had hoped to glean information from the local residents. After walking another several dozen meters, he sat down to rest on a stone bench at the end of a cul-de-sac, in front of a villager's home. Ever since entering this village, Qin has been plagued by a nagging sensation that he has forgotten something of great importance. What could it possibly be? Sitting on a stone bench, he cast a glance back at the tightly closed gate, straining to recall what eludes his memory. Suddenly, a jolt of realization strikes him. In an instant, he comprehends the source of his unease. The village is unsettlingly silent. Since his arrival, not a single soul has been seen. Nor has he heard the bark of a dog or the chirp of a bird. The entire village exudes an eerie atmosphere, as if all its inhabitants have perished. Is such a notion even plausible? Startled by his own conjecture, Qin's face pales as he mutters to himself. With this troubling thought lingering, he steels himself and ventures deeper into the village. Along the way, every household remains shuttered, steeped in an oppressive stillness. The alleys and streets are hauntingly quiet. This disquiet persists until Qin turns a corner and encounters a sight that nearly causes his heart to seize with terror. In the central square of the village, there once stood a variety of fitness equipment, seesaws, parallel bars, and the like, provided by the village chief for the community's physical exercise and leisure. Typically, this square would serve as a gathering place for villagers to converse after dinner. Such squares are commonplace in rural China today. However, the square before Qin now bears the unmistakable scars of a devastating fire, its surface marred by blackened remnants and a thick layer of ash. Yet, it is not merely this desolation that chills him to the bone. What truly horrifies him is the presence of charred remains intermingled with the ashes, fragments that appear to be insufficiently incinerated. Upon closer inspection, he discerns disquieting remnants: a small finger, a skull, teeth, and a partial face still bearing an eye. With a single glance, Qin comprehends the grim reality. The villagers must have perished, and their remains were gathered and incinerated in this very square. Chapter 148. Clues and discoveries. The ground was strewn with ashes, intermingled with remnants of human remains, casting an eerie and chilling atmosphere that sent shivers down the spine. The entire village had perished, a rather unsettling spectacle indeed. Gazing at the visually jarring scene in the square, Qin, after a moment of shock, forced himself to regain composure, wearing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Trying to bolster his own courage, after several minutes, drenched in cold sweat, Qin cautiously retreated from the village, taking refuge in a nearby field. He collapsed onto the ground, his initial terror gradually giving way to a calm resolve. A village typically harbors at least 100 residents. What could have transpired to incinerate an entire community? Given that the military had sealed off Yuan County, they would undoubtedly possess comprehensive knowledge of the situation within. It followed that the village's tragic fate was likely under military scrutiny as well. Who could orchestrate such a massacre? Burning the villagers alive without damaging their homes amidst a military blockade? In the current state of Yuan County, it was implausible that the rampant zombies would set fire to the villagers. Zombies fear fire, while they might easily kill villagers by biting. The notion of them wielding flames like a natural enemy to incinerate humanity was utterly preposterous. With the zombie factor eliminated, the most suspect entity remained the military forces enforcing the blockade of Yuan County. Yet, as protectors of the people, the military would hardly senselessly attack civilians, let alone commit the abhorrent act of burning them alive, a crime that would invoke public outrage. Having ruled out zombies and the military, Qin pondered what other forces might dare to harm the villagers. Was there perhaps an unknown third-party entity lurking in the shadows? Frowning, he retraced his steps through the village, from the moment he entered to the horrifying scene he had witnessed in the square, to his eventual exit, falling into a contemplative silence. This was merely the first village he had encountered. Perhaps it was merely a tragic coincidence. He resolved to explore a few more villages, hopeful for new discoveries. Ultimately, Qin concluded his futile speculations. Newly arrived in Yuan County, he was fundamentally ignorant of the circumstances here, lacking comprehensive information about the events. He could not fathom the depths of what had transpired. After sipping some mineral water and consuming a piece of compressed biscuit, Qin steeled himself and continued along the road. Over 50 minutes later, the outline of another village came into view. Adjusting his demeanor, he cautiously made his way inside. Once again, every door was tightly shut. The oppressive silence of the village was terrifying. And what weighed most heavily on Qin's heart was the familiar scent of ashes lingering in the air, reminiscent of the previous village. Stopping to rest against the door of a house, he surveyed the eerily quiet surroundings, his expression somber, and his gaze filled with deep contemplation. 2 consecutive villages had been annihilated. This situation was exceedingly dire. However, he could not believe that the entire population of Yuan County, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, could have perished in such a brief span of time. Given that there exists a blockade constructed by the guard troops surrounding Yuan County, it is evident that there must still be something within the county worthy of such protection. The eradication of zombies is one aspect, yet more crucially, there may still be survivors. However, their current whereabouts remain unknown. They might have been gathered and safeguarded by the military, or perhaps secretly relocated. Without further contemplation, Qin resolved to investigate a few more villages. If he were to find that the entirety of each village had perished, he planned to forego further inquiries into the villages along his route and head directly to the county seat of Yuan to ascertain the situation. With this thought in mind, Qin glanced at the second village, similarly adorned with a plaza full of ashes, and, without lingering, continued on his journey. Over the course of an entire day, he traversed 8 distinct villages, each eerily marked by the strange phenomenon of cremation, their plazas strewn with ashes mingled with human remains. As night fell, Qin lay in the grass, gazing up at the moonlit sky dotted with stars. Lost in contemplation, it seemed unnecessary to spend time investigating those eerily silent villages the following day. On the morrow, he resumed his trek along the road, seeking potential congregation points for survivors within Yuan County. This search extended for another 3.5 days, culminating in Qin sitting in the attic of a tall residential building in the county seat, surveying the desolate landscape that comprised much of Yuan County. Despite the continued absence of any gathering points for survivors, Qin's overall condition had improved significantly since his clandestine entry into Yuan County. Along his journey, he encountered numerous towns where shuttered clothing stores and supermarkets stood silent. Initially motivated by curiosity, Qin pried open the security door of a clothing store and discovered an array of new garments within. This revelation immediately led him to realize that other establishments, such as supermarkets, might still harbor edible provisions. He subsequently forced open the security door of a supermarket, only to find the interior differed from his expectations. The shelves were largely barren, with only a scant selection remaining. This sight surprised him momentarily. Yet it further solidified his suspicions regarding the existence of survivor enclaves in Yuan County. upon observing that the doors of shops along the route had been breached. Hinting at the potential presence of useful items inside, Qin continued to pry open the security doors of various types of shops. By assessing the quantity of goods remaining within these diverse establishments, he began to discern a pattern. Stores such as clothing shops, deemed non-essential for survival, generally retained a larger stock. In contrast, supermarkets, butcher shops, and fruit vendors, which catered to fundamental human needs, had significantly diminished inventories. Most of the food and beverages on the supermarket shelves bore clear signs of having been thoroughly cleared out and transported away. Fortunately, the individuals tasked with transporting goods in the supermarket were pressed for time, which ultimately allowed Qin to scavenge sufficient provisions, bread, beverages, biscuits, and other sustenance, amidst the disarray of the supermarket shelves and floor. As a result, he now finds himself clad in clean attire, seated here in a state of mental clarity, appreciating the serene landscapes of this quaint town. Yuan County has transformed into a ghost town, and one cannot help but wonder where the military has corralled the survivors. Based on his observations along the journey, Qin has come to a tentative conclusion regarding the existence of a survivor enclave, heavily guarded by the military. Yet, after several days of relentless searching, he has arrived in the county town without locating the survivor's refuge, leaving him rather disheartened. Tomorrow, he shall continue his explorations eastward. He refuses to believe that the military could possibly have concealed the survivors of Yuan County underground. Chapter 149, The Web of Heaven. Upon reaching the county town of Yuan, Qin was met with an overwhelming silence that enveloped the entire city. As he pondered the situation with a sense of frustration, he resolved to replenish his supplies within the town before embarking on the quest to locate the elusive sanctuary of survivors. Yuan County, a quintessential representation of a lesser-known 18th-tier town in China, exhibited average economic strength and developmental status. The scale of the county was not exactly backward, yet it could hardly be described as substantial. It featured 3 main streets running east to west and 4 running north to south, totaling 7 thoroughfares. At this moment, Qin found himself traversing the central street of the county, observing the array of shops on either side, all secured behind white roller shutters. As he searched for something of value, suddenly his gaze brightened, and he came to an abrupt halt. The OV mobile phone specialty store, that exit. Approaching the shuttered entrance, he retrieved the military green, foldable travel backpack he had recently acquired and placed it on the ground. Prior to arriving in Yuan County, his shoulder bag, which he had brought from the capital, had become caked with the foul-smelling mud encountered while traversing a drainage ditch. Now clad in fresh attire, Qin was unwilling to continue his journey burdened by the lingering stench of the sewer emanating from his old bag. Thus, he had chosen to replace it with an oversized travel backpack from a general goods store along the way. Having successfully pried open numerous roller shutters throughout his travels, Qin had grown quite adept at the task. From his backpack, he extracted a bright orange fabric bag intended for clothing, rummaging through it until he produced a large, detachable hammer. This was merely the beginning. He subsequently retrieved 7 or 8 more tools, halting only when he had amassed a sufficient arsenal specifically designed for the purpose of breaking and entering. With a resounding clang that shattered the silence of the county, Qin initiated his hammering performance. The reverberation of his strike echoed throughout the desolate streets, a sound that had become commonplace to him in recent days. Prompting no further concern, he took a breath and continued his focused effort of smashing locks and forcing doors open. A mere 1,000 meters away, within the subterranean parking garage of a 7-story commercial complex, darkness prevailed due to a power outage, obscuring the space in a dreary gloom. Suddenly, 2 green, glimmering eyes pierced through the shadows. Illuminated by the eerie glow, it became evident that a humanoid creature stood within the darkness. The relentless sound of the hammering continued to resonate throughout the silent town, reverberating outward. In the depths of the parking garage, the creature with the glowing eyes remained frozen for a moment, its gaze attempting to close and return to slumber. However, the incessant cacophony of thuds and clatters from outside thwarted each attempt, leading to an escalating frustration. Gradually, the once vibrant green hue of its eyes shifted to a deep crimson, a manifestation of its rising ire. A low growl reverberated through the underground parking garage, breaking the stillness of the air. Like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, a chain reaction of ripples ensued. In the darkness, pairs of glowing green eyes flickered to life. Within a mere 20 seconds, at least 100 pairs of these luminous eyes emerged from the shadows. Unlike the initial humanoid being that, upon awakening, attempted to return to slumber, the subsequently awakened creatures, known as the green-eyed glimmers, erupted into restless low growls, intensifying the already eerie coldness of the underground parking garage. Simultaneously, the overwhelming stench of decaying corpses swiftly permeated the garage, its potent aroma causing ordinary individuals to feel dizzy and nauseated with just a single inhalation. After a brief period of agitation, the green-eyed glimmers began to move towards the exit leading to the surface. As they drew closer to the dimly lit opening, their monstrous forms became increasingly discernible. With skin of a deep crimson hue, claws sharp and dark as curved daggers, and abundant white fur covering their muscular bodies, their grotesque fangs protruded menacingly, unmistakably marking them as zombies. Upon reaching the exit of the underground garage, they surged up the incline, eager to escape. However, outside, it was just past 2 in the afternoon, the peak of the day's heat. The rudimentary purple zombies, upon exposure to the sunlight, erupted in plumes of white smoke as if they were on the verge of igniting. Soon, the searing sensation from the sun's rays upon their skin forced the first of the zombies to screech in agony and retreat back into the garage's dark confines, too fearful to emerge again. After experiencing the sun's harsh embrace, this horde of over 100 zombies hastily regrouped beside the first zombie, their anxious growls suggesting a silent communication of distress. After a considerable interval, as the low growls within the garage dwindled to a sparse murmur, a deep, hoarse male voice resonated ominously. "You remain too primitive. Mere sunlight can inflict grievous harm upon your forms. Once I have fully absorbed the human essence I have consumed and completed my transformation, I shall empower you further. For now, do not concern yourselves with that human outside. If he lingers nearby come nightfall, you may venture forth to eliminate him." As the voice faded, the zombies responded with a chorus of low growls, and one by one, the pairs of glowing green eyes closed once more, plunging the garage back into an oppressive silence. Given that Imogen was not far from the parking structure, and with the county now enveloped in stillness, the echoes of distant growls reached his ears from the eastern direction shortly after he began wielding his hammer. Upon hearing the sudden sound, Imogen was taken aback, abruptly halting his vigorous swing of the heavy hammer. His expression fluctuated between confusion and wariness as he strained to listen intently. The sound struck a familiar chord. Could it possibly be a zombie? After a brief pause, he confirmed that indeed, there were noises emanating from the eastern direction, and a flicker of recollection danced in his eyes. It was likely a zombie. Could it be my prying at the door that drew its attention? No, for safety's sake, I must gather the necessary items and leave the county town swiftly. His thoughts wrestled momentarily in his mind, but Imogen's gaze sharpened, and he decisively made a new resolution. Concerned by the recent zombie sounds, he dared not wield the hammer recklessly as he had earlier. Instead, he adopted a more cautious approach. After approximately 40 minutes of vigorous effort, he violently breached the roll-up security door. Stepping through the door revealed the interior of the shop. Imogen retrieved a solar-powered flashlight from his backpack and ventured inside the store. The glass counters of the mobile phone shop still housed numerous smartphones. After perusing the counter, he selected 6 different models and placed them into his backpack. Among these were 4 distinct styles of smartphones and 2 semi-intelligent, rugged, high-capacity, and long-lasting multifunctional phones. Furthermore, Imogen discovered a number of power banks within the store. Without hesitation, he chose 3 of the largest capacity power banks and stowed them in his bag. After meandering around the shop for a while, he left through the gaping hole in the battered security door, feeling quite satisfied. Having consumed a fair amount of food and water from his supplies, he resolved to pry open a supermarket next to replenish his provisions before vacating the county town. Exiting the mobile phone shop, Imogen stood at the edge of the deserted road, glancing down the street in both directions before making his way towards a supermarket entrance several dozen meters away. After exerting considerable effort, he managed to pry open the supermarket security door. Much like all the supermarkets he had encountered along the way, the scene inside was similar. The shelves were nearly bare of food and beverages. Only a scant few items capable of replenishing energy could still be found scattered across the supermarket floor, in the corners of the shelves, and within the stockroom. After filling his backpack with these provisions and calculating that he had gathered enough supplies for several more days, Imogen departed from the supermarket. He retrieved a silver smartphone that he had acquired not long ago from his pocket. Upon powering it on, he noted that it still held 62% battery life. He opened a compartment in his backpack and extracted a SIM card from a small box that had originally contained chewing gum, inserting it into the new phone's card slot. This SIM card had come from the now-defunct phone, whose screen had shattered beyond repair. Once the card was inserted into the new device, it quickly connected to the network and acquired a signal. It was quite puzzling that while Yuan County had been sealed off, he could still access the internet on his phone. Did those in power not fear that survivors might expose the zombie situation online? As he observed his phone successfully connecting to the network, Mochin felt a surge of suspicion. While his mind speculated, his hands moved deftly, downloading several familiar social applications using mobile data. A few minutes later, he opened a newly installed news app, logged into his account, and began to browse the headlines that had emerged during his recent disconnection from the internet. Within less than 10 minutes, his expression darkened considerably. The upgraded variant of the XR virus, known as the second generation, exhibited an alarming transmission rate. In just a few days, 34 out of 50 states in the United States had fallen victim to the virus, with countless civilians transformed into bloodthirsty, soulless beings. The formidable infectivity of the XR virus had finally garnered the attention of the ruling classes across all nations. A few days prior, an alliance against the XR virus, spearheaded by several major nations and involving participation from countries worldwide, had been officially established under the acronym KXM. It was evident that the leadership of all nations had reached a consensus, eager to unite the elite talents from all relevant fields to collaboratively devise solutions to combat the XR virus. In the face of a catastrophe threatening the entirety of human civilization, the willingness of nations to set aside ideological differences and cultural barriers, to abandon past grievances and unite in pursuit of cooperation, was indeed moving. However, Imogen harbored little hope for this alliance against the XR virus. The challenges presented in the trial space could not be easily resolved by humanity. Currently, the XR virus was merely a second-generation mutation. Once it evolved into a third or even fourth generation, the collapse of global order would be inevitable, given humanity's current level of biological technology. Moreover, the threat posed by Zhao Kuan's corpse poison still loomed within Huaxia. Should the corpse poison fully erupt within the borders of Huaxia, the nation would undoubtedly find itself overwhelmed, weakening its resistance against the XR virus. If the corpse poison were to escalate to a level that threatened global human existence, humanity would likely descend into a realm dominated by zombies and the undead, ravaged by both the XR virus and the corpse poison. Seated on a bench by the roadside, Imogen anxiously perused the trending topics on his phone. As he exited the news app, a sudden thought struck him. He first opened the self-media publishing page of the app, then activated his phone's camera, capturing a brief video of the desolate streets of Yuan County, where shops stood shuttered and silence reigned. Above the video, he added a haunting backdrop of the zombie crisis in Yuan County, accompanied by some rumors. After editing, he clicked the publish option. In the next moment, while he pondered how long it would take to receive a response, a notification from the app appeared on his screen. Dear user, we have detected a violation in the video you posted. In accordance with regulations set forth by the relevant authorities, we have intercepted the offending video and decided to suspend your account for 3 months. If you disagree with this decision, please contact our online customer service for an appeal. As he gazed upon the notification, the nascent smile on Imogen's lips froze. With a flick of his finger, he dismissed the message, observing the now grayed out and inactive option for publishing on the social media platform, a pensive expression crossing his face. Exiting this news application, he proceeded to log into various other social and forum applications that facilitated communication with individuals from different regions. Subsequently, he replicated the process, editing several videos and textual messages related to the zombie incidents in Yuan County, attempting to publish them. However, each endeavor culminated in censorship and account suspension. After some time, Imogen abandoned his attempts, realizing that matters pertaining to Yuan County seemed to be automatically suppressed online. He decided it would be prudent to leave this place promptly, postponing further considerations. Although he was unable to send messages online, he could still utilize the internet's advantages to check trending news and navigate locations. Opening the navigation application, Imogen reflected on his recent memories, studying the map for a while. Having grasped the general route he had traversed over the past few days, he selected an uncharted area on the map and made his way there. While Imogen diligently continued on his path, a message appeared on the office computer of the Cybersecurity Bureau in Ankou City, catching the attention of a data analyst. Upon reviewing the information, the middle-aged office worker smirked, muttering to himself, to dare to surf the internet so brazenly in a network blockade zone, frequently changing software accounts and attempting to publish prohibited information. This individual truly seems to have no regard for our Cybersecurity Bureau. He promptly forwarded the message to his superior, as it pertained to the network blockade zone, within his purview to filter and report to the department head. Subsequently, the department head would assess the significance of the information and determine whether it warranted notifying local security personnel for on-site enforcement. Given that Yuan County was currently a quarantine zone besieged by zombies, the security level was exceedingly high. Thus, when this information reached the desk of the head of the Cybersecurity Bureau in Ankou City, he merely glanced at it before decisively transmitting it to the main command center of the frontline guard troops. The commander of the guard troops overseeing the zombie incident in Yuan County, Chung Lin, smiled as he held the information relayed from the Cybersecurity Bureau. People these days have grown too accustomed to peaceful living. When faced with a hint of curiosity, they disregard their own safety and dive headfirst into danger. He instructed the nearest station team to the account's location to deploy a portion of their members, utilizing the real-time positioning information shared by the Cybersecurity Bureau to locate the individual and escort them to the survivor settlement. Chapter 150. Beneath the bewildering tree. Upon exiting the county town of Yuan, Imo Chun followed the directional prompt on his smartphone, traversing a county road towards the northeast. With the aid of mobile navigation, the journey had become considerably easier, alleviating his concerns about losing his way. As he walked amidst the verdant greenery lining the road, Imo Chun occasionally glanced down at his smartphone, enveloped by the shelter of trees and blossoms. It was just past 4 in the afternoon, and in the northern regions during October, the sun still radiated vigor in the sky, with at least 2 hours remaining before sunset. Taking advantage of the daylight, Imo Chun felt optimistic about departing Yuan County and reaching the next village for exploration and rest. While he relished the ease of travel afforded by his smartphone navigation, a small detachment of guard soldiers stationed at the northeastern edge of Yuan received an urgent command from the operational headquarters. The directive instructed them to dispatch several soldiers to apprehend a suspicious individual who had illegally crossed into Yuan County, as indicated by a portable military scanning navigation device. Upon receiving this assignment, the leader of the guard unit glanced at his wristwatch, his brow furrowing at the thought of a breach in such a tight security perimeter. Fortunately, the suspect's real-time location was available, and with a drive of several dozen kilometers, they could likely return before sunset. After a moment of contemplation, the unit leader summoned 4 soldiers, briefing them on the task while emphasizing the necessity of returning to camp before dusk. They then boarded a military jeep, setting off towards their designated location. Inside the vehicle, the squad leader, seated in the passenger seat, scrutinized the map displayed on a multifunctional combat analysis device resembling a tablet. With a serious expression, he addressed his comrades. Although this is merely a routine search operation, the surrounding environment is fraught with perilous instability. I urge everyone to maintain heightened vigilance and not to underestimate the situation. Understood. The other 3 soldiers replied in unison, their initially relaxed demeanor shifting to one of solemnity. They recognized the gravity of the squad leader's warning. Armed only with light weaponry, they stood little chance against the zombies that plagued Yuan County. With less than 2 hours remaining until sunset, the emergence of the undead was a pressing concern. This meant their mission was time-sensitive. They needed to complete their search within the allotted 2 hours. The journey from the northeastern perimeter of Yuan's security line to the target location would take at least half an hour one way. Thus, the round trip alone required a full hour of travel. From another perspective, the time allocated for them to earnestly execute the search and capture mission was barely an hour. They hoped their target was merely an ordinary individual driven by curiosity, rather than a perilous figure with an unknown agenda, armed with lethal weapons. Diverting his gaze from the multifunctional operational analysis screen, the squad leader turned his attention toward the sun in the western sky, silently pondering. If their target were an ordinary person, this mission would simply be time-constrained. However, should it be a dangerous individual wielding lethal weaponry, the challenge would not only be time-sensitive, but also considerably more daunting. Amidst the throaty hum of the military jeep's engine, it sped along the provincial highway. After half an hour, the 4 soldiers, guided by the real-time positioning displayed on the multifunctional operational analysis device, arrived at a roadside located a kilometer from their target. They disembarked, removed the keys from the ignition, and stealthily approached the objective. Once the jeep was silenced, the squad leader quickly checked his equipment and issued a hushed command. Moments later, the 4 fully armed soldiers, under the squad leader's direction, stealthily advanced to within 300 meters of their target. With the aid of military binoculars and the real-time positioning provided by their operational analysis device, they successfully spotted a young man bearing an oversized army green travel backpack. Observing the cautious young man walking along the roadside greenery from several hundred meters away, the squad leader furrowed his brow and remarked, "The target exhibits a degree of counter-surveillance awareness with an unknown level of threat. We are 4 in number. Let us split into 4 directions to encircle the target. We will then make contact with a warning, aiming to avoid gunfire to prevent inciting panic and complicating the mission." Upon hearing the detailed operational plan, the remaining 3 soldiers quietly acknowledged and chose their respective directions before silently departing. Maching, burdened by a nearly 1-meter-tall, fully packed army green backpack, had been walking for over half an hour and was beginning to feel the strain. He lifted his gaze ahead, and paused beneath a robust willow tree a few meters away. After setting down his backpack, he leaned against the trunk and sat down. He then retrieved his phone from his pocket, taking a moment to rest while casually browsing the news application. Just as he opened a trending topic concerning the rampant spread of the XR virus and began engrossing himself in a recent analytical article, a barely audible noise suddenly reached his ears. Reacting swiftly, Maching perked up, raising his head in the direction of the sound. Simultaneously, the four soldiers had stealthily approached to within nearly 100 meters of Maching's location. The source of the noise was a young soldier who had inadvertently stepped on a twig. Even the youngest among these soldiers had served in the military for at least 5 years, making them seasoned veterans. As the young soldier became acutely aware of the crunching branch beneath his feet, potentially alerting his target, he instinctively lowered his body further, camouflaging himself like a statue amidst the underbrush, remaining utterly motionless. A fleeting glance in the direction of the sound revealed merely a patch of grass. On the surface, he appeared oblivious, resuming his relaxed demeanor as he focused on his phone screen. Yet, in the shadows, a sheen of cold sweat broke out upon him. His body rigid with tension, while his empty left hand gradually found its way to his backpack. Within the outermost pocket lay the handle of a round wooden knife, protruding conspicuously. This was the handle of a pig slaughtering knife, acquired by Mo Chun during a pass through a general store for self-defense purposes. What could it be? With a keen sense of danger honed through trials, Mo Chin's mind raced with strategies as an internal alarm blared. Just as he was consumed by anxious speculation, a deep, stern voice unexpectedly resonated from behind him. Do not move. We are soldiers of the Special Operations Forces of Huaxia, and you are now surrounded. Do not resist unnecessarily. Place your hands on your head and squat down. I will repeat. Place your hands on your head and squat down. Upon hearing these commands, Mo Chun, who had just grasped the knife handle, froze in place. He stiffly raised his head and scanned his surroundings. Soon, he spotted 3 figures clad in camouflage special operations attire, emerging from 3 directions 100 meters away. Each soldier maintained their aim at him, their ominous black gun barrels silently exuding an aura of lethal danger. Witnessing this scene, Mo Chin, seated beneath a willow tree, was left utterly bewildered.